Fei Luo found himself inexplicably transported to a world of zombies, where he became the third disciple of the esteemed Master Jiao. However, he soon discovered that he was afflicted by malevolent energy, teetering on the brink of death, and possessed only mediocre talents. Just as he despaired over his tragic fate, the system activated. By vanquishing evil, he could earn bountiful rewards. At the outset, he received a 10,000-fold amplification, securing extravagant rewards, mastering the essence of the I Ching, and dispelling all malefic forces. What was this? All martial arts would automatically cultivate themselves? The system proclaimed, eliminate the red-clothed ghost and earn the heavenly origin soul gathering pill. Defeat the iron corpse of Old Man Run to obtain the 9 heavens thunder summoning technique. The great freedom primordial Tao scripture has been comprehended automatically, reaching the realm of spirit cultivation and void return. In this age of waning magic with sparse spiritual energy and arduous cultivation, was ancient Taoism reliant on rare insight? Did ancient body techniques require unique physique? Pardon me, I can cultivate effortlessly even in slumber. I merely wish to know where the monsters are. Chapter 1. Transmigration to the Zombie World. In Rinjia Town, at the Ancestral Hall. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Fei Luo jolted awake, rising from his bed, only to be struck by excruciating pain. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a room adorned with modern decor, furnished with a simple table and a few pieces of furniture crafted from red bricks. Fei Luo furrowed his brow. What is this place? Have I truly transmigrated? Creaking open, the door to his room revealed an individual with an endearing appearance and a watermelon-shaped haircut. Upon seeing Fei Luo sitting on the bed, the basin he held slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor. Master, the junior disciple has awakened. After a moment of astonishment, he shouted joyously and dashed outside, calling for others. Fei Luo remained bewildered, as a torrent of memories flooded his mind. This was the Republic of China, Rinjia Town. That person was Wenkai. I am the third disciple of Master Jiao. Bewilderment washed over him, leaving him in a state of confusion. While other transmigrators often began as fated sons of destiny, wealthy and handsome, marrying beautiful and affluent women on their journeys to greatness, what was his fate? A descendant of the zombie world's Master Jiao? Indeed, Fei Luo had transmigrated, and into the realm of the undead no less. Before long, 3 figures entered the room. Disciple, let me examine you, came the voice of a middle-aged man with black streaks in his hair, his eyebrows forming a singular entity. This man was none other than Master Jiao. Fei Luo recognized the other 2 individuals all too well. One was the recently exited Wenkai, and the other, strikingly handsome, with thick brows and large eyes styled in the current fashion, was Qiuxing. Master, Fei Luo began, but Master Jiao grasped his hand firmly. Disciple, refrain from speaking, let me assess the state of the malevolent energy within you. With that, Fei Luo reclined against the headboard, enduring the discomfort within as Master Jiao took his pulse. He scrutinized Master Jiao, in turn his square jaw, chiseled features, an imposing presence resembled a spear, emanating an aura of righteousness that was both intimidating and approachable. A true idol. He had become a disciple of his idol. After a brief moment, Master Jiao let out a soft sigh. It is all my fault for being careless, taking you all to deal with the malevolent incident at Old Wang's house. Fortunately, Fei Luo, you are blessed and fortunate otherwise. At this moment, Qiuxing stepped forward with concern. Little junior brother, it's thanks to you that I and Wenkai were not the ones injured. Wenkai nodded in agreement, saying, Little junior brother, you have been in a coma for 3 days. Master has not slept well during this time. Your breath is faint. We are all worried. Be quiet. Do not speak such ominous words. Qiuxing playfully punched Wenkai on the head. Yes, senior brother. Wenkai complained, covering his head. Observing the harmonious scene before him, Fei Luo smiled gently, noticing the pronounced red veins in Master Jiao's eyes. As an orphan in his previous life, Fei Luo was now enveloped by a unique emotion he had never felt before: familial love. By the way, Xiao Luo, Master Jiao recalled something. The malevolent energy within you has not completely dissipated. I will prepare some medicine for you shortly. You will fully recover in 7 days. However, your physical condition. As he spoke, Master Jiao's expression turned bitter. It is merely a lingering affliction. To regain your cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement will likely take 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo's countenance darkened. He recalled the qi refinement techniques Master Jiao had taught him, In the realm of Taoist arts, Maoshan is supreme refining qi transforms the spirit, refining the spirit returns to the void, and merging the void with the Tao. Fei Luo also understood that this was an era of decline for cultivation. It was exceedingly difficult to practice. Even Qiuxing had only reached the 6th level of qi refinement after more than a decade of training under Master Jiao. Despite Fei Luo's exceptional talent, it still took him 3 years to achieve the 3rd level of qi refinement. According to this world standards, reaching the foundation establishment stage within a decade was nearly impossible. The foundation establishment stage could be referred to as the stage of true practitioners. Without strength, how could one safeguard oneself in a world rife with demons and monstrosities? Ding! Host binding successful. The 10,000-fold amplification system is now activating. 110.99. In an instant, Fei Luo felt as though the blue progress bar in his mind transformed into 100 in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the 10,000-fold amplification system. This system possesses the following functions. 1. All techniques, divine abilities, and Taoist arts rewarded by this system can receive a 10,000-fold amplification during the end times, allowing for self-cultivation. 2. This system is an embodiment of supreme will, assisting the host in achieving greatness, transcending all beings. 3. The fundamental purpose of this system is to eliminate demons and monsters. For each demon eliminated, the host will receive corresponding rewards based on the monster's strength. If the host dies, the system will automatically vanish. Golden Finger? Fei Luo's pale complexion instantly flushed with vitality. What a remarkable discovery. It appears that his journey has begun rather favorably. A must-have artifact for every transmigrator with Golden Finger. With the system at his disposal, he would no longer fear encountering malevolent spirits in the martial world. Techniques and divine abilities would cultivate automatically. 10,000-fold amplification? This is simply extraordinary. However, the conditions outlined by the system left Fei Luo momentarily stunned. The host's death? It seems that the system is not as carefree as those in novels, where one merely awakens and can act recklessly. Without the protagonist's halo, those protagonists who die numerous times in a year could probably encircle the blue planet multiple times, couldn't they? In an instant, a resplendent panel materialized in Philo's mind. Host, Philo. Spiritual root, mortal level, 2nd grade. Note, mortal refers to the most inferior classification of spiritual roots within this realm. Cultivation method, none. Divine powers, none. Fortune and merit, none. Simultaneously, the voice of the system reverberated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the luxurious new beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Stunned by the panel and wearing an expression of disbelief, Philo uttered, System, I wish to claim the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed 10 premium cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed 10 premium great restoration pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed a superior grade weapon, the flowing cloud sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the divine power, celestial vision. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the cultivation method, great freedom, primordial Tao scripture. A cascade of rewards left Philo utterly bewildered. Wow, this is incredibly extravagant. I've hit the jackpot. At that moment, Philo felt like a nouveau riche, his heart brimming with elation. The system truly did not deceive me. Xiao Luo, take a good rest. I shall go prepare your medicine, sighed Uncle Gio, observing the dazed Philo. He gently patted his shoulder and beckoned to Qiuxing and Wentai to exit. Chapter 2. The I Ching and the Amplification of Essence. Once Uncle Gio and the others departed, Philo remained ensnared in the shock of the moment. He had already directed his consciousness into the system space. With a flash of golden light, esoteric and profound golden characters penetrated Philo's brow, inaudible to ordinary ears. Within mere moments, enlightenment dawned upon him. Philo had comprehended the great freedom, primordial Tao, cultivation method, and celestial vision. Following the incantation of celestial vision, Philo focused his gaze. Vision activate. Silently, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes before vanishing. In an instant, Philo's sight pierced through layers of space, revealing the distant scene of Renjia town. The townsfolk were clad in contemporary attire. Vendors hawked their wares. Hurried passers-by rushed along, and rickshaws of distinct vintage rolled by. Alas, this vivid tableau lasted but a fleeting second before dissipating. Immediately, an excruciating pain surged within him, a profound sense of weakness engulfing Fei Luo's heart. It seems my cultivation is woefully inadequate, leaving me with but a thread of magical energy, Fei Luo murmured, yet his face quickly transformed into a radiant smile. Automatic cultivation? An amplification of 10,000 times? Could it be that henceforth he could cultivate effortlessly, whether reclining, sleeping, sitting, or strolling? Being of mortal level, second-grade spiritual root? Then, such amplification would rival that of a human-level spiritual root. Regrettably, the system offered no further elucidation. Subsequently, Fei Luo turned his attention to the descriptions of celestial vision and the Great Freedom Primordial Tao scripture. Celestial vision, when activated, could pierce through all illusions, perceiving that which is invisible to mortals. It could foresee calamities and blessings, discern wealth and fortune, and comprehend causality in relationships. With profound cultivation, it could even glimpse past and future destinies, making it the epitome of divinatory arts. Goodness, this far surpasses the divination techniques of the Maoshan sect by 100-fold. Fei Luo thought to himself, swallowing hard. The subsequent introduction of the Grand Freedom Hongmeng Tao scripture brought immense joy to Fei Luo. In this era of decline, what poses the greatest challenge? It is none other than the pursuit of cultivation. Have you not observed that one can be referred to as a Taoist even during the foundational stage? The path of cultivation encompasses the refinement of qi, the establishment of a foundation, the formation of a golden core, and the attainment of the primordial infant. The Grand Freedom Hongmeng Tao scripture is esteemed as a means to seize the transformations of heaven and earth, to delve into the mysteries of the sun and moon, capable of absorbing all tangible and intangible energies to aid in one's ascension in cultivation. It is not limited to ordinary spiritual energies of the heavens and earth, but also includes acquired and innate energies, transformative energies, meritorious energies, incense energies, and fortunes, among others. All energies can be absorbed. According to the Hongmeng Tao scripture, qi is the fundamental essence of all things, and the Tao is the source of everything. The various arrangements and combinations of qi manifest as different techniques. Furthermore, this effect is passive. As long as Fei Luo engages in any endeavor, he will automatically absorb all tangible and intangible energies. My goodness, this is truly an extraordinary technique, Fei Luo exclaimed, feeling a slight dryness in his throat after perusing the introduction. However, I currently possess no magical power, and my body is gravely injured. What should I do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he glanced at the descriptions of the Great Rejuvenation Pill and the Cleansing Marrow Pill. The Supreme Great Rejuvenation Pill can instantly heal all internal and external injuries, serving as a remedy for wounds. The Supreme Cleansing Marrow Pill can significantly enhance one's foundational attributes, with no limit on usage, though there is a cap on the enhancement. After reading the descriptions of these two pills, Fei Luo's expression brightened. I shall try one first. As a Great Rejuvenation Pill materialized in his hand, he hesitated before consuming it. No, I cannot eat here. I must return home to take it, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to Uncle Jiao and Xiao Sheng. Suppressing the temptation, Fei Luo donned his clothing and strode towards the door. His modest courtyard was not far from Uncle Jiao's residence. It was a quadrangle, a legacy left by his parents. As for his parents, they remained a blur in Fei Luo's memory. The details were elusive at best. Creaking open the door, Fei Luo gazed at the scenery beyond the courtyard, inhaling a deep breath of fresh air. Upon seeing him, Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai, who were hanging laundry, turned their attention towards him. Brothers, is Master in the apothecary? Xiao Sheng nodded. Little junior brother, you seem to. Fei Luo smiled faintly. Brother, I'm going to find Master. Since I am no longer in serious condition, I wish to return home and take a look. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai, he made his way towards the apothecary. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that little junior brother seems a bit different, Wen Kai remarked, scratching his head. Even he found his words somewhat perplexing. Oh, indeed, Xiao Sheng mused, contemplating Fei Luo's retreating figure. Disciple, it is well for you to return home, but remember to take these medicinal prescriptions on schedule, Uncle Jiao stated as he finished packaging the herbs, having learned of Fei Luo's intent. Rest assured, Master. Receiving the bundled herbs from Uncle Jiao, Fei Luo set off towards his home, humming a cheerful tune. A left turn out of the door led him to the street, where not far across lay his quaint courtyard. Upon returning home, Fei Luo secured the doors and windows, settling down cross-legged as two jade vials materialized in his hands. One contained the grand elixir, while the other housed the cleansing essence pill. With a gulp, Fei Luo tilted his head back and swallowed the grand elixir, which melted instantly upon contact, sending a refreshing sensation cascading through his body. A shiver coursed through him, prompting a sigh of satisfaction. If an outsider were present, they would witness a remarkable transformation in Fei Luo's complexion, which became as lustrous as jade, imbued with a rosy glow. Such rapid efficacy? Fei Luo mused, feeling invigorated as he rose to stretch. He lifted his hand to examine his skin and glanced at his reflection in the mirror, murmuring softly. In the mirror stood a young man with a buzz cut, towering at 7 feet, possessing striking eyebrows and starry eyes, his features resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the hands of a divine artist. Most striking was his cold demeanor, identical to that of his former life. Indeed, I bear an uncanny resemblance to my past self, still as handsome as ever, Fei Luo remarked, indulging in a moment of vanity before returning to his bed to open the other jade vial. The cleansing essence pill, resembling a longan in size, shimmered with faint patterns. Although not a particularly advanced elixir, it was exceedingly rare in this era. With another gulp, Fei Luo consumed the cleansing essence pill. Moments later, its potency began to dissipate. He swallowed 7 pills in succession, feeling a profound surge of medicinal power permeate his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, dark impurities manifested at every pore of his skin, while the genes within his body underwent silent transformation under the influence of the elixirs. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the amplification of 10,000 times activated alongside the profound essence of the I Ching, drawing the spiritual energy from within a 10-mile radius swiftly toward Fei Luo's courtyard. To the untrained eye, this shift in spiritual energy would merely appear as a fierce gust of wind. Meanwhile, the elder at the ancestral hall, Uncle Ji, stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. A spiritual energy storm? What masterful being had passed through this area, inciting such a tempest of spiritual energy? Chapter 3. Dark Moon and Howling Wind. The Phantom in Red, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the effects of the medicine within Fei Luo had reached their zenith, fully unlocking the potential of the I Ching's marrow-cleansing effects. Human level, 5th rank. 5 supreme marrow-cleansing pills had elevated Fei Luo's spiritual root from the mundane 2nd rank to the esteemed 5th rank of the human tier. The ranking of spiritual roots ranges from 1, the least esteemed, to 9, the most revered. A 5th rank human root, even in the present age, is considered exceptionally gifted. Under a 10,000-fold amplification, a 5th rank human root is comparable to a 5th rank earthly root, nearly approaching celestial rank. Suddenly, Fei Luo's eyes snapped open, a formidable aura subtly swirling around him. With a thought, the black scabs clinging to his surface disintegrated into dust. Is this what it means to establish a foundation? Fei Luo clenched his fist, reveling in the surging magical energy within him, heart brimming with joy. In the foundation establishment phase, the inner Qi Si is fully developed, transforming gaseous spiritual energy into liquid form, and the primordial spirit becomes more stable, allowing for the execution of numerous techniques, surpassing the Qi refining stage by more than 100-fold. Glancing out the window, Fei Luo was taken aback to discover that night had fallen. It was already 9 o'clock. He had been in seclusion since noon, and a full 8 hours had elapsed. In that time, he had astonishingly soared from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the initial stage of foundation establishment. If word of this got out, it would surely astonish many. Moreover, Fei Luo was merely 21 years old. With a 10,000-fold amplification, I have reached the foundation establishment phase, and the Qi induction technique taught by Uncle Nine has already reached perfection. Yet, I have not even entered the first layer of the Grand Freedom Primordial Tao scripture. Upon further reflection on his situation, Fei Luo's expression grew peculiar. The Grand Freedom Primordial Tao scripture consists of 9 layers. Yet here I am, a fully fledged foundation establishment cultivator, unable to even breach the first layer? I still lack techniques. Uncle Nine possesses numerous demon-slaying arts. Tomorrow, I shall seek his counsel. Rising from his seat, Fei Luo caught sight of himself in the mirror and was momentarily startled. What on earth? Is this truly me? In the mirror, Fei Luo retained his original features. Yet his skin had become even more luminous, to the extent that it could be said without exaggeration that his complexion surpassed that of the average woman. Coupled with his spirited crew cut and a demeanor of aloofness, he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome man, albeit a uniquely charming one, not at all effeminate. Fei Luo's appearance and aura had undergone a significant transformation during the process of marrow cleansing and qi induction. In the realm of Taoist cultivation, the elevation of one's realm signifies a transformation of one's very essence, a fact of which Fei Luo remained unaware. How extraordinarily handsome! Fei Luo touched his nose, feeling a twinge of bashfulness. Never mind, I shall take a stroll into town and procure some late-night snacks. Casting aside his distracting thoughts, Fei Luo donned a clean cloth shirt, resembling a graceful scion of a wealthy family. Wontons for sale. Stepping out onto the street, he spotted a wonton stall opposite him and approached with a smile. Isn't this Master Fei Luo? Would you care for a bowl of wontons? The stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, greeted Fei Luo with a warm smile upon recognizing him. Fei Luo, known for his wealth and affable nature, was beloved by people from all around. Old Zhang, one bowl please, with extra vinegar, Fei Luo replied without hesitation. Settling himself at a small table, the proprietor hummed a cheerful tune as he busied himself. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation stirred within Fei Luo. As a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, his senses were extraordinarily acute. After undergoing the transformation of the I Ching, his perceptual abilities surpassed those of ordinary cultivators at the same level. With a flicker of thought, golden light converged in his eyes as he gazed toward the northwest. In an instant, the layers of space drew closer, revealing a village, Li Family Village, situated on the outskirts of Ren Family Town. Fei Luo discerned a blood-red aura wafting ominously above the village. The oppressive Yin energy from the northwest indicated the presence of malevolent forces. The golden glimmer in Fei Luo's eyes vanished in an instant, unnoticed by those around him. Boss, the money goes here. I'll return for the wontons later. Fei Luo declared as he stood, tossing a handful of copper coins before setting off toward the northwest. Young Master Fei Luo, you've given too much. Old Zhang called out in surprise. No need for change. Fei Luo's powerful voice resonated through the wind as he swiftly vanished into the night. In the past, he would have summoned Uncle Gio for such matters, but now, having reached the foundation establishment stage, he felt no trepidation in facing such a level of malevolence. Once beyond the town, his formidable magical power surged, amplifying his speed significantly. Lacking the corresponding supernatural abilities, Fei Luo resorted to this straightforward method. Li Family Village, located outside Ren Family Town, was a settlement nestled by the water, where its inhabitants primarily engaged in agriculture. That night, a crimson figure floated gracefully into view, a woman. Her long legs tantalizingly concealed beneath a flowing red skirt, her form exquisitely alluring. The night sky above Li Family Village was filled with the cacophony of barking dogs. In a household preparing to extinguish their lights and retire for the night, the woman seemed to sense a potent masculine energy, and with a soft laugh, she stepped into the courtyard. Inside, the red-clad apparition glided in. Am I beautiful? Li Zhang, a villager of Li Family Village, gazed at the enchanting figure before him with mounting dread, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. A ghost. This is a ghost. At 28, Li Zhang was known as the village's strongest man, yet he remained unmarried. The ethereal beauty before him captivated his every thought, her alluring form evoking a primal attraction. Yet the chilling aura surrounding her made it unmistakably clear this woman was a specter. She floated effortlessly, her bare feet untouched by dust, were it not for the bone-chilling cold. Li Zhang might have believed her to be a celestial being descended from the heavens. My dear husband, are you so afraid of me? The ghostly woman, observing Li Zhang's fearful demeanor, extended her delicate hand, playfully lifting her skirt. As her crimson lips parted, a fragrant mist emanated, filling the room. Gulping, Li Zhang's gaze dimmed as he murmured, so beautiful, truly beautiful. In that moment, Li Zhang moved like a marionette, rising mechanically to approach the red-clad ghost. Come, let us revel in joy. With a subtle flick of her graceful hand, the ghost irresistibly beckoned Li Zhang forward. Indeed, it is a youthful form. Should I drain him of his essence, I fear I might ascend to the rank of a ghostly sovereign. The woman clad in crimson extended her scarlet tongue, caressing her ruby lips, her eyes glinting with insatiable greed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Saliva trickled from Li Zhang's mouth, his body responding involuntarily, his gaze vacant. Leaning toward the red-clad specter. Yes, just like that, I shall bring you bliss. With a flick of her sleeve, the crimson fabric suddenly enveloped Li Zhang. As she leaned in, her alluring lips descending toward his, wisps of dark energy visibly streamed from Li Zhang's orifices, drawn into the ghostly woman's mouth. Hissed the red-clad specter wore an expression of rapture, eager to hasten her breath, aware that a formidable presence lurked nearby. This place was ill-suited for lingering. Old fiend, release that wretch and come for me. At that moment, a voice thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating outside the dwelling. Chapter 4. The possibility of ascension. The red-clad female ghost abruptly halted her movements upon hearing the powerful exclamation imbued with profound magical energy. She turned her gaze towards the window, her eyes brightening instantly. What a handsome young man, radiating such vibrant young energy. In her perception, she discerned no cultivation level from the person outside. Instead, she was drawn to the robust aura of vitality that emanated from him, akin to a poison that enticed her irresistibly. Compared to that young man, the individual before her seemed utterly insignificant. I observed the energy suppressing the threshold. It turns out to be you, the red-clad malevolent spirit, causing mischief. If you possess any ability, come at me, she declared. Outside, Fei Luo, dressed in simple black attire, stepped forward, his heart brimming with caution. The red-clad malevolent spirit was synonymous with a fierce ghost. Through his memories, Fei Luo understood that spirits were categorized into various types: malevolent spirits, vengeful spirits, fierce ghosts, ghost generals, and ghost kings. Ordinary spirits, such as timid ghosts or laughing ghosts, pose little threat and seldom harm the living. However, female spirits like the red-clad ghost often harbored immense resentment during their lifetimes, continuing to harm others after death, absorbing their essence to strengthen themselves. Zombies, on the other hand, drained the blood of the living. While spirits could be good or evil, the formidable female ghost before him was evidently no ordinary being. Bang! The red-clad ghost released the individual she had been holding, her form drifting through the wall as she levitated, fixing her gaze upon Fei Luo. Young man, why so fierce? Allow me to serve you well, she said, half concealing her face and performing a deep bow, feigning shyness as a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Begone, surrender at once, and I shall assist you in entering the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is shattered, Fei Luo retorted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Although he was taken aback by the ghost's alluring figure, he remained impervious to her charms. The red-clad ghost was momentarily stunned. Why did her seduction technique fail? Is he a Taoist? In that instant, she discerned a faint trace of magical energy emanating from Fei Luo. Hiki, why so fierce, my lord? I have a fondness for Taoists. Their essence is incredibly nourishing, she remarked, her form suddenly appearing before him, transforming her hand into a claw, her black nails elongating as she lunged toward Fei Luo's face. Impudent demon, I shall force you to reveal your true form. Fei Luo, in response to the ghost exposing her claws, refrained from further words. His magical energy surged within, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards the ghost. As for cherishing her beauty, Fei Luo had not considered it. He had already granted her an opportunity, but this ghost, being a ghost, had attacked him without warning. He struck with all his might, confident that this female ghost would not be his match. An opportunity presented itself. One should not let it go to waste. Boom. Fei Luo, lacking any supernatural powers, delivered an ordinary punch, one he had learned from Uncle Gio. A simple combat technique, directly into the ghost's palm. In that instant, the red-clad ghost felt an overwhelming force surge through her, her ethereal form faltering as she was sent crashing into the wall behind her like a sandbag, raising a cloud of dust. Puff! The red-clad ghost expelled a line of blood in midair. Fei Luo's seemingly ordinary punch had grievously wounded her. How can this be? How are you so strong? Are you truly a Taoist? The woman in red emitted a piercing scream amidst the dust. A typical Taoist exorcist, adorned in yellow robes, wields bells in the left hand and a peach-with sword in the right, accompanied by talismans, black dog blood, glutinous rice, and other magical implements, reciting incantations to unleash their powers. Yet, this Taoist was peculiar. How could his martial prowess rival the potency of talismans? The female ghost shrieked, attempting to flee, realizing that this individual was far too enigmatic for her to contend with. Just as she rose, a pair of star-like eyes captured her gaze. Finished with his theatrics, he still wished to depart? A faint smile graced Fei Luo's lips, revealing a row of pearly whites, and he struck once more. The seemingly harmless and refreshing smile appeared to the woman in red as a demonic judgment. Spare me. The woman, cornered and pitiful, opened her mouth to plead for mercy. Yet, her words were abruptly silenced as Fei Luo's fist collided with her chest, piercing through her form. The night breeze swept by, and the red-clad ghost stared incredulously at the gaping hole in her chest, murmuring, "He will avenge me." In an instant, her body transformed into specks of ethereal light, dissipating into the night. Fei Luo stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. At the moment the woman in red perished, Li Zhong, within the room, regained clarity. He slowly rose, shaking his head as a buzzing sensation filled his mind. Had he just experienced a dream? Opening the door to glance at the courtyard, Li Zheng's brow furrowed deeper. Dust still lingered in the air. What had transpired? Meanwhile, Fei Luo had exited the Li residence, making his way toward Rinjia town. As Li Jing awakened, an invisible golden light emerged from above his head, drifting into the distance. Having accomplished my task, I shall depart quietly, concealing my contributions and name. With a swoosh, a ray of golden light entered Fei Luo's crown, and he immediately felt the golden essence transform into pure spiritual energy within his soul space. Was this the profound essence of the great freedom Primordial Tao? Clenching his fist, he sensed the ethereal merit transforming into formidable magical power, a surge of ambition igniting within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the woman in red and receiving a special reward. Fei Luo's eyes brightened. System, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. You have received 1 Tianyuan Gathering Soul Pill. As the system's reward announcement echoed, Fei Luo's expression softened. He delved into the system space to examine his reward. The Tianyuan Gathering Soul Pill, an external elixir of the Taoist sect, could enhance a mortal warrior's power by an entire cycle, allowing for unconditional elevation of 1 tier during the foundation establishment stage. Upon briefly reviewing the system reward, Fei Luo's face lit up with joy. With his 10,000-fold amplification, his techniques and spells would soar, although the absorption rate of spiritual energy would not be similarly amplified. In this age of dwindling spiritual essence, such a pill offering unconditional elevation was exceedingly rare. With a gulp, Fei Luo tilted his head and swallowed the pill. Boom! Fei Luo felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy manifesting within him, causing the energy within his purple palace to triple instantaneously. He had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With a heart full of joy, Fei Luo immediately sensed the elevation of his realm. Good heavens! If such elixirs were to be supplied without restraint, would I not ascend to immortality? He murmured instinctively. Wait, ascend to immortality? Break through the void? Fei Luo's expression momentarily froze, only to be replaced by ecstatic delight. I, Fei Luo, shall undoubtedly stand in this realm and reach that pinnacle. A long howl echoed through the night sky. Fei Luo was filled with unwavering certainty that he would be the fortunate one to attain immortality in this age of dwindling magic. With a system at his disposal and countless demons and monsters awaiting his harvest of rewards, the path to immortality was within reach. If Uncle Gio were to catch wind of Fei Luo's thoughts, he would surely be frightened out of his wits. Immortality had become a mere legend in this age of dwindling magic. Even foundation establishment cultivators had become rare, while those capable of soaring through the skies during the core formation stage, the ability to move mountains and seas during the nascent soul stage, that had long been relegated to myth. Chapter 5, The Astonishment of Uncle Gio. Invitation from Lord Rune. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed outside the small courtyard of Fei Luo. He lazily rose, stifling a yawn. Here it comes. Fei Luo, still bleary-eyed, had yet to acclimate to the peculiar routines of this world. Unlike Uncle Gio and his companions, who typically rose at the crack of dawn, the lack of entertainment in this era encouraged an early-to-bed, early-to-rise lifestyle among the populace. Upon opening the door, Fei Luo was greeted by Wakai. What brings you here so early? Wakai? Fei Luo inquired. Little junior brother, Master sent me to fetch you. Lord Rin has invited us for tea today. You must hurry and prepare. Tea, you say? Fei Luo mumbled, mildly irritated that Wakai disrupted his pleasant dreams. Wait, Lord Rin? Does that mean Lord Rin's father is about to transform into a zombie? The realization struck Fei Luo with a jolt, banishing all remnants of sleep. Wakai, swiftly inform Master that I shall join him after freshening up. Without waiting for Wakai's bewildered response, Fei Luo dashed away. Huh? Was he unwell? Why does he seem so vigorous now? Wakai scratched his head, perplexed. He sensed something was amiss with Fei Luo since the previous day, yet he could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Pondering this, Wakai turned and departed. Fei Luo returned to his room, retrieved his laundered garments, and quickly donned them while attending to his morning routine. Goodness! A red-clad, vengeful spirit earns a heavenly yuan soul-gathering pill. So what rewards might be bestowed for Lord Rin's father, a formidable iron corpse akin to a foundation establishment cultivator? Fei Luo's thoughts soared far beyond the realm of the ordinary. He was eager to accompany his master in vanquishing demons and monsters. For him, the entities that instilled fear in mortals were mere sources of experience and wealth. After a brief moment of preparation, Fei Luo gazed into the mirror at his jade-like visage, offering a slight smile before departing. Oh, little Luo Yu. Uncle Gio and Xiaoxing had just stepped outside when they encountered Fei Luo. Uncle Gio was astounded by Fei Luo's appearance. This is all thanks to Master S' exceptional medical skills. I recovered completely after taking a dose of medicine last night. Fei Luo replied with a bashful smile, regarding Uncle Gio with deep respect. He could feel the genuine care that Uncle Gio held for him, and in his presence, Fei Luo shed the cold demeanor of a wealthy young master. Really? Just one dose cured you? Uncle Gio exclaimed, pulling Fei Luo closer and probing his arm with 2 fingers. His expression shifting dramatically. You are at the 9th level of chi refinement? Uncle Gio stammered, rendered speechless, his face displaying sheer disbelief. 9th level of chi refinement. How is that possible? At this revelation, both Qiuxing and Wenkai gasped in astonishment. Hee, I'm as puzzled as you are. I woke up like this, Fei Luo feigned ignorance. Though inwardly he lamented. He had endeavored to remain inconspicuous, deliberately pretending to be at the 9th level of chi refinement. Yet the shocked expressions of Uncle Gio and the others clearly indicated they were deeply astonished. To what level have you cultivated the chi induction technique? Master Gio felt a dryness in his throat, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. The disciple, lacking in talent, has already perfected the chi induction technique. At that moment, Master Gio and his companions were rendered speechless. Qiuxing and One Eye gaped, as if struck by lightning. Master Gio's expression darkened further. Fei Luo, while you often indulge in sloth and lack diligence in your training, I have always regarded you as an honest child. It is against the rules of our Maoshan sect for disciples to speak falsely. Upon hearing Master Gio's voice, Fei Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Master, I assure you, I have truly perfected the chi induction technique. If you do not believe me, just watch. With that, Fei Luo formed a hand gesture. And a dense stream of chi surged into his body, as if a whale were swallowing. His expression remained unchanged, his chest uninflated. As if he were performing a magic trick, Master Gio was rendered speechless, rubbing his eyes as he struggled to believe the scene before him. Just yesterday, Fei Luo had barely grasped the basics of the chi induction technique, and now he had achieved perfection? Was he truly at the 9th level of chi refinement? With Master Gio's keen eye, he instantly recognized that Fei Luo's demonstration of the technique was indeed flawless. A prodigy. Had he unwittingly taken on an extraordinary talent? Could it be that the tribulation of dark energy had awakened Fei Luo's innate gifts? Historical records of the Maoshan sect spoke of such talents. But they were mere ancient legends, long lost to time. Even I, who am heralded as the youngest genius of the contemporary Maoshan sect, took 3 years to perfect the chi induction technique. Qiuxing, equally astonished, remarked, it took me 10 years to achieve perfection in the chi induction technique. I never imagined that our junior brother would accomplish it in a single day. Wentai, with a parched throat, lamented, it now seems that I am the slowest learner. I have only reached the 5th level of chi refinement and have yet to perfect the technique after 10 years. Suddenly, Master Gio recalled the spiritual energy storm from the previous night, and his pupils constricted. It dawned on him that it was not a master passing by to practice here, but rather the source of the storm was undoubtedly his young disciple. Master Gio's astonishment transformed into joy as he fixated on Fei Luo, increasingly pleased with what he saw. The revival of the Maoshan sect seems promising, with the blessing of our ancestral master. It is a grave oversight that I allowed this talented disciple to remain hidden for 3 years. Truly, a transgression. Master Gio was overwhelmed with emotion, silently praying to his ancestral master. In this era of waning spiritual energy, cultivating is arduous, and finding a disciple of exceptional caliber is even more challenging. Previously, Master Gio had believed that his lineage was doomed, with limited prospects for Qiuxing and Wentai. However, today brought a change. He saw hope in Fei Luo's ascendance. Perhaps Fei Luo would become the most radiant star of this dark age. You too must learn from Fei Luo in the future. It seems he will soon surpass me in cultivation. If you both continue to be so lax, how will you shoulder the responsibility of vanquishing evil and safeguarding the righteous path? Master Gio gazed at Fei Luo for a long while, then began to instruct Qiuxing and Wentai, using Fei Luo as a backdrop. Hearing this, Fei Luo's face was filled with palpable embarrassment. Qiuxing and Wenkai, resembling a deflated rooster, repeatedly expressed their agreement. Before long, the group arrived at the bustling heart of the town. Observing the multitude of shops lining the streets, Fei Luo was filled with profound reflections. During this era, Western culture permeated the Summer Kingdom, instilling in many a tendency to idolize foreign influences. The prevailing sentiment suggested that all things Western were superior, while the legacy of ancestors was deemed inferior. Fei Luo shook his head, feeling ambivalent. Soon, the trio reached their designated rendezvous, a lavishly adorned Western-style CAF with 3 stories. Upon arriving at the entrance, Fei Luo, with his graceful demeanor, stood apart from his companions. Uncle Gio and Wenkai, whose rustic attire elicited curious glances from the doorman. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Lotus. Ren Tingting Gio Shu and Qiusheng Wenkai are quintessential representatives of traditional Daxia people, apart from Qiusheng, who dresses in a more modern style. The 3 of them generally disdain foreign novelties. However, among the 4, Fei Luo stands out as an anomaly. Clad in a simple Zhongshan suit and polished black leather shoes, his tall stature and aloof demeanor give him the unmistakable air of a cultured gentleman from abroad. The doorman, upon seeing the four, wore an expression of astonishment. Typically, the clientele here consists of prominent figures and a fair number of foreigners. Such rustic individuals have never graced these premises. Of course, Fei Luo is the exception. Even the most seasoned doorman rarely encounters someone as impeccably dressed and distinguished as him. What are you staring at? Are we not welcome? Fei Luo, noticing the doorman's momentary daze, stepped forward and spoke. No. The doorman stammered, quickly regaining his composure. Please, this way, sir. Master, let us proceed. Fei Luo said with a slight smile, beckoning Jioshu and Qiusheng Wakai to follow him inside. Excuse me, do you have a reservation? As they entered the hall, a middle-aged man in a bow tie approached them. He was the manager and, perceiving Fei Luo as a wealthy scion, he assumed the others were merely his attendants. Ren Leoi invited me. He summoned my master for a discussion. Fei Luo discerned the manager's condescension and, with a gentle smile, replied, Ren Leoi? The manager adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and, upon realizing his error, immediately adopted a servile demeanor. Please, follow me. Ren Leoi has reserved a private room for you. Witnessing the manager's rapid change of attitude, Jioshu glanced at Fei Luo with admiration. His satisfaction with this disciple grew. A modest gentleman, courteous and wise in his dealings, he was bound to achieve greatness. Upon returning from this outing, he must impart that secret technique to Fei Luo. Jioshu was acutely aware that Fei Luo had spoken on his behalf, deftly alleviating the awkwardness while subtly correcting the manager's demeanor. However, Qiusheng and Wakai were oblivious to the subtleties of the situation. As they entered, they resembled Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Marveling at the unique decor and the few foreign patrons scattered throughout the CAF. Qiusheng, Wakai, why do you stand there in a daze? Jioshu chided, glancing at the two with displeasure. In contrast to the poised and serene aura of Fei Luo, their demeanor was simply lacking. Qiusheng finally came to his senses and quickly ushered Wakai to their seats. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire what you would like to drink? The oily manager, observing them seated, inquired respectfully. He dared not offend the guests of Ren Leoi, even if they appeared rustic. We shall wait for Ren Leoi to arrive before making our selections. Jioshu waved his hand, intending to dismiss the middle-aged manager. Just then, a lavishly dressed, portly man with a small mustache caught their attention. Jioshu, I apologize for my tardiness. Before the arrival of the guests, Lord Ren had already noticed the presence of Uncle Jio, who greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. Lord Ren, it has been quite a while. You appear to be in excellent spirits, Uncle Jio remarked as he stood to reciprocate the courtesy. Fei Luo also rose, wearing a gentle smile and offering a slight nod in acknowledgement to Lord Ren. This lad is my apprentice. Without your father's transformation into a zombie, how could I possibly earn my rewards? Autumn and Wakai also stood up to greet Lord Ren. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom have always been known for their etiquette, and it is customary to exchange pleasantries even among close friends and relatives. Having navigated the world of commerce for years, Lord Ren possessed a keen eye for recognizing talent. His gaze brightened as it was instantly captivated by Fei Luo. Momentarily forgetting the business at hand, he curiously inquired, Uncle Jio, this young gentleman seems unfamiliar. May I ask? With a subtle smile, Uncle Jio replied, This is my new disciple, named Fei Luo. His abilities are not inferior to mine. Indeed, a remarkable young man. I foresee great achievements in your future, Lord Ren said, regarding Fei Luo with admiration, as if appraising a prized son-in-law. This flattery left Fei Luo feeling somewhat bashful. Uncle Ren, you flatter me. I am merely aspiring to inherit my master's teachings and to protect the righteous path in the world. Excellent aspirations, Lord Ren exclaimed, slapping the table, which startled Uncle Jio and the others. I wonder if you have any interest in business in the future. Sensing that Lord Ren was attempting to forge a closer bond, Fei Luo cast a pleading glance at Uncle Jio. What is going on with Lord Ren? I have no interest in the older gentleman. However, if your daughter were to act in such a manner, I might consider a deeper conversation. Coughing awkwardly, Uncle Jio interjected. Lord Ren, perhaps we should return to the matter at hand. Yes, Lord Ren nodded, realizing his indiscretion. Fei Luo's unique demeanor and charming manner had momentarily distracted him from the important discussion. As the saying goes, when a man comes of age, he should marry, and when a woman comes of age, she should wed. With Miss Ren now of a suitable age, Lord Ren had been noting promising young talents over the past couple of years, but he had never encountered someone as appealing as Fei Luo. Uncle Jio, let us first enjoy a drink. Look at me, he said, turning to the bewildered manager beside him. Bring me a cup of coffee, just as usual. Uncle Jio, what tea would you like? Lord Ren inquired, directing his attention to Uncle Jio and the others. This question momentarily stumped Uncle Jio, who instinctively glanced at Fei Luo. Autumn and Wakai did the same. finding themselves momentarily perplexed by the myriad of names on the menu. They had never tried foreign tea before. At that moment, with a smile on his face, Fei Luo addressed the flustered waiter. Please bring my master a cup of coffee with less milk and less sugar for my 2 senior brothers. A cup with more sugar and less milk, and for myself, a cup with no milk, just sugar. Hearing Fei Luo's order, the waiter quickly noted it down. All right. Please wait a moment. Fei Luo, guided by the fondness of his master and 2 senior brothers etched in his memory, made a casual selection, unaware that this choice would once again earn him the silent admiration of the trio. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to a lark soaring from the valley, resonated through the air. Upon hearing this sound, a look of indulgent affection washed over Lord Ren's face, and Fei Luo and the others turned their gaze towards its source. The newcomer was tall and slender, with an oval face and large, expressive eyes. She appeared delicate yet vibrant, adorned in a pink gown, a gauzy hat atop her head, and holding a small handbag, reminiscent of a lotus blossom emerging from the water. Qiu Sheng was rendered utterly speechless. Even Fei Luo, accustomed to the plasticized visages of modern influencers, could not help but have his eyes glimmer with admiration. What a stunning Ren Tingting. She was indeed breathtakingly exquisite. Chapter 7. The secret transmission of Mao Shan. Ren Tingting approached gracefully, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. She had deliberately adorned herself with French perfume and taken great care in her appearance before stepping out, which accounted for her slight tardiness. Ren Lian, I cannot believe that after 20 years apart, Tingting has grown so much, praised Uncle Jiao as he gazed upon Ren Tingting. How embarrassing. I have been so busy over the years that I haven't had the opportunity to visit you, Uncle Jiao. Ren Lian chuckled lightly. Such grandeur. When Kai remarked, his expression resembling that of a foolish swine, muttering under his breath. At this utterance, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Ren Tingting's cheeks flushed crimson. Was she oblivious to the implication behind those words? As her gaze wandered, she caught sight of Fei Luo. Wow, what a handsome young man, she thought. As a young lady from a wealthy family, Ren Tingting had encountered many affluent suitors, yet none possessed the ethereal charm and striking appearance of Fei Luo. In comparison, the two beside him appeared utterly mundane. Sensing the discomfort in the air, Fei Luo rose and addressed her. Hello, Miss Ren. Would you care for a drink? Upon hearing his calm voice, complemented by his icy demeanor and striking features, Ren Tingting felt a flurry of nerves. I'm fine with anything. Please order for me, she replied, her tone flustered. Miss Ren, please have a seat. Fei Luo gestured graciously while summoning a waiter. Please bring this lady a coffee with extra milk and less sugar. Certainly, sir, the waiter responded. Fei Luo smiled subtly, pondering whether it would suit Miss Ren's palate. Having taken note that in the original narrative, she preferred her coffee just so, extra milk and less sugar. Perfect. Ren Tingting's heart raced, and she found herself unable to meet Fei Luo's gaze. Gradually, the atmosphere became more harmonious again. Meanwhile, Ren Lian and Uncle Jiao began to discuss matters of significance. Uncle Jiao, as you suggested, what should we prepare? Ren Lian inquired just as his words trailed off. Money. Just ensure you have the funds ready, Ren Lian, came the prompt response, drawing even Fei Luo's attention from his contemplation. Understood, Ren Lian nodded, inwardly reflecting that as long as money could resolve the issue, it was of no consequence. But how much should we prepare? Wen Kai's eyes sparkled at the mention of money, and he instinctively raised 5 fingers, only to reconsider and settle on 2. At that moment, Uncle Jiao's gaze intensified, fixating sternly on Wen Kai. You foolish boy, could you not say less? Look at Fei Luo, he remains so composed. Uncle Jiao silently lamented, his expression darkening. He was grateful to have brought Fei Luo along today, sparing them from much embarrassment. Yet Wen Kai had tarnished his reputation. Observing this familiar scene, Fei Luo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh, Ren Lian understands. Uncle Jiao, this is a down payment. There will be more upon completion of the task. Please take this, Ren Lian said, retrieving a stack of silver coins wrapped in red paper from his pocket. Uncle Jiao, seeing this, did not hesitate to accept the coins, recognizing that one cannot decline assistance when accepting payment for resolving troubles. As Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai beheld this scene, their gaze finally departed from Ren Tingting's impressive figure and shifted towards the stack of silver dollars. In the Republic era, a stack comprised of 50 coins represented a significant fortune for an ordinary family. Subsequently, Jiao Shu, with no hesitation, tore open the stack and tossed half of it directly to Fei Luo. Take this money. You will have many uses for it in your current cultivation. Upon hearing his master's concerned words, Fei Luo felt a warmth in his heart and, eschewing any pretense, accepted the silver dollars handed to him by Jiao Shu. Observing this, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai looked on with eager anticipation at Jiao Shu. You two, focus on your training. Fei Luo is on the brink of a breakthrough. This money must be utilized wisely. Jiao Shu's words deflated the two like deflated roosters, their spirits dampened. In the path of cultivation, one cannot afford to neglect any of the essentials, partners, resources, and land. In this era of diminished spiritual energy, practitioners require substantial funds merely to sustain their endeavors. For instance, certain martial monks who have reached the pinnacle of postnatal training can devour an entire cow in a single meal upon entering the innate stage. Fei Luo's cultivation method operates autonomously, with the qi-attracting technique perpetually drawing spiritual energy into his being. Thus, he does not require such extravagant sustenance, yet one must still live. And financial resources are indispensable. Thank you, Master. Fei Luo nodded at Jiao Shu, resolving to find an opportunity to present a few elixirs to him. Jiao Shu's innate talent is remarkable, yet without external assistance, further progress in this lifetime may prove exceedingly challenging. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiao Shu led Fei Luo and the others away. Rintingting watched the retreating figure of Fei Luo, lost in thought. Father, is he truly Master Jiao's disciple? Indeed. My daughter. Why do you ask? Lord Ren, perceptive of his daughter's sentiments, could not help but jest. Master Jiao is just down the street at the Ancestral Hall. If you wish to see him, you may go there. Lord Ren felt a profound satisfaction. The more he observed Fei Luo, the more he grew fond of him. He was not surprised at all that his daughter harbored feelings for him. He had been concerned that she might struggle to find a suitable match and become an older single woman in a few years. Father, I shall go buy some cosmetics. You take your time. With that, Ren Tingting departed, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Sigh. Lord Ren sighed softly. A daughter grows up too quickly. Meanwhile, after Jiao Shu led Fei Luo and the others away, they proceeded directly to the Ancestral Hall. Upon entering, Jiao Shu arranged for Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai to prepare the necessary tools for the upcoming ritual in 3 days, then summoned Fei Luo into the main hall. At the center of the hall stood a statue of the Emperor Huaguang. Xiao Luo, bow before our ancestral master. This is an essential rite to receiving the true teachings of Mao Shan. Jiao Shu entered the hall, lit 3 incense sticks, and after a devout bow, he spoke. Yes, Master. The true teachings of our sect? Could it be the ghost-catching techniques that Master Jiao spoke of? As far as Fei Luo remembered, Jiao Shu had only taught him the qi-attracting technique and nothing more practical. Confused, Fei Luo knelt on the mat and began to bow before the statue. The Mao Shan sect venerates the Emperor Huaguang, also known as the Three-Eyed God, or Ma Wang. Fei Luo was well aware of the historical significance of the Mao Shan sect's reverence for the Emperor Huaguang. According to legend, upon hearing that the Cantonese opera was rife with tales of deception and moral decay, the Jade Emperor dispatched the fire god, Huaguang, to incinerate the opera house. However, before carrying out his orders, Huaguang descended to the mortal realm and discovered that the Cantonese opera not only refrained from promoting deceit, but also extolled the virtues of loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness, thereby serving as a profound moral education that emphasized the principle of retribution for good and evil. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of setting the theater ablaze. Furthermore, he instructed Uncle Zaxiang to burn yellow incense before the stage and to return to the heavenly palace to report to the Jade Emperor, thus sparing the theater from calamity. From that day forth, the members of the opera troupe and all related performers revered Huaguang as their ancestral master. It is said that Huaguang was merely an ordinary deity in the heavenly realm, and at that time, Fei Luo had yet to attain significant cultivation and did not ponder deeply on such matters. Perhaps if he could shatter the void, he might even encounter this revered master himself. Chapter 8. The Supreme Clarity of the Great Cave Scripture. After a formal exchange of greetings, Uncle Jiao solemnly declared, O revered ancestor, I, disciple Lin Jiao, am fortunate to be under your divine protection and have gained an exceptional disciple in Fei Luo. Today, I dare to present the ancient scripture of the Mao Shan sect, the supreme clarity of the Great Cave Scripture, to disciple Fei Luo, and I humbly seek your approval. After 3 bows, Uncle Jiao produced a wooden box, within which lay a bound ancient tome. Its cover adorned with the 6 prominent characters spelling out supreme clarity of the Great Cave Scripture. Upon witnessing this, Fei Luo understood Uncle Jiao's intentions. The Taoist tradition holds that sacred teachings should not be casually disseminated. Thus, only a rare few among each generation are deemed true disciples worthy of authentic transmission. This practice serves to preserve the sect's secrets and ensures that the criteria for such discipleship are rigorously upheld. What has led us into this age of decline? Fei Luo mused that the depletion of celestial energies is one factor, as many esoteric arts have naturally faded away through generations without practitioners to uphold them. Xiao Luo, continue. Uncle Jiao said gravely as he entrusted the ancient tome to Fei Luo. This is the authentic lineage of our Mao Shan sect, comprising 9 levels, encompassing body techniques, Taoist arts, talismans. As your master, I have only mastered the first 3 levels. By acquiring this scripture, one may vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. However, beware of harboring malevolent thoughts that may lead you astray. This is both a rule of our Maoshan sect and a solemn precept. Upon hearing Uncle Joe's words, Fei Luo's expression turned serious as he nodded earnestly. All right, rise, Uncle Joe said, completing the formalities as he helped Fei Luo to his feet with a smile. This method demands exceptionally high standards, requiring not only superior comprehension but also a robust physique. However, Uncle Joe's sentence trailed off as he became momentarily stunned. Fei Luo had already begun to peruse the ancient tome right before his eyes. While it seemed that he was flipping through the pages casually, Fei Luo, in fact, was absorbing the content with astonishing speed. This, Uncle Joe could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Have you finished already? Indeed. Fei Luo affirmed with a nod. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Fei Luo's mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host has encountered a third-rate technique, initiating automatic learning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have automatically comprehended the 13 forms of demon subjugation, achieving perfection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have automatically grasped the Qi induction body refining technique, attaining completion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have automatically mastered various talismans such as the evil repelling and calamity dispersing talisman, the diamond talisman, the divine movement talisman, and the corpse control talisman, all reaching perfection. Fei Luo felt no surprise, exhilarated by the ease of his learning process. He had nearly scanned the supreme clarity of the Great Cave Scripture in its entirety, selectively choosing only the most practical techniques. For body techniques, he opted for the most challenging 13 forms of demon subjugation, dismissing simpler techniques like the treading leg and 12 path palms as too elementary. He recalled that in the original narrative, Uncle Joe had suffered due to his inferior body techniques when contending with zombies of equal rank. Yet, in this era of decline, merely being able to cultivate was already a considerable feat. Who would be as discerning as Fei Luo? Under the amplification of a 10,000-fold enhancement and the automatic cultivation buff, Fei Luo found the acquisition of this scripture to be effortless. Finished, I comprehended all, he declared. Fei Luo nodded, handing the secret manual to Jiao Shu. Jiao Shu acknowledged the gesture, perusing the contents with a satisfied expression. However, a sudden shock seized him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Luo, what did you say? You have comprehended it? Indeed, Master, Fei Luo replied, a hint of bashfulness crossing his features. He was acutely aware that his recent actions had been somewhat extraordinary, surpassing his master's understanding. It was only because Jiao Shu regarded him as his own that he dared to reveal a portion of his secret. If this were to leak, it might terrify a multitude. How much have you comprehended? Jiao Shu, momentarily lost in thought, grasped Fei Luo's shoulders, his voice nearly a shriek. Disciple. Fei Luo initially contemplated claiming only a 30% understanding, but reconsidered, realizing that with the imminent emergence of the Iron Corpse from the Ren family, his strength would inevitably be exposed. Disciple has comprehended it entirely. At these words, Jiao Shu's expression darkened instantaneously. His brows furrowed into 4 distinct lines. Xiao Luo, you must be jesting. Even I, hailed as the most gifted disciple of the Maoshan sect in this generation, took decades to reach the 3rd level. How could you grasp it all at a mere glance? Master, I speak not in jest. I have indeed comprehended it. Please, see for yourself. As he spoke, a flicker of flame ignited in Fei Luo's hand, demonstrating the advanced technique of the fire spell. Jiao Shu stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Just then, a graceful figure approached the ancestral hall, capturing the attention of passers-by on the street. It was Ren Tingting. After wandering for a while, her mind could not shake the image of Fei Luo, leading her to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Ah, is that Miss Ren? What brings you here? When Kai, who was preparing to stow away a talisman, caught sight of Ren Tingting at the door, momentarily distracted by her ample figure. Hello, Miss Ren. Qiu Sheng chimed in upon noticing her, feigning indifference. Ren Tingting replied with a slight smile. Is Fei Luo here? I need to discuss something with him. Upon hearing this, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared disappointment in each other's eyes. Alas, no hope for us. The younger disciple, handsome and affluent, with a refined demeanor and amiable nature, was not to be overlooked. If only we were females, we would surely be captivated by him as well. Fei Luo, Miss Ren is here to see you. Inside the hall, upon hearing this, Jiao Shu realized he had lost his composure. Cough, cough, Xiao Luo. Miss Ren has come to see you. You should go. Jiao Shu's lips twitched as he gestured for Fei Luo to depart. Such a blow to the ego. How could one compare? What kind of prodigy was this disciple? Why had he transformed so dramatically after his illness? With the voice still echoing in his ears, Fei Luo envisioned the alluring figure once more. Yes, master, I shall take my leave. With that, he stepped toward the door. Miss Rin, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? As Fei Luo emerged from the palace doors, he beheld the graceful figure standing in the courtyard. He called out. And upon hearing his voice, Rin Tingting turned with a joyful expression, softly saying, Fei Luo, I wish to invite you to my home for a visit. My father recently brought back an abundance of exquisite tea leaves, and I find myself alone at home. I wonder if, upon hearing these words, Xiaoxing and Wentai widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Miss Rin. What? Alone at home? The prospect of sharing tea is secondary. The fact that she is home alone with a solitary man is rather unsettling. Chapter 9. Rin Tingting's Anomaly, the Yin Qi Body? Faced with such a warm invitation from the enchanting beauty, Xiaoxing and Wenkai gazed at Fei Luo with deep envy. Junior brother, you must seize this opportunity. Miss Rin is the daughter of Lord Run. This chance is too precious to let slip by, Xiaoxing exclaimed. Indeed, junior brother, Wenkai concurred, opportunities like this are fleeting, and you cannot afford to decline Miss Rin's kindness. However, Fei Luo's subsequent words left both men utterly astounded. Miss Rin, I apologize, but I must contemplate the Tao today. I am unable to join you. Perhaps we can speak another time? Fei Luo said gracefully, with a smile. Xiaoxing and Wenkai were bewildered. Even Jiushu, who had been dazed in the main hall, paused upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming as he turned to look at Fei Luo outside the window. They could scarcely believe that Fei Luo would so bluntly refuse. Faced with such a delicate beauty, what man would turn her down? Could it be that Fei Luo was a straight man? Did he truly have no interest in women? As these thoughts crossed their minds, Xiaoxing and Wenkai exchanged glances, feeling a sudden tightening in their chests. Jiushu could only inwardly marvel at Fei Luo's composure. To remain unflustered in the presence of such beauty was indeed the hallmark of a prodigy in the Tao. Such a person must possess an unwavering heart. They would surely never stray from their path in the future. Junior brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Xiaoxing stepped forward and patted Fei Luo on the shoulder. The study of the Tao can happen at any time. You cannot refuse such an invitation from a beautiful woman. Xiaoxing was envious. After all, what was the study of the Tao compared to a beautiful woman? Truly, he was young and ignorant. At 25, Xiaoxing was 4 years older than Fei Luo, and he considered himself quite knowledgeable. Indeed, Fei Luo, Wenkai chimed in, Miss Rin is a young lady inviting you. To refuse her is rather disrespectful, don't you think? How would that be perceived? At that moment, Rin Tingting felt a wave of grievance wash over her. She had never been so proactive in inviting a man before. How could he reject her so outright? Was it because she was not beautiful? No, Rin Tingting believed it was not her beauty that was lacking, but rather that Fei Luo may simply not be interested in her. Countless suitors had pursued her, yet none had captured her attention. However, from the very first glance at Fei Luo, she felt drawn to him. Contemplating the possibility that Fei Luo might harbor no feelings for her, a profound sense of disappointment filled Rin Tingting's heart. No, I possess many admirable qualities. He must be the sort of man who values inner beauty over outer appearance. I must win his heart. An epiphany struck her. She realized that Fei Luo was unlike any man she had encountered before, as he did not display the usual lecherous behavior upon seeing her. This was a type of man she had never met. She was acutely aware of the impact her figure had on men. With this resolve, Rin Tingting was more determined than ever to pursue her feelings. Fei Luo, if you refuse to accompany me on a shopping spree or visit my home, I shall remain here and follow you wherever you go. Let us see how you will manage. With that, Rin Tingting strutted in her high heels, her exquisite legs moving gracefully until she stood directly before Fei Luo, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The faint aroma of her perfume wafted toward him. Observing Rin Tingting's bold advances, Xiaoxing and Wenkai exchanged exasperated glances, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Miss Tingting, please release our junior brother and come over here, they urged. Rin Tingting, upon hearing their words, turned with a cold retort. Mind your own business, you two intruders. Xiaoxing and Wenkai shared a knowing look, shrugging in resignation as they quietly departed. They understood that their presence might have deterred Fei Luo from expressing himself. Prior to this moment, they were aware that he had not engaged much with young women. With the two of them gone, Fei Luo felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. It was not that he shunned femininity, but as a time traveler, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Truth be told, Rin Tingting's alluring figure held significant allure for him. Yet he pondered whether this pace was a tad too hasty. Xiao Luo, why not spend some time with Miss Rin? You are of an age where such companionship is quite normal, suggested Jiushu with a smile. The path of cultivation can be pursued at any time. You should understand the importance of balance. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo realized he was obliged to spend the day with the esteemed Miss Rin. Very well, master, he acquiesced. Should he refuse, this persistent young lady would undoubtedly follow him home, and what would the neighbors think of a young woman accompanying him? At that point, he would find himself at a loss for words. Reluctantly accepting his fate, Fei Luo spent the afternoon in the company of beauty, eliciting envy and resentment from Qiusheng and Wenkai. Together, they wandered through the quaint town, engaging in light conversation. As a time traveler from a later era, Fei Luo's casual remarks captivated Rin Tingting, solidifying her belief that he was a gentleman of considerable refinement and knowledge. Before long, they arrived at the Rin family villa. In the Republic era, not just anyone could afford such a residence. Upon entering, Fei Luo was taken aback by the subtle presence of shadowy energy within the home. His celestial vision revealed to him an unsettling aura surrounding Rin Tingting, one that did not belong to an ordinary mortal, but rather resembled that of a spirit or ghost. How curious it was that she bore this faint trace of darkness. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Luo retracted his celestial sight, pondering this mystery. Fei Luo, come here. This is a premium De Hong Pao tea that my father recently brought from the south. You must try it, Rin Tingting exclaimed, bustling about to serve him tea and delicacies, behaving like an infatuated admirer. By the way, about that Eiffel Tower you mentioned in France, have you ever visited France? Rin Tingting sat to one side, observing Fei Luo as he savored his tea. Her curiosity piqued. The fragrance she wore was of French origin. Yet she had never set foot in France, in an era when television had yet to permeate society. How could Rin Tingting have ever witnessed the romance that France purportedly offered? I suppose I've been there in spirit, Fei Luo replied with a gentle smile, casting a glance at Rin Tingting. Wow, Fei Luo, you must be someone who has returned from abroad, am I right? I suppose so. Fei Luo replied modestly. Are you also knowledgeable about perfume brands? I know a thing or two. Unbeknownst to him, Fei Luo glanced out the window. Dusk had fallen, and the sun had dipped behind the mountains. Miss Rin, I have already consumed 18 cups of tea. I truly cannot drink any more, he said as he rose, gently preventing Rin Tingting from refilling his cup once again. Moreover, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Chapter 10, 3 days later. The funeral ceremony in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, Rin Tingting rose early, for it was not only the day of the old gentleman's burial but also the day she would meet Fei Luo. However, a most unwelcome guest had arrived at the Rin household. Clad in a traditional blue long gown with her hair elegantly tied up, Rin Tingting resembled a neighborly elder sister. As she descended the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered a person she found exceedingly repugnant. Ah, cousin, you look even more beautiful today. When did you arrive? Why didn't you inform your cousin? I would have come to fetch you, said Away, his hair parted in the middle, wearing round spectacles and a yellow suit, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, resembling a street rogue. Upon hearing his lewd voice, Rin Tingting retorted with displeasure, what does my arrival have to do with you? Do you think you have any say in it? Why, cousin, such harsh words? Away responded with a lewd grin, adjusting his glasses, but was interrupted as he spotted the elder Rin descending the stairs. Cousin, what brings you here so early today? Away asked, attempting to temper his demeanor in the presence of Rin Tingting's father. We are conducting a burial today, and I assure you, there will be no one to entertain you, Rin Laoyi remarked, casting a glance at Away, who evoked memories of Fei Luo. Compared to Fei Luo, Away was utterly contemptible. Were it not for their family ties, Rin Laoyi would have preferred to ignore him entirely. Nonetheless, Away, being from the police station, kept his demeanor in check, leading him to mistakenly believe he could aspire to higher social standing. Oh dear, how could you not inform me of such matters? Allow me to find a few able-bodied men to assist. No need. We have already made all necessary arrangements, Rin Tingting interjected, her annoyance palpable. Tingting, you must not be rude to your cousin, Rin Laoyi admonished. Away, I had everything prepared 3 days prior. You need not concern yourself. Nevertheless, I insist on helping. How could I, as a nephew, not assist in such significant affairs? Unable to withstand Away's brazen persistence, Rin Tingting, mindful of her father's expression, reluctantly permitted him to follow them. Before long, a dozen sturdy men awaited at the foot of the Nanshan mountain, equipped with ropes and prepared wooden frameworks, accompanying the Rin family to the hillside. Just as they arrived, Uncle Jiao approached with Fei Luo, Qiusheng, and Wenkai, arriving precisely on time as agreed. Qiusheng and Wenkai, carrying their bundles, swiftly prepared the ritual instruments and altar. Upon seeing Uncle Jiao and Fei Luo, Rin Tingting transformed into a fragrant breeze, darting towards them. Uncle Jiao, Fei Luo, you have arrived right on time. She then ran directly to Fei Luo and began conversing with him in front of everyone. Rin Laoyi appeared not to notice, moving forward to greet Uncle Jiao. Amidst the crowd, Away, observing his cousin engaging with a handsome young man, felt a pang of jealousy and turned to Rin Laoyi. Cousin, what are these people here for? Upon hearing this, Lord Rin chuckled softly. Away, The relocation of tombs is indeed a significant matter. This is my uncle Jiao, accompanied by a few of his disciples, whom I have invited for the rituals. However, Away absorbed none of this, his gaze fixed intently on Fei Luo, who was engaged in conversation with Rintingting. Ah, a mere apprentice from the lower echelons dare vie for a woman with me? Perhaps it was jealousy towards Fei Luo, or perhaps his disdain for Rintingting's cheerful demeanor towards Fei Luo that stirred a tempest within Away. He strode towards them, his displeasure palpable. Fei Luo had risen early that day, for the anticipation of his reward loomed ever closer. How could he not be enthusiastic? Yet, at that moment, he sensed an undercurrent of hostility. Since becoming a foundational cultivator, he had become attuned to malevolent intentions directed towards him. As he glanced up and saw Away approaching with an air of arrogance, Fei Luo couldn't help but smile. He recognized the lewd nature of this individual and anticipated his intentions. "Kid, what is your name?" Away asked, hands shoved into his pockets, nostrils flaring as he scrutinized Fei Luo. "Away, he is my friend. What do you intend to do?" Rintingting interposed, standing protectively in front of Fei Luo. Her chest puffed out defiantly towards Away. "Huh." Away sneered coldly. "Friend? Is this the kind of company you keep, cousin? Hiding behind a woman's skirts is hardly commendable." Rintingting's anger flared, pointing accusingly at Away, prepared to defend her friend from her lecherous cousin's slander. At that moment, Fei Luo extended a gentle hand to pat Rintingting's shoulder, signaling her to step back. "Miss Rin, it's nothing to worry about. He is merely yapping. A dog that bites rarely barks," Fei Luo said with a smile, offering a warm expression to Rintingting while ignoring Away entirely as he made his way towards Uncle Jiao. "You, who are you calling a dog?" Away's fury ignited as he realized Fei Luo had not only insulted him but also disregarded his presence. Fei Luo turned slightly, surveying the surroundings. "Are there any dogs here?" The commotion attracted the attention of the young men accompanying them, some unable to suppress their laughter. It was evident to all that Away was a fool. "Laugh? Keep laughing, and I'll have all of you arrested." Away's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage as he reached for the turtle shell at his waist. His threat silenced the crowd, yet the expressions on their faces were unmistakably laced with mockery. "Xiao Luo, have you discerned anything unusual?" Uncle Jiao asked Fei Luo, his tone inquisitive, yet also evaluative. Just days prior, Fei Luo had swiftly comprehended the profound knowledge contained within the true classic of the Great Cave of Upper Clarity, which encompassed much wisdom regarding the auspiciousness of feng shui. Noticing this, Lord Rin directed his attention to Fei Luo as well. Even the arrogant Away was curious to see what Fei Luo would articulate. "Lord Rin, this burial site is indeed exceptional. It is the dragonfly touching water point. The site spans approximately 34 feet, with only 4 feet usable. Its width is 13 feet, with merely 3 feet available. Therefore, the late Lord Rin cannot be interred in a traditional manner and must instead undergo a ritualistic burial. Is that not so?" Fei Luo gazed at the continuously emerging tombs and casually remarked, prompting Mr. Rin beside him to give a thumbs up. "Impressive. Truly worthy of being Master Jiao's disciple, Mr. Rin expressed with admiration, noting that the statement mirrored what a geomancer had proclaimed in years past. "Fei Luo, what is a?" When Kai scratched his head in confusion. "Does it mean to bury like the French?" "Mind your tongue." Master Ji retorted, "It's all your fault for not reading more. You only expose your ignorance." Master Ji was left speechless, as he truly could not comprehend why, despite being his disciples, there was such a vast disparity in their understanding. Chapter 11. Astonishing Talent Master. "Shall we commence the excavation now? The offerings have been made." A young man stepped forward, gazing at Fei Luo, who nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to proceed. When Kai murmured, "Isn't a legal burial akin to a French funeral?" Jiao Shu stood before the table, shaking his head. "I've told you to study diligently and read more. Look at how little you comprehend." As he spoke, Jiao Shu glanced at Fei Luo. "Xiao Luo, enlighten Kai on the meaning of a legal burial." The method of legal burial is mentioned in the Supreme Purity Scriptures, of which Fei Luo was well aware. He nodded, "Yes, master." Observing this, Qiuxing and Kai looked on with curiosity, their attention directed at Fei Luo. Even Lord Ren and Rintingting focused on Fei Luo, while the previously flushed Away now examined him with intrigue, eager to hear what Fei Luo would articulate next. "Legal burial refers to vertical interment," Fei Luo said, smiling at the assembly. "I surmise that the feng shui master must have asserted that burying ancestors upright would ensure prosperity for descendants. Am I correct?" "Ah," Lord Ren exclaimed, immediately raising his thumb in admiration. "Indeed, you are a remarkable disciple. What you articulated mirrors precisely what that feng shui master posited." At these words, Qiuxing and Kai appeared contemplative, while Rintingting's eyes sparkled with fascination. Only Away, at that moment, tempered his derisive demeanor, adopting a more serious air. It seemed this individual was not a mere dilettante. Perhaps he possessed genuine skill? Merely a mediocre practitioner. How does he compare to me? The head of the police precinct? Fei Luo smiled faintly, disregarding Away's peculiar gaze, and turned back to Lord Run. So, how accurate are the Feng Shui master's assertions? Upon hearing this, Lord Rin's expression turned somber, a hint of bitterness crossing his features as he sighed. To be candid, our family's business has been declining steadily over the past 2 decades, and we are at a loss as to why. Fei Luo shook his head and continued, Nay, this is not merely an issue of the burial site. In my view, the Feng Shui master must harbor a grudge against your family. Huh? Lord Rin glanced at Fei Luo. Puzzled. A grudge? This exchange did not escape Jiao Shu's notice, who regarded Fei Luo with growing admiration, increasingly impressed by his analytical prowess. Indeed, Lord Rin. Did your ancestor perhaps have an undisclosed conflict with the Feng Shui master? Fei Luo smiled knowingly, fully aware of the intricacies involved. Grudge? Lord Rin hesitated slightly before responding. I don't believe so. This plot originally belonged to the Feng Shui master. My father acquired it, believing it to be a treasure. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lord Rin. Was it merely a straightforward purchase? Was there no coercion involved? This left Lord Rin momentarily speechless, fumbling for words. Fei Luo, maintaining a serious demeanor, asserted, in my estimation, there must have been intimidation involved. Otherwise, one would not resort to such measures to harm your family. It appears that your ancestor must have offended the Feng Shui master. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such tactics against your entire family. Compelling you to cover the grave with concrete. Fei Luo gazed at the continuously excavated grave soil with an air of indifference. What should we do then? Lord Rin inquired, perplexed. A light sprinkling is required, like snowflakes atop a surface. That is what one calls a dragonfly touching the water. Fei Luo pointed towards the grave. Yet, your coffin lid does not even reach the water. How can it be deemed a dragonfly touching the water? As he spoke, Fei Luo paused, looking at Lord Rin. At least he possesses some conscience, allowing you to be exhumed and relocated after 20 years, inflicting upon you half a lifetime's torment rather than a full one. A generation's suffering instead of 18. Upon hearing this, Lord Rin's face instantly turned pale with terror, as a tumult of dread surged within him. This youth, seemingly so young, possessed such profound knowledge? What he uttered was identical to the circumstances of that year. The coffin has been sighted. Just then, the laborers excavating the grave announced. Immediately, everyone gathered around as the coffin lid had broken through the soil. Simultaneously, the workers brought forth a wooden frame equipped with ropes and pulleys. Extracting the coffin from the earth and laying it flat upon the ground. Release the ropes, remove the nails. Uncle Jiao spoke gravely, esteemed guests. Today marks the grand unveiling of Lord Rin's illustrious remains. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, 48, born in the year of the rooster or ox, is to turn and avert their gaze. Hearing this, many attendees promptly turned away. Now that we have averted our gazes, please tidy your attire and proceed to open the coffin. At that moment, as the malevolent energy surged forth, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the area. The birds in the distant woods seemed to sense an immense terror, taking flight in panic. Why is there such an overwhelming presence of malevolence? Uncle Jiao's pupils constricted, his heart filled with alarm. Meanwhile, Fei Luo appeared unfazed by the unfolding events, without the ability to see beyond the veil. How could a mere mortal perceive the stirrings within the grave? Boom. The coffin was gradually opened, and an intense wave of dark energy emanated from within. Exuding a chilling aura, Lord Rin's body lay quietly in the coffin, clad in official robes. Upon witnessing this scene, Uncle Jiao's pupils dilated with shock. The body, seemingly made of iron, was rigid and uncorrupted, having transformed into an iron corpse. Fei Luo stepped forward, his curiosity piqued as he beheld a genuine zombie for the first time. Master, this corpse has already become an iron corpse, Fei Luo remarked, glancing at the zombie within the coffin. Uncle Jiu nodded solemnly, his heart brimming with astonishment. How could such a transformation into an iron corpse occur in a mere 20 years? Father, grandfather. In stark contrast to Uncle Jiu's reaction, Lord Run and Rin Tingting fell to their knees, exclaiming, Father, we have disturbed your esteemed presence, my unfilial actions. Shortly thereafter, Lord Rin rose and turned to Fei Luo. Young Master Fei Luo, can this grave still be utilized? Fei Luo shook his head. A dragonfly touches the water. It may touch again, but never in the same place. This grave is no longer viable and, pausing for a moment, Fei Luo continued with gravity, Lord Rin, to be candid with you. You have witnessed the state of Lord Rin's remains. The malevolence has permeated. The flesh remains rigid and uncorrupted. He has already become a zombie. What? A zombie? Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, the young laborers present were instantly stricken with terror, their faces drained of color. Lord Run, upon receiving this revelation, swallowed hard and cast another glance at his father's lifeless body. Similarly, Rin Tingting was equally affected, drawing closer to Fei Luo in fright. her elevated bosom inadvertently pressing against his arm. Fei Luo, what? What shall we do? Lord Ren stammered, his voice trembling. At that moment, Uncle Joe spoke up, suggesting, I propose we proceed with cremation on-site to alleviate any lingering concerns. Chapter 12. The corpse of Lord Ren. Upon hearing these words, Lord Ren shook his head vehemently, as if his very being was a pendulum. Cremation? Absolutely not. My late father abhorred fire more than anything. I cannot proceed with such an act. In the great Xia kingdom, filial piety has always been paramount. Even at the age of 50, Lord Ren remained steadfastly traditional regarding such matters. Uncle Gio, now visibly anxious, implored, Lord Ren, failing to cremate will lead to grave troubles. No matter the circumstance, cremation is out of the question. Uncle Gio, you must contemplate alternative solutions. Lord Ren declared with a serious countenance. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the coffin of the late Lord Ren trembled, releasing a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings in an icy grip. The sound of the coffin's agitation startled several young men, prompting them to flee behind Uncle Gio. In a swift motion, Fei Luo stepped forward, his fingertips aglow with potent energy. With the grace of jade, he inscribed an intricate symbol upon the lid of the coffin, silencing its unrest. Uncle Gio nodded in satisfaction. Fei Luo had employed a coffin-confining talisman, a powerful enchantment designed to suppress the undead within. Witnessing Fei Luo's adeptness in quelling the coffin's disturbance, the onlookers gazed at him in astonishment. Fei Luo, you are truly remarkable. Ren Tingting exclaimed, her admiration evident. Lord Ren, as you can see, were it not for my disciple's intervention, your father might have emerged to greet you at this very moment, Uncle Gio remarked with a smile, turning toward Lord Ren. Yet, despite the fright, Lord Ren continued to shake his head. Uncle Gio, this truly cannot be. Please, consider other alternatives. With a slight sigh, Uncle Gio conceded, very well. For the time being, we shall place Lord Ren's body in our mortuary. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in finding a fitting burial site, allowing him to rest in peace post-ritual. At this pronouncement, Fei Luo silently exhaled a breath of relief. If Lord Ren were to be cremated here, where would I earn my rewards? He mused inwardly, though a frown creased his brow. Something feels amiss. In the original tale, Lord Ren's corpse aura should not be this intense. Meanwhile, Lord Ren nodded, acknowledging that this was the only recourse available. Nonetheless, he was more concerned with securing an auspicious burial site to bless his descendants, as his business had dwindled over the past 2 decades, and he sought to reverse his fortunes to remedy his financial losses. Subsequently, the young men carried the coffin from South Mountain to the mortuary. Upon their arrival, Uncle Joe promptly prepared his talismans to expel the corpse aura from Lord Ren's body. Fei Luo observed his master's techniques while Qiuxing and Wenkai diligently sought yellow paper, chicken blood, dog blood, and other necessary items as instructed by Uncle Gio. Fei Luo understood that every Taoist had their own unique methods for exorcising spirits. In this age of decline, where cultivation was arduous, ghost catching relied heavily on talismans, emphasizing strategy rather than brute force. Taoists could resort to tools to gain an advantage. Fei Luo, however, preferred to confront challenges head-on. The practice of drawing talismans and chanting incantations can often seem cumbersome. When faced with truly formidable spirits, one might find themselves meeting their demise before even completing a single talisman. Only formidable strength can truly offer protection. Soon, Master Gio hastily crafted a plethora of yellow talismans, which he entrusted to Fei Luo and Xiao Luo. These talismans were all corpse-restraining charms, intended for affixing to the coffin. Fei Luo nodded in acknowledgement, diligently covering the coffin with the talismans. Almost immediately, Master Gio retrieved an ink line soaked in rooster's blood and called over Qiusheng and Wenkai. You too, use this ink line to draw the heavenly net on the coffin. Do not be careless or negligent. Understood, Qiusheng replied with a nod, smiling as he remarked. This heavenly net combined with the yang talismans is meant to suppress zombies that have not yet completely transformed. Very well, begin your work. I am feeling a bit weary and shall retire for a while, Master Gio said, removing his Taoist robe as he made his way to his quarters. Fei Luo, are you there? At that moment, Ren Tingting arrived at the door, calling out. Upon hearing this, Qiusheng and Wenkai exchanged knowing glances and teased. Little junior brother, Miss Ren is here to see you. Hurry along. Fei Luo, slightly embarrassed, scratched his nose and replied, You two continue. I'll be back shortly. With that, he turned to leave for the outer courtyard. In truth, Fei Luo was curious to see whether Qiusheng and Wenkai would, as in the original story, leave an opening for the old Master Ren. If the transformation could not be completed, how would he obtain his reward? However, he felt no anxiety. Qiusheng and Wenkai appeared to be fully aware of their tasks. It was likely they would forget to draw the lines at the bottom of the coffin. and perhaps remaining here would counteract their efforts, leading them to inadvertently draw bloodlines on the coffin's base. Fei Luo, I'm so scared. You're so powerful. Could you come visit my home? Rin Tingting beamed as she approached him. What is there to fear? It's broad daylight. Is there truly a ghost? Fei Luo jested, noticing Rin Tingting in her new blue dress. Not that, she replied, casting a wary glance toward the backyard. The commotion today frightens me. Your profound abilities reassure me. Very well. This time, Fei Luo did not decline, knowing that tonight marked the resurrection of the old Master Rin, making it convenient for him to act while at the Rin residence. Really? That is wonderful. Rin Tingting exclaimed with joy. With that, the two exited the mortuary, heading toward the Rin estate. Shortly after Fei Luo's departure, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai finally completed their critical task, having drawn the ink line over the coffin thoroughly. Yet they had entirely forgotten the bottom of the coffin. Satisfied with their work, they laid down their tools and each departed. That night, the moon shone dimly, and the small town was unusually quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs echoing through the night sky. Inside the mortuary, the coffin containing Old Master Rin S suddenly began to tremble. With a swift motion, Old Master Rin opened his sunken, hollow eyes, seemingly able to pierce through the surrounding darkness, clearly perceiving the interior of the coffin. Old Master Rin's hands, adorned with exceptionally sharp black nails, began to elongate, reaching a length of nearly 10 centimeters. A deep, oppressive aura escaped his lips, accompanied by a foul stench that reverberated within the confines of the coffin. As Old Master Rin's eyes shifted, his hands extended to touch the lid of the coffin, intent on breaking free. At that very moment, when his hands made contact with the surface of the coffin, the intricate web of spells upon it emitted a radiant glow, and the talismans shimmered with light. His hands were suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning that surged forth, producing wisps of dark smoke. The web of spells, in conjunction with the corpse-restraining talisman, served to suppress the reanimated dead, effectively countering malevolent forces. Chapter 13. The brutality of Old Master Rin. Old Master Rin exhibited remarkable reflexes, retracting his hands the moment he made contact, a contemplative glint shimmering in his eyes. Thunderous rumbles echoed through the air. Despite several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Suddenly, he discerned that the plank beneath him elicited no such reaction. In an instant, the coffins within the ancestral hall began to roll abruptly, their bases turned upwards. With a resounding crash, a pair of gray hands emerged from the coffin's base, and the casket shattered open, revealing Old Master Rin. He cast his gaze around, surveying his surroundings before directing his attention towards the northern expanse beyond the ancestral hall. In the depths of his being, he felt an intense calling from that direction, as if two pulsating essences of life were beckoning him. With a hiss, he exhaled 2 streams of dark vapor from his nostrils and began to leap towards the exit of the ancestral hall. A quarter of an hour later, in the fields beyond the town, Old Master Rin absorbed the moonlight as his 2 fangs elongated grotesquely, an air of malevolence surrounding him as the sin of death and darkness enveloped his form. He had now undergone a complete transformation. A chilling roar reverberated through the night, sending shivers down the spine of any who heard it. With each bound, Old Master Rin continued his trajectory towards the Rin family compound. Meanwhile, within the villa, Fei Luo, seated in meditation in his chamber, abruptly opened his eyes, his aura commanding and formidable. His gaze shifted southward, where he perceived a thick fog of death and darkness approaching the Rin household. I have awaited your arrival for so long, Fei Luo murmured, a glimmer of excitement igniting within him. The thought of what rewards Old Master Rin might bring him thrilled his spirit. Simultaneously, he noted the moonlight that had previously poured into the Rin residence had vanished, shrouded now by a canopy of ominous clouds. A unique energy permeating the air, foreboding the onset of calamity and bloodshed. Yet, Fei Luo remained unperturbed. His sole desire was to discern the rewards that would follow Old Master Rin's demise. Elsewhere, as Old Master Rin underwent his metamorphosis, the slumbering Jiu Shu within the ancestral hall felt a sudden disturbance, jolting upright. His gaze fell upon the gathering storm clouds, and a wave of dread surged within him. Qiu Sheng, Wen Kai, he called out as he exited, his eyes fixated on the brightly lit mortuary. Hearing his voice, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai emerged from the side courtyard. Have you taken care of the coffin? Jiu Shu inquired, scrutinizing the pair, who appeared groggy. Master, it has all been handled. Their words faltered abruptly as they stared in shock at the sight before them. The coffin of Old Master Rin lay on the floor, its base grotesquely shattered, revealing that the body within had vanished without a trace. Master, this. Wen Kai gasped, swallowing hard, casting a questioning glance towards Jiu Shu. Where is Fei Luo? Jiu Shu queried, redirecting his gaze towards the two. Master, the junior disciple and Miss Round have gone to the Rin residence, Jiu Sheng replied, eyeing Jiao Shu with concern. Fortunately, Uncle Jiao nodded, commanding, quickly gather the talismans. We must head to the Rin residence. Understood, Qiao Sheng responded promptly, and the two began preparing various talismans. Fei Luo, I hope you can withstand the pressure from old Master Rin. Master will arrive shortly, Uncle Jiao murmured gravely. He was acutely aware that Fei Luo had attained the 9th level of qi refinement. However, that was an iron corpse, its body as unyielding as iron, possessing strength comparable to the foundational stage of cultivation. Furthermore, old Master Rin had evidently been an iron corpse for quite some time, likely surpassing even his own power. Uncle Jiao did not possess complete confidence in confronting someone who had refined their corpse to such an extent. In Rinjia town, the streets were unusually deserted that night. Even the vendors had closed their stalls and returned home early. Since the afternoon, a chilling wind had swept through the town, dissuading anyone from venturing outdoors. A traveler, bundled in his coat, hurried along, muttering about the biting cold and the ominous clouds overhead. At that moment, he suddenly paused, staring ahead. There, before him, stood a figure clad in Qing dynasty official robes, hopping about. What on earth? A prank? He wondered aloud. Hey, what are you doing dressed so oddly at this hour? It's already the Republic era. Aren't you afraid of being arrested? In this modern age, no one retained garments or hairstyles from the previous dynasty. Roar. Old Master Ren's nostrils flared slightly as he caught the scent of fresh human blood. In a swift motion, he turned, arms raised, exhaling 2 streams of black mist as he fixed his gaze upon the man behind him. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the street. Roar. Old Master Ren released the lifeless body of the man, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the hunger within him becoming ever more pronounced. The blood he craved was 10 times more delectable, calling out to him. He accelerated, plunging into the small courtyard of the Rin residence. What the hell? Help? There's a zombie. Someone, please. In the darkness, chaos erupted within the Rin residence. Many servants were thrown into disarray, their screams, cries for help, and astonished exclamations mingling with the feral roars, rendering the night tumultuous and far from tranquil. With a thud, lights blazed within the Rin estate. Hearing the cacophony, old Master Rin hurriedly descended the stairs. Rintingting, too, was awakened. Donning her nightgown, she ventured downstairs and caught sight of her father's silhouette. Father, there's a zombie. A zombie. A terrified servant rushed in, trembling as he spoke. Roar. No sooner had the servant spoken than old Master Rin lunged into the villa, his jagged fangs glistening with still wet blood. Ting-ting, quickly return to your room and awaken Master Fei Luo. Old Master Rin's face was a mask of panic. How could he not realize that his father, who had passed away 20 years ago, had now risen as a zombie? At his words, Rin Tingting nodded and dashed upstairs. Father. Just then, Uncle Jiao arrived, accompanied by Qiao Sheng and Wen Kai. Upon glancing at the Rin residence, which remained unscathed, and finding Master Rin in good health, Jiao Shu let out a sigh of relief. The sight of Jiao Shu's arrival brought immense joy to Master Rin, who exclaimed, Jiao Shu, did you not mention your intention to return to the ancestral hall to dispel the corpse aura? What has transpired? As he spoke, Master Rin hurriedly sought refuge beside Jiao Shu. Allow me to subdue this fiend first, and then I shall explain, Jiao Shu replied, swiftly retrieving the binding ropes meant for corpses and directing them towards old Master Rin. With a mighty sweep of his hand, old Master Rin effortlessly broke free from the binding ropes, sending Qioshin and Wakai tumbling forcefully to the ground. Goodness, does this ghastly creature possess such strength? Wakai, dazed and disoriented from the fall, muttered curses as he rose to his feet. Chapter 14. The brutal assault on Lord Ren with a raised eyebrow. Jushu felt a surge of astonishment within him. His initial encounter with the iron corpse revealed a force far beyond his expectations. The binding ropes, empowered by magic, proved utterly ineffective against it. In truth, Lord Ren was significantly more formidable than depicted in the original narrative, a fact that did not escape Fei Luo's keen observation. Fei Luo remained unperturbed as he watched Lord Ren, for he knew that Jiao would arrive promptly, just as in the original tale. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Fei Luo was no fool. He sensed that Lord Ren had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, and he would not recklessly expose himself to danger. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, leaving no room for lamentation. Fei Luo had little faith in the tropes of novels where protagonists faced no fatal repercussions. His guiding principle was to devise a strategy before taking action. As for the previously encountered red-clad female ghost, Fei Luo dismissed her, recognizing her as a mere initial stage practitioner not worth his concern. With a snort, Lord Ren expelled 2 jets of black smoke, evidently irritated by the 3 insignificant flies before him, one of which lunged at Jiao Shu. Prepare yourself, Jiao Shu exclaimed as he grasped his talismanic peachwood sword and slashed at the approaching corpse. Crack! In a single stroke, the peachwood sword shattered, its fragility beyond description. What? Jiushu barely had time to register his shock before Lord Ren's hand sent him flying. Master! Qiuxing and Wentai gasped in alarm, their eyes widening in disbelief. Upon landing, Jiushu felt his blood surge violently, and he swiftly retrieved a stack of copper coins from within his garments. Coins that had been imbued with magical energy, not mere trifles. With a single hand gesture, Jiushu transformed the coins into a sword of copper. Take this, he declared, leaping forward with the copper sword aimed at Lord Ren. In the astonished gazes of Lord Ren and the others, Jiushu's copper sword merely sparked against Lord Ren's form before losing its potency and scattering. Boom. This time, Lord Ren appeared infuriated, once more swatting Jiushu away with a sweep of his arm. At that moment, Ren Tingting had arrived at the threshold of Fei Luo's room. The sounds of battle from below heightened her anxiety. Just as she was about to knock, she hesitated momentarily. She couldn't help but worry. What if Fei Luo were injured? After all, Jiushu was currently being treated like a punching bag by his own grandfather. Creak. Just as Ren Tingting stood in a daze, the door swung open. Fei Luo, clad in a black casual outfit, smiled at her. Miss Ren, stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for her response, Fei Luo sprang down the staircase. Meanwhile, Jiushu found himself grasped by the throat by Lord Ren, his complexion flushed. In his hand was a half-burned talisman. A corpse-restraining charm prepared before his departure, yet this supposedly infallible charm was utterly ineffectual against Lord Ren. The yellow paper talismans were of the lowest grade. How could they possibly contend with the iron corpse's overwhelming strength embodied by Lord Ren? Xiao Luo, run! Jiushu gasped, his face reddening as he beheld Fei Luo leaping down. Uncle Jiu was engulfed in tremendous fear. The iron corpse, Ren Laote, surpassed his expectations to an extraordinary degree, rendering him utterly powerless. Monster, release my master and come at me. As he spoke, Fei Luo transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Ren Laote. Demon subduing 13 styles. Shadowless palm. The powerful magical energy enveloped Fei Luo's hand as his jade-like palm lightly struck Ren Laote. Bang! Ren Laote was sent flying backward, his form bending at a sharp angle as if struck by an immense force. The spectators were left in a state of shock, witnessing Fei Luo effortlessly send Ren Laote hurtling through the air. Uncle Jiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, stammering, Xiao Luo, you. It was evident to him that Fei Luo's cultivation had already surpassed his own. Clearly at the foundation establishment stage, Fei Luo's claim was not unfounded. This was indeed one of the techniques from the supreme Taoist scripture, the demon subduing 13 styles. Hee, Fei Luo turned, modestly touching his nose. Master, I was fortunate to have a breakthrough recently. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu was utterly bewildered. To heal in a single day and reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and within such a short span, achieve foundation establishment? This. Qiuxing and Wenkai wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, secretly giving Fei Luo a thumbs up. Little junior brother is truly extraordinary. Fei Luo, be careful. Ren Tingting on the 2nd floor exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. After witnessing Fei Luo's strike that sent Ren Laote flying, she saw the latter howling as he lunged at Fei Luo, prompting her warning. It's nothing, Miss Ren. No need for concern. Fei Luo replied with a grin, turning to face the charging Ren Laote. At this moment, dark energy erupted from all 7 of Ren Laote's orifices. He seemed incredulous that such a diminutive human possessed such formidable power, though the demon subduing 13 styles were a simplified, lower-tier technique. Mastering it to perfection proved more than sufficient to deal with an iron corpse. Giant spirit palm, spirit link finger, demon subduing fist. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Fei Luo effortlessly repelled Ren Laote with each of his strikes. The outer walls of the Ren family villa had already been marred by several human-shaped holes. Yet, the iron corpse, Ren Laote, appeared to suffer minimal damage from these assaults. Rather, the corpse energy emanating from him intensified. Goodness, truly a copper-headed, iron-armed being. No wonder he is an iron corpse to the extreme, Fei Luo observed as Ren Laote lunged again. His magical energy surged within him, transforming his fist into a palm blade, delivering a fierce gust toward Ren Laote's shoulder. Roar! A nauseating wave of corpse energy spewed from Ren Laote's orifices. And to Fei Luo's astonishment, his palm strike only caused a slight tremor in Ren Laote. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. After failing to land a decisive blow, he swiftly retreated several meters. This is bad. He is about to go berserk. Xiao Luo, quickly use a fire spell to burn him. Fire counters evil energy. And zombies fear fire. Uncle Jiu exclaimed, noticing the bloodlust gleaming in Ren Laote's eyes, the corpse energy around him palpable. Understood. Fei Luo nodded, dispelling any underestimation he had harbored. The iron corpse, seemingly composed entirely of iron, is impervious to ordinary weapons and blades, truly formidable. It is evident that my own realm is insufficient, were I to attain the late stage of foundation establishment. Employing the 13 styles of demon suppression against it would be exceedingly effortless. Should I reach the golden core stage, a single strike would suffice to vanquish the iron corpse. The southern fiery malevolence, the western fierce might, the essence of fire, swift as a decree. The crowd widened their eyes in anticipation as Fei Luo formed a hand seal and chanted incantations under his breath, a flicker of flame manifesting at his fingertips. Go. With a graceful motion of his slender hand, the flame darted forth, swiftly arriving before Old Master Ren. Old Master Ren bared his fangs, seemingly dismissive. Although the undead fear fire, could such a feeble flame be taken seriously? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 15. The acquisition of a substantial reward. In an instant, the flickering flame surged with the wind, transforming into a fierce blaze that enveloped the entire figure of Old Master Ren. Roar! Roar! As the flames ensnared him, Old Master Ren became a fiery apparition, emitting desperate howls as the stench of death seeped from his pores in a futile attempt to resist the inferno. Alas, this fire was conjured by a curse, specifically designed to vanquish malevolence, and within moments, Old Master Ren was reduced to mere ashes. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a radiant beam of virtuous light manifested above the heads of Rin Tingting and her daughter, seamlessly merging into Fei Luo's being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Old Master Rin and receiving a mysterious reward. Just as Old Master Rin disintegrated into ash, the virtuous light entered his body, and the system's voice echoed in Fei Luo's mind. A faint smile graced Fei Luo's lips. The reward from Old Master Rin had awaited him for far too long. However, he had yet to claim his reward, for Rin Tingting was already rushing toward him. Outside, Uncle Gio and the others were left in stunned silence. This is the spirit fire curse, Uncle Gio murmured, recalling the flicker of flame that had appeared at Fei Luo's fingertips. Mastery of curses had reached such heights that one need not draw symbols. A myriad of spells could be unleashed in an instant. Yet, due to the decline of the mystical era, many talented practitioners had found it increasingly difficult to cultivate their abilities, leading to the invention of talismanic symbols, which allowed spells to be cast through limited magical energy. The drawbacks of this method were glaringly evident. Formidable spirits would undoubtedly not grant one ample time to inscribe symbols in the heat of battle. What manner of prodigy have I taken in? Uncle Gio pondered. His mind in tumult, he felt that Fei Luo's recent transformations were akin to a magician's tricks, as he had swiftly surpassed him in prowess. Fei Luo, are you all right? Rin Tingting called with concern, her slippers slapping against the floor as she hurried down from upstairs, clad in her pajamas. So handsome, truly impressive. Fei Luo not only possessed striking looks but also exceptional knowledge and formidable strength. He had effortlessly dispatched the powerful zombie. I'm fine, really, Fei Luo replied, chuckling at Rin Tingting's starry-eyed admiration. He turned to Uncle Gio and Qiu Sheng, each adorned with signs of battle. They bore their own marks of valor not due to Fei Luo's negligence, but rather because he wished to preserve the narrative's integrity. If the three of them remained unscathed, how could subsequent events unfold? Simultaneously, Fei Luo, having battled Old Master Ren, deeply sensed his own limitations. He understood that Uncle Gio's current strength was merely the beginning. His power would only continue to grow. Fei Luo was acutely aware that there were many spirits far more formidable than Old Master Ren in this world. If he struggled against one, what would he do when faced with a mightier adversary? Xiao Luo, you truly astonish me. Uncle Gio rose, looking at Fei Luo with admiration. Master, you all are injured. I am sorry for arriving too late, Fei Luo said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he noticed the wounds they bore. Observing this, Old Master Ren immediately stepped forward, addressing the group. Uncle Gio, I shall fetch a doctor. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio shook his head. Master Ren, the wounds we bear are inflicted by a zombie, and we have been poisoned by its corpse venom. Ordinary physicians are unable to treat this. Master Ren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he gazed at Uncle Gio, pondering how to resolve this predicament. Simultaneously, a flicker of guilt stirred within him. Had it not been for Uncle Gio and Fei Luo today, the Ren family would likely have faced dire consequences. Qiu Sheng, please procure some glutinous rice. Remember, it must be pure glutinous rice, for it has the power to dispel corpse poison. Uncle Gio instructed Qiu Sheng. Understood, I shall go at once. Qiu Sheng nodded and swiftly departed on his bicycle. Witnessing this scene, Fei Luo's spirits lifted. Now, it is time for Dong Xiaoyu to make her entrance. Uncle Gio, I am truly sorry, it is all my fault. Master Ren approached, rubbing his hands together with an apologetic expression as he watched Qiu Sheng leave. Today, He had profoundly felt the formidable strength of the zombie. Had it not been for Uncle Gio and Fei Luo, he and Rin Tingting might not have survived. Fear not. It is our duty to vanquish evil and uphold justice, Uncle Gio replied with a gentle smile, casting a meaningful glance at Master Rin. Understanding dawned on Master Rin immediately. Butler, bring forth the silver dollars. Master Rin commanded with a wave of his hand. Before long, the butler returned with a wooden tray, upon which lay neatly arranged rows of silver dollars. Uncle Gio, this is a token of my gratitude. I hope you will graciously accept it. Uncle Gio smiled mildly, accepting only 2 jars containing $100 in total. Master Rin, this is what I am owed. I shall not accept more than is due. Uncle Gio chuckled, handing 1 jar of silver dollars to Fei Luo. Even a Taoist must sustain themselves. The pursuit of enlightenment requires the essentials of life. Thank you, Master. Fei Luo replied without hesitation, taking the silver dollars and storing them away. Uncle Gio, Master Fei Luo, why not stay the night at my humble abode? Tomorrow Master Rin, feeling reassured after seeing Uncle Gio accept the money, spoke in a lowered voice. Well, just as Uncle Gio was about to decline, Rin Tingting immediately began to act coy. Father, I'm so frightened. You must let Master Lin and the others stay. What if more monsters come? She pleaded, shaking her father's arm. Uncle Gio, look, it's quite late. Do stay with us tonight and depart tomorrow. Master Rin and his daughter harmonized, making it difficult for Uncle Gio to refuse. Subsequently, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Fei Luo returned to his room. Sitting upright on his bed, he promptly commanded the system, claim rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Master Rin's Iron Corpse, earning the divine ability, 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Iron Corpse, acquiring the treasure, 3 Tian Yuan Soul Gathering Pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the Iron Corpse, obtaining the divine ability, Soul Capturing Technique. Remarkable. Upon hearing the series of rewards from the system, Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the blink of an eye, 2 obscure and intricate incantations appeared within his mind. Ding. Under the enhancement of your 5th grade spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning Technique has reached 5. Under the enhancement of your human level 5th grade spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the Soul Capture Technique has reached an impressive 50. Suddenly, 2 voices of automatic cultivation resonated within Fei Luo's mind. He was taken aback. Why was one at merely 5, while the other soared to 50? With a puzzled expression, Fei Luo turned his gaze toward the system space. After briefly examining the annotations of the 2 divine abilities, clarity dawned upon him. The Supreme Clear Great Cave True Scripture was a simplified version, categorized by the system as a third-rate technique, allowing for instantaneous comprehension. In contrast, the 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning Technique was deemed a top-tier divine ability by the system, belonging to the category of formidable offensive techniques. The 9 Heavens Thunder could vanquish evil and dispel hindrances, shattering myriad laws with a single strike, thus explaining its slower grasp. As for the Soul Capture Technique, it was an auxiliary divine ability capable of ensnaring the minds of various beings, not limited to humans, but also encompassing spirits and other entities. Chapter 16. The brutal beating of Old Master Rin. This method, once perfected, allows one to manipulate malevolent spirits for personal gain. Although it does not possess the overwhelming might of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, it is undeniably a most peculiar technique. The manipulation of the human psyche hinges upon the element of the uncanny. The notion of top-tier realms reverberated deeply within Fei Luo's heart. Suddenly, Fei Luo cast his gaze upon the minuscule comprehension rate of the Great Freedom Primordial Tao, presently standing at a mere fraction of a percent, and enlightenment dawned upon him. Clearly, the Great Freedom Primordial Tao scripture necessitates reaching a certain threshold of cultivation. For instance, take the Soul Capturing Technique. Currently, in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, what would happen in the later stages? The cultivation technique is self-propelling on a daily basis, augmented by a factor of 10,000. Would this elevation in realm influence his advancement? Contemplating this, Fei Luo wasted no time and promptly consumed a celestial essence gathering pill. Boom. Within moments, Fei Luo felt a surge of magical power erupting from within him, as the celestial essence gathering pill transformed into pure arcane energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Under the 10,000-fold amplification of your 5th grade spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the 9 Heavens Thunder Invocation has reached 15. Ding. Under the 10,000-fold amplification of your 5th grade spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the Soul Capturing Technique has reached 100. Perfect comprehension achieved. Indeed, as anticipated, Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his heart brimming with joy. In the later stage of foundation establishment, diligent practice of the Nine Heavens Thunder Invocation could advance automatically by 10% in a single day, whereas the soul-capturing technique could be mastered flawlessly at this very stage. A revelation dawned upon Fei Luo. Should he employ the soul-capturing technique on others, he could seize their very souls, uncover their innermost thoughts, and even manipulate their actions. What a tyrannical method! If this fell into the hands of a nefarious practitioner, the consequences would be unfathomable. A chill crept into Fei Luo's heart as he pondered this. The technique does not unleash itself autonomously, much like a blade does not strike without a wielder. The malevolence of a technique is entirely contingent upon the intentions of its user, rather than the technique itself. In the future, should he encounter similar apparitions, it might be worth a trial. Fei Luo murmured softly. The soul-capturing technique has a low threshold for initiation, yet its potential is remarkably high. He cannot control beings of higher cultivation than himself, but it is unequivocally effective against those of lower realms, continuously enhancing with his own advancement. He still possessed 2 celestial essence-gathering pills and 3 cleansing marrow pills, which he ought to present to his master at the opportune moment. Fei Luo contemplated, formulating a plan in his mind. His master's strength was currently limited to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Fei Luo understood that his master would grow formidable in time, yet that would require an extensive duration. Uncle Jiao regarded him as family, and thus he ought not to conceal his capabilities. With 3 cleansing marrow pills remaining, it was fortuitous that he could offer one each to his master, Qiuxing, and Wen Kai. The 2 celestial essence-gathering pills would also assist his master in enhancing his cultivation. A glimmer of determination flickered in Fei Luo's gaze. With the system at his disposal, it was clear that he could not remain perpetually by his master's side. This vast world is filled with spirits and wonders awaiting his discovery. Remaining in his master's shadow would yield little benefit to his own growth. Meanwhile, Qiuxing, who had ventured out to procure glutinous rice, stumbled upon a captivating adventure. As Qiuxing rode his magnificent bicycle along the path, he ventured towards the rice shop that lingered in his memories. The resplendent moon hung like a luminous disk in the night sky, its silvery beams illuminating the earth and rendering everything distinctly visible. A sudden gust of night breeze swept through, and a woman clad in a flowing white gown appeared behind Qiuxing, her eyes shimmering with an unusual hue as she scrutinized him. Oblivious to this occurrence, Qiuxing continued his ride. A distant voice echoed through the stillness, warning of fire and theft, reminiscent of the town crier's call in the old society, which not only marked the hours but also served as a signal against lurking bandits, a common threat in those tumultuous times. At that moment, the woman in white smiled, a cunning thought flickering in her mind. With a delicate wave of her hand, she vanished from sight. Help! A woman's cry resonated from afar. Qiuxing halted abruptly, his expression shifting to alarm as he beheld the white-clad lady being accosted by the town crier. Fueled by youthful vigor and indignation at the sight, he dismounted his bicycle and dashed forward. With a swift kick, he sent the bewildered town crier tumbling, swiftly aiding the white-clad lady to her feet. "Are you all right, my lady?" he inquired, captivated by her graceful figure and delicate features, his heart swelling with affection. Indeed, he found himself enamored by her beauty. "I am well. Thank you for your gallant rescue. Had it not been for you, I fear." Dong Xiaoyu feigned modesty, further igniting Qiuxing's heart. "My lady, why are you out here alone at such an hour? Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you," Qiuxing gently asked, his eyes filled with concern. "My home is just ahead. Thank you, noble sir," Dong Xiaoyu replied sweetly. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Qiuxing said, unhesitatingly helping her onto the bicycle as they rode in the direction she indicated. With her delicate arms entwined around Qiuxing's waist, her body nestled against his back. She inhaled deeply, savoring the masculine aura he exuded, her gaze clouded with intrigue. What a robust vitality. I had no idea he was a practitioner of the Tao. I shall gradually extract his essence, Dong Xiaoyu mused, her eyes fixed upon Qiuxing's back, her thoughts veiled in secrecy. Unbeknownst to him, Qiuxing remained entirely unaware of her intentions. Before long, they arrived at what Dong Xiaoyu referred to as her home. "Please, come in for a cup of tea. I have yet to properly thank you," she implored from the doorstep, her eyes pleading as Qiuxing prepared to leave. He hesitated, captivated by the allure in her gaze. "All right, but I must leave shortly, my master awaits me." Silence enveloped them as the door of Dong Xiaoyu's home shut with a resounding thud, sealing their entry into the courtyard. On the other side, Fei Luo rose and approached the door of Jiushu and Wen Cai's room. Inside, the murmuring of Wen Kai could be heard. "Master, where has Qiuxing gone to buy glutinous rice? He has been gone for 2 hours and has yet to return," Wen Kai grumbled, enduring the severe pain in his arm. Jiushu sighed silently, contemplating that according to the distance, he should have returned by now. Knock, knock. At that moment, A knocking sound resonated. Surely, Jiuxing has returned. Jiushu's eyes brightened as he moved forward to open the door. Xiao Luo? Fei Luo smiled slightly. Master, I have brought 2 pills that should be able to dispel the corpse poison. Upon hearing this, Jiushu was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Luo, you still possess pills? The least effective antidote would have to be a minor returning pill, and it cannot be refined without reaching the core formation stage. However, as Jiushu spoke, it was as if a lump lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. Chapter 17. The thunderous divine art. He gazed in astonishment at the 2 elixirs in Fei Luo's hands, adorned with intricate dark patterns, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Great restoration pill. Uncle Jiu was taken aback. At that moment, Wen Kai, who had approached upon hearing the commotion, inquired, Master, what is the great restoration pill? Uncle Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Wen Kai but offered no reply, instead directing his attention back to Fei Luo. Xiao Luo, from whence did you procure these elixirs? In that instant, Uncle Jiu could no longer maintain his composure. Fei Luo had already astonished him beyond measure. The Great Restoration Pill was a legendary concoction in this era. Furthermore, alchemy could only be mastered by formidable figures at the core formation stage. In contemporary times, the core formation stage itself was akin to a myth. Master, I discovered these at a temple on Nanshan a few days ago. No need for further discussion. Just consume them, Fei Luo replied with a grin, fabricating an excuse. Uncle Jiu regarded Fei Luo with suspicion. Did you say it was a land deity temple? Fei Luo nodded, remaining reticent. Master, you and senior brother Wen Kai each take 1. There will be further surprises after consumption. Fei Luo feigned mystery as he placed the elixirs into their hands. Uncle Jiu contemplated Fei Luo, realizing that to decline any further would be to disregard his disciple's earnest intentions. Wen Kai, this great restoration pill is a top-tier healing elixir. Capable of mending both external wounds and internal ailments, dispelling malevolent toxins, it is one of the finest in our Taoist tradition. Uncle Jiu explained as he accepted the elixir and handed one to Wen Kai. Wow, how impressive! Wen Kai exclaimed, salivating at the sight of the elixir in his hands. After being scratched by old Master Ren, his wound had itched unbearably, akin to ants crawling over it. The prospect of alleviating his suffering was simply splendid. Thank you, Fei Luo. Wen Kai earnestly expressed his gratitude before tilting his head back and swallowing the elixir. Uncle Jiu did the same, and visibly, their wounds began to heal rapidly, the dark blood transforming into wisps of steam that dissipated into the air. Within a short span, both Wen Kai and Uncle Jiu had fully recovered. Master, this is but a token of my appreciation, Fei Luo said, producing 2 jade vials and handing them to Uncle Jiu. What is this? Uncle Jiu uncorked one of the vials and immediately inhaled sharply. 3 cleansing marrow pills and 2 heavenly essence gathering pills? These were all legendary elixirs documented in the sex texts. Fei Luo, this is far too precious. Consuming such elixirs would be a waste. You ought to. Uncle Jiu's words were interrupted by Fei Luo. Master, you treat your disciples as your own kin. This is my heartfelt intention. Besides, these elixirs are of no use to me now. I have already consumed them. Otherwise, how could my cultivation have progressed so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu scrutinized Fei Luo closely. You have already reached the late foundation establishment stage? Uncle Jiu was left speechless in astonishment. Just moments ago, during Fei Luo's battle with old Master Ren, he had sensed that Fei Luo was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet now he could not even perceive his aura. The leap between stages was beyond his comprehension. Indeed, Fei Luo nodded. Master, please accept them. Each of you and the 2 senior brothers may take 1 cleansing marrow pill. And those 2 heavenly essence gathering pills are just sufficient for you to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Golo and Kai stood by, his eyes wide. Swallowing hard. A cleansing elixir? Could such a miraculous potion truly be consumed by oneself? In this age of decline, as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth wanes, the capabilities of humankind diminish correspondingly. Wouldn't he possessing a cleansing elixir enable one to transform like a carp into a dragon? Uncle Jiu's eyes reddened as he gently patted Fei Luo's shoulder, silently stowing away the elixir. He felt profoundly touched by Fei Luo's regard. Respecting one's teacher is a tradition of the great Xia, yet it does not imply that everyone embodies virtue. In this era of decline, anyone else presented with such an opportunity would likely hoard it for themselves, rather than selflessly share it. Each elixir, if auctioned, could fetch an astronomical price. Taking Fei Luo as a disciple was the most prudent decision of his life, a stroke of fortune earned through his past endeavors. As Fei Luo departed, he found it difficult to bear the gratitude exchanged among kin. The sight of his master's reddened eyes left him at a loss for words. In truth, Fei Luo refrained from mentioning that he had consumed 7 of these extraordinary elixirs. It is well known that a cleansing elixir is only effective once for the average person. This particular elixir had been specially crafted by the system for Fei Luo, allowing him to benefit from it multiple times, whereas others would derive only a single use. Master, let us await Qiuxian. I suspect he has ventured off to indulge in frivolities, when Kai remarked, his injuries having healed, as he observed Uncle Gio. Very well. Uncle Gio nodded, concluding matters here. I shall bestow upon each of you a cleansing elixir. You must diligently cultivate. Look at how Fei Luo has already surpassed me. If you continue to be idle, the gap will only widen. Yes, Master, when Kai scratched his head, silently absorbing Uncle Gio's admonition. An hour later, Uncle Gio and Wen Kai were in the hall when they heard the sound of a bicycle outside. P.S. here. Uncle Gio and Wen Kai exchanged glances, both rising simultaneously to peer out the door. Master, I have returned, Qiuxian stumbled in, somewhat dazed, carrying half a bag of glutinous rice. Qiuxian had left full of vigor, yet now appeared haggard, resembling one who had not slept for several days and nights. Just as Uncle Gio was about to scold him, he was taken aback by Qiuxian's condition, his brows furrowing deeply. Wen Kai had intended to approach and deliver a playful bump to Qiuxian's head, but upon seeing his state, he too was momentarily stunned. What is going on? Why do you seem so out of sorts? At that moment, Fei Luo also heard the commotion and rushed downstairs. Xiao Luo, do you think there is something wrong with Qiuxian? Uncle Gio inquired, a note of concern in his voice as he looked at Fei Luo. There was no denying that Fei Luo's strength now surpassed that of his master, and Uncle Gio was aware that Fei Luo could discern matters with greater clarity than he could. Fei Luo glanced at Qiuxian and discreetly shook his head. There was a hint of allure about him, yet it appeared both ethereal and sinister, suggesting the presence of a spirit. Qiuxian, it seemed, had been possessed by a female ghost. Uncle Gio nodded. It appears I was not mistaken. Indeed, he carries an aura of malevolence, and it is distinctly feminine. His vitality is diminished, evidently the result of excessive indulgence. Qiuxian, you rascal, spending hours to procure rice, and it turns out you were consorting with spirits? Wen Kai rolled up his sleeves and approached, speaking sternly. Upon hearing their remarks, Qiuxian grew even more bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Possessed by a female ghost? Consorting with spirits? A wave of terror washed over Qiuxian, sending chills racing down his spine, as a cold shiver ascended from the soles of his feet to his forehead. In that moment, he recalled the previous enchantment he had shared with Dong Xiaoyu. Yet, she appeared far from ghostly in his memory. Qiuxian, you should retire for the night. It is quite late, spoke Jusu, noticing the skepticism etched across Qiuxian's face. Yes, master, Qiuxian replied, placing the glutinous rice bag down and ascending the stairs in silence. Wen Kai, you too should rest, Jusu added. Yes, master. Once Qiuxian and Wen Kai had departed, Jusu turned to Fei Luo and Xiao Luo, saying, I must entrust you with Qiuxian's matters. I will be occupied over the next few days refining the Tianyuan gathering soul pill, and I fear I shall not succeed in a timely manner. Chapter 18. Discussing with Uncle Gio in the realm of alchemy. The common practitioner must engage in rituals of incense burning and bathing, meticulously adjusting their essence, energy, and spirit to an optimal state before cautiously consuming the elixir, fearful of squandering its precious energy due to personal shortcomings. Uncle Gio, having cultivated for decades, understands that to fully absorb the celestial essence soul-gathering pill, he must first undergo the transformative process of marrow extraction and refine the marrow-cleansing pill. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Fei Luo, who can absorb elixirs instantaneously. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo nodded, reassuring his master, rest assured, Master, I will certainly uncover the female ghost who has captivated senior brother Qiuxian. Dong Xiaoyu? Merely a spirit of minor significance. At that moment, Fei Luo regarded Dong Xiaoyu with indifference, having reached the late stage of foundation establishment. A level akin to Uncle Gio's prowess in the original narrative, dealing with a mere female ghost would be child's play. By the way, Fei Luo, there are several techniques I find perplexing. Might you spar with me and elucidate? Uncle Gio inquired. Fei Luo immediately understood, replying, Master, you two have been practicing the 13 styles of demon suppression, have you not? Indeed, Uncle Gio affirmed with a nod. I intend to specialize in physical techniques and Taoist laws in the future, yet I am curious about your remarkable cultivation. Your magical power is truly formidable. Fei Luo smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. In this era of diminished spiritual resources, even if an ordinary person elevates their realm, the amount of magical power within them remains woefully inadequate. Spirits and zombies, however, thrive on the ambient yin energy, allowing them to continuously refine their physical bodies. The more powerful among them can even soar through the skies or traverse the earth, a stark advantage over the cultivators of this waning age, who suffer from a scarcity of resources. The marrow cleansing pill, essential for expanding one's meridians, is exceedingly rare. Without it, how could a cultivator possess such ample magical power? Master, if it pleases you, I would like to spar outside the courtyard, Fei Luo suggested with a smile. Gratefulness and the virtue of reciprocity compelled him to share his knowledge, as Uncle Gio treated him as his own. Though Fei Luo surpassed Uncle Gio in cultivation, he held no doubt that in terms of wisdom and life experience, Uncle Gio had traversed more paths than he had grains of salt. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange outside, with Fei Luo's calm voice interspersed with Uncle Gio's enlightening exclamations. As night fell, they exchanged no further words. The following day arrived. Lord Ren commanded his servants to repair the walls of the house, while instructing the chef to prepare a sumptuous feast, inviting Fei Luo and Uncle Gio. At the table, after expressions of gratitude, the conversation shifted to the subject of the elderly Lord Ren. Last night, after an extensive discussion with my master, I discerned that this matter is quite extraordinary, Fei Luo remarked, sipping his wine and gazing at Lord Ren. In response, both Lord Ren and Ren Tingting exhibited expressions of confusion. Young Master Fei, did you not vanquish my father, who had transformed into a zombie, with just a few strikes? Your powers are remarkable. How could this be? Lord Ren pondered, his mind involuntarily recalling the scene from the previous day when Fei Luo effortlessly subdued the zombie. Unbeknownst to him, Lord Ren's respect for Fei Luo had grown immensely. A true strongman commands respect at all times, particularly in this age of decline, where malevolent spirits roam freely. Fei Luo shook his head and spoke, Master Ren. Observing both you and Miss Ren, it appears you both possess a Yin constitution, likely hereditary, which also suggests that the late Master Ren shared this trait. However, even so, transforming into an iron corpse over the span of 20 years seems rather implausible. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, Master Ren looked confused. Young Master Fei, are you implying that there may be someone manipulating events from behind the scenes? Indeed, Fei Luo nodded. Given the unique constitution of your family and the influence of the Yin energy in that location, 20 years would merely suffice for a transformation into an iron corpse. Rather than reaching its ultimate form, it is likely that someone is orchestrating these events, deliberately leading the late Master Ren to emerge and eliminate you and Miss Ren, thus advancing to become a more formidable undead. This revelation left Ren Tingting pale with fear as she gazed at Fei Luo. Could it be that the feng shui master my father mentioned is responsible? That seems implausible. What grievance could that feng shui master have against our family? Even if my father exerted some pressure, he provided ample financial compensation. There would be no need to escalate matters to the point of murder and extermination. Master Ren furrowed his brow. Master Ren, do you still not comprehend? This individual seeks to refine the corpse to its ultimate form, and while murder may be secondary, their true intention is to cultivate the late Master Ren into a more powerful undead for nefarious purposes. Upon hearing this, both Master Ren and Ren Tingting were struck with clarity. Young Master Fei, you must stay in my home for the time being. If anything were to happen, what would become of Tingting and me? Master Ren exclaimed anxiously, casting a worried glance at Fei Luo. Realizing something, he turned to Uncle Gio and expressed the same concern. Uncle Gio nodded, reassuring him, rest assured, I will not leave the Ren household anytime soon. Furthermore, my disciple possesses strength beyond my own. With Fei Luo here, your family will be well protected. Last night, Uncle Gio and Fei Luo had deliberated on the matter at hand. Fei Luo suggested remaining at the Ren residence temporarily, as he could manage the situation with Dong Xiaoyu while also guarding against the unseen antagonist. Familiar with the original text, Fei Luo understood the intricacies of the situation thoroughly. After providing some guidance to Uncle Gio, he promptly agreed with Fei Luo's proposal. I cannot thank you enough, young Master Fei, Master Ren exclaimed joyfully, toasting with Fei Luo repeatedly. Ren Tingting, on the other hand, felt a secret delight. As long as Fei Luo was in her home, she could see him every day. Stealing a glance at him, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. With Fei Luo's presence, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace, undaunted by any lurking spirits or phantoms. The day swiftly passed, and in the dead of night, Qiuxing suddenly arose and stealthily ventured outside. At that moment, Wakai, who shared the room with Qiuxing, was also awakened and hurried out to report to Fei Luo. Uncle Gio had instructed Wakai repeatedly to inform Fei Luo immediately if Qiuxing stirred. As Wakai stepped out, he encountered Fei Luo exiting the door, swallowing the words he had intended to speak. Junior brother, Qiuxing has left, Wakai said respectfully to Fei Luo. In recent days, Fei Luo had showcased his formidable abilities and extraordinary talent, instilling a profound respect in both Qiuxing and Wakai, despite their earlier initiation into their craft. It is widely acknowledged that Fei Luo's future accomplishments are boundless, destined to resonate throughout this age of decline. This autumn-born individual seems truly enchanted. As the tranquil words spread, Fei Luo cast a glance at Wakai, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Wakai, as you have just recovered from a serious illness, do take care of your vitality and consume the cleansing elixir at your earliest convenience. I shall return shortly. With that, Fei Luo strolled away, watching his retreating figure. Wakai felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. How had he never noticed the allure of his junior brother Fei Luo before? Silently, as Wakai contemplated the imminent opportunity to partake in the cleansing elixir, he hummed a cheerful tune and returned to his room. Chapter 19. The grudge of a slain wife. After Fei Luo exited the estate, he observed the distant figure of Qiuxing riding away on his bicycle. With a surge of profound magical energy coursing through him, he swiftly advanced, each step propelling him several meters forward. To his astonishment, the extraordinary technique of the 100-li movement from the Supreme Clarity Scripture proved to be so remarkably effective. Relishing his newfound speed, Fei Luo mused on the experience of transcending to a higher realm where one might traverse space effortlessly, riding the clouds with ease. Before long, he reached the outskirts of the town, only to be enveloped by an unexpected mist, causing Qiuxing's figure to vanish abruptly. What? Fei Luo exclaimed in shock, realizing he was merely 200 meters from Qiuxing, a distance he could cover in mere moments. How could he lose track of him so easily? Rinjia town was nestled amidst towering mountains, and Qiuxing's trajectory pointed towards the southern mountain, where the late Master Lian was also interred. It was customary for families to bury their loved ones facing south, seeking auspicious feng shui to bless their descendants. With divine perception, Fei Luo's eyes shimmered with a brilliant golden light. In the darkness, he appeared almost ethereal, piercing through the dense fog with the aid of his celestial vision. To the south, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth. The presence of demonic entities was staggering. In an instant, he discerned a particular location suffused with this dark energy. If his intuition served him correctly, it must be the residence of Dong Xiaoyu. His expression turned grave as he realized the intensity of the evil emanating from that place. Fei Luo recalled the original tale, where Dong Xiaoyu possessed formidable strength, capable of conjuring a residence with a mere gesture. While spirits have their own paths, conjuring illusions to ensnare the minds of the unwary, Dong Xiaoyu's abode was evidently not among them. Even in decay, her residence retained an essence of reality. Dong Xiaoyu was indeed powerful. Could it be that my crossing into this realm has amplified the strength of the supernatural beings within this narrative? Fei Luo pondered. Yet his feet did not falter as he headed toward the ominous vicinity. Simultaneously, above the nearby Li family village, a dark cloud obscured the moonlight. The aura of Xiaohong dissipated in that very spot. A raspy voice echoed softly in the void, and the cloud parted to reveal a figure coalescing from the gathering black mist. With a pallid countenance and crimson pupils, the figure, adorned with a jade crown, resembled an ancient scholar, draped in a flowing black robe that swayed in the wind. Though he appeared scholarly, his voice was that of a man far advanced in years. Hoarse and gravelly. Who is it that has slain my beloved wife? The man in black surveyed his surroundings, his eyes flickering with red intensity. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable presence moving swiftly from the south. A late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner? His pupils narrowed, and in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the aura of Xiaohong emanating from this human. For the murder of my wife, I shall not rest until vengeance is exacted. The figure cloaked in black bore a distorted visage, merging with the winds as he transformed into a dark cloud, hastening towards the swiftly moving Taoist. Fei Luo strode with remarkable agility along the mountain path, recognizing the slightly familiar trail, knowing it to be the route Qiuxing took to Dong Xiaoyu's ghostly abode. Suddenly, a prickling sensation surged through his back, an instinctive warning of danger compelling him to evade. With a swift motion, Fei Luo darted several paces to the left. A resounding crash echoed as a large crater formed where he had just stood, dust swirling into the air. Unprincipled? A sneak attack? Fei Luo gasped, regaining his composure as he turned to face his assailant. Before him stood a scholar, pale and twisted in countenance, glaring at him with a face full of animosity. A ghost? Such potent malevolence! Fei Luo's heart raced. He sensed an aura that rivaled his own emanating from the figure. In contrast, the cloaked man was equally taken aback, astonished by Fei Luo's keen perception and agile movements, which had allowed him to evade the attack. Old specter, you wander where heaven's gates are closed and plunge into hell without invitation, yet dare to strike from the shadows? Fei Luo rose, admonishing the black-clad man. You killed my beloved wife. I vow to slay you, the cloaked figure declared, folding his fan and pointing it menacingly at Fei Luo. Hearing the raspy voice, Fei Luo furrowed his brow. Your beloved wife? Who might that be? Instantly, he recalled the red-clad ghost he had slain at Li family village. At first glance, the resemblance between the ghost and the man before him was indeed striking. Remembering something? Now, prepare to meet your end, the cloaked man uttered, his eyes suddenly ablaze with crimson light. In an instant, the red glow flashed and penetrated Fei Luo's eyes. For a brief moment, Fei Luo's movements faltered, his gaze becoming vacant, and a foolish grin spread across his face. Humph. Even in the late foundational stage, you shall ultimately bow beneath my ghostly gaze. The cloaked man chuckled ominously, one hand fanning the air while the fingertips of his other hand began to elongate into dark talons. You killed my beloved wife. I shall extract your heart and lungs, consume your bones, devour your flesh, and drink your blood. The cloaked man advanced slowly, his eyes brimming with a tidal wave of hatred. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He drew ever closer to Fei Luo. Suddenly, Fei Luo's eyes snapped open, exuding a captivating intensity, a strange blue luminescence flickering within. Using eye techniques? The soul-capturing technique is also an ocular art. Am I to fear your malevolence? The moment he was struck, his protective spell had automatically dispelled, but he feigned weakness, waiting for this precise moment. At that instant, the cloaked man faltered, momentarily lost in thought. A weapon materialized in Fei Luo's hand, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, its blade shimmering with a dazzling frost, adorned with clouds of vibrant colors etched upon the hilt. It was a superior treasure, the flowing cloud sword. In a flash, a cold gleam sliced through the air as Fei Luo, with a steely demeanor, swung the sword towards the cloaked figure. A piercing cry echoed through the air as a severed arm, clutching a folding fan, soared into the sky. A treasure. How could you possibly possess a treasure? He was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, his ghostly physique impervious to blades and spears, and ordinary artifacts could scarcely harm him. Thus, this sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Only artifacts of a higher caliber could inflict injury upon him. An overwhelming agony surged through him, accompanied by the haunting echoes of fear that resonated in the night sky, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. Just wait. I, Lin Shu, shall avenge today's grievances. The man in the black robe executed his escape technique with remarkable finesse, transforming into a shadowy wind and disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Fei Luo momentarily stunned. Lin Shu? How intriguing. Chapter 20, Junior Brother. Do not tease me. Fei Luo felt a twinge of regret at not having vanquished the formidable ghost named Lin Shu. Had he succeeded, he might have reaped considerable rewards. Why do I feel as though I am playing some trivial game from a bygone era, where one can inflict damage of 999 in a single strike? Fei Luo mused silently, continuing his journey southward. As Fei Luo ventured deeper, the oppressive aura of energy thickened, becoming palpable. In the distance, his keen eyes caught sight of a lavish estate adorned with red lanterns and festive decorations. Presumably, that was the ghostly abode of Dong Xiaoyu. Suddenly, as Fei Luo walked, 3 enchanting figures glided toward him. One was clad in red, another in blue, and the last in yellow. They moved as lightly as feathers, seemingly hovering above the ground like drifting reeds. Sisters, what a handsome Taoist! The woman in red exclaimed with a chilling laugh, her scarlet tongue flicking across her lips. Our elder sister has found a fine suitor. How about we 3 sisters share this young man? Suggested the woman in yellow. Delightful. I have always enjoyed group activities. The blue-clad woman feigned shyness, yet her words were unabashed. If such a scene had been encountered by an ordinary man, it would surely have ignited fervor within him. However, Fei Luo regarded the 3 specters with a cold demeanor. 3 female ghosts. Their cultivation was significantly inferior to that of the red-clad ghost from Li's village. Although the trio sensed a faint ripple of magical energy emanating from Fei Luo, they remained unperturbed. In this age of waning magic, cultivators were perceived as vulnerable. Moreover, Fei Luo was unarmed. Were not ordinary Taoists equipped with talismans and magical artifacts to capture spirits? What fear could a defenseless Taoist evoke? A golden glimmer flickered in Fei Luo's eyes. He discerned that these 3 specters were not human but rather alluring skeletons. The elder sister they spoke of was likely Dong Xiaoyu. It appeared that his crossing into this realm had triggered a butterfly effect, leading Dong Xiaoyu to amass a group of lesser spirits, resulting in the overwhelming surge of energy surrounding the ghostly estate. Young master, come with us. We shall serve you well, bringing you pleasures beyond your imagination. They beckoned. Look at how beautiful we 3 sisters are. To his astonishment, the youngest, clad in blue, drew near, whispering fragrant words into Fei Luo's ear. I perceive that your malevolence is rather shallow, and your sins are slight. I advise you to retreat, lest I extinguish your very essence, Fei Luo stated, activating his spiritual sight to observe the 3 female ghosts, noting their lack of vitality, which indicated they were not malevolent. There exists a distinction among ghosts. Fei Luo was not a rigid individual. He was willing to grant a sliver of hope to those spirits who meant no harm. However, should they remain obstinate in their delusions, he would not hesitate to eliminate them for the sake of rewards. Oh, are you trying to frighten us? The red-clad ghost, evidently the most powerful among them, revealed her fierce demeanor. Sisters, seize this young Taoist and take your time with him. Upon hearing the sound, the two female specters revealed their chilling presence. Their black nails elongating menacingly, sharp as blades, lunging toward Fei Luo. Seeking death, Fei Luo bellowed, his eyes shimmering with brilliant azure light. The soul-capturing technique, capable of ensnaring hearts and vanquishing malevolent spirits. Whoosh! The radiant blue light burst forth from Fei Luo's eyes like twin lasers, sweeping toward the three female ghosts. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through. As the wind rose, the souls perished. The three specters immediately turned pale, their bodies resonating with an indescribable demonic sound. As the sound echoed, blue flames ignited within them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into nothingness. Indeed, they were bewitched. For a ghost is but a ghost, and those who are obstinate shall be sent to their destined place. The azure light in Fei Luo's eyes faded as he gazed at the emptiness of the night sky and murmured softly, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying 3 minor spirits and obtaining a great rejuvenation pill." Upon hearing the system's reward, Fei Luo smiled gently. His great Freedom Hongming Dao Sutra was now being comprehended automatically each day, passively absorbing any formless qi. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder technique was also undergoing automatic cultivation. It seemed that within 10 days, he would achieve completion. With the flowing cloud sword, the soul-capturing technique, the 13 forms of Buddha and demon, along with numerous other Taoist arts at his disposal, he no longer feared the typical specters. Activating the divine movement technique, Fei Luo transformed into a fleeting shadow, heading toward the ghost mansion. Today, the Dong family's ghost mansion was adorned festively, for Dong Xiaoyu was to be wed. In the courtyard, family and friends of the Dong family gathered, and Qiuxing, clad in red and adorned with a bright flower, was performing the wedding rites with Dong Xiaoyu, who wore a phoenix robe and a cloud crown. Remembering Dong Xiaoyu's delicate and fragile figure, Qiuxing felt a surge of emotion within him. Cultivating the Tao? What nonsense! Even more absurd was their claim that my young essence had diminished, bewitched by spirits. I see only envy and jealousy in their eyes. Observing all before him, Qiuxing felt elated. The Dong family was prosperous, and as a son-in-law, he would embrace beauty and enjoy immense wealth. This, indeed, was the pinnacle of life. After the ceremony, Dong Xiaoyu leaned in and whispered to Qiuxing, "Husband, from this day forth, I am yours. Please attend to our guests. I shall await you in our bridal chamber." Her final words were barely audible, like a whispering thread. Hearing this, Qiuxing was overjoyed, nodding at Dong Xiaoyu before making his way to the grand courtyard. In the bridal chamber, Dong Xiaoyu sat before a bronze mirror and lifted her veil. Beneath the veil was a delicate oval face, with large, sparkling eyes and elegantly arched brows that added to her allure. Yet, in an instant, the right side of Dong Xiaoyu's face began to rot. White and black maggots wriggling within, a horrifying sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Qiuxing had become thoroughly intoxicated. His face flushed as he exchanged toasts with the Dong family's kin. Creak. The grand door of the Dong mansion swung open, and Fei Luo, dressed in casual black attire, strolled in. What a ghostly abode, filled with phantoms and apparitions. As Fei Luo entered the mansion and activated his celestial sight, he immediately discerned that the gathered guests were all specters, with not a single living soul among them. The wine was nothing more than transformed water, and the sumptuous feast upon the table consisted of bloody meats, all sourced from the feral creatures of the mountains: tigers, leopards, jackals, insects, and birds. Even this opulent mansion was but a dilapidated and forsaken courtyard, surrounded by crumbling walls and dust-laden cobwebs. At the very moment Fei Luo stepped through the grand entrance, the entire courtyard of phantoms turned their gaze upon him. Qiuxing, equally intoxicated, glanced over with a hint of confusion, murmuring, "Fei Luo? Brother, you have been blinded by ghostly magic." "Awaken." Fei Luo, observing Qiuxing, replied, "Ghosts? Where are there any ghosts? Junior brother, do not jest with me. I have resolved to abandon the path of cultivation henceforth. What purpose does it serve? How can one find pleasure in such a pursuit in this place?" Qiuxing, clutching his cup of wine, spoke with a tipsy demeanor. Chapter 21. The peculiar Taoist. As Qiuxing approached Fei Luo, intoxicated and unsteady, he declared, "Fei Luo, my talented junior, you possess great potential and an exceptional foundation for cultivation. You may pursue your path, while I choose to remain here, savoring the company of beauty until old age." Meanwhile, the gathered friends and relatives bore expressions of frost, their sinister smiles fixed upon Fei Luo. A Taoist without any possessions dares to intrude upon the realm of spirits? Such ignorance of danger is truly astonishing. Qiuxing, what lies before you is but an illusion, conjured by malevolent spirits. Behold. With these words, a brilliant blue light shimmered in Fei Luo's eyes as he invoked the soul-capturing technique. A beam of azure brilliance erupted forth, sweeping across the gathered relatives of the Dong family. The soul-capturing technique, a mastery of ocular sorcery, harnesses mystical energy within one's gaze, capable of ensnaring souls and striking terror into ghosts, revealing their true forms. Reveal yourselves, Fei Luo commanded with a booming voice. Wherever the azure light touched, those who drew near were enveloped in a chilling aura, a bone-deep cold that surged towards Qiuxing's face. Cackling echoes filled the air as one by one the spectral entities manifested their true forms: hanged ghosts, burned spirits, water apparitions, and various other ghastly figures, their menacing visages sending shivers down one's spine. But that was not the end. Under Qiuxing's astonished gaze, the banquet of lavish food and drink on the table transformed into grotesque offerings of sanguine sustenance. Glancing at the wine jar in his hand, the once fragrant essence of aged brew was replaced by the scent of spring water from a fountain. With a gulp, Qiuxing choked back his disbelief, suddenly awakened. Fei Luo, what is this? He had never encountered such a scene before. His previous experiences with his master involved capturing but a few minor spirits. Now, witnessing a courtyard full of phantoms caused his hair to stand on end. The chilling presence of the ghosts eradicated any remaining intoxication, and he instinctively cowered behind Fei Luo. Fei Luo, what shall we do with so many ghosts? At that moment, Qiuxing was filled with regret for disregarding his master's and Fei Luo's warnings, foolishly entangling himself with the female specter. Could it be that Dong Xiaoyu was the leader of these spirits? Each ghost appeared to possess formidable power, and the thought of Dong Xiaoyu filled his eyes with incredulity. Wide as saucers. Fear not, stand behind me, and I shall ensure your safety, Fei Luo replied, a grin spreading across his face as he gazed upon the multitude of phantoms with gleaming eyes. Are these truly ghosts? They resemble nothing more than a bountiful reward. He thought of the potential rewards for vanquishing such a plethora of spirits, excitement radiating from him. The ghosts in the courtyard paused, bewildered. What was this? A Taoist? Empty-handed, yet brimming with enthusiasm? Typically, one would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of spirits. In previous years, Taoists passing through this place fled in terror upon encountering such a scene. Yet, Fei Luo appeared as a wolf eyeing a flock of sheep. With a growl, seemingly incensed by Fei Luo's nonchalance, the spirits that had previously shared drinks with Qiuxing transformed into gusts of wind, baring their sharp fangs as they lunged at Fei Luo. Junior brother, be careful. Upon witnessing the scene, Qiuxing was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Although he was aware of Fei Luo's formidable strength, the multitude of apparitions surrounding him seemed to suggest that even an army of swine would take an eternity to vanquish. With a sneer, Fei Luo conjured a 3-foot azure blade, causing the 3 approaching specters to momentarily falter. In that fleeting instant, the flowing cloud sword in Fei Luo's grasp arced gracefully, transforming into a silver streak that cleaved through the air. With a sound akin to steel slicing through tofu, the 3 specters, caught off guard and unable to emit a single cry, were severed in twain by the flowing cloud sword. A chilling wind swept through, scattering their souls. Silence enveloped the Dong family estate, leaving only the sound of the night breeze. Qiuxing swallowed hard, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the sword's hilt, engraved with the image of flowing clouds, feeling a dryness creeping into his throat. What manner of weapon is this? It surpasses even magical artifacts. Could it be a treasure? Qiuxing's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening, despite his lack of scholarly knowledge. His time spent with Jiu had imparted an understanding of the hierarchy of demon-slaying tools. How could his junior disciple possess such a legendary treasure? In stark contrast to Qiuxing's astonishment, the assembled specters were equally stupefied. This Taoist was not ordinary, far from it. They had encountered countless Taoists, yet none wielded their craft in such a manner. Typically, Taoists brandished rooster blood or talismans, reciting incantations. What was the nature of this Taoist? Was he capable of slaying demons with just a sword? Easier than dispatching a chicken? With a creaking sound, the door where Dong Xiaoyu stood swung open. Hearing the noise, Fei Luo turned his gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a tempest roared, and the negative energy emanating from Dong Xiaoyu soared skyward, her ghostly garments billowing in the wind as she ascended above the courtyard. Ghosts are spirits of the netherworld. While they cannot ride the clouds, they can manipulate the winds. And this was a wind of the underworld. Common specters wield the wind like a gentle breeze. But Dong Xiaoyu's command over the tempest marked her as the most powerful spirit Fei Luo had encountered thus far. Qiuxing, did you not profess your love for me? Vowing to share a lifetime together, under the moonlight and flowers? Why do you allow your junior disciple to slay my kin? Is it merely because I am a ghost that you disdain me? Dong Xiaoyu cast a glance at Fei Luo, then turned her gaze to Qiushin behind him, her voice dripping with sweetness. Qiushin found himself momentarily speechless. How could he have known the depths of a ghost's schemes? If he were aware that she was a ghost, would he still entertain such romantic notions? The thought of having entangled himself with a spectre sent a chill racing down his spine. Dong Xiaoyu, you have committed numerous transgressions, your malevolent aura lingering upon you, draining the life essence of the living and causing untold suffering. Today, I shall act in the name of justice to return you to the earth, Fei Luo declared. His gaze fixed on Dong Xiaoyu as he pivoted the blade in his hand, his tone cold as ice. Qiushin, take a good look at the true nature of your beloved, Fei Luo remarked. Observing the turmoil reflected in Qiushin's expression, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In a swift motion, azure light surged within his eyes, the soul-capturing technique swirling violently within him, a brilliant azure luminescence enveloping Dong Xiaoyu in an instant. In the next moment, Dong Xiaoyu felt the malevolent energy within her ignite, causing the facade that clung to her surface to dissipate like snow under the relentless sun. The once delicate and fragile Dong Xiaoyu, with her skin as smooth as cream and eyes as dark as ink, began to turn ashen. The right side of her face transformed into a grotesque sight, with decay evident as maggot-like creatures writhed at the wounds. A wave of nausea washed over Qiushin, who immediately retched, feeling an unsettling chill throughout his body. Qiushin, do you still love her? Do you still wish to grow old together? Fei Luo remarked, observing Qiushin's relentless vomiting with disdain. Chapter 22. The Unleashing of the 100 Demons. A surge of malevolent energy. What sorcery is this? Dong Xiaoyu exclaimed as her disguise was torn away, revealing her sharp fangs. A cascade of raven hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, billowed around her, accentuating her rotting visage that exuded a foul stench, inducing a chill in the bones of those who beheld her. What concern is it of yours? Fei Luo retorted, raising an eyebrow. Now that I have graced this place with my presence, I shall ensure that you wretched specters find your way to the cycle of rebirth, to the realms where you rightfully belong. At these words, Dong Xiaoyu, adorned in crimson, swayed in the wind, her disdain palpable. You little Taoist, I observe your delicate skin and tender flesh, and it is evident you have scarcely practiced your craft. Do not presume that wielding some peculiar artifact grants you the power to be formidable. The Taoists who have perished at my hands number not less than 80. Yet I have never encountered one as audacious as you. All 100 demons, advance, Dong Xiaoyu commanded, sweeping her sleeve. A potent aura of malevolence surged from her fingertips into the heads of the demons within the courtyard, igniting them into a frenzy. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light as they howled and surged towards Fei Luo. Fei Luo, we must flee. This place is a den of great peril. Qiushin, trembling, cowered behind Fei Luo, his voice quaking with fear. He recognized Fei Luo's strength, yet the presence of over 100 vengeful spirits, compounded by the unknown depths of Dong Xiaoyu's power, left him questioning whether Fei Luo could withstand such a formidable onslaught. Unaware of your impending doom, you wish to escape now? It is too late. Dong Xiaoyu's malevolence was evident as she channeled her energy into the demons below, further amplifying the already tangible malevolence that surrounded them. I shall capture you and savor your torment. At that moment, Dong Xiaoyu sensed an anomaly. By the heavens, you have slain several of my younger sisters, you foul Taoist. I shall ensure your demise is particularly gruesome. Her sisters, whom she had summoned repeatedly, had not responded. With Fei Luo's arrival, the dreadful truth dawned upon her. Her sisters had met with misfortune. Ensure my demise? Fei Luo regarded the advancing specters with disdain. Fear not. I shall swiftly reunite you with them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, several malevolent spirits lunged forth, their putrid stench overwhelming. Grasping the flowing cloud sword, Fei Luo wielded it with an artistry reminiscent of a masterful martial artist. Crack, crack, crack. Where the sword's edge passed, the demons were cleaved in twain, none proving a match for Fei Luo's might. In the blink of an eye, he had vanquished over 10 of them. Yet, these spirits appeared undaunted, continuing to swarm like locusts. Soul-capturing technique, subdue. Fei Luo defended Qiushin while felling the demons, but the odds were overwhelming. At that moment, four ghastly figures opened their gaping maws, poised to bite at Qiushin. Whoosh! The brilliant blue light surged forth once more, this time imbued with subduing power. Qiushin, terrified, covered his eyes, but as he opened them again, he heard the sound of several bubbles bursting before him. To his astonishment, the demons had been reduced to ash by the laser's passage. Stay close to me, Fei Luo instructed hastily to Qiushin, resuming his relentless assault on the malevolent spirits with the flowing cloud sword. My goodness! At this moment, Qiushin finally focused his gaze on Fei Luo. In his eyes, Fei Luo resembled a war deity, exuding a faint aura of magical power. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand sliced through iron as if it were mud, leaving no adversary unscathed in its wake. Could a treasured weapon be wielded in such a manner? Qiuxing felt a bit bewildered, recalling the ancient texts he had perused. The potency of a treasured artifact far surpasses that of a magical tool. Iron, after being nurtured by magical energy over time, can indeed cut through iron with ease and counter malevolent spirits. However, activating a treasured artifact requires an immense amount of magical power. In this age of declining spiritual energy, cultivation has become exceedingly challenging for practitioners. Even foundational-level cultivators find it impossible to employ treasured artifacts for prolonged combat. Thus, talismans and magical tools have flourished in this era. Talismans inscribe Taoist techniques onto paper, allowing even mortals to utilize them simply by reciting incantations, such as corpse controlling or binding talismans of a lower grade. Yet, what manner of being is Fei Luo? Capable of wielding a treasured artifact to slay demons? Do not be dazed. Return and diligently cultivate. After consuming the cleansing elixir, you too shall reach my level, Fei Luo declared after effortlessly dispatching 3 malevolent spirits. Indeed, junior brother Fei Luo, Qiuxing replied, feeling an unexpected reverence for Fei Luo. Not only had he risked his life to save him today, but he also possessed such formidable strength and shared his treasures with his fellow disciples. Such a person embodies the essence of a true master. Reflecting on himself, Qiuxing realized his resolve was weak, his cultivation lackadaisical, easily ensnared by a mere female ghost without awareness. He must strengthen himself, vowing never to be a hindrance to junior brother Fei Luo again. Observing Fei Luo dispatching demons with the ease of slicing vegetables, Qiuxing resolved to transform himself. Gradually, the demons in the vicinity began to fear. Fei Luo was terrifying. Under the might of his overwhelming magical power, the 3-foot sword in his grasp resembled a reaper's scythe, and the malevolent spirits were akin to chives, merely waiting to be severed. Demons are not devoid of fear. Confronted with absolute power, they too began to feel an emotion known as fear. Dong Xiaoyu's pupils constricted. Her heart filled with astonishment. Why did his aura show no signs of waning? What? Are you afraid? Fei Luo scoffed at Dong Xiaoyu hovering in the air. If these are merely the likes of you, there is no need for resistance. It is all in vain. Fei Luo could discern that Dong Xiaoyu was depleting her strength. Alas, his meridians were as broad as streams, his magical power ceaseless and inexhaustible. How could she fathom such depth? Dismissing her shock, Dong Xiaoyu sneered coldly, her fingers curling into claws as she unleashed a tempest of dark energy towards the ground. Ghost soldiers, ghost generals, appear. Boom. As Dong Xiaoyu cast her spell, waves of white smoke rose from the ground. Hiss when the smoke dissipated, Qiuxing's eyes widened in shock, drawing in a cold breath. Hanging ghosts. A veritable array of hanging ghosts, along with more than 10 towering ghost generals, each standing 3 meters tall like giants. The vengeful spirit, known as the Hanging Ghost, harbors deep resentment, its malevolent energy soaring skyward after death, making it most adept at claiming lives. Upon witnessing this scene, Fei Luo smiled faintly, realizing that this was your trump card, Qiuxing. Wait for me outside the courtyard. Guliula Qiuxing, trembling with fear, nodded and hurriedly made his way outside. He understood that remaining here would only hinder Fei Luo. Fei Luo had long been puzzled as to how these ordinary malevolent spirits could gather such overwhelming dark energy. It turned out that beneath this ground lurked over 100 malevolent ghosts, each possessing strength comparable to that of the initial crimson-clad female specter he had vanquished. Today, he resolved to eradicate this den of phantoms. Chapter 23. The Thunderous Heart Incantation. Can it vanquish the Demon King? Go, commanded Dong Xiaoyu to the 100 ghostly soldiers and generals before her. At this moment, she could no longer afford to dwell on her doubts. Her sole intention was to exhaust Fei Luo, ultimately delivering a thunderous strike to subdue him. How profound must the essence of such an adept practitioner be? It was certain to solidify her ghostly form and elevate her cultivation to new heights. The methods of ghostly cultivation are both righteous and wicked. Only a scant few spirits harbor no malevolent intentions, merely absorbing the yin energy of the world to strengthen their ethereal bodies. The majority, however, resort to heinous acts, driven by the promise of immense rewards. Dong Xiaoyu was among them. During her years in Nanshan, she had deceived countless travelers, including over 100 priests. Endowed with innate magical abilities, she could transform at will, amassing a substantial following. Most of the spirits in her domain had perished under her manipulation, now relegated to serving her whims. This dominion over life and death brought her great satisfaction. She reveled in the notion of tormenting her victims in life and binding their souls to her for eternity. Her overwhelming power established her as a formidable force within 100 miles, striking fear into the hearts of wandering spirits at the mere mention of her name. Roar! Roar! The newly summoned ghostly soldiers and generals, upon receiving Dong Xiaoyu's orders, immediately set their sights on Fei Luo. The ordinary malevolent spirits, now emboldened, joined forces with the ghostly warriors, advancing relentlessly towards him. With a surge of battle fervor, Fei Luo activated the soul-capturing technique repeatedly, reducing several spirits to mere ashes. Is it a deficiency in my realm? Why must I wait 5 breaths to employ the soul-capturing technique again? As he sensed the inability to unleash the technique instantaneously, a frown creased Fei Luo's brow. Confronted by the oncoming malevolent spirits, Fei Luo clenched his left fist while brandishing the flowing cloud sword in his right hand. Utilizing both fists and feet, he plunged into the throng of ghosts. The 13 styles of demon subjugation. Fei Luo's combat style appeared quite peculiar to outsiders. One hand wielded the sword while the other formed a fist. He alternated between sword strikes and punches, sometimes sweeping with a leg. Even Xiaoxing, who observed the battle from a hillside, was left bewildered. Brutish, chaotic, and devoid of any discernible strategy, this was the thought that flitted through Xiaoxing's mind. The newly summoned spirits were notably stronger than the previous malevolent ones. Yet they fell repeatedly before Fei Luo's consummate 13 styles of demon subjugation and the sharp edge of his sword. It is my lack of swordsmanship that has led to this disarray. Fei Luo seemed to acknowledge his predicament. Since acquiring the system, he had mastered techniques such as the eye technique, body technique, and Taoist arts, even awakening the mystic eye. Yet, he had not learned the art of the sword. How could he live up to the 3-foot blade in his hand without any swordsmanship to accompany it? Master, this opponent is too formidable. I implore you to take action. A towering ghost, 3 meters tall, had just begun to cry for help when a dazzling flash of sword light struck, severing its head from its body. Swish. In rapid succession, several sword strikes cleaved through the giant ghost's essence, reducing it to fragments. Outside the courtyard, on the hillside, Xiaoxing was astounded as he watched Fei Luo, who was fervently engaged in battle within the courtyard. Xiaoxing was numb at this moment. Among these specters, encountering those colossal apparitions would have posed considerable trouble if he had faced them alongside Jiu Shu. Yet, against Fei Luo, it merely required a few swift strikes. With a flourish, Fei Luo swept aside 2 hanging ghosts, when suddenly a sinister energy surged from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and parried with his sword. A resounding clash of metal echoed, revealing Dong Xiaoyu, who had drawn a black short sword from her sleeve, colliding with Fei Luo's flowing cloud sword. What? Not only was she on the verge of mastering the ghost core, but she had also materialized a ghostly weapon? Fei Luo noted the immense force transmitted through the blade. Indeed, Dong Xiaoyu had reached the threshold of forming a ghost core, albeit still in the illusory stage, yet to fully solidify. The ability to condense a ghost core was akin to humanity's golden core stage, endowing her with extraordinary capabilities. In that instant, Fei Luo comprehended why Dong Xiaoyu could transform so effortlessly. She had approached the realm of the Ghost King, the Golden Core stage, referred to as the Ghost King among specters and the Corpse King among zombies. The soul-capturing technique. After 5 breaths, the azure light in Fei Luo's eyes continued to blaze forth like a laser, sweeping across the horde of approaching malevolent spirits. These spirits shrieked in agony, disintegrating into mere dust. What formidable power! How could this human, merely a foundational cultivator, possess such terrifying strength? I am a quasi-ghost king. Dong Xiaoyu, thwarted in her strike, was thrown back by the force, her heart filled with astonishment. Having attained the illusory core realm, she was considered a half-step ghost king. How could she fail to subdue a mere foundational cultivator? Little did she know, Fei Luo, having been transformed by a supreme cleansing elixir, had a physique beyond ordinary comprehension. Even at the foundational level, his strength rivaled that of a ghost king in the Golden Core stage. How could Dong Xiaoyu, a mere quasi-ghost king, hope to contend with him? After a scuffle, Dong Xiaoyu came to grasp the extent of Fei Luo's might. What? She glanced at her ghostly weapon, noticing a barely perceptible crack upon it. This revelation sent shockwaves through her heart. A treasured weapon. Moreover, it must be at least a mid-grade precious artifact to sustain such damage. The sword in her hand was indeed a precious artifact. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment of astonishment, her subordinates were crying out in distress. In no time, the ghostly soldiers had been reduced to disarray, fleeing in panic. Master, save me. A 3-meter-tall giant ghost barely uttered before Fei Luo's sword cleaved him into several pieces. Human, you seek death. I shall feast upon your flesh, drink your blood, and extract your tendons, reducing your bones to ash. At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu's heart bled. These were the elite she had painstakingly gathered. And within the span of mere moments, Fei Luo had decimated them. What kind of Taoist is this? Who knows the origins of this Taoist? How does he possess an inexhaustible reservoir of power? Dong Xiaoyu shrieked, her hair swirling in the air, while ghostly energy erupted from her 7 orifices, surging towards Fei Luo. Arrogance knows no bounds. How dare this insignificant wretch boast so shamelessly? Fei Luo gazed at the advancing Dong Xiaoyu, swiftly forming a singular hand gesture. With a thunderous incantation invoking the 5 thunder heart-burning spell, he commanded, "Hasten forth as the law dictates. I decree." In the midst of Dong Xiaoyu's bewildered stare, Fei Luo recited fervently. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted in the night sky, heralding the descent of divine might, compelling Dong Xiaoyu to instinctively glance upwards. Boom! In a state of utter confusion, Dong Xiaoyu was struck by 5 bolts of lightning, plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Bewildered, she pondered the nature of this sorcery. What manner of Taoist was this? Shouldn't such magic involve the left hand wielding a talisman, the right hand forming gestures, and reciting incantations? Ding! Congratulations, host, on vanquishing Dong Xiaoyu's ghostly domain. You have received a mysterious reward. The voice of the system resonated within Fei Luo's mind as anticipated. Chapter 24. Slaying 100 Ghosts. Reaping rewards. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Fei Luo smiled faintly. He did not immediately claim his reward, but instead turned his gaze towards the charred remains of Dong Xiaoyu. At that moment, a faint breath still lingered within her, but it was as fragile as a wisp of smoke, on the verge of extinguishing. Who are you, really? Dong Xiaoyu seemed to harbor countless grievances within her heart. The recently unleashed 5 thunder spell had left her utterly bewildered. She had never witnessed a Taoist wielding such power with such ease, as if casting spells was second nature. Who exactly was this man before her? In a flash, a glimmer of sword light danced through the air, and Dong Xiaoyu's head was severed, carried away by the wind. In that breeze, Fei Luo's calm voice resonated. I am but an ordinary person, striving to uphold the righteous path of the world. The 5 thunder burning heart spell that had just been unleashed was one of the more formidable incantations from the Supreme Clarity Classic. Despite Fei Luo's immense magical prowess, he had not anticipated that this single spell would consume a third of his energy. Nonetheless, he was immensely satisfied with its power. What marvels might await him once he perfected the 9 Heavens Thunder technique? Fei Luo found himself filled with anticipation. This single strike not only obliterated Dong Xiaoyu, but also reduced the remaining spirits to mere dust. The might of the spell was extraordinary, its reach enveloping the entirety of Dong Xiaoyu's ghostly abode. With her demise, the vibrant facade of the ghostly mansion began to fade, revealing instead the remnants of a desolate ruin. Qiusheng, let us go. Why do you linger? Fei Luo strolled over, placing a reassuring hand on Qiusheng's shoulder. Oh. Qiusheng snapped back to reality, casting a deep glance at Fei Luo, feeling a dryness in his throat. Brother Fei Luo, that technique just now. His expression was one of awe, his tone respectful, teetering on the edge of words unspoken. The recent display had truly been akin to thunder, the dazzling lightning illuminating the night sky. He vowed that he would never forget that brilliant moment. But no, there was also this younger brother before him, a true prodigy, capable of conjuring such powerful magic seemingly out of thin air. It surpassed any ordinary lightning spell by 100-fold. In comparison, the lightning talisman was but a jest. Brother, there is no need for astonishment. This art is the authentic tradition of Mao Shan, the 5 thunder burning heart spell. If you dedicate yourself to your cultivation, one day you too shall reach my level, Fei Luo encouraged, giving Qiusheng's shoulder a reassuring pat as he continued onward, silently watching Fei Luo's upright figure retreat. Qiusheng felt a surge of ambition swell within his heart. With such a younger brother, how could I fear a life without achievement? At that moment, he felt fortunate and exhilarated. He was grateful to have encountered such a formidable and extraordinary younger brother, and he was eager for the day when he too could be as powerful and invincible as Fei Luo. Indeed, in Qiusheng's eyes, Fei Luo's actions today epitomized invincibility. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Rinjiao town, 2 ethereal figures stood atop a mountain peak. What a formidable aura! Has such a powerful practitioner emerged among the Taoists in this world? Indeed, this is no mere charm. It has transcended into a spell. A spell? Has yet another anomaly emerged? 2 ethereal voices resonated through the void, inaudible to the common ear, echoing like whispers from the netherworld, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Let us inquire with the city god over there. In this age of decline, as the world crumbles, should such a prodigious talent exist, it would be prudent for us to cultivate an acquaintance. Excellent. In an instant, 2 figures clad in dark robes blurred and dissipated into the wind. Meanwhile, Fei Luo returned to Rinjiao town with Qiusheng. Qiusheng, after the series of fierce battles, I find myself rather fatigued. I shall return home to rest. You may seek out your master. Very well, brother Fei Luo, I shall take my leave now. Qiusheng nodded and made his way towards the Rin family villa, his face a canvas of astonishment. Even now, he remained in a state of disbelief, utterly awestruck by Fei Luo's actions that night. He longed to return home and share everything he had witnessed with Wakai and Uncle Gio. Fei Luo indeed felt somewhat weary, for the night's tumult had drained much of his energy. At the same time, he was eager to discover what rewards the system might bestow upon him. Upon returning to his quaint courtyard, Fei Luo refreshed himself and donned a clean outfit, settling into a meditative posture within his room. System. Claim rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 100 demons. Reward claimed successfully. 1 Supreme, Pei Yuan Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 100 demons. Reward claimed successfully. 20 Tian Yuan Gathering Soul Pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 100 demons. Reward claimed successfully. An elevation of 4 ranks in human-level spirit root. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 100 demons. Reward claimed successfully. The void-breaking sword technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 100 demons. Reward claimed successfully. 1 exceptional storage ring. While Fei Luo had anticipated a generous bounty, he was utterly astonished by the sheer volume of rewards. Before he could meticulously examine the rewards, a golden light enveloped him, infusing warmth into his spirit. Fortune aligns with the heart. Human level, 9th rank. His spirit root had reached the pinnacle of the human level, and with the enhancement buff, it rivaled the 5th rank of the earth level. This transformation was something Fei Luo naturally discerned. What a peculiar sensation. Is this the essence of human level 9th rank? Fei Luo mused, delighted to discover that his thoughts were now swifter than before, and many previously incomprehensible questions began to connect with remarkable clarity. Even the intricate equations of the future could be swiftly solved in his mind. Ding. With your human level 9th rank spirit root amplified tenfold. The cultivation progress of the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique has reached 35. Without warning, the system's voice resonated once more in Fei Luo's mind. Fei Luo's face lit up with joy. The comprehension speed at human level 9th rank is indeed double that of human level 5th rank? It seems that before long. In just a few days, I shall fully master the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique. Fei Luo smiled, glancing at the system space. After a prolonged gaze, he exclaimed in wonderment. This time, I am determined to break through to the core formation stage and enter the ethereal Dan realm. A radiant brilliance flashed in Fei Luo's eyes, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. The Supreme Pei Yuan Pill can enhance the success rate of core formation for foundation-building practitioners by an astonishing 70%. Such a figure is truly remarkable. Even in the ancient texts of Mao Shan, it was recorded that in times long past, only 3 out of 10 foundation-building practitioners could successfully form their cores. The ethereal Dan realm, the substantial Dan realm, and the golden Dan realm. These are the 3 stages of core formation. As one's magical power coalesces, the liquid spiritual energy within the body transforms into a solid inner Dan, becoming increasingly dense. 20 heavenly yuan gathering soul pills can be transformed into a rich reservoir of magical energy to aid Fei Luo in his quest for the ethereal Dan realm. Today marks the moment of my core formation. Fei Luo gazed at the 2 jade vials in his hands, his eyes radiating a dazzling light. Chapter 25. The golden elixir of the core formation stage. With a soft gulp, Fei Luo tilted his head back and swallowed the cultivation pill. Even though it was not his first experience with such elixirs, he still relished the delightful fragrance that enveloped him. The spiritual pill dissolved upon contact, releasing a rich aroma that tantalized his senses, while the pure medicinal energy surged through his entire being in an instant. Boom. At that moment, an invisible force seemed to stir the energy sea within Fei Luo, causing the abundant spiritual energy to coalesce into a swirling vortex that began to circulate rapidly. After several breaths, he sensed that the volume of the vortex had not increased, prompting him to swallow another heavenly yuan soul-gathering pill. This pill, capable of unconditionally enhancing one's foundation by a level, transformed into a dense spiritual force that merged into the cyclone. Not enough. He continued to consume more. Gulp, gulp. After devouring 3 additional pills, a sensation of fullness began to creep in, a consequence of the accumulation of spiritual energy within him. Gather. Fei Luo focused all his mental faculties on controlling the cyclone within, as the liquid-like spiritual energy began to whirl at an accelerated pace. This vortex, composed entirely of liquid spiritual energy, needed to be condensed continuously until it ultimately converged into a singular point, the moment of pill formation. Half a stick of incense later, Fei Luo felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. Tilting his head back, he continued to consume more pills. Should this scene be witnessed by others, it would surely instill terror. One must understand that during the era of dwindling magic, even core formation cultivators have a limited capacity for power within. Fei Luo had consumed 6 heavenly yuan soul-gathering pills in succession, equating to the peak capacity of 2 foundation-level cultivators. Coupled with Fei Luo's own innate magical foundation, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals by at least tenfold. It was a chilling realization. Before him, the bottle gradually emptied. The last three, gather. At this juncture, the cyclone within Fei Luo had reached a remarkable rotational speed, exuding an imposing force akin to a raging torrent. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the final 3 heavenly yuan soul-gathering pills in one go. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him reached its zenith. The golden threads of the Pei Yuan pill's potency continuously flowed into the vortex, which shimmered with a radiant golden hue. Gather, Fei Luo shouted, and the vortex within him rapidly contracted. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned his gaze inward. Goodness! Fei Luo gasped as he beheld the inner elixir. It was indeed a supreme virtual pill, formed in a brilliant golden hue. He was inwardly astonished. Having perused the text of Mashan, he was aware of the many mysteries surrounding the core formation realm. The virtual pill, at its lowest, wore a grayish color. Most individuals' virtual pills exhibited such a hue, and the ghostly pill adhered to the same. Above gray, white was esteemed. Above white, pale yellow reigned, and above pale yellow, pale gold stood as the absolute sovereign, looking down upon all beings. Fei Luo's virtual pill, however, was deep gold. This, Fei Luo furrowed his brow, pondering whether the core formation also fell within the realm of exponential amplification. The amount of magical power he possessed was likely 100-fold that of an average individual. He murmured to himself, though unaware of other circumstances, based on the disparity in magical power between himself and Uncle Gio during the foundation stage. He had been 10 times that of an ordinary person. Now, having reached the core formation stage, that gap was even more pronounced, 100-fold. Fei Luo discerned accurately that the so-called 10,000-fold amplification is not confined solely to the system's automatic cultivation. Even through the host's diligent efforts, such amplification is attainable. Even if others possess magical powers, they would not wield them as recklessly as Fei Luo does to vanquish demons, often opting to conserve their energy. Why is this so? Because in the age of decline, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is scarce. Wasting even a modicum of magical energy necessitates multiple times the effort to draw energy into the body and solidify it into magical power. Fei Luo, however, this anomaly, harbors no such concerns. His body continuously operates the energy-gathering and body-refining technique, absorbing the spiritual essence from the cosmos. Moreover, each demon he subdues rewards him, and he has never worried about lacking medicinal pills to replenish his magical energy. Such is Fei Luo's audacity. In this age of decline, it bears no effect upon him. His sole focus lies in how to eradicate demons and bring benefit to humanity to earn rewards. If he were to confront Dong Xiaoyu at this moment, there would be no need for complications. A single strike would suffice to end her. Fei Luo sensed the novel transformations within him and murmured his thoughts. The elevation of one's cultivation level is, after all, an evolution of life's essence. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. As one's cultivation progresses, the abilities one can attain multiply, and one's lifespan subtly extends. During the Ming Dynasty, Zhang Zhenren was able to live for 3 centuries precisely due to his cultivation. Is it already midnight? After examining the changes within his body, Fei Luo gazed out the window, noticing the moon had already drifted to the horizon. He understood that it was now late at night. However, sleep eluded him. At the core formation stage, one can abstain from food. Even without water for 10 days or half a month, one remains unscathed, and sleep is similarly unnecessary. At this stage of cultivation, one can truly be said to be reborn. In high spirits, Fei Luo shifted his gaze and entered the system's space to retrieve an item. It was a ring that appeared to be crafted of platinum, adorned with swirling clouds, its craftsmanship surpassing even that of the finest sculptors in later generations. A storage ring? Blood for recognition? Fei Luo grinned, marveling at his fortune in acquiring such a treasure. With a thought, he summoned a drop of blood from his fingertip and let it fall onto the ring. In the depths of his mind, Fei Luo sensed a connection established with this ring. Open. With another thought, an unseen space, measuring 10 feet in width and length, materialized before him. Shifting his gaze, Fei Luo looked at the pillow beside him. As if performing a magic trick, the pillow appeared in the ring's space at his command. What a splendid item. With this treasure, he would no longer worry about lacking personal belongings while traversing the world. Fei Luo chuckled, deciding to name it the Flowing Cloud Ring. Fei Luo had always pondered a perplexing question. Did those great heroes who roam the world not change their clothes? Did they not change their socks? Did they not carry toiletries? With this treasure, he could store various daily necessities, making them easily transportable. As for the Flowing Cloud Sword, it resided within the system's space, readily available for retrieval or return at will. Even upon reaching the core formation stage, Fei Luo's mindset remained largely unchanged. After all, he is still but a human. One must uphold certain standards, mustn't one? Is it conceivable that one would venture outdoors without a change of attire for all 365 days of the year? One must maintain a respectable appearance. Even in the pursuit of vanquishing demons and monsters, one's demeanor remains paramount. Observing the intricate clouds upon the ring, Fei Luo whimsically bestowed upon it a name. Yet, the ring, being an inanimate object, offered no response to Fei Luo's musings, remaining utterly unresponsive. As Fei Luo adorned his index finger with the ring, it seemed to possess a life of its own, effortlessly adjusting to the perfect size for his digit, gently settling upon it. Subsequently, Fei Luo turned his gaze towards the final reward, the void-breaking sword technique, which he had eagerly anticipated. Upon merely casting a glance, Fei Luo's pupils constricted, overwhelmed with astonishment. Chapter 26 The Seed of Jealousy 3 days later, in Fei Luo's small courtyard. With a swift motion, Fei Luo wielded the flowing cloud sword, creating a flurry of sword blossoms that manifested dozens of sword shadows in the air, both real and illusory, exuding an overwhelming aura. To an outsider's gaze, it would appear that Fei Luo had not invoked any magical enhancement. It was merely a conventional strike. Yet, this single stroke was so swift that it blurred the line of visibility, resembling the convergence of 10 sword lights or akin to a single blow that unleashed 10 strikes. Ding! After a day of arduous practice, the second style of your void-breaking sword technique has been mastered. Ding! Under the enhancement of your 9th grade spiritual root, the progress of the 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning Technique has reached 100. Upon hearing the dual notifications from the system, a smile graced Fei Luo's face as he stood, sword in hand. Indeed, he had not anticipated that his diligent training combined with the system's automatic cultivation would yield such seamless results. And the 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning Technique was also perfected under a 10,000-fold amplification. Murmuring to himself, Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with clarity as transparent as water, and he contemplated various matters. 3 days prior, he had acquired a substantial fortune by vanquishing Dong Xiaoyu, thereby stepping into the Void Dan realm and becoming a Dan formation practitioner. During these 3 days, Fei Luo had not ventured outside. It seemed that Uncle Jiao was still in the process of refining the medicinal power, and no one had come to seek him out. For 3 days and nights, Fei Luo abstained from food and drink, consumed by a fervent obsession with mastering the void-breaking sword technique. At last, through the combined efforts of the host and the system, he had perfected the second style, which represented the pinnacle achievable within the Void Dan realm. The void-breaking sword technique's first style was named Chasing the Wind, while the second was Embracing the Moon. Though these names carried poetic resonance, the swordplay was far from easy to master. The requirement was stark, to execute 10 strikes solely relying on physical prowess without the aid of any magical power. This meant that one had to unleash 10 strikes in an instant to complete the first 2 styles, with the third style, Flying Blossoms, marking the true entry into the technique. The third style, unmistakably, was the 100-sword realm. Once mastered, the sword techniques could be employed in myriad forms, seamlessly transitioning with one's magical energy. The void-breaking sword technique alone would not compel Fei Luo to endure such hardship. It was a brief yet potent description that captivated his mind over the past 3 days. At its zenith, this swordplay could summon a multitude of swords, piercing the heavens like a rainbow during the day, illuminating the night sky with sword energy, shattering the void and breaking through dimensional barriers. Such a concise and powerful synopsis filled Fei Luo with elation. The realm of 10 swords was my limit. To transcend into the 100-sword realm, one must attain the true Dan realm to truly grasp its essence. As he gazed at the flowing cloud sword in his hand, a surge of ambition welled up within him. The days of wielding his sword to vanquish demons and eradicate evil were not far off. One day, he would undoubtedly become an invincible presence, effortlessly traversing the seas with his blade, unmatched by any foe. The young lady, Ting Ting, had knocked on his door several times. Yet he had chosen to ignore her. She must be quite anxious by now. Stowing away the flowing cloud sword, Fei Luo glanced at the tightly shut door, silently pondering. Perhaps it is time to check on that young girl. The shadowy figures behind her and her father's plight remain unresolved. I wonder if eliminating these hidden adversaries will yield any rewards? Resolute in his decision, Fei Luo tidied his appearance and stepped out of the courtyard. On the other side, in the Ren family villa, Ren Tingting sat in the living room, lost in thought. Over the past 3 days, she often gazed longingly at the dormitory where Fei Luo had resided, her mind wandering. During this time, Fei Luo had been unreachable after Qiuxin's return. He informed her that Fei Luo had gone home and the following day had returned to the ancestral hall with Uncle Jiao and others. She had visited Fei Luo's home, but the door was tightly shut and no one knew where he had gone. It was no wonder that Ren Tingting felt this way. Even old Master Ren inquired daily if she had seen Fei Luo. After all, Fei Luo had saved both her and her father, and she had yet to express her gratitude. Moreover, Fei Luo met all of old Master Ren's criteria for a prospective son-in-law, and the more old Master Ren considered him, the more satisfied he became. If he were to have such a heroic son-in-law, wouldn't the future of the Ren family's enterprise be secured? While Ren Tingting sat in the living room, lost in her musings, an unexpected guest arrived. "Cousin, are you preoccupied?" Away, with his hands in his pockets and a casual demeanor, swaggered into the Ren family residence. "Get lost. What is it to you?" Ren Tingting, adorned in a cheap how that accentuated her curves, shot him an angry glare. "Hey." Away smirked coldly, his murky eyes greedily scanning Ren Tingting before he turned to leave. "You keep scaring me. Just wait, little girl. In this chaotic world, a few years from now, when your father is old, everything in the Ren family will belong to me. By then, I'll tire of you and play with you as I please." Away turned, his face dark as a storm cloud, his mind plotting maliciously. Soon, his eyebrows lifted as he spotted a familiar figure approaching the Ren residence. "Is that brat?" Away adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the scene before him. Fei Luo was striding in, greeted joyfully by Ren Tingting. "That scoundrel. I treat you so well. Yet you cling to that pretty boy. What does he have aside from his looks and some nonsensical chatter?" Away's gaze was filled with jealousy as he watched Ren Tingting smiling at Fei Luo. In terms of background, Away believed he was superior to Fei Luo. He was related to Ren Tingting and thought that marrying her would strengthen their ties. In contrast, Fei Luo was merely a nobody from the backstreets. Regarding power, as the head of the patrol office, Away controlled the safety of the town and commanded a small army of followers. Why should he lose out to a pretty boy? Aside from being a bit better looking and spouting some mystical nonsense, what makes him better than me? Away's jealousy burned like an uncontrollable flame, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, Ren Tingting, like a dutiful wife, took the initiative to link her arm with Fei Luo's as they walked into the Ren villa together. "Good. Very good. Since you're competing with me for a woman, don't blame me for being heartless." Away's lips twitched, his expression twisted with fury. At that moment, his jealousy erupted into a frenzy. "Wait." Away quickened his pace, heading towards his precinct. "Meanwhile, Miss Ren, please do not behave this way. We are merely good friends." As he watched Ren Tingting link her arm with his, especially feeling the soft, firm touch of her figure against his arm, Fei Luo felt a sudden warmth rise to his cheeks. "Fei Luo, you are my savior. Why should I, a young lady, feel shy when you do?" Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed outside the Ren residence. Hearing the sound, Fei Luo turned to look outside, a smile gracing his face. However, Ren Tingting's expression shifted dramatically, her face filled with anger. Chapter 27, Playing with Guns? Outside the Ren residence, over 30 individuals arrived, all street ruffians from the local police precinct, commonly referred to as thugs in this era. As the head of security, Away swiftly assembled his subordinates, preparing to teach Fei Luo a lesson. Fueled by rage, Away, who regularly bullied the common folk with his gang, could hardly tolerate being victimized himself. "Captain, is this the place?" inquired a sycophant, tilting his hat in a servile manner. Away nodded and commanded, "Gentlemen, a sorcerer has conspired to extort and harm, deceiving my aunt's husband and enchanting my cousin with a potion. Such a fiend must face justice to prevent further calamities in the world." Upon hearing Away's decree, the thug's eyes gleamed with excitement. Who among them did not know that the esteemed Lord Ren's daughter was an exquisite beauty? They were well aware of their superior's long-standing infatuation with her, and this was a perfect opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Serving their captain well would surely yield future rewards. With that, the sycophant, along with another crooked-toothed thug, forcefully kicked open the door to the Ren residence, and the rest followed in a chaotic rush. With a resounding crash, before Ren Tingting and Fei Luo could react, the thugs rudely pushed open the villa's grand entrance, flooding inside like a swarm. However, the leading two henchmen were taken aback upon spotting Fei Luo seated elegantly on the sofa, their eyes widening in disbelief. "A master?" At that moment, Away swaggered in, nose held high. "What are you all gaping at? Seize him," he barked, noticing the horrified expressions of his subordinates. "See, Captain. This master is the one who sent a zombie flying with a single punch," we stammered the hat-wearing lackey. They had all witnessed the commotion at the Ren residence and how the security team had arrived. Yet, the indestructible zombie had been effortlessly subdued by the strikingly handsome young man before them. They swallowed hard, unable to shake the memory of that night. Is this master truly a sorcerer? Observing the scene unfold, Fei Luo remained composed on the sofa, a knowing smile gracing his lips, possessing innate abilities beyond the mundane. He was unafraid of mere iron, let alone bullets. Moreover, in this era, firearms were not automatic. These thugs wielded guns more for intimidation than genuine threat, akin to brandishing a large bird to frighten a widow, utterly ludicrous. "Away, you possess audacity indeed, daring to trespass into my Ren residence with your lackeys. Is there no law?" Ren Tingting, displeased by Away's aggressive entrance, rose to admonish him. Law? Away scoffed, raising an eyebrow. I am the law. This sorcerer has beguiled the populace with his tricks, not only ensnaring my aunt's husband, but also enchanting you, my cousin. I suspect he is behind the zombie. Away, your words are nothing but slander. Brother Fei Luo is a paragon of virtue, performing good deeds without seeking reward. He recently inquired about the fortune teller from years past and my father's well-being, unlike you. A despicable wretch who confuses truth and falsehood with such absurdity. Rintingting, witnessing Away's unfounded accusations against Fei Luo, became agitated and spoke up in defense. She was well aware of her cousin's nature, having often bullied the common folk, and the majority of those he apprehended suffered under his brutal hand. While Fei Luo was formidable, Rintingting believed that even the strongest could not withstand the onslaught of armed thugs. Captain, this is a master of exorcism. Are we truly going to apprehend him? He is incredibly powerful. As Rintingting's words fell, Away's sycophant trembled in fear, clearly intimidated by Fei Luo. Their minds haunted by the memory of that night when Fei Luo ruthlessly beat Elder Rin. Arrest him. Why not? This sorcerer must be captured. Did you not see he is merely a coward hiding behind a woman? Away sneered coldly, continuing, what if he is powerful? Can he surpass the gun in my hand? Do you know that a gun is swift at 10 paces and both swift and accurate within 10? As he spoke, Away brandished his revolver, commanding, go, all of you, advance. Fei Luo. Rintingting felt a surge of panic as she realized the gravity of the situation. She looked anxiously at Fei Luo, but before she could speak, he offered a calm smile and rose slowly. A mere cur with a broken spine dares to bark here? How audacious. Fei Luo's eyes narrowed, a brilliant blue light shimmering within them. Before anyone could move, he unleashed a radiant blue beam that swept across the crowd. In an instant, the blue light appeared and vanished. Upon hearing Away's command, his subordinates had yet to raise their weapons when the blue beam struck their eyes, rendering their expressions blank and devoid of life. You lot, advance. Away, filled with rage and humiliation, found himself at a loss as he witnessed the bewildered expressions of his men, as if they were entranced or bewitched, standing frozen in place. Bang. Move, you fools. What are you waiting for? Panic coursed through Away as he turned to kick his subordinates, yet they remained motionless. Rintingting was left stunned by the scene. She had also witnessed the dazzling blue light and assumed it was some form of sorcery employed by Fei Luo. Gulp. What have you done to them? Away swallowed hard, staring at Fei Luo in terror. You claimed that within 10 paces, a gun is swift and accurate. If you can hit me with a single shot, I will reveal the reason, Fei Luo replied, stepping towards Away. With each step, it felt as though a heavy hammer struck Away's heart. The intimidating aura emanating from Fei Luo made him feel as if he were confronting a fearsome beast. Not a delicate young man. Do not come any closer. If you take another step, I will shoot. Away trembled as he raised the firearm, his legs quivering uncontrollably, and even the hand gripping the weapon shook. You, driven by greed and lust, cowardly as a mouse, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, I perceive the malevolent aura gathering above your head. How many heinous deeds have you committed? Fei Luo advanced, his voice resonating like a distant judgment, each word seemingly capable of unearthing the unspeakable horrors buried deep within Away's soul. In the blink of an eye, Fei Luo had closed the distance to within 10 paces of Away. Fool, what are you pretending for? Meet your end. Away, drenched in cold sweat, felt a profound sense of dread wash over him as he gazed at Fei Luo. Overwhelmed by fear, he fought to suppress his panic and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. No. At that moment, Tingding let out a piercing scream, instinctively rushing towards Fei Luo. Chapter 28. The divine man Fei Luo. The air within the Ren residence was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, causing Rintingting, who was lunging forward, to momentarily halt. In an instant, Rintingting was struck with astonishment. Within her pupils, Fei Luo's figure seemed to dissolve into an ephemeral shadow. With eyes shut, Away fired 6 shots at Fei Luo. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a chilling sight. You. At that moment, Away appeared as if he had seen a ghost. His glasses had slipped from his face, revealing a pair of bulging eyes. In his line of sight, Fei Luo seemed to have done nothing, yet his fingertips were firmly grasping the 6 bullets he had just fired, wisps of smoke rising from them, a result of their friction with the air. Is that all? Fei Luo smirked. Did you not boast of your speed and accuracy at close range? You ignorant mortal. Away attempted to speak, but his eyes soon took on a mechanical stupor. His previously trembling body froze in place, mirroring the bewildered stance of his subordinates behind him. The soul-capturing technique, capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. As the blue light in Fei Luo's eyes gradually faded, he regarded Away and commanded, Away, reveal your secrets. Yes. Away nodded mechanically, like a puppet, tilting his head as he began to divulge his confessions. My name is Away. I am a remorseless villain. Just the other day, I impregnated old Wang's wife and callously abandoned her. I even orchestrated old Wang's imprisonment, leading to his demise. I have long usurped the Yihong courtyard, not only indulging freely but also demanding money from her. The Li family in the 4th alley suffered my wrath as well. Old Li perished after I subjected him to brutal treatment for refusing to pay protection fees. 2 years ago, an old man who raised chickens met his end because I had his chickens set upon by dogs for not providing me with food. The old fool, enraged, drowned himself. What a laugh, that foolish old man. I have long coveted my aunt's husband's wealth, wondering when the old fool would finally die. And that wretched Rintingting, who has persistently scorned me, what does she think she is? Once I am rid of her grandfather, I shall make her suffer daily, and when I tire of her, I will sell her to the Yihong courtyard for others to exploit. That pretty boy, I will see to it that he meets his end as well. Enough. Fei Luo, brother, make him stop. At that moment, Rin Tingting trembled with rage, her eyes reddening. Indeed, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Although Away was detestable and lecherous, she had never anticipated that this cousin would be such a beast, even inferior to animals. Upon hearing her plea, Fei Luo smiled, slightly nodding as a flash of blue light pierced the minds of those present. Do not worry, I am fully aware of the evils these thugs have committed, and they shall receive their due punishment, Fei Luo stated calmly. He then exhaled gently, and all, including Away, mechanically began to move outward, through the gaze of the divine eye. Even Fei Luo found the scene to be somewhat shocking. In a time of profound suffering and turmoil, where the populace struggles to survive, it is disheartening to witness the majority of these thuggish soldiers entangled in heinous crimes. Their transgressions against the local populace are but minor offenses, while the more grievous acts, akin to those of Away, are unequivocally monstrous. Tears welled in Ren Tingting's eyes as she choked back her emotions, expressing her gratitude. Brother Fei Luo, thank you for saving me once again. Were it not for you, I fear for what my future might hold. The mere thought of Away's sinister intentions sent shivers down her spine. Coveting her father's wealth, he would dig wells alone, urging his band of brothers to join him, only to eventually sell her to a brothel. Such horrifying tales had never graced her ears in all her years. Brother Fei Luo, what fate awaits Away and his ilk? She asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Casting a glance at Fei Luo, today's events had profoundly altered her perception of him, as well as her understanding of heroism. In her eyes, Fei Luo transcended humanity, embodying the essence of a deity, a paragon of virtue, capable of the impossible. Have you ever witnessed someone catch a bullet with bare hands? Have you seen an individual dispense justice in the blink of an eye? Away's days were numbered. He would meet a demise steeped in terror, never finding peace. Fei Luo, with a serene smile, elucidated, as for his subordinates, all guilty souls shall perish, while those whose sins are lesser shall face my judgment. Leading to a life of profound misery, Fei Luo spoke no falsehood. The soul-capturing technique could ensnare the heart and mind, orchestrating events of inexplicable nature. For instance, having severed Away's neural connections, he would be consumed by incessant self-reproach and remorse, ultimately succumbing to his own fear. Fei Luo had conjured myriad illusions within his mind, manipulating his neural pathways. As for those wicked lackeys, he too had rendered his judgment. Thank you, Brother Fei Luo. The citizens of Rinjia Town shall forever be grateful to you, Rin Tingting said, warmth swelling in her heart as she gazed at him. This man had inexplicably shielded her from numerous perils since his arrival. He was indeed a guardian, a divine protector of the world. In that moment, her admiration for Fei Luo transformed into profound reverence. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to uphold righteousness in this world. A responsibility entrusted to us cultivators, he replied, gently patting her shoulder with a smile. Master Fei Luo, this is just then, Lord Rin burst through the door. Having witnessed a troop storming his estate from afar, which compelled him to decline an invitation from Huang Baiwan and hasten home. Not far off, he had also heard gunfire. What could he do? His daughter had never encountered such a scene before. Anxiously, he rushed towards the Rin villa. Upon entering, he found only spent shell casings on the floor, accompanied by the sound of his daughter expressing her gratitude, revealing the scene before him. Father seeing her father. Rin Tingting rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Observing this tender reunion, Fei Luo felt a shift within himself as well. Rin Tingting, with remarkable courage, stood up for herself in the presence of awe, unyielding in the face of authority, embodying the essence of a chivalrous spirit. When awe fired his weapon, it seemed as though she was genuinely prepared to leap forward to shield herself from the bullets. Alas, Fei Luo's emotions were tumultuous, and he let out a silent sigh. Master Fei Luo, I am profoundly grateful to you. Today, I, Rin, shall repay your numerous acts of life-saving kindness. As Fei Luo pondered over this, old Rin After listening to Rintinting's brief account, turned to Fei Luo with a look of delight. There's no need. Master Fei Luo, you must stay. If you refuse, I shall leap from this place. Old Ren exclaimed upon noticing Fei Luo's inclination to decline. Chapter 29. Have we disturbed the zombie nest? Faced with the warm invitation from Lord Ren, Fei Luo found himself in a state of reluctant acceptance. The Lord had spoken so earnestly that further refusal seemed inappropriate. Thus, Fei Luo had no choice but to remain at the Ren residence, awaiting the Lord's generous hospitality. At this moment, not far from Rinjia town, a man stood upon a hillside. Gazing intently at the town below, his demeanor unervingly peculiar. This man possessed a shadowy visage, and his triangular eyes inadvertently radiated a chilling glimmer. The Maoshan sect, how remarkable, he mused, referring to Lin Jiao of the Maoshan sect, who had so effortlessly unraveled his meticulously crafted plans. Should this be the case, do not blame me for any ensuing treachery. A sinister voice drifted with the wind as the figure turned and vanished into the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, night descended. Inside the ancestral hall, Uncle Jiao was indulging in a hot bath, while Qiuxing and Wenkai anxiously awaited outside. Senior brother, Yu-ha. Wenkai chuckled, observing Qiuxing, whose face was caked in dirt, as if he had just emerged from a mud pit. You laugh? Look at yourself, Qiuxing retorted, rolling his eyes at Wenkai and delivering a playful thump to his head. At this moment, both Qiuxing and Wenkai were covered in scabs, exuding a foul odor that could easily be mistaken for the reanimation of zombies. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Uncle Jiao, along with Qiuxing and Wenkai, consumed the cleansing elixir bestowed upon them by Fei Luo. It was only now that the three of them emerged from their seclusion. After the transformative effects of the elixir, both Uncle Jiao and the others experienced a profound metamorphosis. They would no longer progress as slowly as depicted in the original tale. Instead, they were poised to enter a rapid growth phase. Before long, Uncle Jiao appeared in the courtyard, donned in a brand new robe. Most strikingly, although his hair remained a blend of black and white, the black strands had become significantly more lustrous, and his complexion was remarkably vibrant. You too, hurry and wash up. Remember to practice after you're done, Uncle Jiao instructed, regarding the duo with a commanding gaze. Yes, master, replied Qiuxing and Wenkai, taking towels and other items as they made their way to the bathhouse. I wonder if Fei Luo has emerged yet. I have a strong premonition that this young man will undoubtedly astonish us. I fear he may surpass my senior brother within a mere 2 years, Uncle Jiao murmured, glancing towards the direction of Fei Luo's courtyard. Shi Jian, a formidable presence, was renowned as the leading figure of the contemporary Maoshan sect. His strength was unfathomable, having devised a unique set of thunder-based martial arts that inspired awe and trepidation. However, Shi Jian's temperament was somewhat tempestuous, in stark contrast to Uncle Jiao's demeanor. Setting aside his distractions, Uncle Jiao picked up the Taoist scripture of the supreme purity and began to study it. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside Rinjia town, a group of dark figures was leaping forward with relentless energy. Dingling in the stillness of the night sky, amidst the barren fields, the sound of a bell resonated. With each chime, the shadowy figures sprang forward in unison. Dingling leading the procession was none other than the middle-aged man who had arrived outside Rinjia town earlier that day. The resplendent moon hung like a disk in the firmament, casting its silvery light upon the earth. Suddenly, as the moonlight swept over the scene, the dark figures revealed themselves to be a horde of zombies. The eerie scene unfolded in the profound silence of the night, sending chills down one's spine. The Maoshan sect, Lin Jiao, Ren family town, destroy my iron corpses, and today, I shall leave no trace of the Ren family town. An ominous voice resonated through the night sky. A middle-aged man with triangular eyes halted 500 meters from Ren family town. He muttered incantations, pinpointing several acupoints on the corpses before retrieving silver needles from a pouch. He inserted these needles into the nape of the zombies. Go forth, my children, annihilate Lin Jiao, and lay waste to Ren family town. His voice, low and haunting, drifted on the wind, as if sounding a death knell. As his words fell, 10 zombies roared in unison. The chilling sound startled the sleeping birds in the wilderness, sending them flapping into the night sky in a panic. It was as if a tangible aura of malevolence erupted from the 7 orifices of the 10 zombies, merging into the thick darkness. With a sudden rush, the enchanted zombies bared their fangs, their eyes ablaze with ferocity, vanishing into the night like swift leopards. At the Ren family town's ancestral hall, Qiuxing and Wenkai, having just stepped outside in their shirts, were about to express their awe when they turned their gaze to the night sky. What was that? Thanks to the transformative elixir, both Qiuxing and Wenkai had heightened senses, allowing them to discern movement even in the darkness. They spotted several shadowy figures darting through the night, gliding towards the ancestral hall. Indeed, they seemed to glide, for these frenzied zombies appeared as phantoms. Upon hearing their commotion, Uncle Joe suspiciously followed their gaze. "Not good," he exclaimed, springing into action. "Quick, fetch the talismans." But at that moment, a zombie had already breached the courtyard wall, charging into the ancestral hall. With a fearsome howl, the zombie confirmed its target and lunged at Uncle Joe with its dark, claw-like hands. Immediately after, wave upon wave of zombies surged forth. As if a nest had been disturbed, an utterly terrifying sight. "What in the world?" Qiuxing and Wenkai shouted as they fled in haste towards the room filled with talismans. Uncle Joe narrowly dodged the lunging zombie with a roll, but the subsequent zombies swarmed him like locusts. Bang, bang, bang. The claws of these zombies, as hard as steel, punctured the brick floor of the ancestral hall. Uncle Joe, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, had barely grasped the threshold of the mid-stage after consuming the elixir. He struck a nearby zombie with a punch, only to feel as if he had hit solid iron. Iron corpses? No, this was an extreme form, akin to that of the late old Master Ren. After a brief skirmish, Uncle Joe swiftly deduced that 4 out of the 10 zombies were indeed of the extreme iron type. How could this be? "Master, the talisman." At that moment, Qiuxing and Wenkai appeared, hurling a Guangong sword towards Uncle Joe. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiu Shu seized the large blade and delivered a sweeping strike at the approaching zombies, managing to repel only 3, while the remaining iron corpses remained steadfast and immovable. "Master, what shall we do with so many zombies?" Qiu Sheng exclaimed anxiously, narrowly evading the pursuit of one undead creature. "Quickly summon Fei Luo. Only he possesses the ability to subdue these zombies," Jiu Shu commanded. The onslaught of zombies had begun with their incursion into Rinjia town and had escalated to the ancestral hall in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Meanwhile, Master Fei Luo was engaged in a convivial exchange with Lord Rin. Master Fei Luo. Before Lord Rin could finish his sentence, Fei Luo set down his cup and turned his gaze towards the ancestral hall. There, several dark figures were racing towards the establishment. Such a dense aura of decay. Has the mastermind finally made their move? Fei Luo murmured, his keen vision perceiving the commotion within the ancestral hall. Chapter 30. The Descent of the Divine. Upon witnessing the phantoms rushing toward the ancestral hall, Fei Luo discerned that this was an act of vengeance orchestrated by a shadowy mastermind. Knowing that the target was the ancestral hall, it was clear that the hidden force intended to first eliminate both Uncle Joe and himself before turning its attention to Rinjia town. Such a horde of zombies was indeed cursed. Unconsciously, a chilling glint radiated from the corner of Fei Luo's eye. While zombies may bring harm, the malevolent practitioners of dark arts were far more insidious than the undead themselves. Such individuals were more venomous than any zombie. "Master Ren, Miss Ren, I have pressing matters to attend to. Excuse my departure," Fei Luo declared, setting down his wine glass and rising. Before either could respond, he had vanished from their sight in an instant. Mr. Ren blinked, only to see Fei Luo's figure appear outside the villa, and in the next moment, he had completely disappeared. Hiss, Mr. Ren inhaled sharply, ting-ting, Master Fei Luo is indeed a celestial being. Miss Ren smiled sweetly. "Father, you have yet to witness Fei Luo catching bullets." After all they had experienced, the father and daughter had come to regard Fei Luo as a terrestrial deity. Meanwhile, Mr. Ren's thoughts grew increasingly uncontrollable. "Ting-ting, what do you think of Fei Luo?" "Father." Inside the villa, the duo engaged in a serious conversation. At the ancestral hall, Uncle Joe called urgently, "Qiuxing, Wenkai, hurry. Go awaken Fei Luo, quickly." He struggled to fend off the zombies with his Guangong's blade. "Master, we cannot escape." Qiuxing and Wenkai, possessing lesser cultivation, were presently being chased around the courtyard by 2 subpar, white-haired zombies. "I will clear a path for you." Uncle Joe resolutely bit his fingertip, smearing his essence upon the blade, and with a thunderous shout, he swung at the 5 zombies before him. With a crackle, his attack momentarily stunned the zombies. Lacking the formidable magical power of Fei Luo, Uncle Joe knew he could not rely solely on his magic for continuous assault. Coating his weapon with his essence was effective and had a longer duration. Magic was a resource that diminished with each use. "Master!" Qiuxin and Wenkai cried out desperately, yet they still could not break free. The 10 zombies before them were formidable foes, and among them, for were of the Iron Corpse extreme. Even a single Iron Corpse was a daunting adversary, let alone 4. "Bold demon!" roared a familiar voice, resonating through the air. A figure appeared in the courtyard like a great rock unfurling its wings. With eyes gleaming blue, a laser beam shot forth, striking the 3 white-haired zombies pursuing Qiuxing and Wenkai. With a series of puffs, the 3 zombies trembled and, amidst their howls, disintegrated into particles that faded from existence. "Do not panic, Master. Your disciple has come to rescue you." In an instant, Fei Luo unleashed the soul-binding power of the soul-capturing technique. dispatching the 3 white-haired zombies with ease. Drawing his flowing cloud sword, he charged toward the 7 zombies besieging Uncle Jiao. Lunar Embrace. In the astonished gazes of Jiao Shu and Qiu Sheng, a dazzling sword light flashed by, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a celestial being, sweeping away the 7 zombies that besieged Jiao Shu as if they were mere floating reeds. Before the corpses of the zombies even touched the ground, a scintillating glimmer emanated from Fei Luo's sword, momentarily captivating all present, rendering them unable to open their eyes. A melodious hum of the sword echoed through the air. Clang. Like a mirage, dozens of sword lights appeared in the sky. These 7 zombies, including 4 iron corpses, were pierced with gaping holes before they could even utter a cry. Thud. Thud. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground like lifeless wooden figures, stirring up clouds of dust. Celestial fire spell. Go. Fei Luo executed a hand gesture, flicking his azure finger, sending several flames soaring towards the fallen zombies. In an instant, the undead were engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Jiao Shu and his companions widened their eyes, gazing at Fei Luo, who appeared as if descended from the heavens, as though struck by lightning. From Fei Luo's emergence to the annihilation of 10 zombies, had merely 3 breaths passed? Everyone stood in a state of bewilderment, their minds buzzing. Wow, Brother Fei Luo, you are astonishing. Wen Kai exclaimed, tilting his head and blinking in disbelief, unable to suppress his exclamations. Yet, despite his astonishment, he could not mask the shock in his heart. Just a few days had transpired. On the day old Master Ren revived, Fei Luo had displayed a strength that was impressive yet within the bounds of comprehension, merely a shade stronger than their master. But what was this today? A divine being descended? Slaying 10 zombies as effortlessly as one would kill 10 chickens? Fool, look at your naive surprise. Brother Fei Luo was even more formidable when he dealt with Dong Xiaoyu, Qiu Sheng remarked, delivering a light punch to Wen Kai's shoulder. Yet Qiu Sheng understood fully. Today's Fei Luo was far more domineering, fierce, and captivating than when he faced Dong Xiaoyu. Back then, he knew that Fei Luo's swordsmanship was rather rudimentary, significantly inferior to their master's. But what was happening today? What was the meaning of those countless sword shadows? 10 strikes in a second? Little Luo you have already. The most astonished of all was Jiao Shu. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, with their limited cultivation, could not perceive the terrifying essence of the magical power Fei Luo had just unleashed. However, Jiao Shu felt it clearly. The Foundation Establishment Realm. This was the aura that could only be possessed by one at the Foundation Establishment stage. Such an aura, as cultivation advanced, would transform into an overwhelming pressure. Once this pressure emerged, divine consciousness would follow. When a cultivator grows formidable, their thoughts can encompass 100 miles, under the perception of their divine consciousness. Not even an ant within that range could escape detection. What? Jiao Shu was utterly flustered. In nearly a century, it seemed that only his senior brother, Shi Jian, had reached the Foundation Establishment realm, and he was hailed as the most outstanding genius of the century. Yet now, in comparison to Fei Luo, his senior brother would undoubtedly pale in comparison. His senior brother was already 45 years old. How old was Fei Luo? A mere 21. Heavenly. A faint smile graced Fei Luo's lips as he touched his nose, gazing at his master and the others. Master, I, your humble disciple, have gained some insights after a period of seclusion. Fei Luo was aware that he would astonish his master and the others today, but he never anticipated that merely revealing a fraction of his strength would elicit such astonishment from them. He still had his ultimate moves in reserve. The 9 Heavens Thunder God technique remained untapped. That was an unparalleled skill, and when combined with the void-breaking sword technique, even those in the real Dan realm would not stand a chance against him. With the advancement of his cultivation, Fei Luo had firmly established his footing in this age of diminishing loss. These extraordinary techniques would continue to evolve alongside his cultivation, growing ever more potent. Alas, Master Jiao shook his head. Xiao Luo, you have truly astonished me. However, with your current strength, we can trace the roots and uncover the mastermind behind today's events, bringing them to justice. Of course, Fei Luo nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. A Slap in the Face. A frantic reckoning. Fei Luo was acutely aware that had it not been for his significant enhancement in cultivation today, he would have found himself in dire straits even when confronting these zombies. The mere thought of the potential consequences for himself, his companions, and the citizens of Rinjia town sent a shiver down his spine. Master, he mused, that mysterious figure must be lurking nearby. We can employ the Maoshan spirit-seeking technique to track him down. He turned to Uncle Jiao with a smile. Xiao Luo, hasten to cast your spell. Your formidable powers will surely prevent that scoundrel from escaping. Uncle Jiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Master, but what of us? Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai interjected, glancing at Fei Luo and Uncle Jiao. You two shall remain here to safeguard the premises. I will accompany Fei Luo, Fei Luo instructed decisively. Very well, master. Without further hesitation, Fei Luo swiftly formed a hand gesture, channeling his power into a delicate butterfly that shimmered like a firefly. Its wings fluttering as it soared toward the courtyard's exit. Master, he is to the west. Fei Luo's eyes sparkled as he discerned the butterfly's flight path, pinpointing the direction towards the desolate outskirts. The land west of Rinjiao town was barren, unsuitable for agriculture due to its saline soil. Uncle Jiao, visibly astonished, remarked, Fei Luo, your ascendant prowess in the Tao is truly enviable. At this praise, Fei Luo smiled modestly. Master, please do not jest. Were it not for your intervention, I would have perished at the hands of malevolent spirits. Let us proceed. Fei Luo, a man of gratitude, remembered that he had been on the brink of death before Uncle Jiao's desperate rescue had granted him a second chance. Otherwise, the subsequent events would never have unfolded. Agreed. Uncle Jiao nodded, and together, the elder and the younger leapt gracefully onto the rooftops, racing toward the desolate outskirts. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the desolate outskirts, the shadowy figure of the man cast spells in desperation, only to find that his zombies had ceased to respond. What is happening? In less than a tea's brewing time, all my zombies have perished? His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He had invested half of his power to annihilate Rinjiao town. For iron corpses should have sufficed to deal with the insignificant Lin Jiao and his 3 disciples. Yet the reality was far from his expectations. In mere moments, he could no longer sense the presence of his minions. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of light in the night sky approaching him, resembling a firefly, yet far more radiant. Simultaneously, he noticed 2 figures racing through the darkness. So they have arrived, the shadowy man murmured, tucking his magical artifact into a cloth bag. The newcomers were none other than Fei Luo and Uncle Jiao. Beneath the luminous moonlight, they swiftly reached a point several hundred meters west of Rinjiao town, where they beheld a man clad in a black Taoist robe standing ominously in the night. Lin Jiao? The shadowy man's pupils constricted as he recognized Uncle Jiao and Fei Luo, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I presume this is your prized disciple? Since you have obliterated my precious 10 iron corpses, you shall meet your demise today. As he spoke, Uncle Jiao and Fei Luo fixed their gazes upon him. As Jioshu's breath hitched, he gazed at the sanguine emblem adorning the man's Taoist robe and exclaimed, You are one of the practitioners from the Miaojiang corpse-raising valley? You vile heretics deserve to be eradicated by all, yet I never anticipated you would dare to appear in this place. Jioshu's voice dripped with disdain, harboring no fondness for the man before him. Among practitioners of the Tao, there exists a division between the righteous and the wicked. Malevolent cultivators often engage in heinous deeds, yet their ascension in power is alarmingly swift, far surpassing that of their righteous counterparts. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his countenance. The pinnacle of foundation establishment. The man's cultivation level was astonishingly at the peak of foundation establishment, nearly indistinguishable from his own state prior to breakthrough. Moreover, the aura of malevolence surrounding him suggested he was steeped in bloodshed. This individual could not be allowed to remain. Whoosh! Just as Fei Luo scrutinized the shadowy figure, the man made his move. He appeared like a specter, his body transforming into an afterimage as his claw-like fingers lunged toward Jioshu. In his eyes, Jioshu's cultivation was the strongest, nearly reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Fei Luo was dismissed entirely, a seemingly delicate child. It was an extreme feat for one of his age to attain the 9th level of Qi refinement. Dispatching Jioshu would be a mere trifle. Jioshu was taken aback by the man's sudden attack, but as his internal mana surged, he retaliated with a punch aimed at his adversary. Bang! Upon collision, Jioshu felt as though he had struck a fortified wall, his body staggering backward. A slender hand, as delicate as jade, suddenly rested upon Jioshu's shoulder, dissipating the force of the blow. Master, allow me, Fei Luo said with a calm smile as he looked at Jioshu. Very well, Jioshu nodded, refraining from further comment. The shadowy man was taken aback by the child's unexpectedly peculiar footwork. The moment he launched his attack, Fei Luo had already moved, deftly catching the retreating Jioshu and skillfully neutralizing the force exerted upon him. Little brat, since you seek death, I shall grant it. The shadowy man seethed with rage. Having observed the calm demeanor of Fei Luo, who had audaciously suggested Jioshu step back to let him handle things, he had encountered those courting death, but never one so brazen. The child was truly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. With a rush, the black-clad figure summoned a surge of dark energy, channeling all his power into his palm, amplifying the strength of his next strike manifold. He transformed into an afterimage, lunging toward Fei Luo. The same claw was unleashed, but the chilling aura it emanated suggested it could shatter an ordinary person's skull with a single blow. Child's play. Fei Luo did not even glance at the attack. He raised his hand high and waved it forward. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as the shadowy man's black claw remained poised to strike. Yet Fei Luo's hand moved with uncanny swiftness, landing squarely on his face. Buzz! The force of the slap left the man dazed, his mind buzzing as he spun in place like a top, utterly bewildered. The young man. Slapped before the black-cloaked figure could regain his balance. Another resounding slap landed on the same spot. This time, 3 yellowed teeth flew through the air. And the black-cloaked man felt a buzzing in his mind, his vision swirling as he continued to spin. This slap was delivered in vengeance for those who had died unjustly. This slap was in retribution for the old patriarch of the Rin family. This slap was for my master. Fei Luo unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving the black-cloaked man scrambling for his teeth, half of his face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. You. The black-cloaked man, enraged, spat blood repeatedly, his fear palpable. He covered his face, staring at Fei Luo in terror, his scalp prickling with dread. Chapter 32. Does this electric serpent even deserve to be called thunder? The black-robed man was gripped by terror, his mouth spewing forth a torrent of curses as he stumbled backward. He gazed at Fei Luo, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awe and dread evident in his eyes. A Peak Foundation establishment practitioner. He must be at least that, and so young. How could this be possible? The black-robed man's complexion shifted wildly as he felt a searing pain on his face. He retrieved an object from his pocket, a piece of yellow talisman paper adorned with intricate symbols resembling chicken claws. Luo. That is the demon power Vidra talisman from the corpse-raising valley. Be cautious. Uncle Gio exclaimed upon seeing the talisman. The demon power Vidra talisman was akin to the Maoshan school's mighty Vidra talisman, yet it was far more ruthless and cold, capable of amplifying strength several times over. Albeit with significant after-effects that required secret techniques to compensate for the body's depletion. Fear not, merely a buffoon, Fei Luo replied with a faint smile. His interest peaked as he observed the black-robed man. Provoked by Fei Luo's derision, the black-robed man retorted, "You are an exceptional talent, one I have seldom encountered in my life. But alas, today marks your demise." With that, the black-robed man began to chant, and flames erupted from the talisman, reducing it to ashes. At that moment, his power and speed experienced an eerie enhancement. Veins bulged at his temples, and his arms swelled like coiling dragons. Suddenly, he vanished in an uncanny manner, appearing beside Fei Luo in a ghostly fashion, his claw radiating a chilling aura as it swept toward Fei Luo's throat. Fei Luo, with a smile, slightly turned to the side and extended a leg. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the old man's posterior. The black-robed man was taken aback, his form staggering as he was struck by the unexpected blow, causing him to tumble to the ground. His claw, shrouded in dark energy, gouged a large hole in the earth, yet he swiftly regained his stance, performing a remarkable flip. However, before he could steady himself, Fei Luo, like a father chastising a wayward child, delivered another kick to his rear. Bang! In that instant, the black-robed man found himself without leverage, face-planting into the wilderness in a most comical fashion. This ridiculous scene elicited a chuckle from Uncle Gio, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the black-robed man, who was being toyed with by Fei Luo, oblivious to his own humiliation. Damn it! The black-robed man rose, his face smeared with fresh dirt, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Fei Luo from a distance. Something was amiss. This young lad was not as he seemed, could he be? In the core formation stage? As this thought crossed his mind, the black-robed man's breath caught in his throat, disbelief overwhelming him. Fei Luo appeared to be barely in his 20s. In this era of diminishing spiritual energy, most practitioners were merely at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement, while those reaching 5 or 6 levels were considered prodigies. For someone barely past 20 to achieve peak foundation establishment was already astonishing, yet every sign indicated that this young man was beyond mere foundation establishment. His own threefold augmentation of power was insufficient against Fei Luo, leaving only one possible conclusion. During the stage of condensation, the child before him was undoubtedly a practitioner at the same level. Geomancer, you are woefully inadequate. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise? Fei Luo regarded the man in the black robe with a hint of disinterest. He had initially intended to observe the peculiar techniques of the so-called necromancers from the corpse-raising valley, for Fei Luo was a traveler from a future era, curious about the matters of this time. He had encountered spirits and zombies before, but this was his first experience with an evil practitioner. However, based on the current circumstances, this individual truly disappointed him. Aside from the underhanded tactics, there was nothing remarkable in terms of combat. Demise? The man in the black robe chuckled sinisterly, brushing the dust from his face. I never anticipated encountering a genius such as yourself. To eliminate a talent like you, even at a cost, would be worthwhile. As he spoke, The black-robed man produced an object. Upon seeing it, Uncle Joe's face turned pale with fright. Blood demon pill? Fei Luo quickly end him. Fei Luo, puzzled, gazed at the blood-red pill in the man's hand with curiosity. The subsequent transformation of the black-robed man confirmed Uncle Joe's alarm. The blood demon pill, crafted from the heart's blood of a child combined with the secret methods of the corpse-raising valley, could amplify the user's cultivation tenfold. A tenfold increase in power was nearly equivalent to the pinnacle of the void dance stage. However, this method was exceedingly heinous, with severe side effects. The user could suffer rapid aging of their vital energy, resulting in a significant reduction of lifespan, or even the risk of madness and losing one's mind. This was a closely guarded secret of the corpse-raising valley. Master, do not panic. Allow your disciple to observe this fellow's abilities. Otherwise, I would not want to tarnish your esteemed reputation in the future, Fei Luo stated, showing no intention of stopping the man in black. He merely wished to witness the so-called dark arts. Regardless, it was evident that the man in black would not survive this encounter. Uncle Joe felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, realizing he was somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, Fei Luo was far too young and inexperienced. The youth remained curious about new experiences. Boy, this time next year will mark your death anniversary, the black-robed man proclaimed as his aura surged tenfold. His eyes appeared bloodshot, hair standing on end, with dark crimson lines etched across his cheeks and lips turning black, an unsettling sight. Boom. The black-robed man unleashed a palm strike, generating a shadowy thunder that surged toward Fei Luo. Unfazed by the magical assault, Fei Luo swiftly dodged the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see how long you can evade this. Shadow Thunder Curse. The black-robed man formed a seal with one hand while continuously unleashing shadowy thunder with the other, demonstrating the might of his cultivation at the void dance stage. Each bolt of shadow thunder created substantial craters upon impact with the ground. This was another ability of the condensation stage, allowing the practitioner to release spells at will, provided they had sufficient spiritual energy. The black-robed man, having consumed the blood demon pill, was currently fighting while draining his potential. But he was confident he could dispose of Fei Luo before the pill's effects waned. A single strike from his shadow thunder would reduce Fei Luo to ashes, as mere mortal flesh could not evade the wrath of thunder. Jiao Shu was equally tense, observing the agile and erratic movements of Fei Luo. Playing with thunder? Surely. You have had enough? Do you dare to claim that this electric serpent embodies lightning? Fei Luo suddenly appeared 10 meters away, looking at the man in the black robe with disdain. What the hell? Run, run, run. The man in the black robe was utterly bewildered, but the next moment, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he turned to flee. Jiao Shu's mouth gaped in astonishment. Fei Luo, with a single hand forming a seal, unleashed a formidable aura that swept through the air like majestic divine might. A thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, tore through the layers of clouds above, descending from the heavens to strike the man in black. Boom. The speed of the man in black was remarkable, yet the speed of the thunder was swifter. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed, reduced to charred remains without even a scream. Chapter 33, Vanquishing the Villains and Acquiring Treasures. Master Jiao swallowed hard, his pupils glistening faintly under the proximity of the thunder. The massive pit before him struck deeply at his heart. The figure in the black robe was illuminated by the lightning, revealing the clear outline of his skeletal frame. Is this a thunder curse? This is akin to unleashing thunder, isn't it? Even Master Jiao found himself unable to maintain composure at this moment. Instinctively, he glanced at Fei Luo, his throat dry. But Fei Luo's words once again rendered him speechless. Oh dear, I might have overdone it. Just 3/10 of my strength would have sufficed to eliminate him. He is far too fragile. Fei Luo scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Master Jiao was left in a daze, grappling with his thoughts. What kind of anomaly is Fei Luo? This doesn't seem to align with the 5 thunder heart-burning spell of the Maoshan sect, does it? Fei Luo. You. Master Jiao was at a loss for words, his gaze filled with bewilderment as he looked at Fei Luo. Master. This technique is my adaptation of the 5 thunder heart-burning spell, called the 9 heavens thunder summoning divine technique. It is my first time employing it, and I did not intend to frighten you. Fei Luo offered a benign falsehood. He certainly could not divulge that he was merely a bystander bestowed with a system that granted him techniques. Could he? Most importantly, could such a powerful technique be cultivated automatically by the system? Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, Master Jiao was even more beside himself with astonishment. An adaptation? An innovation? A genius, indeed. I, Lin Jiao, am blessed by the ancestral protector and fortunate to have such a disciple. What more could I desire? Master, let us proceed. With the mastermind dealt with, I must inform Lord Ren of the situation. Fei Luo spoke softly as he stepped forward. After vanquishing the mastermind and a batch of controlled zombies, the system rewards had already been triggered. and Fei Luo needed to resolve the matters at hand before returning to claim his rewards. Very well, however, Fei Luo, I perceive that Lord Ren holds certain sentiments towards you. The two then made their way towards Ren family town. While Master Jiao imparted earnest lessons to Fei Luo about seizing opportunities and the adage that good fortune is easily obtained, yet virtuous women are rare. Before long, they had returned to Ren family town. At this moment, the town was desolate, most residents had returned home, unaware that the recent calamity had been quietly resolved by the duo. Master, I shall take my leave to visit Lord Ren's estate. Very well, I shall also return. Tonight has indeed been exhilarating. Fei Luo bid farewell to Master Jiao and headed towards the Ren estate, while Master Jiao took a separate path towards the charity cemetery. Ren estate. Rest assured, I have fulfilled my mission. The malevolent feng shui master who sought to harm your Ren family has been slain. Lord Ren, you can now rest easy. Fei Luo, seated in the Ren estate, addressed Lord Ren. Master Fei Luo, your grace towards my family is immeasurable. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you, save for offering my daughter. Hearing her father's words, Ren Tingting's face flushed with embarrassment as she buried her head in her bosom. Stop, stop, stop. Fei Luo promptly interrupted Mr. Ren, stating, Respected Elder Ren, safeguarding the righteous path of the world is indeed our duty as cultivators. However, it must be acknowledged that in his youth, your esteemed ancestor also sowed many seeds of misfortune. If you wish for the Ren family to flourish, seeking the counsel of geomancers will prove futile. It is through virtuous deeds and the accumulation of good karma that one attracts fortune. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ren's expression transformed, as if awakened from a dream. He rose and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Your words have illuminated my understanding. In these chaotic times, with warlords dividing the land and the people suffering, I, Ren, shall devote myself to good deeds and aid the needy in hopes of receiving blessings. Dad, you must cease all dealings with that Huang Million. His intentions are not pure. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Mr. Ren nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. His daughter spoke wisely. Associating with such a person would surely bring calamity upon the Ren family. Observing the shift in the father-daughter dynamic, Fei Luo silently affirmed their transformation. In his gaze, he perceived strands of brilliant golden light emanating from Mr. Ren and Miss Ren, flowing toward him. The innate effects of the great freedom Hongming Dao scripture within him activated, transmuting the golden rays of virtue into potent spiritual energy. Mr. Ren, Miss Ren, I shall take my leave for now, Fei Luo said, rising and offering a slight nod to both before gracefully departing the Ren residence. Watching Fei Luo's retreating figure, Ren Tingting found herself torn, wanting to invite him to stay, yet realizing that the crisis facing her family had been resolved, making it impossible for Fei Luo to linger. Seemingly sensing his daughter's sentiments, Mr. Ren spoke softly, My dear, Fei Luo is a man of great stature and compassion, a true gentleman. Moreover, he is yet unencumbered by familial ties. If you harbor feelings for him, you must tread an extraordinary path. Mr. Ren's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed out at Fei Luo's silhouette. Dad, are you suggesting? Ren Tingting questioned, bewildered by her father's words. She indeed held affection for Fei Luo. Aside from his striking appearance, his divine prowess marked him as a hero. What young woman is devoid of romantic dreams? At just 20, Ren Tingting had never experienced love, and the sudden arrival of Fei Luo in her life captivated her like a celestial being. My dear, should you find happiness with Fei Luo, you would be his rightful wife. He is no ordinary man, and I perceive him to be a responsible gentleman. If only this were to come to pass. What? Father, are you asking me to pursue him? Ren Tingting exclaimed, incredulous. My dear, refrain from such outbursts. Fei Luo has transcended the mundane. If you were to become his wife, even a fraction of his skills would far surpass a life of mediocrity. I am growing old. And if I could witness such a splendid union. Unbeknownst to them, Fei Luo was entirely unaware of this conversation. At that moment, he had returned to his modest courtyard, refreshed himself, donned clean attire, and sat upon his bed, fully attuned to his mental and physical state. System, claim rewards. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully claimed rewards. 10 premium cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed rewards. 10 beauty preserving pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed rewards. 20 heavenly origin soul gathering pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, acquiring the divine ability mountain overturning spell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, acquiring the divine ability earth-shaking spell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, acquiring the technique, star plucking steps. Upon hearing the series of rewards from the system, Fei Luo's spirit soared. The firming essence pill? a treasure that ensures eternal youth and timeless beauty? Truly remarkable. The Heavenly Origin Gathering Soul Pill can unconditionally elevate one's cultivation by one stage during the Foundation establishment period. And it is effective even for those in the Void Pill realm. It serves as a potion for augmenting magical power and can also remedy any deficiencies in internal mana. In combat, how can one unleash skills without mana? With several large elixirs already at hand, the addition of 20 Heavenly Origin Gathering Soul Pills perfectly fills the gap. Chapter 34. Midnight Confession. The cleansing elixir had become futile for him. Thus, he pondered the reason behind the system's continued bestowal of rewards. Nevertheless, he decided to retain it for the time being, as an abundance of treasures could never be a burden. A faint smile graced Fei Luo's lips as he turned his attention to the other mystical arts. Having vanquished 10 zombies and dealt with the malevolent geomancer, Fei Luo was not surprised by the multitude of rewards he had received. The mountain transcending spell, a targeted incantation, when cultivated to its utmost, could shift mountains and seas with unparalleled might. The earth-shaking spell, another targeted incantation, could tremble the vast expanse of the earth at its peak, serving as a formidable area of effect skill. The star-picking step, a technique of agility, was the one that pleased Fei Luo the most. With this skill augmenting his already balanced offense and defense, his combat prowess surged exponentially. After a brief review of the descriptions within the system space, he murmured softly. With a mere thought, the 3 mystical arts transformed into golden characters that surged into his brow. Ding! Under the enhancement of your 9th tier spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the mountain transcending spell has reached 20. Ding! Under the enhancement of your 9th tier spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the earth-shaking spell has reached 20. Ding! Under the enhancement of your 9th tier spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the star-picking step has reached 20. As enlightenment dawned upon him, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Gulp! Ignoring the shadows around him, Fei Luo raised his head and swallowed a green elixir. The eternal youth pill promised to preserve youth and beauty indefinitely. Fei Luo was well aware that the sooner it was ingested, the better. Even after reaching the realm of spiritual refinement, one could maintain an unaging visage. However, Fei Luo was uncertain how many years it would take him to achieve that level. If he reached that stage at 30, would he not remain at that age forever? The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, and he felt an extraordinary force permeate his entire being, as if every cell within him was being frozen in time. In that moment, Fei Luo understood that he would never age, his beauty eternally preserved. He mused about finding an opportunity to gift Uncle Gio and the others a pill in due time. I wonder if consuming the Celestial Cloud Spirit Gathering Pill now could propel me into the solid spirit realm? A glimmer of determination sparkled in Fei Luo's eyes as he swallowed 3 Celestial Cloud Spirit Gathering Pills. Boom! The virtual spirit within him began to tremble, continuously solidifying and subtly growing stronger. Swallow. Devour. Subsequently, Fei Luo consumed 7 additional pills, totaling 10. By the time he refined the 8th pill, his virtual spirit had reached its peak. Yet, the potency of the remaining 2 pills eluded his grasp, merely reinforcing the virtual spirit. Gazing at the deep golden hue of his virtual spirit, Fei Luo furrowed his brow. What is happening? Why have I not broken through? Confusion clouded his mind, as this was his first encounter with such a situation. Was it not said that consuming pills would enhance one's strength? Why, after ingesting so many elixirs, was he still unable to transcend? Could it be that his foundation was insufficiently solid? Fei Luo contemplated this and arrived at a conclusion. The path of cultivation emphasizes the balance of tension and relaxation. When one reaches a certain realm, the accumulation of knowledge and experience naturally leads to progression into new heights. However, if one forces advancement, it may result in failure. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the gate of the small courtyard as Fei Luo pondered these thoughts. Surprised, Fei Luo glanced outside. It was deep into the night. Who could it be? Could it be his master seeking him? Or perhaps a prank by Qiu Shengwen? After a moment's contemplation, Fei Luo set aside his musings and approached the gate. Who is it? Fei Luo called out tentatively, but there was no response from outside. With no answer to his inquiry, he reluctantly pulled open the gate. Having reached the pinnacle of the Void Dan realm, his mastery of Taoist arts was profound, and he felt no fear even if a robber were to confront him. In these chaotic times, thieves were a common occurrence and bandits were rampant. As the gate creaked open, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him, accompanied by a subtle scent of wine. Fei Luo's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, fair arms encircled his neck, and before he could react, a pair of crimson lips pressed against his own. Startled, Fei Luo instinctively wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the visitor, none other than Ren Tingting. She was intoxicated, having pondered her father's words throughout the night, her mind wandering to the figure of Fei Luo. After a long moment, their lips parted. Fei Luo, Rin Tingting's eyes were glazed. I like you. I truly like you. Do you know that? Feeling the warmth of Rin Tingting in his embrace and the softness against his chest, Fei Luo found himself in an incredibly awkward situation. Despite his formidable magical prowess, had he chosen to evade her, she would have undoubtedly fallen to the ground. The consequences of such a mishap were unthinkable. Miss Rinyu. Fei Luo's expression was one of confusion. He had intended to say that she had drunk too much and to stop her antics, but a slender finger, as delicate as a green onion, pressed against his lips. Fei Luo, let me finish, Rin Tingting insisted. At that moment, Fei Luo realized that she was thoroughly intoxicated, emboldened by the drink to confess her feelings in the dead of night. Yet, their position was undeniably intimate, with Rin Tingting resembling a fawn nestled in his embrace, pouring out her heart. I was so scared when Away fired his gun. I was terrified, and I regret it deeply. It was all because of me that Away's jealousy was provoked. If anything were to happen to you, I would not wish to live. Fei Luo, will you teach me how to cultivate? I wish to accompany you to witness the myriad facets of life in this world. I want to stand by your side to protect the righteous path you cherish. Listening to Rin Tingting's drunken confession, Fei Luo sighed softly. He was not oblivious to her feelings. Perhaps in the beginning, her affection had merely been a fleeting crush. However, as he had rescued the Rin family and dealt with Away and the underlying conspiracies, she had come to see him as a hero. Very well. I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. Let us speak inside. The wind is quite strong out here. Fei Luo gazed tenderly at the person in his arms. His voice unconsciously softened. As the saying goes, humans are not mere wood or stone, who can be devoid of feelings. Rin Tingting's frantic cries and actions when Away fired were not mere theatrics. They were a testament to her genuine emotions that could not escape his perception. Had he not experienced significant growth in his cultivation at that moment, this woman would indeed have taken the bullet for him. How could he possibly harbor any resentment towards her for such a profound act? Truly, Fei Luo, have you really agreed to my confession? Rin Tingting's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. At that moment, she could hardly fathom that Fei Luo would reciprocate her feelings. Let us go inside and talk, he suggested. Fei Luo nodded, one hand closing the door while the other supported the swaying Rin Tingting as they made their way indoors. Chapter 35. The unusual Rin Tingting. A loud thud echoed as the door of Fei Luo's modest courtyard closed, signaling the entrance of the two into the abode. Observing the simple yet immaculate furnishings within Fei Luo's home, Rin Tingting's curiosity blossomed. What a tidy little house. She was taken aback by his genuine nature. Such a man was indeed rare to find. Though tinged with inebriation, Rin Tingting felt a sudden clarity as she glanced at the rather narrow bed, her cheeks flushing crimson. What was to follow? Her face burned, her breath quickened, and she instinctively turned to cast a glance at Fei Luo. To her astonishment, she found him pouring hot water and breaking a peculiar elixir into two halves, dissolving one portion into the water. Miss Rin, to cultivate the Tao, one must first undergo the process of marrow cleansing, transforming one's constitution. The mortal body is tainted. Cleansing the marrow is akin to constructing a dwelling, and it is the first step on the path of cultivation. Fei Luo's calm voice resonated as he approached with a bowl of the dissolved potion. Rin Tingting stood by the bed, disbelief etched across her face. Having made her advances, she thought that even a paragon of virtue like Fei Luo would, at this juncture, act like a ravenous wolf towards her. As a modern, educated woman, she understood the intricacies between men and women. Yet, she was taken aback by Fei Luo's earnest discourse on cultivation. Was it not permissible to discuss such matters tomorrow? Even a simple conversation would suffice. Though shy, Rin Tingting recognized the propriety expected of her as a lady. Having preserved her virtue for so long, she had finally encountered a worthy suitor. Such matters would eventually come to pass. Her voice barely a whisper. Fei Luo, you may call me Tingting. Very well, Tingting. First, drink this potion, and I shall assist you in your marrow cleansing, Fei Luo replied, revealing a charming smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. Is it bitter? Not at all. It is quite sweet. With a resolute gulp, Rin Tingting placed her trust in Fei Luo and drank the elixir. Instantly, a wave of sweetness flooded her senses. But soon thereafter, a fiery sensation coursed through her body, akin to ants crawling upon her skin, prompting a grimace of discomfort. Endure, it will pass shortly, Fei Luo reassured her, noticing her distress. He gently tapped several acupoints on her body, and Rin Tingting immediately felt a sense of relief wash over her. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in her cheap hao, she inadvertently revealed a captivating sight. Yet, Fei Luo remained oblivious to such distractions, focusing intently on the changes in her body. As someone untrained in cultivation, Rin Tingting should have ingested the elixir gradually, but Fei Luo, aware of the unique constitution of the Rin family, opted for a more potent dose. Before long, Dark substances began to seep from the pores of Rin Tingting's skin, albeit in small quantities. Fei Luo observed this phenomenon with great surprise. The half dose of the washing marrow pill surprisingly yielded only minimal effects? Then I shall consume more. Tonight. Rin Tingting felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body, as if some indescribable transformation was taking place within her. In a daze, she vaguely recalled that Fei Luo had made her drink another half bowl of concoction, followed by several peculiar morsels. The night passed in silence. It was not until dawn broke that Fei Luo slowly exhaled a sigh. What kind of physique is this body? It took a full 4 washing marrow pills for the transformation to be complete, Fei Luo murmured, his gaze fixed upon Rin Tingting, who had now transformed into a dark-skinned figure, his expression one of astonishment. He himself was already quite extraordinary, having required 7 pills to complete his own transformation. Yet, for others like Uncle Jiao, Wen Kai, and Qiu Sheng, a single pill sufficed. Ordinary individuals needed only one to undergo a fundamental metamorphosis, altering their constitution through the principles of the I Ching. But Rin Tingting managed to refine the potency of 4 pills in a single night. This was truly an incomprehensible phenomenon. Fei Luo, what is happening to me? At this moment, Rin Tingting slowly awakened, her eyes widening in horror as she beheld her body covered in black scabs. She was fastidious about cleanliness. When had she ever encountered such a situation? What was this repugnant black substance that reeked like the breath of someone who neglects dental hygiene? She could only vaguely remember the strange actions Fei Luo had performed on her, after which she seemed to fall into a deep slumber, oblivious to everything. This is the impurity resulting from the I Ching's marrow refinement, the accumulation of filth from years of being immortal and absorbing worldly dust. A calm voice resonated, prompting Rin Tingting to turn and see Fei Luo sitting quietly behind her. Yet, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead warmed her heart. She realized that he had guarded her throughout the night. Oh dear, this is foul. I need to bathe, Rin Tingting expressed with a hint of embarrassment, feeling the scabs covering her body. On that side, the hot water is ready. You may wash up now, Fei Luo indicated towards a small room veiled by a curtain. Rin Tingting felt a warmth in her heart upon seeing the steam rising from the large tub, and she rose to head towards the bathing area. The sound of water splashing echoed. The curtain hung only halfway, revealing glimpses of her long, graceful legs. Yet this did not faze Fei Luo in the slightest. Having accepted this spirited young woman, Fei Luo, as a traveler from another realm, understood the principle of embracing what comes with composure. Moreover, in terms of appearance and lineage, Rin Tingting seemed entirely unremarkable. Fei Luo, I have no clothes to wear. After a while, the sun had fully risen in the sky. Fei Luo couldn't help but smile at Rin Tingting, who was clad in his shirt and shorts. At this moment, he felt as if everything was a dream. He never would have imagined that he would spend the night assisting a stunning beauty in her journey of marrow refinement. This was, in fact, closely related to Fei Luo's Dao heart. After cultivating, as one's abilities advanced, so too did the evolution of life and genes, granting a greater mastery over the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Tingting, you should return home for the next few days. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Fei Luo gazed at Rin Tingting, imparting to her a simple breathing technique before beginning to bid farewell to his guests. He felt compelled to delve into the intricacies of his own realm. Moreover, the spells of mountain shifting and earth shattering were quite boisterous in their execution, rendering them unsuitable for this locale. Very well, Fei Luo, I shall diligently cultivate my skills, Rin Tingting declared, her demeanor toward him having undergone a remarkable transformation. Her voice soft and gentle. Watching her retreating figure, Fei Luo smiled faintly, pondering whether this girl would continue to surprise him. Silently, he rose and made his way to the ancestral hall, where he exchanged a few words with Uncle Jiao before setting off toward the southern mountains. Chapter 36. The City God of Rinjia Town. 3 days later, Rinjia Town, Nanshan. Ding. Under the enhancement of your 9th grade spiritual root, the progress of the mountain transcending spell has reached 100. Ding. Under the enhancement of your 9th grade spiritual root, the progress of the earth-shaking spell has reached 100. Ding. Under the enhancement of your 9th grade spiritual root, the progress of the star-gathering step has reached 100. Breathing out a sigh of turbid air, Fei Luo stood atop the mountain, clad in black. His fingers tingled slightly, yet he could not suppress the excitement swelling within him. Over the past 3 days, Fei Luo diligently practiced the incantations during the day and honed the star-gathering step beneath the celestial stars at night, tirelessly committing himself to 3 full days of relentless training. The heavens reward diligence. Even with the system by his side, Fei Luo understood the principle that cultivating one's path is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably retreats. If the system could automatically cultivate, Wouldn't it be even more beneficial for him to exert additional effort in his practice? Having gleaned insights from his previous training in the void-breaking sword technique, Fei Luo recognized that this approach to cultivation was indeed the most effective. Swish, swish, swish. With a single hand, Fei Luo swiftly formed hand seals at a dazzling speed. Mountain transcending spell. As he pointed forward, a stone weighing over 100 pounds levitated effortlessly before him, soaring towards a distant location 100 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The massive stone collided with several boulders before finally coming to a halt, exhausted. My current magical power is limited, allowing me only to manipulate stones, but once my power deepens and my realm ascends, moving mountains and filling seas will not be beyond possibility, Fei Luo murmured as he observed the scene before him. As the mountain winds blew, several leaves danced in the air, and Fei Luo's gaze sharpened. Earth-shaking spell. Boom. A fissure over 10 meters long tore open at the mountain's peak, causing the rocks to tremble and countless grains of earth to erupt forth. By heavens, once mastered, a mere thought could shift the earth over hundreds or even thousands of miles, akin to an earthquake. In battle, it could serve as a devastating area of effect skill. Fei Luo smiled gently, his figure soon becoming phantasmal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a specter, Fei Luo moved with the grace of a swallow, his feet barely touching the ground, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage with each appearance. If the star-gathering step were to be combined with the void-breaking sword technique, it would create a perfect balance of offense and defense, embodying both spear and shield. After a while, Fei Luo's form solidified, startling a squirrel that was busy foraging for pine nuts in a distant pine tree, causing it to tumble and flee in panic. However, Fei Luo furrowed his brow, his voice laced with confusion. Why, having mastered my techniques, am I still unable to break through to the elixir formation realm? Gazing at the blazing sun above, a peculiar expression flickered in his clear eyes. Logically, he should have reached a bottleneck and be ready to break through. Just then, a soft voice echoed from behind Fei Luo. Young friend. Who? Fei Luo exclaimed in alarm, rapidly gathering his magical energy, his azure eyes flashing as he turned to look behind him. In broad daylight. How could someone approach him without his awareness? If it were a demon or a ghost, he might be in serious trouble. Upon closer inspection, Fei Luo's face was etched with astonishment. Do not be alarmed, young friend, a kindly elder spoke, stroking his beard and smiling as he regarded Fei Luo. Dressed in a yellow, ancient robe adorned with intricate embroidery of mountains and rivers, his eyes seemed to be imbued with the essence of history, captivating all who beheld him. Most notably, in Fei Luo's perception, this elder was not entirely human. He resembled a spirit, a ghost perhaps, yet not quite a ghost, emanating a faint, ethereal fragrance, sandalwood. Fei Luo, on high alert, pondered the nature of this peculiar scent. Who are you? Are you human or spirit? Fei Luo inquired, eyeing the elder in the yellow robe with caution. Indeed, indeed. It is no wonder you are hailed as a hero of Rinjia town. It has been hundreds of years since I have encountered such exceptional talent. The elder chuckled, his praise directed at Fei Luo. Suddenly, the elder inclined his head slightly. I am the city god of Rinjia town. I apologize for startling you, my young friend. At this, Fei Luo raised an eyebrow. City god? In an instant, he recalled the dilapidated city god temple to the east, and he was taken aback. This elder, in terms of appearance and attire, bore a striking resemblance to the deity depicted within that temple. However, the statue had suffered from the ravages of time, and during the tumultuous era of its worship, its incense offerings had waned, leading to its current state of decay. Indeed, I am the city god of Rin County, appointed in the 8th year of the Hongwu era by the great Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Alas, over the centuries, my influence has dwindled, and my powers have diminished. Furthermore, with the advent of the end of the Dharma age, I fear I may have caused you to laugh, the elder continued, his smile exuding a sense of ease, devoid of any malevolence. You, Fei Luo observed the elder, now largely convinced. The 8th year of Hongwu indeed marked an era of the Ming dynasty, and the position of city god was unique to this dynasty. Throughout history, to affirm the divine right of kings, emperors would appoint a cadre of deities to govern the earthly realm. However, during the Ming era, Zhu Yuanzhang did not appoint any major deities, but rather city gods to oversee local fortunes and protect the populace. Such information was well documented in the texts of Maoshan, and it surfaced in Fei Luo's mind. Yet, why did the elder exude only the aura of a peak foundation establishment practitioner? Was he not even at the level of the Void Dan realm? Was a city god so feeble? As if perceiving the confusion in Fei Luo's eyes, the elder waved his hand, and 2 small stools materialized. He gestured for Fei Luo to take a seat. My young friend, you may not know that although we are celestial beings, we exist in an age of waning dharma, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is scarce. We can only absorb the merits from incense offerings to cultivate our virtuous forms. However, a hint of bitterness shadowed the elder's countenance. Listening to the elder's explanation, Fei Luo immediately grasped the underlying complexities. During the Ming dynasty, the region was ensnared in a little ice age, with the latter years plagued by corruption, natural disasters, rampant plagues, and continuous warfare, rendering the lives of the people unbearable. The Qing dynasty's entry ended the chaos, yet life remained dire. As time passed into the Republic era, the turmoil only escalated, with warlords vying for power and demons emerging. For centuries, Ren County had transformed into Rinjia Town. Yet the city god's incense offerings had persistently remained scant. Even the city god temple has been ravaged by the flames of war on multiple occasions, its deity's statue shattered, only to be restored by the townsfolk of Rinjia after several decades. Devoid of offerings and merits, this beleaguered city god can only collect minor spirits. Yet, in this current era, the power of these apparitions seems to have surged, leaving him with a sense of indignation that he cannot express. How surprising it is that even the city god himself, revered as he is, falls prey to the bullying of Dong Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the elder's lament, Fei Luo could not help but chuckle. Alas, the elder sighed quietly, grateful for the chivalry of the young hero who vanquished the ghost king Dong Xiaoyu. Otherwise. Chapter 37. The Celestial Ghost Sovereign. Otherwise, I, the old man, would have to pay tribute to Dong Xiaoyu every year. This woman commands hundreds of malevolent spirits within 100 miles and shows great potential to surpass the great ghost king. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo furrowed his brow. Tribute? Great Ghost King? The city god nodded. Indeed, young hero. One can be called a king at the virtual dance stage. While the true dance stage corresponds to the Great Ghost King, and the golden dance stage is known as the Ghost Sovereign. As the city god of Rinjia Town, I capture a few minor spirits each year to present to Dong Xiaoyu. Otherwise, she would employ various means to deal with me. Listening to the city god's words, Fei Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, she has been slain by my hand. You need not worry any longer. In Fei Luo's eyes, this apocalyptic era, aside from the malevolent spirits and zombies, truly embodies an age of equality among all beings. It is one thing for mortals to cultivate at a snail's pace, but who would have thought that even the cultivation of young gods proceeds so slowly? From the city goddess remarks, it seems that every region of the Republic has its own city god, some of whom possess formidable strength due to their thriving incense offerings. However, before Fei Luo could finish his thought, the city god interjected, Young hero. Have you heard of the Celestial Ghost Sovereign? Ghost Sovereign? Even Fei Luo's demeanor grew serious. The Ghost Sovereign, as the city god implied, refers to a spirit at the Golden Dance stage, a ruler among supernatural beings. Spirits at the Golden Dance stage possess astonishing abilities. Should such a ghost emerge to wreak havoc, it would spell disaster. The death toll in a town could be substantial. Yet, in recent years, most disturbances were caused by minor spirits, while the influence of the Celestial Ghost Sovereign encompassed Rinjia Town. Indeed, young hero, the Celestial Ghost Sovereign is the ruler of the surrounding 1,000 miles, with formidable generals at their command. The red-clad female ghost you dispatched the other day was none other than the beloved wife of the Jade-Faced Scholar, a subordinate of the Celestial Ghost Sovereign. What? I have offended a venerable Golden Dan ghost? Fei Luo abruptly stood, exclaiming in shock. That day, he had slain the red-clad female ghost, and later encountered a man who introduced himself as Lin Shao while pursuing Dong Xiaoyu. At the time, his swordsmanship was lacking, and the man's evasion technique was exceedingly peculiar, barely allowing him to escape Fei Luo's lethal strike. Fei Luo had long suspected the man had backing, but he never imagined that he had antagonized a subordinate of a ghost sovereign. Having recently experienced a significant surge in power, Fei Luo had started to feel a bit overconfident. With his Daoist skills reaching a minor success, and his agility and swordsmanship also improving, he was on the brink of what seemed to be a pinnacle in life, only to discover that he had unwittingly offended a venerable Golden Dan ghost. A profound sense of tension enveloped Fei Luo's heart. Young hero, I was aware of your actions against the red-clad female ghost that day, but our meeting was fated to be. Even Dong Xiaoyu, a ghost king, would not dare to interfere with the wife of the Jade-Faced Scholar. Your lightning technique against Dong Xiaoyu awakened 2 Yin officials. Upon hearing the city goddess words, Fei Luo instantly comprehended why this elder had taken the risk to venture from the temple to seek him out. His own power was limited, preventing him from straying too far from the temple. The distance to Rinjia Town was a perilous 1,000 meters for him. Originally, there were 2 spectral enforcers capturing spirits who, upon encountering the aura of the slain rebel Dong Xiaoyu, sought out the city god of Rinjia Town. The city god, well versed in all matters concerning Rinjia Town, revealed his identity to the enforcers. After an exchange of thoughts among the three, they resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Fei Luo. The emergence of such a prodigious talent is of paramount significance for maintaining order in the mortal realm. Fei Luo, having dedicated himself to rigorous practice on the mountain in recent days, prompted the city god to take the risk of visiting this place in a state of urgency. Young hero, I understand you harbor many uncertainties, the city god began. I am also aware of the obstacles you encounter in your advancement to the golden elixir stage. However, my current state is unstable, preventing me from lingering here. It would be prudent for you to accompany me to the temple, where the two enforcers will address your queries tonight. Upon hearing the city goddess' words, Fei Luo nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he set forth alongside the city god toward Rinjia town. Yet, the city god soon dissipated into the air, his form cloaked in an invisible golden light, leading the way to the town. Through their conversation, Fei Luo learned that this city god was named Li Ru, a great scholar during the Hongwu era, who was posthumously appointed as the city god of Ren County by the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. The streets of Rinjia town remained bustling during the day. Fei Luo, exuding an air of majesty and ethereal beauty, attracted the attention of numerous women as he strolled down the main thoroughfare. As he passed by the Yihong courtyard, the eyes of the elderly madam at the entrance brightened, and the sounds of laughter and calls from above echoed down, yet Fei Luo remained indifferent to it all. His sole desire was to uncover the identity of the Qing Tian Gui Zun. At that moment, Fei Luo felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if the Qing Tian Gui Zun loomed over him like a razor-sharp blade, despite appearing formidable. Fei Luo understood that in a confrontation with a practitioner at the true dance stage, he could be swiftly vanquished. Even against the pinnacle of that realm, he could retreat unscathed using the star-plucking step. However, the specter of the Gui Zun, at the golden elixir stage, represented a qualitative leap. Once human cultivators reach the golden elixir stage, they can soar through the skies. According to the text of Moshan, Fei Luo had perused the most profound of them, the Supreme Clarity Great Cave True Scripture, but it merely offered a simplified version for the end of the Dharma era, with scant references to higher realms. Have we not witnessed the decline of both Buddhism and Taoism over the past centuries? Fei Luo pondered. I must ascend to the true Dan realm. Otherwise, how can I safeguard the common folk, protect my master and fellow disciples, and shield the one who holds my affection? In that moment, Fei Luo thought of the people of Rinjia town, of his uncle Jiu who regarded him as his own, of the mischievous Jiuxing Wentai, and of the one who would leap into his embrace like a returning swallow. Unconsciously, as he passed by the Rin family villa, Fei Luo paused. Ting, rest assured, I will protect Rinjia town, he whispered silently before continuing his steps toward the eastern part of the town. He was acutely aware that the so-called Tinder Haven is a hero's grave, and he recognized that he could not afford to squander time. Fei Luo instructed Rin Tingting to refrain from disturbing him over the next few days, and she dutifully complied. At that moment, she was seated cross-legged in her chamber, practicing the Qi induction technique. Had Uncle Jiu been present, he would have been astonished to discover that Rin Tingting had ascended to the third level of Qi refinement in merely 3 days. This is indeed an extraordinary feat. Achieving the third level in such a short span is a hallmark of unparalleled genius. Were it not for the peculiar presence of Fei Luo, Rin Tingting's prowess in cultivation would undoubtedly have shone brightly in this era, and even in the absence of the washing marrow pill, she would not have paled in comparison to the renowned cultivators of this world. Suddenly, Rin Tingting opened her enchanting, watery eyes and gazed out the window. Is it him? Just moments ago, her heart fluttered with an inexplicable thrill. Yet, outside the window, apart from passers-by, there was no trace of the figure she had anticipated. Chapter 38. The Enigma of the Golden Virtual Dan. To the east of Rinjia town, a quaint, somewhat dilapidated Qing Wang temple stands by a path lined with pebbles. Surrounding it are but a few rundown houses, and the area is sparsely inhabited, lending it an air of desolation. On this night, a gentle rain begins to fall outside the temple. The years of neglect have caused the roof to leak, with droplets trickling down to land upon Fei Luo's forehead. Ah, is it raining? Fei Luo awakens from his meditation, the soft patter of rain against the silent temple beckoning him to rise. Since his arrival, the spirit of Chenghuang, Li Ru, has not made another appearance. Perhaps the exertion of today's journey has drained him of much vitality. With a sigh, Fei Luo approaches the altar and lights 2 dusty candles, their feeble flames casting a faint glow in the dimness. Outside, 2 figures clad in black attire glide through the rain. Strangely, they seem to float like reeds on water, each step propelling them 100 meters forward. Soon, they arrive at the temple's entrance. Even more peculiarly, while the candlelight within reflects the shadows of Fei Luo and the statue of the Chenghuang, it does not capture the silhouettes of these 2 visitors. Sensing something amiss, Fei Luo gazes intently at the time-worn statue, and without turning, He speaks, "Since you have arrived, why not come in for a conversation? I have awaited your presence for quite some time." At his words, the two men exchange astonished glances, their eyes mirroring mutual disbelief. 21 years old. At the pinnacle of the virtual Dan realm, the duo enters gracefully, addressing him. "We have come to meet you, young hero Fei Luo." Their voices resonate like ethereal whispers, filling the air with an enigmatic melody, imbued with a sense of reverence. Fei Luo observes them closely. Both wear black garments, their waists adorned with blades, and a large character for warrior emblazoned upon their chests. Their presence, though slightly weaker than his, carries the aura of the virtual Dan realm. "Welcome, esteemed Yin Chaz," Fei Luo replies courteously, bowing his head in respect. It is his first encounter with the enigmatic Yin Chaz. Legends tell that when these spectral figures traverse the realms, mortals should keep their distance, and even Fei Luo can feel the chilling energy radiating from them, a ghostly essence, a breath from the netherworld. In contrast to the warmth of the Cheng Huang's divine form, these Yin spirits exude an aura that is starkly opposite. This energy, akin to that of apparitions, is not malevolent like that of other spirits. "Please, take a seat," Fei Luo invites. Just as a radiant light flickers upon the statue of Li Ru, who appears in a resplendent yellow robe, welcoming the two visitors. "Young hero Fei Luo, you two should join us." Li Ru smiles warmly, urging everyone to settle. After a round of pleasantries, Fei Luo learns that these two Yin Chaz have long struggled to subdue Dong Xiaoyu and are aware of his mastery over the thunderous arts. Eager to forge a bond with him, "Young hero Fei Luo, I observed you at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. It is remarkable to see you have ascended to the pinnacle of the virtual Dan realm in just a few days, a feat unheard of and unseen by us." The two Yin Chaz express, their faces adorned with admiration as they appraise Fei Luo. Fei Luo smiled faintly, responding to their compliments with modesty, attributing his success to mere fortune. Pausing for a moment, he spoke earnestly. "Gentlemen, I have a question that weighs on my mind. Having reached the pinnacle of the Void Dan realm, why do I find myself unable to break through? My efforts to refine my power seem futile. As my foundation is already solidified, what could be the reason for this?" Upon hearing his words, the two spectral emissaries exchanged knowing glances. One of them quietly inquired, "May I ask, young hero Fei Luo, is your Void Dan of a blue hue?" Typically, Void Dawn are white, with red being a higher quality and blue surpassing that. Fei Luo shook his head, saying, "No, my Void Dan is a pale golden color." "A pale gold," the three murmured in unison, and suddenly, they gasped in astonishment. "What? Pale gold? An exceptional Void Dan?" Both emissaries and the city god, Li Ru, voiced their shock, exclaiming in disbelief. A pale gold quality, even in legends, is said to occur only once in 10,000 years. If a Void Dan can possess such a hue, what then of the Gold Dan phase? Ordinarily, Void Dawn are white, Solid Dawn red, and Gold Dawn golden. To have a Void Dan of pale gold is extraordinary. Even the three, seasoned as they were, found themselves gasping in amazement, their eyes nearly popping out. "Is there a problem?" "This is merely how I exist in the Void Dan realm," Fei Luo replied, bewildered by their altered expressions. "Young master, you may not be aware." One of the emissaries began, his tone becoming increasingly respectful as he spoke to Fei Luo. Although Fei Luo was not a particularly powerful figure, in the eyes of these three, he held a status akin to that of a formidable warrior. For any practitioner in the Void Dan realm to possess a golden hue suggests immense potential for breaking through the void in the future. A Void Dan of such exceptional quality is nearly impossible to find, even over millennia. If one manages to survive, they are destined for greatness. Such beings are only spoken of in legends. Perhaps they existed in the resplendent ancient times, or during the era when their lord achieved enlightenment. However, they could confidently assert that in this current age of decline, a talent as prodigious as Fei Luo's is a rare sight. They now understood why Fei Luo, at the tender age of 21, had attained the Void Dan, and moreover, a pale golden one at that. Yet, Fei Luo retained a slight ambiguity, knowing his Void Dan was dark golden, not pale golden. Even the golden hue has varying degrees of quality, and pale gold is already astonishing. If the dark golden hue were to be confirmed, the three might very well faint from the revelation. Of course, spectral beings do not faint. I see now. Possessing a quality above blue necessitates enduring 3 tribulations and 9 trials. This implies that I am at odds with fate and must undergo heavenly tribulations to condense a solid Dan, Fei Luo remarked, having pieced together the situation. While the emissaries are the most fundamental entities in the netherworld, they possess considerable knowledge. In this moment, Fei Luo grasped the reason behind his inability to advance to the solid Dan realm. How can one provoke heavenly tribulations? Are there dangers associated with them? He queried, realizing the naivety of his question. Before him, The spectral figure did not exhibit any signs of annoyance. Rather, he spoke with utmost reverence. Young master, your current cultivation is still in its infancy, rendering you incapable of provoking the heavenly tribulation at will. To summon such a trial, one must break through during a time of continuous rain from an elevated position. At that moment, the celestial energies will coalesce, and they shall surely sense your presence. Or perhaps it will be the wind. However, the trials of wind, thunder, and fire are fraught with peril, yet they also present great opportunities. Should you successfully navigate through these tribulations, a transformation of your physical form will ensue. Fei Luo's countenance was one of astonishment as he gently nodded. I see now. Thank you, dear brother Ian, for your guidance. Is today not the opportune moment to invoke the thunderous tribulation? Not at all, not at all, the spectral figure hastily interjected, shaking his head. If you wish to face the tribulation, we are more than willing to provide you with protection. Chapter 39, The Thunder Tribulation. The tribulations of thunder, wind, and fire represent the most common trials faced by cultivators. Traditionally, it is said that only those who have reached the golden core stage can endure tribulations, and upon ascending to the nascent soul stage, one must confront numerous challenges. However, Fei Luo, this extraordinary being, has found himself subjected to the envy of the heavens. Having already encountered divine wrath despite being merely at the Void Dan realm, the heavens often resent prodigious talents, especially those who defy the natural order. Cultivators contend against heaven and earth, and only through relentless tribulations can they attain the path to eternal life. At this moment, Fei Luo's mindset has undergone a transformation. His arrival in this world may not be wholly fortuitous, yet it is not entirely dire either. Fortuitously, he has awakened a system, acquiring this extraordinary advantage. Yet this does not imply that he is free from peril. Great opportunities often harbor concealed dangers. Let us proceed, my esteemed brothers. I wish to witness this thunder tribulation, Fei Luo declared, rising with an unusual gleam in his eyes. His state of mind was now as smooth and reflective as a polished mirror. A heart like a mirror reveals one's true self. This is an essential trait of a formidable individual. While the cultivation of techniques may be relatively easier, the cultivation of the heart is a profound challenge. To become powerful, one must possess a resolute mind. Before him, both City Godly Ru and the two emissaries felt a silent astonishment. They sensed a subtle yet significant change within Fei Luo, an aura that was uniquely distinct. My lord, please, the two emissaries said, rising slightly and bowing. Fei Luo nodded and proceeded towards the temple's exit. The City God Temple, nestled against the eastern mountains, is surrounded by the peaks of Rinjia Town, where mountains are omnipresent. A surge of pride welled within Fei Luo as he walked with steady, powerful strides. The Celestial Ghost Sovereign, wait for me. Once I ascend to the real Dan realm, even the Golden Core stage will find me ready for battle. Fei Luo was aware of his own capabilities. He was a treasure unto himself, and challenging foes beyond his level was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Meanwhile, 100 miles from Rinjia Town, two figures were hastening through the darkness. If Fei Luo were present, he would instantly recognize one of them as Lin Xiao. The jade-faced scholar, Lin Xiao, at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, was the youngest ghost general under the command of the Celestial Ghost Sovereign. Beside him was a man whose lower half resembled a phantom, shrouded in an ethereal mist, yet he was unmistakably human, gliding through the air like floating duckweed. General, ahead lies Rinjia Town. The young Taoist is within, Lin Xiao spoke respectfully. As he spoke, he glanced at his newly formed left arm, harboring boundless resentment. Fei Luo had slain his beloved wife and severed his arm, and it was only today that he had expended considerable energy to successfully manifest his left arm. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao could not suppress a cold smirk. For revenge, he had summoned the third general under the Ghost Sovereign as command. The Phantom General, ranked third, was one of the great Ghost Kings serving the Ghost Sovereign. The Celestial Ghost Sovereign commands 3 great Ghost Kings, over a dozen Ghost Kings, and several young talents akin to Lin Xiao. Were it not for Lin Xiao's remarkable gifts, how could he have attained the status of a Ghost General with merely the pinnacle of Foundation establishment cultivation? Do not forget the promise you made to me. Even if you are merely a cultivator at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. A haunting voice resonated, the ethereal figure exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient ice, radiating an infinite chill. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded, his face adorned with a sycophantic expression. The great Ghost King was undoubtedly a master of the true Dan realm. Although this Phantom General ranked third among the 3 great Ghost Kings, it did not imply that his strength was the weakest. On the contrary, his enigmatic abilities rendered him the most formidable of the trio. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a pang of anguish in his heart. To fulfill this mission, he had promised to procure tributes for the 3 generals for an entire year, with a monthly contribution of no less than 100 items. Over the course of a year, that amounted to a staggering 1,200 items. He couldn't help but bitterly smile, pondering the challenge of capturing 100 supplementary items each month. Even at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't dare to stir up such chaos. Did he not realize that there existed a profession dedicated to exorcism in this world? The orthodox practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism took it upon themselves to eliminate malevolent forces. Yet, in his quest for vengeance, Lin Shu felt compelled to proceed. This expedition of the general had not been reported to the Ghost Lord. Lin Shu cautiously inquired as they approached Rinjia town. No need. Merely slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator does not require informing the Lord. The haunting voice dissipated, leaving Lin Shu momentarily speechless. Silence enveloped them as the two merged with the night, nearing Rinjia town. A powerful aura emanated from the east. The Phantom General halted, murmuring. In all of Rinjia town, there exists only one remarkably youthful presence, accompanied by two ghostly emissaries and that ancient city god. Surely, the person you spoke of must be there. What? Lin Shu exclaimed in astonishment. The third general, but he is only at the Foundation establishment stage. How could he be so formidable? Fool. The Phantom General retorted. He is a cultivator of the Void Dan realm. No wonder he was able to injure you with a single strike. How could a fool like you discern his realm? However, the Phantom General smirked ominously. Two ghostly emissaries will make for a splendid feast. It will serve as a great tonic. Whoosh. As the words left his lips, excitement gleamed in the Phantom General's dreamlike eyes as he moved towards the east. Lin Shu stood in bewilderment. He was not irked by the third general's scorn, but rather by the profound impact of the term Void Dan realm echoing in his mind. How could this be? He was clearly a Foundation establishment cultivator. There could be no mistake. The magical prowess of a Foundation establishment cultivator was entirely different from that of the Void Dan realm. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was he seeing things? Confounded, Lin Shu felt a tremor in his ghostly form and followed the third general eastward. Human boy. Regardless of your peculiarities, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Lin Shu's voice lingered in the void, carried away by the wind, unheard by ordinary ears. Even the ghostly emissaries were of no concern to him. The Phantom General was a great ghost king of the true Dan realm, whether human, ghost, or zombie. Each tier represented a qualitative transformation, challenging beyond one's realm. In this age of dwindling magic, such notions were mere folly. The ghostly emissaries had also fallen from grace in this era, with many formidable spirits preying upon them. As the bodies of the ghostly deities served as a significant tonic for the powerful, atop the eastern mountain peak, Pharaoh adjusted his spirit and energy, gradually circulating his internal power to prepare for a breakthrough between the Void Dan and True Dan realms. Two spectral emissaries stood nearby, while Lord Li Ru, the city god, quietly observed from within the temple. Having expended considerable energy today, he could not stray far from the sanctuary. A gentle, persistent drizzle fell upon Fei Luo's head, trickling down his hairline. Breakthrough. With Fei Luo's determination to shatter the barriers of his realm, a magnificent celestial aura erupted in the sky. As a visible bolt of lightning wreaked havoc in the night. Suddenly, the two emissaries' expressions shifted dramatically. This is dire, young master. A great ghost king approaches. Less than 100 meters away. In that instant, a slender bolt of purple lightning descended, striking towards Fei Luo. Chapter 40. Have you laughed enough? Boom. A bolt of purple lightning, imbued with celestial might, descended upon Philo in an instant. Crack. A charred mark appeared atop Philo's head. The first strike of the thunder left him in excruciating pain, akin to flesh being torn. Upon hearing the words of the two specters, Philo turned his gaze towards the distance. There, a formidable aura accompanied by a familiar presence wafted towards him. At this moment, both General Phantom and Lin Shu stood in stupefied silence. A thunder tribulation? How could a mere Void Dan cultivator endure a thunder tribulation? The expression on General Phantom's face contorted in sheer terror. Lin Shu was equally bewildered. What was happening? A Void Dan cultivator facing a thunder tribulation? The two specters, lacking the insights into such matters, were utterly unaware of the profound mysteries of the Void Dan realm. General Phantom was overwhelmed with shock. The majestic thunder tribulation was eerily reminiscent of the one his master, the celestial ghost sovereign, had faced during his ascension. Yet, how could this mere human of the Void Dan realm be involved? Boom. The second thunder tribulation swiftly followed, illuminating the night sky. Philo had already summoned the flowing cloud sword into his grasp. Chasing the wind, Philo executed an arcing strike with his sword, powerful mana swirling around it, aimed directly at the purple lightning of the thunder tribulation. Initially, he sought only to gauge the might of the first strike, but with formidable foes nearby, he could no longer afford the luxury of leisurely engagement. General Phantom, My master is currently undergoing a thunder tribulation. I kindly request that you step aside, or else you shall not find us courteous, one of the specters remarked, feeling the pressure from General Phantom's aura intensify. Another specter drew forth his dagger, stepping forward to confront the impending threat. Cackling ominously, General Phantom laughed heartily, his laughter grating and chilling to the bone. A thunder tribulation? Is it so easy to endure? You shall all perish. Killing 2 specters and a gifted human would make this journey worthwhile. Before his words had fully dissipated into the air, he moved. Swish. Like a phantom, his figure melded with the atmosphere. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 specters were stricken with horror. They had not even drawn their daggers when it felt as though an iron hammer had struck them from the void, sending them hurtling backward, their faces ashen. With a single blow, General Phantom had grievously injured the 2 specters. What a ghostly wall! One specter exclaimed, his complexion pale and his body weak. Cackling again, General Phantom inquired, "Are you ready to meet your demise?" His form solidified as he extended an ethereal claw towards one specter. Slash! At that moment, the other specter leaped into action, a brilliant flash of blade light streaking towards General Phantom, aiming to sever him in 2. Yet, the strike was futile. General Phantom's body seemed to dissolve into mist, evading the blade with effortless grace. This evasion momentarily halted General Phantom's assault, allowing the beleaguered specter to execute a hasty retreat. Rolling backward to escape the impending danger. Boom. Upon the hillside, the attack of the Phantom Ghost King struck, creating a sizable pit. "Thank you, Zhang Wu," spoke the shadow soldier who had narrowly escaped death, glancing at Fei Luo. "You're welcome. Take care," replied the shadow soldier known as Zhang Wu, also casting a look at Fei Luo. At that moment, both men widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the Phantom Ghost King and Lin Xiao, who stood at a distance, were taken aback. In the scene, the second thick bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and Fei Luo met the thunderous onslaught with a decisive slash. What a magnificent sword light it was! The onlookers felt as if the sword light shone as brilliantly as the stars, blooming like a flower of blades in the void. Indeed, it resembled a silvery sword flower colliding with the ferocious lightning, producing a surreal spectacle as the thunder was cleaved into several arcs, sent soaring into the distance by Fei Luo's sword. A collective gasp echoed through the air, especially the Phantom General, whose sense of shock had reached an indescribable level. He had witnessed the thunder tribulation faced by the ghostly lord, an ordeal fraught with peril. Yet, how could this young man before him appear so effortlessly at ease? Moreover, the scale of this tribulation lightning was not in the slightest inferior to that experienced by his master. Boom. Immediately following, the ominous clouds in the sky seemed to rage. As the third bolt of tribulation lightning arrived in an instant, "Lin Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Make it swift. This one is not ordinary." The booming voice of the Phantom Ghost King jolted Lin Xiao back to reality, rousing the 2 dazed shadow soldiers. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to move, the city god, Li Ru, appeared beside him, declaring, "How could I allow you to disturb young Master Fei Luo during his tribulation? Haha, Phantom Ghost King, once my lord completes his tribulation, it will be your demise," laughed the shadow soldier Zhang Wu. "Come forth, let us engage," exclaimed another frail shadow soldier, his voice a battle cry. At this moment, the spirits of the crowd surged with fervor for battle. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Ghostly Veil. The Phantom Ghost King felt an increasing sense of unease in his heart. He did not wish to prolong the encounter. With the utterance of his words, a thick fog enveloped the area, reducing visibility to its nadir. Shadow soldiers could see clearly even in the darkest night. Yet the fog arising from the ghostly veil was imbued with ghostly energy. Those who had reached the realm of true essence possessed various innate supernatural abilities. And the Phantom Ghost King's ultimate skill was one of illusion and deception. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the mist, several explosive sounds erupted. As the 2 shadow soldiers found their spirits diminished to the brink, held aloft by the Phantom Ghost King by their throats. "Old fool, with your meager skills, you dare to confront me?" Lin Xiao sneered, disdainfully placing a foot upon the city god's face. Li Ru, the city god, was inherently of foundational cultivation. Yet having expended too much energy today, his strength had waned to a mere 50%, rendering him no match for Lin Xiao. Observing the dire situation, Fei Luo felt an overwhelming urgency. These individuals, regardless of their past interactions, held significance for him, having even guided him at one point. How could he stand idly by and watch them perish? He resolved to act. At the moment the third bolt of thunder struck, the flowing cloud sword wielded by Fei Luo pivoted sharply, and he executed the star-plucking step beneath him. Boom. The thunder descended. This was the third tribulation thunder, and it marked Fei Luo's final challenge. In that instant of action, the tribulation thunder consumed him. The onlookers instinctively turned their gazes towards Fei Luo. Even the Phantom Ghost King momentarily faltered, his grip on the necks of the two individuals loosening slightly. Ha! Lin Zhao's laughter echoed through the air. Amidst the thunder, he had discerned the faint outline of a skeletal figure. Young master, the two spectral envoys exclaimed in horror, their voices laden with despair. It was evident to all that Fei Luo had bravely endured the tribulation thunder to save them. A mere mortal body, without the aid of skills or techniques. How could one withstand such a formidable force? Lin Zhao, have you laughed enough? A haunting voice emerged, causing Lin Zhao's laughter to falter, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. What? The Phantom Ghost King's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. Chapter 41. The marvelous application of the Thunder Goddess art. All were utterly astounded, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a ghost. Be it the Yin officials, the city god, or the two spirits of Lin Zhao, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The celestial realm transformed into divine thunder. The awe-inspiring might of heaven drawn forth by the sword. Originally engulfed by the tribulation lightning, Fei Luo suffered excruciating torment. His consciousness perceiving the imminent danger faced by the two Yin officials and the city god, prompting a surge of panic within him. How could he allow them to perish before his very eyes? In an instant, his mind raced with thoughts, recalling the incantation of the Nine Heavens Thunder Goddess art. He silently recited the mantra, and the flowing cloud swords swept across the sky. Lin Zhao, have you had your fill of laughter? Fei Luo appeared as a deity drenched in thunder, the formidable tribulation lightning parting eerily to either side. Drawn towards the flowing cloud sword he wielded. It was as if he cleaved the divine thunder with his sword, or perhaps as if the lightning and his sword were akin to two magnets. The lightning guided forward and dissipated into the air. Yet, the accumulated lightning remained radiant, refusing to disperse, even as it struck at the void. Flee! The Phantom Ghost King, paralyzed with fear, transformed into a shadow, retreating without a moment's thought in the direction from whence he came. Lin Zhao, seemingly stunned, stood frozen for a second. Run! 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 Lin Zhao bolted, his face reflecting sheer terror. With a thud, the two Yin officials landed, and the city god, Li Ru, lay trembling on the ground. It was the tremor of facing celestial might. The resplendent power contained within the tribulation lightning seemed capable of shattering his golden body with the slightest touch, scattering his soul to the winds. Having boasted, did they think to escape? Fei Luo grinned, thrusting the flowing cloud sword towards the void. This strike appeared unremarkable. Yet, the ensuing spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Boom! Boom! The tribulation lightning split in two, akin to arrows released from their bows, arcing away towards the distance. On the distant mountaintop, accompanied by two piercing screams, a massive pit emerged upon the slope. The entire East Mountain seemed as if a colossal spade had excavated a portion, earth scattering and soaring into the sky. What the two Yin officials stood dumbfounded, and even the city god, Li Ru, was taken aback. Controlling tribulation lightning? What kind of defiant sorcery was this? It was common knowledge that the tribulations of wind, thunder, and fire were divine punishments, intended to thwart the ambitions of cultivators striving against fate. Such tribulations were beyond mortal control. Yet, what had they witnessed? The formidable tribulation lightning had been wielded by this jade-faced young man to slay his foes. Even the formidable Phantom General at the pinnacle of the real Dan realm would have no chance of survival in the presence of such lightning. Apologies, I nearly placed you in peril, Fei Luo said softly to the three before him. No offense taken, sir. You are indeed a divine being. The city god and the two Yin officials responded with utmost respect as they rose. Sir, do not squander this opportunity. Quickly harness the energy from the tribulation lightning to break through your current limits, the city god urged, gazing at Fei Luo. Fei Luo acknowledged with a sound, settling down upon the ground. Before long, a mysterious aura descended from the void, distinct from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was the energy of creation, a divine reward bestowed by the celestial order upon those who had successfully navigated the tribulations of thunder. Although the heavenly way is devoid of sentiment and may unleash calamities to thwart practitioners in their struggle against fate, those who endure such trials become favored by the heavens. It is only until the next tribulation arrives that the celestial forces will continue to impose challenges upon the cultivators. Phiro raised his head and consumed several elixirs, causing the magical energy within him to reach its zenith, with the remaining power surging towards the dark golden void Dan. Concentrate. Phiro skillfully directed his inner energy, causing the void Dan to spin increasingly faster. Boom. In an instant, those around him perceived a striking transformation in Phiro's aura. He had ascended into the realm of the solid Dan. The most notable distinction between the solid Dan and the void Dan is the ability to project magical energy outward. Prior to reaching solid Dan, magical energy could only coalesce within the limbs or be concentrated in weapons for defense. but a solid Dan master can expel their energy like a hidden weapon. This represents a fundamental shift. The Phantom General could simultaneously unleash his innate ability to create illusory walls because he was a ghost king of the solid Dan realm. Shortly thereafter, Fei Luo opened his bright eyes and stood to address the stunned assembly. Today, I am profoundly grateful for your selfless sacrifice to save me. Congratulations, young master. The two spectral officials and the city lord did not accept Fei Luo's gratitude, but rather bowed deeply in acknowledgement. You are too kind. It was merely a trifling heavenly tribulation. Fei Luo waved his hand, gesturing for them to rise. Young master, you may not be aware, but you are the first in 7 centuries to transcend the tribulation in the Void Dan realm. 700 years ago, there was indeed a master who also faced the heavenly tribulation, but he advanced to the solid Dan realm before doing so. Zhang Wu, a spectral official, recounted some historical curiosities to Fei Luo. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo was greatly astonished. Are you referring to the Golden Mountain Temple? Was that individual named Fahai? Indeed, young master. Who would have thought you were familiar with this tale? Zhang Wu chuckled heartily. The group exchanged laughter as they made their way to the city god temple. Through their discussions, Fei Luo learned that the primary role of the spectral officials was to capture wandering souls, while the ghost kings roaming the earthly realm were not under their jurisdiction. As their conversation progressed, Fei Luo gained considerable insight into the affairs of the underworld. Inside the city god temple, Fei Luo sat solemnly and addressed the 2 spectral officials and the city lord. Gentlemen, are you aware of the detailed intelligence regarding the Qing Tian Ghost Lord? After receiving a system reward for his recent achievements in vanquishing the Phantom General and Lin Shao, he looked at them earnestly. Although the rewards were not particularly remarkable, he had received a substantial quantity of elixirs to aid his cultivation. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent arose in Fei Luo as he recalled the formidable presence behind the Phantom General. What? The 3 of them were simultaneously taken aback, their faces reflecting an indescribable shock. The Qing Tian Ghost Lord ruled over 5 counties and was a formidable entity who had attained the solid Dan stage. Although Fei Luo was a rare genius, born once in a millennium, he was still only at the solid Dan realm. Did he intend to confront the Qing Tian Ghost Lord? Young master, what do you mean? The city lord, Li Ru, swallowed hard, his voice trembling with inquiry. Fei Luo meticulously observed the expressions of those around him, a smile gracing his lips. Esteemed guests, it appears that the Qing Tian Ghost Lord has gathered a host of malevolent spirits, and it is likely he has committed numerous transgressions against heaven and earth. Since a rift has been forged, I must pay him a visit today to seek counsel. His tone grew progressively colder towards the end, an icy murderous intent sending shivers down the spines of the 3. My lord, one of them interjected. The Qing Tian Ghost Lord is a formidable specter, having cultivated for over a century. His visage remains shrouded in mystery. All we know is that he was once a woman from Qing Tian Town. As for the reasons behind his transformation into a vengeful spirit, and how he attained the Golden Core stage in just a century, that remains beyond our comprehension. Li Ru, the city god, spoke up, casting a glance at Fei Luo. Qing Tian Town, you say? Chapter 42, The Malevolent Spirit Assaults the Village? Qing Tian Town. Fei Luo murmured, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Isn't it the Qing Tian Town, located 500 miles west of Rinjia Town? Indeed, young master, replied city god Li Ru, nodding with a hint of confusion. Are you suggesting that? At this moment, the 2 Yama messengers held their breath as well. A ghost king at the Golden Core stage is a fearsome entity. Even they, as Yama messengers of the underworld, dared not provoke its wrath. Tonight, I shall venture to Qing Tian Town and confront this so-called Qing Tian Ghost King, Fei Luo declared, rising slowly, his gaze fixed to the west. His voice a low whisper imbued with an ominous, killing intent. This menace must be eradicated. Whether for the sake of avenging my own grievances or ensuring the safety of the people, it must be dealt with. Fei Luo understood that had he not successfully transcended his tribulation today, his previous strength would have rendered him incapable of defeating the Phantom General. Although he could challenge opponents beyond his level in the illusory Dan stage, instantaneously vanquishing the Phantom General would have been beyond his reach. Were it not for his possession of the 9 heavens lightning summoning divine art, he would have had to withstand the thunder tribulation with his physical form, which would likely have led to the demise of the 3 before him, innocent as they were, who had sincerely come to protect him. The root of this calamity was indeed his own doing, thus it was his responsibility to resolve it. The Qing Tian Ghost Sovereign might still be unaware of the Phantom General's movements. Therefore, it would be wise to strike swiftly and decisively, cutting through the chaos. Should the Qing Tian Ghost Sovereign learn that the Phantom General had perished in Rinjia Town, well, what would happen to the inhabitants here once he was no longer present? Since you are resolute, we shall accompany you on this perilous endeavor tonight. The 2 Yama messengers spoke in unison, their faces alight with excitement. Fei Luo was no ordinary individual. His recent annihilation of the Phantom General lingered vividly in their minds. Such an extraordinary talent, despite being merely at the illusory dance stage, was not regarded lightly by them. Even if they were to confront the lair of the Qing Tian Ghost Sovereign, they harbored ample confidence. Very well, let us not delay. We shall set forth at once. Fei Luo stated, nodding towards Li Ru, his figure vanishing from the temple like a wraith. Take care, city god. The two Yama messengers clasped their fists in farewell to Li Ru and swiftly departed, a gust of ominous wind swirling around them as they exited the temple. Take care. I await your triumphant return, city god Li Ru said, his face flushed as he bowed deeply in the direction where Fei Luo had vanished. This man is a true hero, deserving of my reverence. Alas, my own limited cultivation prevents me from witnessing such a grand spectacle. In the city god temple, Li Ru's murmurs echoed into the void, inaudible to ordinary ears. On this night, aside from the faint flicker of candlelight, any outsider would surely observe Fei Luo seemingly conversing with the air, a sight that would terrify any mortal should they become aware of it. The gentle patter of rain ceased. Fei Luo felt the winds beneath his feet, the formidable power of the illusory dance stage coursing through him, propelling him like a gust through the mountains and forests. Not far behind him, two spectral figures followed at a leisurely pace. After half an hour, the faintly glowing Qing Tian town became visible in the distance. Suddenly, Fei Luo paused, casting his gaze toward the foot of the mountain. The two specters, intrigued, halted as well, following his line of sight, their expressions turning icy. There were ghosts, no fewer than 10, and all malevolent spirits. Zhang Wu spoke, his voice resonating with a haunting timbre devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The other specter nodded in agreement. Specters possess an extraordinary sensitivity to ghostly presences. This village was one of the settlements near Qing Tian town. Having encountered such a situation, they could not turn a blind eye to the impending doom. A celestial voice echoed in their ears, emanating from Fei Luo. Instinctively, they turned to him, their hearts gripped by terror. Fei Luo's eyes shimmered with a brilliant golden light, and strands of golden radiance dispersed into the air like ethereal wisps. As if he were a deity. In an instant, Fei Luo vanished, his voice resonating in their ears. If you are unable to confront the ghosts of this world, then allow me to take on the task. Your noble intentions are commendable. If all demon slayers in this realm were as selfless and altruistic as you, what need would there be to fear the chaos of the world? Zhang Wu remarked, observing Fei Luo's figure meld into the night like a wraith. Indeed. The other specter concurred. Let us proceed to witness the valor of young Master Fei Luo. To be honest, if such a remarkable youth does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to become a renowned figure in this world. The haunting voice of the specters lingered in the air as their forms floated down toward the village. An eerie sight. Anyang Village, one of the settlements near Qing Tian town, was relatively secluded, situated at the confluence of Qing Tian town and another large town, yet distanced from both, making it a sparsely populated locale. The villagers primarily subsisted by cultivating camellias. On this night, dozens of households in Anyang Village had already succumbed to slumber, but suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted. Accompanying the deluge, the village's dogs began to bark frantically, as if driven mad. This was an unprecedented occurrence for the villagers. Damn that Ahuang, what are you barking about at this late hour? Are you calling ghosts? A middle-aged man lit his lamp and stepped outside, noticing that the rain had ceased, and turned his gaze toward the backyard, eager to discover what had roused his large dog. In this remote area, far from the bustling city, the dogs had never barked in unison unless they had detected a rat. Moments later, the large dog in the yard emitted a piercing whimper, followed by an eerie silence. The man's pupils constricted in horror as he raised the lamp to examine the scene closely. In the yard, where the large dog was tethered, stood a figure clad in a white robe, seemingly gliding above the ground, with disheveled hair, having just crushed his dog to death. Suddenly, the figure turned its head mechanically, producing a chilling creaking sound from its neck. Most terrifying of all, its face was a ghastly sight, revealing a skeletal visage with hollow, lifeless eyes, and white maggots writhing within the empty sockets. Ghost! The middle-aged man screamed, his scalp prickling with fear as a wave of cold rushed from his feet to the top of his head. Instinctively, the lantern held by the middle-aged man slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, extinguishing the flame and plunging the courtyard into darkness, leaving only the ghostly white robe of the apparition starkly visible against the night. What specter is this? Who would encounter a ghost at such a late hour? At that moment, the door of the upper room creaked open, and the man's wife emerged, draped in a coat. The chilling howl of their large dog and her husband's frantic calls had roused her from slumber. The sight before her elicited a piercing scream, which echoed through the village, awakening the neighboring residents. Cackling laughter, cold and sinister, filled the air as a bloodied heart pulsated slowly in the figure's hand, accompanied by the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, a scene of utmost horror. Chapter 43. The malevolent spirit attacks the village. Ruthlessly slaying the middle-aged wife was rendered speechless with fear. With a tearing sound, the heart-eating demon watched as her husband's mouth gaped open, seemingly wanting to utter something. Yet his arm, raised as if to strike the malevolent spirit, fell limply to his side. In the next moment, his body crumpled to the ground. "You killed my husband. I will fight you to the death." After a fleeting moment of shock, the memories of decades spent together flooded her mind. The terror within her transformed into boundless hatred as she lunged at the heart-eating demon. With a sickening squelch, its desiccated claws, as formidable as bronze cast in iron, pierced through the woman's chest as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, grasping a vibrant, pulsating heart in its hand. "Monster, return my husband," the middle-aged woman gasped. Her life force swiftly eroded by the chilling aura of the demon as her heart was extracted. Yet, her indomitable will prevented her from succumbing immediately. She reached out, fiercely clutching the demon's long hair. In a fleeting moment, her pupils dilated, and her vitality dissipated entirely. Yet, her palm remained tightly clenched, still grasping several strands of the demoness hair. The strands exuded a frigid, ghostly essence that corroded her palm, leaving a grotesque wound. Yet she held on with unwavering resolve. Until her last breath, her face bore an expression of profound hatred. With a thud, her body collapsed to the ground. Her head tilted at an angle, gazing distantly at her deceased husband. A bizarre scene unfolded, though the life had fled from her. A solitary tear glistened at the corner of her eye, and her lips seemed to curl into the faintest semblance of a smile as she looked upon him. Roaring in fury, the heart-eating demon was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal could possess such formidable willpower. Bang, bang, bang. The demon's foot mercilessly crushed the middle-aged woman's skull, reducing it to ruin as a torrent of crimson and ivory flowed onto the ground. Yet, her hand remained resolutely clutched around the ghostly strands of hair. The demon, filled with rage, raised its foot once more. How dare this insignificant mortal pluck its hair? Unforgivable! Just as its foot was about to descend, a thunderous voice echoed, "You wretched beast, perish." The voice resonated with the authority of the underworld, instilling dread in the hearts of mortals and terror in the spirits. The heart-eating demon froze, instinctively glancing skyward. A streak of light descended, vanishing into its head in the blink of an eye. With a tearing sound, a line of blood emerged from the demon's crown, coursing through its entire being. The demon's pupils constricted in horror. It attempted to articulate a response, but soon its consciousness faded into oblivion. Its ghostly form obliterated by an overwhelming force of magic. In an instant, Fei Luo appeared atop the roof, his brow furrowed deeply, lamenting his tardiness. He then turned his gaze towards the other side of the village. In that place, dozens of vengeful spirits were relentlessly pursuing the villagers. The events unfolding within this courtyard mirrored those occurring throughout the village. A household had lost a life, stirring alarm among the neighbors. Consequently, the surrounding homes erupted with the realization that malevolent spirits were attacking. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of wails, cries of terror, and the roars of the vengeful spirits, creating an atmosphere of sheer horror. The commotion attracted the attention of distant specters. For a brief moment, all the spirits paused, their gazes drawn to Fei Luo, who stood atop a distant rooftop, surveying them with equal scrutiny. Soon after, two ethereal messengers floated into being behind Fei Luo, resembling guardians. A human? One spirit, its scalp decayed and devoid of hair, expressed astonishment. "You two messengers, this is not your realm. It would be wise for you to recognize your place. The spirits of our world do not fall under your jurisdiction. There exists a multitude of spirits in this world. And aside from the undead, an anomaly outside the elemental cycle, these spirits have never been governed by the realm of the dead. They have been adversaries of the exorcist since time immemorial." Amidst the commotion, the spirits failed to notice the demise of the Heart-Eater. However, they could not sense its presence, and thus assumed that the two messengers had vanquished it. Fei Luo's aura remained concealed. How could mere vengeful spirits comprehend his depth? "Help us, sir. Please save us." The appearance of Fei Luo ignited a glimmer of hope among the terrified villagers. They could not perceive the messengers and instead believed that the spirits were addressing Fei Luo. Regardless, his presence in this dire situation indicated that he was no ordinary human. "We shall not interfere, but the events of this night fall under the purview of my master. We are merely followers," Zhang Wu spoke somberly to the malevolent spirit. "What?" The spirits were taken aback, casting their gazes once more upon Fei Luo. How could such a mere human compel the messengers to adopt such a submissive posture, willingly acting as a guardian? Yet, in the next moment, their pupils dilated as Fei Luo vanished from the rooftop. This is not good. The spirit that had defiantly addressed the messengers was left speechless. staring in terror at Fei Luo before its consciousness faded into oblivion. The two spectral messengers gasped in unison, exchanging glances that revealed mutual astonishment. Such speed. Fei Luo moved with a swiftness that rendered him nearly invisible to the spirits, extending a hand to crush the neck of the hapless spirit in the blink of an eye. Charge. Kill him. Screamed a withered spirit clad in black, its body resembling charred remains. Following its command, the spirits disregarded the means by which Fei Luo had dispatched their comrade and lunged at him with wild shrieks. Heavenly Fire Spell. Fei Luo swiftly formed a hand gesture, executing the incantation with utmost precision. His chest swelled, cheeks puffed, and he gently blew towards the oncoming spirits. Boom. Like a vast conflagration of gasoline igniting. A towering wall of flames, soaring dozens of feet high, materialized before the multitude of specters. In an instant, it engulfed them entirely. The radiant blaze illuminating the entirety of the nocturnal expanse, rendering every surviving villager and the distant malevolent spirits momentarily transfixed in astonishment. Ah, no, it hurts. What sorcery is this? Impossible. Amidst the flames, several of the advancing malevolent spirits emitted piercing cries of anguish, with some even proclaiming that Fei Luo's incantation was an infernal art. Moments later, as the fire receded, the multitude of specters had vanished, reduced to nothingness within the searing inferno. Gurgle, gurgle. In the stillness of the night sky, amidst the scorching waves of heat, the myriad sounds of muffled retching were particularly conspicuous. Chapter 44. The blue bird. The two specters were taken aback, their expressions frozen as they gazed upon Fei Luo's retreating figure, reminiscent of a celestial being. The surviving villagers stood in a daze, and amidst them, someone suddenly cried out immortal. In an instant, over a dozen villagers fell to their knees, worshipping Fei Luo. A divine entity had descended. This was indeed a living immortal. In the realm of martial arts, they had witnessed various illusions performed by magicians, but those were mere tricks. The performers would expel flammable substances from their mouths, igniting them with a torch to create a magnificent fire dragon, exuding an air of grandeur. However, the common folk were well aware that these were mere fabrications. Before them stood this living immortal, effortlessly conjuring flames with a mere gesture, which swiftly consumed the malevolent specters without hesitation. Living immortal, we thank you for saving us. Please vanquish all these evil spirits, and let your might resound through the heavens. Immortal, my parents were slain by these wretched spirits. I beseech you to take justice on behalf of the common folk. The villagers, tears streaming down their faces, choked back their sobs as they repeatedly bowed to Fei Luo. In this era devoid of technology and advanced communication, the thoughts of the people remained deeply traditional. Witnessing Fei Luo's extraordinary abilities, they revered him as a living deity. Run. This person wields sorcery. Flee. The remaining specters, similarly paralyzed as if struck by lightning, gazed at Fei Luo, rendered incapable of thought. As wandering malevolent spirits, they had often wreaked havoc. They had encountered Taoist priests and formidable monks, but whether it was the priests exorcising spirits or monks subduing demons, there were always established protocols. For instance, they would don ritual robes, shake bells, wield peachwood swords, and chant incantations. Alternatively, they might utilize talismans infused with mystical powers to attack. Yet, no matter how seasoned the specters were, who had ever witnessed an anomaly like Fei Luo, casting spells with such effortless grace? The recent heavenly fire spell, deemed sorcery by the specters, was overwhelmingly potent. Having reached the substantial realm of cultivation, Fei Luo's mastery of spells underwent a remarkable transformation. Unlike the feeble flames he once summoned during the foundation stage, should his cultivation transcend the ordinary, a mere incantation of the heavenly fire spell could unleash a conflagration that scorches the earth for miles. Suddenly, a specter shouted, awakening the others, who now sought to flee in all directions. Do you think you can escape? Fei Luo's lips barely moved as he observed the fleeing spirits. And with a gentle stomp of one foot upon the ground, he invoked the earthquake spell. In that fleeting moment, the earth trembled, and a bizarre scene unfolded in the direction of the retreating malevolent spirits. With a series of ominous cracks, the ground split open, causing the spirits to stagger and lose their balance. What kind of sorcery is this? Waves of energy surged from the fissures, and before the spirits could utter another word, they were devoured one by one. The earthy, dark gas emanating from the rifts was the manifestation of the earthquake spell's gathered power. The earthquake spell, a collective offensive magic, was now at Fei Luo's command, effortlessly wielded as if it were an extension of his own will. Deities, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. The villagers, witnessing this miraculous scene, were overwhelmed with reverence, bowing deeply in homage to Fei Luo. Humanity possesses an innate awe towards the unknown. These villagers had seen the malevolent spirit that tormented them vanquished effortlessly by the man before them, not only saving their lives, but also avenging them. How could they not worship such a living deity? Please rise, my friends. As Fei Luo observed the complete annihilation of the wicked spirit, he turned his gaze toward the villagers, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to their profound respect. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air, momentarily halting Fei Luo's words. Help me, my lord, save me. From the depths of darkness came a melodious cry for help, the voice of a woman. Fei Luo turned to investigate. The villagers, too, looked on with curiosity, many bearing expressions of doubt. This voice seemed unfamiliar in their secluded village, where everyone knew their neighbors well. From afar, a woman clad in a blue qipao approached in a state of panic, her tall figure marked by sheer distress, glancing back as if something dreadful pursued her. Living deity, save me, she cried, her voice tinged with tears as she rushed toward Fei Luo like a fragrant breeze. Observing this scene, a playful smile tugged at the corners of Fei Luo's mouth. Be cautious, young master, she is. From a distance, two specters were suddenly alarmed. For the moment the woman drew near Fei Luo, her delicate fingers transformed into shadows, piercing toward his chest. It was then that the specters realized this woman was not human. She was a monster. In this world, there exist spirits and creatures of all sorts, including undead beings that defy the natural order. And of course, there are also monsters. However, monsters are often more challenging to identify. When a monster takes on a human form, if its aura is concealed, it can remain undetected by ordinary exorcists. With a swift motion, Fei Luo, still smiling, raised his hand, firmly grasping the woman's wrist. Such trivial skills, and yet you dare to flaunt them before me? Fei Luo scoffed disdainfully, exerting pressure. With a sharp crack, pain surged through the woman's delicate fingers, her expression morphing into one of profound terror. How is this possible? He is merely a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, on par with myself. How could he be so powerful? Yet in the next moment, Fei Luo displayed no mercy. He bellowed, I demand you reveal your true form. With a flick of his fingers, Fei Luo's formidable power surged through the woman's severed digits, coursing through her limbs and penetrating her vital organs. In an instant, the transformation she wielded through her demonic energy dissipated. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene, and the blue-clad woman transformed into a bluebird, one of her wings firmly grasped by Fei Luo. Several feathers had already turned a deep crimson. This cannot be. How could you possibly be this strong? The azure bird spoke with the eloquence of a human, its voice rising like that of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, resonating with an abundance of astonishment. Gurgling sounds echoed from afar as the villagers, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt their minds overwhelmed. In silent reverence, they collectively bowed. A living deity, indeed a true celestial being, slaying demons with the ease of dispatching dogs. Even the most nefarious of creatures were rendered powerless, revealing their true forms. Wicked beast, I observe that your karmic burdens are not profound. Why do you consort with these fiends? Since you are unaware of the arduous path of cultivation, I shall today reclaim your prowess, returning you to dust and soil. Chapter 45. Taming the bluebird. A golden light flickered in Fei Luo's eyes as he surveyed the fortune hovering above the bluebird's head. To his surprise, he discovered that she bore little karmic burden, indicating that she was not a wholly evil being beyond redemption. As a time traveler, Fei Luo adhered to the principle of not squandering his formidable abilities and sought to attain longevity through the rewards of the system. He was unwilling to witness the suffering of the people in this era and desired to safeguard the righteous path of the world. However, Fei Luo was not a bloodthirsty individual. Since his encounters with the female spirits before Dong Xiaoyu's residence, he had only dealt with those who truly deserved it. The celestial sovereign's divine vision allowed him to discern the distinctions between good and evil, light and darkness. Before him stood the bluebird, indeed devoid of any karmic retribution and lacking the malevolent aura characteristic of vengeful spirits. Were it not for the celestial sovereign's divine vision, Fei Luo would have been unable to identify this woman as a creature of the supernatural. With that, Fei Luo concentrated his immense magical power at his fingertips, which swirled and emanated a chilling aura that startled the bluebird. Please spare me, noble sir. I have my own grievances. I beseech your mercy. I am willing to serve you as a maid or a servant, devoted to your side. A glimmer of humanity sparkled in the bluebird's eyes as she transformed into a woman, kneeling before Fei Luo and bowing deeply. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. You're not foolish then. Are you truly willing to become my servant? I, Chinger, am willing to serve you for a lifetime. To follow you in your cultivation. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. The bluebird earnestly bowed again, her sincerity unmistakable. She recognized that Fei Luo was no ordinary individual. The aura he exuded rivaled that of a ghost king at the Golden Course stage. Could it be that he was a human of the physical Dan realm? Not only had she never encountered a being of such caliber, but even the elderly men she knew had not reached that level. A young genius of the physical Dan realm was indeed a rarity among humanity. Moreover, in the path of cultivation, one could not do without companions, wealth, and resources. The two spells Fei Luo had casually cast had left her in awe. To possess such extraordinary abilities at a young age suggested that he must be backed by a formidable force capable of nurturing such talent. Compared to the Ghost Sovereign, this individual seemed much more reliable. The weak have no choice but to rely on the strong. This truth is an unyielding law within the spirit realm. Oh? Fei Luo regarded the woman before him and spoke slowly. What if I were to ride you? I enjoy riding. Sir, I would be honored to let you ride. It is a privilege, the bluebird replied, elated, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Though she felt shy, her body offered no resistance, and in an instant, she emitted a plume of white smoke, transforming back into her vibrant bluebird form. This time, however, the bluebird consciously enlarged her form several times, creating a spacious and comfortable seat on her back. Her feathers were as soft and inviting as the finest sofas of later generations. Upon witnessing this, Fei Luo hesitated for a moment. The azure bird had just transformed into human form. Although not as voluptuous as Rintingting, her tall stature was strikingly noticeable, complemented by her delicate features. As Fei Luo prepared to ride her, he felt a peculiar sensation. Sensing his unease, the azure bird spoke, "Young master, you are still in your youth. To possess such remarkable agility in the eyes of our demon tribe is indeed a great honor. Please grant me the opportunity to serve you." Without hesitation, Fei Luo leaped onto the azure bird's back. Instantly, he felt as though he were seated upon a luxurious sofa, which brought him immense satisfaction. "Young master, hold on tight," the azure bird's melodious voice echoed as she flapped her wings and soared into the sky. "Let us bid farewell to the living deity." The villagers below stared in awe as Fei Luo effortlessly subdued the demoness, and they erupted in unison. Their voices resonated, lingering in the village as expressions of reverence adorned each face. "Esteemed guests, I shall proceed to Qingtian town." Fei Luo's bold voice resonated through the air, reverberating in the ears of the two specters nearby. Master Fei Luo is indeed a celestial being. I can scarcely fathom how far he will ascend in the future. Zhang Wu marveled, reflecting on Fei Luo's actions from earlier that day. "Let us go. The young master possesses remarkable agility now, and we must keep pace." This is a rare opportunity to vanquish the ghost sovereign of Qingtian. A battle of such magnitude is seldom witnessed in this age of decline. Another voice chimed in as they glided forward like a phantom. Zhang Wu nodded, watching Fei Luo atop the azure bird, and followed suit. As the cool night breeze brushed against him, Fei Luo gazed curiously at the indistinct scenery below, his heart filled with wonder. He had unexpectedly acquired such remarkable agility, albeit in the form of a female, who, after her transformation, was indeed a stunning beauty. Considering something, Fei Luo turned to the azure bird and inquired, "Azure bird, what is your name? Do you have any knowledge of the ghost sovereign of Qingtian?" Upon hearing this, Fei Luo distinctly sensed a tremor in the azure bird's form. Her voice, reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, carried a hint of regret as she replied, "Young master, I apologize for my rudeness. My name is Qing Shuang. I awakened my intellect and transformed over a decade ago through a fortunate encounter." Pausing, Qing Shuang recalled the imposing figure of the ghost sovereign of Qingtian, her tone growing colder. "Young master, the ghost sovereign was originally a resident of Qingtian town. A century ago, it is said that she was as beautiful as a flower, pursued by countless suitors. Yet, due to her parents' promises, she was betrothed to Zhang the butcher. However, the ghost sovereign is a figure shrouded in controversy. Her parents, having received great favors from the butcher's family, arranged this marriage. As she matured, her breathtaking beauty attracted numerous scholars and wealthy merchants. Among them was a talented man surnamed Li, who won her heart, and they privately vowed to be together for life. Deeply in love, yet her father, adhering to traditional values, forcibly wed her to the butcher's son, the current Zhang the butcher. In the town of Qingtian, the butcher Zhang and his family were esteemed, yet the proud and haughty Qingtian Guizun held them in disdain. Bound by the dictates of her parents and the conventions of arranged marriages, she found herself unable to defy the expectations placed upon her. For to act against her parents would brand her as unfilial, a grave sin in the feudal society. Although her heart had long since withered, she resolved to surrender her body to Zhang, entrusting her heart to her beloved. Had events unfolded in a conventional manner, Qing Tian Guizun would have lived a life marked by suffering, a tragic figure crushed beneath the weight of societal norms and moral obligations. Yet, fate often weaves a curious tapestry, and the subsequent events plunged her into a state of near madness. Chapter 46. The Past the ill-fated Qing Tian Guizun, constrained by morality and her parents' wishes, donned a red wedding gown on an auspicious day and married into the Zhang butcher's family. On their wedding night, amidst the revelry of joyous guests, Zhang, inebriated and feeling fortunate, believed himself to be the luckiest man alive. To wed such a resplendent bride was truly a blessing earned over lifetimes. However, as he unveiled the bridal veil in the bridal chamber, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The beautiful Qing Tianguizun had already prepared a dagger, poised to pierce her heart. She intended to surrender her body to the butcher while bestowing her heart upon her true love. In a silent rebellion against her unjust fate, she chose to end her life on this night of union. Yet, the robust Zhang, despite appearing thoroughly intoxicated, reacted swiftly, seizing the dagger that glinted ominously. The sharp blade cut into Zhang's hand, revealing bone beneath the deep wound. Drops of blood fell like cascading water onto the bride's crimson attire, creating an eerily surreal scene. Though a simple man, Zhang grasped the gravity of the situation. He vowed that from that moment forth, they would share only the title of husband and wife, without the essence of marital intimacy, and he would never coerce Qing Tianguizun into actions against her will. This steadfast man stirred a flicker of emotion within the proud heart of Qing Tianguizun for the very first time. Silently, Zhang departed. On that wedding night, she found solace under the moonlight, drinking alone until she was oblivious to her surroundings. Had she continued in such a manner, the future of Qing Tianguizun would have been irrevocably altered. 3 years later, her beloved, the talented Li, indeed made a name for himself, achieving the highest honors in the imperial examinations, returning home in splendor. Upon learning of his return, Qing Tianguizun, who had not smiled in 3 years, remained unchanged in her breathtaking beauty. On that day, while Zhang was away, Li visited the Zhang residence to clandestinely meet Qing Tianguizun. Once, they had sworn eternal vows to one another. That day, like kindling meeting a flame, the barrier between them was breached. After their intimate encounter, Li stared in disbelief at the crimson stain on the sheets, rendered speechless. Qing Tianguizun, too, felt a tumult of emotions within her. Over the past 3 years, Zhang had treated her with utmost respect and kindness, yet she now found herself bearing the name of Zhang's wife, while having committed such a transgression with Li. Now that the deed was done, it required resolution. In the throes of anguish, Qing Tianguizun pressed Li for an explanation, demanding he fulfill his past promises. Li, stirred but maintaining a facade of indifference, nodded in agreement before quietly departing. In the subsequent years, Qing Tianguizun's initial hopes transformed into profound skepticism. Li, undeterred, met with her in secret multiple times, yet each time he merely offered empty reassurances before slipping away. Eventually, having risen to the position of county magistrate and marrying the daughter of the governor, the tale of their union spread throughout Qingtian County. In that moment, Qing Tianguizun was left in a state of utter disbelief. She gazed at the meal prepared by Zhang on the table. Yet it felt like a stone lodged in her throat, rendering her unable to eat a single bite. Moreover, the esteemed ghost lord of the azure sky uncovered a remarkable revelation. She discovered that her monthly cycle had ceased, and she was with child. This news only deepened her anxiety. Torn between her courteous suitor, the butcher Zhang, and her childhood companion, the one with whom she had exchanged vows of eternal fidelity, she realized she must devise a plan. However, upon arriving at the doorstep of the talented scholar Li, she was intimidated by his servant and was unable to even catch a glimpse of him. In that moment, the ghost lord of the azure sky became acutely aware that she had been deceived. Yet, with her agile mind, she concocted a scheme to send a message to Li, claiming to possess a significant secret that could elevate his status, while also expressing her understanding of his marriage to the county magistrate's daughter as a mere necessity of circumstance. This heartfelt correspondence filled Li with unrestrained joy. He perceived the ghost lord as his fortunate talisman, marveling at his unexpected stroke of luck. That night, seizing the opportunity to return to her familial home, the ghost lord met Li at the foot of the mountain outside the county. When confronted by her inquiries, Li revealed his true, sinister nature, asserting that she was merely a plaything to him. Furthermore, he scornfully noted that after only 3 years of absence, she had married another, thus violating the very principles of fidelity. He insisted that she resolve her predicament alone, threatening her that if she dared to expose even a whisper of their affair, he would leverage his connections to imprison her parents. He had countless means to deal with a mere commoner. The absurdity of it all was staggering. Despair enveloped the ghost lord as she realized the true fool in this scenario was herself. Simultaneously, a flood of guilt and resentment surged within her. She found herself powerless against the dictates of her era, unable to challenge the traditional moral codes that govern society. Having adhered to her parents' wishes and maintained her virtue, she had waited faithfully for her beloved, only to find herself in such a dire predicament. Suddenly, a band of marauders descended upon the region, raiding a village just outside Qingtian County. The men were slaughtered, and the women were captured, under the silvery moonlight. This ruthless band soon spotted Li and the ghost lord. They were swiftly encircled, The Ghost Lord's beauty ignited a fervent greed among the merciless marauders. Yet, what followed from Li left her utterly bewildered. He knelt in supplication, declaring that the Ghost Lord was his wife, urging the bandits to seize her while he pleaded for his own life. In a desperate bid for survival, he relinquished all his wealth and swore an oath never to report the incident to the authorities. Li, driven by avarice and cowardice, was unwilling to miss this chance to escape. All of this left the Ghost Lord in a state of shock. The marauders, disdainful of such a coward, stripped him of his clothing and left him at the mountain's base, taking the Ghost Lord with them. Li returned to Qingtian town in the nude, loudly proclaiming that he had been robbed by bandits, insinuating that even the butcher Zhang's wife had been taken. This scheme was nothing short of malicious. Li not only tarnished the Ghost Lord's reputation, but also cunningly shifted the blame for the entire affair onto the brigands. A woman captured and taken to the den of robbers would likely find that even if she bore 10 or 8 children, no one would connect them to her. Zhang, the butcher, consumed by rage and humiliation, ascended the great green mountain wielding his cleaver. That night, he was driven to a frenzy. The adage holds true: the meek fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are unafraid of death. Zhang fought valiantly, losing an arm in the process. Yet he reached the lair and slayed 3 of the leaders. However, he soon realized that mere fists could not contend with overwhelming numbers. Upon encountering the formidable Ghost Master of the Azure Sky, he declared his willingness to take his own life, pleading for the release of the Ghost Master. In that moment, the Ghost Master gazed upon her bloodied husband, tears streaming down her face. She had been repeatedly violated by the robbers. Yet her husband fought without regard for his own safety, willing to sacrifice his life for her rescue. It was in this moment that she comprehended the essence of love. Tragically, the love she had envisioned paled in comparison to the profound affection Zhang held for her. Nevertheless, the robbers, being lawless and merciless, would not acquiesce to Zhang's demands. Ultimately, he succumbed to a flurry of blades, his dying gaze fixed upon the Ghost Master, his lips moving as if to convey unspoken words, words of love, words that might one day win her heart. Alas, he would never have the chance to voice them. Enraged by the loss of half their brethren, the robbers unleashed their fury upon the beautiful, yet cursed Ghost Master. Chapter 47. The great blue mountain. The night wind howled as Fei Luo quietly listened to the lamentations of the bluebird, lost in profound silence. Bluebird, what happened next? Fei Luo's heart was tumultuous, a cacophony of emotions. A fateful bond, indeed, a truly cursed entanglement. My lord, afterward. The bluebird soared through the air, her chime-like voice resonating once more. Later, the celestial Ghost Lord endured 3 days and nights of unspeakable torment. The bandits took turns violating her, and even after their cruel amusement waned, they devised countless new methods of torture. Ultimately, on the 3rd night, the celestial Ghost Lord was left without a single unscathed part of her body, having been tortured to death. The bandits defiled her, carving chunks of flesh to feed to dogs. Even in death, they summoned dogs to further desecrate her. It could be said that at the moment of her demise, the celestial Ghost Lord's resentment materialized, reaching an unfathomable intensity. Her life should not have ended, yet she plunged into the abyss through her own choices. With a piercing scream, her ire transformed into a vengeful spirit, born as a fearsome ghost at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. To contend with mere mortals was a trivial endeavor for such a spirit. On a stormy night, the celestial Ghost Lord gazed upon the wild dogs feasting upon her flesh, and her fury reached its zenith. When a sovereign is enraged, 1,000,000 perish. When a commoner is incensed, blood spills within 5 paces. Zhang the butcher had perished, and she realized he was the one worthy of her love and lifelong devotion, yet it was too late for redemption. That night, the great blue mountain was left desolate. All the bandits met their demise at the hands of the celestial Ghost Lord, leaving the unfortunate women they had captured in a state of shock. But the horror did not cease there. The celestial Ghost Lord left the corpses of the bandits exposed for 49 days, the air thick with the stench of death, instilling fear in the hearts of the living and dismay among the spirits. The souls of the bandits were consumed by her, none escaping her wrath. Thus began the celestial Ghost Lord's vengeance. The town of Qitian was engulfed in terror, once a laughingstock for having been captured by bandits. The people understood the grim implications of such an ordeal. If one were fortunate, they might become a bandit as wife. But what happened when the bandits grew weary? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Furthermore, with Zhang the butcher wielding his cleaver in a fit of rage towards the great blue mountain, the mockery of the celestial Ghost Lord intensified. She was derided as a harbinger of calamity, having languished in the Zhang family for years without bearing a child, and ultimately leading to Zhang's demise. Those who spread such slander were not spared. The celestial Ghost Lord commenced her slaughter. Each day she wandered the town of Qitian, marking those who gossiped, returning at night to exact her retribution. Gradually, over half of the townsfolk perished. This turmoil caught the attention of the court. Yet the government was mired in corruption and strife, sending several investigative parties that all met with untimely deaths, an enigma of the highest order. From that point onward, Qingtian became a land of dread. Whispers of hauntings began to circulate. The townsfolk recognized that the matters concerning Zhang the Butcher and the Celestial Ghost Lord were taboo, conversations to be avoided at all costs. All of this fell under the gaze of Li Kaizi. Initially, he dismissed it, but as events unfolded, he became engulfed in profound panic. He realized that after discussing the matter of the Sky Ghost Lord with a friend, that very friend had perished unexpectedly, which struck a deep chord within him. When everyone else fell silent, seemingly forcing themselves to forget the Sky Ghost Lord, no further deaths occurred. This revelation brought a sense of calm to Li Kaizi's heart. Yet, would the Sky Ghost Lord spare him? The answer was a resounding no. That very night, the Sky Ghost Lord began to manifest within the Li residence. One by one, even the servants succumbed to sudden death, leaving Li Kaizi in a state of dread. He summoned exorcists, Taoist priests, and monks. However, each exorcist met the same grim fate. Ultimately, as the Sky Ghost Lord claimed the lives of 90% of the Li household, she appeared before him. Li Kaizi, taken aback, displayed an impressive performance. Kneeling and bowing fervently, weeping as he lamented his foolishness, confessing to having been blinded by greed. At this moment, Li Kaizi's wife was equally bewildered, never having imagined her husband to be such a person. Would the Sky Ghost Lord believe his fabrications? Certainly not. The next day, the corpses of Li Kaizi's family, including that of their infant child, were displayed atop the city gates of Qitian town, hanging high for all to see. The merciless Sky Ghost Lord then vanished without a trace. Her talents were formidable. Within a mere century, she reached the Golden Core stage and ascended to become a Ghost Lord. Concurrently, she collected the remnants of her husband's soul, ruling over 5 counties and commanding all spirits and beasts within a 500-mile radius. Her relentless pursuit of cultivation was aimed at resurrecting her husband. However, the Sky Ghost Lord adhered to her principles. She periodically restrained her subordinates from excessive actions. In her daily life, she seldom ventured out, rendering even her most prominent ghost generals unable to catch a glimpse of her true form. In the night sky, a faint sigh echoed. Silently, Fei Luo was filled with complexity. This ambiguous figure of the Sky Ghost Lord was indeed a tragic soul. Yet, all of this was her own doing. Had she merely sought vengeance against the robbers and Li Kaizi without further transgressions, Fei Luo might have contemplated sparing her. However, her reliance on her overwhelming ghostly power to indiscriminately slaughter beings and amass countless spirits warranted her demise. The bluebird hastened its flight. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Fei Luo beheld the nearby Qingtian town, directing his gaze toward the Great Blue Mountain. There lay the stronghold of the Sky Ghost Lord. Since a century ago, this place had been rarely trodden by human feet, rumored to be a site of great peril. Deep within the Great Blue Mountain stood a continuous palace, the abode of the Sky Ghost Lord. In the central hall of the ghostly palace, a breathtaking woman clad in red gently caressed a crystal ball, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, radiating boundless tenderness. My dear, please wait a moment. I have now reached the Golden Core stage. Once I refine my essence and merge with the Tao, I shall attain the status of a ghostly immortal. I am determined to discover a way to resurrect you. A haunting voice echoed through the grand hall, accompanied by slender fingers adorned with crimson nail polish, creating an unsettling sight. Suddenly, the crystal ball in the woman's embrace trembled slightly, signaling a response. Why must you endure this? We are fated to be apart. You have sacrificed so much over the years, is it truly worth it? Even with your heartfelt intentions, I could find solace in the underworld. From within the crystal ball, a faint consciousness emerged, its whisper as delicate as a gnat, resonating in the ears of the Qingtian Ghost Sovereign. Tengyur, the name of the Qingtian Ghost Sovereign in life. This name is known only to the lingering soul within the crystal ball. Even now, the townsfolk of Qingtian are familiar only with the legends of the vengeful spirits, unaware of the existence of Tangyu. Chapter 48. The Sword of Fei Luo. Upon hearing that slightly coarse voice, the ethereal beauty of the Sky Blue Ghost Sovereign was imbued with tenderness. Her voice trembled. My beloved, you can finally speak again. Hearing your voice brings me the utmost joy. Rest assured, I will become a ghostly immortal. Her beloved, a mere mortal, should have long since dispersed into nothingness. Yet, the Sky Blue Ghost Sovereign discovered a mystical artifact capable of preserving souls, allowing the spirit of the butcher Zhang to endure until this day. Periodically, Zhang's spirit would awaken, exchanging a few words with the Sky Blue Ghost Sovereign before descending back into slumber. She had attempted to transform her husband's spirit into a vengeful ghost, yet all her efforts had proven futile. Though Zhang was a rough man, his heart was pure and imbued with righteousness, even when brutally slain. He bore no malice or resentment. Without such darkness, the transformation of his soul into a ghost was impossible. At that moment, a subordinate's voice echoed from outside the hall. I report to you, Sovereign, that Phantom and Lin Shu have not returned since their midnight excursion, and the spirits of over 10 vengeful ghosts in Zhang village have all vanished. The interruption from her subordinate abruptly transformed the sky-blue ghost Sovereign's tender expression into one of chilling coldness, sending shivers down the spine. However, upon hearing this news, she was momentarily taken aback. Phantom and Lin Shu had not returned? The spirits in Zhang village had completely disappeared? Could it be that a powerful exorcist had passed through and vanquished them? No, that was implausible. Her own fearsome reputation instilled terror in both humans and ghosts alike. Even the spectral enforcers of the underworld would keep their distance. Who would dare to disturb her domain? As for the Taoists of Longhu Mountain or the monks of the ancient temple, she dismissed them outright. In this age of decline, most practitioners were mere pretenders. They were greedy and focused solely on capturing minor spirits for profit. Who among them would genuinely uphold the righteous path? Go, convey my decree, and send the first and second commanders to investigate. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated from the heavens in the dead of night. The sky-blue ghost Sovereign furrowed her brow and looked up, her gaze piercing through walls and darkness, directly targeting the intruder. Sky-blue ghost Sovereign, come forth to meet your demise. This voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating within the vast Qing mountain and the confines of the sky-blue ghost manor. Lingering for an eternity, who dares to trespass into the sky-blue ghost manor? Truly ignorant of the meaning of death, she seethed. How audacious! Which human dares to disturb the Sovereign's meditation? You shall find no escape from this fate. Fei Luo stood upon the back of the azure bird, suspended in midair, gazing down at the ghostly manor enveloped in a swirling miasma, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, fixating on a figure within. The various threats emanating from the manor were dismissed by Fei Luo as inconsequential. The minions were of little concern. Among them, two formidable presences likely belonged to the sky-blue ghost Sovereign's chief generals. Yet, to Fei Luo, they were no more than mere figures seeking recognition. He was uncertain whether they would earn any rewards from the system or catch its discerning eye. As his own realm ascended, the system's demands grew increasingly stringent. Previously, when he vanquished more than a dozen formidable specters, the system merely rewarded him with a handful of elixirs. It seems the system dispenses rewards based on Fei Luo's prowess and the adversaries he faces. In Fei Luo's line of sight, at the center of the ghostly realm, stood a woman clad in crimson attire, her figure exquisite and alluring, a paragon of beauty. Compared to the influencers of future generations, she could easily render their artificial enhancements utterly irrelevant. Yet, Fei Luo remained unwavering in his resolve, his murderous intent unmasked and palpable. How naive, he mused. A mere practitioner of the real Dan realm dares to cause a ruckus? The celestial ghost Sovereign scoffed repeatedly, discerning Fei Luo's true depth at a glance. Beasts are indeed unreliable. She cast a cold glance at the blue bird, who had caught her interest due to her innate talent, wishing to recruit her. The celestial ghost Sovereign commanded the blue bird to assist the specters in slaughtering the villagers of Zhangzhuang, a means to initiate her into the ways of bloodshed and pledge her loyalty. However, to her astonishment, not only were the specters slain, but the blue bird also aligned herself with this human. At this moment, the celestial ghost Sovereign realized that even her chief general, the Phantom General, had likely fallen to this human's blade. Old one, old two, go. The celestial ghost Sovereign's lips moved slightly, a ghostly sound weaving into a thread that carried forth beyond the hall. To her, humans remained fundamentally human, their superficial magical foundations evident. Furthermore, her top general was at the pinnacle of the real Dan realm, and these two generals were seasoned veterans, their abilities far surpassing those of the Phantom General. This arrogant human would meet his demise today. With a swift motion, two ghostly figures soared into the sky upon receiving the command. Fei Luo, undeterred, summoned the flowing cloud sword, and the blue bird steadied herself. With a swift arc, the flowing cloud sword unleashed a resounding arcane strike. Before the two shadowy figures could close the distance, they felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. The sword's speed was unparalleled. Upon reaching the real Dan realm, Fei Luo's void-breaking sword technique underwent a qualitative transformation. The two specters had yet to react when a terrifying rift appeared above them, cleaving their forms in twain from head to toe. Impossible. How could he? The two shadows exclaimed in shock, their consciousness dissipating shortly thereafter. Wisps of dark energy transformed into ethereal light, their bodies scattering with the wind. The two formidable ghost generals, unable to withstand even a single strike, were instantaneously obliterated, leaving all in attendance in utter astonishment. The sword energy surged forth, slicing toward the ghostly palace below. With a resounding crash, clouds of dust erupted, accompanied by countless wails of despair. As several palaces within the ghostly realm crumbled as though struck by a mighty axe. Silence ensued. Both the celestial ghost sovereign and the remaining malevolent spirits within the ghostly realm were left in a state of bewilderment. The blue bird's eyes sparkled with wonder, her heart racing exponentially. She understood Fei Luo's strength and sensed that his aura rivaled that of the celestial ghost sovereign. Yet she had not anticipated his power to reach such staggering heights. In the impression of the blue bird, the great demon king is profoundly versed in the art of defense, a veritable embodiment of formidable strength, with a physique as unyielding as wrought iron. Yet, astonishingly, he was vanquished in a mere instant by a single sword strike. With such a powerful master, even being subjected to daily subjugation would be an honor. This gulp in the distance, two spectral messengers floated gracefully toward the scene, their eyes widening at the sight of that terrifying sword strike, leaving them utterly bewildered. Brother Zhang, could it be that our young master's prowess is so terrifying? Surely, it rivals that of a golden core cultivator. Indeed, the sword in our master's hand is merely a treasured weapon, capable of channeling the magical energy of those below the golden core stage. Yet, I have never witnessed a treasured weapon unleash such an overwhelming sword aura. The voices of the two spectral messengers resonated softly, trembling with an abundance of astonishment. Chapter 49. The frenzied celestial demon lord. With a thunderous crash, a corner of the grand hall before the celestial demon lord was cleaved away, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade into the dimly lit chamber. The celestial demon lord's delicate visage was etched with incredulity, her eyes narrowing in disbelief, rendered momentarily dazed. How could this be? Her mightiest two demon generals had been vanquished in an instant? Even she could not have dispatched General Ironhead with a single blow. And what of that immense aura of magical energy? The power unleashed in that strike must have surpassed the combined strength of ordinary essence refinement cultivators. Who was this man? Was he human or demon? Did humanity engage in battle in such a manner? The celestial demon lord had encountered numerous Taoists and monks who, in their quest to subdue monsters and demons, adhered to certain methods and principles. Some even engaged in dialogue with demons, employing reasoning and compassion to guide them. But what was the nature of this man before her, who resembled a celestial being? The celestial demon lord was bewildered, her thoughts in disarray. The enigma that was Fei Luo far exceeded her comprehension. Despite her 100 years of existence, encountering such an anomaly was akin to a maiden's first foray into a sedan chair. Boom. In the next instant, a searing conflagration erupted within the celestial demon manor, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. The heavenly fire spell. Fei Luo stood upon the back of the blue bird, his chest swelling as he exhaled gently towards the demon manor below. Lord Demon, save me. Ah, no, I do not wish to die. The piercing screams resonated through the brief silence, deeply unsettling the celestial demon lord's senses. Suddenly, she rose, acutely aware that if she did not act, her manor would be utterly destroyed. With a swift motion, she stowed the crystal orb into her sleeve, vanishing like a wraith within the confines of the manor. Human, if you seek death, I shall oblige. A voice as chilling as millennia-old ice echoed. And with a wave of her sleeve, a frigid wind swept through the manor, extinguishing the flames that raged fiercely. Be careful, my lord. The blue bird observed as the celestial demon lord extinguished the fire and vanished, only to reappear before her in an instant. In her hand was a crimson longsword, her demonic artifact. Blue bird, take cover, I shall confront her, Fei Luo declared, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. The blade of the flowing cloud sword shifting in his grasp. Chasing wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of blinding sword lights materialized, homing in on the celestial demon lord. Aim to strike her form. Bang, bang, bang. The celestial demon lord's expression turned grave. Her demonic artifact managed to deflect several sword lights, yet one still struck her body. With a tearing sound, she narrowly evaded Fei Luo's strike, her crimson skirt torn asunder, revealing her exquisite form beneath. Bathed in moonlight, the silhouette of the celestial demon lord was partially unveiled through the red fabric, the outline of her figure tantalizingly visible beneath the small crimson garment. Ha ha. Fei Luo laughed heartily as he descended toward the ground. Fei Luo was incapable of flight, and battling while standing on the azure bird was fraught with inconvenience. At this moment, as he feasted his eyes on the spectacle before him, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Beside him, the azure bird felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Was the young master concerned for her? Did he wish to keep her away from the heart of the conflict? The spring light of the azure sky ghost lord spilled forth, not only visible to Fei Luo, but also to countless spirits below. Human, I shall gouge out your eyes and subject you to 1,000 tortures. The azure sky ghost lord, realizing her lapse in composure, contorted her face into a grotesque mask of rage as she listened to Fei Luo's taunting laughter. How many years had it been? Ever since she transformed into a vengeful ghost, no one had beheld her form. Even her subordinates communicated with her only from outside the hall. The inhumane treatment she endured in life was forever etched in her heart, a pain that would never fade. Even as a ghost lord, possessing formidable power, she often recalled the tribulations of her past. She had sworn an oath that upon becoming a vengeful spirit, she would attain a new life. In the future, when she resurrected her husband, she intended to present her ghostly form to him alone, for he alone could gaze upon her true self. Yet now, this detestable human had laid eyes upon her form in its entirety. This affront ignited a fury within the Azure Sky Ghost Lord, pushing her wrath to its zenith. With a swift motion, she tore a piece of fabric from her ample sleeves and bound it around her waist, diminishing the exposure of her spring light. However, her jade-like legs remained exposed. With a whoosh, the Azure Sky Ghost Lord unleashed her ghostly energy, sending forth a handprint composed of ethereal force towards the dwelling below. This strike was not aimed at Fei Luo, but rather at the spirits who had glimpsed her form. She knew such an assault would not subdue Fei Luo, but those who had witnessed her body must not be allowed to live. No, esteemed Ghost Lord, spare us. Ah, flee. This madwoman has lost her mind. The spirits, already of lowly character, began to bicker among themselves, their vile words spilling forth. Most of these spirits had only pledged allegiance to the Azure Sky Ghost Lord out of fear of her might. Now, witnessing her merciless transformation, their patience wore thin. As the cacophony of obscenities reached her ears, the Azure Sky Ghost Lord's complexion darkened to a shade of purple. You! How dare you! Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, her robe billowing as if caught in a tempest, revealing her long, exquisite legs. Her hair, too, danced wildly in the wind, and an icy aura enveloped the air, causing the temperature to plummet, as if she were a fierce goddess of wrath. I have sheltered you for many years, and yet you vile wretches dare to defile my grace. Prepare to meet your demise. The Azure Sky Demon Lord's eyes appeared bloodshot, and intricate black patterns marred her once pale visage, extending down to her neck. She vanished, transforming into a sinister wind that relentlessly reaped the lives of her many subordinates within the ghostly realm. Those who had once held her in reverence, now faced with the specter of death, had unveiled her scars and insulted her. This ignited memories of the desecration she endured in life, driving her to madness. This scene not only stripped the Azure Sky Demon Lord of her sanity, but also left both Fei Luo and the distant Azure Bird, two spectral officials, momentarily astonished. Fei Luo observed the frenzied Azure Sky Demon Lord as she mercilessly vanquished the malevolent spirits, and for a fleeting moment, he fell into silence. This woman, after all, was a tragic soul. Fei Luo refrained from exploiting her vulnerability. He held no contempt for such an act. Instead, he quietly watched as the Azure Sky Demon Lord continued her relentless slaughter of the spirits. Chapter 50. The Sword's Transformation into Silk After a Prolonged Moment. The carnage came to an abrupt halt. The celestial ghost sovereign's long hair billowed majestically as her crimson blade cleaved through the skull of a malevolent spirit, the terror etched upon its face lingering even in death. None had anticipated such a conclusion today, not even Fei Luo. The anguish within her, even should she become a specter, must have endured through the centuries, a persistent ache. Observing the frenzied demeanor of the celestial ghost sovereign, Fei Luo pondered deeply. Faced with such tragic circumstances, would he himself retain his composure? This remarkable woman yearned for the freedom to love, to shatter the shackles of a feudal society and dismantle barriers. Throughout her life, aside from betraying the butcher, she had wronged no one, not even her childhood companion with whom she had exchanged vows under the moonlight. Even knowing she would be deceived, she flung herself into the flames like a moth drawn to a fire. Fei Luo questioned himself. Yet even he could not be certain that he would remain rational if beset by similar misfortunes. After vanquishing numerous spirits, the celestial ghost sovereign turned her gaze upon Fei Luo, declaring, "Human, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall gouge out your eyes." With a swift motion, the celestial ghost sovereign summoned a tangible wave of dark energy, her blade aimed for Fei Luo's throat. She poured all her strength into this strike. Sighing softly, Fei Luo replied, "Alas, Celestial, you are no match for me." As her attack descended, Fei Luo did not even glance in her direction, casually parrying with his flowing cloud sword. The clash of metal resounded, sparks flying in every direction. The celestial ghost sovereign's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. Her attack thwarted, she retreated swiftly. How is this possible? His strength is unparalleled. Though consumed by rage, a flicker of rationality remained within her, igniting a tempest of confusion in her heart. Celestial, there exists a path for humans and a path for spirits. I urge you to cease this futile struggle. Though you are a tragic soul, You have taken lives that should not be taken, all for your selfish desires, committing unthinkable atrocities. You have brought this upon yourself. Your existence is no longer tenable. Observing the shock etched upon the celestial ghost sovereign's features, Fei Luo spoke softly, "What do you understand?" Her forehead veins bulged, her voice rising to a near scream. "What is deemed worthy of death? What is not? All men in this world are alike, mere animals driven by base instincts, filthy and despicable. Those gossips deserve death more than anyone. What concern is it of theirs? Why can't I exact my vengeance? Is this world not one of the survival of the fittest? Look at these spirits. Even in the face of death, they still regard me as their queen. Did you not witness their insults towards me?" The celestial ghost sovereign trembled with fury, her voice imbued with resentment and defiance. She harbored immense animosity towards the world. In her eyes, apart from her husband, there were no virtuous souls, not even among the spirits. The voice of Fei Luo echoed through the void, its resonance abruptly fading into a mere shadow. The eyes of the sky demon lord narrowed, a profound sense of peril enveloping her consciousness. Fei Luo, stepping lightly as if plucking stars, moved like a specter, his flowing cloud sword shimmering with a chilling radiance, exuding an endless murderous intent that locked onto every essence of the sky demon lord. With a decisive flourish, he executed the void-breaking sword technique, Moon Embrace. In an instant, a brilliant silver light, akin to moonlight, flashed through the air. The sharpness of the sword's aura tore through the garments of the sky demon lord, rendering them to tatters, as even the night sky fractured and vanished beneath the edge of his blade. This uncanny sword light struck with the swiftness of lightning, reaching the center of the sky demon lord's brow in the blink of an eye. Faced with this life and death moment, her dark energies coalesced into a tangible form, the black markings on her face weaving across her body. She concentrated her ghostly power into her weapon, shielding her forehead. Bang! In that instant, the sky demon lord felt as if struck by an ancient mammoth. The terrifying force of the blade cleaved her weapon in two, and her body was propelled like a cannonball into the depths of the netherworld, crashing through several structures. With a cough, she spat blood midair. Her complexion as pale as parchment. To refine the sword into threads, how could this be possible? In the distance, two spectral messengers trembled at the sight, rendered speechless by their astonishment. What does it mean to refine the sword into threads? A bluebird transformed into a small creature, perching on a branch, observing the two messengers as they uttered words of humanity. To refine the sword into threads means to condense countless sword energies into a single filament. The dazzling sword light that the young master just exhibited was the manifestation of such refinement. This realm is scarcely attained even by the most skilled practitioners from centuries past. Its sharpness beyond human imagination, known for severing all things. The bluebird listened to the messenger's explanation, its pupils constricting as it gazed at Fei Luo's form, filled with admiration. Though it did not comprehend the full meaning, it understood that the young master was unparalleled, having successfully landed a strike. Fei Luo propelled the star-plucking step to its utmost limit, unleashing his second sword. Swish! Another brilliant sword light emerged in the void, carrying with it a terrifying intent directed at the sky demon lord, who lay amidst the ruins. Still unsteady, she felt her insides burning, chaos raging within her. At that moment, her condition was dire, her body was soiled, her crimson garments reduced to rags, leaving her exposed. With no time to contemplate, an overwhelming sense of impending death settled upon her. In the void, the moonlight-like sword energy surged forth once more. "My lord, I cannot accompany you any longer. Forgive me." In this critical juncture, the sky demon lord knew she could not evade this strike. The destruction of her weapon and the unfathomable power she faced had brought her to the brink of exhaustion. In desperation, she retrieved a crystal ball, caressing it gently, wishing to remember the visage of her beloved. Suddenly, her pupils contracted, a look of horror crossing her face as the crystal ball emitted a flash of light, heralding an unforeseen change. "My lord, I beseech you, spare Yuer." Fei Luo arrived with sword in hand, when suddenly a nearly transparent soul materialized before him. This spirit took the form of a robust man, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed a certain rugged charm. Most importantly, this soul exuded no trace of malevolence. Fei Luo furrowed his brow, instinctively altering the trajectory of his moon-seizing strike, directing it far into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. With a single stroke of sword energy, 3 palatial structures crumbled, sending a multitude of dust and debris into the air. My lord, my lord." At this moment, the Qing Tian ghost sovereign, upon seeing this figure, was overwhelmed with tears, as if a dam had burst. She struggled to rise, crawling towards this soul. "Young master, spare me. Yuer is but a pitiable soul. If you must take a life, then let it be mine. The soul's clear and innocent eyes reflected no artifice as it bowed deeply to Fei Luo. Chapter 51. The Trial of Fei Luo, my dear. Tears streamed down Tang Yu's face like a dam bursting, as she lay prostrate on the ground, her delicate fingers clutching Zhang the butcher's robe. At this moment, regret consumed her. This scene felt so hauntingly familiar. A century ago, her husband had faced a similar fate, bravely climbing the Great Qing Mountain, battling bandits, and in his exhaustion, pleading with them. However, back then, Zhang the butcher recognized those foes as mere mortals, while now, facing Fei Luo, he stood before an insurmountable mountain. Zhang the butcher glanced at Tang Yu, his brow softening. He knelt down and grasped her hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Foolish wife. I have always said that if we are destined, we shall meet again in the next life. Why must you defy fate? You know, I have always known. I knew you did not love me. I knew your heart belonged to that talented scholarly. I believe that all individuals are equal, and that spouses should be even more so. Yet, alas, I was powerless to save you. As he spoke, crystalline tears began to trickle from the corners of his eyes. You are, all that you have done over the years, I have witnessed it all. I do not blame you. We should have long since crossed into the realm of the dead. Having lingered in this world for too long, we have ultimately met our doom. Hearing her husband's words, Tang Yu trembled, her beautiful face streaked with tears mingled with dirt, yet she paid it no mind. She understood. She had heard these words more than once. She recognized her husband's love. Even now, she bore no regrets for her actions throughout the years. Young master, you possess a magnanimous heart. The wickedness lies with me. Take my life, but spare my husband. He is innocent. Suddenly, Tang Yu lifted her head, striving to prostrate herself before Fei Luo, each bow resonating loudly. Young master, take my life. I beseech you, spare my husband. She shall never wreak havoc upon this world again. Upon witnessing this, Zhang the butcher also knelt and bowed his head before Fei Luo, pleading for mercy. This poignant scene brought tears to the eyes of the azure bird perched on a distant branch, though it did not comprehend the essence of love. It was profoundly moved by the spectacle before it. Alas, Ainchai Zhang Wu sighed silently, pondering the mysterious nature of love. It is a curious phenomenon. When one is enveloped in its embrace, it is a blessing, even if it may lead to sorrow, such as the tragedy that even spirits are unable to escape its burdens. I wonder how the young master will choose to execute his judgment, another Ainchai murmured gently. Fei Luo remained silent, contemplating the couple before him. Should Tang Yu, as the sovereign ghost of the azure sky, meet her demise? Perhaps she had erred from the very beginning. Yet it seemed that heaven had already punished her, leaving her no chance for redemption. And Zhang the butcher, though a mere mortal, resembled what later generations would call a devoted admirer. Yet, he was filled with emotions and loyalty, never betraying heaven, earth, nor her. This man, with such profound feelings, bore no resentment even if he were to be cut down by a myriad of blades. Yet the very essence of the azure sky ghost's actions was driven by the desire to resurrect Zhang the butcher. Fei Luo, having never experienced love himself, remained oblivious to the extraordinary and indelible nature of such affection. At this moment, Fei Luo hesitated. After a long pause, he turned to the two individuals before him. Enough. His thunderous voice interrupted their pleas. Both Zhang the butcher and Tang Yu fell to their knees, gazing up at Fei Luo, their eyes reflecting a resolute spirit and a generous willingness to sacrifice for one another. You too, your fates are intertwined. Had you entered the cycle of reincarnation earlier, your lives would likely have been filled with descendants. Fei Luo observed the two, golden light flickering in his eyes. Through the celestial eye of the Divine Lord, he discerned the unbroken thread of their karmic bond, a connection forged through 3 lifetimes of tribulation. This current existence marked their 3rd life together. According to Fei Luo's vision, after enduring 3 lifetimes of tumultuous fate, they would ultimately unite in heart and spirit. However, the whims of fate had introduced a twist in this lifetime. Perhaps it was due to the end of the Dharma age, or perhaps it was their own doing, but this twist extended their karmic ties to the present day. Yet, what was right remained right, and what was wrong remained wrong. Based on his previous understanding, Fei Luo would have unhesitatingly executed both, sending their souls into oblivion. Yet, he now recognized the absurdity of such thoughts. Fei Luo was not a selfish individual, nor one who sought to elevate himself above others. Initially, he may have chosen to uphold the righteous path of the world due to the system and his desire for enlightenment. Yet he also believed that spirits could embody both good and evil. Those who harm others are the malevolent ghosts, while those who do no harm are the benevolent. This notion, however, now appeared ludicrous to Fei Luo. No one is perfect, and the human heart can be the most treacherous entity. Some individuals possess a malevolence far surpassing that of evil spirits. As for Tang Yu, was she an evil ghost? Yes, and yet, no. She merely sought vengeance against those who had wronged her, albeit through excessively drastic measures. Even to the extent of silencing gossip, she would resort to violence. Yet, compared to those malevolent spirits who act purely on instinct to harm, Tang Yu appeared far more rational. My lord, as for you. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, Zhang the Butcher was elated and turned to Fei Luo with joy. A death sentence may be avoided, but the punishment for the living cannot escape. Before Zhang could finish his sentence, Fei Luo brandished his sword toward the two. Tang Yu, your methods are cruel. You slay those who deserve it, and those who do not. I shall impose upon you 3 thunder tribulations. If you can endure them, I shall personally escort you to the underworld and grant you salvation. Fei Luo paused, then turned to Zhang. Zhang the Butcher, you, a man of stature, are indecisive in matters of the heart. Had you taken action sooner, none of this would have transpired. Although you advised Tang Yu, this turmoil arose from your inaction. Should Tang Yu survive the thunderous punishment, I will ensure your redemption today, as dust returns to dust. You, this Zhang the Butcher, upon hearing Fei Luo's candid remarks, focused not on himself, but on Tang Yu. 3 thunder tribulations? This person possesses immense power. Can you truly withstand them? My husband, the Lord has spoken. Our fates are entwined across 3 lifetimes. You has committed many wrongs, and punishment is warranted. At this moment, Tang Yu came to terms with her fate, rising quietly to bow deeply before Fei Luo. In the distance, the 2 emissaries of the underworld exchanged glances, both reflecting shock at Fei Luo's decree. Remarkable. Young Master Fei Luo, truly a divine being. He embodies the essence of a true talent for managing worldly affairs, possessing a grand vision, immense power, and profound wisdom. The notions of good and evil, right and wrong, are the most ambiguous of concepts. Every phenomenon in this world possesses duality. They are aware that, if faced with similar circumstances, they would not be capable of handling them as adeptly as Fei Luo. The answer is a resounding no. Fei Luo ceased to speak. His fingers swiftly formed intricate seals, and esoteric incantations flowed silently from his lips. Boom. The once luminous night sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. An overwhelming sense of celestial might descended upon this place, as a tempest howled and dust and stones were swept into the air. In the face of such a spectacle, Tang Yu's gaze was filled with incredulity. She understood that today Fei Luo had shown her mercy. Her so-called golden elixir stage was but a farce in comparison to his prowess. Chapter 52. The Millennium Vortex Lotus. As the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique was activated, the mana within Fei Luo surged forth like a gushing spring, illuminating the oppressive darkness of the night sky with a brilliant flash of lightning. Boom. A menacing thunderbolt descended from the clouds, erupting violently and instantaneously engulfing Tang Yu. Zhang the Butcher felt the terrifying thunder and sensed that even a mere touch would send his soul into chaos. The dazzling lightning illuminated the night, revealing the remnants of the once majestic ghostly estate. Within the tempest of thunder, Tang Yu endured excruciating pain akin to the torturous death of 1,000 cuts, her skin fissuring as if it might disintegrate at any moment. After 3 breaths, the thunder subsided. Tang Yu's hair stood on end, her face charred black as if she were a piece of coal. My beloved, I am unharmed. Allow me to protect you this time, she gasped, turning to Zhang the Butcher with a smile. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Please, continue to mete out your punishment, Tang Yu replied, bowing deeply as she gazed at Fei Luo. In that moment, she felt no hint of malice within the thunder. Remarkably, this mystical lightning had inadvertently stripped away 30% of the malevolent energy within her. At this instant, Tang Yu was awestruck. For a long time, she had been aware of the unbearable malevolence within her, often suppressing it. If she failed to maintain that control, she would succumb to the darkness, transforming into a vengeful spirit, a mere puppet governed by will. Very well, Fei Luo nodded, raising a finger to summon the second bolt of punishment. The brilliant lightning lingered in the air. Soon, 3 bolts of lightning dissipated entirely. Yet, at that moment, Tang Yu was barely clinging to life. Devoid of any trace of evil, reduced to a fragile soul akin to Zhang the Butcher. Thank you for your great kindness, my lord. The couple exchanged no further words, both kneeling before Fei Luo in reverence. As the evening breeze swept through, a resplendent blue glow enveloped them, transforming their souls into shimmering specks of light. The soul-capturing technique, upon reaching the true Dan realm, possessed the power to transcend the souls of the departed. Zhang the Butcher and Tang Yu departed for their destined place. In their final moments, they bowed deeply to Fei Luo before embracing each other tightly, a gesture that felt eternal. Alas, a faint sigh echoed in the night sky as Fei Luo observed the 2 souls dissolving into luminous motes. An inexplicable figure surfaced in his heart, Ren Tingting. How has she fared? The girl who had been so infatuated with him, her passion as fiery as the sun, had not been seen for several days. The intricacies of love are the most inscrutable, These two had endured numerous trials, their bond as steadfast as gold. "You are indeed a divine being, my lord," remarked two ethereal messengers who floated gracefully into view. "My lord, you look utterly dashing today," chirped the transformed bluebird, alighting on Fei Luo's shoulder and speaking in human tongue. "Gentlemen, may I inquire where you are bound?" Fei Luo gently tapped the beak of the bluebird and addressed the two messengers. "Now that matters here are concluded. We have had our fill of sights. However, we are tasked with duties, and the hour grows late. We must take our leave," replied the messenger Zhang Wu. Fei Luo nodded, gazing at the eastern sky, now tinged with the pale light of dawn. He spoke softly. "Very well. If my two esteemed brothers require assistance in the future, I shall certainly lend my support. Every gathering in this world must eventually disperse, and whether they are the two spectral messengers or the city god of Rinjia town, I hold them in high regard. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to save me during my tribulations. It is based on this bond of camaraderie that I acknowledge these two friends before me." "Not at all, esteemed sir. You are a rare talent that emerges but once in a millennium. To have met you is a stroke of fortune beyond our wildest dreams. How could we dare impose upon you?" After exchanging a few polite words, the two spectral messengers bid farewell to Fei Luo and floated away. The experiences and revelations of the day left a profound impact upon them. In the distance, the two spectral figures drifted further away, and Fei Luo's silhouette vanished from sight. In our mortal realm, the emergence of a talent such as young Master Fei Luo must be reported to the lord of the manor. Such a person is one to befriend, not to antagonize. Indeed, his rapid progress is astonishing, and his mastery of the ethereal Dan is akin to the legendary golden ethereal Dan of ancient times, promising boundless potential for the future. It is likely that even the lord of the manor will be taken aback and subsequently report to King Yin. I suspect this news could even reach the emperor himself. The two spectral messengers continued their discourse, and as they passed a certain location, ripples spread through the space around them, rendering their figures completely invisible. Before the ghostly manor of Qing Mountain, a chime rang out. "Congratulations, host, for rewarding good and punishing evil by eliminating the ghostly manor of Qing Tian and receiving a mysterious reward." At the very moment the two spectral messengers departed, the voice of the system resonated within Fei Luo's mind. The bluebird, observing Fei Luo in a daze, tilted its head in confusion. A sense of exhilaration surged within Fei Luo, and he commanded the system, "Claim the reward." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. Your human-level 9th grade spiritual root has broken its shackles and transformed into a terrestrial-level 1st grade. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. You have acquired the 1,000-year Gangfeng Lotus, a rare treasure of heaven and earth." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward. You have obtained the low-grade spiritual weapon, the Snowfall Sword." As the system's voice faded, a mysterious and profound aura manifested within Fei Luo's consciousness. With a heart full of joy, Fei Luo felt as though everything had changed. His thoughts became tenfold swifter than before, and concepts that had eluded him suddenly became crystal clear. He sensed a clarity washing over his mind, accompanied by an ethereal essence within his consciousness. This is the sensation of a 1st-grade terrestrial spiritual root. Fei Luo gazed at his hands, reflecting. A 1st-grade terrestrial spiritual root, even in ancient times, is considered a considerable talent. While a spiritual root does not dictate the heights one can reach, it certainly influences whether one can ascend to such heights. Though relentless effort can surpass all, this notion is merely a grand illusion. Just as an ordinary person, without opportunity, could never amass the wealth of a tycoon in 10 lifetimes. This is the truth. Indeed, with the enhancement of a 1st-grade terrestrial spiritual root, my cultivation progress will surely accelerate manifold. Fei Luo mused, a knowing smile inexplicably gracing his lips. The era of decline? Difficulties in cultivation? To him, none of this seemed to pose any real concern. With an endless supply of elixirs at his disposal and an ancient martial art at his fingertips, he possessed a system that functioned like an extraordinary glitch. What did he have to fear? Surely, there would come a day when he could transcend the void and attain the path to immortality. Next, Fei Luo turned his gaze towards the other two items. The Millennium Gale Lotus? As he beheld the azure lotus within the confines of the system's space, he instinctively glanced at the little azure bird perched upon his shoulder. Wasn't Qingshuang a wind attribute beast? This lotus seemed rather trivial to him. What if he were to bestow it upon Qingshuang? Chapter 53, Strengthening the Azure Bird. Upon contemplating this, Fei Luo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he gently tapped the beak of the azure bird. "Qingshuang, since you have chosen to follow me and acknowledge me as your master, I shall not be stingy." As he spoke, a blue lotus flower materialized in Fei Luo's hand, exuding a subtle yet sharp aura. This was the 1,000-year Gale Lotus, named after the ancient snow lotus atop the Great Snow Mountain. Though you have taken on a form Your human shape cannot be sustained for long. Should you refine this, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. Listening to Fei Luo's words, Qing Shuang suddenly vanished from his shoulder, transforming into a woman clad in a blue qipao, her large, shimmering eyes filled with astonishment. My lord, this is far too precious. Qing'er is but a servant. How can I? Before Qing Shuang could finish her sentence, Fei Luo placed the Gale Lotus into her hands. Foolish girl. What nonsense are you speaking? Fei Luo feigned anger. Your master possesses many treasures. This trinket is tasteless to me, yet a priceless gem to you. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang felt her eyes well up with tears. She gazed at the blue lotus in her hands and vowed, My lord, I swear, you are the kindest person I have ever encountered in this lifetime. In an instant, Qing Shuang recalled her mother before she had taken on a physical form. Apart from her mother, she had never met anyone kind-hearted. Humans were often cunning, and demons were predominantly selfish and capricious. She was genuinely moved. Initially, she had recognized Fei Luo as her master out of fear of his imposing presence and formidable strength. However, having witnessed his integrity and benevolence, she was now completely won over. With a master like him, what more could she desire? Though Qing Shuang was a creature of the ethereal realm, she had heard countless tales from her avian kin about the world's perils, having experienced its treachery firsthand. Yet, Fei Luo was different. He was a true gentleman, a great hero. All right, stop fidgeting. I find it quite unusual. Let us rest here for a while. We shall depart at dawn, Fei Luo remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Noting the intact structures. Very well, Qing Shuang replied, swallowing the Gale Lotus in one swift motion and nodding in agreement. At this moment, there was still approximately an hour until dawn. Fei Luo and Qing Shuang sat within a grand hall. Fei Luo, seated cross-legged, ingested several pills to replenish his energy after the day's exertions. Before long, Fei Luo opened his eyes and turned to face Qing Shuang, who was also seated in meditation. A look of perplexity crossed his features as he observed the faint waves emanating from her being, indicating she was in the process of refining the Gale Lotus. However, he could discern that her progress was painfully slow, akin to that of a sluggish snail. This won't do, Fei Luo frowned and called out, Qing Shuang, awaken. At the sound of Fei Luo's voice, Qing Shuang slowly opened her eyes. My lord, did you call for me? Here, take these 3 essence cleansing pills. If they are insufficient, I have more, Fei Luo said without hesitation, producing 3 pills the size of dragon's eyes and tossing them to Qing Shuang. He could tell that she, like many others, had not solidified her foundation from a young age, which explained her current predicament. The same could be said for that celestial ghost sovereign. Otherwise, how could she be so weak at the initial stage of the Golden Core? Fei Luo was confident in his ability to swiftly defeat the average Golden Core cultivator. For this was the age of decline. In this era, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was scarce, and the resources for cultivation were in short supply. Precious elixirs were exceedingly rare. Much like constructing a building, if the foundation is poorly laid, no matter how high one builds, it remains but a hollow shell. Of course, this does not apply to zombies. Zombies are an anomaly, existing beyond the realms, not bound by the 5 elements. They are aberrations in the world. To deal with zombies, one must employ overwhelming force, for there is no other recourse. Not only do zombies kill humans, but they also target any living creature with flesh and blood, rendering them the common enemy of all beings. Qing Shuang received the elixir tossed to her by Fei Luo, and even the fragrance of the pill brought her immense delight. The dark elixir bore 9 faint patterns floating above it, resembling the most exquisite work of art, perfectly harmonious in form. Good heavens! This is the legendary elixir, and the young master has cast it to me as if it were refuse? How can I squander such a precious treasure? Young master, you have been so generous to Qing'er, I cannot waste such a valuable elixir. Qing Shuang, Fei Luo said with displeasure, since you are mine, you should obediently consume it. This is of little consequence to me, and without proper strength, how can you serve me? I do not require mere decoration. Fei Luo's words were heavy, yet they were uttered with intent. He had discerned that Qing Shuang was remarkably perceptive and kind-hearted, often considering her own interests first. The rewards for eliminating evil and safeguarding the law would continuously flow in, and cultivating his subordinates and those around him was not something Fei Luo would be stingy about. Nevertheless, his words jolted Qing Shuang from her reverie. Young master, I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently and become a useful person, Qing Shuang declared, tilting her head back to swallow a cleansing marrow pill. She was aware of the pill's effects. Even among demon beasts, she had heard tales of its transformative powers. Immediately, a faint mist enveloped her, and dark substances began to erupt from her pores. This demon beast is quite forthright, Fei Luo chuckled softly. He felt a twinge of regret for his earlier words. He would never have spoken so to Rintingting. However, he had not anticipated that despite Qing Shuang's transformation, Her thinking remained distinct from that of humans. In the eyes of a demon beast, everything adhered to certain principles, right and wrong, good and evil, natural laws. Fei Luo's remarks, though seemingly hurtful, did not provoke any deeper thoughts in Qing Shuang. As Qing Shuang progressed through the process of cleansing her marrow, the impurities within her body multiplied. Gradually, her human form appeared to reach its limit, transforming into that of a bluebird, crouching upon the ground. Only upon reaching the true core stage could she maintain her human form for an extended period. With a flick of his finger, Fei Luo sent the remaining 2 cleansing marrow pills soaring into the beak of the bluebird. As the pills dissolved upon entering, the mist thickened, enveloping the bluebird in a transformative haze. 2 hours later, as dawn broke, Qing Shuang's process of marrow cleansing was nearing its conclusion. Ah, my lord, I wish to bathe by the lakeside. Qing Shuang, regaining her human form, gazed upon herself, her body adorned with dark scabs, and was instantly filled with bashfulness. Fei Luo nodded subtly, remaining silent. After a moment, Qing Shuang, clad in an elegant azure qipao, approached gracefully. With droplets of water cascading from her hair and the fabric of her dress, her alluring silhouette subtly revealed in all its curves. My lord, I sense that my magical prowess has progressed significantly. I can now maintain my human form for an entire hour, Qing Shuang said reverently, observing Fei Luo, who was seated in meditation before her. Chapter 54. The sinister hand reaching towards Renjia town in the distance. 100 miles away from Renjia town, a sinister aura loomed, shrouded in a haze of death, resembling a dark cloud drifting ominously toward the town. Dingling, dingling, the eerie sound of bells echoed across the desolate wilderness. Were there any souls present, they would be struck with a chilling dread that prickled their skin and sent shivers down their spines. 20 corpses staggered forth, more than half of which were ironclad zombies, each one a paragon of their ghastly kind. The sound of bells emanated unmistakably from behind the horde. Behind these zombies stood 2 elderly men, their hair streaked with gray. One possessed a pair of shadowy, triangular eyes, while the other sported long braids. Their attire was an odd assortment, yet the malevolent aura they exuded was enough to instill terror. Accompanying the 2 elders were several burly men clad in black robes. Were Fei Luo present, he would recognize that these men had prominent temples, indicating their mastery of martial arts, making them formidable adversaries in the mortal realm. Second elder. We are nearing Renjia town, are we not? The elder with the braids queried, his voice cold and rasping, reminiscent of a duck's quack, which would grate on anyone's ears. Indeed, great elder. The third elder has finally arrived here, yet we have lost all contact with him, replied the elder with the triangular eyes, his tone respectful. Have you ascertained the situation? Who besides Lin Jiu resides in Renjia town? Great elder, my disciples have investigated thoroughly. Apart from Lin Jiu, there are 3 disciples under him, the most remarkable of whom is said to have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment at a young age. Huh, the great elder scoffed disdainfully. Merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment? They are akin to ants. No wonder the third elder met his demise. Those who kill from my corpse-raising valley shall be hunted down, even from afar. The Maoshan sect has meddled in our affairs for far too long. Today, I shall wash Renjia town in blood and proclaim to the world that my corpse-raising valley is not to be trifled with. As the so-called great elder spoke, an intangible yet powerful aura radiated from him, far surpassing that of the second elder and even the third elder who had perished at Fei Luo's hands. Even the burly men behind him trembled imperceptibly, as though the great elder were an utterly terrifying presence. Meanwhile, Renjia town remained blissfully unaware that a calamity was drawing near. Within the righteous estate, Uncle Jiu sat cross-legged, the aura of his magical power intensifying, surpassing previous levels by several folds. Is this the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Uncle Jiu murmured, slowly opening his eyes. Clenching his fists, a surge of formidable magical energy coursed through him, filling his heart with unparalleled exhilaration. Not only had he broken through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment in a remarkably short span, but the transformative effects of the essence cleansing pill had also significantly enhanced both the quality and quantity of his magical power. Uncle Jiu could scarcely believe the vast reservoir of magical energy available at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The essence cleansing pill is truly a miraculous elixir. Suddenly, buoyed by his elation, Uncle Jiu rose and made his way to the courtyard. There, he spotted Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai practicing their skills. With a thought, he intended to check on their progress, remembering how Fei Luo had allocated 1 essence cleansing pill to each of them. You too, after consuming the cleansing elixir, must diligently practice. Allow me to see your progress. Upon hearing these words, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai turned around to see the jubilant figure of their master, Jiu Shu, emerging from the door. Instinctively, they sensed that Jiu Shu's aura had deepened significantly since their last encounter. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough in cultivation. They both bowed deeply in reverence to him. You two flatterers, Jiao Shu responded with a slight smile. I have merely reached the later stage of foundation establishment. There is no cause for such celebration. You ought to learn from Fei Luo. I wonder what realm he has attained now. Just then, Jiao Shu's voice faltered, and his pupils dilated in alarm. In the distance, a malevolent wave of corpse chi was rapidly approaching Rinjia town, suffused with a palpable aura of death. Xiaoxing, Wakai, hurry. Prepare the magical artifacts. Jiao Shu bellowed without hesitation. Master, what is the matter? Xiaoxing asked, puzzled by his master's grave demeanor. Wenkai echoed his concern. Master, what has startled you so? You are here with junior brother Fei Luo. However, before Wenkai could finish his sentence, Jiao Shu interrupted with a thunderous command. Hurry. Stop with the idle chatter and prepare the magical artifacts. A horde of zombies is advancing. Both Xiaoxing and Wenkai gasped in shock, turning on their heels to rush towards the room where the magical artifacts were stored. Jiao Shu's heart raced with a rising tide of panic as he shouted to Wenkai. Wenkai, go find Fei Luo. If he is not present, check the Ren residence. Yes, Master, Wenkai responded, sprinting out of the courtyard without delay. At the Ren residence, Ren Tingting had solidified her foundation through days of intense training. After consuming 3 cleansing elixirs, her cultivation had soared to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Without Fei Luo, her remarkable progress would have been astonishing indeed. Suddenly, Ren Tingting opened her eyes, resembling shimmering autumn waters. What is happening? Why do I feel a sense of unease? She rose, opened the door, and stepped outside. Miss Ren, Wencai's urgent voice called from below. Wencai, what is it? Ren Tingting inquired, descending the stairs, her expression one of confusion at Wencai's frantic demeanor. Gasping for breath, Wencai exclaimed, Miss Ren, have you seen Fei Luo? Master says there is imminent danger approaching Rinjia town. No, Ren Tingting replied, shaking her head. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she recalled her current relationship with Fei Luo. He told me a few days ago that he needed to cultivate in seclusion and asked me not to disturb him. If there is no one at his home, it means he has not yet returned. Ren Tingting's quick mind recalled Fei Luo's instructions and conveyed them to Wakai. But just as Wenkai was about to respond, the doors of the Ren residence were violently smashed open, and 2 servants were sent flying inside, crashing against the marble walls of the hall. What? Ren Tingting's expression paled as she beheld a zombie, emanating black mist from its 7 orifices, standing ominously within the Ren residence. Gulu Wenkai swallowed hard, his face paling. Casting a glance at Ren Tingting beside him, he recalled her enigmatic relationship with Fei Luo, prompting him to swiftly position himself in front of her. Miss Ren, please step back. I, Wenkai, shall ensure your safety. He discerned that the entity before them was a white-haired zombie. And although his cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, he believed he could at least hold it off. There's no need. I can handle this myself. A warmth surged within Ren Tingting, for she recognized that Wenkai's protective instinct stemmed from his connection to Fei Luo. However, she had already attained the 9th level of qi refinement and felt no fear towards the white-haired zombie. In the midst of Wenkai's bewilderment and shock, Ren Tingting lunged forward with agility, her long, graceful leg delivering a swift kick that sent the zombie flying. Wenkai rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before him. He was utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 55, The Dance of the Undead, The Blood Battle of Uncle Nine. How could this be possible? Wenkai was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the previously delicate Miss Run had transformed into such a fierce figure in a mere few days. What are you dawdling for? Quickly rescue the citizens of the city. Ren Tingting admonished Wenkai with a gentle yet commanding tone. Ah, yes. Wenkai snapped back to reality and hurried after Ren Tingting. At that moment, chaos reigned in the city as a horde of undead creatures wreaked havoc, over a dozen iron corpses rampaging as if in a realm devoid of humanity, slaying anyone in their path. Run. The zombies are coming. Help. Quickly. Go to the mortuary and find Uncle Nine. Only he can vanquish these demons. The streets were in disarray, with citizens screaming in terror, some driven to madness, while others, paralyzed by fear, became victims of the zombies' merciless grasp. Inside the mortuary, Uncle Nine emerged with Xiaoxing, making their way toward the town. Not far off, Uncle Nine spotted a large group of townsfolk fleeing in panic. Citizens, step back. Allow me, Uncle Nine declared, brandishing his broadsword as he leapt onto the rooftops lining the street. Xiaoxing joined forces with Wenkai. Protecting the people is our foremost duty. Yes, master. Xiaoxing replied without hesitation, dashing toward the distant crowd. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many zombies? Uncle Nine pondered grimly as he gazed at the scattered undead in the city, his brow furrowing in concern. Suddenly, He caught sight of Rin Tingting and Wen Kai sprinting down the street. He called out to Qiuxing, "Qiuxing, head to the main street. Wen Kai is over there." Seeing Wen Kai's expression, Uncle Nine surmised that Fei Luo must have left the area. The sheer magnitude of the zombie outbreak could only be described as a calamity. Never mind. Every life saved counts, and even if it costs my own life, I will fight until the very last moment. Uncle Nine's heart ached at the sight of the fleeing and weeping citizens. With a swift motion, he bit his finger, smearing his blood onto the blade of his broadsword, then leapt from the rooftop toward a nearby white-haired zombie. "Foul creature, prepare to meet your end," Uncle Nine thundered, his voice echoing like thunder as he struck down with immense force. The white-haired zombie was cleaved in two before it could react, its vitality extinguished. "This is bad." Uncle Nine's brow furrowed as he heard countless screams emanating from the nearby Yihang courtyard, prompting him to rush toward the source of the commotion. Retreat. Upon entering the courtyard, Uncle Nine saw an iron corpse pursuing a group of women and immediately shouted. The women, upon seeing Uncle Nine, perceived him as their savior and flocked toward him in desperation. The iron corpse, sensing Uncle Nine's formidable presence, charged at him with ferocity. With a thunderous crash, a window on the second floor of the courtyard shattered as a dark iron corpse flew out, plummeting toward the ground, closely followed by Uncle Nine. "Look, it's Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine is incredible. With him here, we shall surely be saved. This is not good. Uncle Nine, be careful." In the distance, the crowd, men, women, and children alike, watched as Uncle Nine wielded his broadsword against the zombie, their hearts filled with renewed hope. However, before the ninth master could contend with the iron corpse before him, two more formidable iron corpses approached from a distance, leaping towards his back. Bang, bang, bang. The ninth master narrowly evaded this ambush, yet he was still struck by the arm of one iron corpse, sent flying like a kite into the distance. The commotion elicited a chorus of shrieks from the onlookers. Casting the heavenly fire spell, the heavenly thunder spell, and the heavenly wind spell, the ninth master executed a swift maneuver, stabilizing his form as he retrieved 3 paper talismans from his pocket, chanting incantations. Instantly, the talismans transformed into a blazing fire, a crackling thunder, and a gust of wind, launching towards the 3 zombies. However, the scale of these talismans was far less formidable than when Fei Luo vanquished Lord Run. Only 2 of the 3 zombies were caught. One iron corpse skillfully evaded the wind spell and charged towards the ninth master. Roar! Roar! The other 2 zombies, seemingly provoked, reacted violently. One lost its hat to the flames, while the other was struck in the face by a bolt of lightning, leaving a gaping wound visible to the bone. Not far away, Rin Tingting, Wen Kai, and Qiuxing regrouped. Overwhelmed by shock, Qiuxing and Wen Kai managed to collaborate with Rin Tingting to fend off a few zombies. But with the arrival of another iron corpse, they quickly found themselves in dire straits. The town of Rinjia echoed with wails, as if demons had descended upon the earth. Close to the outskirts of Rinjia town, 2 elderly men were observing with sinister smiles, unfazed by the bloody spectacle unfolding before them. Old second. It seems that only Linjiao possesses a formidable aura in this town. The other 2 men and the girl appear rather unimpressive, remarked the long-haired elder, his voice dripping with disdain. That little girl, remarkable for her age to have reached the 9th level of chi cultivation, might be worth capturing and nurturing. She could become an exceptional furnace. As he spoke, the elder extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The little girl he referred to was, of course, Rin Tingting. The furnace mentioned by the elder referred to a nefarious practice within the corpse-raising valley, wherein a woman, once cultivated to a certain level, could be exploited through wicked means to absorb her essence for one's own gain, a truly insidious act. The one treated as a furnace would have no hope of survival. Reporting to the great elder, it appears that Linjiao's 3 disciples are absent from the town. Perhaps that young man has ventured out, the second elder said, ingratiatingly. Congratulations, great elder. With such a furnace at your disposal, you will surely surpass your limits and become the foremost figure in our corpse-raising valley. I hope the great elder will favorably consider promoting me. The great elder reveled in the flattery, relishing the deference of others. He delighted in capturing women to serve as furnaces for his cultivation, relishing their cries and the exhilarating sensation of draining them of their vitality. Suddenly, the great elder's laughter faltered as he gazed into the distant sky. Interesting. It appears to be a transformed great demon. Now, that truly is an exceptional furnace. The grand elder's eyes gleamed with a covetous light. You lot, capture that great demon and the human woman alive for me, he commanded, without even glancing back at the several burly men behind him. Yes, Grand Elder. The 5 men replied in unison, dropping to one knee. In an instant, their eyes seemed to fill with a frenzied determination, and they vanished like shadows towards the Ren family town. A great demon? The second elder, overhearing these words, was instantly elated. Congratulations, Grand Elder. What a fortuitous encounter with an exceptional furnace. His laughter echoed ominously through the void, the Grand Elder's voice, raspy and high-pitched, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 56. The Azure Bird Unleashes Its Fury, A Tale of Two Threads. Early this morning, after receiving accolades from the Great Azure Mountain, Fei Luo instructed Qing Shuang in her cultivation while simultaneously replenishing the depleted magical energy within himself. Once Qing Shuang completed her essence refinement, Fei Luo commanded their departure back to Rinjia Town. Seated cross-legged upon the back of the Azure Bird, Fei Luo savored the refreshing breeze that swept through the air, feeling an exquisite sense of contentment. His master should soon emerge from seclusion. He pondered how his two senior brothers were faring and speculated on Ren Yingying's recent training. Having absorbed 3 essence cleansing pills, the results must be astonishing. As he gazed at the scenery rushing beneath him, memories of Uncle Jiao, Qiuxing, and the fiery Ren Tingting filled his mind. Suddenly, Fei Luo furrowed his brow. Heavenly Sovereign's eye, open. A golden light flickered in his eyes, allowing him to perceive the ominous presence of corpse energy emanating from Rinjia Town. Stretching across hundreds of miles, the sheer volume of this energy suggested the presence of at least 10 iron corpses, a phenomenon of alarming magnitude. What could have transpired? Fei Luo felt a surge of shock. How could such a powerful horde of zombies attack Rinjia Town in broad daylight? Even if his master had refined 2 heavenly yuan soul-gathering pills, he would only be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Could Qiuxing, Wen Kai, and the others withstand such a formidable assault? Fei Luo recognized that while Uncle Jiao and the others possessed limited magical prowess, they were resolute in their commitment to safeguarding the righteous path, embodying the essence of qualified exorcists. Azure Bird, can you fly any faster? Fei Luo's anxiety surged as he addressed the creature beneath him. My lord, I am already flying at the utmost speed possible while carrying you, unless... Upon hearing this, Fei Luo took action. The Azure Bird, having only reached the mid-stage of the virtual pill realm through the essence refinement, could not achieve greater speed without fully refining the millennia-old Gale Lotus. Do not concern yourself with me. Proceed at your fastest pace. Head east for 300 miles, and you will reach Rinjia Town, where a multitude of zombies wreak havoc. Go protect the townsfolk. I shall arrive shortly. With that, Fei Luo soared into the air, descending towards the forest below. Boom, boom. In midair, Fei Luo activated the star-snatching step, channeling the profound workings of his magical energy into his feet. He adeptly maneuvered through the air, swiftly immersing himself in the dense woods beneath. Understood, my lord. The Azure Bird spoke human words, and shedding the burden of Fei Luo allowed it to accelerate further towards Rinjia Town. Outside Rinjia Town, a sinister laughter echoed. Ha ha. The Grand Elder chuckled darkly, reveling in his delight. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the Azure Bird soaring through the sky. It was a transformed female demon, whose constitution far surpassed that of a human, making it an exceptional vessel for his purposes. Within Rinjia Town, chaos reigned supreme, resembling a hellish battlefield. Under the claws of over 10 iron corpses, lives were continuously extinguished. The town's security team was paralyzed with fear. Wei and his companions had perished, leaving a new captain, a stout-faced middle-aged man, to rally the remaining forces. However, he was horrified to discover that the zombies in the town were impervious to blades and bullets, each rivaling the formidable Renold Master of yore. The bullets fired by his subordinates merely sparked a few embers upon striking the zombies. A roar erupted as 3 iron corpses seemed to be incensed, their eyes glowing a menacing red. One leapt into the throng of the security team like a wolf among sheep, commencing a massacre. No retreat. The citizens of the city are right behind us. We shall not falter. The captain bellowed, relentlessly rallying his men to grapple with the undead. Realizing their firearms were ineffective, they resorted to bayonets, yet even those could not penetrate the zombies' defenses. At that moment, the majority of the security personnel had already perished. In the distance, Jiao Shu, bearing wounds all over, joined forces with Qiuxing, Wen Kai, and Ren Tingting. Surrounding them were 5 formidable iron corpses. 3 were situated with the security team, while 5 confronted Jiao Shu, and 3 more wreaked havoc within the city. Jiao Shu's arm trembled slightly. His magical energy was nearing depletion. In this battle, he had vanquished 3 white-haired zombies and 1 iron corpse. However, the 5 before him seemed to corner the 4 of them into a dire predicament. Fei Luo, where have you gone? Jiao Shu thought anxiously as he faced the advancing 5 zombies. He was certain that had Fei Luo been present, these iron corpses would be as insignificant as ants. When they had slain that geomancer, Fei Luo had demonstrated the capacity to eliminate iron corpses with ease. Fei Luo, where have you vanished to? I fear I may never see you again. Ren Tingting's exquisite visage was marred by dust, and her blue gown was tattered in several places. Since the emergence of the zombies, she had shown no signs of retreat. Her love for Fei Luo inspired her vow to cultivate her skills and defend the righteous path alongside him. Yet, the current situation sowed a seed of despair in her heart. Rintingting had never considered fleeing. She was resolute in her duty to protect the citizens of her hometown, Rinjia Town. A collective roar erupted from the 5 zombies, their murderous eyes fixating intently on Jiao Shu and the others. Suddenly, they surged forward, the foul stench of decay rushing towards them. Just then, a brilliant and piercing bird call resonated through the sky, crisp and imbued with a sense of authority. The unexpected sound momentarily stunned the 5 zombies, causing them to gaze upwards. Jiao Shu, witnessing a blue bird hurtling towards Rinjia Town, was struck with terror. It's over. A transformed great demon approaches, and Rinjia Town is doomed. Upon hearing Jiao Shu's words, Rintingting's face reflected curiosity. She was oblivious to the nuances of cultivation, unable to comprehend the implications of his statement. A demon? Could this bird be a demon? In the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blue bird flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that surged towards Jiao Shu and his companions. The fierce gale materialized from nowhere, rendering the approaching iron corpses nearly immobile. How dare these small zombies wreak havoc in Rinjia Town? A shocking scene unfolded before Ren Tingting and the others. The blue bird spoke in human language, and as it dove down, it shimmered with light, transforming into a small blue bird with elongated wings as sharp as scythes, poised for a decisive strike. With a single strike, the head of an iron corpse was severed as effortlessly as a steel blade slicing through tofu. The head rolled on the ground, exuding an aura of incredulity, while the body collapsed slowly. Whoosh! Qing Shuang moved with the grace of a feather, her agility allowing her to dart and weave through the air with remarkable finesse. Clang! Another resounding cry echoed, and in an instant, the remaining iron corpses fell to the ground, lifeless. Only the rolling heads on the ground bore witness to the astonishing scene that had just unfolded, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. Otseng and Wenkai were left speechless. Ren Tingting's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as the breathtaking events of the day deeply resonated within her. This was the allure of the spirit illusion realm. This was the life she yearned for. One day, she too would wield such power, slaying iron corpses as effortlessly as one would dispatch a mere dog. Chapter 57. The arrival of Fei Luo. Be cautious, you few. I shall proceed to rescue the people over there. The azure bird spoke with human words, gazing at the dazed Uncle Jiao and the others, before flapping its wings and soaring into the distance. Whoosh! The azure bird flew with remarkable speed, reaching its destination in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the situation outside Rinjia Town astonished the 2 elderly men. What a formidable demon! Its powers are astonishing, having annihilated so many of my iron corpses. The elder's brow furrowed as he declared, "We must go. Those blood slaves are unlikely to be its match. I shall personally capture it." At this moment, the elder felt a surge of irritation. He had initially believed that the demon was merely at the Void Dan realm. How could it possibly be so easy to slay the iron corpses he had painstakingly refined? His iron corpses were far superior to those of the 3rd elder. However, he never anticipated that this Qing Shuang had consumed a marrow-cleansing elixir and absorbed elements from the rare wind lotus. Slaying mere iron corpses was akin to killing dogs. Indeed, Elder, the 2nd elder, with slanted eyes, nodded in response as the 2 hurried toward Rinjia Town. Within Rinjia Town, the arrival of the azure bird swiftly eradicated the more than 20 zombies that had been rampaging through the town. Just then, 5 dark figures charged toward Qing Shuang. Be careful, those are the blood slaves from the corpse-raising valley, Uncle Jiao warned immediately upon witnessing the scene. Given today's events, Uncle Jiao harbored suspicions. This was likely retaliation from the corpse-raising valley. Only they harbored deep enmity against him, Lin Jiao. The approaching men, each adorned with black markings around their necks and emanating an ominous glow from their eyes, were clearly the so-called blood slaves of the corpse-raising valley. Blood slaves are the half-dead, subjected to the secret methods of the corpse-raising valley, drinking tainted blood and practicing sinister arts, reduced to mere killing machines that obey commands. This method was even more cruel than refining corpses, a perversion of nature that involved the use of living humans. How dare mere blood slaves act so brazenly? The azure bird spoke disdainfully, observing the rushing blood slaves with contempt. Swish, swish, swish. The azure bird unleashed its speed to the utmost, its wings slicing through the air like steel blades, beheading 3 blood slaves in a dazzling display. The black, foul blood erupted from their necks, emitting a nauseating stench. The azure bird showed no sign of pausing, continuing to transform into a blur as it charged toward the remaining 2 blood slaves. You dare. At that moment, a booming voice echoed. In the distance, 2 dark figures advanced with incredible speed, the leading figure exuding an aura that even Qin Shuang found unfathomable. However, this did not deter her. Fei Luo had commanded her to eliminate all wicked beings without exception. What I have to fear? Qin Shuang replied coldly, fanning her wings to unleash azure light as she swiftly severed the heads of the 2 blood slaves, their dark blood spraying forth, a terrifying sight to behold. The commotion left the onlooking citizens in awe. A bird that spoke human words had, in an instant, eradicated the zombies terrorizing Rinjia town. It was simply beyond belief. How bold. Today, I shall make you wish for life yet find none, and wish for death yet cannot attain it. In a fleeting moment, the elder with long braids narrowed his pupils, casting a glance without hesitation. With a mere wave of his hand, an exceedingly malevolent spectral light surged forth, aimed directly at the face of the bluebird. Be cautious, Jiao Shu exclaimed, his heart racing with an unparalleled terror. Externalization of magical power? This individual was undoubtedly a formidable presence at the real dance stage. Upon recognizing the visitor's robes, Jiao Shu's suspicions were further confirmed. This is dire. At that moment, the bluebird had just vanquished 2 blood slaves, her form still unsteady. She could not evade this chilling attack. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure burst forth from the distance, resembling a wraith. A flash of icy brilliance illuminated the air, as a fierce sword aura sliced through the void. Whoosh! The swiftness of the sword energy was astonishing, appearing above the bluebird's head in the blink of an eye, dispelling the dark mist. His chorus of gasps echoed, the surreal scene rendering the townsfolk of Rinjia utterly transfixed. This was no mere human endeavor, it was akin to a celestial battle. Sword energy? Demonic energy? Wasn't this the stuff of divine tales? Jiao Shu, Xiaoxing, Wentai, and Rin Tingting beheld this spectacle, their hearts soaring with elation. Fei Luo, the 4 cried in unison, gazing toward the distance. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiao Shu. Externalization of magical power? Externalization of sword energy? In but a few short days, Fei Luo had ascended to the Heavenly Master realm. It was said that Heavenly Masters could wield their magical power freely, slaying demons with the ease of butchering livestock. Most astonishingly, merely half a month ago, Fei Luo was an ordinary cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. In such a brief span, he had leaped to the real dance stage, equivalent to the Heavenly Master realm as described by the Maoshan sect. The gaze of the crowd fell upon Fei Luo, who stood atop a rooftop, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, coldly observing the 2 elders. What audacity! You dare to proclaim that someone shall neither live nor die? Fei Luo's voice was frigid as he regarded the 2 elders, whose expressions were rife with uncertainty. Rin Tingting's eyes glistened with emotion. This man was the one who haunted her dreams, the one she had irrevocably chosen as her husband. So handsome, utterly captivating. Her heart surged with excitement and admiration. For Fei Luo descended like a deity each time. Fei Luo, you are simply magnificent. Xiaoxin and Wentai, like starry-eyed fans, gazed at him in awe. Few the bluebird silently exhaled, for had it not been for Fei Luo's sword, she would have surely suffered from the elder's demonic energy. Whoosh! The bluebird transformed into a diminutive form, a flash of azure light racing to the rooftop. To the astonished eyes of the onlookers, she perched upon Fei Luo's shoulder. Resembling a little kitten, as if to curry favor, gently tapping her beak against him, as though conveying something. Perched on Fei Luo's shoulder, the bluebird whispered, "My lord, I have not failed in my duty, yet some townsfolk have perished upon my arrival." Fei Luo nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Just moments ago, he had employed the Heavenly Sovereign's divine gaze to witness all that transpired in the town. Having consumed the Gay Feng Lotus in the Shisui pill, the bluebird had indeed undergone a profound transformation. Her sharp wings were akin to slicing through iron with ease. At that moment, a voice resonated in Fei Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the demons. You have received 10 celestial soul-gathering pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the demons. You have received 10 great recovery pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. For vanquishing the demons, you have received 10 vitality pills. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Fei Luo felt a tinge of surprise. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the azure bird perched on his shoulder. Could it be? In that instant, a smile graced Fei Luo's face. His mount had slain the demons, and he was rewarded for it? What a delightful turn of events. With this in mind, many tasks could be entrusted to Qing'er in the future. There would be no need for him to personally deal with minor demons or spirits. Fei Luo regarded the small azure bird on his shoulder, who was eagerly claiming credit, and silently mused. Chapter 58. Too weak to everyone's astonishment. The junior disciple had tamed a formidable demon as a pet. Wen Kai swallowed hard, gazing at the obedient azure bird, which resembled a gentle kitten, with disbelief etched across his face. Qiu Sheng was equally bewildered, struggling to reconcile the harmless little bird before him with the enormous creature that had just dispatched zombies with ease. With a swift motion, Fei Luo leaped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground, his black robes untouched by dust. He flashed a smile at Ren Tingting before addressing Uncle Jiao and the others. Master, Tingting, please step back. I will deal with these two old pests myself. Fei Luo. Be cautious. These two are undoubtedly high-ranking members of the corpse-raising valley, possessing insidious powers that require vigilance, Uncle Jiao cautioned, even as he retreated. He understood Fei Luo's strength, yet the youth's inexperience made him wary of a 1 versus 2 confrontation. Understood, Fei Luo nodded, lightly tapping the beak of the azure bird perched on his shoulder. Qing'er, go to Master, it is safer for you there. Yes, young Master, the azure bird replied, feeling warmth in its heart as it flapped its wings and soared towards Uncle Jiao. You are Lin Jiao's third disciple? The elder with braids now wore a serious expression, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Fei Luo's distant strike had effortlessly shattered his shadowy palm technique. It was noteworthy that, despite reaching the solid dance stage, the elder was more concerned that Fei Luo appeared to have just crossed his youth. What kind of adversary would such a young individual become in the future? The more he pondered, the more the elder felt compelled to eliminate this threat. A young solid Dan practitioner could provide immense support, but alas, it seemed he was an upright cultivator, unlikely to submit to the corpse-raising valley. Thus, perhaps it would be best to refine him into a blood slave. As this thought crossed his mind, the elder's murderous intent surged. Second elder, go and confront him, he ordered, narrowing his eyes at the elder beside him. Understood. The second elder replied, his expression grave, as black patterns began to emerge on his neck, a violent aura enveloping him. Observing this, Fei Luo smirked disdainfully. This evil technique is identical to that of the geomancer. Yet, this elder is at the pinnacle of the void Dan stage, and with this dark art, he rivals the solid Dan realm. Nonetheless, he remains but an insignificant insect. The second elder, seemingly incensed by Fei Luo's contemptuous smile, snarled, You seek death, boy. With that, he leaped into the air like a great rock, launching himself at Fei Luo. Een Thunder Curse, Poison Fire Curse, Falling God Curse. The second elder unleashed 3 spells in rapid succession, his power far exceeding that of the geomancer. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of thunder and fire, it appeared as though Fei Luo was engulfed by the tempest, a grayish hue intertwining with the chaos. The combined force of the 3 spells was lethal even to a typical solid Dan practitioner. Throat-locking claw. The second elder, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, unleashed 3 talismans as dark energy swirled ominously around his 5-clawed hand, surging towards the rooftop where Fei Luo stood. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the second elder's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air. With a soft, puncturing sound, Fei Luo's flowing cloud sword appeared before the second elder, piercing through his throat. The second elder felt his life force dissipating. His mind filled with incredulity. What was happening? Why did his talismans have no effect on this young man before him? Gradually, the light faded from the second elder's eyes. He sensed that Fei Luo was merely a formidable practitioner at the real dance stage, yet he, too, had undergone a violent transformation within the same realm. Why was there such a vast disparity? Unfortunately, the second elder had no more time to ponder, as Fei Luo's sword had stripped him of all vitality. What? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? He could not comprehend why the second elder's talismans had proven utterly ineffective. Who was this young man? Too weak. Fei Luo's calm voice echoed through the void, his gaze fixed intently on the Grand Elder's ashen face. With a single move, he had effortlessly dispatched the second elder, leaving the Grand Elder, Uncle Jiao, and the onlooking crowd in stunned silence. How powerful! Fei Luo had advanced into the real dance stage, achieving such formidable prowess. Uncle Jiao, witnessing Fei Luo's effortless defeat of the second elder, was utterly astonished. Even he could not fathom how Fei Luo accomplished this feat in an instant. A cacophony of cheers erupted. Master Fei Luo, you are so handsome. Well done, Master Fei Luo. Master Fei Luo. Most of the onlookers were aware that Fei Luo was a disciple of Uncle Jiao. When the outbreak of the corpse transformation occurred at Lord Ren's residence, Fei Luo's heroism had become legendary throughout Rinjia town. Some even playfully exclaimed their desire to bear Fei Luo's children. It was evident to all that the calamity plaguing Rinjia town had come to an end. The young Fei Luo, sword in hand, had emerged triumphantly, akin to a celestial deity shattering the schemes of the corpse-raising valley. Ren Tingting trembled with excitement, her heart swelling with pride for Fei Luo's indomitable strength. He was her man, a hero, a champion for the nation and its people. At that moment, the Grand Elder's expression darkened to an extreme. Do not presume that vanquishing a worthless foe grants you any pride, young man. This world is far more formidable than you can imagine. As he spoke, a malevolent aura enveloped the Grand Elder, the chilling presence of his dark energy palpable even in the daylight, instilling an icy dread in all present. Is that so? You seem quite confident. Very well, then let us battle. Fei Luo declared, sword pointed defiantly at the Grand Elder, his eyes brimming with disdain and scorn. He discerned that the Grand Elder's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the real Dan stage, tantalizingly close to the Golden Dan realm. Yet, to Fei Luo, such a distinction held no weight. It was utterly inconsequential. Just moments ago, before the arrival of the 3 incantations, Fei Luo merely unleashed a blade of sword energy, effortlessly dispersing the feeble spells. One sword shatters myriad laws. The void sword technique, a supreme art of the realms, is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Even the Azure Bird narrowed her pupils in astonishment. At this moment, she stood alongside Uncle Jiao and the others, fully aware of Fei Luo's unparalleled magical prowess. In comparison to Fei Luo, the 3 spells resembled the flicker of fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. Yet, the Azure Bird could scarcely fathom that Fei Luo's swordsmanship could be so terrifyingly formidable. As the highest cultivator present, aside from Fei Luo and the Grand Elder, she, as a beast of legend, possessed senses beyond the ordinary, allowing her to discern how Fei Luo had achieved such a feat. Chapter 59. You may set forth, young man. I perceive potential within you and had intended to spare your life. But if you seek death, then I shall not be held accountable. The Elder's dark aura surged skyward, eliciting a profound sense of revulsion in Fei Luo. Such overwhelming malevolence suggests you have indulged in the nefarious practice of harvesting to bolster your yang, have you not? It is truly remarkable that, with hundreds of furnace cauldrons, you have attained this level of cultivation. You are indeed a consummate failure. A flash of golden light ignited in Fei Luo's eyes as he invoked the heavenly sovereign's eye, revealing the dense malevolence enveloping the Elder's head. Within that darkness, countless black threads of causality intertwined. If my deductions are accurate, the number of women who perished at the hands of this Elder must be no fewer than 800. The Elder's pupils constricted, a look of shock manifesting upon his visage. How could this young man possess such knowledge? He felt an unsettling sense that Fei Luo had seen through him entirely. How is this possible? My dark arts are known only to the disciples of the corpse-raising valley. Could it be that this young man has encountered some extraordinary fortune, perhaps inheriting the legacy of an ancient immortal? With this thought, the Elder's eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. According to legend, in the ancient times, there existed immortal beings. With the onset of the end of the Dharma era, these immortals vanished, purportedly shattering the void to traverse to other realms. Throughout the annals of history, there have been accounts of practitioners who acquired the legacies of ancient immortals. Had they not perished prematurely, each would have been an extraordinary existence. The most recent of such eras dates back 700 years to the monk Fahai, who allegedly obtained the legacy of an ancient sage and, through the acquisition of his relics, ascended to become a formidable force capable of shattering the void. This young man must possess a significant inheritance. If I could extract his secrets, then I. As this notion coursed through him, the Elder trembled with excitement. Young man, prepare to meet your demise. With that declaration, the Elder's speed reached an astonishing level, propelling him into the air as if gliding. This is bad. The Celestial Master Stage. Fei Luo, be cautious. Uncle Jiao's voice quivered with alarm upon witnessing this scene. The Elder from the corpse-raising valley had reached the threshold of the Celestial Master Stage. The Golden Core Stage is synonymous with the Celestial Master Stage. And in this era of dwindling Dharma, the majority of powerful Golden Core cultivators were referred to as Celestial Masters. To achieve the Real Dan stage during this time signifies one as a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Upon hearing Uncle Jiao's anxious exclamation, Rintingting's complexion turned pale. Uncle Jiao, what shall we do? At that moment, the Bluebird spoke, her voice ringing like silver bells. Do not concern yourself with my master. He is of no consequence to my lord. The Bluebird was well aware of the scene when Fei Luo vanquished the Sky Demon Lord. That strike had profoundly shaken her, etched into her very soul. At her words, everyone was taken aback. Rintingting raised her eyebrows in surprise, but before she could respond, her eyes widened in astonishment. Rendered momentarily speechless, Uncle Jiao and the others mirrored her bewilderment, collectively stunned. In the midst of the confrontation, the Grand Elder charged towards Fei Luo with an invincible demeanor. Yet, with a mere stroke of his sword, the Grand Elder's anguished cries erupted, a haunting sound that accompanied the sight of his severed arms soaring through the air. The Grand Elder's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbled to the ground, repeatedly spitting out old blood. This. Uncle Gio rubbed his eyes, swallowing hard in disbelief. Was this not a master nearly at the golden core stage? One sword stroke had shattered his defensive aura and severed an arm? Qiuxing Wentai was equally numbed. They were rendered speechless, their shock leaving their mouths agape. The onlookers in the distance bore flushed faces, for the uninitiated merely observed the spectacle. While the knowledgeable discerned the underlying principles, Uncle Gio was aware of the Grand Elder's terrifying prowess, yet the common folk remained oblivious. They simply acknowledged Fei Luo as invincible, capable of slicing through any demon or monster with a single strike. Fei Luo's image had thoroughly upended the traditional perception of a Taoist priest. This sword was wrought for the vengeance of the wronged souls. If one possessed such meager skills, they ought to contemplate their demise. Fei Luo leapt down from the rooftop, sword in hand, his voice resonating with calm authority. Feeling an excruciating pain surging within, the Grand Elder's face turned ashen. He repeatedly pressed several vital points, and the torrent of blood that had been gushing forth within him was suddenly stilled, as if a dam had been closed. Upon hearing the sound, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Fei Luo. His heart was already overwhelmed with shock beyond measure. One sword stroke. Merely one stroke had pierced through his demonic aura. Although the sword was a treasured artifact, its might was far exceeded by Fei Luo's formidable magical power. Ultimately, it was Fei Luo's profound mastery that prevailed. The same weapon, after all, depends on its wielder. You, what are your origins? The Grand Elder's lips twitched slightly, enduring the agony as he spoke. Have you inherited the legacy of ancient immortals? How can you be so powerful? Despite his words, the Grand Elder was discreetly preparing his own counteraction. He had conjured the soul-eating curse, a talisman imprisoning dozens of malevolent spirits, contemplating his escape. At this moment, the Grand Elder was bereft of any intention to fight. His sole focus was on fleeing. The dead need not know so much. You may depart, Fei Luo remarked, observing the Grand Elder's pallid visage and overwhelming fear. With a swift motion, he activated the star-picking steps, his form darting towards the Grand Elder like a wraith. Soul-eating curse. Activate. Now was the moment. A gleam of determination ignited in the Grand Elder's eyes as he produced a black talisman, biting his tongue to spill a drop of blood upon it. With a surge of eerie light, a chilling wind arose, and the air was filled with the ghastly wails of countless spirits. Flee! 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 The Grand Elder hurled the talisman aside, springing into action and retreating with haste. Ha! Fei Luo let out a cold laugh, a mere parlor trick, heavenly fire spell. With a single hand gesture, Fei Luo's chest swelled, and he blew forth a breath towards the front. Boom! A colossal wave of fire materialized from thin air, the intense heat pressing against the faces of the crowd, causing even Uncle Gio and the others to instinctively take several steps back. Before the malevolent spirits from the soul-eating curse could materialize, they were consumed by the heavenly fire. Fei Luo, unperturbed, stamped his foot on the ground. Earth-shaking spell. Boom. At the very moment the heavenly fire spell was unleashed, the earth-shaking spell commenced, sending a tremor rippling across the entirety of Rinjia town. The Elder, rushing forth, was struck with profound horror as he sensed a terrifying pulsation beneath the earth's surface. Before he could react, life slipped away from him. With a sudden crack, the ground beneath the Elder shattered, and a torrent of ochre soil erupted forth, piercing his body like a razor-sharp blade, rendering him akin to a sieve. This scene left countless witnesses in utter astonishment. The only sound that filled the air was the collective gasp of disbelief, echoing the amazement in their hearts. Celestial beings. This was undoubtedly the work of divine intervention. The townsfolk, having witnessed such extraordinary events, would swear that they had indeed encountered the methods of the gods. Chapter 60. The bestowal of treasures by Fei Luo. No one could have anticipated that the Grand Elder of the corpse-nurturing valley, who stood on par with the celestial master realm, would be effortlessly vanquished by Fei Luo. Fei Luo, you are truly magnificent. Qiuxing and Wenkai stepped forward, gazing at Fei Luo with starry eyes, transformed into fervent admirers. Fei Luo remained silent. In the fleeting moment he had just slain the Grand Elder, he had received an abundance of rewards, including several precious artifacts. Not to mention, he had also acquired a plethora of elixirs that enhanced both magical power and cultivation. The transition from slaying the Grand Elder to claiming his rewards was but an instant. At last, you have arrived, Fei Luo. I was utterly terrified today. Rintingting exclaimed as she hurried towards him, her eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Do not fear, for I am here now, Fei Luo replied with a grin, casting his gaze upon Rintingting. Soon after, Fei Luo noticed Uncle Gio. Master, are you injured? Uncle Gio appeared disheveled, with several gruesome wounds adorning his body. It was undoubtedly due to Uncle Gio's efforts that the Rin family town was able to call upon Fei Luo for assistance. It is but a minor injury. What matters is that I saved countless lives in the city, even at the cost of my own strength, Uncle Joe smiled and remarked, "Yet you, young man, have truly surpassed my expectations after just 3 days." Even now, Uncle Joe's heart could not find peace. To achieve such prowess at such a tender age was nothing short of miraculous. Hee. Fei Luo scratched his nose, feeling a tad bashful. All of this is thanks to the system. Yet, the system was also a part of himself, an integral aspect of his own strength. Thus, he felt no guilt in claiming it as his own. Meanwhile, the bluebird flitted down to perch on Fei Luo's shoulder, obediently settling there. In the distance, the onlooking crowd erupted in excitement. "Master Fei Luo, may I have your autograph? Master Fei Luo, do you have a partner?" "I." "Master Fei Luo." Amidst the chorus of enamored voices, Ren Tingting instinctively puffed out her chest and wrapped her arm around Fei Luo's. Witnessing this, Fei Luo felt a rush of unease and exchanged furtive glances with Uncle Joe and the others. Understanding the situation, Uncle Joe addressed the gathered townsfolk. "My dear friends, Fei Luo has fought valiantly today and requires rest. We must allow him some peace." After considerable persuasion from Uncle Joe, the townspeople reluctantly dispersed. The group then made their way to the charitable hall. "Master, this flowing cloud sword has little use for me now. I would like to present it to you. Additionally, these other treasures." Fei Luo and Uncle Joe sat before a table, and once everyone settled, Fei Luo revealed a collection of fine items. Among them was the flowing cloud sword, which had lost its significance to Fei Luo. Following his encounter with the celestial ghost lord, he had acquired the low-grade spiritual artifact, the snowfall sword, which he had yet to wield. Displayed before them were the flowing cloud sword, an offensive artifact, along with 2 other blade-shaped treasures and several vials of elixirs. This sight left Uncle Joe utterly astounded. "Little Luo, this is far too precious. These items will serve a greater purpose in your hands." To Uncle Joe, both the treasured artifacts and the healing elixirs are exceptional resources, rare gems in this world that are often elusive. In this age of dwindling spiritual practices, merely possessing a magical tool is a blessing, while a treasured artifact represents the pinnacle of such treasures. For smaller sects, a treasured artifact would be the jewel of their mountain. Yet, here is Fei Luo, so generously offering them without hesitation. "Master," Fei Luo interjected, interrupting Uncle Joe's thoughts. "A disciple cannot remain in Rinjia town indefinitely. These items are a token of my appreciation. You and my 2 senior brothers can certainly benefit from them in your training and healing." Sighing softly, Uncle Joe chose not to inquire about the origin of these items. It seemed his disciple was blessed with extraordinary opportunities, and Fei Luo's current prowess was sufficient to navigate the world independently, without significant difficulties. Uncle Joe recognized that Rinjia town was merely a humble abode. Fei Luo was a dragon destined to soar across the vast skies. "Qiuxing, Wakai, why aren't you expressing your gratitude to Fei Luo?" Uncle Joe remarked, observing Qiuxing and Wakai in a state of daze. "Thank you, junior brother Fei Luo." Qiuxing and Wakai quickly regained their composure and bowed in thanks. The invincible demeanor of Fei Luo deeply resonated within them. After all, just half a month ago, Fei Luo had traversed the gates of the underworld. Now, he stood as a truly formidable master. Senior brother," a voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing it, Uncle Joe's expression shifted to one of surprise. Recognizing the playful tone, Fei Luo felt a stir of recognition. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he knew who was approaching. Uncle Joe rose, followed by Fei Luo, Qiuxing, and Wakai, as they made their way outside. The visitor was none other than the four-eyed Taoist, whose spectacles bore a slight layer of dust, indicating his lack of concern for cleanliness. "Senior brother, I hear you have taken on a disciple. Quite the remarkable feat." Upon their meeting, the four-eyed Taoist greeted Uncle Joe. On his way, he had already heard tales of the astonishing battle that had transpired that day, a great demon and a young man sweeping through the zombies, annihilating the experts of the corpse-raising valley. As he spoke, the four-eyed Taoist scrutinized Fei Luo, struggling to believe that someone so young could have attained such mastery. "Greetings, Uncle Four Eyes," Fei Luo acknowledged with a slight nod and a smile. "Come, you have traveled far. I have no delicacies to offer you, but please, step inside," Uncle Joe said, patting the four-eyed Taoist on the shoulder and inviting him in. "You." At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist finally focused his gaze on Uncle Joe. You have actually reached the late stage of foundation establishment?" His astonishment was palpable. Yet, the next sight left him utterly speechless. On the table lay several neatly arranged treasured artifacts and elixirs, overwhelming him with disbelief. "Little Luo, Miss Ren is still waiting for you. Perhaps you should visit the Ren residence first. I will entertain Uncle Four Eyes." Master Joe gazed at Fei Luo before him, discerning that Fei Luo intended to depart after presenting these treasures to them. However, with the arrival of Dao Simu, he remained. Dao Simu was unfamiliar with Fei Luo, yet well acquainted with Qiuxing Wakai. This was fortuitous. Fei Luo nodded, addressing Master Jiao and the others. Master, Uncle Simu, please continue your discussion. I have some matters to attend to. With that, Fei Luo took his leave. Yet, Daoist Simu appeared oblivious to Fei Luo's words. His gaze fixated on the myriad treasures laid before him. Master, what on earth is the background of your disciple? This. Daoist Simu adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with astonishment. This is simply extraordinary. Such an abundance of treasures could incite a frenzy among countless cultivators. Are you curious to know? Master Jiao glanced at Simu, a smile gracing his lips. This tale begins with a ghost. Really? Pray, elaborate. Daoist Simu's interest was piqued. Chapter 61. The Celebration Feast at the Ren Residence. At this moment, Qing Niao is with Ren Tingting, who has just finished her grooming. Ren Tingting, having donned a stunning blue gown, showcases her graceful figure to perfection. With just the right touch of makeup, she captivates Qing Niao's attention. Tingting, you look absolutely beautiful. Just as lovely as I do, Qing Niao remarks, her straightforwardness reflecting her unique perspective, devoid of the usual niceties. Sister Qingshuang, your voice is so melodious. Once you take on a human form, you will undoubtedly be enchanting. With a sweet smile, Ren Tingting gracefully takes a seat on the sofa. At this moment, Qing Niao reclines on the spacious couch of Ren Tingting's home, seemingly relishing the comfort. After Fei Luo went to the charity house, the two young women became acquainted. Ren Tingting is aware that Qing Niao is a servant acquired by Fei Luo, yet she treats her with utmost respect, never regarding her as a mere beast. After all, Qing Niao possesses the formidable strength to slay iron corpses as easily as one would dispatch a dog. Regardless, Ren Tingting's character prevents her from viewing Qing Niao through a lens of prejudice. Even had she not encountered Fei Luo or embarked on a path of cultivation, she would not be the spoiled and willful young lady that many assume her to be. Tingting, has young Master Fei Luo arrived yet? At that moment, Master Ren enters from outside, carrying a tray laden with steaming dishes. Today, after enduring a calamity, the entire Ren family in town are celebrating with joy. To be alive is indeed the greatest blessing. The rich celebrate in their own way, while the less fortunate have their own means of rejoicing. Master Ren, knowing all that transpired today, regards Fei Luo with the utmost reverence, as he is to become his future son-in-law. It is clear to Master Ren that his daughter Tingting harbors feelings for Fei Luo, especially since she had not returned home the previous night after visiting him, leading Master Ren to consider Fei Luo as one of his own. Thus, the lavish feast laid out is to welcome Fei Luo and honor him. Before long, the steward rushes in, exclaiming, Master, Miss, young Master Fei Luo has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Fei Luo, clad in black, strides in, eliciting joy from Master Ren, Ren Tingting, and Qing Niao. What is all this? Fei Luo inquires, taken aback by the excitement of the father and daughter duo and the lavish spread before him. Master Fei Luo, please, make yourself at home. Master Ren responds with a broad smile, increasingly satisfied with Fei Luo with each passing moment. Young Master, you have finally arrived. Qing Niao flutters her wings and lands on Fei Luo's shoulder, while Ren Tingting approaches him affectionately, guiding him to the dining table. What follows is a scene of harmony and camaraderie. Master Ren, unable to resist the urge, lavishes compliments upon Fei Luo. After several rounds of toasting, Master Ren claims he has matters to attend to and departs, leaving only Ren Tingting, Fei Luo, and the drowsy Qing Niao in the Ren residence. Fei Luo, where have you been these past days? I was so worried about you. Ren Tingting glances at Fei Luo, her words hanging in the air before she finally expresses her heartfelt concern. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo smiled warmly and said, Ting Ting, did I not mention that I went to cultivate and, in the process, dealt with a few minor spirits? Continuing, Fei Luo inquired, I wonder how your cultivation is progressing? You appeared quite valiant in today's battle. Ren Tingting chuckled, gazing at Fei Luo. I am now at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, and I shall soon establish my foundation. The 9th level of Qi refining? Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, admiration evident on his face. Impressive. Truly, you are a prodigy. Ting Ting. Upon receiving Fei Luo's praise, Ren Tingting felt her cheeks flush with joy. To have such recognition from Fei Luo made her believe that her efforts over the past days had not been in vain. This was the most gratifying thing for her. By the way, Ting Ting, I shall be departing tomorrow. I have prepared some items for you. As he spoke, several objects appeared in Fei Luo's hand as if by magic, a slender sword, a protective jade talisman, and several medicinal pills. These resources would suffice for Ren Tingting to cultivate to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The two artifacts, one for offense and the other for defense, were perfectly suited for her use. However, Ren Tingting paid no heed to these treasures. Instead, she anxiously turned her gaze toward Fei Luo. Departing? Where are you going? Fei Luo, can you take me with you? Immediately, Ren Ting realized that such a wish was unlikely to come true. Her current cultivation was too low. She could hardly deal with an iron corpse. If Fei Luo intended to take her along, he would surely have mentioned it, seemingly aware of Ren Ting's thoughts. Fei Luo spoke softly. Ting, my journey serves two purposes, to undergo trials and to cleanse the wilderness, safeguarding the righteous path of the world. I shall return to escort you once your cultivation is accomplished. Really? Ren Ting's eyes sparkled. Then she looked at the treasures Fei Luo had handed to her. What a beautiful sword! The blade was extraordinarily sharp, and the hilt was adorned with sparkling diamonds resembling countless stars, truly magnificent. As for the medicinal pills, although Ren Ting was uncertain of their uses, she trusted that those given by Fei Luo would be beneficial to her. Ting, this pill is known as. Time flew, and soon it was deep into the night. Fei Luo and Ren Ting had conversed extensively, discussing cultivation and the peculiarities of spirits, utterly captivating her attention. That night, Fei Luo sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusting the flow of his internal magic. At present, he needed to solidify the foundation of his substantial Dan realm. He understood the principle that haste makes waste, even with the extraordinary aid of the system. He could not afford to be negligent. Additionally, Fei Luo had been deducing the third style of the void-breaking sword technique, the Flying Blossom. This third style posed a significant challenge, regarded as a secret technique of the Golden Dance stage. Fei Luo was attempting to deduce it with his substantial Dan cultivation, which would surely astonish many if word got out. Before long, a blue bird flew in through the window and perched on Fei Luo's shoulder. Is it here? Fei Luo seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. Hee, I thought you were deep in meditation, young master, the blue bird spoke, blinking its eyes. She had just intended to take a leisurely stroll, quietly slipping away, unaware that Fei Luo possessed an extraordinary awareness of the outside world even in a state of cultivation. Shuang, consume these elixirs and strive to attain the reality pill realm at the earliest. As he spoke, Fei Luo produced 5 heavenly yuan-gathering soul pills, resting them in the palm of his hand. With a swift motion, Shuang transformed into a figure clad in a cheongsam, her long legs strikingly prominent. Thank you, young master. Without hesitation, Shuang tilted her head and swallowed the pills. Instantly, she reverted to her avian form, gently alighting on Fei Luo's shoulder to begin refining the medicinal essence. Leave at dawn to spare Ting any further distress. Fei Luo's soft voice echoed in the room. Chapter 62, Serendipitous Encounter with the Four-Eyed Taoist as dawn broke. The eastern sky began to blush with the first light, and 2 figures emerged from the Ren residence, soaring into the heavens. Early risers instinctively looked up, gasping in astonishment as they pointed towards the sky. In the spectacle above, a colossal azure bird carried a figure on its back, who was none other than Fei Luo. At the Ren estate, Ren Ting stood upon the balcony of her chamber, her gaze fixed upon Fei Luo's receding silhouette, her eyes slightly moistening at the corners. She had spent the entire night awake, yearning to call him back, yet she could not summon the courage to voice her feelings. After conversing with Fei Luo, she realized that this world harbored countless malevolent spirits, and Fei Luo was a hero, not a mere mortal confined to a single realm. Fei Luo, fret not. I shall diligently cultivate my skills to keep pace with you, Ren Ting murmured softly, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve as she watched the distant figure of man and bird fade from view. Young master, where are we headed? Inquired the azure bird, soaring gracefully through the sky. To the south, for the tomb of the corpse is said to lie in that direction. If fate allows, I shall eradicate this malignant presence. Fei Luo replied, pointing decisively towards the horizon. Very well, the azure bird responded, flapping its wings and veering southward. This decision was not made lightly. After encountering the Four-Eyed Taoist the previous day, Fei Luo anticipated the arrival of a new plot involving a royal zombie, an adversary significantly more formidable than old Master Ren. After a half-day's journey, they descended into a tranquil valley. Let us rest here for the day, Fei Luo suggested, noticing a stream glistening in the distance. Agreed. The azure bird affirmed, diving gracefully towards the ground. Focus on refining the medicinal power and the wind lotus. I shall practice my sword techniques, Fei Luo instructed, summoning a sword that measured 3 feet and 7 inches. Its blade exuded a chilling aura, and the hilt was adorned with intricately carved snowflakes. This was the Snowfall Sword, obtained after vanquishing the Azure Ghost Lord. As the Snowfall Sword materialized, the azure bird felt a shiver of trepidation. The sword's sharp intent suggested it could slice her in twain with a single stroke. What would be the sight if it struck a demon or a ghost? Oblivious to the azure bird's thoughts, Fei Luo began to practice the third form of the void-breaking sword technique, named Flying Flowers. Swish, swish, swish. Fei Luo moved with esoteric grace, the snowfall sword slicing through the air, releasing flurries of snowflakes with each thrust. Though ephemeral, they were more enchanting than reality itself. The chilling aura combined with the alluring snowflakes left adversaries bewildered. With each swing of the snowfall sword, a cascade of snowflakes emerged, a unique ability of the sword. Not overly potent, yet remarkably effective in disorienting foes. With a sweeping motion, Fei Luo executed a graceful arc, thrusting his sword and stringing together a series of leaves that danced in the air. In total, he had artfully gathered 24 leaves. Not quite. The technique of flying flowers emphasizes not only speed but also the mastery of force. I had initially prepared 30 leaves, yet due to excessive force, I inadvertently damaged 6 of them. As Fei Luo pondered, he quickly discerned the root of the issue. The first move of the void-breaking sword technique requires the mastery of 10 swords. The second move necessitates 30, while the third move, flying flowers, demands the proficiency of 100 swords. Only upon the perfection of all 3 moves can one truly attain mastery, marking the entry into a higher realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. By the stream, the sound of Fei Luo's sword dance echoed, while the bluebird perched upon a branch, quietly refining the medicinal power within. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary nature of Fei Luo. His master, the ninth uncle, took a full 10 days to refine 2 heavenly cloud-gathering soul pills. In contrast, the bluebird consumed 5 at once. Although the refining speed of demon beasts surpasses that of humans, it still requires a considerable amount of time. Ding. Under the tenfold enhancement of your Earth-level first-grade spiritual root, the cultivation progress of the void-breaking sword technique has reached 5. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had already set in the west, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated in Fei Luo's mind. Indeed, the realm of 100 swords signifies true mastery. If this technique were to be perfected, would it not allow one to sweep through the golden core stage and vanquish malevolent entities? Fei Luo sheathed the snowfall sword, feeling a tinge of fatigue within. High-intensity practice can indeed be exhausting. Gulp. Fei Luo tilted his head back and swallowed a chi recovery pill, instantly feeling his energy restored to its peak. Vitality is the essence of a person. When one's spirit is lacking, all endeavors yield diminished results. The chi recovery pill replenishes precisely this essence. Just then, Fei Luo's ears perked up as he heard the sound of jingling bells. I jump, I jump. I leap with legs askew, we sway. Oh dear. With the call echoing, a commotion followed. This noise startled the bluebird from its perch. Whoosh. The bluebird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, questioning, who goes there? Upon closer inspection, it quickly spotted the fallen four-eyed Taoist and the scattered corpses of 10 zombies. These were all patrons of the four-eyed Taoist. Do not be alarmed, that is my master, the four-eyed Taoist. Upon hearing this, the bluebird understood and returned to rest upon Fei Luo's shoulder. The bluebird's commanding voice caught the attention of the four-eyed Taoist, who, upon hearing Fei Luo's voice, was filled with joy. Fei Luo, my dear nephew, it is I am here. The four-eyed Taoist hastily rose, shaking the bell in his hand to guide the 10 patrons towards Fei Luo. Fei Luo, a formidable figure, had left the four-eyed Taoist in awe after hearing tales of his heroic exploits from the ninth uncle. Moreover, Fei Luo was immensely wealthy. Did one not witness him casually discarding rare elixirs, esteemed treasures revered by exorcists, as if they were mere refuse? The four-eyed Taoist had seen this happen and yearned for such treasures himself, yet out of pride, he felt unable to express his desires, as he was not well acquainted with Fei Luo. Before long, the four-eyed Taoist, accompanied by his patrons, arrived by the stream. My dear nephew, it brings me immense joy to see you. Are you headed south? The Taoist priest, with a flushed visage, adjusted the frames of his glasses and greeted Fei Luo. Unconsciously, his gaze flitted over the azure bird perched upon Fei Luo's shoulder, infused with a palpable sense of wariness. He was well aware that this seemingly innocuous creature was, in fact, a formidable demon, capable of slaughtering iron corpses as effortlessly as one might dispatch a mere dog. Indeed, Master Uncle, Fei Luo nodded, I intend to journey southward for some training. Upon hearing this, the Taoist priest's countenance brightened with joy. After all, his own temple lay to the south. He promptly exclaimed with enthusiasm, Dear nephew Fei Luo, why not visit my temple for a time? There is also Master Isho next door, and your skills in the Tao are truly profound. Given the warm invitation from the Taoist priest and the presence of Master Isho, Fei Luo felt increasingly certain that the saga of the royal zombie was about to unfold. This undead being, far more formidable than Old Man Ren, was indeed a tough adversary. He pondered what kind of reward he might receive for vanquishing such a foe. Chapter 63. The Enchanting Vixen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Master Simu felt a rumble in his stomach. Embarrassed, he glanced at the composed Fei Luo and quietly inquired, Fei Luo, are you hungry? Would you care for some wild delicacies? Wild delicacies? Fei Luo raised an eyebrow. Although he had reached the realm of solid essence and could abstain from food, Master Simu, still in the foundational stage, could not. The mountains were teeming with wild game, which he could sample now, as it would be unavailable in later times. Noticing Fei Luo's interest, Master Simu promptly rummaged through his backpack, producing an array of bottles filled with seasonings. Fei Luo, my apprentice, you see. Those of us in this profession often traverse mountains and rivers. Thus, seasonings are essential when traveling, he explained, pulling out several iron skewers. With Jiala absent, I find myself in this predicament. Ordinarily, I manage the customers while Jiala hunts. I truly do not understand how my senior brother has such fortune, taking in Xiao Sheng, whose talents surpass even Jia Li's. And then there's you, my unparalleled genius apprentice. He muttered to himself, preparing the necessary equipment. Fei Luo, please wait here. I shall go hunt some wild rabbits. Rabbits? At that moment, the bluebird spoke. Rabbits are not delectable. Wild chickens are far superior. I shall accompany you. The bluebird, a magical beast, appeared harmless but was, in fact, a carnivorous creature. In the realm of the jungle, survival of the fittest prevailed. And the bluebird was no exception. Upon hearing the bluebird, Master Simu was overjoyed. With such a formidable creature by his side, hunting would be effortless. Go ahead. I shall wait here. Fei Luo, observing their eager demeanor, gestured for them to proceed. The mischievous bluebird flapped its wings joyfully and soared into the sky. Master Simu quickly rose, grasping his sword, and rushed away, calling, Miss Qing Air, wait for me. That Qing Air is always such a source of amusement, Fei Luo mused, shaking his head slightly as he watched the jubilant bluebird. When they were at the Ren residence, the bluebird had been equally playful, desiring to explore the town for several hours. Before long, Fei Luo opened his eyes, sensing an ominous presence approaching. Is it here? He murmured, aware that the intruder was none other than the thieving vixen. At this moment, amidst the dense forest, a stunning woman clad in white, with flawless long legs exposed, was soaring through the trees. The vixen had long been aware of Master Simu's presence, preparing to steal a corpse, which was tied to her nefarious cultivation. With a swift motion, the vixen perched on a branch, spotting a neatly arranged line of corpses. Excellent. That foul Taoist is absent. Her gaze sharpened, and she was captivated. Hiss! The vixen gasped softly, taken aback by the striking young man before her. A master of allure, the vixen feasted on the essence of men, having ensnared many an unsuspecting soul in the mountains over the years. However, despite her extensive experience, she had never encountered a man as extraordinary as Fei Luo. The ethereal aura reminiscent of a fallen celestial being, coupled with sharply defined features, stirred something within the fox spirit, igniting a warmth that flowed like an unceasing stream. Such a charming youth, I could never bring myself to slay him. Rather, I would bind him and savor his presence at my leisure. Whoosh! The fox spirit deftly cast forth a white silk ribbon, ensnaring one of the zombies summoned by the four-eyed Taoist, drawing it back towards her. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist, who had just caught a wild hare, witnessed this audacious act. How brazen, to dare steal a corpse. The ground beneath him stirred with urgency as he brandished his sword, its cold gleam flashing as he lunged at the fox spirit, rending through the air. His strike nearly severed a length of her silk, yet inadvertently liberated the zombie. Alas, if I were to lose a customer, it would mean financial ruin. The four-eyed Taoist approached, inspecting the zombie and exhaling a sigh of relief. You foul priest, seeking your own demise. The fox spirit, noticing this, extended her ebony-tipped fingers, a gust of chilling wind rushing towards the four-eyed Taoist. How fortuitous. The Taoist beheld the striking woman before him, swallowing hard. He was a cultivator, fully aware that this enchanting figure was a creature of the demonic realm, not human. No matter how beautiful, a demon remains a demon. Clang. The clash of metal rang out as the four-eyed Taoist and the fox spirit engaged in a fierce exchange. A moment of vulnerability appeared on the Taoist's part, an opportune moment. The fox spirit's eyes sparkled as she conjured 4 ribbons of white silk, binding the Taoist's limbs with deft precision. With a swift motion, the ribbons fell away, leaving the Taoist suspended from a tree like a pendulum. Demoness, lower me at once. The Taoist cried out, limbs ensnared. Lower you? In your dreams. The fox spirit maintained her composure, her bare feet carrying her towards Fei Luo. Demoness, I see now, your intentions are set upon my disciple. The Taoist chuckled, warning her. You would do well to tread lightly. My disciple is not to be trifled with. Hearing this, the fox spirit paused, her disdain palpable, retorting, you wretched priest. Your powers are mediocre. How formidable could your disciple possibly be? Do you think me gullible due to my limited education? With that, she dismissed the Taoist, her garments fluttering like fragrant breezes as she approached Fei Luo. Whoosh! Fei Luo opened his eyes, locking his gaze upon the approaching fox spirit, speaking solemnly. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. I advise you to retreat. The fox spirit, amused by his earnestness, laughed heartily, finding the handsome youth's seriousness delightful. A scent of exotic allure emanated from her, intensifying with each step. More provocatively, her robe of white silk began to slip away, revealing a scene that could induce a rush of blood to the face. Come, dear youth, walk with me. I shall ensure you become a blissful immortal. The fox spirit posed seductively, her every movement enchanting, the hidden allure faintly visible, like glimmers of ethereal light beckoning attention. Gulp. The four-eyed Taoist, suspended in the tree, widened his eyes, yearning to witness more of this captivating display. Whoosh. At that moment, the azure bird soared into the sky, its claws grasping several wretchedly vibrant wild chickens. The azure bird paused briefly, gazing at the alluring vixen, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Miss Chinger, that is a vixen. Attempting to seduce your esteemed young master, the Taoist priest, Simyamu, promptly interjected upon noticing the azure bird. The azure bird's pupils constricted as it bellowed, impudent enchantress. How dare you brazenly tease my young master? Prepare to meet your end. In an instant, the azure bird's speed reached its zenith, causing the wild chickens to plummet to the ground. A streak of azure light surged towards the vixen, sensing the chilling presence approaching from behind. The vixen realized that she was faced with a formidable adversary. Chapter 64. The Great Yuan Pill Whoosh. The enchantress, a seasoned practitioner, unleashed her white silk to ensnare the azure bird. Mere trifles. The azure bird's gaze turned icy, and a glimmer of frost flickered across its wings, instantly shattering the silken threads and charging toward the enchantress. Panic seized the enchantress as she realized with one strike that the azure bird was far superior. Flee. At that moment, she could no longer afford hesitation. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Fei Luo. Regardless of the circumstances, capturing this handsome youth was paramount. The enchantress soared through the winds toward Fei Luo, the turbulent waves threatening to engulf him. Upon witnessing this scene, the azure bird came to an abrupt halt. You wish to confront my master? You truly court death. The mocking voice of the azure bird momentarily stunned the enchantress. Why did that loathsome Taoist and the azure bird hold such reverence for this man? Fei Luo regarded the approaching enchantress with a cold stare, muttering, You, who have committed countless evils, burdened with karmic debts, should hasten your reincarnation. Soul-capturing technique. A blue light surged in Fei Luo's eyes, resembling a laser beam that struck the fragrant enchantress. In that instant, the enchantress felt her mind plunge into chaos. She yearned to speak, yet her voice failed her. Soon, her pupils dilated, and her vitality ebbed away like a receding tide. Clang! The enchantress's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, transforming into a fluffy fox, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Who could have imagined that the alluring beauty, once captivating and tempestuous, would end up in such a state? The world is filled with spirits and phantoms, ever-changing and elusive, leaving the ordinary person defenseless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a fox spirit and receiving a reward. System, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 1 Great Yuan Pill. Note, the Great Yuan Pill is a divine elixir for refining the Tao body, capable of inducing a transformation within it, endowed with the power of creation. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Fei Luo's expression brightened. A divine pill for refining the Tao body? What a treasure! If I could refine my Tao body to the strength of a zombie, impervious to blades and bullets, what marvels would ensue? The moment of receiving the reward following the fox spirit's demise was fleeting, yet the four-eyed Taoist was left in a state of bewilderment, for no one had come to his rescue. Ouch, this is excruciating. Meanwhile, as the fox spirit perished, the white silk that bound the four-eyed Taoist vanished, causing him to crash to the ground in a most undignified manner, his face now coated in dust. Puffed seeing the Taoist's disgruntled expression, the azure bird let out a delightful laugh, melodious as silver bells. My lord, that enchantress dared to publicly entice you. It infuriates me. The azure bird alighted beside Fei Luo, gazing at him softly. Fei Luo chuckled gently. What are you thinking? Such a seductress is no more than a skeletal beauty to me. Deceiving mere mortals is one thing, but her meager cultivation could never fool me. The azure bird beamed sweetly. I always knew my lord was the most formidable. Before long, a pile of firewood crackled as several fragrant wild chickens and a hare roasted over the flames. The enticing aroma stirred Fei Luo's appetite, despite his vow of abstinence. He remained human, after all, and had a fondness for such rustic delicacies. The bluebird, on the other hand, devoured with wild abandon, swallowing a succulent roasted chicken in a single gulp. As night fell, silence enveloped them. The following morning, Before dawn had broken, the group set out once more. On this day, Fei Luo traveled southward alongside the Taoist of Four Eyes, and by midday, they arrived at a picturesque locale where a modest courtyard came into view. This was the residence of the Taoist of Four Eyes, his sanctuary. Upon hearing the commotion outside, a young maiden appeared at the door, peering out. "Oh, Taoist, you have returned. Jingjing, where's Jiala?" The Taoist inquired, glancing into the courtyard. Jingjing did not respond but instead turned her gaze toward Fei Luo, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Fei Luo's ethereal presence resembled that of a celestial being, effortlessly attracting attention from all, men and women, young and old, as well as mystical creatures. "Jingjing, I forgot to introduce you." The Taoist began, gesturing towards Fei Luo. "This is Fei Luo." "Hello," Fei Luo greeted with a gentle smile as he regarded the maiden before him. He recognized her as a disciple of Master Eating from next door, a girl as enchanting as described in the original work. "Jingjing," the Taoist continued, "you should know that my nephew Fei Luo is no ordinary individual. He is an expert, surpassing even Master Eating and myself." As the Taoist extolled his virtues, 3 dark lines appeared on Fei Luo's forehead in exasperation. "Uncle, let us keep it low-key," he gently patted the Taoist's shoulder. This remark left Jingjing thoroughly perplexed. How could such a young man, seemingly of her own age, possibly be so formidable? After all, he appeared to be of similar age to Jiala. Yet, she had never seen the Taoist speak so highly of anyone. Thus her heart was filled with countless questions and confusions. "My dear nephew Fei Luo, come, let us go inside," the Taoist suggested. "Jiala, that rascal, has a penchant for fish and has likely ventured to the back mountain to catch some." He chuckled, wishing to say no more, for he doubted Jingjing would comprehend. Since Fei Luo preferred to maintain a low profile, it was best to respect that. Regardless, Fei Luo was a formidable ally, a person to whom one must look up. "Master, I heard from Jingjing that we have guests." A booming voice resonated as Jiala entered the courtyard, carrying 4 large carp. The Taoist shot a disapproving glance at Jiala and then turned to Fei Luo. The disparity between individuals was staggering. His foolish disciple could not even compare to Fei Luo, let alone to Qiuxian's literary talents. To this day, Jiala had yet to master even the simplest of spells, spending his days merely fishing. What good would fishing do in vanquishing demons or dispelling evil? Silently voicing his complaints, the 4-eyed Taoist spoke solemnly. "Brat, come and pay your respects to your senior brother Fei Luo. He is indeed a master." Upon hearing this, Fei Luo instinctively slapped his forehead and cast a disapproving glance at the 4-eyed Taoist. "Uncle Master, please, let us keep a low profile." Witnessing this scene, Jiala found himself utterly bewildered. What has gotten into his master today? Why is he so brazenly flattering others? He had never witnessed such behavior before. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet your senior brother." At that moment, the azure bird perched upon Fei Luo's shoulder suddenly spoke. This utterance startled not only Jialu but also Jingjing, who had been out gathering fruits nearby. My goodness, the bird can talk? Both Jialu and Jingjing, having never encountered a creature capable of human speech, stood frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Sigh. The 4-eyed Taoist sighed softly, shaking his head at his foolish disciple. One cannot compare oneself to others. It simply cannot be done. Chapter 65, Master Ikyu after a round of introductions. Jiala and Jingjing became acquainted with Qingshuang, recognizing her as a formidable demon beast of remarkable strength. They were equally impressed by Fei Luo, pondering the extent of his prowess in being able to retain such a powerful beast as a maidservant. However, the constant boasting of Taoist Simime left them somewhat bewildered. Soon, Jingjing brought in the freshly washed fruits, while Taoist Simime retrieved his long-preserved fine tea, personally brewing a cup for Fei Luo. Following a lively exchange among the group, Taoist Simime prepared a guest room for Fei Luo, intending for him to rest. "Young master, Taoist Simime is indeed quite courteous. He has praised you profusely today," remarked the bluebird as it entered the room. With a flicker of light, the bluebird transformed into human form, embodying elegance with flawless long legs. Once in human guise, Qingshuang affectionately settled beside Fei Luo, exhibiting an ease that suggested a deep bond. Once a demon beast recognizes its master, its loyalty surpasses that of any human. With the matter at hand concluded, Fei Luo smiled gently, fully aware of Taoist Simu's thoughtful intentions. Although somewhat of a jester, Taoist Simu was a genuinely admirable individual, a person of integrity. Fei Luo had no objections to assisting righteous cultivators in their endeavors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gray haze across the sky, Master Ikyu strolled into the scene, his complexion slightly pale. Just before arriving at the Taoist temple, his keen ears caught the sound of Taoist Simu's voice. "Simu, when did you return? It's been quite dull without you around," Master Ikyu called out as he entered the courtyard. "No need for your concern. You must have been quite pleased in my absence," Taoist Simu replied, his tone tinged with displeasure as he opened the door. The two immediately fell into their familiar banter, often escalating into playful rivalry, indicative of their unique relationship. "What have you been up to, old monk?" Dawa Simumu inquired, scrutinizing Master Ikkyu. "Where else would I go?" "Of course, I was performing rituals," Master Ikkyu replied, glancing around the small courtyard, which housed a few chickens, geese, and 2 pigs, while the overhead lanterns remained lit. "Have you got guests here, Simumu?" Master Ikkyu asked, eyeing the room where Fei Luo resided. "Indeed," Taoist Simumu nodded, his nose raised in pride. "Let me tell you, my guest is extraordinary, a peerless master at such a young age. 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him." Upon hearing this, Master Ikkyu's interest peaked. "Oh, Simumu, surely you're not exaggerating? It takes a draft to spin such tales. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone so young, yet far surpassing us." Feeling somewhat challenged, Master Ikkyu continued, "How about you invite your guest out for a sparring session? Old monk, you mustn't tea with a creak." The door to Fei Luo's room swung open, drawing the attention of both Taoist Simumu and Master Ikkyu. Having overheard their playful exchange, Fei Luo emerged from his meditative state, while the bluebird perched quietly on his shoulder, appearing remarkably docile. "Is this the unparalleled master you speak of at such a tender age?" Master Ikkyu stroked his beard, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. In this era of decline, how formidable could one be at the tender age of 20, like Fei Luo? Even if one dabbled in the arts, it was improbable for them to achieve mastery at such a young age. "Greetings, Master Ikkyu, I am Fei Luo," he said with a smile as he approached. "Ah, greetings." Master Ikkyu's eyes brightened as he scrutinized Fei Luo. "What a handsome young man. However, it seems that Taoist Simu has sung your praises to the heavens, which piqued my interest. Young friend Fei Luo, may I inquire which sect of the Maoshan school your master belongs to?" Master Ikkyu asked amiably, showing no hesitation in his inquiry. "As a disciple of Taoist Simu, I am certainly affiliated with the Maoshan school," Fei Luo replied courteously. "The Taoist arts are revered, with Maoshan standing at the pinnacle, its prestige undeniably high." "I am a disciple of Lin Jiu from the Maoshan school," Fei Luo added politely. "Old monk, I heard you wish to spar with my young master?" At that moment, the melodious voice of Qing Shuang echoed like a songbird emerging from the valley. Upon hearing this, Master Ikkyu's pupils contracted. A great monster? At this revelation, Master Ikkyu found himself momentarily bewildered. Was this youth truly a master? How else could he have tamed a formidable demon? "Qing heir, do not be disrespectful," Fei Luo gently chided, tapping the beak of the Qing bird, slightly displeased. The Qing bird, being a beast of the demon realm, was oblivious to the nuances of human etiquette. Nonetheless, Fei Luo was untroubled, believing that in time, it would learn the ways of civility. "Yes, my lord." The Qing bird blinked and whispered, "Master, I observe a dark aura at your brow, suggesting you may have been tainted by evil energy. Am I correct?" Fei Luo continued, casting his gaze upon Master Ikkyu. Just moments ago, Fei Luo had discerned the lurking chill of malevolent energy within Master Ikkyu's body, evidently a result of an external influence. "Young friend, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, I have been afflicted by such energy. Might you possess a means to assist this old monk in dispelling it?" Master Ikkyu seemed to contemplate something, astonished. It was not surprising that this youth, so young yet possessing such formidable prowess, could detect the malignant energy within him. "Old monk, you were fortunate today, thanks to Fei Luo. Otherwise, you would have suffered greatly from this malevolent energy," Taoist Simu remarked, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow upon hearing Fei Luo's words. "Master, I beg your pardon," Fei Luo said, not lingering further. He approached Master Ikkyu and, like a specter, appeared behind him, a faint luminescence enveloping his azure fingers, an indication of his cultivated power. "Exorcism incantation. Banish all evils." With a swift motion of his azure finger, Fei Luo pinpointed several key acupoints on Master Ikkyu's back. Then, as if swept by a gust of wind, he reappeared before Master Ikkyu, his finger poised upon the center of his brow. "Begone." With a thought, Fei Luo's azure finger quivered slightly, and instantly, a surge of black mist erupted from the crown of Master Ikkyu's head. This black fog, frigid and sinister, sought to disperse, but it was effortlessly scattered by Fei Luo's deft gesture. The exorcism incantation from the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scriptures can aid in expelling the malevolent energies residing within the human body. It is said that the deeper one's mastery of this technique, the more adeptly it can be applied. The Taoist, four-eyed, observing Fei Luo's movements, was left in awe. Hearing about something is one thing, but witnessing it is an entirely different experience. The ninth uncle had already spoken of Fei Luo's extraordinary capabilities and mentioned that he had thoroughly grasped the numerous spells contained within the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scriptures. Initially, Four-eyed Taoist thought that Fei Luo's combat prowess was remarkable enough, but he was taken aback to discover that his mastery of Taoist arts was equally profound. Glancing at the side, where Jiala appeared as a monkey gazing at the stars, the feeling of disappointment within Four-eyed Taoist intensified. It was not that he harbored any dislike for Jiala, rather, it was Fei Luo's exceptional talents that overshadowed everything else. Comparatively, it seemed that only a handful of historical prodigies could rival Fei Luo's extraordinary prowess. Master, how do you feel now? Fei Luo inquired after completing the exorcism incantation. In Fei Luo's perception, this malevolent energy, though not particularly strong, was quite domineering, roughly possessing the power of the Qing Tian ghost sovereign. However, he wondered how Master Isho had attracted such a wretched spirit. Upon hearing the voice, Master Isho slowly opened his eyes, exhaling softly, and was utterly astonished as he gazed at his own hands. He now felt an overwhelming vitality coursing through him, completely devoid of the discomfort he had just experienced. Chapter 66. Master Isho and Taoist Simu. Thank you, young Master Fei Luo, for your kindness. You truly are a remarkable individual. Master Isho felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility within himself and promptly joined his hands in a gesture of respect toward Fei Luo. There is no need for such formalities. Master, we are both practitioners in the realm of exorcism. This is but a trifling matter, Fei Luo replied with a serene smile. He continued, since you are now in good health, I shall take my leave. With that, Fei Luo exchanged a few words with Taoist Simu before returning to his quarters alongside the Qing Niao. In the courtyard, the moment Fei Luo departed, the two began to bicker once more. Old monk, if it weren't for my disciple's presence, you would be overwhelmed by this malevolent energy, Taoist Simu remarked, gazing disdainfully at Master Isho. Four-eyed fellow, do you really know your disciple well? It seems you are not as familiar as you claim, Master Isho chuckled, turning away towards his own abode. You. Taoist Simu seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Master Isho had a point. His connection with Fei Luo was rather superficial. Even if it is not deep, I know him better than you do, humph. Taoist Simu grumbled as he watched Master Isho's retreating figure, then shuffled back to his room. Meanwhile, Jialu diligently attended to various chores. The chickens, geese, and pigs in the courtyard were all under Jiali's care. Naturally, as a master, Taoist Simu would not engage in such menial tasks. Soon, the night grew deep, and Fei Luo began to appreciate the intricate dynamics of love and rivalry between the two. Knock, 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 in the stillness of the night. The sound of Master Isho striking the wooden fish and chanting his sutras was particularly pronounced, echoing throughout the entire courtyard. Each evening at this hour, Master Isho would perform his evening prayers, and today was no exception. It is noteworthy that the two small courtyards were interconnected, allowing Taoist Simu to easily glimpse into Master Isho's activities with just a slight elevation on his toes. The rhythmic chanting and the beat of the wooden fish made it difficult for Taoist Simu, who was sketching talismans, to concentrate. He cast an irritated glance toward Master Isho's dwelling and muttered, "Old monk, day in and day out, your incessant drumming makes it impossible to sleep early or late. It's utterly vexing, a relentless nuisance." Soon after, Taoist Simu secured the doors and windows, stowed away his ink and brush, and gathered a collection of treasures. He knew that Master Isho's evening prayers were nearing their conclusion. As predicted, a quarter of an hour later, Master Isho retrieved his bedding, laid it out on the floor, and prepared to rest. "I must rise with the rooster's crow tomorrow for my morning prayers," he murmured, ready to drift into slumber. On the other side, Taoist Simu exhaled a breath of relief as the sound of the wooden fish finally ceased. He wondered if Fei Luo would be disturbed by its echo. Casting a casual glance toward Fei Luo's room, he whispered, "I wonder if young Master Fei Luo is being affected by that wooden fish's incessant sound?" Within Fei Luo's chamber, Qing Niao inquired, "Young Master, why must one continue to strike the wooden fish at this hour?" Upon hearing this, Fei Luo smiled gently and said, "Qing, this is the monk's practice. It is an essential part of Buddhist cultivation performed daily. It is said that when monks recite, they can accumulate merit, thus. These recitations are also referred to as or work of merit. In Buddhist monasteries, there are 2 sessions of recitation each day, morning and evening, hence they are termed dot." Listening to Fei Luo's explanation, the blue bird nodded thoughtfully, "Young master, the monk's cultivation seems rather cumbersome. It is far more straightforward in Taoism, where one need only refine essence into qi." The blue bird's observation was astute. Even the transformation of demon beasts follows the Taoist path. This qi is not merely the breath of life but rather spiritual energy. Buddhism shares this belief, albeit with slight variations in understanding. The Buddhist perspective holds that the decay, aging, and decline of bodily organs all hinge upon the breath. Thus, the monk's cultivation is also about refining this breath, which Buddhism refers to as habitual tendencies. By practicing qi cultivation and drawing energy into the body, one can strengthen oneself, overcome karmic obstacles, and even achieve the status of an eminent monk, culminating in the condensation of relics, thereby becoming a saintly figure. A multitude of thoughts flitted through Fei Luo's mind. Indeed, the great path leads to the same destination. Whether one practices Buddhism or Taoism, the ultimate pursuit is longevity and transcendence. However, the doctrines of the two traditions do exhibit some distinctions. For instance, Buddhism emphasizes the accumulation of merit through virtuous deeds and the notion of future rewards, whereas Taoism focuses more on the present life, prioritizing reality, exorcising evil, healing ailments, and averting calamities in the quest for longevity. Fei Luo lightly tapped the beak of the blue bird and said with a smile, "Chinger, devote yourself to your cultivation. Whether monks or Taoists, as long as their hearts are inclined towards goodness, they are commendable. Should they engage in malevolent deeds, they are no different from those demons." "Understood, young master," the blue bird replied, nodding, and then a faint halo began to emanate from her. This indicated that she was refining the medicinal power and vital winds within her body. Once she completely refined these elements, she would advance into the realm of substantial alchemy, significantly extending her transformation time. However, it wasn't long before the rooster in the courtyard crowed unexpectedly, akin to a stone striking a bell. This sudden sound prompted Fei Luo to shake his head inwardly, for he knew that peace would likely elude them that night. Indeed, no sooner had the rooster crowed than Master Ikkyu in the neighboring courtyard opened his eyes. Peering out into the night, he mused, "How strange. Is it dawn already? It feels as though I have just dozed off when the rooster crows." Despite his confusion, Master Ikkyu wasted no time rising to gather his bedding, rolling it up neatly before settling at his desk. Upon the desk rested a wooden fish, several scriptures, and a copper alms bowl. "Thus have I heard," he began. "At one time, the Buddha was in the Jetavana at Svath, addressing the great bhikshus." With practiced ease, Master Ikkyu opened the Diamond Sutra, his voice resonating as if reciting a familiar text, and commenced his recitation. Dong, 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 dong. As he chanted, he rhythmically struck the wooden fish. Before long, upon completing the first chapter, Master Ikkyu swung the wooden fish and struck the copper alms bowl. A clear, resonant sound echoed through the small courtyard, reaching the vicinity of Taoist Four Eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, Master Ikkyu continued reciting the Diamond Sutra. This incessant sound abruptly roused Taoist Fei Luo from his slumber, who exclaimed in exasperation, "It's utterly unbearable. Without a coconut shell, without a small bowl, even the cotton cannot muffle your wretched noise." With his eyes wide open, Taoist Fei Luo glared at the room where Master Ikkyu resided, his irritation palpable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rose and rummaged through the room, unearthing a small black box, and proceeded towards the door. "Master, where are you off to at this late hour?" Jialo, having just completed his chores and preparing to lay down for the night, was taken aback by Fei Luo's appearance with the box. Curious, he inquired. In response, Taoist Fei Luo replied with utmost seriousness, "To purchase a house." With that, he disregarded Jialu's bewilderment and strode purposefully towards Master Ikkyu's courtyard. Chapter 67, Self-Inflicted Misery. Before long, Taoist Fei Luo returned, clutching a clay doll in his hand. The small courtyard soon became lively. Master Ishio erupted into wild laughter in the dead of night, startling the chickens and dogs into a frenzy. After a while, a cacophony of noise erupted from within the room, accompanied by the anguished cries of Taoist Fei Luo. Even the pigs in the courtyard were startled, unsure of what had transpired. Thus, the two were engaged in their magical duel, and the night swiftly slipped away. The following day, as the sun rose, Jialu had already prepared breakfast. Taoist Fei Luo invited Fei Luo to dine, but Fei Luo graciously declined. He was aware that dining in such an atmosphere would be anything but tranquil. Indeed, it wasn't long before the front hall was once again thrown into chaos by Taoist Fei Luo and Master Ishio. Meanwhile, Fei Luo kept a low profile throughout the day, awaiting the arrival of the border royal family's undead, or perhaps the arrival of Taoist Qianhe, Fei Luo's junior disciple. As time flew by and dusk fell, Fei Luo stood by the window, gazing at the sparsely dotted starry night sky, his brow slightly furrowed. "Is there an aura of malevolence?" Fei Luo murmured, for he had just detected a faint trace of sinister energy. At that moment, Fei Luo was indeed a formidable practitioner at the solid dance stage, on the cusp of stepping into the realm of celestial masters. Within 100 miles, not a hint of malevolence could escape his keen perception. He activated the celestial vision. Opening his eyes, golden light flickered within, and an imposing aura emanated from him. Fei Luo's gaze penetrated through countless layers of space, revealing a swiftly approaching female ghost. This presence was far beyond that of an ordinary ghost king. comparable even to the esteemed Qing Tian Gui Zun. What audacity this malevolent spirit possesses. I wonder if it has come here to seek vengeance? A smile crept upon Fei Luo's lips as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the female ghost, reminiscent of the sinister energy surrounding Master Lian. Barely had Fei Luo's words settled when a chilling wind burst open the gates of Taoist Simu's courtyard. The grass in the yard bent low, and the chickens and geese, seemingly terrified, scattered in all directions, emitting shrill cries. To the eyes of mortals, this wind resembled a howling tempest, yet to practitioners, it was unmistakably a malevolent breeze, only conjured by ghost kings of significant power. A chilling voice echoed, and the female ghost, clad in red, revealed her long legs. Her vibrant makeup contrasting starkly with her deathly pale skin, creating a haunting visage. As this sinister wind swept through the courtyard, both Taoist Simu and Master Lian simultaneously opened their eyes. In an instant, they appeared in the courtyard, fixated on the ghost hovering near the wall. Old monk, your repeated interference in my affairs has led you to your doom today. The female ghost smirked, her voice sharp and eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. Her gaze shifted to Taoist Simu, disdain evident in her expression. I didn't expect you to have an accomplice, a foul Taoist. Since you are both here today, I shall send you on your way together. At the moment the ghost manifested, Jingjing and Jialu also stepped into the courtyard, their eyes wide as they watched the ghost, swallowing hard in disbelief. The two of them were merely disciples at the Qi refining stage, having never encountered a vengeful spirit with such formidable malevolence. The very essence of the ghostly aura enveloped them, plunging them into a frigid despair, rendering their breaths labored and instilling a sense of dread within their hearts. Master, have you provoked a great ghost king? Asked Taoist Simu with a serious expression, casting a glance at Master Lian. When faced with significant moral dilemmas and the forces of evil, Taoist Simu displayed a commendable sense of justice. Though he often bickered with Master Lian, it did not imply enmity. They belonged to different paths, one devoted to Buddhism and the other to Taoism, but they shared a common appellation, exorcists. Confronting the female ghost, Master Lian responded with a cold smile. You have committed heinous acts and taken countless lives, thus, I must subdue you. Vidra mantra, recited Master Lian, enunciating the incantation as a faint golden light enveloped his form. In his hand, he manifested a disc adorned with numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, his talisman against malevolent spirits. Earth fire spell. Taoist Simu, without hesitation, produced 3 talismans, igniting them with a flick of his fingers. Whoosh! The 3 talismans transformed into fiery sparks, hurtling toward the red-clad female ghost. Seeking death. The female ghost's expression twisted in disdain upon witnessing the incantations of Taoist Simu and Master Lian. With a gentle exhale, she extinguished the flames conjured by the earth fire spell. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot forth from Master Lian's talisman, aimed at the ghost. Were it to strike an ordinary spirit, it would surely bring death or injury. However, the red-clad ghost smirked disdainfully. Old monk, this trick is futile against me. Boom. With a flick of her sleeve, the dense ghostly energy coalesced into a shield before her, rendering the golden light impotent, locked in a stalemate with the dark aura. The commotion soon caught the attention of Fei Luo. Observing the struggle of the two against the female ghost, he realized they were at a significant disadvantage without him. They would likely face dire consequences today. Fei Luo stepped outside, gazing at his companions battling the ghost with a silent acknowledgement of their plight. Fei Luo, Fei Luo. At the sight of him, Jingjing and Jiala erupted in joy, calling out to him. They were acutely aware that even their master treated this peer, who was roughly their age, with utmost reverence. This respect stemmed naturally from Fei Luo's formidable prowess. In the distance, Taoist Simu wielded his sword, while Master Lian brandished his talisman, both struggling under the oppressive force of the female ghost. She was tough-skinned and muscular, relying on her overwhelming ghostly power. Taoist Simu's spells were ineffective against her. As for Master Lian, he had barely saved 2 people during their last encounter, but this time, the female ghost had come seeking vengeance. How could he stand a chance against her? Upon seeing Fei Luo, the female ghost's brows furrowed. Although she could not discern Fei Luo's level of cultivation, an uneasy sensation began to stir within her. What was happening? Did this handsome youth pose a threat? Witnessing Jiala and Jingjing refer to Fei Luo as senior brother, the ghost couldn't help but smirk coldly. If even the master was so inept, how formidable could the disciples possibly be? In this age of decline, although there are many exorcists, the majority are mere charlatans wandering the streets, possessing little genuine power while adept at deceiving others for wealth and allure. It would be better to eliminate this young man first. The female ghost narrowed her eyes slightly. With a flick of her sleeve, the crimson silk billowed as the Taoist priest and Master Lian stood ready. The gleaming claws in her hand shimmered ominously. a chill emanating as she lunged toward Fei Luo. Foolish ghost, do you truly seek your own demise? Upon witnessing the ghost's advance towards Fei Luo, the Taoist priest breathed a sigh of relief, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The female ghost, perplexed by this remark, remained undeterred. Her distance to Fei Luo now less than 10 meters. One who sows chaos shall not survive, Fei Luo proclaimed, his tone imbued with authority, akin to a divine being judging the wicked. Raising a delicate hand, he moved his azure fingers, golden light swirling about his fingertips. With a single gesture, a technique from the esteemed Great Tao scripture, which appeared light and airy, yet oddly evaded the ghost's claws, striking her squarely upon the forehead. Chapter 68, Body Tempering Boom. The woman in red felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, akin to a mortal colliding with a massive boulder. A searing pain coursed through her, and she was violently propelled backward by the immense power. Pooh! The woman in red spat blood mid-air, her complexion ashen. The seemingly unremarkable fingertip had left her gravely injured. This, just as the woman in red attempted to speak, her pupils constricted sharply. Reflected in her gaze was the sight before her. The figure of Fei Luo appeared ghostly as he activated his star-snatching step, launching another fingertip strike that traversed dozens of meters in an instant to stand before her. Bang! The woman in red barely managed to raise her arms in defense just in time. However, the impact left her limbs numb, her delicate form trembling, each nerve in her body feeling as though it had been electrified. How was this possible? The expression on the woman's face was one of sheer disbelief as she felt the wind at her feet and swiftly retreated. Shadows of spirits surrounded her, evoking dread. A luminous aura enveloped the woman in red, her scarlet robe accentuating an alluring curve. The crimson silk fluttering in the breeze as her figure flowed like a wisp of smoke into the dense ghostly fog. Swish! A tornado seemingly materialized within the courtyard, instantly engulfing Fei Luo. The chilling voice of the woman in red echoed through the wind. Human, you have forced me to unleash my most formidable divine ability. You may. This wind was her divine power, brimming with lethal force. Not even a ghost could endure being swept into it, as they would be slowly crushed to death like a serpent coiling around its prey, a technique she referred to as ghostly dread. Just as the words of the woman in red trailed off, they abruptly ceased. Boom! An intense inferno erupted amidst the raging wind, a flame of 10 zhang in size, which in an instant devoured the tornado. Accompanying the flames was the anguished cry of the woman in red. Ah, it hurts. How could the spell be so powerful? Crack! In less than 2 breaths, the tornado was rendered to nothingness by the purplish-red flames, revealing the woman in red on the ground. Yet at this moment, the woman in red bore no resemblance to her previous captivating and valiant self. Her face was shrouded in darkness, her hair parched and emitting a foul odor, while her exposed legs were marred by grotesque, charred wounds. Spare me, my lord, spare me. The woman in red was consumed by terror, desperately attempting to rise and bow before Fei Luo, her head striking the ground like a chick pecking at grain, each thud resonating with a dull sound. In the face of death, all beings are equal. The formidable woman in red, accustomed to wielding power over others for years, had never envisioned such a day would come for her. Cunning as she was, she understood that pleading for mercy might grant her a flicker of hope, while continuing to fight or flee would lead to her immediate demise. Gurgle gurgle Master Ishio, Dawa Simu, Jialu, and Jingjing gazed at Fei Luo's figure. Utterly stunned, they swallowed hard, their eyes wide with incredulity. They were aware of Fei Luo's strength, yet they never anticipated it would reach such an outrageous extent. Hearing about it from others is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different experience. Even the four-eyed Taoist felt a secret chill at this moment. This power is undoubtedly that of a celestial master. Perhaps Fei Luo has not yet attained the title of celestial master, but his strength has certainly crossed the threshold. The transformation from the fierce attack of the crimson-clad female specter to her pitiful state transpired in mere seconds. No one expected that the formidable ghost would be so easily vanquished before Fei Luo. Watching the crimson-clad specter bowing and pleading for mercy, Fei Luo spoke in a solemn tone. Now you seek mercy? Did you ever show compassion when you murdered those innocent souls? Today, you intended to slaughter Master Ishio and the four-eyed Taoist. You should perish. The crimson-clad specter abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. The malevolent energy surrounding her surged forth recklessly. Realizing that Fei Luo would not spare her, she seized the moment of her plea to continuously gather her ghostly energy, preparing to burn her essence and escape. With the mountains still standing, she believed she could flee far from this place and never return. Unfortunately, before she could make any move, a beam of blue light from Fei Luo's eyes penetrated hers. The specter's consciousness began to dissipate slowly, her spiritual sea obliterated by Fei Luo's soul capture technique. As adversaries of the same realm, Fei Luo's ocular technique held overwhelming superiority. In the night sky, the body of the crimson-clad specter collapsed, shrinking into flickers of spiritual light before ultimately vanishing completely. Silence enveloped the small courtyard, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only the faint sound of cicadas echoing the thrilling battle that had just unfolded. No. It should be described as an exceptional solo performance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the crimson-clad specter and receiving a special reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Fei Luo did not immediately claim his reward, but turned towards Master Ishio and the others. Uncle Master, Ishio, I have some matters to attend to, so I will return to my room now. With that, Fei Luo flashed a radiant smile, nodding at Jia Lu and Jing Jing, and seemingly vanished into thin air. As Fei Luo departed, the four-eyed Taoist and Master Ishio regained their senses. However, when they looked again, Fei Luo had already returned to his room, attending to his own affairs. Young master, you are so handsome, even more so than that day, Qing Niao exclaimed as she watched Fei Luo enter the room. Speaking in human language, focus on your cultivation and refrain from flattering me, Fei Luo replied, casting a glance at Qing Niao and gently tapping her beak with his fingertip. Yes, Qing Niao replied reluctantly. Such is the nature of demon beasts. Once they acknowledge their master, they develop an intense admiration that is an unalterable truth. What Fei Luo perceived as flattery, Qing Niao considered a manifestation of her affection. In silence, Fei Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, commanding the system, claim the rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 1 great yuan pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 1 swift travel talisman. Note, the Divine Flight Talisman allows one to traverse 1,000 miles by day and another 1,000 by night, disregarding all forms of terrain. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Fei Luo did not linger on the introduction of the talisman, but instead retrieved a dark-hued pill from his possession. With a gulp, Fei Luo tilted his head back and swallowed the Great Yuan pill, including the one he had previously acquired. This marked his second. The Great Yuan pill serves to refine the Tao body and enhance physical strength, making it the most beneficial item for Fei Luo's advancement at this stage. Apart from the yet-to-be comprehended third form of the void-breaking sword technique, the enhancement from the Great Yuan pill is the most evident in Fei Luo's prowess. Shortly thereafter, a layer of hazy mist began to shimmer around Fei Luo's body. Boom. Clenching his fist, a surge of formidable physical power converged in his hand, manifesting a faint wind of force in the air. Iron Corpse. With a heart full of hope, Fei Luo felt that his current physical strength was akin to that of an iron corpse. Chapter 69. The Copper-Horned Golden Casket. The heavenly net, the physical body, is an essential component, and Fei Luo places great importance on it. Should the strength of the body diminish during battle, one could easily fall victim to malevolent spirits, much like the exorcists depicted in the original narrative. Particularly, the claws of a zombie can inflict severe wounds, ranging from mere lacerations to the peril of death. Congratulations, my lord, on your significant enhancement in power. Qing Niao opened her eyes, observing Fei Luo's clenched fist, the fierce aura emanating from it sending a chill down her spine. She understood that Fei Luo's strength had indeed progressed further. This elixir will likely expedite your evolution, Fei Luo remarked with a faint smile, producing an energy-replenishing pill and tossing it to Qing Niao. The pill, known for its ability to augment one's internal vitality, would greatly benefit Qing Niao in refining the medicinal essence within her body. Indeed, my lord. Qing Niao, speaking with human-like clarity, opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. It dissolved instantly upon entering, circulating through her limbs and body, transforming into a robust surge of vitality that accelerated her refining process. As she was enveloped in a radiant azure glow, Fei Luo could discern that the remnants of the medicinal essence in the Galewind Lotus within her were being rapidly absorbed. Qing Niao, filled with curiosity, had never witnessed Fei Luo's alchemical or crafting skills, yet he consistently produced wondrous items as if by magic. However, she merely contemplated these matters internally, aware that as a servant, she ought not to pry into secrets that did not concern her. Fei Luo, a formidable genius, undoubtedly harbored significant secrets, yet for Qing Niao, this was a positive notion. The stronger Fei Luo became, the further she recognized her own path would extend. Several hours later, an explosive surge of power erupted from Qing Niao's form, intensifying her aura manifold. The energy flickered momentarily before being absorbed back into her body. An extraordinary sight unfolded as the azure glow surrounding her intensified, her feathers gleaming brilliantly as if polished, and her physique subtly expanded. In the realm of real pill, Qing Niao opened her eyes, reveling in the magical energy coursing through her. Whoosh! A flash of azure light heralded the arrival of Qing Shuang, elegantly attired in a qipao. her excitement palpable as she gazed at Fei Luo. "My lord, I have broken through." Fei Luo beamed, nodding slightly at Qing Shuang. His nurturing of Qing Niao had not gone unrewarded. The advancement of demonic beasts is typically slower than that of humans, yet with the vast resources at his disposal, such matters were trivial. "Now, have you comprehended any new divine abilities from refining the Galewind Lotus?" Fei Luo inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Qing Shuang. He was aware that as a bird-like demonic beast, she possessed an innate affinity for the wind. The Galewind Lotus, as its name suggests, was a rare treasure formed atop snow-capped mountains, enduring the elements, making it perfectly suited for Qing Shuang to refine. "My lord, while I have not acquired new divine abilities, I sense that my innate powers have significantly strengthened," Qing Shuang replied softly, her delicate fingers brushing her hair behind her ear. "However, my lord, it seems that my ability to maintain human form has significantly improved since I entered the spirit dance stage." Subsequently, Fei Luo and Qing Shuang engaged in conversation within the room, and before they realized it, the entire night had slipped away, with dawn gradually breaking. The voices of Fei Luo and Qing Shuang's dialogue were imperceptible to Master Lian and Daoist Simu, as there were two wooden houses separating them from their quarters. And Fei Luo was unconcerned about disturbing their rest. After all, the two of them needed their repose. It was only upon reaching the void dance stage that a cultivator could forego sleep for several days and nights, even abstaining from food. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. At that moment, a procession appeared along the distant path. As they passed, an eerie wind seemed to rise from nowhere, startling the birds perched on the trees, causing them to take flight. Among this procession were two young soldiers bearing a large flag, emblazoned with the image of an azure dragon. Following them was a Taoist clad in an orange robe, accompanied by 4 young disciples and several soldiers who were pushing a cart, atop which lay a coffin that appeared to be crafted from pure gold. If Fei Luo were present, he would observe that the coffin was ensnared in a net of celestial threads, tightly bound with fine cords soaked in ink. The golden coffin, ensnared in a celestial net, was designed to suppress the undead. This entourage was escorting a royal zombie from the frontier to the capital. Within the coffin, a zombie with a pallid complexion stared with wide eyes, almost human-like in its fixation on the coffin before it, foul black mist seeping from its 7 orifices. A truly horrifying sight. At the rear of the procession, 4 soldiers carried a small palanquin, within which sat a peculiar-looking child, 7 or 8 years of age, garbed in the attire of a bygone dynasty, wearing a dragon robe, unmistakably a young prince of esteemed status. Beside the palanquin, a delicate figure with a headscarf, gesturing with a graceful hand, urged, "Daoist Qianhe, do hurry along. Why have we stopped?" This effeminate figure was none other than the steward of the young prince, Lord Wu. Daoist Qianhe wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at Lord Wu. "Just ahead lies my senior brother's abode. I shall procure some glutinous rice." Throughout the journey, the foul aura emanating from the coffin filled Daoist Qianhe with an unsettling feeling. As they passed near the domain of his senior brother, Daoist Simu, he resolved to ask for some glutinous rice there. The commotion along the path outside drew both Daoist Simu and Master Lian out to observe. For within 100 miles, there were only the two of them, and seldom did anyone pass by. In the small courtyard, they discerned that the approaching figures were indeed Daoist Qianhe, and Daoist Simu's expression brightened, prompting him to lead Jialu outside to greet the visitors. At that moment, Fei Luo also emerged from the door, and Daoist Simu exclaimed, "Nephew Fei Luo, you too have heard the commotion? Ahead is my junior brother, Daoist Qianhe. Let me introduce you to him." "Very well," Fei Luo nodded, a smile gracing his face as he followed Daoist Simu out of the courtyard. Master Lian also accompanied them, curious to discover the purpose of the arriving entourage. "Senior brother, Daoist Qian," he greeted Daoist Simu with a gesture, bowing respectfully. "Junior brother." The 4-eyed Daoist also offered a respectful bow. "Ahmedba," he greeted the 1,000-crane Daoist. Master Ikyu followed closely behind, observing as the 1,000-crane Daoist raised his hand in salutation, which served as a friendly acknowledgement. At this moment, Jiala also spoke, addressing the 1,000-crane Daoist as Master Uncle, and raised his hand in a gesture of respect, placing it upon his forehead to signify a junior's reverence towards a senior. The 1,000-crane Daoist regarded Jiala with a slight nod, before shifting his gaze towards Fei Luo. "Brother, this is..." "Junior brother, this is Lin Jiu's esteemed disciple, Fei Luo, a remarkable talent at such a young age." The 4-eyed Daoist adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and immediately began to lavish praise. The 1,000-crane Daoist smiled approvingly. Fei Luo, maintaining a composed demeanor, offered a slight bow in response to the 1,000-crane Daoist. "So, he is indeed Lin Jiu's esteemed disciple. His bearing is truly impressive." The 1,000-crane Daoist, with his keen perception, noted the deference displayed by the 4-eyed Daoist and Master Ikyu towards Fei Luo. though a sense of curiosity lingered in his heart. He couldn't help but start to extol praises, much like the four-eyed Taoist himself. Chapter 70. The Calamity of Qianhe and the Gift from Fei Luo. Fei Luo disregarded the courteous remarks of Taoist Qianhe, his gaze shifting towards the golden coffin beneath the canopy. Taoist Qianhe, is this a zombie, with a copper-cornered golden coffin and a celestial net? Moments ago, Fei Luo had activated his mystical vision and discerned the zombie lying within the coffin, its necrotic aura emanating far stronger than that of old Master Ren. The copper corpse represented a pivotal threshold for zombies. While iron corpses were impervious to blades and firearms, the defenses of a copper corpse were even more formidable, rendering ordinary magical artifacts ineffective against it. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qianhe's expression shifted, and he solemnly affirmed, "Indeed, it is a zombie." In response, Taoist Simu expressed his confusion. "Junior brother, if it is a zombie, shouldn't we eliminate it? Why not incinerate it directly? Although zombies are indeed vulnerable to fire, this particular copper corpse could not be harmed by ordinary flames." Unbeknownst to Taoist Qianhe, he sighed quietly and replied, "Elder brother, you are unaware that this zombie is of imperial lineage from the border. It cannot be burned. We must expedite its return to the capital." Fei Luo, pondering this revelation, recognized the chaotic nature of the present era. Under normal circumstances, the rise of warlords would have spelled the end for the Qing dynasty. Yet it still clung to existence in a state of decline. Activating his divine sight, Fei Luo directed his attention towards Taoist Qianhe. Initially, he sensed an auspicious sign. But upon receiving this task, a blood aura began to gather ominously, foretelling a calamity of bloodshed set to occur at the third watch of the night. Fei Luo realized at a glance that Taoist Qianhe was on the brink of a fatal calamity. Nevertheless, Taoist Qianhe was a righteous man. In his endeavor to transport this imperial copper corpse had inadvertently drawn forth the impending disaster. Fei Luo resolved to assist him. Nearby, Master Ishio inquired why they did not dismantle the canopy to allow sunlight to diminish the corpse's necrotic energy, a suggestion Fei Luo did not contest. Regardless of whether the canopy remained intact, the copper corpse would inevitably emerge, for Taoist Qianhe's fate was already sealed. "Uncle Master, glutinous rice," as the conversation unfolded. Jiala approached briskly, presenting a small pouch of glutinous rice to Taoist Qianhe. "Junior brother, you must exercise utmost caution. I hope you will not find the need to utilize this rice," Taoist Simu remarked, casting a wary glance at the copper-cornered golden coffin, sensing an unsettling premonition. "Elder brother, rest assured, with the copper-cornered golden coffin and the celestial net, this venture shall be secure." Before Taoist Qianhe could finish his sentence, he turned to Fei Luo. "Uncle Master Qianhe, this item is for your protection. It should prove useful." Fei Luo, with a flourish, produced an object from his waist. It was a jade talisman, crafted like mutton fat, inscribed with the characters for a decree. This talisman had been acquired by Fei Luo after vanquishing the King Tianguizhen in a village plagued by malevolent spirits. While such an item held little value for Fei Luo in his current state, it might serve as a safeguard for Taoist Qianhe when misfortune struck. Fei Luo was more than willing to aid a righteous practitioner. Saving a life was indeed an act of merit. "Indeed, junior brother, you should accept this gift. Master Fei Luo's nephew is an unparalleled expert, and the treasures he bestows are undoubtedly invaluable." Upon witnessing the bestowal of the treasure by Fei Luo, Taoist Simu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was well aware that anything offered by Fei Luo was far from ordinary. Have you not seen how he gifted Master Jiao and the others with precious elixirs and artifacts? This is a significant ally, indeed a colossal one. Very well. Taoist Qianhe nodded, gazing at the jade talisman in his hand, which radiated a subtle brilliance. He turned to Fei Luo, saying, "Master Fei Luo's nephew, I am profoundly grateful. I shall express my thanks appropriately upon the conclusion of my journey. Hey, it is time to set off. Why the endless chatter?" Wu Shilang interjected, raising his white handkerchief and striking a theatrical pose. "Then, we shall not hinder your departure any further, junior brother. Until we meet again," Taoist Simu remarked, forming a seal to bid farewell to Taoist Qianhe. "Until we meet again," Taoist Qianhe reciprocated with a bow, offering a slight nod to Fei Luo. "Master Fei Luo's nephew, until we meet again." Indeed, Fei Luo nodded with a smile. Master Ishio also took his leave of Taoist Qianhe. In this era, encounters among enlightened practitioners were characterized by cordiality, devoid of unnecessary complexities. "Take care, everyone," Taoist Qianhe declared, beckoning his companions to commence their journey. As the group vanished from view, Taoist Simu let out a soft sigh. Hoping for his junior brother's safe return, a sense of unease lingered within him. Hearing this, Master Ishio expressed surprise. "Simu, when did you become so sentimental? What unrest do you speak of?" Taoist Simu remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward Fei Luo. Master Fei Luo's nephew. Does the jade talisman you bestowed upon Daoist Qian he offer any protection for his life? It was not surprising that Daoist Simu was overly contemplative. His unease had intensified. During their studies at Maoshan, he shared a close bond with Daoist Qian He and Master Jiu, akin to brothers. Although they had ventured on separate paths, the essence of their brotherhood remained unchanged, much like a fine wine that grows richer with age. This was precisely why Daoist Qian He experienced such a surge of emotion today. He was not like Fei Luo, who possessed the divine ability to perceive the fortunes of others. Simu could merely sense the growing trepidation within his heart. If there is a grave crisis, it can ensure safety, Fei Luo replied with a calm smile. Observing Fei Luo's composed demeanor, Daoist Simu felt a measure of reassurance and murmured, "Dear brother, I hope I am merely overthinking. You must return safely." "What is it?" "You two seem rather peculiar," Master Lian Shu remarked, puzzled. "Is it merely a zombie transformation? Is it really that serious?" Daoist Simu shot a disapproving glance at Master Lian Shu before turning back toward the courtyard. Fei Luo also wore a mysterious smile, choosing not to elaborate as he returned to his guest room. Master Lian Shu considered it just an ordinary zombie, a mere white-haired creature, unaware that it was a terrifying copper corpse. The copper corpse, impervious to knives and guns, is resistant to even the most ordinary of weapons, its flesh rivaling that of an advanced demon in the golden elixir stage. Were Master Ikyu to comprehend that this entity is merely a copper corpse, he would surely be astonished to the point of having his eyes pop out. It is well known that a copper corpse represents a significant turning point. Without decades or even centuries of refinement through malevolent energy, one cannot attain such a transformation. The iron corpse is already a formidable challenge, but the copper corpse signifies impending calamity. A single copper corpse has the potential to devastate an entire city, and this is no exaggeration. Among those present, apart from the apprehensive Taoist with 4 eyes, only Fei Luo is aware of the movements within the gilded copper coffin. At this level, a copper corpse no longer acts on instinct. It possesses intelligence akin to that of a sentient being. Those who have been bitten by a copper corpse become half human, half corpse, their physical forms reaching a state comparable to that of iron corpses, which is an exceedingly terrifying prospect. If a copper corpse is left unchecked, it could yield a vast army of half-human, half-corpse entities. The consequences of such a scenario are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Chapter 71. The thunder descends accompanied by the 4-eyed Taoist. Fei Luo observed the latter's furrowed brow with concern. "Master Uncle," he spoke reassuringly, "there is no need for excessive worry. I am confident that Daoist Qianhe will emerge unscathed." At these words, the 4-eyed Taoist managed a faint smile, his gaze resting on Fei Luo. "With your assurance, I find solace." Having said this, the 4-eyed Taoist retreated indoors, intending to contemplate the Heart Sutra to calm his agitated mind. Fei Luo regarded the departing figure, choosing not to voice further thoughts, and returned to his own quarters. He was certain that the jade talisman would prove remarkably effective. When Daoist Qianhe discerned something amiss, he would undoubtedly seek help, rather than meet his demise as depicted in the original narrative. To speak of demise is to acknowledge the constraints of circumstance. With the 4 disciples met with tragedy, Daoist Qianhe stood alone against the copper corpse, his spells and talismans rendered ineffective. In a bid to protect the young prince, he would undoubtedly fight to the last breath. Moreover, at the brink of succumbing to the miasma of the corpse poison, he not only ended the lives of his 4 disciples but also took his own life, aware that failing to do so would condemn them all to become half-human, half-corpse entities, causing further harm to others. Such a figure can be deemed a hero, one who prioritizes the safety of the populace even in the face of death. This is a person whom Fei Luo would not abandon. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. The sun had dipped behind the western mountains, leaving only a half-sun suspended in the sky. In the small courtyard of the 4-eyed Taoist, a fierce wind arose, causing the chickens and geese to retreat to their enclosures, as if anticipating the impending storm. Boom! The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder roared, and violet lightning danced amidst the tempestuous formations, heralding the approach of a violent storm. Creak! The 4-eyed Taoist ceased his meditation, hearing the howling wind in the courtyard. He opened the window, gazing at the chaotic lightning with a momentary lapse of focus. This change in the weather is unusual, he mused, furrowing his brow. Today's atmospheric conditions did not suggest rain. Why, then, was there such a tempest, with thunder crashing all around? Almost immediately, the 4-eyed Taoist thought of his junior brother. Given their pace, they should have reached the highwoods by now. "I hope you are blessed with good fortune, my brother." The highwoods lay to the east of this locale, beyond 2 mountain ranges, a region characterized by lush vegetation, dense forests, and treacherous terrain, making traversal exceedingly difficult. At this moment, in the vicinity of the highwoods, Daoist Qianhe looked up at the ancient trees, bent by the gusts, a frown creasing his brow. "Why does the weather change so abruptly?" he questioned. "Lord Wu," he addressed his companion, "the weather appears grim. Perhaps we should set up camp here." He raised his sleeve to shield himself from the fierce winds, casting a glance at Lord Wu. "That is out of the question. The esteemed prince is of great value. How can we risk sleeping in the wilderness?" Lord Wu replied with a frown, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Another 100 miles and we will reach the town. Let us press on to find refuge there." Upon hearing this, Daoist Qianhe could only shake his head inwardly, signaling for the group to continue moving forward with the coffin. Boom, boom. The thunder roared in the sky, and in an instant, a torrential downpour descended, transforming the mountain path into a quagmire, making it exceedingly difficult for the bearers of the coffin to proceed. "Quick, set up camp," commanded Lord Wu, drenched to the bone by the sudden deluge, directing the attendants behind him. No sooner had he spoken than the attendants began retrieving wooden stakes, tents, and ropes from the cart, hastily setting up camp on the adjacent flat ground. Within the span of half a stick of incense, a brand new tent was erected, despite the raging storm. The attendants worked with remarkable efficiency, showing no signs of delay. As the heavy rain cascaded from the brim of Daoist Qianhe's hat, a thought suddenly struck him. He hurried to the bronze coffin, and upon touching it, his expression changed dramatically. The ink line used to create the celestial net had faded due to the rain, leaving him with a handful of diluted ink mixed with rainwater. Swiftly, Daoist Qianhe approached Lord Wu, urgency etched on his face. "Lord Wu, could we place the coffin inside first?" "The celestial net." Before he could finish, Lord Wu interjected, "No, the coffin must wait. We need to let Prince Qi enter first." Daoist Qianhe attempted to explain further, fully aware of the dire consequences that awaited if the ink line was lost. However, Lord Wu, oblivious to his concerns, signaled to the attendants to carry Prince Qi into the tent instead. After some time, the second tent was finally completed. Daoist Qianhe, in a state of acute anxiety, observed the now bleached string and urgently called out, "Quick, get the coffin inside." At his command, a group of attendants along with 4 young Daoists from various directions pushed the cart forward. Yet, due to the delay, the wheels had sunk deep into the muddy ground, and only through their utmost exertion did the cart begin to move slowly. As they struggled, a fierce gust swept through, and the covering over the bronze coffin was whisked away by the wind, a moment unnoticed even by Daoist Qianhe. This covering bore a corpse-restraining talisman, and with its disappearance, a dark, ominous energy erupted from the mouth of the copper corpse inside the coffin, akin to a suffocating mortal taking a deep breath. The celestial net was gradually losing its efficacy, and the corpse-restraining talisman flew away, relieving the pressure on the copper corpse, which then twisted its grotesque visage into a chilling grin. Suddenly, the fierce wind and rain ceased abruptly. The attendants pushing the cart looked up at the sky, their faces lighting up with joy. "Master, the rain has stopped," exclaimed one. "Indeed, Master, this downpour was truly uncanny, coming swiftly and departing just as quickly." The 4 young Daoists, pulling the ropes, echoed their sentiments. "Hurry, quickly bring the coffin inside." Daoist Qianhe stood at the front, waving his hand, signaling to the delighted crowd. Fortunately, there was no thunder. If there had been, Master Qianhe silently breathed a sigh of relief. Yet before he could finish his murmurs, his pupils abruptly constricted. Boom! A bolt of lightning manifested unexpectedly in the sky, ruthlessly striking down upon the bronze-cornered golden coffin. The 4 young Taoist priests displayed remarkable agility as cultivators. Their reflexes far surpassed those of the surrounding guards, and they swiftly retreated the moment the storm descended. However, the 4 guards encircling the cart were not as fortunate. Crackle! Bang! The ferocious lightning descended upon the bronze-cornered golden coffin, with numerous electric serpents instantly coursing through the metal structure and reaching the guards. The violent electricity caused them to froth at the mouth, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Within moments, their lives extinguished, they collapsed backward, lifeless. Natural thunder offered no possibility of survival for mortals. Master Qianhe's expression changed dramatically as he leaped toward one of the guards. He beheld the man's face turn ashen, his eyes bulging, and hair standing on end, realizing the dire situation. These 4 individuals had indeed lost all vitality, becoming mere corpses. Subsequently, Master Qianhe swallowed hard, casting his gaze toward the bronze-cornered golden coffin. Chapter 72. The fierce royal copper corpse with a thunderous roar, the copper corpse within the coffin emitted a chilling scream. Bang! A purplish hand rose from the coffin, slowly lifting the lid. The web of celestial nets that had once ensnared the coffin diminished in power, yet still glowed with a red hue, attempting to impede the copper corpse's emergence. A suppressive force rippled through the entire copper-gilded coffin, but after being tempered by heavenly thunder. How could the weakened celestial nets contend with this copper entity? Creak! A sound that sent shivers down the spine emanated from the copper-gilded coffin. As the corpse gradually elevated the coffin, the thunderous claps outside startled the officials, including the dark-clad deputy minister, who had already entered the tent. What is happening? Why the commotion? The deputy minister, accompanied by 4 attendants, lifted the tent flap and was met with the sight of 4 charred guards in the slowly rising coffin. He immediately shrieked, "Oh, you scared me to death." Without hesitation, he shoved the 4 attendants out and retreated into the tent. "Master, this." A sudden corpse's roar, coupled with the eerie creaking of the coffin, caused the 4 individuals from all directions to swallow hard and step back in alarm. The commotion from the copper-gilded coffin caused Daoist Qianhe's complexion to shift dramatically, urging, "Quickly, bring the rope. Hurry." As the coffin was being raised by the zombie, an overwhelming aura of death surged forth. Daoist Qianhe, taken aback, leapt into action, aiming to suppress the coffin. Like a mountain pressing down, Daoist Qianhe descended from several meters high, the force of his fall causing the already elevated coffin to be pressed back down with a resounding thud. "Master, the rope." 2 young disciples, holding a thick hemp rope, tossed it through the air, which Daoist Qianhe deftly caught. Quickly, from all sides, bind the copper-gilded coffin. Without a moment's pause, he swung the rope with precision, and the disciples swiftly assisted, wrapping the thick hemp rope around the coffin multiple times, much like wrapping zongzi. Inside the coffin, the royal copper corpse bore a strange smile, as if mocking the insignificant beings outside. Suddenly, a violent roar erupted from the copper corpse, which transformed its hand into a fist and struck the coffin lid with tremendous force. Boom! Just as Daoist Qianhe finished instructing his disciples to secure the rope, the coffin emitted a ferocious howl. He felt an immense power surging from within the coffin, and in the midst of the cacophony, the thick hemp rope began to tear apart under the tremendous force. Daoist Qianhe was hurled backward, and the heavy coffin lid was flung away, crashing down upon his leg. "Ah!" Daoist Qianhe cried out in agony as the coffin lid struck him. "Master!" A disciple closest to him rushed forward to assist, attempting to lift the lid and rescue Daoist Qianhe. Suddenly, a foul and putrid aura emanated from the coffin, causing the surrounding trees to wither instantaneously, instilling a profound chill in the air. From within the coffin, a pair of booted feet emerged, and the royal prince's body sprang upright like a coiled spring, his eyes emitting a peculiar luminescence akin to that of a predatory beast, surveying all present with a menacing gaze. This spectacle sent the 4 individuals retreating in terror, while even the guards at the tent entrance swallowed nervously, their legs trembling. The royal copper corpse emitted a chilling sound. Adorned in a python robe and wearing jade beads around its neck, a tangible essence of death seeped from its 7 orifices. Its fangs glistened under the moonlight, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. As the zombie stood atop the coffin, a disciple of Daoist Qianhe unleashed a battle cry, charging forth with his sword. In such dire circumstances, he understood that only by fighting could he hope to survive, as his master remained trapped beneath the coffin, necessitating a desperate bid for time. However, all had underestimated the might of this copper corpse, or rather, the epitome of its kind. With a swift motion, the young Daoist thrust his sword towards the creature's throat, but the royal copper corpse regarded him with palpable disdain. It appeared as if its feet were glued to the coffin, and with a slight bend, its fingers extended like daggers, piercing into the young Daoist's body with a sickening sound, causing blood to spurt forth and a grotesque mixture of red and white to materialize around him. The brutality of the scene left spectators in stunned silence. The royal copper corpse grinned malevolently, pulling the young Daoist close, and with a crunch, its fangs sank into the disciple's neck. Throughout this grim tableau, only the young man's agonizing screams bore witness to the horror of the creature before them. The cries persisted for 3 breaths before dwindling into silence, leaving no trace of life. From the moment he drew his sword to his demise, a mere 3 breaths had elapsed. Indeed, the blood of the living is the most potent sustenance. In an instant, the royal copper corpse absorbed the young man's essence, carelessly discarding the lifeless body aside, licking its crimson tongue over its lips, and casting a greedy gaze upon the others, reminiscent of a famished wolf eyeing its prey. Obey. Just as Daoist Qianhe extricated himself, he beheld this scene, his eyes widening in horror. Ignoring the pain in his legs, he launched a flying kick at the royal copper corpse. The impact caused the creature to stagger back slightly, prompting Daoist Qianhe to hastily pull his remaining disciple back. Upon witnessing the aftermath, Daoist Qianhe's pupils constricted. Dead. In a mere 3 breaths, his disciple had been drained of life, reduced to a corpse. How could this be? Ordinary zombies do not kill with such swiftness. Heartache pierced through Daoist Qianhe like a knife. Though his disciples lacked extraordinary talents, they had accompanied him through countless trials, akin to sons. The sight of them being slaughtered before his very eyes was unbearable. With a frosty glare, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a soul-capturing bell from his waist pouch, commanding his remaining disciples to prepare the binding ropes. At a signal, the 3 remaining disciples swiftly uncoiled the fine ropes from their bodies, brandishing them in readiness. Ha! 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 The sound of the bell echoed as 3 disciples wielded the binding corpse rope, while the venerable Taoist Qianhe shook the soul-capturing bell, its chimes resonating in the air. This spectacle only served to heighten the excitement of the royal copper corpse before them. With a thunderous roar, the royal copper corpse bellowed, "You insignificant ants! Do you think mere artifacts can harm me?" The soul-capturing bell is capable of disrupting the sensory perceptions of ordinary zombies, while the binding corpse rope, nurtured by mystical energies, is adept at restraining the malevolent forces residing within the undead. Swiftly, the 3 disciples disregarded the royal copper corpse's taunts, positioning the binding corpse rope in a cross formation to encircle their formidable opponent. Chapter 73. The Bloodbath in a Tranquil World, where malevolent spirits have been vanquished. Those who defy the dark laws face annihilation with utmost urgency. 3 Taoist priests wielding corpse-binding ropes skillfully ensnared the royal copper corpse, chanting incantations as they did so. As the spells and their mystical energies intertwined, a faint crimson glow emanated from the ropes. Any ordinary zombie, even a formidable iron corpse, would have been seared by this artifact, yet the royal copper corpse regarded the 3 with the detached amusement of one observing a jester. Seeing the royal copper corpse remain immobile, Taoist Qianhe's heart surged with joy. He unsheathed his peachwood sword and traced its edge with his fingertip, instantly causing the blade to radiate a brilliant scarlet light, becoming extraordinarily sharp. "Ha!" Taoist Qianhe bellowed, launching himself towards the royal copper corpse like an arrow released from its bowstring. However, the subsequent scene left his countenance aghast. The peachwood sword, typically proficient in slaying demons, was swiftly consumed by the corpse's malevolent energy upon contact, fracturing under the immense force. Is this mere artifact truly capable of harming me? The royal copper corpse uttered in human speech, its enormous claw striking with blinding speed, embedding itself into Taoist Qianhe's arm and releasing tendrils of ominous black mist. With a resounding crash, the royal copper corpse discarded him as one might toss aside a plaything, sending Taoist Qianhe crashing against a tree, blood erupting from his throat and staining his robe. Witnessing their master defeated in a single blow, the 3 disciples gripping the corpse-binding ropes stood momentarily dazed. The blood of a Taoist is far more delectable than that of mere mortals, is it not? Suddenly, the royal copper corpse grasped the corpse-binding ropes, which struck fear into ordinary zombies, and with a surge of strength, the 3 young Taoists found themselves uncontrollably hurtling towards the royal copper corpse. Ah! One young Taoist scream reverberated through the night as he was the first to fall prey to the royal copper corpse, its fangs sinking mercilessly into his neck. In mere moments, his pupils dilated, devoid of life. Ah! No! Taoist Qianhe, just regaining his footing, witnessed this horrific spectacle and shouted with desperation, "Run! Quickly, flee!" The remaining 2 disciples, jolted by their master's urgent call, snapped out of their shock and turned to escape. The royal copper corpse, observing their flight, cast aside its meal and grinned malevolently. With a speed that defied comprehension, it leaped several meters, appearing before one of the young Taoists in an instant. With a swift motion, the royal corpse pierced the young man's chest, leaving him in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping wound, a hand-sized cavity where the corpse's hand had passed through. "Master, it hurts." The young Taoist felt the fangs piercing his neck. Despair etched upon his face as he looked up at Taoist Qianhe, resembling a child yearning to voice something to an elder, yet rendered speechless. With a thunderous roar, the royal copper corpse reveled in the taste of their essence, exhilarated by the consumption of their life force. Once again, with a sudden leap, the last disciple of the esteemed Master Qianhe fell victim to the malevolent grasp, drained of life in an instant. "No, no." The corners of Master Qianhe's eyes reddened, his voice tinged with hysteria. In the mere blink of an eye, all 4 of his disciples had perished. Since the emergence of the copper corpse, not even the duration of a tea break had passed before his students were all lost. Master Qianhe felt a searing pain radiate from his arm. He opened the pouch at his waist, grasped a handful of glutinous rice, and pressed it onto the wound. The excruciating pain surged forth, emitting a sound akin to salt being poured onto an open wound, as countless tiny bubbles erupted from between the grains, resembling steam rising from boiling water on his skin. Glutinous rice can counteract the poison of the undead, yet Master Qianhe was unaware that this royal zombie before him was the epitome of a copper corpse. In the distance, 4 knife-wielding guards stationed at the tent's entrance witnessed this chilling scene and recognized the urgency to subdue the fiend. Otherwise, none present would escape unscathed. With a fierce shout, the 4 guards brandished their weapons and charged toward the royal copper corpse. Each guard wielded formidable armaments, One brandished twin daggers, another a grappling hook, a third a massive axe, and the last a sharp sword. As elite guards, their weapons were not merely capable of slicing through flesh, but were of the finest quality, sure to cleave deeply into the body of any mortal. Clang, clang. Each guard displayed remarkable agility, rivaling the finest warriors of the realm. Yet, when their iron weapons struck the royal copper corpse, not even a spark emerged. More terrifying was the faint layer of corpse energy enveloping the creature, akin to a protective barrier that thwarted the guard's blades from penetrating even a fraction. What? The lead guard, wielding the grappling hook, upon seeing this, immediately aimed for the neck of the royal copper corpse, bellowing as the veins in his arm bulged with effort, successfully pulling the copper corpse off balance. Meanwhile, the guard with the twin daggers skillfully crossed his blades to secure the ankles of the copper corpse, burying the blades halfway into the ground with remarkable precision. The four guards, each a paragon of martial prowess, executed their maneuvers with seamless coordination. The guardians entrusted with the protection of royalty were no ordinary foes. The other two guards, witnessing the success of their compatriots, leaped into the air, targeting the head of the royal copper corpse. If the body was impervious to their strikes, perhaps the head would not be as resilient. Crash, crash. The axe and the daggers struck the face of the royal copper corpse in swift succession. However, the four guards soon found themselves gripped by a paralyzing fear, their scalps prickling in terror. The axe, capable of severing a mortal's head with a single blow, met the copper corpse's visage without yielding so much as a scratch, not even a spark emitted. What is this? The four guards widened their eyes, staring in horror at the royal copper corpse before them. They had never encountered such a bizarre scene, and their minds filled with a ludicrous notion that this zombie was invincible, an unconquerable force. With a thunderous roar, the royal copper corpse sprang into action, its voice reverberating like a coiled spring, launching the guard with the grappling hook into the air. At this moment, the guard experienced a sensation akin to a crow aboard an aircraft. He had just soared into the air when an icy, unyielding hand, as if forged from bronze, pierced through his chest, extinguishing his life. Flee swiftly. The remaining guards, upon witnessing this spectacle, found their legs trembling uncontrollably, their hearts gripped by an insurmountable terror as they hastily retreated towards the tent. Ants perish. The royal bronze corpse discarded the lifeless body in its grasp and leapt once more, its powerful hands penetrating the skulls of two guards as easily as a wire through tofu. Roar. The royal bronze corpse seized the final guard in its clutches, akin to an eagle capturing a chick. Chapter 74. The Corpse King? The Mystery of the Copper Corpse? Outside the tent, a piercing scream echoed, causing considerable displeasure to the dark-skinned deputy within. What is happening? Why is it so loud? The deputy, dissatisfied, waved his handkerchief and, twisting his waist, delicately lifted the tent flap with his slender fingers. Upon entering, the deputy was momentarily stunned. Two guards, one on each side, were ensnared in the grasp of the royal copper corpse, dark blood trickling down their necks. The royal copper corpse had just extracted its fangs, its crimson eyes resembling copper bells fixed upon the deputy. The deputy emitted a shrill cry, akin to a startled cat, and turned to flee. However, the claws of the royal copper corpse were swifter, seizing the deputy's garments and dragging him back. A sickening crunch echoed as fangs pierced flesh, and the deputy struggled in vain, gradually losing his vitality as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the rice paste applied to the arm of Daoist Qianhe finally lost its effect, the bubbles and white mist dissipating slowly. Witnessing the royal copper corpse slay multiple individuals, Daoist Qianhe sprang into action, retrieving dozens of talismans from his pocket. This represented his entire stock, with his disciples ruthlessly slaughtered. He was consumed by a mix of grief and fury. Regret began to well up within him, acknowledging that his mission had effectively failed. The loss of a few pieces of gold and silver paled in comparison to the necessity of eliminating this formidable zombie. If this creature were to escape, it would result in unimaginable calamities, with the potential for tenfold or even 100-fold more innocent lives lost than today. He chanted, Heavenly Fire Talisman, Earthly Fire Talisman, 5 Thunder Talisman, Golden Light Talisman, Corpse Suppression Talisman, Gale Talisman. Zombies are born from the resentment and filth of the world, neither aging nor dying, transcending the 3 realms and existing beyond the 5 elements. From the azure skies above to the yellow springs below, no deity governs the realm of the zombie. They are the most peculiar creations of the end times, and remain an enigma within the spiritual realm. Zombies do not belong to the beings of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Their immortality renders them cast out by heaven, earth, and humanity, wandering aimlessly and lost. According to legend, the first zombie was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, Huan Ba, who transformed due to a curse laid by Qiyu. Originally, zombies did not require human blood, but due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, they began to consume human essence. Yet, this remains merely a legend. Ancient records indicate that zombies began to appear en masse only after the onset of the end times. Zombies have no connection to the Tao, cultivating their power through the absorption of moonlight and essence, while being restrained by objects of utmost yang and rigidity. Thus, the talismans Taoist Qianhe prepared were specifically designed to counter zombies. Begone, he intoned, casting the vibrant talismans toward the royal copper corpse before him. A cacophony of explosions ensued. The talismans entered the body, conjuring flames, lightning, golden light, and hurricanes, among other spells, which engulfed the royal copper corpse. A myriad of spells erupted, raising clouds of dust in front of the tent, obscuring vision. Ha ha ha, foolish Taoist, how dare you show me such disrespect with your meager skills? Amidst the dust, the sinister voice of the royal copper corpse reverberated. This sound caused Taoist Qianhe's expression to plummet to despair. How could this be? Little Taoist, once I devour your essence and refine my copper body, even the elders of Maoshan will not be my match. The royal copper corpse laughed with abandon. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qianhe's complexion turned ashen. Devoid of color, a copper corpse, refining a copper body? No wonder no artifact could harm him in the slightest. He was indeed a copper corpse. Refining a copper body is a precursor to advancing to a silver corpse. This revelation sent shockwaves through Taoist Qianhe's mind. Copper corpses are rare, their destructive power and deterrence far surpassing that of iron corpses by dozens of times. Even those half-human, half-corpse beings bitten by him would awaken as entities comparable to ordinary iron corpses. Taoist Qianhe could not fathom why this border prince had transformed into a zombie merely a few years after his death, and why it was a copper corpse. Ordinary zombies require decades of arduous cultivation to even reach the level of an iron corpse. How could this one become a copper corpse? Taoist Qianhe was bewildered, his mind buzzing, feeling as if struck by lightning, rendering him speechless for a long time. Sensing Taoist Qianhe's shock, the royal copper corpse laughed heartily. Little Taoist, you seem quite astonished. You wish to know how I became a copper corpse in such a short time? Given the benefits of your essence to me, I shall enlighten you. My Qing dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Among the successive princes, one has reached the realm of the corpse king. When that time comes, upon hearing the words of the royal copper corpse, Taoist Qianhe's pupils constricted. Corpse king. Taoist Qianhe was rendered speechless, feeling as if the heavens themselves were about to fall. The corpse king is a being capable of toppling nations, far more terrifying than any ghost king. The corpse king signifies the ability to create copper corpses, and a single copper corpse can manufacture countless iron corpses. The strength of a copper corpse's body already rivals that of a great demon at the golden core stage. What then could the corpse king be like? Just as Taoist Qianhe was lost in thought, the young seventh prince, witnessing the tragic demise of the Dark Minister, drew a dagger from his waist at the tender age of 10. Uncle Wang, I am sorry. The seventh prince, a true descendant of the Tatters, had been schooled in horseback riding, archery, and combat from a young age. Despite his small stature, his courage and bravery surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With his small frame and dagger in hand, he charged towards the royal copper corpse, yet this dagger, sharp enough to slice through iron, produced not even a spark against the royal copper corpse, as it failed to breach the protective corpse energy surrounding it. Witnessing his own nephew attacking him, the royal copper corpse's eyes brimmed with malevolence. How dare you disregard your elders? You shall not be spared. With a thunderous roar, he lunged at the seventh prince. You dare! Upon witnessing the royal copper corpse show no mercy even towards his own kin, Master Qianhe swiftly produced a stack of copper coins from his pocket. With a decisive bite to his fingertip, he smeared his essence upon them. The copper coin sword, a mystical artifact, imbued with his vital blood, possessed the power to counteract malevolent forces. With a surge of determination, Master Qianhe propelled his wounded form forward. This strike momentarily halted the royal copper corpse in its attempt to seize the young prince. With a fierce roar, the creature retaliated, delivering a powerful blow towards Master Qianhe. The copper coin sword shattered under the force, and despite the infusion of vital blood, it merely breached a fraction of the protective corpse aura, proving ineffective. The impact reverberated as the fist collided with Master Qianhe's shoulder. His expression contorted in agony as he felt his scapula crack, his arms involuntarily drooping, and he was sent tumbling like a kite severed from its string. In the terrified gaze of the 71st prince, the royal copper corpse, after launching Master Qianhe away with a single punch, plunged its fangs into the delicate flesh of the young prince's neck. Chapter 75. The noble cause of Qianhe. The royal copper corpse exhibited a remarkably brutal demeanor, showing no mercy even to its own kin. A clear manifestation of its zombie traits. However, At such a high level, this zombie possessed a sound mind. Its actions entirely governed by personal volition rather than the instinctual behavior characteristic of lesser zombies. On another front, Daoist Simu had a talisman affixed to his leg, a divine travel talisman bestowed upon him by Fei Luo. This talisman allowed for a speed that was several times greater than that of a typical travel charm, enabling one to traverse 1,000 miles by day and night. In the distance, Daoist Simu caught sight of flames leaping high from the dense forest, sending a jolt of alarm through him. "Disciple, you must not come to harm," he murmured, quickening his pace towards the foreboding scene. His unease had escalated, compounded by the thunderous storms above. Realizing he could no longer afford to delay, he resolved to ascertain the situation surrounding Daoist Qianhe. Just as he exited, he encountered Fei Luo standing in the courtyard, who seemed to be privy to all that had transpired, having gifted him the divine travel talisman. The speed it provided surpassed Daoist Simu's wildest imaginings, as he felt the wind rush beneath his feet, reaching the towering trees in no time. The commotion was indeed emanating from those lofty woods. There, the royal copper corpse had drained the life from the 71st prince and turned its gaze upon Daoist Qianhe. With a swift leap, the corpse lunged towards him, its claws poised to strike. In that moment, Daoist Qianhe gritted his teeth, longing to rise and fight, but his body, battered and bruised, was no longer capable of such exertion. Having been struck by the coffin lid and subsequently assaulted multiple times by the royal copper corpse, he found himself unable to continue the battle. Even the incantations he wished to invoke became an arduous task. Moreover, the virulent poison coursing through his left arm was now making its way toward his heart. A profound sense of regret enveloped Daoist Qianhe. He lamented not having investigated the situation thoroughly, knowing full well that this was a copper corpse and that he should have incinerated it at the outset. Now, it was far too late. His eyes reddened with despair as he beheld the advancing zombie, feeling utterly hopeless, with a cruel glint in its eyes. The royal copper corpse regarded Daoist Qianhe as little more than a lifeless entity, its claws reaching for him, fully intending to absorb his vital essence as sustenance. Just as its lethal talons were about to pierce Daoist Qianhe's chest, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A brilliant light erupted from his heart, radiating a gentle power that enveloped him like a protective shell. As the copper corpse's claws made contact with this luminous barrier, dark energy surged forth, the corpse's miasma rapidly dissipating as if confronted by a natural foe. Agonizing pain coursed through the royal copper corpse, forcing it to recoil with a wretched cry. You possess such a protective treasure?" It stammered, its right hand stained crimson, trembling slightly, fearful of the radiant shield before Daoist Qianhe. Its eyes reflected a distinctly human-like trepidation. Merely a protective barrier had seared his right hand. With this tortoise shell upon him, it seemed that he would be unable to strike back in the foreseeable future. Coming to this realization, the royal copper corpse, enduring excruciating pain, revealed a cruel smile upon his visage. "You have fallen prey to my corpse poison. Your life shall be mine to claim. Ha ha ha." With that, the royal copper corpse, suppressing his agony, uttered a chilling remark and vanished into the dense forest in a single leap. Daoist Qianhe stood in a daze, gazing at his chest, where the jade talisman gifted by Fei Luo resided. Unbelievably, this jade talisman had preserved his life, but alas, Daoist Qianhe paid no heed to the fleeing copper corpse. In his current state of grievous injury, what could he possibly do? Even at full strength, he was no match for the royal copper corpse. What would pursuing him now accomplish? That royal copper corpse had consumed such an abundance of vital essence. Surely, his power would only escalate further. Daoist Qianhe looked at the jade talisman before him, and soon, the radiance emanating from it began to wane. The jade talisman, a proactive protective treasure, would naturally lose its efficacy with the passage of time. Observing his 4 disciples lying on the ground, Daoist Qianhe leaned upon his treasured sword and limped toward them with a shattered leg. "My dear disciples, you have been slain by the copper corpse. To prevent you from becoming half human, half corpse, I must send you on your way." Tears welled in Daoist Qianhe's eyes, his lips quivering as he murmured, "I shall join you shortly." Crystal tears cascaded down Daoist Qianhe's face, and his mind wandered through a myriad of memories. The 4, from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, had followed him in the pursuit of enlightenment since their youth. Though not bound by blood, they shared a brotherhood akin to that of father and sons. In this moment, Daoist Qianhe's lips trembled slightly, his sorrow reaching an unbearable peak. With a soft thud, he bore the weight of his heartache and plunged his sword into the hearts of his disciples. Having completed this grim task, his hand trembled slightly as he held the sword, and in a quivering voice he lamented, "I am powerless. My cultivation is inadequate, leading to this tragic calamity. What face have I to meet my ancestors?" His complexion grew increasingly pale, his lips darkened. He had lost all desire to continue living. He understood that he was nearing the heart-corroding effects of the corpse poison. If he did not end his own life now, he would inevitably transform into a bloodthirsty demon, wreaking havoc upon the world. Daoist Qianhe could not allow himself to become such a being, a mindless beast driven solely by the thirst for blood and slaughter. With a resounding thud, he fell weakly to the muddy ground, raising the sword in his hand. Blood dripped from the blade, falling like droplets from its edge. "Disciples. I am coming," he murmured, lifting the sharp sword towards his chest. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air as a stone struck the sword with precision, causing it to fly from his grasp. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" As the sword soared, Daoist Simon transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing to the side of Daoist Qianhe. Observing Qianhe's anxious demeanor, Simon's pupils constricted in alarm. The pallor of Qianhe's face and his arms, now enveloped in darkness, instantly revealed the gravity of his plight. A glance around the chaotic scene, littered with lifeless bodies, elucidated for Simon the source of the tumult. The empty coffin, too, bore witness to the harrowing events that had just transpired. Daoist Qianhe, his eyes devoid of life, stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Simon and, with a bitter smile, uttered, "Brother, I am but an incompetent disciple, unable to contend with that copper corpse. There is no need for your counsel. The corpse poison is rapidly consuming my heart, and my demise is inevitable." "Copper corpse?" Simon inhaled sharply, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 76. A Life Hanging by a Thread. Fei Luo takes action. Disciple, do not utter foolish words. You will surely emerge unscathed. The four-eyed Taoist struggled to suppress his astonishment, casting a wary glance around the pitch-black forest as he attempted to lift the Qianhe Taoist. Qianhe Taoist shook his head, extending his hand to fend off the four-eyed Taoist's attempt to raise him. "Brother, there is no need for your reassurances. If you truly regard me as your brother, then in my suffering, I refuse to become a grotesque abomination, half human and half corpse, only to bring harm to the world. Disciple, how can you be so reckless? How could you contemplate such despair? Do you think I would deceive you?" The four-eyed Taoist's brow furrowed deeply as he grasped Qianhe Taoist's hand earnestly. "Is that so?" Qianhe Taoist paused, momentarily bewildered. "I am afflicted by the venom of the copper corpse, a poison of formidable prowess. Do you believe I am unaware of its effects? Do you think your assurances can blind me to the truth?" Noticing the confusion etched upon Qianhe Taoist's face, the four-eyed Taoist offered a gentle smile and pointed to Qianhe Taoist's chest. "Were you not saved by that jade talisman moments ago? Indeed, the copper corpse's venom is fearsome, but the talisman's master is an unparalleled expert, surely possessing the means to save you." Upon hearing this, Qianhe Taoist's gaze faltered. He recalled Fei Luo, that ethereal figure akin to a celestial being. It was indeed Fei Luo who had bestowed upon him the jade talisman, granting him a reprieve from death. Were it not for Fei Luo's talisman, he would have likely been drained of vitality by the imperial copper corpse, awaiting his transformation into a lifeless husk. "Brother, Fei Luo." Qianhe Taoist's eyes shimmered with renewed hope, filled with the fervent will to survive. "Who among us would willingly embrace death if life remained an option?" The four-eyed Taoist nodded, urgency compelling him. "We must act swiftly. While the venom has yet to infiltrate your heart's pathways, I shall carry you forth at once." With that, he hoisted Qianhe Taoist onto his back, murmuring incantations as the talisman bound to his leg activated, propelling him forward with the swiftness of the wind, akin to an arrow released from its bow. "Brother, what manner of talisman is this?" Qianhe Taoist marveled at the rapidly passing scenery, astonished at their velocity. He could forge ordinary spirit talismans, but none possessed such remarkable speed, comparable to several times that of a standard talisman. "Indeed, you are correct. This talisman was granted to me by Fei Luo. Do not speak. Focus on stabilizing your heart's pathways, and we shall arrive shortly." The four-eyed Taoist, bearing Qianhe Taoist, became a gust of wind, darting through the forest with ease. He was intimately familiar with the terrain. In a short time, bolstered by the talisman's power, the four-eyed Taoist arrived at the small courtyard. Though unseen, the sound of their approach had already reverberated through the space. "Fei Luo, dear nephew, come quickly to save Qianhe." Upon hearing the call, Fei Luo rose and opened the door. Before him lay Qianhe Taoist, nearly unconscious upon the back of the four-eyed Taoist. His eyes were darkened, his complexion ashen, one arm had turned a sinister black, the dark veins creeping along his limbs, encroaching toward his neck, converging upon his heart. "Dear nephew Fei Luo, I implore you to save Qianhe. He has been poisoned, his heart afflicted by the venom of a copper corpse." The Taoist of Four Eyes, upon seeing Fei Luo, resembled a drowning man spotting a lifeline, and cried out in desperation, "Put him down. Your loud cries will not aid even a deity in his rescue," Fei Luo remarked with a bemused expression, observing the anxious demeanor of Taoist Qianhe. The trivial matter of poison was hardly a concern for him. Yet, in a flustered state, the Taoist of Four Eyes continued to bow deeply to Fei Luo. carrying Qian He on his back. This gesture, dictated by their relative seniority, compelled Fei Luo to slightly turn aside, thereby acknowledging the courtesy without fully accepting it. Ah, splendid. Splendid. The Taoist of Four Eyes rejoiced, momentarily disregarding his glasses perched precariously on his nose as he gently laid Qian He upon his bed. At this juncture, Master Xiao, drawn by the commotion, arrived and gasped at the sight of Qian He's dire condition. In such a state, neither he nor the Taoist of Four Eyes would have any means to assist, unless the wound inflicted by the zombie had been treated immediately, accompanied by an antidote. The spread of the poison could not be controlled. Given that Qian He had been severely poisoned from the outset, compounded by his relentless exertion of magical energy during battle, the situation had indeed escalated. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, gazed at Fei Luo with wide eyes, eager to witness how he would remedy the gravely injured Taoist Qian He. With a swift motion, Fei Luo raised a delicate hand, and a dark elixir materialized within his grasp, an elixir of great potency, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, including the venom of the corpse. He placed the pill before Qian He's purplish-black lips and gently administered it, allowing the elixir to dissolve into a fine powder and enter Qian He's mouth. Subsequently, with a flick of his azure fingers, Fei Luo pressed against several acupoints on Qian He's chest, channeling a gentle stream of magical energy that flowed over the Taoist's body. Initially, he sealed the heart meridian, then infused the elixir's potency throughout Qian He's being. Only Fei Luo could perceive the dense swarm of poison, akin to locusts, being devoured by the elixir's power. Moments later, as Fei Luo pointed with his azure finger, a surge of white mist erupted from the ghastly wound on Qian He's arm, and within that mist, the wound began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. The Taoist of Four Eyes, Master Xiao, and the onlookers, Jia Lu and Jing Jing, stood in awe, their mouths agape, marveling at this astonishing spectacle. As Fei Luo's magic coursed through him, Qian He's complexion gradually improved, the dark circles beneath his eyes and his purplish lips slowly regaining their color. Most notably, the once blackened arm, resembling that of a zombie, was rapidly purging the sinister poison. Suddenly, Qian He opened his eyes wide, a fiery sensation igniting within him. A sweet taste surged in his chest, and he gasped, expelling a stream of pitch-black blood. The dark, viscous blood splattered onto the wooden floor, leaving a significant charred hole in its wake. Truly, the poison of the copper corpse was formidable. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers were rendered speechless, their astonishment leaving them momentarily frozen in place. The seemingly irredeemable Taoist Qian He had, with a mere flick of fate, been revived, expelling the foul blood that had coursed through his veins. At this moment, Taoist Qian He remained frail, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, devoid of any discomfort. Were it not for his lingering weakness, he would scarcely believe he had once been afflicted by the poison of a corpse. Disciple, do express your gratitude to Fei Luo, Taoist Simu remarked, giving Qian He a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In response, Taoist Qian He turned to Fei Luo, saying, "Thank you, nephew Fei Luo. Your kindness is beyond words." In the days to come, however, Fei Luo, with a gentle smile, interrupted his expression of gratitude, saying, "Uncle Qian He, there is no need for extraneous words. As fellow disciples, it is only natural that we support one another." Pausing for a moment, he shifted the conversation. "Uncle Qian He, what has become of the royal copper corpse?" Chapter 77. The false corpse. What Fei Luo dreaded most was such expressions of gratitude. As a man of integrity and a fellow disciple, it was only natural for Master Qian He to be saved. For Fei Luo, assisting Master Qian He was no arduous task. However, upon uttering these words, he inadvertently garnered the admiration of Master Simu and Master Xiao, who exchanged approving glances. This was the true essence of a chivalrous spirit. It had been ages since such benevolence graced the spirit realm. Master Xiao and Master Qian He shared a silent understanding, reflecting mutual admiration in their eyes. Jia Lu and Qing Qing were starry-eyed, for though Fei Luo was of similar age to them, they had already come to regard him as an extraordinary figure. With a casual flick of his hand, he had aided Master Xiao and subdued the ghostly woman in red. Now, it was astonishing that Master Qian He, on the verge of no return, had been salvaged by Fei Luo's intervention. Fei Luo disregarded the adoration directed towards him, focusing instead on the whereabouts of the royal copper corpse. With the jade talisman he had bestowed, Master Qian He would be safeguarded. The royal copper corpse must have fled, suffering a backlash. According to the original narrative, this copper corpse had feasted on the essence of many and sought to absorb moonlight for further refinement. Thus Fei Luo was confident that Master Qian He's life was not in peril. "Fei Luo, my nephew, that royal copper corpse has suffered an injury to its arm from your treasure and is likely fleeing eastward," Master Qian He remarked with a furrowed brow. Yet, it is a copper corpse. It can sense any living presence within 1,000 miles. It may soon return to exact its revenge. At this, everyone was startled and turned their gazes toward Fei Luo. Then let us remain steadfast and await its arrival, Fei Luo replied with a gentle smile. Master Qianhe, take your rest. Within 3 days, you shall be restored to your former self. Having said this, Fei Luo exchanged a few words with Master Simimu and Master Isho before retreating to his chamber. Young master, that person emanated an overwhelming aura of corpse energy. Qing Shuang's silvery voice chimed as Fei Luo entered. She had transformed into human form, seated on the couch. Her long, flawless legs subtly visible beneath her qipao. Seeing Qing Shuang in human form again felt peculiar to Fei Luo. Though she could not maintain this shape for long, she transformed daily for a few hours. Being alone in a room with a woman, Fei Luo sensed something amiss. He nodded at Qing Shuang, affirming, indeed. Master Qianhe was injured by the royal copper corpse, hence the heavy aura of corpse energy. Copper corpse? Qing Shuang's brows arched, revealing a hint of astonishment. As a transformed beast, she was acutely aware of the terrors posed by a copper corpse. With a mere bite, it could render a human akin to an iron corpse, and its defenses were exceedingly formidable. Even a formidable demon at the golden core stage could not harm it. Most critically, zombies lack a soul. Their primary power derives from a corpse den within, and they are the manifestation of accumulated malevolent energy from the world, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. In the realm of spirits, it is widely acknowledged that zombies of the same level surpass their counterparts, the demon kings and ghost kings, in strength. However, as Qing Shuang reflected, the surprise on her face ebbed away like a receding tide, for no matter how formidable a zombie may be, it could never rival the prowess of Fei Luo. After exchanging a few words with Qing Shuang, Fei Luo closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. With a delicate beauty by his side, sharing the same space, he found himself yearning for Qing Shuang's avian form, which would alleviate his sense of awkwardness. Yet, Qing Shuang remained oblivious to Fei Luo's inner musings, only reverting to her bluebird form several hours later, once the night had deepened. The following day, warm sunlight bathed the courtyard, and Taoist Qianhe rose early. Notably, due to Qianhe's condition, Master Isho refrained from his usual morning and evening rituals, seemingly aware that his practices might disturb the ailing Taoist. The night passed quietly, with everyone enjoying a sound sleep. Although Taoist Qianhe's complexion still bore a hint of pallor, his spirits had noticeably improved. He intended to visit Fei Luo to express his gratitude, having neglected this courtesy the previous night. But upon seeing the tightly shut door of Fei Luo's room, he refrained from knocking and instead practiced his martial arts in the courtyard. Despite his weakness, he recognized that engaging in these Taoist physical exercises would effectively hasten his recovery. Time swiftly passed, and an entire day had elapsed. Fei Luo awaited the arrival of the royal copper corpse. However, the outside world remained eerily silent, devoid of any trace of undead energy. Even the transformed zombies lurking in the high forests had concealed themselves. Apart from the royal copper corpse, these half-human, half-corpse entities still harbored a fear of sunlight, which was lethal to the weaker zombies and spirits. As night descended, shadows began to dart through the mountains and forests outside Fei Luo's courtyard. With a swift motion, Fei Luo opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword, imbued with an overwhelming aura. A slight smirk played upon his lips. So they have arrived. A golden glimmer flickered in his eyes as he discerned the presence of several half-human, half-corpse monstrosities, including deceased imperial guards, a few bearers of a palanquin, and the dark chamberlain. Among these figures was a diminutive silhouette clad in a crimson court robe, none other than the 71st prince. Yet, these apparitions bore twisted expressions. Their faces darkened, fangs jutting from their lips, moving in a manner that was neither human nor zombie. Together, they advanced, their collective undead energy coalescing into a formidable presence. With no other souls within 100 miles, their passage would undoubtedly herald a series of grisly events. Howls echoed from outside the courtyard, startling everyone within. Taoist Simu sprang to his feet, brandishing a peachwood sword as he rushed out. Although Taoist Qianhe had not fully regained his peak condition, he too seized a treasured sword and followed closely behind Simu. Meanwhile, Master Isho, alerted by the sounds of the undead, appeared in the courtyard wielding an iron staff. As the scene unfolded, all present beheld a grotesque assembly led by the Dark Vice Minister, a sinister congregation of half-human, half-corpse entities. With a guttural roar, the Vice Minister and his ghastly companions inhaled deeply, their blood-red eyes glinting with a feral hunger, as they shrieked and charged towards the Taoist Simu and his companions. Transformed into false corpses, they were driven by a singular, murderous intent. Taoist Qian, he narrowed his eyes, his fingertips pulsating with arcane energy. as he transmuted his peach-wood sword into a radiant golden weapon, a fierce determination blazing within his gaze. Slay them! Slay them! Echoed the powerful shouts of Taoist Qian He and Master Lian as they infused their magical prowess into their implements and surged forth to confront the advancing abominations. Suddenly, the courtyard reverberated with the somber thuds of combat, intermingled with the chilling howls of the false corpses, instilling a profound sense of dread. Chapter 78. Suppression of the false core. The sounds of combat reverberated through the courtyard, with waves of clashes echoing one after another. Master Lian exclaimed in astonishment. These creatures are all iron corpses? In their recent skirmish, Taoist Simu and Master Lian had managed to vanquish only 2 of the false corpses, but alas, their numbers were overwhelming. Each of these false corpses possessed a resilience comparable to that of iron corpses, impervious to ordinary strikes. The copper corpses were of an even higher rank. Any individual they injured would transform into an iron corpse. It was regrettable that the Taoist had not eradicated them all at that moment. Taoist Qian spoke up, having only dealt with his 4 disciples. Given the urgency of the situation, if one were to eliminate these guards, their own life would be at stake. Taoist Simu cast a glance at Taoist Qian and remarked. Upon hearing this, Master Lian suddenly came to a realization. In confronting the undead, he lacked the extensive experience of the Maoshan priests. Roar! Roar! The group of false corpses, their eyes glowing red and faces dark as night, howled incessantly as they charged towards the 3. Onward! Taoist Qian cried. Smearing his vital essence onto his talisman as he surged forward, followed closely by Taoist Simu and Master Lian. Bang! 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 The 2 Taoists and the monk were embroiled in a chaotic melee with a dozen iron corpses. While they had confidence in defeating them one-on-one, the sheer number of false corpses proved to be overwhelming. Before long, the 3 found themselves retreating, besieged by the relentless tide of corpses. Roar! This is dire! The 2 royal guards howled, their claws poised to strike Taoist Qian, while Taoist Simu and Master Lian were equally overwhelmed, unable to offer assistance. Taoist Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Still recovering from his injuries, he found himself in a precarious position amidst the fray. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance. A flash of cold light slicing through the air, and the heads of the 2 royal guards soared away, dark blood gushing forth from their necks, their eyes wide with shock. Buzz! The silhouette of Fei Luo materialized before Taoist Qian, the snowfall sword in his hand, emitting a resounding melody. As the 2 undead bodies collapsed to the ground, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The edge of the snowfall sword dispatched iron corpses as effortlessly as one would butcher poultry. Fei Luo! Master Lian and Taoist Simu rejoiced at the sight of Fei Luo's arrival. Uncle Master, you are still wounded. Retreat for now. Leave these trivial foes to me. Fei Luo said with a smile, disregarding the false corpses. Upon hearing this, Master Lian and Taoist Simu exchanged glances and promptly assisted Taoist Qian in retreating. They were eager to witness the true extent of Fei Luo's prowess. Taoist Qian gazed at Fei Luo, saying, Nephew, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. This was the 2nd time Fei Luo had saved his life, and Taoist Qian momentarily forgot about the encroaching false corpses, ready to express his heartfelt thanks to Fei Luo. Enough, junior brother, save your words for later. You must first recover before you can repay any debts, Taoist Simu said, patting Taoist Qian's shoulder. Roar! The remaining false corpses, upon witnessing Fei Luo's sudden appearance, let out a monstrous roar and charged at him. This echelon of zombies is devoid of intellect. Observing the approaching figures of the dark officials, Fei Luo gradually closed his eyes. With the technique of the void-breaking sword, he pursued the wind. Whoosh! The footsteps of the 4-eyed Taoist and the others faltered, their eyes widening in astonishment. They were utterly dumbfounded. In their gaze, Fei Luo's figure appeared as a specter, and with every strike of the snowfall sword, countless snowflakes danced around him. A faint golden radiance enveloped the sword, and with each swing, the heads of several faux corpses were sent soaring into the air. Fei Luo activated the star-plucking step, his feet barely touching the ground, as light as a feather. The sword light in his hand resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly reaping the lives of these faux corpses. Amiba! Master Lian observed Fei Luo's gallant stature and silently uttered a prayer. The 4-eyed Taoist trembled inwardly, gazing at Fei Luo's silhouette in speechless awe. In Renjia town, he had only heard from Jiushu about Fei Luo's formidable prowess, having witnessed Fei Luo vanquish a female ghost here. He had not anticipated the ferocity of his swordsmanship to such an extent. A prodigy of Taoist techniques as well as swordsmanship. Such an individual is indeed unparalleled throughout the ages. At least in the legends of the Maoshan sect over the past century, none could rival Fei Luo's youthful talents. The most astonished of all was Taoist Qian. Just yesterday, passing by the 4-eyed Taoist dojo, He had observed the respect that both the four-eyed Taoist and Master Ikkyu bestowed upon Fei Luo, and had heard the four-eyed Taoist extolling Fei Luo's virtues. Yet now, Taoist Qianhe felt he had underestimated Fei Luo. Not only had he effortlessly dispelled the corpse poison from his own body, but he also exhibited such formidable strength. To the onlookers, it was as if they were witnessing a vivid painting. The sword light flickered as the faux corpses fell like ripe wheat. Flash. As Fei Luo delivered his final thrust against the young seventh prince, who appeared no older than 10, his sword quivered slightly in his grasp. It was a tragic sight for one so young, already transformed into a half-human, half-corpse. Yet this hesitation was but a fleeting moment. Fei Luo closed his eyes and thrust his sword forward. Gurgle. The head of the seventh prince rolled across the ground like a ball, his two crimson eyes reflecting profound shock. Though these faux corpses lacked intellect, they still possessed an instinctive fear of danger. They were unable to flee, falling victim to Fei Luo's relentless blade. Surveying the courtyard filled with corpses and the foul stench in the air, Fei Luo furrowed his brow. Celestial fire curse. With a single hand, he formed a seal and gently exhaled. Boom. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, dozens of flames leapt onto the faux corpses, igniting into a roaring inferno. In a mere moment, these faux corpses were reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exterminating the horde of faux corpses. You have earned a reward. The system's voice resonated in Fei Luo's mind the instant he dealt with the seventh prince. Gulp. Jia Lu and Jing Jing, standing beside the four-eyed Taoist, gazed at Fei Luo, who appeared godlike, swallowing hard in awe. So powerful, incredibly powerful. These false corpses, while not as terrifying as the bronze corpses, are indeed far more formidable than the ordinary hairy ones. Yet, within a mere span of 10 breaths, Fei Luo managed to vanquish the multitude of false corpses. Fei Luo, you are truly magnificent, Jingjing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, breaking the silence that had enveloped the crowd. Well done, Fei Luo. As Jingjing spoke, others joined in, showering him with praise. It was astonishing. Witnessing Fei Luo's prowess in dispatching so many false corpses felt akin to watching a cinematic spectacle. Esteemed friends, we must remain vigilant, for the royal bronze corpses may strike at any moment, Fei Luo interjected, gesturing to quell the flurry of compliments. The mention of the royal bronze corpses cast a pall of silence over the group as they contemplated the formidable challenge ahead. Indeed, the strength of the bronze corpses far surpasses that of the iron ones. Chapter 79. The void-breaking sword technique. After briefly addressing the assembly, Fei Luo returned indoors. System. Claim my rewards, he commanded, settling into a meditative posture on the couch. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed your rewards. 3 chi replenishing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed your rewards. 3 precious artifacts. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Fei Luo's brow furrowed. Why only 3 chi replenishing pills? And 3 artifacts? In the past, vanquishing such formidable zombies would yield at least dozens of heavenly source-gathering pills, wouldn't it? The heavenly source-gathering pill is renowned for its unparalleled ability to elevate one's foundational cultivation, even benefiting those in the void pill stage. To date, Fei Luo had consumed dozens of these potent pills. While the chi replenishing pills are indeed effective in restoring mana, the heavenly source-gathering pills not only replenish mana, but also stabilize and enhance one's cultivation. Having just defeated over a dozen iron corpse-level undead, why were the rewards so meager? Could it be that as my strength has increased, the rewards for slaying lesser creatures have diminished? Fei Luo mused, his brow knitted in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he found himself inclined to agree with his own assessment. Dismissing the matter from his mind, he acknowledged that the royal copper corpse would inevitably come knocking at his door. It seemed clear that with the enhancement of his capabilities, he must confront more formidable foes to reap substantial rewards. Otherwise, would he not effortlessly become invincible? To transcend from the mortal pill stage to the golden pill stage is indeed a formidable hurdle. The golden pill stage signifies a transformative leap, akin to the Corpse King. Cultivators who reach this pinnacle can soar through the skies, truly breaking free from their mortal confines. The Corpse King, too, possesses the ability to fly, earning the title of a flying entity among zombies. Yet, the combat prowess of a copper corpse already rivals that of a golden pill cultivator. One can only wonder how formidable the Corpse King truly is. According to Taoist Qianhe, the reason the royal copper corpse ascended to its current state in merely 3 years is due to the emergence of a Corpse King within the decaying Qing dynasty, who harbors a grand scheme to forge an army of the undead to reclaim the realm. Fei Luo's gaze flickered as he contemplated these revelations. He understood that such turmoil was an inevitable consequence of this chaotic era, compounded by the rampant presence of malevolent spirits and the suffering of the populace amidst years of warfare. He resolved to do all within his power to advocate for the common people. Yet, It is laughable that the decaying Qing dynasty dares to rely on mere zombies to restore their dominion. How utterly absurd. A moribund dynasty, on the brink of collapse, believes it can reverse its fortunes through the agency of the undead. At this moment, Fei Luo found himself at a loss for words. Should he label the corpse king overly confident, or simply foolish? In silence, he cast aside the tumult of his thoughts and began to meditate with closed eyes. Ding. Under the tenfold enhancement of your Earth-level first-rank spiritual root, the progress of your void-breaking sword technique has reached 20. Upon hearing the system's voice, a smile graced Fei Luo's countenance. Soon, tomorrow I shall practice swordsmanship in the back mountains for an entire day. This progress is likely to double, Fei Luo whispered, contemplating the third form of his void-breaking sword technique. Only upon mastering the third form would he truly achieve a semblance of proficiency in this sword technique, marking his genuine entry into the realm of mastery. In a night devoid of conversation, Fei Luo found himself in meditation as the dawn gradually broke. During these past few days, he had resolved to await the arrival of the royal copper corpse while diligently practicing the third form of the void-breaking sword technique. This third form, a technique of the golden core stage, instilled in him a sense of confidence, even in the face of the copper corpse itself. At the back mountain, by the water's edge, a bluebird perched upon a branch, its soulful eyes fixated on the silhouette of a figure beside the pond. Whoosh! With graceful arcs, the snowfall sword danced in Fei Luo's grasp, sending flurries of snowflakes swirling through the air as if they were real. After a considerable duration, Fei Luo thrust forth his sword. Clang! A resounding note of swordplay resonated through the void, causing the bluebird to widen its eyes in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, Fei Luo's sword seemed to transform into dozens of beams of light, simultaneously targeting a single point. Though it was but a simple thrust, devoid of any magical power, it bore the illusion of a multitude of swords striking at once. The 100-sword realm constituted the foundational entry into the third form. The question lingered, how should one wield the sword? Fei Luo gazed at the snowfall sword in his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The void-breaking sword technique required a 10-sword realm for its first form, while the second form demanded threefold mastery of the first. As for the third form, it necessitated 3 times the requirements of the second, culminating in the 100-sword realm. The essence of the 100-sword realm lay in executing a single strike that equated to 100, enhanced by magical energy. The destructive power of an ordinary thrust far surpassed that of an average practitioner. If I were to harness magical energy, I could achieve a 70-sword realm. Yet with merely my physical strength, I could only reach a 50-sword realm. Fei Luo shook his head, casting aside his distractions, and resumed his practice of the sword technique by the lakeside. In the path of swordsmanship, there exists no shortcut. Only relentless training yields results. This truth was clear to Fei Luo. Swordsmanship is a martial art, a skill for combat and killing, not a spell that can be effortlessly mastered with the aid of a system. Spells merely require the coordination of magical energy and incantations for effortless execution. In contrast, sword techniques demand continual practice, transforming them into muscle memory ingrained within the palm, allowing for endless adaptability in battle. Mastery is paramount, after all, in one-on-one combat. Adversaries will not grant you opportunities. A moment's carelessness could lead to total defeat. Faced with a myriad of malevolent apparitions, Fei Luo understood that without profound cultivation, death would be all too real. Ding! The sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind, causing his snowfall sword to quiver slightly in his hand. Remarkably, much like before, the combination of his own training and the system's automatic enhancement proved to be the swiftest path to progress. A smile of delight graced Fei Luo's features. The advancement of the third form of the void-breaking sword technique had initially only increased by 5 in a single day. Now, it had astonishingly reached 20 in a day. At this rate, in 3 days, he would nearly achieve mastery of the third form. As time passed, days turned into a continuum. Fei Luo remained at this location, awaiting the royal copper corpse, yet its appearance was still nowhere in sight. On the afternoon of the third day, by the pond on the back mountain, holding the snowfall sword, Fei Luo angled its blade toward the ground, a faint ringing sound emanating from the weapon. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. An aura so formidable it could instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out to the azure bird perched upon the branch behind him. "Chinger, unleash." At Fei Luo's command, the azure bird gently flapped its wings. A powerful gust erupted, sweeping countless leaves from the branches above, sending them swirling through the air toward Fei Luo. Void-breaking sword technique, flying flowers. Fei Luo thrust the snowfall sword with an astonishing swiftness. Clang! This strike, devoid of any magical enhancement, produced a blade's radiance so brilliant, refracted by the sunlight, that it was nearly blinding. Whoosh! As Fei Luo raised and lowered his sword, the dazzling light suddenly vanished. My lord, this. The azure bird gazed at the sword in Fei Luo's grasp, chirping in delight. Chapter 80. The Slaughter of the Village. Forging the copper armor in the gaze of the blue bird, Fei Luo's sword bore a perfect string of 110 leaves. Each leaf, uniform in size, was meticulously threaded onto the snowfall sword like a garland. Today, beneath Fei Luo's feet lay a thick carpet of leaves. The blue bird could scarcely recall how many times she had flapped her wings to scatter the leaves. She understood that Fei Luo had mastered the third sword technique to its fullest. The blue bird was utterly astonished. It is crucial to note that Fei Luo drew and swung his sword in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he had to strike 100 leaves, which were so diminutive that they could not be pierced by the snowfall sword. He had to penetrate leaves of just the right size. What an extraordinary feat this was! Though a beast of the wild, the blue bird recognized the tremendous difficulty involved. "Aha!" Fei Luo exclaimed, gazing at the 110 leaves adorning the snowfall sword, his laughter ringing with joy. Over the past 3 days, through both systematic cultivation and his own diligent practice, he had successfully achieved mastery of the third technique. What he had not anticipated was not only reaching the realm of 100 swords, but also surpassing the technique's requirements by piercing through 110 leaves. This was indeed a delightful surprise. "Qinger, you have worked hard," Fei Luo said, waving the snowfall sword, causing the leaves to flutter down gracefully in the air. Upon hearing his voice, the blue bird instantly transformed into her humanoid form, brimming with excitement. "Young master, if this move were to be enhanced with magical power, how formidable it would be. Would you like to know?" Fei Luo teased, glancing at the enchanting figure of Qing Shuang. "Yes, indeed. Young master, even without magical power, your technique is already so fierce. If it were to be empowered, I feel this move would be utterly terrifying," she replied, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, eager to discover the effects of Fei Luo's technique in combat. However, Fei Luo shook his head, observing Qing Shuang. "Qinger, this move demands immense energy. It is not suitable to unleash here." As he spoke, he sheathed the snowfall sword and turned to depart. "Let us go. I hope that royal copper corpse does not disappoint me upon arrival." Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang paused momentarily. Excessive consumption? She was aware that the amount of magical power within Fei Luo was hardly inferior to her own as a beast, and perhaps even greater. In an instant, Qing Shuang radiated with light and transformed back into the blue bird, flapping her wings to follow him. Upon returning to the courtyard, Fei Luo observed that Daoist Simu and Daoist Qian he were engrossed in a game of chess and chose not to interrupt them, making his way directly into the house. After 3 days of recovery, Daoist Qian he's injuries had fully healed, thanks to the efficacy of the Great Rejuvenation Pill. The 3 treasured artifacts acquired from slaying the false corpse had not been kept for himself, but had been bestowed upon Daoist Qian he and the others. Such weapons were of little use to him now. They were far better suited for Daoist Qian he and his companions. Naturally, since Daoist Qian he and Daoist Simu's bodies were already quite cluttered, and they had not undergone the cleansing of their marrow with the washing marrow pill, their rate of absorbing the medicinal effects was considerably slower. Fei Luo contemplated aiding Daoist Qianhe and Daoist Simu in their endeavor to cultivate their essence through the I Ching, thereby enhancing their spiritual prowess. This would enable them to contribute to the preservation of righteousness in the world. However, he recognized that the moment was not opportune. A genius like Jiu Shu had taken several days to refine the cleansing elixir, and Fei Luo was uncertain how long it would take for Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe to achieve similar results. After all, Jiu Shu was renowned as the most talented disciple of Mao Shan, second only to Shijian, with a precious artifact in hand. Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe possessed the strength to easily contend with ordinary iron corpses. Fei Luo was quite willing to assist his fellow disciples and righteous practitioners. The elixirs, as long as they were used for vanquishing demons and slaying monsters, could be replenished endlessly. Any surplus would serve little purpose for him personally, making it more fitting to bestow upon his brethren. The small courtyard where Fei Luo resided was tranquil, with chickens, geese, and pigs leisurely foraging. Yet, 500 miles away, a village lay in the throes of a hellish nightmare. 3 days prior, the royal copper corpse, suffering from the backlash of a jade talisman, felt as if his fingers were seared, inflicting excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity to absorb the blood essence of the living, the royal copper corpse ventured westward. Discovering a village merely 200 miles from Gaoshulan, the very village Daoist Qianhe had intended to rest in. Unfortunately, rainstorms had unleashed a wave of calamity. 3 days ago, under the moonlight, the royal copper corpse had stealthily infiltrated this serene village after absorbing the blood essence of over a dozen individuals. A chilling corpse-like roar echoed, sending the village dogs into a frenzied barking, as they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the royal copper corpse. Yet, these frantic sounds failed to awaken the slumbering villagers. In one household, Young parents were cozily nestled with their child on the heated bed, when suddenly, the infant let out a piercing wail. Ah! The mother awoke, her heart racing with terror. Before her eyes, her husband had transformed into a corpse. Lying beside her, while her child was being drained of blood by a horrifying zombie clad in an official robe, the royal copper corpse licked its lips, savoring the delectable essence. With a swift motion, it seized the mother, its bloodthirsty fangs piercing her neck. Moments later, her screams faded, her pupils dilating, her complexion darkening as she lay lifeless on the bed. After dispatching this family, the royal copper corpse felt a slight relief from the burning sensation in its palm. Its bell-like eyes scanning the distant homes. Run! There's a zombie! In the darkness, a few villagers awoke, realizing the peril that had befallen their village. Yet, it was not long before their cries transformed into chilling screams, vanishing into the night. The moonlight cast a haunting glow upon the village, revealing a scene of devastation. No living creature remained, the ground soaked in crimson blood, littered with the corpses of chickens and dogs, all fallen victim to the ravenous undead. In the ensuing 3 days, all villagers bitten by the royal copper corpse awakened as soulless entities, marking the beginning of an insidious transformation. Among this multitude, there exists a diverse array of individuals, encompassing men, women, the elderly, and children, with the youngest being mere infants swaddled in blankets. Strangely, even these infants, at this moment, have transformed into beings of formidable strength, capable of leaping several meters with ease. By day, they lie in ambush within their abodes, while by night, their eerie cries echo through the air, as if all the pseudo-corpses in the village are deliberately casting their gaze upon a particular dwelling. It is here that the royal copper corpse resides, under the luminous glow of the moon. The injuries on the royal copper corpse's hand have healed over the past 3 days, and he has also absorbed the essence of blood from dozens of villagers, resulting in a surge of necromantic energy that surpasses that of 3 days prior, hinting at a potential breakthrough in strength. A roar reverberates through the tranquil night sky, as the royal copper corpse's fangs visibly elongate, and the emanating necromantic energy is markedly more potent than before. With a satisfied growl, the royal copper corpse unleashes a powerful roar, and in an instant, the necromantic energy condenses, giving rise to a faint yet distinct layer of armor forged from this very energy enveloping his robes. The copper corpse reaches its zenith, solidifying into a formidable copper armor. Chapter 81. The onslaught of the corpse horde, a resounding roar echoed through the village as the royal copper corpse bellowed, instantly commanding the attention of all the foe corpses within the vicinity, as if they were beholding their sovereign. Advance 500 miles eastward and crush what lies there, it declared ominously, leaping onto the rooftop, its gaze fixed upon the east, shrouded in shadows. With a cacophony of howls, the horde of corpses surged forth, their disarray creating a chilling sight as they moved as one, a dark mass of undead that sent shivers down the spine. From the corners of its mouth, a ghastly aura emanated, and its eyes glinted with an icy malevolence. I have forged my copper armor, no matter the prowess of those who dwell there. I shall exact my vengeance today. With a swift motion, the royal copper corpse vanished, appearing 100 meters away in an instant, swiftly outpacing the horde and disappearing into the dense forest. It had intended to drain the lifeblood of the Taoist Qianhe, only to be thwarted by a jade talisman. The royal copper corpse had endured 3 days of restraint, all for the sake of revenge. Having achieved the pinnacle of its current form with the creation of the copper armor, ascending to the silver corpse level was not a mere matter of devouring a few mortals. The transition to a silver corpse was a formidable hurdle. Surpassing this threshold would grant it the ability to soar through the skies. The horde surged wildly through the forest, their terrifying aura-driving creatures within dozens of miles to flee in terror, even the tiniest insects daring not to approach the undead throng. This chilling and oppressive energy evoked an instinctual dread in all living beings. In the distance, within the humble abode of Taoist Simu, a sudden flash erupted from the eyes of Fei Luo, gleaming with a golden light as he pierced through layers of space to witness the wave of foe corpses advancing like a tide. So many foe corpses? He mused, furrowing his brow, and soon his gaze fell upon an exceptionally tall and sinister figure among the throng, clad in official robes, with fangs protruding. The overwhelming aura of death emanating from it was palpable even from 100 miles away. The royal copper corpse had evidently ravaged a village. After a few moments of observation, Fei Luo grasped the situation. The foe corpses were predominantly clad in the garb of common folk, men, women, and children alike, clearly remnants of a village. Yet now, these villagers had morphed into grotesque half-human, half-corpse entities. A smile crept across Fei Luo's lips as he stepped outside. Taoist Simu, Taoist Qianhe, Master Lian Shu, a horde of corpses approaches. His calm voice resonated through the courtyard, immediately stirring Taoist Simu, Taoist Qianhe, and Master Ishio. The three swiftly gathered, wielding the treasures bestowed upon them by Fei Luo, and positioned themselves behind him. "Fei Luo, where's the zombie horde?" inquired Taoist Qianhe, his sword in hand, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. With this artifact, his strength had surged more than threefold. Taoist Simu and Master Ishio also cast curious glances toward the murky night sky, remaining silent, for they understood that Fei Luo would not act without reason. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiala and Jingjing emerged into the courtyard, each brandishing a peachwood sword, a talisman gifted by Taoist Simu. They obtained the treasures bestowed by Fei Luo, and the magical artifacts, which they typically carried, were naturally left for their disciples. Fei Luo smiled calmly and said, "It has arrived." As his words fell, the crowd felt a subtle tremor beneath their feet. Roar, roar, roar. From the distant night sky, the echoes of the undead's howls approached, growing ever nearer, sending chills down their spines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A haze of corpse energy enveloped the air, and shadows began to leap across the ground, coming into view. With a loud crash, the first zombie charged forward, smashing the wooden gate of the courtyard, its eyes glimmering with a sinister light, staring at the Taoist and others. "Goodness. This royal copper corpse must have slaughtered an entire village," the Taoist remarked, observing the figures clad in rustic attire. He then turned to Jiala, saying, "Jiala, protect yourself well. A fierce battle is imminent, and today I shall unleash a wave of carnage." Master Ishio stroked the iron pestle in his hand and offered a brief instruction to Jingjing. Remarkably, none of the three exhibited even a hint of fear. Instead, their faces were filled with fervent excitement. They understood that regardless of the strength of the royal copper corpse, with Fei Luo present, they had no cause for concern. They were merely eager to discover how many of the false corpses they could vanquish with their treasured artifacts. A more resonant and terrifying howl erupted, as the royal copper corpse leaped 100 meters, landing before them. Upon seeing Taoist Qianhe brandishing his sword and fixing his gaze upon him, the royal copper corpse momentarily paused in surprise. It mused, bewildered by the fact that Taoist Qianhe spoke as a human. "Impossible. You have been poisoned by my copper corpse venom. How can you not have transformed into a zombie?" Taoist Qianhe coldly laughed. "There are many things you do not know. The mere copper corpse venom can indeed be countered by certain individuals." Upon hearing this, the royal copper corpse gasped in disbelief. "Impossible. This cannot be. According to its memory, any zombie that inflicted harm upon a person left them irretrievable. Unless treated immediately after injury, it was said that no divine intervention could save them. How could this Taoist, after a mere 3 days, have returned so inexplicably to form?" The royal copper corpse then smirked ominously. "Regardless of any expert aiding you, today you shall surely perish. Consuming the essence of these Taoists will surely benefit me greatly. Children, attack." As the royal copper corpse commanded, it lunged toward Taoist Simu and the others, issuing orders to the horde of corpses behind it. Instantly, the undead surged forward, howling and charging toward Fei Luo and his companions. However, as the royal copper corpse leaped, it sensed something amiss. The individuals before it appeared entirely motionless, as if they were disregarding its presence. How could this be? The royal copper corpse knew that Taoist Qianhe was merely a foundation-level cultivator, insignificant as an ant. How could he remain so composed? Moreover, the bespectacled youth and the venerable monk remained remarkably composed. However, it was not long before the royal copper corpse discerned an anomaly. Setting aside the trio of aged rogues, it was the young man before them who exhibited the utmost calmness. Moreover, the young man's unwavering gaze upon him instilled a sense of unease even in the copper corpse, which was at the pinnacle of its existence. With a resounding roar, the royal copper corpse pinpointed Fei Luo as its target. Amongst these individuals, Fei Luo appeared the most enigmatic, and thus it resolved to strike at him first. "Masters, I entrust these youngsters to you. I shall handle this personally," he declared, facing the oncoming royal copper corpse. Without a glance backward, Fei Luo unleashed a powerful punch, simultaneously addressing the four-eyed Taoist and the others behind him. With a resounding impact, the royal copper corpse was struck by Fei Luo's fist, feeling an overwhelming force, and was sent hurtling backward. Chapter 82. The Royal Copper Corpse Bang. The figure of the royal copper corpse crashed against the distant fence, leaving it utterly bewildered. How could this be? The sheer strength of a human body was astonishingly terrifying. Just moments ago, the royal copper corpse had exerted merely half of its power, believing that would be sufficient to shred the young man before it. However, Fei Luo's demon-slaying fist had delivered a tremendous surprise. The royal copper corpse shook its head in confusion, still unable to comprehend the situation, when suddenly, a shadow lunged toward it. With a swift motion, Fei Luo brandished the snowfall blade, activating the star-plucking step beneath his feet, moving like a specter through the throngs of zombies, reaching the royal copper corpse in an instant. As Fei Luo arrived before the royal copper corpse, several floating heads from the zombie horde trailed behind him. Those were the severed heads of its companions. Roar! Roar! The mindless zombies paid no heed to the few colleagues that Fei Luo had dispatched, instead howling as they charged toward the trio of the four-eyed Taoist, the thousand crane Taoist, and Master Ratio. Kill! 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 Seeing Fei Luo send the royal copper corpse flying with a single punch, the morale of the trio surged dramatically. With a unified roar, they brandished their swords and charged at the oncoming horde of zombies. Fei Luo, like a wraith, appeared before the royal copper corpse and thrust his sword toward its face. With a soft squelch, the sharp blade pierced flesh, entering the cheek of the royal copper corpse by an inch, but failing to penetrate further. Roar! The royal copper corpse howled in fury, a mix of astonishment and anger coursing through it. Even in its dim-witted state, it recognized that this seemingly youthful warrior was indeed an extraordinary master, and the sword he wielded was at least of spiritual artifact quality. Only a spiritual artifact could breach the defenses of a copper corpse without the aid of any magical power. Extending its claw, the royal copper corpse swatted away Fei Luo's snowfall blade, retracting as if propelled by a spring. Fei Luo glanced at his snowfall blade, and then at the wound on the royal copper corpse's face, which oozed green blood. The defenses of this copper corpse were indeed impressive, eliciting a slight surprise from Fei Luo. His casual thrust had merely been an attempt to gauge the legendary copper corpse, which was said to be impervious to ordinary artifacts. This observation reaffirmed Fei Luo's hypothesis. If he wielded a treasured artifact empowered by magical energy, he could indeed wound the copper corpse, albeit only lightly. However, with a spiritual artifact, and with magical energy, he could sever the copper corpse. It was evident that the copper corpse was significantly more formidable than its iron counterpart. Roar! The royal copper corpse felt a stinging pain on its face, and, with a monstrous howl, charged at Fei Luo, its corporeal aura reaching a tangible state. The armor formed of this aura faintly emerged, and its razor-sharp claws lunged toward Fei Luo's throat. Copper armor? Intriguing. Fei Luo assessed the royal copper corpse and swung his sword through the air. With this strike, Fei Luo infused his sword with magical energy, a faint golden light shimmering along the blade's edge. Clash! The blade met the claws of the royal copper corpse, erupting into a shower of sparks. After this encounter, Fei Luo was slightly taken aback. Such formidable copper armor. Could it be that even a sword imbued with my own magical prowess cannot breach your defenses? Today, I shall consume you all. With a fearsome howl, the royal copper corpse lunged forward, its other claw aimed menacingly at Fei Luo's throat. Its claws, the embodiment of its might, combined with copper armor, rendered its defenses formidable beyond compare. Foolishness! Fei Luo scoffed, activating the star-snatching step beneath his feet, deftly sidestepping the royal copper corpse's attack. In a flash, Fei Luo's sword radiated a brilliance so swift it was nearly invisible. Crack! The right hand of the royal copper corpse, once extended, was cleaved by the blinding sword light, severing the dark claw that soared into the air, green blood gushing from the stump, instantly withering the grass below. A foul stench permeating the courtyard. Void-breaking sword technique, Wind Chaser. With but a single strike, Fei Luo severed the royal copper corpse's arm. That claw, akin to bronze in its resilience, offered no defense against the void-breaking sword technique. The royal copper corpse let out a chilling scream, its twisted visage reflecting disbelief as it gazed upon its severed limb, shock etched across its features. How could this be? How could he breach my defenses? What manner of technique is that? The anguished cries of the royal copper corpse resonated, startling the distant four-eyed Taoist and his companions. Kill! 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 The trio wielded their treasured artifacts, and although the foe corpses could momentarily contend with them, they were no match for the treasures in their hands, despite their numbers. Die! I shall make you perish. The royal copper corpse glared at the solidly built Fei Luo, its eyes ablaze with hatred. With a guttural roar, a faint green light emanated from within its body, enveloping it. This is bad, the four-eyed Taoist exclaimed, his voice faltering. Fei Luo, be cautious. It is igniting its corpse stand. In that instant, the horde of foe corpses surged forward, leaving the four-eyed Taoist to fend off their relentless assault with his sword. Igniting the corpse stand and unleashing its corpse energy is a desperate measure of the copper corpse's realm. After its use, it would plunge into a state of extreme weakness, necessitating substantial replenishment. Yet, in comparison to the adversaries before him, such a sacrifice seemed trivial. As the royal copper corpse's corpse stand blazed with brilliant light, the surrounding corpse energy shimmered with a verdant hue, withering the grass beneath it and exuding a chilling aura that enveloped the courtyard. Die! The royal copper corpse surged forward, its speed akin to a wraith, the remaining claw radiating a ghostly glow as it lunged at Fei Luo. Star Snatching Step. The moment the Royal Copper Corpse moved, Fei Luo was already in motion, channeling the Star Snatching Step with all his might. Fei Luo discovered that the speed of the Royal Copper Corpse was surprisingly on par with his own. This revelation left Fei Luo momentarily astonished. Even without the words of the esteemed Taoist, Fei Luo was acutely aware that this was the desperate maneuver of a Royal Copper Corpse. He had meticulously studied the descriptions of zombies within the Supreme Clarity Great Whole Scripture. As the rank of a zombie escalates, their desperate tactics become increasingly bizarre, with tales of formidable undead beings that even spirits dread to confront. These entities are reputed to be indestructible and immortal. However, Fei Luo merely regarded it with astonishment. The colossal figure before him, whose defenses rivaled those of the Golden Core stage, posed little genuine threat to him. With a subtle movement, he executed the third form of the void-breaking sword technique, Flying Flowers. Fei Luo deftly evaded the onslaught of the Royal Copper Corpse. Clang! The air resounded with a symphony of sword chants, accompanied by brilliant streaks of sword light, cascading towards the Royal Copper Corpse like a meteor shower. The splendor of this strike was blinding, rendering it nearly impossible to behold, as the very atmosphere erupted with countless explosive sounds, akin to the overwhelming force of 1,000 swords unleashed in unison. With a swift thrust, Fei Luo's blade pierced through the Royal Copper Corpse. The creature, momentarily blinded by the flash of silver, struggled to comprehend what had transpired. In an instant, the gleaming sword light vanished, leaving the Royal Copper Corpse in disbelief as it cast its gaze upon its own chest. There, Fei Luo's sword had breached its once proud defenses, piercing through its very core. Chapter 83. The forceful slaying of the Royal Copper Corpse. As the green blood continuously dripped from its chest, the Royal Copper Corpse stood bewildered. However, this was far from over. Fei Luo's sword energy cascaded like a torrential rain of blades, slicing through the heads of the distant pseudo-corpses, causing them to topple one by one. The third move, Flying Blossoms, intermingled a piercing technique within a group assault, adeptly combining area attacks with pinpoint strikes. Soul-capturing technique. Binding. Demon-suppressing technique. Binding. A radiant blue light emanated from Fei Luo's eyes, swiftly penetrating the vacant gaze of the Royal Copper Corpse. With a single hand, he wielded the Snowfall Sword, performing a gesture that unleashed a golden wave of energy, surging into the corpse's body and rapidly purging the miasma within. Roar. Roar. While the Royal Copper Corpse was momentarily dazed, it was suddenly struck by two powerful attacks, leaving its head ringing and its insides ablaze. Akin to a mortal being scorched by fierce flames, enduring excruciating agony. In an instant, the corpse's eyes transformed into hollow voids, with its eyeballs vanishing into thin air. Countless golden lights erupted from within, piercing its body like a sieve, causing the greenish-black miasma to dissipate upon contact with the radiant glow. With a decisive strike, Fei Luo withdrew his Snowfall Sword, and the Royal Copper Corpse, racked with pain, fell to its knees, golden light spilling from its surface. Human! Human! The Royal Copper Corpse, its eyes destroyed and its insides in disarray from the binding spell, helplessly knelt, emitting a defiant, yet weakening roar. As its voice faded, the relentless erosion of the miasma rendered it powerless, convulsing on the ground like a fevered wretch, in a most eerie manner. Is this the extent of your prowess? Daring to make an appearance? Fei Luo scoffed at the writhing form of the Royal Copper Corpse on the ground. With another sweeping move of Flying Blossoms, the distant cluster of pseudo-corpses met a similar fate, collapsing like harvested grain. Witnessing Fei Luo dispatch the Royal Copper Corpse in mere moments left the four-eyed Taoist and others with parched throats, swallowing nervously. One move, just a single maneuver, had rendered the Royal Copper Corpse incapacitated while simultaneously eliminating dozens of pseudo-corpses. What manner of technique is this, enveloped in a tempest of sword light? In the distance, atop a rooftop, the Azure Bird's eyes widened in awe as she beheld Fei Luo's display, her admiration reaching unprecedented heights. No wonder the young master remarked on the immense energy expenditure of this technique. Its power was staggering. She mused, shivering at the thought. If it were to strike flesh and blood, would it not reduce them to a mere sieve in an instant? Fei Luo, be cautious. The four-eyed Taoist reflected on Fei Luo's strike. But upon noticing the twitching Royal Copper Corpse on the ground, he was struck with alarm. Suddenly, the once convulsing corpse sprang forth as if revitalized. Its body drenched in green blood, its eyes now resembling dark abysses, though its sense of smell remained intact. Fueled by an overwhelming hatred, the Royal Copper Corpse, despite enduring excruciating pain, concentrated its remaining miasma and lunged at Fei Luo. Corpse stand shattered. In an instant, as the Royal Copper Corpse surged to life, a verdant orb emerged from its mouth, which it promptly crushed between its jaws, regaining its vitality. It schemed that by exploiting the shattered corpse stand to wound Fei Luo, it could eliminate others with ease. As for the broken corpse stand, it merely required replenishment for recovery. Begone. Fei Luo, witnessing this spectacle, was instantly consumed by a murderous intent. His snowfall sword, seemingly premeditated, shimmered with a golden radiance as it traced a graceful arc towards the royal copper corpse. Employing the broken void sword technique, he executed the moon-embracing strike. This luminous arc of sword light resembled a crescent moon in the sky, and with this blow, he severed the royal copper corpse's arm from its body. The armor had already been dispelled by Fei Luo, rendering the now weakened corpse an easy target. With a roar, the royal copper corpse, its arm severed, bared its fangs and lunged at Fei Luo's arm. No matter the cost, it sought to eliminate Fei Luo. Do you enjoy capturing others? Then let me show you the taste of being captured. Fei Luo's brow arched, and with a graceful gesture, he summoned potent magical energy into his hands, extending his azure fingers to firmly grasp the copper corpse's neck. Devil-subduing claw. As he retracted his fingers, a sickening crack echoed as the royal copper corpse's massive head was crushed in his grip. With Fei Luo's current physical prowess, combined with the combat techniques from the celestial void scriptures, dispatching a zombie with a mere claw was effortless. While the zombie boasted formidable defenses, the relentless strikes had rendered its protective energies weak and vulnerable. By the heavens! What the? The usually composed Master Ikkyu, who frequently chanted Ba, was utterly astonished upon witnessing Fei Luo crush the royal copper corpse's throat and decapitate it. His shock elicited an expletive. It was common knowledge that the weakest aspect of cultivators lay in their physical forms, which were inherently frail. This was why many demon exorcists quaked at the mention of copper corpses. Once ensnared by a high-level zombie, swift healing was imperative, for any delay could lead to irreversible doom, beyond even divine salvation. Yet, what was Fei Luo's condition? He had single-handedly crushed the royal copper corpse's throat and severed its head. Daoist Chimu, equally astounded, could only mutter expletives, oblivious to his glasses slipping down his nose. Daoist Qianhe rubbed his eyes vigorously, repeatedly swallowing in disbelief. Jiala and Jingjing were left dumbfounded, their eyes sparkling like enamored fans as they gazed at Fei Luo. Only the bluebird remained unfazed, aware that Fei Luo's physical form rivaled that of an iron corpse. Within the confines of the room, Fei Luo's mastery of magical energy, even when channeled into a simple fist, generated winds that left her in awe. You. The royal copper corpse's head, now firmly in Fei Luo's grasp, gazed in terror at its body as it swayed like a headless fly before slowly collapsing to the ground, rendered speechless by shock. The corpse shattered, and deprived of the malevolent energy that once animated it, the body could no longer maintain its upright posture, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The corpse king of the great Qing shall undoubtedly seek vengeance on my behalf. I, the noble Gili king, am a harbinger of the undead. Enough of this clamor. Fei Luo gazed upon the head that spoke in human tongue, incessantly threatening him, as a sphere of crimson flame erupted in his hand, causing the head to crackle within the inferno. Humanity, you shall come to regret this. Before the corpse king, you are but an insignificant insect. Within the flames, the voice of the royal copper corpse grew increasingly faint, until it ultimately vanished into nothingness. What of the corpse king? If he does not seek me out, I shall certainly pursue him. Fei Luo beheld the head that had been reduced to ashes and, with a gesture of his fingers, unleashed a torrent of flames. Instantly, a blaze engulfed the corpses in the courtyard, illuminating the night sky with its brilliance. Ding! Congratulations, host. On vanquishing the royal copper corpse of the frontier, a mysterious reward has been bestowed upon you. With the demise of the royal copper corpse, the voice of the system resonated within Fei Luo's mind at once. Chapter 84. The magical garment. Esteemed guests, the malevolent spirits have been vanquished this night, and I shall retire to my chambers. Fei Luo refrained from immediately claiming his rewards. Instead, he exchanged a few parting words with Daoist Qianhe and the others before turning on his heel and departing. Ah, very well. Daoist Simu was the first to regain his composure, instinctively nodding in agreement. Up until this moment, they remained in a state of astonishment. As they observed Fei Luo entering his room, the onlookers were still captivated, reminiscing about Fei Luo's gallant demeanor. Upon returning to his quarters, the azure bird fluttered in through the window, gracefully alighting nearby and silently regarding Fei Luo. System, claim the rewards, Fei Luo commanded as he settled onto the couch. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the royal copper corpse. You have received 3 great yuan pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the royal copper corpse. You have obtained a magical garment, the Rui Bao Yi. Note, the Rui Bao Yi is an upgraded version of a spiritual item, capable of transforming at will, providing resistance against water and fire, and safeguarding against malevolent forces. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the royal copper corpse. You have received 3 heavenly yuan soul-gathering pills. Upon hearing the system's announcements, a knowing smile graced Fei Luo's face. He disregarded the Great Yuan pills and Heavenly Yuan soul-gathering pills, fully aware of their effects. As for the Great Yuan pills, which could enhance his physical cultivation, 3 would undoubtedly be insufficient to elevate his current corporeal realm. The Rui Baoyi, a soft, palm-sized inner armor materialized in Fei Luo's hand, and his eyes filled with astonishment. Treasures are categorized into magical artifacts, precious artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and spiritual treasures. In this era of decline, magical artifacts are the most commonplace, with precious artifacts appearing occasionally. However, spiritual artifacts and treasures are exceedingly rare. His own Snowfall Sword is a spiritual artifact, while the Rui Bao Yi is unmistakably a spiritual treasure of a higher caliber. Spiritual treasures possess transformative abilities and extraordinary powers. After a moment's contemplation, Fei Luo followed the system's instructions, pricking his fingertip to draw a drop of blood, which he let fall onto the Rui Bao Yi. Swish! The instant his blood touched the golden soft armor, it radiated brilliance, resonating with Fei Luo much like a spatial ring. Under the puzzled gaze of the Azure Bird, Fei Luo swiftly shed his black robes, revealing his robust torso, leaving only a pair of shorts. Ah! The Azure Bird blushed, exclaiming, "Young master, what are you doing? My transformation period has already concluded today." She was bewildered, yet the next moment, she was struck dumb. Before her eyes, the small inner armor in Fei Luo's hand shimmered and vanished, only for a set of black casual attire to manifest on his person. The ensemble appeared somewhat peculiar, adorned with a clover pattern. "What are you thinking?" Fei Luo quipped, casting an exasperated glance at the Azure Bird. "Am I truly that kind of person?" The Azure Bird found herself at a loss for words, unsure of the thoughts that had just crossed her mind. It seemed that her young master was not that sort of individual after all. In that instant, Fei Luo concentrated his thoughts, and a pair of white athletic shoes materialized beneath his feet. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a strikingly modern appearance, far surpassing the traditional garb of this era by a considerable margin. Fei Luo gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a thought crossing his mind. His attire transformed into a black ancient robe, then into a substantial down jacket, and finally into an immaculate Chinese suit. Qing Miao watched in astonishment as Fei Luo's clothing morphed like magic, reverting back to the black sportswear, her mouth agape in disbelief. "My lord, could this be the legendary spirit treasure?" Qing Miao exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. In response, Fei Luo nodded, confirming, "Indeed, this is a spirit treasure, albeit a low-grade one. With this treasure in hand, even that copper corpse would be unable to breach my defenses." Hearing his words, Qing Miao's mind buzzed with curiosity. She longed to inquire how Fei Luo could so effortlessly produce treasures, yet she understood that such questions were not her place to ask. As a servant, she recognized the bounds of her role and knew this was Fei Luo's secret. Nevertheless, she often pondered how he accomplished such feats without ever witnessing him refining pills or crafting artifacts, as if these treasures and elixirs appeared at his fingertips. "Qing Miao, remain here. I have a matter to discuss with Daoist Simu. We shall depart early tomorrow," Fei Luo announced as he opened the door and stepped out. Upon hearing this, Qing Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? My lord, where are we going?" "We shall speak of it tomorrow. Lingering here serves no purpose now," Fei Luo replied, casting a glance back at the thrilled Qing Miao, a smile gracing his lips. With that, he closed the door and made his way to the room where Daoist Simu awaited. "Master Fei Luo, this is far too precious." Daoist Simu and his companions gawked at the 2 vials of elixirs before them, their eyes wide with astonishment. Moments prior, Fei Luo had entered the room to inform them of his impending departure the following day, leaving behind 5 cleansing marrow pills, 10 Tian Yuan gathering soul pills, and an additional 10 healing spirit elixirs. The sheer abundance of elixirs left the 3 in utter disbelief, especially for Daoist Simu, who had initially hoped for just 1 or 2 pills from Fei Luo, never anticipating such a generous gesture. Such a quantity of elixirs was beyond the reach of even the Maoshan sect. Moreover, they were uncertain if the Maoshan sect even possessed any elixirs in the current era. With the arrival of the end of the law era, such resources had become increasingly scarce. As for alchemy, without reaching the true pill stage, one could not concoct pills. Even if one attempted to refine elixirs, success was never guaranteed, and the time, energy, and materials required were immeasurable. Though the 3 were astonished, they repeatedly expressed their refusal, believing that such a bounty of elixirs would be far more beneficial to Fei Luo than to them, viewing it as a waste of resources. A talent like Fei Luo, a once-in-a-millennium figure, deserved to have his best attributes utilized to their fullest potential. Moreover, Fei Luo had already bestowed upon them treasures the previous day. To offer such an abundance of elixirs now was a kindness that truly surpassed all bounds. Observing the 3 refuse his gift, Fei Luo waved his hand, saying, "Masters, Daoist Xiao, Please do not decline any further. As he spoke, Fei Luo's voice rose in intensity. In this chaotic world, where the populace suffers, it is our duty as cultivators to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, restoring clarity to the realm. These offerings are merely a token of my intent, and I implore you not to decline. Fei Luo's words plunged the crowd into a profound silence. What constitutes lofty ideals? What defines the essence of chivalry? The Taoist Four Eyes and Master Lian exchanged glances, each perceiving the understanding in the other's gaze. Observing their demeanor, Fei Luo smiled lightly. By the way, esteemed uncles and Master Lian, are you familiar with the Corpse King? Upon hearing the term Corpse King, the trio's expressions grew serious. For the royal copper corpse had uttered the name of the great Qing Corpse King in its final moments, indicating the immense schemes of this formidable entity. Chapter 85. Farewell. The term Corpse King carries a weighty significance, one that even the esteemed Four-Eyed Taoist and the venerable Thousand-Crane Taoist had only heard mentioned by their elders in their youth. Nephew Fei Luo, in his pursuit of the path of cultivation, has refined essence into qi, transformed qi into spirit, and returned the spirit to the void, ultimately merging with the Tao. If my conjecture is correct, you are now on the verge of condensing your golden elixir, having reached the pinnacle of refining essence into qi, aren't you? The Four-Eyed Taoist observed Fei Luo with a discerning gaze. Fei Luo remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Refining essence into qi culminates in the formation of the golden elixir. Following this, one progresses to refining qi into spirit, thereby transforming the elixir into a nascent form. It is said that among the undead, the Corpse King transcends the realm of the golden elixir, achieving a state of returning spirit to the void. Although this level may not be exceedingly profound, it is nonetheless a legendary existence within the nascent soul stage. As the Four-Eyed Taoist recounted this, Fei Luo's expression turned grave as he contemplated various matters. The Corpse King, it seems, is stratified into different ranks. Judging by the current situation, this royal copper corpse is merely the weakest among the king's subordinates. Therefore, it is highly probable that the Corpse King himself is an immensely formidable entity. Consequently, my quest to locate and eliminate the Corpse King, given my current capabilities, is utterly futile. Conservatively speaking, I must attain the golden elixir stage to genuinely contend with this formidable foe. Upon reaching the golden elixir stage, both the quality and quantity of my magical power, as well as the potency of my Taoist techniques, will undergo a significant transformation. After a brief exchange, Fei Luo inquired further into certain matters with the Four-Eyed Taoist and the others. Masters, I intend to depart early tomorrow. I sense an impending storm. You should take this time to focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Master Lian and the others looked at Fei Luo with surprise. Nephew, will you not stay for a few more days? The recent disturbances from demons and monsters have been relentless, and we have yet to properly entertain you, Four-Eyed Taoist expressed, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart at the thought of Fei Luo's departure. Thousand-Crane Taoist too urged, Nephew, having rescued us twice and bestowed such a fortunate opportunity upon us today, surely you can linger a while longer. Fei Luo waved his hand, interrupting Thousand-Crane Taoist. Masters, my decision is resolute. I shall leave tomorrow. I require a catalyst to break through to the golden elixir stage. For only by achieving this can I hold my own against the Corpse King. After exchanging a few more words with the group, Fei Luo rose to take his leave. Observing his retreating figure, Thousand-Crane Taoist remarked, this young man is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. I foresee him becoming a pinnacle master in the transformation of spirit stage within the spirit realm. Transformation of spirit? Four-Eyed Taoist raised an eyebrow, glancing at Thousand-Crane Taoist. Brother, you underestimate Fei Luo. I believe you will become an earthly immortal, perhaps even transcending the void, ascending in broad daylight. The last few words were articulated by the Four-Eyed Taoist with utmost gravity. Upon hearing the Four-Eyed Taoist's proclamation, both Thousand-Crane Taoist and Master Lian inhaled sharply. Goodness, an earthly immortal, ascending in broad daylight? The last to attain the immortal status of an earthly immortal was the Buddhist monk Fei Hai, 7 centuries ago. Since then, the spiritual essence of the world has grown increasingly sparse, and the ranks of cultivators have dwindled in strength. As chaos enveloped the realm and the flames of devotion waned, even lesser deities such as mountain gods and city guardians have regressed in their cultivation. Consequently, even formidable vengeful spirits no longer regard these land deities with any reverence. The thought of the 4 earthly immortals stirred excitement among the crowd, for they are true celestial beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas at will. Even ordinary Taoist spells, when wielded by these immortals, can evoke sensations of cataclysmic power. Yet, dwelling on such matters is futile. We ought to focus on digesting the fortune bestowed upon us by our esteemed mentor, Fei Luo. Taoist Simu dispelled his distractions and turned his attention to the elixir before him, lifting the vial with care. He reserved a portion of the elixir granted by Fei Luo for Jia Lu and Jing Jing, while the remaining quantity was conveniently apportioned among the three of them, a deliberate arrangement by Fei Luo. Such treasures Fei Luo would acquire in abundance through his demon-slaying endeavors. And what he provided was merely a fraction of his vast resources, neither too much nor too little. Bestowing an excess upon them might not serve their best interests in this tumultuous world, where a saying rings true: the innocent suffer for possessing precious treasures. Moreover, Fei Luo merely intended to assist them, enabling them to better combat malevolent forces in the future, whether it be Daoist Qian He or Master Xiu. Along with Daoist Simu, they are all virtuous individuals, and Fei Luo is pleased to extend his aid. This fosters a bond of goodwill, allowing them to uphold righteousness, which is indeed an act of merit. After a night of silence, as dawn broke the next day, Fei Luo and the Azure Bird departed from Daoist Simu's courtyard. The Azure Bird spread its wings, with Fei Luo seated upon its back, soaring into the sky. The door to Daoist Simu's abode creaked open, and the others emerged in succession, watching the retreating figure of Fei Luo. All five had risen early with the intention of bidding him farewell, yet when they approached, Daoist Simu and the others decided it would be best to remain silent, offering a quiet send-off. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Everyone understood this truth. Perched upon the Azure Bird's back, Fei Luo caught a glimpse of Daoist Simu and the others silently bidding him farewell, and he averted his gaze. Qing Air, head east, he commanded thoughtfully. As you wish, young master, replied the Azure Bird, flapping its wings and soaring toward the eastern horizon. As the sun rose in the east, Fei Luo observed a village below shrouded in ominous energy, sighing softly. This village bore the marks of blackened blood, evidently ravaged by the royal copper corpse. In times of turmoil, human life is the least valued of all. Gazing down at the village now reduced to ruins, Fei Luo sighed once more. At midday, noticing the Azure Bird growing weary, he spoke. Qing Air, let us rest here. Very well, the bird replied, as it dove gracefully toward a valley below. Its aura as a great demon sent a wave of fear through the surrounding wildlife, sending them fleeing in alarm. With the formidable demon known as the Bluebird at his side, Philo found his burdens considerably lightened. For the time being, Philo had yet to master the art of flying with a sword. Indeed, airborne travel was inherently swifter than traversing the ground with the aid of a movement talisman. In an instant, as he touched down, Philo opened his eyes, which shimmered with a brilliant golden light, allowing him to perceive the landscape within 100 miles as if he were a divine being. After surveying the surroundings, he spoke calmly. Qing Earth, it appears there are 3 malevolent spirits to the north. Take care of them. Now that the Bluebird had attained the Golden Core stage, she was more than capable of dealing with a few wicked spirits. Even iron corpses would be no match for her prowess. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bluebird spread her wings and took flight. With such an ally at his disposal, Philo mused, he would no longer need to intervene with ordinary spectral entities. As he watched the Bluebird disappear into the distance, Philo whispered to himself, acknowledging that his immediate priority was to seek an opportunity for breakthrough, to transcend the tribulation and ascend into the Golden Core stage. It was only upon reaching this stage that Philo would experience a true transformation. Chapter 86. The Joyful Forest. In the days that followed, Philo and the Bluebird meandered eastward, making their way into the Taihang Mountains. This place was several thousand miles from Rinjia town, indeed a distant and elusive destination. Throughout their journey, Philo remained industrious, vanquishing demons alongside Qing Shuang and delighting in the acquisition of valuable resources. At the foot of the Taihang Mountains lies an area known as Ghost's Grief. It is devoid of steep cliffs or treacherous terrain, yet local lore speaks of its sinister nature. Those who traverse the night paths often meet with mysterious falls or vanish without a trace, leaving no remains behind. Due to the numerous deaths recorded over the years, it earned the ominous name of Ghost's Grief. On this day, several riders on spirited steeds galloped along the mountain path. Brother, shall we not rest here? Ahead lies the vast Taihang Mountains, and there is a place called Ghost's Grief, one suggested. Ah, Wu, do not let your fears take hold. These are mere tales. What specters could possibly haunt such a radiant world? Instead of wasting time, we should hasten to Lixian. There awaits a lucrative venture, replied the leader. Indeed, we shall heed your words, for we, the Black Cloud 10 Fiends, have never cowered before anyone, least of all phantoms, echoed another. As they conversed, it became evident that most of them bore a faint aura of menace, each adorned with a large blade at their waist. The leader, referred to as the elder brother, sported a revolver at his side. Wu, the so-called strategist, had a distinctive scar on his face and beady eyes that betrayed a cunning nature. He was the only one among them of a more slender build and was reputed to be the brains behind the Black Cloud 10 Fiends. having often provided clever schemes that allowed them to evade multiple government crackdowns. However, in this era, the authorities were well aware, and to speak plainly, they merely preyed upon the common folk. Had Fei Luo been present, he would have instantly recognized their true identities: bandits. In this chaotic time, not only did various demons and spirits roam, but numerous warlords and thieves infested the land. This group was indeed a band of outlaws wanted by the authorities. Known as the Black Cloud 10 Fiends, infamous for their bloodthirstiness and lack of remorse in their violent endeavors. As the band departed, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, they suddenly beheld a flicker of light. "Brother, it seems there is something ahead. Should we continue onward?" Wu inquired, his voice trembling at the sight of this eerie phenomenon, for the terrain here was expansive and adorned with towering ancient trees, precisely the ghost's grief of legend. Instinctively, he glanced at the leader. "Fear not. I wager that is merely a household," the leader replied, patting the prized weapon at his waist. With a commanding gesture, he urged, "Let us investigate what lies ahead. If opportunity arises, we shall seize the moment." "Very well," the others exclaimed, their spirits lifted. They relished the thrill of robbery, aware that such words from their leader signified a readiness for violence. "Drive on! Drive on!" they shouted, excitement coursing through them as they spurred their horses faster toward the source of the light. As the group drew nearer, they discerned the source of the brilliant light. It was an ancient, charming tavern, its grand sign adorned with the words "Happy Forest." With a sigh, the crowd reined in their horses, and at the entrance, they beheld the alluring figures of graceful maidens, each possessing a captivating allure in varying forms. The barely visible women at the doorway were clad in diaphanous skirts, revealing enticing silhouettes as patrons continued to enter in quick succession. "Brother, this is nothing short of divine," exclaimed one of the gang members, his eyes wide with astonishment. In their usual exploits of robbery, they had never encountered such exquisite beauty. Each woman here could rival the finest courtesans of the county. Only Wu, the strategist, wore a look of skepticism. Could the rumors be false? Yet, how could a place resembling a brothel exist in such a desolate area? He silently pondered. But the throng of patrons entering and exiting the tavern was irrefutable. "Ah, gentlemen, since you've arrived, do come in and have a seat." An alluring madam, still radiating charm, caught sight of the group and smiled ominously before extending a warm invitation. "Ladies, come forth to attend to these esteemed gentlemen." With a flourish, she beckoned forth a dozen women of diverse charm to greet the gang. "Aha!" The leader laughed heartily, his gaze brimming with insatiable greed. "Brothers, we shall stay here tonight and indulge ourselves." As his words fell, the others dismounted one by one, eagerly rushing toward the waiting maidens. "Do not rush, gentlemen. We have fine wine and exquisite dishes, guaranteed to make you feel like immortals." The madam's voice trailed off playfully. The band of robbers, with their intentions set, launched themselves upon the unsuspecting women like hungry wolves, their hands roaming freely as they ventured into the tavern. Before long, the air within the establishment was pierced by chilling screams, startling an owl perched on a distant branch, which took flight into the night. As darkness deepened, the tavern remained ablaze with vibrant lights, a myriad of guests continuously entering and exiting, while the robbers seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. That night, Fei Luo sat astride his azure bird, gazing down at the vast mountain range below, when suddenly he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "My lord, this desolate wilderness is already the most remote area. How could there be a tavern here?" The azure bird also sensed the anomaly, articulating its thoughts. This place, surrounded by endless mountains, was indeed a realm devoid of villages or establishments. Yet here stood a brilliantly lit tavern, 3 stories high. Something was certainly amiss. Fei Luo replied coolly, his gaze sharpening with a golden glimmer. "What a dense aura of malevolence. This must be a den of spirits," he observed with a single glance at the tavern, which emanated a palpable energy of dread. This malevolent aura was akin to that of Dong Xiaoyu and the Ghost Sovereign. With such a formidable presence, this location was either a frenzied gathering of spirits or the lair of powerful ghostly overlords. Regardless of the circumstances, this place is far from benevolent. "Young master, there is a palpable aura of malice. Should I investigate the situation?" the blue bird remarked, gazing at the tavern by the mountain path in the distance. Fei Luo shook his head, declaring, "You are a formidable demon. It would not be appropriate for you to proceed. Remain here while I ascertain the matter." With that, Fei Luo leapt from the heights, gathering his mystical energy beneath his feet as he gracefully descended, landing firmly upon the ground. As he touched down, the exquisite armor adorning him transformed into a sleek black shirt, more akin to the attire of this era, and Fei Luo approached the tavern with an air of composure. Chapter 87. The ghostly den. As Fei Luo proceeded, his gaze momentarily faltered upon the entrance of a woman into the tavern. She was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, adorned in a short white mink fur dress that accentuated her long legs, with a sword elegantly fastened at her waist, exuding an air of gallantry. Upon sighting her, Fei Luo felt a stirring in his heart, reminiscent of someone from his past. With a smile gracing his lips, he continued towards the establishment. Upon entering, the young server, beaming with enthusiasm, approached her. "My lady, might I inquire if you seek a brief respite or accommodations? We are the sole tavern within hundreds of miles." The server, dressed in youthful attire, eagerly extolled the virtues of the place, though his eyes betrayed a hint of avarice. The woman surveyed her surroundings, a slight frown creasing her brow. Something felt amiss. It bore the semblance of both a tavern and a brothel, an incongruous establishment situated in the wilderness. Despite her misgivings, she maintained her composure and requested, "Please bring me a pot of fine tea." She then chose a random spot to settle. At her request, the server nodded eagerly and dashed to the counter, returning with a steaming pot of tea. Once her demands were met, he withdrew to attend other patrons. "Humph, I shall uncover the mysteries of this place," the woman mused inwardly. She reached for her waist, extracting a leaf resembling a willow's. With deft fingers, she performed a subtle incantation, a visible luminescence gliding over the leaf. "Open!" Bringing the leaf close to her sparkling eyes, a faint glow flickered within her pupils. This was a spell to unveil the unseen, allowing her to perceive spirits and phantoms. The sight that met her eyes was astonishing. The proprietor, the young server, and the patrons, including the heavily made-up women, were all apparitions. In the grand hall, she discerned dozens of malevolent spirits alongside numerous formidable specters. The revelation sent a chill down her spine. "Oh dear, young sir, from whence do you hail?" Just as her astonishment peaked, an elderly madam at the entrance exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. The sound captured the woman's attention, and she turned to behold a striking young man, momentarily captivated. Is he also a malevolent spirit? However, as she concentrated her mystical powers upon him, it became apparent that he was, in fact, a living man, far removed from the realm of the supernatural. The newcomer was none other than Fei Luo. Concealing his aura was a trivial task for him. Even the astute woman failed to detect anything amiss. As he passed through the dimly lit establishment, he observed the ostentatious madam and the transformed women with indifference. "First, let me have some food and drink," he remarked nonchalantly. "Certainly." The madam waved her hand, instructing the server, "Bring this gentleman the finest fare we have." In the dimly lit establishment, Fei Luo's gaze fell upon a woman clad in white, who was observing him intently. With a subtle smile, he chose not to utter a word and seated himself at a nearby table. To Fei Luo, aside from this woman who had entered the tavern, all others appeared as mere apparitions, their forms twisted by otherworldly influences. The so-called guests and even the lightly adorned women were anything but human. Yet, Fei Luo refrained from exposing this charade. Intrigued to see what the woman would do next, he discerned that she possessed a remarkable cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Appearing to be around 20 years of age, a true prodigy, the malevolent spirits surrounding him were of little concern. He was here to uncover any hidden entities lurking within this den of ghosts. A sudden display of violence might inadvertently alert and allow some to escape. After Fei Luo settled down, the patrons of the tavern continued their revelry, eating and drinking heartily, though their gazes occasionally flickered toward Fei Luo and the woman in white. The Happy Forest Tavern was indeed a den of spirits, thriving on the misfortunes of unsuspecting travelers. Today, however, was particularly fortuitous, as a band of robbers had just been ensnared, followed by the arrival of this exceptional young couple. Their untainted aura was a feast for the wraiths, whose hunger for pure essence far outweighed that for mere thieves. Moreover, the spirits were aware that these youths might be cultivators, but they showed little concern. Countless monks and Taoists had perished over the years, and 2 young practitioners posed no real threat. Soon, a young waiter approached, bringing several dishes of food and drink to Fei Luo's table. At that moment, the woman in white, observing Fei Luo's calm demeanor, could no longer remain seated. She stood swiftly and approached him, whispering urgently, "Young sir, you must not eat this food." At her words, Fei Luo raised his gaze, locking eyes with her soulful orbs, and replied with a gentle smile, "My lady, what makes this food unfit for consumption?" The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, her appearance surpassing many modern internet celebrities. Tall and fair-skinned, she seemed to embody ethereal grace. This singular act of concern earned her Fei Luo's admiration. A true cultivator should intervene when witnessing injustice, and Fei Luo surmised her motivation for venturing into this den of spirits. Their eyes met, and the woman felt a blush creep upon her cheeks as she beheld Fei Luo's exquisite features. Despite her extensive travels with her father, she could swear that this man was unlike any she had encountered, particularly with his composed demeanor that stirred her heart. Observing him closely in the flickering candlelight, she sensed that he was no ordinary individual, devoid of any malevolent aura. She resolved to assist him in escaping this haunted tavern. The woman in the white dress felt a slight blush on her cheeks as she deliberately, yet subtly, leaned closer to Fei Luo. In a hushed tone, she urged, "Young master, this place is not to be trifled with. It is a realm of great peril. You should depart at once. If you travel 200 miles south, you will find a small town where you may find refuge." A realm of great peril? Fei Luo remained unperturbed, sipping his tea with a curious demeanor. Might I inquire how such peril manifests in this vicinity? Noticing Fei Luo's calm demeanor, the woman in white became increasingly anxious. "Young master, please do not ask further questions. This place harbors many dangerous entities. You must leave quickly. It may soon be too late." Unbeknownst to her, the urgency in the woman's voice had attracted the attention of other patrons in the tavern. In an instant, as her words echoed through the air, the scattered groups within the establishment turned their gazes toward Fei Luo's table. Chapter 88. The heart-eating demon and the ghostly servant feeling the countless piercing gazes upon her. The woman in white suddenly paled, urging, "Young master, you must flee. This is no place for you. These sinister beings have already set their murderous intentions." Fei Luo, intrigued, glanced around, disregarding the greedy stares of the crowd, and continued to focus on the woman in white. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but how can a mere maiden remain while I, a man of stature, escape first?" Upon hearing Fei Luo's impassioned words, the woman in white clenched her teeth. "Young master, do not jest. This is not the time for discussions of gender. I am a practitioner of qi, armed with a treasured sword bestowed by my father. These vile creatures do not intimidate me." As she spoke, she raised her sword, its hilt black and adorned with a small bagua symbol at the junction of the hilt and blade. Suddenly, the people in the hall rose, revealing sinister smiles as they gazed upon the two. In Fei Luo's sight, faces began to peel away, exposing decayed visages. Women, once clad in flowing garments and possessing alluring figures, emitted crackling sounds as their hair untangled, revealing grotesque features. The innkeeper and the old madam now cast ominous glances, their garments dissolving into ghostly vapors, transforming them into malevolent specters, hair disheveled and limbs crawling upon the ground. At that moment, the temperature in the hall plummeted, candle flames flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment. A chilling wind swept through, and the wails of 100 ghosts echoed, enough to terrify any mortal present, sending their souls into disarray. "Humph! How dare these mere specters act with such audacity?" The woman in white smirked at the sight. With a swift motion, she produced 5 talismans from her waist pocket, chanting incantations as flames ignited upon them, soaring towards the ghostly entities before her. Heavenly Fire Talisman, effective against evil spirits. But that was not all. Simultaneously, she produced several more talismans, glowing with crimson flames. Earth Fire Talisman, Exorcism Talisman, Annihilation Talisman. This adept practitioner skillfully unleashed over a dozen talismans towards the malevolent spirits in the hall. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, several weaker ghosts shrieked in agony as they were struck by the talismans. In an instant, the hall was awash in blinding light, dazzling to behold. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the woman's talismans was remarkable, evidently crafted by a master, as she obliterated a full 10 malevolent spirits in an instant. However, this unexpected turn of events did not significantly impact the more formidable specters, who had already retreated at the moment the woman released her talismans. Roaring, the surrounding multitude of ghosts lunged at the woman as her talismans were exhausted. "Young master, you must escape. I shall vanquish these malevolent spirits." The woman in the white dress cast a glance at the composed Fei Luo, her heart racing as she rushed towards the encroaching apparitions. Bang, bang, bang. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. Her long legs transformed into blades of steel, a subtle power converging at her feet as she unleashed a flurry of kicks that sent several malevolent spirits sprawling. Heavenly Fire Spell. Seizing the moment, she retrieved a handful of talismans from her pocket, which burst into flames and soared towards the fiends before her. "Kill! Kill her!" roared the amputated spirit. And the remaining demons, driven mad with fury, charged at the woman in white. With a resounding crash, one of the monsters struck her with a punch. She narrowly evaded a fatal blow, retreating with urgency. The cacophony of howls filled the air as the horde of spirits advanced relentlessly under the leadership of a dozen fierce apparitions. "Why aren't you leaving?" Panic gripped her heart as she realized she had underestimated the malevolence of these creatures. It was clear she might not escape unscathed today. Yet, when she glanced back, Fei Luo remained seated at the table, unfazed, which only heightened her anxiety. Could it be that this young man was not quite right in the head? Any ordinary person would have been terrified into submission by such a horde, unless they were a practitioner of the arcane arts. Wait, Could he also be a cultivator? Suddenly, several spirits lunged at her. With no time for contemplation, the woman in white reached for the sword at her waist. As the blade sang, a flash of cold light erupted, severing the arms of the attacking demons. Those who had leapt at her lost their balance and fell to the ground, howling in agony. You treacherous fiends, today marks your demise. With sword in hand, she executed a series of precise gestures, and her blade shimmered with a blinding golden light, imbued with a banishing spell, an exquisite weapon against wicked spirits. With a swift motion, she cleaved through 3 malevolent entities, slicing them in half. However, the remaining ghosts pressed on, undeterred by their fallen comrades. Bang, bang, bang. The woman wielded her sword with unmatched prowess, vanquishing every demon that dared approach her. Only the fiercest spirits could withstand her might. Her footwork is impressive, and her swordsmanship is commendable. She must have had a distinguished mentor. Fei Luo observed the scene with indifference, quietly admiring the woman's bravery against the specters. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the second floor. There, a figure clad in red gauze emerged, illuminated by the faint glow of candlelight, revealing enticing curves beneath the fabric. Go, capture her for me. I wish to craft her personally, commanded a voice with a hint of androgyny from beneath the red veil. Yes, my lord. Instantly, a dozen figures clad in black robes appeared, unmistakably the corpses of the previously deceased bandits. Ghostly slaves? Heart-eating fiends? How could this be possible? At that moment, the woman in the white dress also noticed the commotion on the second floor, and she was immediately taken aback. The Heart-Eater, a malevolent spirit that specializes in devouring human hearts, possesses the ability to transform individuals into ghostly slaves, manipulating them like puppets. The woman was filled with terror, as she had never anticipated the presence of a ghost king in this place. Bang, bang, bang. The more than 10 ghostly slaves, each formidable and immensely powerful, easily overpowered her within just a few moves, forcing her to retreat in panic. Roar, roar. As the ghostly slaves unleashed their fury, the remaining malevolent spirits also closed in, their claws bared. In that moment, the woman in the white dress no longer wished to display her bravado. She understood that if she did not flee, her situation would become dire. Chapter 89. Fei Luo takes action. The ghostly den reduced to ashes. The woman in the white dress deftly deflected several malevolent spirits with her sword, retreating repeatedly. As she passed by the small table where Fei Luo sat, she felt no inclination to ponder whether he was simply reckless or extraordinarily skilled. Instead, she reached out towards him, urging, "My lord, we must leave swiftly. This place is no longer safe." At that moment, however, the multitude of vengeful spirits and ghostly servants surged forward with alarming speed, intent on attacking the woman in white. Do you think you can escape? One ghoul's talon suddenly grasped the fabric of her dress, tearing it with a sharp rip that left a gaping hole down to her thigh. In a desperate situation, several ghostly servants swung their massive blades toward her. Seeing this, despair flickered in the woman's eyes. She had underestimated the danger. Regretting not heeding her father's counsel to wait until reaching the foundational stage before traversing the world. At her current level of chi refinement, she felt woefully inadequate. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, she sensed Fei Luo's presence vanish from her periphery. In an instant, a dark flash enveloped her, and Fei Luo's strong arm encircled her shoulder, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. So swift. The woman blushed, feeling the subtle aura emanating from Fei Luo's being. She had never been so close to a man before, but the ensuing events rendered her shyness irrelevant. Her wide, sparkling eyes grew even rounder in disbelief as she witnessed Fei Luo, one arm securing her, the other transforming into a fist, producing a resounding crack in the air. The fierce wind generated by his punch startled her deeply. A gentle golden energy coalesced around his fist as he struck out toward the ghostly servants before him without a glance. Bang! The steel blades of the ghostly servants shattered upon contact with Fei Luo's fist, splintering into countless fragments. Unwavering, his fist continued forward, landing squarely on the foremost ghostly servant. With an earth-shattering noise, the servant's back bulged as if hit by a cannonball, sending him crashing backward, colliding with several other ghostly servants and vengeful spirits. In one fell swoop, Fei Luo had struck the servant dead, his bones shattering like clay against the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent in the surface. However, as this wall crumbled, the remaining vengeful spirits emitted chilling wails, flooding in through the breach like a relentless tide. What is happening? The woman in white stared, her mind buzzing with disbelief. Who is this man? Could he be a zombie? How could he emerge unscathed from their steel blades? Fei Luo, observing the astonished woman in his arms, spoke softly, "My lady, you are commendable. Stay close and watch as I deal with these wretched beings." Her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson as she realized she was tightly clinging to him. her torn fur skirt revealing more than intended, leaving her feeling exposed before him. "Be cautious, my lord. There are many spirits here, and a ghost king lurks among them." The woman's voice, laced with bashfulness, was barely a whisper, almost like a sacred chant. "The mere ghost king is but an ant." Fei Luo gazed gently at the woman in the white dress hiding behind him. Silence. At this moment, the entire tavern was enveloped in an eerie stillness. From the ghost king to the common specters, all were astonished, staring at Fei Luo as if he were a monstrous being. The earlier scene of invulnerability had profoundly shocked the hearts of the spirits. Some among them even doubted their own eyes, convinced that Fei Luo was not human, but rather a zombie. Only a zombie could be impervious to blades and bullets. "Devouring heart, ghost king, you who have long plagued this place with your malevolence. Today I shall return you to dust." Fei Luo cast a cold glance towards the alluring figure draped in red silk on the second floor. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Fei Luo. These wicked beings were devoid of virtue. Fei Luo had observed each ghost, noting the thick malevolence surrounding them. It was evident that these spirits had long been wreaking havoc under the command of the Devouring Heart Ghost King. "Humph! Do not presume that you alone can contend with us." The Devouring Heart Ghost King fixed her gaze upon Fei Luo, her voice echoing ominously. "Kill him." At this moment, the Ghost King was filled with uncertainty, for she had never encountered such an unusual practitioner. Even those who cultivated their bodies to an indomitable state could not compare to his peculiarity. Yet, the Ghost King remained skeptical, believing that this young human could not annihilate them all. Over the years, she had encountered powerful exorcists, yet none had survived the wrath of the spirits. For there were at least 30 fierce ghosts and hundreds of malevolent ones, alongside her controlled ghostly minions. The Ghost King was convinced that Fei Luo, being so young, had merely stumbled upon some fortune. In a battle of attrition, he would inevitably meet his demise. She even envisioned refining Fei Luo into a collectible after his death. For such a formidable body would be a waste not to convert into a ghostly servant. As the Ghost King's words fell, the multitude of malevolent spirits, dozens of fierce ghosts, and several more emerging from the courtyard displayed their ferocity and charged towards Fei Luo. Unaware of their impending doom, Fei Luo chuckled coldly, a brilliant blue light swirling in his eyes. Soul binding technique. Soul capture. Whoosh. Two beams of light shot forth from Fei Luo's eyes, sweeping across the area. Any specter that came into contact with the azure glow let out anguished cries as they disintegrated into ash. In that strike, over 20 spirits perished. The woman in the white dress gasped in disbelief, her heart racing. Is this a form of ocular sorcery? She pondered in shock. Yet before she could fully absorb the spectacle, she was struck by another wave of astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Despite the activation of Fei Luo's soul capture technique, hundreds of malevolent spirits continued their reckless charge towards him. Fei Luo remained motionless, his fingers weaving intricate gestures at an unfathomable speed. In the blink of an eye, he completed the incantation. The woman in white watched as Fei Luo's chest expanded. He took a deep breath and gently blew forward. Heavenly fire spell. Boom. As Fei Luo exhaled, a massive fireball, spanning dozens of yards, suddenly materialized and engulfed the horde of spirits before him. The ordeal was far from over. Fei Luo continued to weave his spell. Ground-shaking incantation. With a resounding boom, the woman in white felt as though an earthquake had struck, the very earth trembling beneath her. In an instant, the three-story tavern collapsed amidst the cacophony, countless beams and massive timbers crashing down upon the horde of malevolent spirits. As the woman in white stood in a daze, she suddenly felt a hand clasping her own. The scene before her swirled, and she found herself outside the tavern, led away by Fei Luo. Before her lay the tavern, now engulfed in roaring flames, the structure crumbling continuously. The inferno illuminated the night sky, its searing heat rendering the air nearly unbearable. It was not until the anguished wails of countless souls echoed from within the burning tavern that the woman in white snapped back to reality, instinctively swallowing hard. She gazed at Fei Luo as though he were a deity. How extraordinarily powerful! What kind of spell is this? Chapter 90. Heir of the Enchanted Gate. The woman in the white dress gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Fei Luo, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. She vowed that Fei Luo was the most formidable individual she had ever encountered, surpassing even her father in strength. The apparitions before them were steeped in sin. This was their rightful fate. Fei Luo's gaze was fixed upon the Happy Forest Tavern, where flames soared into the sky, accompanied by the haunting cries echoing from within. He murmured softly. Upon hearing Fei Luo's whisper, the woman in white felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "My lord, thank you for saving me. Just moments ago." She had questioned Fei Luo's sanity, yet now she realized that the true folly lay within herself. It was a crushing revelation, despite her unparalleled intellect. She had not anticipated Fei Luo's extraordinary prowess. Curiosity sparked within her as she turned to Fei Luo. "My lord, how is it that you possess such incredible power?" Why do ordinary spells wield such strength in your hands? What realm of mastery do you belong to? She paused, then sweetly added, by the way, I have yet to learn your esteemed name. I am called Ning Shuang. You seem to be of a similar age as I, do you not? The woman was none other than Ao Tianlong's adopted daughter, Ning Shuang. Upon hearing her loquacious inquiries, Fei Luo was about to respond when he heard the name Ning Shuang. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the enchanting beauty before him, adept in magical arts and possessing agile grace, was indeed Ao Tianlong's daughter. Her appearance was strikingly akin to that described in the original text, tall and adorned in mink fur. Fei Luo's gaze shifted and fell upon the torn remnants of her short skirt, revealing glimpses of her delicate form, prompting him to avert his eyes. Under Fei Luo's scrutiny, Ning Shuang felt a warm blush creep onto her cheeks as she hastily tugged at the waist of her skirt. In this desolate wilderness, the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. Yet, Ning Shuang dismissed the thought. Her bold nature prevailed, though her feminine instincts prompted her to feel uneasy about being observed in her tattered attire. Ning Shuang, judging by your magical and physical prowess, you must be a disciple of the Enchanted Gate, am I correct? Fei Luo's voice broke the silence as Ning Shuang adjusted her clothing. Her face lit up with delight at the inquiry, and she looked towards Fei Luo, exclaiming, Wow, my lord, your perception is remarkable. You have disowned my origins. Her crimson lips parted as she continued, Our Enchanted Gate is a modest sect from the south. I never imagined you would recognize it. I have followed my father in cultivation since childhood, but it seems our sect is not well known. My father often mentions that the Enchanted Gate thrived in ancient times, yet has waned significantly in this age of decline, now overshadowed by larger sects like the Maoshan school. Fei Luo nodded, observing the familiar ease with which Ning Shuang engaged with him. He smiled and remarked, Ning Shuang, since you have been training under your father, I presume he is Ao Tianlong? Upon hearing the name Ao Tianlong, Ning Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, my lord, you truly are an extraordinary person for knowing my father. He is indeed a master, having attained the realm of true alchemy. Fei Luo was not taken aback by her words. Ao Tianlong's talents were not inferior to those of the revered Jiao Shu. Observing Ning Shuang's youth, it became clear that Ao Tianlong had reached the age of enlightenment. If one were to follow the conventional narrative, at this age, Uncle Jiao would have already ascended to the rank of a celestial master. Fei Luo gazed upon Ning Shuang, remarking, I have heard of your father's illustrious name. I am Fei Luo. Consequently, Fei Luo engaged in a lively conversation with the spirited and exuberant Ning Shuang. Through their discourse, Fei Luo learned that today was the day Ning Shuang had ventured out, having heard of the place known as Ghostwo, with the intention of vanquishing demons and upholding justice, armed with Ao Tianlong's treasured artifact. That sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud, was indeed the prized weapon. Moreover, Fei Luo discerned that the events of the typical storyline had not yet unfolded. Ao Tianlong had not taken Ning Shuang back to their hometown for a family visit, which meant that the red-robed fire ghost had yet to make its appearance. Given Ao Tianlong's cultivation at the True Dan realm, the prowess of the red-robed fire ghost was formidable. In other words, the red-robed fire ghost was significantly stronger than those inferior ghostly dignitaries. Being a genuine golden core ghostly sovereign, Fei Luo was uncertain whether this was due to his transmigration or another factor. But it seemed that the supernatural beings he encountered in this world were considerably more powerful than those depicted in the original tale, starting from Old Master Ren. Fei Luo could not ascertain the strength of the fire-wielding malevolent spirit, yet he was filled with anticipation. Having reached a bottleneck in his own abilities, he naturally needed to slay increasingly formidable spirits to reap substantial rewards. If he continued to face adversaries of this caliber, the system would no longer bestow particularly precious items upon him. Brother Fei Luo, where do you hail from? I must say, your lips are rosy, your teeth are white, and your complexion is fair. You possess an exceptional appearance, Ning Shuang remarked, her gaze fixed on Fei Luo, unable to tear her eyes away. Apart from his ethereal demeanor, Fei Luo's features and flawless physique seemed devoid of any imperfections. Having followed her father in training since childhood and traversed various regions, Ning Shuang had encountered many men and talented youths, yet none could compare to the man before her. Handsome, with an extraordinary aura and profound mastery of Taoism, he effortlessly vanquished numerous spirits with a mere wave. Such a man was indeed a marvel. I come from Rinjiao town in the eastern province. You may not be familiar with it, Fei Luo replied with a smile, scratching his nose as he absorbed Ning Shuang's compliments about his looks. With the stunning beauty praising his handsomeness, Fei Luo had no objections. After all, he was indeed quite handsome. As their conversation unfolded, a figure was seen dashing through the dense forest in the distance, propelled by a talisman of swift movement affixed to his foot, moving with astonishing speed, like a gust of wind weaving through the towering trees. Sensing something, Fei Luo paused mid-sentence and turned his gaze toward the night sky. Ning Shuang, Someone is approaching. Huh? Ning Shuang was momentarily taken aback, following Fei Luo's gaze with confusion. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged into view, standing at 6 feet tall, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His robust physique was adorned with a hat made of animal hide, and clothing crafted from the same material. His feet also bearing 2 talismans that emitted a faint glow. Father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ning Shuang's face lit up with joy as she ran towards Ao Tianlong. Ning Shuang? Ao Tianlong, upon noticing his daughter approaching, let out a sigh of relief. However, his brows soon furrowed as he glanced at the blazing fire illuminating the Happy Forest Tavern, a sense of alarm surging within him. This place is renowned as the haunt of malevolent spirits, and even the mightiest warriors have perished here, leaving no assurance of vanquishing the evil entities within. Over the years, formidable beings, equal in strength to himself, have fallen in this abyss. How could the sinister lair simply vanish? Ao Tianlong was acutely aware of the terror that lurked here. He had intended to meditate today, but upon discovering that Ning Shuang had vanished, having stolen his treasured artifact, he followed her footprints. To his astonishment, they led directly to the haunt of malevolent spirits, sending a chill of dread through him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Tianlong hastened his journey, silently hoping that Ning Shuang would be safe. Yet, to his disbelief, not only was his daughter unharmed, but the ghostly lair had also disappeared. Amid the raging flames lingered the essence of arcane arts. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Chapter 91. The Genius Humph. Ao Tianlong gazed at his daughter, whose face was brimming with joy, and let out a cold snort. How can you still laugh? This is a ghost den. Do you know how worried you have made me? You have stolen your father's treasured artifact and come here at such a late hour. If you wish to vanquish evil and uphold justice, you ought to consider your own capabilities. What would I do if something were to happen to you? As Ao Tianlong spoke, a surge of magical energy emanated from his fingertips, and the sword that hung at Ning Shuang's waist immediately flew into his hand. Ning Shuang, feeling reprimanded, stuck out her tongue. Father, I am perfectly fine. Today, I encountered brother Fei Luo. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Ao Tianlong's gaze shifted to Fei Luo, and at that moment, his pupils constricted. Could it be that this ghost den was eradicated by the remarkably youthful Fei Luo before him? Indeed, Fei Luo's aura exuded an air of youthfulness, leading Ao Tianlong to believe that he was of a similar age to his daughter. How could this be possible? At such a tender age, reaching the 9th level of Qi cultivation is already a sign of genius. Who exactly is Fei Luo, and how could he single-handedly annihilate the ghost den? It should be noted that even as a practitioner of the solid dance stage, Ao Tianlong could not confidently declare he could clear this ghost den. Yet, his daughter would not lie, and the tavern, now engulfed in raging flames, would not deceive either. Even now, the anguished wails of vengeful spirits echoed from within. Ao Tianlong was overwhelmed with astonishment, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. A 20-year-old celestial master? With this realization, even the worldly wise Ao Tianlong felt a sense of incredulity. In this age of decline, could there truly be a celestial master at the age of 20? Ao Tianlong's speculation was not unfounded. Fei Luo indeed possessed formidable Taoist powers, having reached the realm of celestial master, and he was merely 21 years old. Young Master Fei Luo, I am Ao Tianlong, and I offer my respects. Casting aside his distractions, Ao Tianlong inclined his head towards Fei Luo, whether for saving his daughter or for single-handedly obliterating the ghost den. Fei Luo merited this gesture of respect. Seeing this, Fei Luo smiled and nodded. Ao Tian Master is too courteous. Vanquishing evil and upholding justice is the duty of our kind. This ghost den is hardly a challenge. Observing Fei Luo's composed demeanor, Ao Tianlong suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and quietly inquired, May I ask about your cultivation level? I am but a practitioner of the solid dance stage. Fei Luo replied without hesitation. Hiss, hiss. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, both Ao Tianlong and Ning Shuang inhaled sharply. Ao Tianlong was acutely aware of the arduous journey it took to reach this stage. Though the fantastical sect was modest, it was blessed with few practitioners. And when his master passed away, he left behind a wealth of cultivation resources for him. At the age of 53, he had only just attained the solid dance stage. As for condensing the Golden Dan, that was a thought he had never dared entertain. The Golden Dan stage, even within the spirit illusion realm, was shrouded in mystery. Those who reached it lived for 300 years. Such individuals had achieved the pinnacle of refining essence into Qi, and most chose to seclude themselves, aspiring to ascend to the realm of refining Qi into spirit. In this era of decline, the lifespan of practitioners was fleeting. It was said that during ancient times, Golden Dan practitioners could live for 800 years. In this present day, it remains uncertain whether the essence of the heavens and earth or the cultivation techniques are to blame. But But the lifespan of those in the golden core stage is merely 300 years. Even those at the true core stage find their existence limited to less than 200 years. Yet, this is still a significant span compared to that of ordinary mortals. For the average human lifespan barely reaches a century. Wow, brother Fei Luo, you possess the same level of cultivation as my father. Truly, you are an unparalleled genius. Unlike Ao Tianlong, Ning Shuang was first taken aback by this revelation, only to soon regard Fei Luo with admiration. In her eyes, he was a hero. As young maidens often find themselves infatuated with valor. Ao Tianlong observed Ning Shuang and shook his head. Ning Shuang, young Master Fei Luo is not merely a genius. Startled by his words, Ning Shuang inquired, Father, how can brother Fei Luo not be a genius when he has already reached the true core stage at such a young age? With a hearty laugh, Ao Tianlong replied earnestly, Ning Shuang, geniuses have existed throughout history. Yet to attain such a level by the age of 20 is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, truly rare. Young Master Fei Luo transcends the term genius. He is a prodigy. If my intuition serves me well, the world shall undergo unpredictable transformations in the coming decades because of his presence. Senior Ao, please do not flatter me. Who can predict the path ahead? All I know is to vanquish demons and restore clarity to the world, Fei Luo modestly remarked. Rubbing his nose with a hint of embarrassment, Ao Tianlong, a renowned master in his own right, found it difficult to bear such public commendation. Observing Fei Luo's humility brought a hearty smile to Ao Tianlong's face. Young Master Fei Luo, there is no need for modesty. I speak only the truth. I envy you for having reached the true core stage at such a tender age. As he spoke, Ao Tianlong paused. Do you, young Master Fei Luo, possess any knowledge of swordsmanship? To a certain extent, Fei Luo nodded softly in response. Ao Tianlong's eyes brightened. Might I request the honor of learning from you? As he beheld the youthful talent before him, his satisfaction grew, and he felt a strong desire to engage in a friendly spar. As for the Dao techniques, Ao Tianlong had no intention of sparring in that regard. The surging flames behind him sent shivers down his spine. He understood that Fei Luo's magical prowess was immense, for it was impossible to unleash such formidable spells without a vast reservoir of power. Very well, Fei Luo nodded, not wishing to be overly formal. A flash of light emanated from his hand as he retrieved a branch, gesturing towards Ao Tianlong. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had yet to encounter a peer of comparable strength. Thus, he yearned to measure the gap between himself and this esteemed master. Haha, indeed, young master speaks with forthrightness. Let us engage in a friendly exchange, Ao Tianlong declared, also retrieving a branch with a flick of his finger. Let this serve as our sword. And let us discuss the Dao, keeping our exchanges within reason. Ning Shuang, witnessing the impending display of martial prowess, prudently stepped back, her eyes wide with anticipation to observe the duel between these two formidable experts. Be careful, young master, Ao Tianlong cautioned as he activated his phantom step technique, instantaneously appearing at Fei Luo's side, thrusting the branch towards him. With a deft flick of his wrist, Fei Luo seemed to anticipate the cunning thrust, effortlessly maneuvering the branch before him to deflect the attack. Ao Tianlong, realizing his strike had failed, swiftly retreated. Yet, in that very moment, Fei Luo sprang into action. With the star-plucking step, he moved like a phantom, leaving behind only an ethereal afterimage as he wielded the branch like a rapier, thrusting it toward Ao Tianlong's chest. In a moment of peril, Ao Tianlong recognized the inevitability of the blow and braced himself, shifting to the side as he concentrated his magical energy within his palm, transforming defense into offense. Beware, young master, and receive my demon suppression palm. Excellent. Fei Luo replied inwardly, mirroring the gesture as he unleashed his own palm strike. Demon subduing palm. With a resounding clash, their palms collided, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward from their center. Countless leaves from the distant branches fluttered to the ground, swept away by the force of their confrontation. Chapter 92. The Vulture. With a forceful clash, Ao Tianlong was abruptly struck by a powerful impact, causing him to involuntarily retreat several paces before he could dissipate the force. His right hand trembled slightly as he clasped his fists together, acknowledging, young Master Fei Luo, you truly are a paragon among men. I humbly concede to your prowess. At that moment, Ning Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her father, who was also at the realm of Solid Dan, was so vastly outmatched by Fei Luo. However, she remained unaware that Fei Luo, having undergone the transformation of the I Ching to refine his essence, possessed a reservoir of magical power exceeding that of an ordinary cultivator by more than tenfold. And his physical form was as formidable as iron. In their recent exchange, Fei Luo had only utilized 40% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full might, Ao Tianlong would likely have been rendered incapacitated by that blow. Your skill is commendable, Fei Luo replied with dignified humility, nodding slightly to Ao Tianlong. In Fei Luo's perspective, it was no small feat for Ao Tianlong to reach such a level of cultivation in this era of waning spiritual energies, where few could attain the solid Dan realm. At that instant, a tempestuous wind began to swirl invisibly around them. Clang! A resonant cry echoed, and suddenly, a shadow streaked through the air. Whoosh! Ao Tianlong and Ning Shuang stared wide-eyed as a massive azure bird, nearly 10 feet in size, soared towards them, flapping its wings and generating the gust that enveloped the area. A great demon? Upon witnessing this, Ao Tianlong instinctively reached for the Bagua sword at his waist. His voice laced with urgency, "Young Master Fei Luo, a formidable demon approaches, be cautious." Yet, before Ao Tianlong could finish his warning, he was left speechless. As was Ning Shuang, who blinked in disbelief. "Young Master, you've been away for quite a while. Qing'er saw the flames here and came looking for you." The azure bird spoke human words, shrinking down to a diminutive size and perching upon Fei Luo's shoulder. "Not to worry. I shall engage in further sparring with Senior Ao." Fei Luo replied, lightly tapping the bird's beak with a chuckle. This action left Ao Tianlong and Ning Shuang momentarily stunned. What is the situation? This great demon is a pet of Fei Luo? Hearing the bird's melodious voice, Ning Shuang couldn't contain her curiosity. "Young Master Fei Luo, what a beautiful azure bird. May I pet her?" Before Fei Luo could respond, the bird, with a playful glint in its eye, said, "Dear sister, why not allow your elder sister to pet you instead?" Upon hearing the bird's teasing words, Ning Shuang's face flushed a rosy hue. "All right." Fei Luo observed the lively interaction between the girl and the bird with mild astonishment. The azure bird typically exhibited a demeanor that warded off strangers. How was it so amicable with Ning Shuang? After a moment of contemplation, Fei Luo understood. Although the azure bird was indeed a great demon, it possessed a keen sense of human aura. Ning Shuang, with her righteous spirit and pure heart, would naturally not be met with disdain. As they exchanged pleasantries, the bond between the azure bird and Ning Shuang blossomed, resembling that of long-lost sisters reunited. Ao Tianlong watched his mischievous daughter with a resigned shake of his head. This Ning Shuang was ever the playful one, endlessly curious about everything. Turning his gaze to Fei Luo, he inquired, "Young Master Fei Luo, my daughter and I intend to journey eastward. Might I ask where your own travels are leading you?" Upon hearing this, Fei Luo pondered briefly before speaking. "Senior Ao, I am embarking on a journey across the world, intending to traverse the Taiying Mountains towards Zhangjiago." "Zhangjiago?" Ning Shuang exclaimed with delight, clutching the Qing Miao as she approached Fei Luo. "Brother Fei, are you also heading to Zhangjiago?" Fei Luo nodded silently. His purpose for this journey was to see if he could encounter Ao Tianlong and his daughter, and he had not anticipated meeting them in this desolate wilderness. Since they had yet to reach Zhangjiago, it implied that the red-robed fire demon had not yet made an appearance, presenting him with an opportunity. Defeating the red-robed fire demon would likely yield substantial rewards. Noticing Fei Luo's nod, Ning Shuang turned to Ao Tianlong. "Father, did you not say you would take me to Zhangjiago to pay respects to our ancestors? Brother Fei is also going. Why don't we travel together?" Ao Tianlong chuckled and nodded. "My dear girl, I have never seen you this eager before. Just yesterday, you mentioned that paying tribute to our ancestors could be done at any time. Today you wish to wander here, tomorrow there. But upon hearing that young Master Fei is accompanying us, you suddenly remember our ancestors?" "Oh, father," Ning Shuang pouted, playfully expressing her dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." Ao Tianlong laughed heartily, then turned to Fei Luo. "Young Master Fei, why don't we travel together? The road is fraught with dangers such as great insects, bandits, and all manner of demons. It would be wise to have each other's company." Knowing his daughter well, Ao Tianlong recognized her feelings and, far from opposing them, contemplated inquiring whether Fei Luo had taken a wife. Such talent is indeed rare, and with Ning Shuang now of age, it seemed appropriate to consider matters of marriage. However, Ao Tianlong understood that a genius like Fei Luo could not be gauged by ordinary standards. It would be best to proceed gradually, for love often blossoms over time. The journey to Zhangjiago would be lengthy, and traveling together would allow the two young individuals ample opportunity for solitude. Very well, Fei Luo nodded in agreement. Unaware of Ao Tianlong's thoughts, his sole interest lay in discovering the whereabouts of the red-robed fire demon. Soon, the group settled in a small town 100 miles away, which served as the resting place for Ao Tianlong and Ning Shuang. The following morning, the group set off early. This time, Fei Luo chose to walk alongside Ao Tianlong and his daughter. Although Qing Miao was a mount, she was reluctant to carry Ao Tianlong and Ning Shuang, and her current strength was insufficient to bear 3 passengers. Along the journey, Fei Luo gained deeper insights into Ning Shuang. This young woman possessed a heart as pure as a child's, seemingly devoid of the usual reticence exhibited by most women, a trait likely nurtured by her father. Having grown up with Ao Tianlong and lacking a mother, Ning Shuang exhibited a rather forthright demeanor. Despite her delicate appearance, she proved to be quite formidable in action. For instance, during their travels, both she and Qing Miao swiftly hunted wild rabbits, pheasants, and deer, and with Ning Shuang's culinary expertise, Fei Luo indulged in a feast along the way. On this day, the trio ventured deep into the Taihang Mountains. At this moment, not far from the trio, atop a mountain peak, numerous figures astride magnificent steeds gazed intently at Fei Luo and his companions. "Brother, it appears that this group consists of wandering Taoist priests," remarked a burly man with a topknot, observing Fei Luo and the others from a distance. Beside him, a shadowy figure revealed a sinister grin, licking his lips as he spoke. "The female shall be mine. As for the two men, they shall be eliminated." This ominous individual was the leader of the band of robbers, known by the moniker Vulture. Upon hearing these words, the rest of the gang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even from afar, they could discern the alluring figure of Ao Ning Shuang. Most importantly, whenever such treasures came their way, they were generously rewarded after their leader's indulgence. "Giddy up!" With the utterance of Vulture's command, the bandits spurred their horses into a furious gallop. Chapter 93. The Thorn Rose. The commotion caused by the bandits immediately attracted the attention of Fei Luo and his companions. "Young Master Fei Luo, do you think we are being targeted by robbers?" Ao Tianlong remarked, gazing at the dozens of dark figures racing down the hillside. "Father, allow me to deal with these bandits," Ning Shuang responded, having also noticed the approaching robbers. "Ning Shuang, Senior Ao, do you often encounter bandits while traversing the martial world?" Fei Luo inquired, observing the calm demeanor of the father-daughter duo in the face of danger, realizing the reason behind their composure. Living in tumultuous times and frequently wandering the world, it was indeed quite normal for them to encounter robbers. Seeing the aggressive approach of the bandits, Fei Luo couldn't help but chuckle. These ruffians might prey on ordinary citizens, but Ao Tianlong and his daughter were far from common folk, with Ning Shuang's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement. She alone was enough to send these bandits fleeing. Indeed, Ning Shuang nodded, responding, "You have no idea, Brother Fei Luo, how often my father and I encounter blind robbers along our journey." Just then, amidst their conversation, dozens of gallant steeds arrived before them. The leader of the group, a shadowy figure known as Vulture, upon approaching and catching sight of Ning Shuang, narrowed his eyes in surprise. What a stunning beauty! The other bandits also displayed greedy smiles. Ning Shuang, with her flawless skin and elegantly long legs, clad in a sleek mink coat, was truly a sight to behold. "Go, kill the man, and bring that little wench with you," Vulture commanded, licking his lips. However, before he could finish speaking, the bandits' eyes widened in shock, their expressions changing drastically. Bang! Ning Shuang leaped into the air, her slight magical energy concentrating in her foot. In a swift motion, she landed before Vulture, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Vulture, feeling a rush of darkness before his eyes, was struck with tremendous force, blood oozing from his orifices as he fell from his horse, crashing onto the hillside. Unconscious and uncertain of his fate, hiss, the remaining bandits only reacted after witnessing their leader tumble to the ground. What a powerful beauty! A master! This woman is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. She is a thorned rose, one to be avoided. Big brother, a burly man with braids, horrified at Vulture's fate, drew his sword and charged at Ning Shuang. Humph! Utterly oblivious to your own peril, Ning Shuang sidestepped the man's attack and retaliated with a swift punch. Her fist landed squarely on the braided man's chest, ripping through his clothing. Although her chi was not overwhelming, it was more than sufficient to handle these mere mortal bandits. Puff! The braided man's eyes bulged as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing beside Vulture, soon to be lost to unconsciousness. Silence! The remaining bandits gazed at the poised Ning Shuang, their eyes filled with terror. They could hardly believe that the delicate beauty before them could be so fierce. The bandits felt as though they were in a dream, witnessing an unreal scene. Still watching? Why not leave? Ning Shuang's icy gaze swept over the remaining bandits as she spoke coldly. "Go, hurry up." The bandits gulped nervously, not daring to linger a moment longer. They swiftly pulled their leader, the bald eagle, and the burly man with braids onto their horses and fled in a cloud of dust. "Dad, Brother Fei Luo, how did I do? Not bad, right?" Ning Shuang clapped her hands, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Looking at Fei Luo and Ao Tianlong as if seeking praise. "You little girl, it's fine to bully ordinary people, but you must practice diligently. When you encounter formidable spirits, you'll realize your shortcomings," Ao Tianlong remarked with a tone of appreciation mixed with admonition. "Dad," Ning Shuang stuck out her tongue. "I do practice every day. Besides, I'm already putting in enough effort. Not everyone is as talented as Brother Fei Luo." Ning Shuang, Why did you not eliminate those bandits? They will surely continue their wicked ways, Fei Luo said with a frown, watching the bandits retreat. Just moments ago, he had secretly used his mystical eye to perceive that malevolent energy swirled above the heads of those bandits, making it clear they were not of good nature. Fei Luo believed that good is good, and evil is evil. Those who harm others, like these bandits, are no different from the monsters and zombies. While the latter harm out of instinct, these bandits, having the choice to do good, still chose to rob and oppress others. Such individuals are a blight on the world. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang recalled the disdainful gazes the bandits had cast upon her, and she too expressed her disgust. Brother Fei Luo, father once said that the way of nature is paramount. Perhaps these people were forced into becoming bandits. Their wicked deeds will only bring them retribution. As cultivators, it is our duty to subdue demons and eliminate evil. We must never take lives. As Ning Shuang earnestly articulated her thoughts, Fei Luo pondered deeply. He then turned to Ao Tianlong, acknowledging him as a wise elder. However, he felt firmly that these people truly deserve to die. If heaven does not punish them, then we shall act as heaven's emissaries. Sighing softly, Ao Tianlong replied, "Ah, my dear disciple, our sect is fundamentally dedicated to subduing demons and protecting the nation. According to the ancient teachings passed down from our ancestors, it is best for cultivators to refrain from excessive bloodshed, as too much killing is detrimental to one's path." As they walked and conversed, Fei Luo reflected on his own journey. Indeed, since embarking on his path, he had vanquished countless demons. Yet, he questioned himself, whether it was the tyrannical way of the past or the bandits he faced today. If such scum fell into his hands, the answer was clear: death. Indeed, Fei Luo held no fear of accumulating so-called karmic retribution. As a cultivator seeking longevity and righteousness, he must protect the just path of the world. The threats to the realm are not solely the spirits and monsters, but also humanity itself. There is a saying, humans fear the horror of ghosts, while ghosts dread the malice of humans. Those with malicious hearts bring sorrow to the spirits. Fei Luo chose not to engage in further discussion with Ao Tianlong on this matter. Today, this father and daughter found themselves in a predicament. Fei Luo showed no inclination to intervene. Against a mere handful of scoundrels, Ning Shuang, with her cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, was more than capable of handling the situation. Moreover, there was an even more significant detail. Fei Luo detected a faint aura of death looming over the heads of the robbers. If his intuition proved accurate, these brigands were destined to face a calamity of bloodshed in the near future, and none would escape unscathed. Meanwhile, more than a dozen robbers fled in disarray and halted, trembling with trepidation, upon reaching a secluded valley. Brother, one of the bandits attempted to rouse the vulture-like leader. After several fruitless attempts, he resorted to pinching the leader's acupoint, finally coaxing him back to consciousness. What happened? The leader, with a throbbing headache, could still feel the reverberation of that earth-shattering kick echoing in his mind. Upon witnessing the leader awaken, the others displayed expressions of relief. Surrounded by his comrades, the leader was about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted to one of horror. He let out a piercing scream. Run. Quickly run. Chapter 94. The crimson-robed fiend. At this moment, a figure soared through the air, clad in crimson garments, her hair disheveled, revealing a ghostly pale visage. The chilling aura she emanated caused the flora beneath her to darken and wither, as if consumed by a malevolent force. The vulture, just roused from slumber, beheld the specter approaching with the wind. Upon this sight, terror gripped him, and he recalled a chilling legend: the crimson-robed fiend. The apparition, adorned in red and with unkempt hair, embodied the very characteristics of this infamous spirit. This band of marauders had traversed the land, pillaging and evading the authorities, eventually finding themselves in this precarious situation. As they lingered in the Taihang Mountains, they had dismissed the whispers of the crimson-robed fiend as mere folklore. However, tales of her merciless nature, leaving no survivors in her wake and voraciously consuming the life force of the living, now flooded the vulture's mind. "Why are we running, brother?" questioned the other brigands, bewildered by the vulture's fear. "No. The crimson-robed. Flee, the crimson-robed fiend approaches." In his panic, the vulture attempted to push through his comrades in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, having just suffered a brutal kick from the frostbite, his head throbbed with pain, rendering his escape futile. As the vulture fled in a frenzied state, his companions turned back in confusion. In the sky, the figure in crimson hovered, unaffected by the blazing sun. Her scarlet robe billowed in the wind, subtly revealing an alluring silhouette, while her ghostly skin, ghastly features, and long, sharp ebony nails sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld her. The dark energy radiating from her only intensified the already biting chill in the air. "Oh my God, a ghost!" One man gasped, his eyes wide with terror, his hair standing on end as he turned to flee. "Flee!" brothers, scatter. Even the most hardened of brigands, confronted with the bone-chilling aura and the ghastly sight of the crimson-robed fiend, were reduced to a state of abject fear. Scattering like birds before the storm. Some, overwhelmed by fright, succumbed to the most primal of fears, their trousers stained with a pungent odor. The presence of such a malevolent spirit, known for her bloodthirsty nature, wielded an immense psychological impact upon the hearts of mortals. "Can you escape?" echoed the voice of the crimson-robed fiend, haunting and grating, sending waves of discomfort through those who heard it. With a sudden flourish, she parted her lips and exhaled softly, unleashing a barrage of fiery orbs that enveloped the crowd. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as they writhed in agony. Their bodies ignited in searing pain. Nearby, startled horses broke free from their restraints, bolting in all directions. Even the distant birds, sensing the overwhelming dread, took flight, flapping their wings in a desperate bid to escape the horror unfolding below. The crimson-robed fire specter transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing into the blaze, unleashing a chilling scream that echoed through the valley. This anguished cry lingered, resonating through the canyon and drifting far away. Meanwhile, Fei Luo and his companions were traversing the terrain when they faintly caught wind of this harrowing wail. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully honing in on the sound that reverberated from all directions, pinpointing a specific trajectory. This path led directly to the direction in which the bandits had fled. "This is troubling. Such potent malevolence suggests treachery ahead," Ao Tianlong warned. His 8 trigrams soared at his waist, vibrating slightly, as if sensing a formidable adversary. "Let us proceed." Fei Luo replied calmly, his form surging forward with vigor. At this moment, Fei Luo too sensed the overwhelming aura of malevolence, a spark of excitement igniting within him. The fiery essence of this spirit could only belong to the crimson-robed fire specter. "At long last, we have encountered you, crimson-robed fire specter." Faced with such a powerful entity, Fei Luo felt an undeniable interest. Ordinary spirits had ceased to spark his curiosity. Only beings of such formidable strength could capture his attention. Ao Tianlong nodded in agreement, closely following Fei Luo. "Father, brother Fei Luo, wait for me," Ning Shuang called out as she witnessed the 2 figures disappearing into the dense forest. "Ning Shuang, hurry along. It is not far ahead." Qing Miao, seated in Ning Shuang's embrace, spoke with urgency. "All right," Ning Shuang nodded, retrieving a swift travel talisman from her pocket and affixing it to her foot. As she recited an incantation, a gust of wind surged beneath her, exponentially increasing her speed as she raced towards the location where Fei Luo and Ao Tianlong had ventured. Moments later, Fei Luo and Ao Tianlong arrived at the valley where the bandits had congregated. The ground lay shrouded in darkness, all vegetation reduced to charred remnants as if ravaged by a great fire. The surface was littered with lifeless bodies, and in the distance, charred horses lay in ruin. There was not a single survivor. Even the steeds had not been spared. Witnessing this scene, Fei Luo and Ao Tianlong simultaneously furrowed their brows. "Senior Ao, this spirit is adept at arson, and the flames are laced with toxins that can swiftly paralyze one's nerves, rendering them helpless and subject to torment," Fei Luo murmured. Observing the grotesquely disfigured remains of the bandits, Fei Luo discerned that these individuals had suffered merely from burns to their flesh, yet they appeared desiccated, resembling mere skeletons. Their eyes bulged as if ready to pop from their sockets, the grotesque swelling of their bodies indicative of having their vital essence drained. These individuals had first been ensnared by the flames, and subsequently, their very life force had been siphoned away. The horses, too, had been turned to charred remains, their bodies grotesquely mangled and thoroughly cooked. Upon hearing these words, Ao Tianlong nodded, but his expression swiftly changed. The fire poison, known for its capacity to ignite, and the ominous figure of young Master Fei Luo, this specter must be the red-robed fire demon. My master met his untimely demise due to this very entity. Just then, Ning Shuang appeared behind them, and upon witnessing the horrific scene before her, she immediately began to retch. The stench here was unbearable, permeated by a uniquely foul odor, evidently resulting from the robbers expelling their innards in fear, which, after being scorched by the searing flames, emitted this distinctive scent. It was undoubtedly the red-robed fire demon. There could be no mistake. Ao Tianlong fixed his gaze intently on the gruesome remains scattered across the ground and spoke earnestly. Suddenly, a humming sound erupted as the bagua sword at Ao Tianlong's waist trembled violently, as if it had sensed a formidable adversary. This treasured artifact, nurtured by the wielder's spiritual energy over time, possessed the unique ability to detect the presence of spectral beings and emit an alarm, a feature not found in ordinary magical tools. Upon hearing the commotion from the bagua sword, Ning Shuang, still retching, regained her composure and scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Swiftly, Fei Luo turned around, gazing into the void behind them. Ao, she approaches. Chapter 95. Ao Tianlong confronts the red-robed fire ghost. Haha. I never expected there to be a few cultivators. Today is truly my fortunate day. Just as the two turned around, a chilling, eerie cry echoed through the void. With a swift motion, a red apparition surged forth, accompanied by a menacing wind that bent the blades of grass at its feet, heralding the arrival of the red-robed fire ghost. Moments ago, she had devoured the life essence of numerous bandits and had swiftly departed. However, not long after her departure, she sensed several distinct energies, markedly different from those of mere mortals, racing towards her, towards the very valley where she had committed her misdeeds. Intrigued, the red-robed fire ghost felt the presence of cultivators emanating from these individuals. The essence of a cultivator is far superior to that of an ordinary person. They cultivate the profound and arcane energies of the universe. Those exuding such a presence must undoubtedly be at the true Dan realm. Such cultivators possess an essence that could rival hundreds of ordinary souls, igniting a fierce ambition within the fire ghost. In the past, she might have hesitated when faced with true Dan cultivators, but now, having ascended to the late stages of the ghost sovereign realm, far surpassing typical ghost sovereigns, she felt no fear. With a swift rush, the red-robed fire ghost approached, her hair billowing in the wind, revealing a visage both captivating and grotesque. One side of her face was that of a beauty, while the other was hideously decayed, teeming with writhing maggots, evoking nausea in all who beheld it. With a slight exhalation, the red-robed fire ghost unleashed several fireballs, each nearly 10 feet in diameter, hurtling towards the three. "Be careful, Ning Shuang," Ao Tianlong called out, channeling his magical energy into his palm to shatter one of the fireballs, feeling an intense burning pain radiate from his hand. However, upon destroying the fireball, he noticed that Ning Shuang was about to be engulfed by another. This was ghostly fire. The red-robed fire ghost was a malevolent spirit of flames, her pyromancy unparalleled, infused with toxic properties that wrought double devastation. Anyone who came into contact with it would face both fiery and poisonous assaults, leading to certain doom. Even with his formidable magical prowess, Ao Tianlong could not escape the searing pain in his palm. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang stood frozen. Having never encountered a ghost of the sovereign realm before, the enormous fireball left her momentarily paralyzed. What astonished her most was the ghastly visage of the red-robed fire ghost. Just as Ao Tianlong cried out, Fei Luo sprang into action. Hearing his voice, Ning Shuang, startled by the imminent fireball, found herself at a loss. In that instant, Fei Luo gently enveloped her shoulders, swiftly pulling her into his embrace and retreating. Boom, boom. At that moment, the two fireballs targeting Fei Luo and Ning Shuang struck the ground, turning the area within a 10-foot radius into a charred wasteland. Bubbles rising ominously from the scorched earth. The ferocity of the ghostly flames was evident as Fei Luo observed the immediate decay of the vegetation. Even the soil had turned a dark purple, clearly ravaged by the toxic fire. Under such circumstances, this land would remain barren for years to come. The destructive power was starkly revealed. "Thank you, Brother Fei Luo." At this moment, Ning Shuang resembled a delicate bird, nestled against Fei Luo's broad chest. As she felt the warmth emanating from him, her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. Although she appeared to be a strong-willed girl, she had never been this close to a boy before. This was her first encounter with Fei Luo. Counting the incident in the ghostly cave, Fei Luo had already rescued her for the second time. Ao Tianlong, seeing that Ning Shuang was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. He spoke, "Young Master Fei Luo, I kindly ask you to look after Ning Shuang while I settle an old score with this red-robed fire demon." Of course, Fei Luo nodded, releasing Ning Shuang and refraining from immediate action. He understood the enmity between Ao Tianlong and the red-robed fire demon. Any intervention would require Ao Tianlong to resolve this grievance first. With his presence, he felt assured that the father and daughter would be safe. In the sky, the red-robed fire demon emitted a sound of astonishment. From her perspective, Fei Luo's movements were astonishingly swift. How could this be? He was so young, yet possessed such an uncanny agility. The foul Taoist before her was indeed of the true Dan realm, but what of this young lad? Her fireball technique, though not the most formidable, was an instantaneous skill. Apart from brute force like Ao Tianlong's, she had never witnessed anyone evade it with such grace. The red-robed fire demon failed to discern Fei Luo's cultivation level. She could only sense that Ao Tianlong was a true Dan practitioner, while Fei Luo's prowess eluded her completely. Just as the red-robed fire demon was mired in confusion, Ao Tianlong's resonant voice broke through her thoughts, redirecting her attention toward him. "What is the meaning of this, you little Taoist? Do we have a past?" Having navigated the world for decades, the red-robed fire demon had obliterated anyone who opposed her. Even those exorcists who had once conspired against her had perished when her strength surged. With a ruthless disposition, she would not overlook any living adversary. Yet, As she pondered, she could not conjure a single memory of Ao Tianlong. Nevertheless, the genuine anguish etched on his face piqued her interest. While Fei Luo was indeed enigmatic, Ao Tianlong was a true Dan practitioner, yet to the red-robed fire demon. Neither posed any threat. She was a formidable warrior of the Ghost Sovereign's late stage, moving like the wind. She felt no fear of these peculiar individuals. For in the face of absolute power, their fates were sealed. Hearing this, Ao Tianlong scoffed, fixing his gaze on the red-robed fire demon. Do you remember the master of the fantastical gate from 23 years ago? Upon hearing this, the red-robed fire demon first paused. Then a sinister smile crept across her face. I wondered who you were. So you are the disciple of that old Taoist. Your cowardly master conspired against me, and I was wounded by his fire poison. It seems you are here to avenge your worthless master today. Dare not insult my esteemed master. Ao Tianlong retorted, activating his illusory steps as he dashed toward the red-robed fire demon, driven by the unwavering resolve of a son avenging his father. Now, his cultivation has surpassed that of his master in their prime. He vowed to avenge his master's grievances. The demon suppression palm. Ao Tianlong concentrated his magical energy in the palm of his hand and struck fiercely at the crimson-robed fire ghost, producing a deafening shockwave with the force of his blow. Your master is no match for me, and neither are you today. Fear not. I shall ensure you reunite with your master. As the crimson-robed fire ghost observed Ao Tianlong's impending strike, he remained unfazed, extending a delicate claw in response. The collision of their powers created a tempestuous wave that radiated outward from the two, propelling forth into the distance. Chapter 96. The Might of the Precious Garment Stinking Taoist. Perish. The crimson-clad fire demon roared, its fangs bared, rendering its already fearsome visage even more terrifying. With a swift motion, the demon's other claw rose, striking towards Ao Tianlong. Demon-slaying thunder. Unfazed by the attack from the crimson-clad fire demon, Ao Tianlong formed a hand seal, his thumb pressed against his middle and ring fingers, summoning a bolt of thunder that materialized in his palm and surged forth towards the demon. This technique bore a resemblance to the palm thunder of the Maoshan sect, serving as the most effective method to dispel malevolent entities. Boom. The clash resonated once more. However, this thunderous spell, which typically vanquished evildoers with ease, merely disrupted a trace of the demon's ghostly energy and failed to penetrate further. Ao Tianlong was taken aback by the formidable strength of the crimson-clad fire demon. Roar. Seizing the opportunity from its successful strike, the demon pressed forward, its claws aiming for Ao Tianlong's throat. Should it succeed, it would surely leave a gaping wound. Yet, seasoned from countless battles, Ao Tianlong was not one to succumb to the demon's intentions. He swiftly retreated, activating the phantom step to evade the demon's assault. Little Taoist, where can you flee? The crimson-clad fire demon laughed boisterously, closing in on the retreating Ao Tianlong, its claws locking onto his every breath like a relentless parasite. Clang. Ao Tianlong swiftly drew forth the Bagua sword from his waist, its sharp blade sweeping horizontally towards the fire demon's midsection. Boom. In response to the sword strike, the demon transformed into flames, a grotesque visage emerging from the inferno, easily brushing aside the sword's attack and lunging for Ao Tianlong's chest. With a tearing sound, Ao Tianlong braced against the ghostly flames, hastily raising his sword to block, but the demon's claws were now aimed directly at his heart. Die. The fire demon unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, its claw penetrating the fabric of Ao Tianlong's chest. Despite Ao Tianlong executing the phantom step to its utmost, the claw tore through his clothing, revealing 5 gruesome wounds beneath. Bang! Struck with tremendous force, Ao Tianlong was sent sprawling, tumbling down the slope. Father. Upon witnessing her father injured, Ning Shuang gasped, instinctively wanting to rush to his aid. As a daughter, seeing her father harmed ignited a fierce resolve within her, compelling her to intervene despite the overwhelming odds. Little Shuang, allow me. A jade-like hand gently rested on Ning Shuang's shoulder. Fei Luo, recognizing the urgency of the situation, understood that he must act. If this continued, Ao Tianlong would surely perish. Perhaps due to his own journey through time, Fei Luo noted that the monsters, which were supposed to be mere characters in the script, had grown increasingly powerful, a trend that had begun with old Master Ren. Brother Fei Luo, please. Save my father, Ning Shuang implored desperately, her gaze pleading. She was aware that although Fei Luo and her father were both at the same cultivation level, his mastery of the Tao was far superior. Little Taoist, I killed your master back then, and today, I can easily eliminate you as well. Prepare to die. As the crimson-robed fire specter beheld Ao Tianlong collapse, a sinister smile crept across her face, and she transformed into a blaze, surging toward him with tremendous force. Boom. The fire specter, wielding claws imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, swiftly closed in on Ao Tianlong, envisioning the scene of him being eviscerated and his heart extracted. "You dare, demon?" With a thunderous roar, Fei Luo appeared before the crimson-robed specter like a wraith, a single azure finger poised against her lethal claws. The fierce flames recoiled upon contacting Fei Luo's enchanted garment, as if confronted by a natural predator. What? The fire specter felt as though her claws had struck an impenetrable barrier, a dull ache radiating from the impact. A gentle breeze stirred, and as the inferno dissipated, her pupils constricted. The enigmatic youth, coldly regarding her, stood unwavering. Just a single azure finger had countered her decisive strike. The crimson-robed fire specter felt a chill of trepidation, unleashing a furious roar as she transformed into a torrent of flames, intent on engulfing Fei Luo. Infernal flames, perish. As the fire specter, seemingly startled by Fei Luo's counter, enveloped him in searing flames, the conflagration surged to dozens of yards in length, incinerating the surrounding flora into ash, even scorching the soil to a charred black, devoid of life beneath the intense heat. She was confident that under such fierce flames, Fei Luo had no chance of survival. "Fei Luo, be careful." Ao Tianlong was pushed back by the heat wave, retreating several steps with his 8 trigram sword. "Big brother Fei Luo." From afar, Ning Shuang exclaimed in alarm. "You two need not fret. Mere ghostly flames cannot harm my master." The azure bird, which had remained perched upon Ning Shuang, spoke with a tone of faint disdain, directed at the crimson-robed fire specter. Upon hearing this, Ao Tianlong and his daughter exchanged dubious glances. The fire specter's flames, unleashed with full force, had turned all vegetation within dozens of yards to ash. How could they not be concerned? Roar! Die, die, die! The crimson-robed fire specter, now seemingly deranged, transformed into an endless torrent of ghostly fire, relentlessly assaulting Fei Luo. His figure became almost imperceptible within the blaze, as if reduced to ashes. Yet, a faint voice pierced through the flames, startling the fire specter to the point of disbelief. "Have you had enough? With such meager skills, you dare to act with arrogance?" With a swift motion, Fei Luo waved his hand amidst the flames, his formidable power coalescing around his finger, slicing through the specter's relentless inferno like an invisible blade. Whoosh! The flames abruptly dissipated into scattered embers, revealing the fire specter solidifying 10 yards before Fei Luo. Upon witnessing Fei Luo emerge unscathed, untouched by the flames, the crimson-robed specter was left bewildered. "How is it possible? How can you disregard my ghostly flames?" Her face twisted in a grimace. She quickly recovered from her shock and cried out, "Burn! Burn! Burn!" In a fit of defiance, the fire specter unleashed a barrage of fireballs. However, as the fireballs approached Fei Luo, his enchanted garment emitted a faint glow, causing the fireballs to dissipate as if they had encountered a natural predator. This magical attire, impervious to all forms of harm, served to vanquish evil and repel malevolence. At least the powers of a crimson-robed fire spirit posed no threat to Fei Luo whatsoever. The crimson-robed fire spirit rubbed its eyes, unable to believe the scene unfolding before it. Despite its vast experience, it had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. The strength of the physical body was one thing, but what was this garment? Observing this bizarre spectacle, Ao Tianlong and his daughter inhaled sharply. The protective aura. The sentient treasure, it was a spiritual artifact. Ao Tianlong's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the faint glow emanating from Fei Luo's enchanted garment, exclaiming in disbelief. In that very moment, while the crimson-robed fire spirit and Ao Tianlong's daughter were momentarily stunned, Fei Luo made his move. Chapter 97. Overwhelming Power Bang. As the Stargrab step was initiated, Fei Luo moved like a specter, an overwhelming surge of magical energy converging in his palm. With a clenched fist, he struck the chest of the red-robed fire ghost. The sheer force of his physical power erupted, landing a solid blow that elicited a chilling scream from the red-robed fire ghost. In that moment, it felt as though it had been struck by an immense force. Its chest bulged and collapsed, its back torn asunder, eyes bulging, and a mouthful of old blood spewed forth. The ghost, propelled like a cannonball, was carried backwards by this tremendous force, crashing through 5 charred trees before finally stabilizing itself. The demon-subduing fist, a martial technique from the Supreme Purity Great Cave Scripture, revealed its might when combined with Fei Luo's formidable magic and physical strength. Just as the red-robed fire ghost regained its footing, a brilliant blue light struck its eyes, causing its mind to buzz with confusion. Bang! Fei Luo activated the soul-capturing technique, but upon striking, he found he had not shattered the consciousness of the red-robed fire ghost. Undeterred, he continued to advance, employing the Stargrab step as he charged at the ghost. While the soul-capturing technique was indeed formidable, the red-robed fire ghost was a golden elixir period ghost lord, its ghost core robust enough to withstand a single blow. This technique possessed the ability to instantly annihilate spirits of equal or lesser rank. Fei Luo extended his hand, grasping the red-robed fire ghost's arm and gently tugging. With a tearing sound, he removed an arm dripping with purplish-black, ghostly blood. The blood, infused with potent fire poison, splattered onto the ground, corroding it and leaving countless small holes. However, as this blood approached within 3 inches of Fei Luo, the magical treasure armor emitted a radiant glow, rendering the ghostly blood incapable of breaching its defenses. Ah! The piercing scream of the red-robed fire ghost echoed, the agonizing pain snapping her back to reality as she transformed into a flash of fire and retreated swiftly. Human. Today I shall flay your skin and pull out your tendons to alleviate my hatred. She spat, feeling the searing pain in her left shoulder, her voice dripping with malice. Such bravado. I am eager to see what else you are capable of, Fei Luo replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A flame ignited in his palm, incinerating the remaining half of the ghost's arm, which disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. The ghostly form differed fundamentally from a human's corporeal body. It was never truly corporeal, merely resembling one, making discernment difficult. Swish. A crackling sound erupted from the red-robed fire ghost as the severed arm, enveloped in swirling black ghostly energy, solidified into a brand new limb. Subsequently, the ghost opened its mouth and expelled a crimson sword, 3 feet in length, its blade shimmering with intense heat waves, accompanied by the chilling essence of ghostly energy, transforming into a fireball as it lunged toward Fei Luo. With a slash, the red-robed fire ghost wielded the ghostly weapon, aiming a horizontal strike at Fei Luo. A mere parlor trick, not an overturning spell. Fei Luo swiftly formed hand seals, his movements so rapid they were nearly a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, as Fei Luo recited the incantation, dozens of massive stones levitated into the air, hurtling toward the red-robed fire ghost. Bang, 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 bang. The ghostly weapon wielded by the red-robed fire ghost was extraordinarily sharp, comparable to a top-tier treasure. With a series of powerful strikes, she shattered the giant stones into countless fragments. However, a brilliant sword light had already reached her front. Fei Luo summoned the snowfall sword, and without a glance, unleashed a single strike. Whoosh! The dazzling sword light separated from his body, reaching the red-robed fire ghost in an instant. Roar! The red-robed fire ghost sensed a profound threat from this sword light. She raised her ghostly weapon and retaliated with a strike of her own, condensing her formidable ghostly energy into a sword light that surged towards Fei Luo's. Yet, despite being comparable to a human cultivator at the Golden Core stage, the quality of her ghostly energy was subpar. Fei Luo's sword light effortlessly obliterated the red-robed fire ghost's attack and continued its relentless advance. Crack! The red-robed fire ghost gasped in shock as she attempted to block with her crimson treasure sword, but with a resounding crack, her ghostly weapon shattered. Puff! The destruction of her weapon dealt a significant blow to the red-robed fire ghost's vitality, leaving her pallid and weakened. Nevertheless, the sword energy still surged towards her. With a piercing sound, the sword energy cleaved through her fiery form, slicing it in two. Ah! Accompanied by the anguished cry of the red-robed fire ghost. Her figure solidified, but her lower half had already disintegrated into nothingness. Fei Luo's sword was undeniably tyrannical. Human, I vow to see your demise. The red-robed fire ghost hovered in the air, her voice dripping with boundless resentment. Boom! Countless tendrils of black, ghostly energy erupted from within her, solidifying her form once more. Yet, at this moment, the red-robed fire ghost first concentrated her arms, and then her lower body. Her ghostly power had already been significantly diminished, far from her earlier might. A ghost of such caliber was indeed beyond comprehension. Fei Luo gazed at the floating red-robed fire ghost and murmured, such a being, should it encounter an ordinary human cultivator, would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, Fei Luo's magical power was not only vast, but he also possessed 2 spirit artifacts, which could only be wielded by those who had reached the stage of refining chi into spirit. While the red-robed fire ghost was undeniably enigmatic, she remained at a loss against Fei Luo. Ghosts excelled in manipulating the winds and inherently possessed supernatural abilities, a stark contrast to zombies. While zombies boasted formidable physical prowess and drained life essence, ghosts siphoned off vitality. Nevertheless, from a fundamental standpoint, both ghosts and zombies were akin, both being harbingers of malevolence. Of course, there were benevolent ghosts, though they were exceedingly rare. Kind-hearted ghosts often faced ostracism from the majority of their kind, as the malevolence of ghosts was deemed in natural order. Most ghosts in the world were born from the accumulation of resentment, inherently violent and ferocious. At this moment, the red-robed fire ghost's hatred towards Fei Luo reached an unparalleled intensity, He had obliterated countless years of her arduous cultivation in mere exchanges. Ghost Fire Catastrophe. The red-robed fire ghost took a deep breath, her ghostly energy surging forth and transforming into flames far larger than before, surging towards Fei Luo with the intent to consume. Playing with fire? With a faint smile, Fei Luo gazed at the even more terrifying flames before him. He deftly formed a hand seal and exhaled a breath of profound yellow energy. Celestial Fire Spell. Boom. In that instant, a sea of flames erupted before Fei Luo. Unlike the agonizing ghost flames of the crimson-robed fire specter, the celestial fire unleashed was suffused with an aura of righteousness. Two flames of similar size, each spanning dozens of feet, collided with one another, causing the surrounding valley to be engulfed in a tempest of flying sand and shifting stones. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have traversed the world for centuries. How can I be bested by such a mere human? The crimson-robed fire specter, continuously releasing flames, watched in horror as its own fire was relentlessly consumed, its heart gripped by an unprecedented dread. This human, appearing to be in his early 20s. How could he possess such strength? Is there truly a being so monstrous in this world? In both supernatural prowess and combat, the crimson-robed fire specter was utterly overwhelmed by Fei Luo. Chapter 98. The Vanished Crimson-Robed Fire Demon Humans. Today you have destroyed my ghostly artifact, shattering countless years of my arduous cultivation. This grudge shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. The voice of the crimson-robed fire demon echoed in the void, filled with resentment. Realizing that she could not subdue Fei Luo and that her mastery over fire was ineffectual, she began to contemplate retreat. She understood that if this continued, she would inevitably be slain by Fei Luo. At that moment, a significant portion of her ghostly energy had been depleted, causing her immense anguish. With a swift motion, the crimson-robed fire demon transformed into a flash of fire, vanishing into the horizon, leaving no trace behind. Ghosts are adept at riding the winds, and her supernatural ability to evade was particularly elusive. Upon witnessing her escape, Fei Luo immediately called out, "Qinger, let us pursue." He had not anticipated that the ferocious crimson-robed fire demon would flee so decisively. This was unforeseen. How could he allow a golden opportunity to slip away? After all, every demon in the script promised substantial rewards. "Yes, my lord," Qing Bird responded, her form suddenly expanding to nearly 10 feet as she flapped her wings and positioned herself before Fei Luo. With a leap, Fei Luo mounted her back. Aware that he could not fly on his own to chase a flying demon, he relied solely on Qing Bird, his magnificent steed, to assist in the pursuit. "Senior Ao, Ning Shuang, I shall pursue the crimson-robed fire demon. We shall part ways here," Fei Luo stated, standing atop Qing Bird's back and turning to face Ao Tianlong and his daughter. "Very well, young Master Fei Luo. We shall set off for Zhangjiago," Ao Tianlong acknowledged. Realizing that the ferocity of the crimson-robed fire demon was beyond his capability to confront, thus abandoning the idea of joining Fei Luo in the chase. Moreover, with a flying beast at Fei Luo's disposal, the pursuit of the crimson-robed fire demon was bound to succeed. "Brother Fei Luo, please take care. I am still waiting for you to take me out to play," Ning Shuang said, a sense of longing washing over her as she prepared to part ways. "Of course. After I hunt down the crimson-robed fire demon, I shall come to Zhangjiago to find you," Fei Luo assured, offering a warm smile to the graceful Ning Shuang. "Qinger, pursue." With Fei Luo's command, Qing Bird flapped her wings and soared into the sky, chasing after the direction in which the crimson-robed fire demon had fled. It was only when Fei Luo and Qing Bird became mere specks in the distance that Ao Tianlong and his daughter turned to commence their journey. "Father, do you think Brother Fei Luo will slay the crimson-robed fire demon?" Ning Shuang asked, glancing back repeatedly. Although she had only spent a few days with Fei Luo, his image seemed deeply etched in her heart. At this moment of parting, she realized that Fei Luo had become an indelible presence in her thoughts. Ao Tianlong looked at her and replied, "Little Shuang, your brother Fei Luo is a master unlike any I have encountered in my lifetime. Though the crimson-robed fire demon possesses strange abilities, she is certainly no match for him. Father, do you think Brother Fei Luo?" Despite hearing Ao Tianlong's favorable assessment of Fei Luo, Ning Shuang continued to engage him with a flurry of questions. Alas, Ao Tianlong gazed upon his daughter's demeanor and could not help but realize that Ning Shuang had fallen under the enchanting spell of Fei Luo. With a silent sigh, he mused to himself, a daughter cannot be retained forever. An hour had elapsed since Fei Luo's departure. At this moment, Fei Luo stood upon the back of the azure bird, surveying the vast expanse of the Taihang Mountains below, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The red-robed fire demon had seemingly evaporated from the earthly realm. Fei Luo attempted to employ the heavenly sovereign's divine eye, but it failed to penetrate the obscurity of the Taihang Mountains. The mountain stretched for thousands of miles, riddled with ravines and towering peaks. Even Fei Luo could not behold their entirety. Where could it have vanished? This red-robed fire demon, upon reaching the ghost sovereign realm, possessed truly extraordinary evasion techniques. Fei Luo murmured, his agitation mounting as he gazed at the endless mountain range below. Regardless of the fire demon's extraordinary powers, it remained a formidable entity of the ghost sovereign realm, its cultivation on par with that of a human golden core practitioner. The golden core stage represents the pinnacle of refining essence into qi, a transformative phase for human cultivators. According to the annotations in the Supreme Purity Great Cave Scripture, ancient human practitioners could soar on swords during the void dance stage. However, with the advent of the end of the Dharma era and the alteration of cosmic laws, human cultivators must ascend to the golden core stage to attain the ability to fly on swords through the nine heavens. While the azure bird is indeed a formidable demon of the true dance stage, its speed pales in comparison to the fire demon's escape techniques. This was one of the reasons for Fei Luo's unease. Were he a golden core practitioner capable of flying on a sword, he would not fear the escape of this red-robed fire demon. Ghosts do not fly, they adeptly ride the winds, their ethereal forms creating the illusion of flight. Presently, exorcists in the spirit realm face a similar predicament. When subduing malevolent spirits, those spirits can effortlessly escape by riding the winds when overmatched, which is a significant flaw. This dynamic would completely reverse once human practitioners entered the golden core stage. Chinger, let us descend and take a moment to rest, Fei Luo suggested, having found no success in his search. All right, the azure bird replied, adjusting its form to glide down into the dense forest below. The scene shifted back to an hour earlier. After eluding Fei Luo, the red-robed fire demon exerted its full strength to employ its evasion techniques, heading toward its lair. This lair was concealed deep within the Taiying Mountains, hidden underground, with an abundance of avian and terrestrial creatures above, thus escaping Fei Luo's perception. Whoosh! The red-robed fire demon transformed into a blaze of light and descended into the earth, soon appearing within the shadowy, ghostly abode. This ghostly domain, unlike any Fei Luo had encountered before, resembled a human practitioner's sanctuary, albeit filled with palpable ghostly energy, a veritable ghostly cavern. Within the ghostly abode, crimson ghost flames flickered on every wall, eternally burning. These flames released by the red-robed fire demon, as long as it survived, the flames would never extinguish. Upon the fire demon's entrance, it was immediately detected by the denizens of the ghostly realm. My lord, why does your aura seem so weakened? Are you injured? My lord, what transpired outside? The great king. Within this ghostly domain, there exists an assembly of malevolent spirits, who are struck with astonishment upon the sight of the crimson-robed fire ghost. This formidable entity is the sovereign of the Taiying Mountains, and countless exorcists have perished at its hands over the years. Who possesses the ability to inflict harm upon the crimson-robed fire ghost? In response to the inquiries of its subordinates, the crimson-robed fire ghost, with a gesture of impatience, dismissed their concerns, stating that it was merely an encounter with a formidable opponent. As it spoke, the crimson-robed fire ghost turned its gaze towards the foremost spirits, addressing them. Ada. Ayer, Asan, how have you fared in the tasks I entrusted to you? Upon hearing this, the spirits promptly bowed and replied, We humbly report, Great King, that we have gathered a total of 99 souls, awaiting your esteemed inspection in the rear hall. Chapter 99, The Art of Blood Refinement. Very well. There have been no disturbances of late. I implore you not to intrude upon me. Furthermore, I advise against venturing outside, for formidable adversaries lurk nearby. The red-robed fire demon strode away, his voice resonating throughout the cavern, proclaiming that the day I emerge from seclusion will herald the moment when I lead you all to conquer the world. The voice of the red-robed fire demon filled the spirits within the cavern with exhilaration. They understood that their master was engaged in the crafting of a secret technique, the art of blood refinement. As subordinates of the red-robed fire demon, they were well acquainted with his past secrets. It is said that over 2 centuries ago, this very cavern was the sanctum of a nefarious cultivator known as the heart-refining sage, though the name may evoke the image of a righteous figure. In the realm of spirits, this individual was a notorious villain, reviled by all practitioners of the righteous path. The heart-refining sage followed the path of demonic cultivation, distinct from the traditional sects of Taoism, embracing a method that, as the name suggests, traversed the route of malevolence. The advantage of such a path, however, lay in its remarkable speed of advancement, far surpassing that of conventional cultivators. As a denizen of the end of Dharma era, the heart-refining sage inadvertently acquired the legacy of an ancient sect of demonic cultivators. Following his initial attempt, he was immediately captivated by the allure of power. Overwhelmed by temptation, he gradually lost his way, forsaking ethics and morality, and descended into madness. he could no longer be considered human. He was universally acknowledged as a demon of that era. Consequently, as his sins multiplied, the heart-refining sage became the public enemy of the spirit realm, condemned and hunted by all righteous cultivators. Ultimately, he relocated his sanctum to the vast Taihang Mountains, resolved to delve deeper into the path of demonic cultivation. The techniques acquired by the heart-refining sage were predominantly fire-based, yet the means of cultivation instilled fear in all who heard of it. This fire, a ghostly flame from the underworld, was classified among the rarest of fires. To cultivate this malevolent art, one must be supplemented by the essence of extreme pain, with the most effective source being the blood of an unwed maiden. Male energy is associated with yang, while female energy embodies yin, the unblemished essence of a maiden. Untouched by the world, renders her heart's blood the unparalleled choice for this dark cultivation. The red-robed fire demon was born from the countless unfortunate women who had been sacrificed. Even now, within this cavern, one can observe mountains of grim white bones, the palpable aura of death evoking nausea. At that time, the heart-refining sage had reached the realm of spirit refinement and void return, poised for a final breakthrough into the harmonization of void and Tao, ready to transcend the tribulations of thunder and shatter the void to attain celestial immortality, becoming an immortal. To share longevity with the heavens and earth, to acquire supreme magical powers, to escape the confines of mortality. This was the aspiration of countless cultivators, the ultimate path. However, on the day he attempted to transcend into the harmonization of void and Tao, the heart-refining sage was overwhelmed by the burden of his numerous killings, entangled in karmic debts, and plagued by inner demons, ultimately succumbing to madness and death. Among the vengeful spirits, the soul of the red-robed fire demon lingered within the heart-refining sage's artifacts, coalescing into a spectral form while absorbing countless resentments, thus becoming a formidable malevolent spirit. As time progressed, the red-robed fire demon grew increasingly violent, following the same path once trodden by the heart-refining sage. The crimson-robed fiend possesses remarkable intelligence, having gathered a multitude of subordinates to scour various locales in search of unwed maidens. Decades ago, her notorious activities in a single region incited a coalition of righteous individuals to execute a joint extermination, resulting in the demise of Ao Tianlong's master during that tumultuous period. Though the incident was eventually quelled, the crimson-robed fiend, seeking to avert any unnecessary disturbances, dispatched her minions far and wide, casting a wide net. The disappearance of a few individuals amidst the chaos of this era was deemed insignificant. Consequently, under this expansive strategy, her subordinates would annually assemble a fresh cohort of maidens, with this year marking the highest number yet, and proving pivotal for the fiend, for she is poised to achieve a breakthrough during her forthcoming seclusion, transcending her current limitations to attain the status of a refined spirit, entering the realm of human cultivators known as the transformation of Qi into divinity. Among the supernatural beings, this elevation is referred to as the entry into the rank of ghost kings. A ghost king of the entry rank holds power comparable to that of a corpse king, with the first rank being lesser and the ninth rank being supreme. Achieving this rank signifies a nascent understanding of the path to transcendence alongside the ghostly immortals, promising an extraordinary enhancement of abilities. As the crimson-robed fiend entered her secluded chamber, she beheld 99 maidens, each in the bloom of youth, held captive within. Shortly thereafter, the piercing screams of these maidens echoed from the chamber, filled with boundless resentment, instilling a chilling dread even among the most malevolent spirits of the ghost realm. Humans, when I successfully ascend to the entry rank, it shall be your time of reckoning. At that moment, I shall fear no one in this world. The crimson-robed fiend gazed upon the vessel containing a pool of her own heart's blood, a confident smile gracing her lips. The lifeless bodies of the maidens lay strewn nearby, each face etched with profound terror and resentment. Meanwhile, Fei Luo and the blue bird, having taken a brief respite, resumed their journey. After searching once more without uncovering any trace of the crimson-robed fiend, Fei Luo resolved to investigate the Zhangjiago area. Having ventured into the mountains for several days, he deemed it necessary to visit the town for supplies. Fei Luo understood that the fiend, having sustained significant energy loss, was undoubtedly plotting some malevolent scheme, yet he felt no fear. Whatever your plots may be, I shall cleave them asunder with a single sword strike. As time swiftly passed, by the time Fei Luo and the blue bird approached Zhangjiago, dusk had settled. Qing Air, let us rest here for a while before continuing, Fei Luo noted, sensing the blue bird's dwindling energy. Traversing the entire Taiyang mountain range in just half a day constituted a considerable burden for the creature. With a nod, the blue bird descended towards the ground. At that very moment, hundreds of miles east of Zhangjiago, a Taoist clad in robes was performing a rite. Your nature is not malevolent, and you are unburdened by karmic ties. Today, I shall guide you back to where you belong. That you may enter the underworld and traverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Taoist's altar was adorned with flickering candles, and as incantations flowed from his lips, a spell was cast, causing a woman before him to rise gracefully into the air. Thank you, esteemed Taoist, for your guidance. I am eternally grateful. At this moment, a delicate young woman clad in a flowing white gown gracefully approached the Taoist priest, offering a courteous bow. She exuded an air of elegance and poise. Although her beauty was not strikingly exceptional, it possessed a captivating charm. Do not mention it. Exorcising malevolent spirits and safeguarding the righteous path is our duty as practitioners. The priest replied, a benevolent spirit like yourself deserves to enter the cycle of reincarnation and experience life anew. As he spoke, he retrieved the talisman, which ignited in flames and soared towards the young woman. With a swift motion, the talisman transformed into a radiant lantern that appeared in her grasp. Go forth. With this guiding lantern, you shall not lose your way. The priest gestured for her to depart. Thank you, esteemed priest, the woman replied with a beaming smile. With a mere thought, a gentle breeze rose from beneath her feet, and the lantern began to guide her into the night sky. May you find a worthy family in your next life, the priest murmured as he watched her silhouette fade into the shadows of the evening. Chapter 100. Enchanted by the ghost, the woman in the flowing white dress glided through the hazy night sky, soon arriving at Zhangjiago town. As she drifted past, a tempest arose. Being merely an ordinary spirit, she could scarcely withstand the ferocity of the winds, her form wavering like a leaf upon turbulent waters. And the soul-retrieving lantern in her grasp swayed precariously without the support of formidable ghostly power. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Within the backyard of a paper-making shop in Zhangjiago town, a peculiar apparatus whirled violently in the gusts, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the device, striking the night sky. The lightning struck the white-dressed ghost directly. With a piercing scream, she was hit by the bolt, igniting the lantern in her hand into a furious blaze. In an instant, her 3 souls and 7 spirits became unsteady, splitting into 2 streams of light that soared away into the distance. Her principal soul ascended into the vast night, its destination unknown to ordinary mortals, while her residual soul plummeted downward, plunging into the well in the backyard of the paper shop. With a resounding splash, it was as if a massive stone had fallen into the well, creating a tremendous commotion. This noise roused the slumbering Yun Gao from his dreams. In his early 20s, Yun Gao was of similar age to Fei Luo, the son of the esteemed disciple de Gui and the sect leader's daughter, Meng Meng. Both Ao Tianlong and de Gui had harbored affections for Meng Meng in their youth. Now in her middle age, Meng Meng retained her charm, showing no signs of aging. The disturbance in the backyard startled Yun Gao awake. He murmured a few words, rising to investigate the well. To his surprise, the well was empty. He pondered the origin of the noise. Dressed in a fashionable manner, he portrayed the image of a refined young gentleman. As a youth of the new era, Yun Gao had benefited from a higher education and delighted in tinkering with foreign gadgets and creating peculiar inventions. Today, it was precisely one of his eccentric contraptions that had caused the descent of the woman in white. Zhangjiago town was even more bustling than Rinjia town. Filled with curiosity, Yun Gao glanced at the still waters of the ancient well, scratching his head as he turned to leave. Whoosh! Just as he turned, the residual soul of the woman in white burst forth, appearing behind him. Sensing a rush of wind at his back, Yun Gao spun around, startled. Hovering above the well was a stunning beauty. Her hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, and her white dress billowed gracefully, yet her eyes were vacant, staring blankly at Yun Gao like a marionette. Who are you? Once he regained his composure, Yun Gao subdued his surprise, observing the woman in silence, astonished. How beautiful! Despite Zhangjiago town being home to numerous renowned beauties, none could compare to the one before him. Her delicate figure and enchanting aura struck a chord deep within Yun Gao's heart. Ah, you're still awake at this late hour. His heart raced, and momentarily at a loss for words, he politely greeted the enchanting figure before him. After a pause, the ghostly woman snapped back to reality, offering Yun Gao a dazed smile. That smile left Yun Gao utterly entranced. He was certain that this woman was not from Zhangjiago town, and he had never encountered her in the town before. Suddenly, as he gazed at the woman floating above the well, he recalled something significant. The woman before him was not human. Being the son of the esteemed Daegu and Miming, he was well aware of the existence of spirits and supernatural beings. Spirits, traditionally regarded as harbingers of malevolence, consume human essence and threaten lives. However, in an instant, he cast aside his trepidation, for he sensed no trace of wickedness emanating from the woman. She was a benevolent spirit, Enchanted by her presence, he comforted himself with this thought. Silently, he led the woman in the white dress back to his room. The atmosphere became charged with an intoxicating allure as the two of them found themselves alone together. Bang! Suddenly, the door to his room burst open with force. A portly man entered, and upon seeing the woman silently gazing at Yun Gao, his pupils dilated. So, you brought a girl home to frolic with, while your father is unaware? The newcomer was none other than Daegu. The commotion in the backyard had also roused Daegu and Mingming from their repose. Curious about what mischief Yun Gao was up to, Daegu had come to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered, the woman in white suddenly resembled a startled deer, floating towards the wall in an attempt to escape. Although Daegu's spiritual prowess was weaker than that of Ao Tianlong, he was still an exorcist, and the palpable aura he exuded set the spirit on edge. How audacious! Mingling with a spirit, Daegu exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he observed the woman's reaction. Wicked creature, prepare yourself. Daegu began to chant incantations, channeling his spiritual energy. And soon a faint purple lightning coalesced in his palm. Father, please listen to me. She is a good spirit. She means no harm. Get out of my way. Daegu, seeing Yun Gao defending the spirit, pushed him aside forcefully. You dare consort with a ghost? Just wait until I subdue her. And then I'll deal with you. With that, Daegu, despite his corpulent form, swiftly lunged towards the ghostly figure. The woman in white. Sensing the imminent danger, gracefully twisted and evaded Daegu's strike just in time. With a resounding crash, Daegu's massive palm smashed into a corner of the table, reducing it to splinters as he pivoted to pursue the fleeing spirit. In her panic, she collided with Mei Ming, who had descended to investigate the commotion. Wife, stop her. She is a female ghost. Daegu shouted upon seeing Ming Ming's arrival. Thunder Law, subdue the spirit. Although Ming Ming's spiritual prowess was modest, she showed no mercy when dealing with supernatural entities. As she chanted, a serpentine bolt of lightning flickered in her hand, and she struck the ghost squarely in the chest. The woman in white was struck, and she tumbled backward into a pile of clutter. Capture her. Daegu was unyielding, turning swiftly to retrieve a paper umbrella, which he then used to ensnare the spirit within. Father, mother, how could you act this way? She is a benevolent spirit. She has neither harmed me nor taken any action against you. With a few swift strokes, Yun Gao managed to capture the woman in the white dress and promptly explained. You foolish child, bewitched by a ghost, yet you speak such nonsense. A ghost is a ghost. Our ancestors had decreed that we must not harbor spirits within our home, nor associate with them. De Gue cast a stern glance at Yun Gao, who resembled a stone statue, before departing with Ming Ming. How could this be? Spirits can be good or bad. Yun Gao, overwhelmed by the sternness of his parents, slumped helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, as the lingering soul of the woman in white was captured, her main soul was whisked away by the wind to an unknown destination. In the night sky, sitting in meditation, Fei Luo suddenly sensed a faint aura of ghostly energy drifting nearby, and he abruptly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, Fei Luo raised his delicate hand, conjuring a powerful force that coalesced into a large hand, which instantly seized the lingering soul and brought it before him. You are. Upon seeing the terrified woman in the white dress, Fei Luo suddenly recalled a certain individual. Chapter 101. Soon before Fei Luo stood a female specter, devoid of any malevolent aura. She merely lacked a fragment of her soul and bore an uncanny resemblance to the character Suin from the original tale. Fei Luo recalled that in the narrative, this very Suin had lost a piece of her spirit when struck by an invention during her time in Zhangjiago. Who are you, and why do you wander here? Fei Luo inquired, gazing intently at the ethereal figure. The ghostly maiden, charming yet timid, looked at Fei Luo with a hint of trepidation. The mere essence she exuded made her feel uneasy, as if Fei Luo could, with a mere thought, subdue her and send her soul into disarray. There is no need to fear. Though I am a demon slayer, I discern good from evil. You bear no trace of wickedness, and I shall not harm you. Fei Luo reassured her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Esteemed master, I am Suin, originally from Yun County. Unfortunately, I perished far from home and have been granted a soul-retrieving lantern today, allowing me to return to my homeland and be reborn. However, I did not anticipate encountering a thunderous strike on my journey, which shattered my lantern and scattered my form. As the lady recounted her past, Fei Luo's understanding deepened. Indeed, the woman before him was none other than the benevolent ghost Suin he had anticipated. I see. Your spirit is fragmented, and even as a remnant, you cannot traverse the underworld to be reborn, Fei Luo murmured thoughtfully. Very well, since fate has brought you to me, I shall assist you in reclaiming your lost essence. Upon hearing this, Suin's countenance brightened with joy. Thank you, master, she exclaimed, her gratitude palpable. Silently, Fei Luo turned his gaze toward the direction of Zhangjiago. If his intuition was correct, Suin's lost fragment was currently within the paper shop of his junior, Ao Tianlong. Jing'er, continue your cultivation in the mountains. I shall accompany Suin to retrieve her soul fragment, Fei Luo instructed as he rose, glancing at the bluebird perched upon the branches. Aware that the bird had flown tirelessly throughout the day, he hesitated to ask it to carry him. Very well, my lord. I shall remain in the Taihang Mountains to cultivate, the bluebird replied in human speech, blinking at Fei Luo. Let us go, Fei Luo declared, waving his hand and employing the star-plucking steps to swiftly transport himself and Suin toward Zhangjiago. Before long, they arrived at the town, with Suin floating gracefully behind him. Master, I sense the guidance of my spirit. It seems to be in that direction, she indicated, pointing toward a specific location. Understood. Fei Luo nodded and proceeded toward the direction she indicated. Soon, they arrived at a paper shop with 3 stories, characteristic of a prominent household. Faintly, Fei Luo could hear a voice booming from within. The ancestral master has bequeathed a decree. We, the disciples, must not harbor ghosts. A smile crept across Fei Luo's lips. It appeared he had arrived at the correct place, the residence of the second disciple of the enigmatic sect. This was also the main hall of the enigmatic sect, where the ancestral altar was established. Knock, knock, knock. Fei Luo approached and politely rapped on the door. Inside the paper shop, having just finished admonishing Yun Gao, De Gui and Meng Meng appeared in the hall when a knock echoed through the air. De Gui, quickly go and see who it is, Meng Meng urged, her eyes darting towards him. Who could this be at such a late hour, disturbing us? De Gui muttered as he approached the door. With a creak, the heavy door swung open, revealing the figure of Fei Luo standing at the threshold, accompanied by the ghostly presence of Suin behind him. Upon seeing this peculiar pair, De Gui, without waiting for Fei Luo to speak, expressed his displeasure. What business do you have knocking at this hour? Are you not aware that people need their rest? Meng Meng, noticing De Gui's irritable tone, forced a smile and added, Young man, it is quite late now. If you have matters to discuss, please return tomorrow. With that, she shot De Gui a knowing glance, and he immediately understood, reaching out to close the door and send their unexpected guest away. However, a delicate hand, as exquisite as jade, suddenly pressed against the door panel. I must inquire, is this how you treat your guests? Fei Luo said, a slight smirk dancing on his lips as he held the door firmly, gazing at De Gui and his wife. De Gui felt a flicker of surprise. He was unable to budge the door despite his strength. This youth, seemingly around the same age as their son, what was going on? Meng Meng, sensing the tension, furrowed her brows and remarked, Young man, we have already stated that it is late. What is your purpose here? Her tone was tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, for it was uncommon for anyone in this town to be so brazen with them. I am in search of a lingering soul that you have taken. I request that you return her to assist in her passage, Fei Luo replied, his expression unchanged as he pointed to Suin behind him, observing the couple intently. At that moment, De Gui and Meng Meng exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation as they turned their attention to Suin. This isn't. De Gui gasped, suddenly struck by the striking resemblance between the ghostly figure before him and the female spirit he had recently captured. Meng Meng too sensed the unsettling familiarity. In silent agreement, they shared a knowing look, formulating a plan. Please release your hand. We harbor no wandering souls here. You must have come to the wrong place. De Gui stated firmly, his tone laced with irritation. The late-night disturbance coupled with the recent encounter with the ghost had put him in a foul mood. Is that so? Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, a glint of intrigue in his gaze as he regarded De Gui. If that is the case, I must take my leave. With a swift motion, he pushed open the door of the paper shop, channeling his magical energy as 3 threads of power surged towards a paper umbrella resting on the counter. Fei Luo had sensed that this artifact contained Suin's spirit. In an instant, as he forcefully opened the door, the mystical technique took effect, and before De Gui and Meng Meng could react, the paper umbrella was already in Fei Luo's grasp. The secret arts of Maoshan, controlling cranes and capturing dragons? Daegu and MNGMing exclaimed, recognizing Fei Luo's identity as he executed this extraordinary feat of remote retrieval. The technique of controlling cranes and capturing dragons belongs to the realm of remote manipulation and is also a secret art from the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scripture. Although Daegu and MNGMing may not possess the profound cultivation of Aodi and Ling, their extensive knowledge and experience allowed them to identify the Maoshan secret arts with ease. You, who are supposed to be a disciple of the fantastical gate, display such a narrow-minded disposition, which pales in comparison to your senior brother Aodi and Ling. With a flick of his wrist, Fei Luo unfurled the paper umbrella, and the lingering soul imprisoned within it immediately materialized behind him. In a flash of spiritual light, 2 plain texts seamlessly merged in that very instant. Chapter 102. The duality of good and evil in humans and spirits. The young woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the gentleman for saving her life. Suwen sensed a profound transformation in her soul and immediately bowed deeply to Fei Luo. Following their fusion, her 3 souls and 7 spirits became whole, and she appeared more tangible than before. Do not thank me. This is your own fortune. If you were to commit evil, even if I refused to accept you, these 2 before us would surely do so, Fei Luo remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on Suwen. However, his words caused Daegu to turn the color of a liver. What did you say? Daegu glared, his eyes wide with fury, gripping a wolf-toothed club with a tone as cold as ice. Ao Tianlong was a name he preferred to avoid, and he loathed being compared to his senior brother. In the past, Meng Meng had favored Ao Tianlong, and even their master held a preference for him. Ao Tianlong's innate talent far surpassed his own, advancing in cultivation at a pace that left him far behind. Despite his relentless dedication to training, his limited aptitude rendered him unable to catch up to his brother. Even now, in his 40s, although he had achieved the foundational stage of cultivation, Meng Meng's prowess eclipsed his own by a small margin. Thus, Daegu was increasingly reluctant to bring up Ao Tianlong. Fei Luo's derisive remarks about his narrow-mindedness had already frayed Daegu's nerves. Daegu, this is... Meng Meng observed her husband's fury as he raised the wolf-toothed club, instantly aware that Fei Luo's words had provoked him. Today, I shall teach this insolent lad a lesson, Daegu declared, activating his phantasmic step and lunging toward Fei Luo, the wolf-toothed club whistling through the air as it descended upon him. What audacity! A cultivator with such a narrow mind. It is no wonder he only reached the foundational stage in his 40s, Fei Luo mused, a look of disdain in his eyes as he saw Daegu charging at him. Be careful, young master, Suwen exclaimed, covering her mouth in alarm at Daegu's readiness to strike. Having undergone the fusion of souls, the remnants of her past life's memories flooded her mind. She understood that this couple was quite rigid in their beliefs. To them, a spirit was merely a spirit, devoid of any moral distinction. With a resounding crash, Daegu's wolf-toothed club swung down upon Fei Luo, who seemed to visualize himself fleeing in terror from Daegu's might. Suwen and Meng Meng could hardly bear to watch, for Daegu's imposing stature suggested that even without exceptional strength, he would overpower the youthful Fei Luo. Yet, in the next moment, a dull thud echoed, and Daegu's pupils constricted in disbelief. What? Meng Meng gasped behind Daegu, equally astounded. Suwen, though aware of Fei Luo's strength, could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. Fei Luo had merely extended a single finger, firmly pressing against Daegu's wolf-toothed club. No matter how hard Daegu strained, the club remained immovable, unable to advance even a fraction. How is this possible? Sweat beads formed on Daegu's forehead as a storm of shock surged within him. How could his formidable strength, coupled with the might of the wolf-toothed club, be overpowered by a mere finger of this youth? The principle of reciprocity dictates that one should not be remiss in returning favors. With a faint smile, Fei Luo unleashed a surge of golden magical energy from his palm, striking the formidable Dogwei. Bang, bang, bang. Dogwei was propelled backward, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, his vision was filled with shimmering golden stars, and he trembled as he extended a finger towards Fei Luo. This young man is indeed a master. Dogwei attempted to articulate something, but a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Dream. Upon witnessing Dogwei's collapse, Meng Meng was instantly alarmed. Young man, how could you be so ruthless? What have you done to Dogwei? She hurried to examine him, relieved to find he was merely unconscious, yet her gaze turned furious as she glared at Fei Luo. I merely imparted a minor lesson. What? Do you wish to spar with me as well? Fei Luo replied with a serene smile, fixing his gaze upon Meng Meng. Meng Meng found herself momentarily speechless under Fei Luo's unwavering stare. How could she dare? The force behind Fei Luo's earlier strike, coupled with the powerful magic he had inadvertently emanated, left her heart trembling. He must be a celestial master, an individual of extraordinary prowess. At the very least, he is at the solid dance stage, or perhaps even the legendary golden dance stage. However, Meng Meng quickly dismissed this notion. Given his youth, such mastery was indeed astonishing, but surely he could not possess the myriad of inscrutable abilities attributed to a golden dance expert. Humans embody both good and evil, and so do spirits. While adhering to traditions is commendable, one must also look forward and adapt. She was merely a frail, benevolent spirit. Must they truly resort to such lethal measures against her? As an exorcist, the eradication of malevolent entities is her duty. Yet it must be contingent upon the nature of the spirit. Not all spirits are wicked or harmful. Observing Meng Meng's stunned silence, Fei Luo spoke again. Upon hearing his words, Meng Meng felt a tremor run through her being, as if she had grasped the intent behind Fei Luo's actions. It seemed he was already aware of their plan to subdue Suwen. And considering Dogwei's initial aggression, Fei Luo had shown remarkable restraint. Had his intent been lethal, Dogwei would surely be dead by now. Your noble intentions enlighten me, Ming thought. Resolved to guide her husband wisely henceforth. Rising, she offered a slight bow to Fei Luo. Greatness commands respect, regardless of the setting. Dogwei and Ming, despite being of a certain age, were far inferior in terms of cultivation compared to Fei Luo. Moreover, Ming understood that individuals like Fei Luo were not to be trifled with. What struck her most was Fei Luo's youth. At an age comparable to that of her own, he exhibited such extraordinary prowess, and she could scarcely imagine what he might achieve in 10, 20, or even 30 years. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Such a person should be revered, not offended. Meanwhile, as Fei Luo faced Dogwei, Ao Tianlong and his daughter had embarked on a long journey, finally arriving at Zhangjiago town. From a distance, they could hear the sounds reverberating in the night sky. Hurry! Upon discerning the source of the voice, Ao Tianlong immediately recognized it as the paper crafting shop belonging to his junior brother and sister, which now served as the grand hall of the Mystic Gate. In the dead of night, the sounds of a struggle echoed from this place. Could it be that malevolent spirits were at play? Ao Tianlong was well aware that his junior brother and sister possessed merely average talents, and without fortuitous opportunities, it would be arduous for them to achieve any significant advancement in this lifetime. Upon hearing Ao Tianlong's exclamation, the poised Niang Shuang swiftly followed her father, her long legs carrying her forth. Before long, the pair appeared on the street outside the paper shop. Brother Fei Luo, Niang Shuang exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Fei Luo, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Young Master Fei Luo, what brings you here? Ao Tianlong inquired, glancing at Ming, who appeared as though she had erred. And at Dogwei, lying motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain, filled with perplexity. Chapter 103. Unfamiliar yet intimate. Upon seeing the weary demeanor of Ao Tianlong and his daughter, Fei Luo offered a serene smile. Senior Ao, Ning Shuang, you have arrived. Brother Fei Luo, you are quite swift. I did not expect to see you so soon, Ning Shuang exclaimed, enveloping Fei Luo in a fragrant breeze, gazing at him with the admiration of a starry-eyed fan. Senior brother? Upon the appearance of Ao Tianlong and his daughter, Ming's face lit up with joy. It had been many years since she had last seen Ao Tianlong. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, momentarily forgetting Fei Luo's presence. Senior brother, how have you fared these past years? And this young lady is... Ming's gaze was drawn to the enchanting Ning Shuang, and her heart fluttered. What a beautiful girl. Forgive me for not introducing her sooner, Ao Tianlong interjected, shifting his attention from Fei Luo to Ming. Junior sister, this is my daughter, Ning Shuang. Daughter? Ming blinked in surprise, a spark of curiosity igniting within her. Had her senior brother, after all these years wandering the realm, taken a wife and started a family? Then, Ao Tianlong glanced at Ning Shuang. Xiao Shuang, this is your senior aunt. Quickly greet her. At this, Ning Shuang regained her composure and respectfully addressed Ming. I pay my respects to my senior aunt. Meanwhile, Ao Tianlong's gaze fell upon the unconscious Dogwei lying on the ground. Junior sister, what has happened to him? And what transpired between you and young Master Fei Luo? Observing the scene before him, along with the obedient ghost, Su Wen, who remained by Fei Luo's side, Ao Tianlong was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the circumstances. Had his junior brother and sister clashed with Fei Luo? What a predicament! Responding to Ao Tianlong's inquiry, Ming offered a bittersweet smile. Senior brother, it is as follows. She narrated the events of the day with precise clarity, omitting embellishments, even subtly indicating that it was she and Dogwei who had inadvertently offended Fei Luo. Though Ming embodied the traditional virtues of a woman, it did not imply she lacked intelligence. Her senior brother was the most talented disciple of the miraculous sect in a century. Ming had keenly observed her senior brother's respectful demeanor towards Fei Luo. Such reverence could not be afforded to an ordinary person. After years apart, it was likely that her senior brother had ascended close to the heavenly master realm. This realization stirred Ming's heart. She understood that someone of Fei Luo's caliber was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Ming's account, Ao Tianlong burst into hearty laughter. I thought as much. You see, even after all these years, my junior brother remains as reckless as ever, devoid of wisdom. How fortunate you encountered young Master Fei Luo. Had it been another unpredictable expert, the outcome today could have been dire. As he spoke, Ao Tianlong turned towards Fei Luo. Young Master Fei Luo, today's incident is akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. I humbly apologize on behalf of my inept junior brother. With that, he prepared to bow deeply to Fei Luo. Having anticipated that his junior brother and sister had inadvertently offended Fei Luo, Ao Tianlong, as the elder brother of the miraculous sect, was determined to make amends and avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Senior Ao, please, no need for that. Upon encountering Aotianlong, Fei Luo was about to bow when he swiftly interrupted him. This is merely a misunderstanding. I am not one to harbor grudges. There is no need for you, Senior Ao, to belittle yourself. Fei Luo smiled gently, preventing Aotianlong from performing an elaborate gesture of respect. Such an honor was not one he felt he deserved. Being a person of clear principles, Fei Luo's reprimand of De Gui had been a matter of convenience rather than malice. Moreover, De Gui's nature was not inherently malevolent. It was merely his perspective on ghosts that irked Fei Luo. Observing Fei Luo's actions, Aotianlong sighed in relief. Junior sister, do invite young Master Fei inside for a warm cup of tea, he signaled to Meng Meng, who stood nearby. Immediately, Meng Meng's face brightened with a smile. Young Master Fei, please, do come in. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, given the circumstances. Fei Luo felt it inappropriate to say more and thus followed Aotianlong into the paper shop. Once inside, De Gui gradually awoke from his stupor. Ouch, that hurts. He rubbed his aching chest, still haunted by the image of Fei Luo's ghostly strike. De Gui realized that Fei Luo was an extraordinary master. And if it were not for his mercy today, his life would likely have been forfeit. His gaze fell upon Aotianlong and the others who had entered the room with Fei Luo. Senior brother? What brings you here? De Gui rose, his heart racing as he glanced at Fei Luo before turning to Aotianlong. Why shouldn't I come? Aotianlong raised an eyebrow. I am here to pay respects to our master. Have you forgotten? After a brief pause, he continued, at your age, you should be more prudent. If it weren't for young Master Fei's mercy, I fear I would have had to collect your remains. Meng Meng, standing nearby, exchanged knowing glances. The two were in perfect harmony, and De Gui quickly grasped the situation. Young Master Fei, I sincerely thank you for your leniency. You are correct. I have been narrow-minded and overestimating my abilities, De Gui admitted earnestly. He understood that Fei Luo bore no ill intentions today. Had Fei Luo wished him harm, he would have already crossed over to the other side. Though De Gui could be somewhat petty, his nature was not inherently bad, and his apology was heartfelt. After all, the esteemed master of the fantasy sect had taken De Gui as a disciple, recognizing his honest disposition. Enough, enough. As cultivators, we must clarify right from wrong. As long as you understand, do not harm innocent spirits in the future. Fei Luo waved his hand, interrupting De Gui's apologies. By the way, Aotianlong seized the opportunity to change the subject. Young Master Fei, have you made any progress in pursuing the red-robed fire ghost? What? The red-robed fire ghost? At the mention of this name, both De Gui and Meng Meng gasped, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Senior brother, the red-robed fire ghost was surrounded and presumably eliminated by our master and the others. How could it possibly? Meng Meng's voice trembled with fear and an undercurrent of deep-seated hatred. Junior sister, the power of the red-robed fire demon has vastly improved. I have reached the threshold of a celestial master, yet I remain no match for it. It was only thanks to young Master Fei Luo that I managed to repel it. Aotianlong gazed at Meng Meng and De Gui, recounting the experiences encountered along the way. The previous leader of the Enchanted Gate, De Gui, and Aotianlong's master, is indeed Meng Meng's father. It was the incident involving the siege of the red-robed fire demon that led to Meng Meng's father's untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo shook his head, stating that the red-robed fire demon's evasion technique is extraordinarily swift. I searched throughout the day and found no trace of its lair. Aotianlong sighed as well, acknowledging that the demon, knowing it could not contend with the young master, must have retreated to the ghostly cave to regain its strength. It is surely plotting some nefarious scheme. By the way, you have been in Zhangjiago town. Have you heard of any strange occurrences in the nearby Tying Mountains? Fei Luo then turned his attention to De Gui and his wife. This journey, assisting Su Wen in restoring her soul, was one purpose, but seeking information was another. Strange occurrences, De Gui murmured, and suddenly he spoke up. Young Master Fei Luo, the Tying Mountains are vast and boundless. And if we are to speak of peculiar happenings, there is indeed one area that is particularly uncanny. Chapter 104. Venturing alone into the haunted cave. Upon hearing the voice of De Gui, Fei Luo's interest was piqued. Do tell me about this place of peculiarities. The couple, having resided in Zhangjiago for several decades, should possess considerable knowledge of the surrounding matters. Fei Luo had set out on this journey specifically to seek any trace of the enigmatic red-robed fire ghost. Young Master Fei Luo, in recent years, several unmarried maidens have mysteriously vanished from Zhangjiago. Subsequently, some herbalists venturing into the mountains discovered one of their corpses deep within, drained of lifeblood and resembling a mere husk. As De Gui recounted this tale, Fei Luo's brows furrowed. Over the years, not only in Zhangjiago but also in several neighboring towns, there have been frequent reports of the mysterious disappearances of unmarried young women. The numbers are quite alarming indeed. Generally speaking, vampires feast on blood, and malevolent spirits siphon essence. What purpose could the red-robed fire ghost have in abducting unmarried maidens? Could it be due to the peculiarities of its cultivation technique? With this thought, a glint of determination sparked in Fei Luo's eyes. Quickly, where is this place? Let me there at once. Certainly, de Gouet replied without hesitation. Brother, we shall accompany you as well. The red-robed fire ghost bears a great grudge against our mystical sect, interjected Meng Meng. There is no time to waste. We shall depart with young Master Fei Luo. Ao Tianlong nodded, glancing at Meng Meng and her spouse. Let us go. With resolute decisions made, the group left the female ghost Su Wen behind and followed Fei Luo out into the night. Once outside, they produced their swift movement talismans, chanting incantations as they soared through the night sky. As de Gouet led them onward, Fei Luo and his companions arrived at a secluded valley. Here, dense foliage obscured any visible signs of danger. However, Fei Luo, employing his mystical vision, discerned a faint, elusive aura of Yin energy emanating from a certain spot at the foot of the mountain. There lies a problem, Fei Luo declared, taking the lead towards the rocky precipice in the distance. The others, without hesitation, followed suit. Fei Luo, being the most accomplished among them, commanded their trust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Reaching the base of the mountain, they found themselves in a shaded area, where even from above, obscured by the trees and boulders, nothing seemed amiss. Mountain transcending spell. With a thunderous rumble, Fei Luo intoned the incantation, and with a mere thought, the massive boulders before him began to tremble. One by one, the stones, which would ordinarily require great strength to move, rolled away as if they were mere playthings. What is this? Ning Shuang's pupils contracted as a dark cavern loomed before them. This abyss, unfathomably deep, resembled a tunnel leading into the earth's depths. How intriguing, Fei Luo mused, grinning at the cavern that seemed to hunger for human souls. This place serves as a confluence of yin and yang. Even with the presence of yin energy, it would be challenging for anyone to detect its existence underground. The others were likewise filled with an unspoken dread, not only in awe of Fei Luo's formidable prowess but also astonished by his acute perceptive abilities. Even Ao Tianlong firmly believed that had it not been for Fei Luo, he would not have detected any abnormalities in this place. Everyone, follow me closely, Fei Luo called back to the group. With a single leap, he entered the dark passage that rose over 3 meters high. Upon hearing his words, the others wasted no time and followed him into the inky corridor. The pitch-black passage posed no threat to Fei Luo. Enhanced by the divine vision of the celestial master, he could see clearly. As the group ventured deeper, a tangible chill enveloped them, instilling a sense of dread. This was undoubtedly a ghostly lair. Before long, after descending approximately 100 meters, they encountered a massive, closed door. The door appeared otherworldly, with engravings predominantly depicting flames, which unsettled the group considerably. Earthquake spell, Fei Luo declared upon seeing the obstructive door. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing the passage to tremble violently, with countless fragments of rock and soil falling, deftly avoided by the protective aura surrounding him. With a thunderous roar, as the earthquake spell activated, the soil beneath the door began to shake. A myriad of radiant lights emanated from the ground, and the ancient door shattered amidst the cacophony, releasing a cloud of dust. The moment the door broke apart, Ning Shuang, positioned behind Fei Luo, immediately retched. A foul stench wafted from the shattered door, a tangible ghostly miasma that sent chills down the spines of the others. Who dares to intrude upon the ghostly fire mansion? Be wary, it's a Taoist. Kill, kill, kill. As the door splintered, the ghostly lair echoed with numerous eerie voices, unmistakably the cries of vengeful spirits. You all should retreat. I can handle this alone, Fei Luo urged, recognizing that the oppressive ghostly energy would severely hinder their combat effectiveness, even for someone as strong as Ao Tianlong. Fei Luo, allow me to stay. Meng Meng, you and de Gouet, along with Xiao Shuang, return first, Ao Tianlong said, brandishing his bagua sword as he looked at Fei Luo. No, Fei Luo shook his head. Senior Ao, I have protective spiritual treasures. Your presence here is futile. I will resolve this and reunite with you shortly. Upon hearing this, Ao Tianlong nodded and led the group to retreat gradually. At that moment, several vengeful spirits surged forth from the entrance. Kill, kill. The spirits, all claws and fangs, howled as they charged at the impeccably clean Fei Luo. Flash. Fei Luo conjured the snowfall sword as if performing a magic trick, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that sliced through the darkness of the passage. With a series of piercing sounds, the vengeful spirits fell lifelessly to the ground before they could advance more than 3 steps, dissipating into wisps of spiritual light. The magical robe adorning Fei Luo emanated a soft glow, rendering him impervious to the tangible ghostly energy. Foolish little spirits, you seek your own demise. Fei Luo, with a cold demeanor, strode into the ghostly cave, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Gurgle gurgle upon witnessing Fei Luo's swordplay. Ming Ming and De Gui simultaneously swallowed hard. How astonishing. Senior brother, what level of cultivation does young Master Fei Luo possess? Ming Ming felt her throat dry. Gazing at Ao Tianlong, young Master Fei Luo's cultivation is on par with mine, both being at the threshold of the heavenly master realm, yet his innate talent is formidable, and his combat prowess likely surpasses mine by several folds, Ao Tianlong remarked, also watching Fei Luo's disappearing figure in admiration. At this moment, Ming Ming and De Gui found themselves at a loss for words. How could Fei Luo, at the same cultivation level, exhibit such overwhelming strength? Particularly De Gui, who was secretly alarmed that he had dared to confront someone as formidable as Fei Luo. Thankfully, young Master Fei Luo is magnanimous. Silently, the group departed the cave, heading towards Zhangjiago town. No one harbored concerns for Fei Luo's safety. After all, how could someone of his caliber encounter any peril? Yet, at this moment, Fei Luo encountered a bit of trouble. Chapter 105. The eerie heart-refining cauldron. As Fei Luo stepped into the ghostly cavern, he was immediately encircled by a multitude of spectral beings, servants of the red-robed fire ghost. With swift and decisive strokes, Fei Luo wielded his sword, effortlessly cleaving through the menacing apparitions. The tangible malevolence of the ghostly energy was entirely thwarted by his enchanted attire, which shielded him from any harm. What shall we do? Our lord is in seclusion, and this Taoist is formidable. Perhaps we should flee. Quickly, let us escape. Amidst Fei Luo's relentless assault, many lesser spirits trembled in fear, preparing to retreat. Heavenly fire curse. With a mere breath, Fei Luo unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the entire cavern, eliciting anguished cries from the desperate spirits attempting to flee. The commotion reverberated throughout the inner sanctum, alerting the red-robed fire ghost. What is happening? That human has discovered my lair? The red-robed fire ghost, clutching a small cauldron containing the heart's blood of young maidens, watched in disbelief as the ghostly flames beneath it continued to refine the precious substance. Fei Luo's intrusion startled the red-robed fire ghost, who, with a sinister grin, opened the cauldron and consumed the now purplish heart's blood. As the refined essence coursed through his veins, the previously feeble aura of the red-robed fire ghost surged with newfound strength, even miraculously healing the grotesque wounds upon his visage into a more delicate countenance. No one would suspect that this seemingly innocuous entity could harbor such malevolence. Cursed human, if only I had a bit more time to fully refine this essence, I would ascend to become a true ghost king. The red-robed fire ghost, seething with rage, tucked away the cauldron and transformed into a blaze, racing towards the outer hall. Though his plans were disrupted by Fei Luo's arrival, the red-robed fire ghost's aura, while not having reached a breakthrough, was now slightly more potent than during his prime. The tragic loss of such a significant amount of heart's blood, due to the interruption, was a grievous blow. Outside the hall, screams echoed. Just as Fei Luo wreaked havoc, the red-robed fire ghost materialized in a flash. Boom! A distinct fireball hurtled towards Fei Luo, extinguishing the heavenly fire curse he had conjured. Human, you are indeed audacious. This is my ghostly domain, where the malevolent energies are palpable. Any human who enters is left with barely a shred of strength. Should I deem you arrogant, or merely confident? The red-robed fire ghost fixed an icy stare upon Fei Luo, his voice laced with malice. You have ruined my plans, and today, I shall ensure that your existence is one of torment. Fei Luo regarded the red-robed fire ghost with a derisive smile. You think your spectral forces can intimidate me? And you, having perpetrated such atrocities against countless maidens, how do you intend to meet your end? Fei Luo's gaze roamed over the numerous corpses strewn throughout the cavern, and within the inner sanctum, he noted the still intact bodies that had yet to decay. Here, the atmosphere was thick with resentment, akin to the wails of countless spirits, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, such malevolent energy had no effect on Fei Luo. The Ru-E treasure garment, a spirit artifact, was impervious to these ghostly forces. All troops, heed my command. Attack! The red-robed fire ghost, realizing that the ghostly aura did not hinder Fei Luo, recalled that his fireball technique also failed to breach the treasure garment's defenses. As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of ghostly energy erupted from him, filling the ghost palace with an oppressive force. The specters present, empowered by this aura, exhibited bloodshot eyes and a fierce demeanor, resembling wild beasts as they roared and charged at Fei Luo. Break the void sword technique, Flying Blossom. The snowfall sword in Fei Luo's hand danced like a spirit in the night, each swing scattering the souls of several vengeful ghosts. With swift steps, he executed the star-plucking step, the snowfall sword moving in a seamless flurry, cleaving through each approaching specter without opposition. Red-robed fire ghost, meet your end. Fei Luo cleaved through dozens of vengeful spirits in his path, then swiftly advanced toward the red-robed fire ghost. Soul-capturing technique. As he progressed, a blue radiance emanated from Fei Luo's eyes, aiming straight at the red-robed fire ghost's face. In that moment, he was determined to slay the red-robed fire ghost with a single strike. However, the red-robed fire ghost merely smirked, seemingly unfazed by Fei Luo's prowess. Just as the blue light blazed forth from Fei Luo's gaze, the red-robed fire ghost revealed a small cauldron from his sleeve. This cauldron, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, spun rapidly before him. From the cauldron, a brilliant flame barrier emerged, blocking Fei Luo's soul-capturing technique. A spirit artifact? Fei Luo, still in his forward stance, sensed an aura far exceeding that of a mere treasure upon seeing the cauldron. He could scarcely believe that such a seemingly insignificant red-robed fire ghost possessed a spirit artifact. Now, the reason for the ghost's nonchalant demeanor and repeated smirks became clear to Fei Luo. Break for me. Without further deliberation, he gathered golden magical energy upon the snowfall sword and swung it toward the red-robed fire ghost. What of your spirit artifact? Fei Luo thought, resolute in his belief that he could shatter this mere flame barrier. Suppress. As Fei Luo struck, the red-robed fire ghost opened the lid of the cauldron. A powerful, insatiable force of absorption surged forth, enveloping Fei Luo. At that moment, a tempest swept through the ghost palace, and a painful, toxic wind of crimson hue emanated from the cauldron. Fei Luo, unaccustomed to such a fierce assault, had witnessed artifacts capable of drawing in people and objects. But he had never encountered a spirit artifact of this nature. With an overwhelming force, Fei Luo felt as though he had entered the eye of a storm. Before he could react, both he and his sword were transformed into a streak of light, drawn into the cauldron. This was. Fei Luo found himself engulfed in darkness, entering a realm ablaze with fierce flames. In this place, he could neither sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nor perceive the external world. The relentless waves of heat and flames surged forth like a colossal tide, enveloping everything in their path. The brilliance radiating from the treasure-clad attire was dazzling, yet Fei Luo could still perceive the penetrating warmth seeping into his very core. This artifact was indeed peculiar. The consumption of my magical energy was accelerating at an unprecedented rate. Fei Luo felt an intense heat coursing through his body, and in desperation, he began to channel his magic to dispel the oppressive warmth. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed a sword strike, yet the boundless inferno seemed inexhaustible, swiftly engulfing the blade's energy. In the outside world, the crimson-robed fire demon had just captured Fei Luo within a small cauldron and was about to turn away when the cauldron suddenly trembled violently. Even if you possess a protective spiritual garment, you shall not escape from my heart refinement cauldron. A malevolent smile crept across the fire demon's lips as he communicated telepathically to the confines of the cauldron. Human, cease your struggles. This treasure is indestructible. I neglected to inform you that this is the supreme treasure of the infamous heart refinement master. Resignation is your only option. Chapter 106. The fiery demon the red-robed fire demon was well aware that the heart-refining Taoist had, in years past, utilized this treasure to mercilessly eliminate countless righteous masters. While this artifact may not possess direct offensive capabilities, it is undeniably among the finest in terms of suppression. The red-robed fire demon was convinced that with sufficient internal and external refinement, Fei Luo would eventually exhaust his strength, reducing him to naught but a pool of blood. Buzz. Buzz. Just as the red-robed fire demon finished speaking, the small cauldron in his hand trembled twice, yet despite the intensity of the vibrations, the cauldron remained unscathed. Refine it for me. I wish to see how long you can endure. Observing Fei Luo's continued resistance, the red-robed fire demon's expression darkened, and he sat cross-legged, repeatedly casting his incantations. Boom. As the red-robed fire demon invoked his magic, roaring flames erupted around the small cauldron. In an instant, the entire cauldron glowed a fierce red, resembling a furnace heated to its utmost. Even the lingering malevolent spirits within the ghostly realm recoiled in terror, avoiding it as if it were a fearsome beast. Wretched human, prepare to experience the depths of the inferno. The red-robed fire demon sneered, flames erupting from his body and surging beneath the cauldron, igniting it. Meanwhile, as the cauldron gradually turned a scorching red, Fei Luo's brow furrowed deeply. So hot. He felt parched, the boundless flames around him seemingly more intense, accompanied by thick, toxic smoke swirling within. Despite wearing the coveted treasure garment, Fei Luo found the heat unbearable. In this state, his internal magical energy surged forth like a tidal wave. System, claim rewards. Fei Luo commanded as he hovered above the flames. Moments ago, he had slain dozens of ghostly creatures, and the system's rewards awaited his acknowledgement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain 18 ordinary malevolent spirits, earning 10 soul-gathering pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain 18 ordinary malevolent spirits, earning 20 chi recovery pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain 18 ordinary malevolent spirits, earning 10 great recovery pills. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Fei Luo shook his head, and with a mere thought, retrieved a chi recovery pill from the system's space and swallowed it. As the elixir entered his body, the magical energy he had just lost was replenished. If it's fire, then I shall conquer fire with fire. Fei Luo's brow furrowed as he swiftly formed a hand seal. Heavenly fire spell. Boom. The small cauldron shook violently as Fei Luo's incantation merged with the boundless waves of fire, intensifying them further as they surged towards him. Damn it. Even Fei Luo could not help but exclaim in frustration. Activating the star-plucking step, he deftly maneuvered above the sea of flames. What manner of fiend is this heart-refining Taoist, to possess such fortune and acquire such a treasure? As Fei Luo navigated through the inferno, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Logically, those who commit heinous acts should not be blessed, unless they wield power to claim invaluable artifacts. Fei Luo was unfamiliar with the heart-refining Taoist, but had he been aware, figures like Uncle Gio would have been left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. The heart-refining Taoist was a notorious demon from a century ago, a name that Uncle Gio and others had heard whispered in their childhoods by the elders of their sect. In bygone days, the heart-refining Taoist was unmatched, committing numerous malevolent acts until public outrage culminated in his demise, hunted like a rat in the streets by righteous individuals. Ultimately, he vanished without a trace. Little did the world know that the heart-refining Taoist had acquired an ancient legacy, a transmission that had eluded many until it fell into his hands a century ago. Suddenly, Fei Luo stumbled upon an intriguing object. Within the walls of this small cauldron's realm, there was inscribed a line of text. I, the fire spirit Taoist, leave behind the method of the flame demon eye. This technique is a fire-based divine art, evoking fear among all evil. Upon reading this inscription, Fei Luo halted in astonishment. What sorcery is this? How could a technique manual reside within a treasure of a malevolent cultivator? His curiosity piqued. Fei Luo discerned that this technique was indeed a fire-based ocular art, capable of unleashing heavenly flames from one's eyes, rendering malevolent spirits powerless. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this treasure was originally a spiritual artifact, intended for those who had achieved the divine realm of spirit cultivation. Spiritual artifacts possess sentience, transcending ordinary tools. Although there is merely a word's difference, their potency is vastly distinct. Over the eons following the demise of the fire spirit Taoist, this treasure had endured numerous battles, resulting in a decline in its grade. Nevertheless, the prized possession of the fire spirit Taoist had ultimately fallen into the hands of a malevolent cultivator. Despite the degradation in quality, its ability to captivate and dominate remained intact, and the inner world was still impervious, which explained Fei Luo's inability to breach its defenses. A treasure, by its very nature, is devoid of moral alignment. In the hands of righteous individuals, it embodies virtue, while in the grasp of malevolent cultivators, it becomes a tool of wickedness. The heart-refining cauldron, having lingered in the possession of malevolent cultivators for endless ages following the fire spirit Taoist's fall, transformed into a coveted artifact of darkness. With the advent of the era of false cultivation, this treasure shone brightly once more in the hands of the heart-refining Taoist. The flame demon eye? How intriguing. Fei Luo scrutinized the characters upon the wall, swiftly committing the technique to memory. Ding. After a day of arduous cultivation, under the enhancement of your Earth-level primary spiritual root, the progress of mastering the flame demon eye has reached 30. Just as the technique settled into his mind, the system's voice resounded as anticipated. Hearing the system's notification, Fei Luo smiled wryly. Truly, misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Initially, he intended to engage in a protracted battle with the crimson-robed fire demon. Although the flames posed no tangible threat to him, the consumption of his spiritual energy was substantial, especially in a place devoid of natural spiritual essence. Fortunately, Fei Luo had an abundance of elixirs, leaving him unfazed. He had contemplated training the void-breaking sword technique here, believing that if he could master the fourth form, he would undoubtedly be able to obliterate this tortoise shell. However, after many attempts, he had yet to grasp the nuances of the fourth form, which required one to enter the golden core stage. Achieving the third form was already a remarkable feat. For an ordinary person, mastering the third form during the golden core stage would be impossible. Yet, Fei Luo had accomplished it. Though the fourth form remained as elusive as the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror, even with the system's assistance. This was a matter of cultivation level. Insufficient realm was a significant limitation. However, at this moment, Fei Luo had yet to realize that his misfortune had turned into an unexpected fortune. It turns out that the flame demon eye requires the infusion of fire into the body, harnessing the searing waves of heat to refine one's gaze. A look of enlightenment crossed Fei Luo's face as he settled into a meditative position, drawing upon the method of the flame demon eye to attract a portion of the fiery waves into his being, converging towards his eyes. Ding. After a day of arduous cultivation, under the auspices of your Earth-level Grade 1 spiritual root, the progress of your flame demon eye cultivation has reached 63. Ding. Following another day of diligent practice, with the enhancement of your Earth-level Grade 1 spiritual root, the progress of your flame demon eye cultivation has surged to 99. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fei Luo slowly opened his eyes. Had there been an observer present, they would have been astonished to see an elusive flicker of firelight shimmering within Fei Luo's gaze, reflecting like an echo, yet stirring an unsettling tremor in the heart, as if true flames were contained within his eyes. The culmination of this technique signifies the moment I shall break free from this tortoise shell, igniting fire with fire. The flame flickering within Fei Luo's gaze whispered softly. Chapter 107. Mastery of Divine Powers. Breaking the deadlock at this moment, the red-robed fire demon, after 3 days of anticipation, beheld the stillness of the heart-refining cauldron before her, and her face blossomed with delight. For humanity, being ensconced within this cauldron was akin to languishing in an inferno of endless suffering. No matter how potent one's magical abilities, they would inevitably be reduced to mere liquid. With a cruel smile adorning her visage, the red-robed fire demon lifted the lid of the cauldron. A wave of scorching flames erupted from within, obscuring any trace of Fei Luo. Haha. Witnessing this scene, the red-robed fire demon laughed heartily. Since this person had been reduced to liquid, she resolved to slaughter the disciples of that old Taoist today. A surge of malice swelled within her heart as she donned her robe and surveyed the distant specters surrounding her. Keep a vigilant watch over the ghostly abode. I shall take my leave for a while. With that, the red-robed fire demon transformed into a blaze, departing amidst her sinister laughter. Upon exiting the ghostly abode, she let out a piercing howl, soaring toward Zhangjiago town. The red-robed fire demon was relentless in seeking retribution. She would not allow any threats to linger. In her eyes, Fei Luo was already as good as dead, while Ao Tianlong posed a genuine danger that she could not ignore. At this moment, the moon shone brightly, a resplendent disk hanging in the sky, casting its silvery light upon every corner of the Taihang Mountains. The red-robed fire demon's howl immediately startled the azure bird, which had been cultivating in the mountains. Since parting from Fei Luo, the azure bird had awaited his summons, but as 3 days elapsed without a word, unease began to gnaw at her heart. During this time, she had ventured to Zhangjiago town, yet found no trace of Fei Luo. Is this the red-robed fire demon? Perched upon a branch, the azure bird contemplated the piercing cry echoing through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, she unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. Spotting the red-robed fire demon emerging from a valley, transforming into a blaze as she sped toward Zhangjiago town. Could that be the demon's lair? The azure bird furrowed her brow, a sudden plan forming in her mind. I shall investigate. Perhaps I can uncover news of my master. With that resolve, the azure bird flapped her wings and flew toward the valley from which the red-robed fire demon had appeared. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Within that valley, a series of violent explosions resounded. Faintly, she could also hear the anguished cries of the specters, chillingly mournful. Without a second thought, the azure bird accelerated toward the valley. The scene shifted back a few moments prior. As the red-robed fire demon vanished, the specters within the lair exhaled in relief. That individual had finally been refined by their queen. He was indeed formidable, able to withstand even the queen's divine powers without sustaining harm. Indeed, one could only wonder when such a powerful figure emerged in the world. Huh? Why do I sense the heart-refining cauldron trembling? As several specters engaged in idle conversation, they suddenly noticed the cauldron on the altar quivering in the distance. Moreover, the cauldron, previously aglow with the red flames of the red-robed fire demon, had now reverted to its ancient bronze hue following her departure. Yet, how has it mysteriously become so vibrant once more? Several malevolent spirits, perplexed, stealthily approached, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Should anything be amiss with the king's treasure, they would find their heads insufficient in number to pay the price. Suddenly, the heart-refining cauldron began to tremble with an intensity that escalated. A resonant hum accompanied the cauldron's quaking, as an even more searing wave of heat surged forth from within. Boom! Just as the spirits exchanged bewildered glances, the cauldron erupted in a blaze of scorching flames. Whoosh! A beam of golden-red fire shot skyward from the explosion, scorching the walls of the cavern and etching a deep gash into the stone. The spectators, still reeling from the shock of the explosion, were engulfed by the force of the blast, countless shards slicing through their forms, reducing them to mere remnants. Amidst the fiery chaos, the figure of Fei Luo gradually solidified. His eyes sparkled with two flickering flames of crimson gold, dancing like fish in water. This divine ability is rather impressive, Fei Luo mused. Glancing at the jagged gash in the ceiling of the cavern, a smile gracing his lips. At this moment, save for the few spirits obliterated in the explosion, many others in the distance remained frozen in astonishment, their faces a canvas of terror. Flee. That individual has actually broken through the heart-refining cauldron. A shrill cry erupted from an unknown spirit, jolting the others awake as they scattered in panic. Not a single malevolent spirit dared to confront Fei Luo. It would be folly, for he had bested even the crimson-robed fire spirits prior to his entrance into the cauldron. Surely, they would be offering themselves as mere fodder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the spirit den, the remaining entities fled in terror, their fear palpable. Were an outsider present, they would be rendered speechless, for one solitary individual stood there, doing nothing, yet managing to instill such dread that a multitude of spirits sought escape. Can you truly escape? A smirk curled at the corners of Fei Luo's mouth, as twin beams of crimson gold emanated from his eyes, resembling lasers infused with intense heat, sweeping toward the myriad of smaller spirits before him. Flame demon eyes. With the release of Fei Luo's ocular technique, any spirit caught in the path of the crimson light ignited in flames, unleashing heart-wrenching wails. The spirit den, at this moment, blazed with illumination, as these entities were reduced to mere powder beneath the power of the flame demon eyes. My lord, are you within? The commotion quickly drew the attention of the azure bird. Upon entering the passage, the azure bird sensed Fei Luo's presence, and a wave of elation surged within her. Chingo. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, activating the star-plucking steps, appearing like a specter at the shattered entrance. Before him stood the azure bird, now reduced to the size of a palm, flapping her wings as she gazed at Fei Luo. My lord, it truly is you. Qing'er has missed you dearly upon seeing Fei Luo. Her large, dark eyes blinked rapidly, and she immediately alighted upon his shoulder. My dear, I have just witnessed the crimson-robed fiend making its way towards the town, remarked the bluebird as it settled upon Fei Luo's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo raised an eyebrow. Quickly, Qing'er, let us hasten to Zhangjiago town. The crimson-robed fiend must be heading to confront Ao Tianlong and his daughter. With that, Fei Luo activated the starlight step and proceeded towards the exit on the ground. The bluebird, contemplating Fei Luo's words, nodded in understanding. Moments ago, she too had sensed the palpable malevolence emanating from the crimson-robed fiend, leading her to believe that it was not venturing out for benevolent purposes. In a few breaths, Fei Luo reached the exit on the ground. Turning back to glance at the passage, a thought crossed his mind, and he invoked the mountain-turning spell, causing the surrounding boulders to shift and seal the entrance tightly. Qing'er, let us go. Having completed this task, Fei Luo leaped onto the back of the bluebird. Chapter 108. Has Fei Luo perished? Let us delve into two narratives. Today, the town of Zhangjiago bustles with its usual fervor. However, as the hour progresses, the streets witness a dwindling number of pedestrians, with many shops already shuttered, including the paper crafting store owned by De Gui and Ming Ming. Within the inner hall, Ao Tianlong, his daughter, De Gui, Ming Ming, and Yun Gao Suwen take their seats around a round table. Though Suwen is a spirit, the opportunity for her to be sanctified has yet to arise, not due to negligence, but because she was rescued by Fei Luo. After 3 days of deliberation, the consensus is to await Fei Luo's return before proceeding. Notably, during this span of 3 days, the relationship between De Gui and Ao Tianlong has notably softened, becoming less tense. Brother, I have come to understand. The master's praise of you is indeed well-founded. Your progress in cultivation is truly remarkable, and I, as your junior, am humbled by comparison, De Gui remarked, lifting a cup of wine toward Ao Tianlong. Junior brother, why engage in such formalities between us, as brothers? Ao Tianlong responded with a smile, raising his own cup, and they both drank heartily. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the fiery apparition of the red-robed fire ghost surged towards Zhangjiago, bringing with it a chilling gust of wind and an unbearable heat that set the atmosphere ablaze. At that moment, Ao Tianlong and the others sensed an overwhelming ghostly presence encroaching upon the paper crafting shop. Upon detecting the frigid yet fervent aura, Ao Tianlong's expression shifted drastically. Quickly, prepare the magical artifacts. The red-robed fire ghost is approaching. At this, Ming Ming and De Gui were equally alarmed. What brings the red-robed fire ghost here? Wasn't Fei Luo alone in the ghost den? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They swiftly began to ready their artifacts. Ao Tianlong leapt to the wall, grasping his bagua sword, which trembled in response, emitting a faint sound akin to a sword's cry, a sign of sensing a formidable ghostly entity. Boom! Just as they secured their artifacts, the wooden windows of the room suddenly flung open. A chilling wind swept through the paper crafting shop, and a flicker of fire surged through the central window, entering the establishment. With the arrival of the red-robed fire ghost, a voice resounded through the void today. All of you, little Taoist of the magical path, shall meet your demise. Swish. The red-robed fire ghost landed, her dark hair billowing in the gust, and her once decayed visage now restored to its former grotesque allure, exuding a powerful aura that had reached its zenith. Although the essence of blood did not elevate her to a higher realm, her strength had undeniably increased since their last encounter. Observing the solemn expressions of the gathered, the red-robed fire ghost cast a glance at Aotianlong and, with a sinister grin, remarked, "How splendid it is that you have all gathered here. It saves me the trouble of searching for you." Seeing the immaculate and empowered red-robed fire ghost, Ning Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. "Red-robed fire ghost, how have you come to be here? Where is Brother Fei Luo?" In response, the red-robed fire ghost grinned widely. "Fei Luo? You mean that young man? He is already dead." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Aotianlong and the others were taken aback, their faces draining of color. "The crimson-robed fire demon, you speak falsely. My elder brother Fei Luo possesses an unfathomable mastery, and your pyromancy could scarcely inflict a scratch upon him. How could Fei Luo possibly be dead?" Upon hearing the news of Fei Luo's demise, Ning Shuang felt a jolt in her heart, instinctively believing that the crimson-robed fire demon was lying. Fei Luo's abilities surpassed even those of her father. In recent days, she had come to understand Fei Luo's formidable prowess through the conversations of her elders. How could the man capable of annihilating demon lairs with a mere flick of his wrist fall to the likes of the crimson-robed fire demon? Yet, the subsequent words of the crimson-robed fire demon nearly caused Ning Shuang to black out, her consciousness wavering. That young man indeed possesses profound skills. I am no match for him, but he is overly arrogant and has already been ensnared by my heart-refining cauldron. Are you aware of the heart-refining Taoist from a century ago? I dare say he has now been reduced to a puddle of viscous water within the cauldron." The crimson-robed fire demon's hair billowed as he spoke in a tone that seemed to deliver a death sentence. "What? The heart-refining Taoist? The one who could capture both beings and objects? How did such a nefarious artifact fall into your possession?" Upon hearing this, Aotianlong, Ming, and the others were struck with unparalleled shock. The younger generation, including Ning Shuang, were unfamiliar with the heart-refining Taoist, yet they had heard tales from their master. The heart-refining Taoist was a formidable tyrant who had ruled the spirit illusion realm for decades. His infamous name echoed throughout Aotianlong's childhood, though it had since faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that those four characters were a nightmare. The malevolence of the heart-refining Taoist stemmed from the sinister heart-refining cauldron. It was said that anyone ensnared within it would be reduced to liquid within a day. Even Fei Luo, despite his immense strength, could only withstand 3 days at most. Father? Could it be? Ning Shuang felt a sharp pain in her heart as she looked incredulously at Aotianlong, seeking confirmation of this dreadful news. However, Aotianlong merely closed his eyes in anguish and nodded silently. "Fei Luo, brother." Ning Shuang felt darkness envelop her vision, on the verge of fainting. Though her time with Fei Luo was brief, it was undeniable that he had long since captured her heart. This seemingly strong woman had deeply fallen for Fei Luo. In this moment of devastating news, her eyes turned crimson. She completely disregarded the intimidation of the crimson-robed fire demon and charged at him with her sword drawn. Xiao Shuang. Aotianlong, witnessing Ning Shuang's reckless advance, felt a sense of foreboding and unleashed the brilliance of his bagua sword towards the crimson-robed fire demon. Die. Ning Shuang's fury surged as she thrust her sword towards the crimson-robed fire demon, who merely regarded her as a frail rabbit, effortlessly deflecting her blade and seizing her by the throat. Xiao Shuang. In a moment of desperation, Aotianlong lunged at the crimson-robed fire demon, aiming to rescue Ning Shuang from his grasp. Bang! The crimson-robed fire demon slightly sidestepped to evade the strike, casually tossing Ning Shuang aside as though she were a mere sandbag, sending her crashing against the wall, while Aotianlong rushed to her aid. With a sudden impact, Ning Shuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, lying in Aotianlong's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "Father, please help me kill her. She is responsible for the death of brother Fei Luo." "Little Shuang, I promise you," Aotianlong replied. He gently laid Ning Shuang down, pricked his fingertip, and smeared his essence upon the blade. Instantly, a radiant gleam emerged from the 8 trigrams sword as he charged toward the scarlet-robed fire demon. Scarlet-robed fire demon. Perish. This scene unfolded in a mere instant. At that moment, De Gui wielded his Wolf Fang Club, while Ming executed a mystical thunder technique with one hand. As they joined Aotianlong in their assault against the scarlet-robed fire demon. "You all shall perish today," the scarlet-robed fire demon declared, unleashing a torrent of searing flames as the trio approached. Boom! The inferno erupted, forcing De Gui and Ming back, unable to close the distance. while only Ao Tianlong wielded his sword to pierce through the flames, advancing toward the scarlet-robed fire demon. Chapter 109. A Forceful Annihilation. Bang. 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 Ao Tianlong engaged in a fierce duel with the crimson-cloaked fire demon in the Grand Hall. In just a few exchanges, Ao Tianlong found himself in dire straits, his sleeves marred by several vicious claw marks from the fire demon. Boom. With a successful strike, the fire demon unleashed another claw upon Ao Tianlong's bagua sword, causing him to feel as if struck by a tremendous force, sending him tumbling backwards. Crack. Ao Tianlong's bagua sword plunged into the ground, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although the fire demon could not surpass its current realm after refining the blood essence, its strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. In this confrontation, Ao Tianlong was utterly helpless. The disparity in power was stark. Just days prior, he had managed to contend with the fire demon for dozens of rounds, but now he succumbed after merely a little over 10 exchanges. Meng Meng, Daegu, swiftly take Xiaoshuang and flee. I shall hold off the crimson-cloaked fire demon. Ao Tianlong's heart raced with terror. He could hardly comprehend the sudden surge in the fire demon's strength in such a short span. Dad. Ningxuang choked. I want to leave. I will slay her. Senior brother, I want to leave either. Meng Meng straightened her posture, turning to Daegu. You take Yunggao and Xiaoshuang away. I will stay and assist senior brother in confronting the fire demon. Seeing the anxious expressions on Ao Tianlong and his companions, the fire demon felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. None of you shall escape. Boom. No sooner had the fire demon spoken than a colossal fireball materialized, hurtling towards them. The ground beneath it corroded into an inky blackness. Meng Meng, Daegu, Xiaoshuang, run. Ao Tianlong wiped the blood from his lips, channeling his magical energy into the bagua sword, leaping forward to shield the others. At that moment, Ao Tianlong had resigned himself to the certainty of death. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept into the room through the windows, dispersing the fire demon's ghastly flames into myriad flickering sparks. What is this? Sensing the tempest, the group turned to look. Swish! A shadow darted past them, racing towards the crimson-cloaked fire demon. The newcomer was none other than the Qingyao. Qingyao. Ningxuang instantly recognized the figure, realizing it was Fei Luo's steed. The Qingyao, with wings sharp as blades, glided toward the fire demon with a resonant rustle. Oh, so it is you, great demon? The fire demon regarded the approaching Qingyu with an untroubled demeanor, its claws suffused with malevolent energy striking out at the bird. The Qingyao skillfully evaded the attack, flapping its wings to retreat. During the previous confrontation with Fei Luo, the fire demon had indeed recognized the Qingyu nestled in Ning Shuag's embrace. The recent strike was a desperate attempt by the Qingyu to save the group. Aware of its own limitations against the fire demon, the Qingyu could only create a diversion to draw the demon's attention. Crimson-cloaked fire demon. My master shall ensure you do not escape today, the Qingyu declared as it soared to Ningxuar's side, eyeing the formidable fire demon with disdain. Your master? The crimson-robed fire demon furrowed her brow, a cold sneer escaping her lips. How foolish of you, great demon. Your master has long since turned to liquid. Oh, is that so? Just as the words left her mouth, a shadowy figure materialized before the crowd. The upright chest, broad back, and impeccably clean black attire sent a shiver through everyone present. Brother Fei Luo. Upon seeing Fei Luo appear, Ningxuang's tears transformed into joy, her voice brimming with excitement. I knew you wouldn't perish. With your extraordinary powers, how could this crimson-robed fire demon possibly slay you? Master Fei Luo. Fei Luo. Ao Tianlong and the others soon followed suit, their faces lighting up as they greeted him. At that moment, however, the crimson-robed fire demon wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. You are not. Am I not captured by your spirit artifact? Fei Luo grinned, his demeanor calm as he replied. Your mere furnace cannot constrain me. Flame demon eyes. As soon as the words left his lips, two crimson beams of golden light shot from his eyes, striking the body of the crimson-robed fire demon. Boom. The impact sent her reeling as if struck by a colossal hammer. Not only did fierce flames of pure yang erupt around her, but she was also propelled backward, crashing into the wall behind her, which cracked under the force. The crimson-robed fire demon felt her internal energy in turmoil, akin to a tumultuous sea, as a mouthful of purplish-black blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the ground. Impossible. What kind of divine power is this? How could I, a demon of fire, be harmed by him? Trembling with fear, the fire demon was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the searing flames gnawing at her like relentless vermin, steadily depleting her energy. Hiss hiss hiss. Fei Luo's strike caused Ao Tianlong and the others to collectively gasp in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. So powerful. In just one move, he has reduced the once indomitable crimson-robed fire demon to a state of weakness. And what sorcery is that fiery gaze? Aotianlong felt the most astonishment, for he knew that Fei Luo had not possessed such a power just 3 days prior. Human, you will regret this. I swear, I shall not rest until this vengeance is exacted. The crimson-robed fire demon rose, enduring the agonizing pain as she transformed into a blaze. Attempting to escape, fear gripped her to an unimaginable degree. That fiery gaze seemed to be the bane of her very essence, consuming her demonic energy entirely. If this continued, she would truly face death. Yet Fei Luo merely shook his head, a flicker of spirit light revealing the snowfall sword in his hand, which he swung decisively. Void-breaking sword technique, flying blossoms. Was the onlookers felt as if they were blinded by an overwhelming radiance. As a brilliant sword light flashed and struck the crimson-robed fire demon, now engulfed in flames. In but a fleeting moment, the crimson-robed fire specter solidified. Her form marred by a multitude of fissures, the result of Fei Luo's sword energy permeating her being, wreaking havoc upon her ghostly physique. Struck by the flame demon eye, the already grievously wounded fire specter had no hope of evading the deadly strike of the flying blossoms. The ghostly aura surrounding her had been incinerated to the point of near extinction by the flames, leaving her devoid of any residual energy to coalesce her ethereal form. The onlookers remained in stunned silence as they beheld the crimson-robed specter's anguished cries echoing through the air, until a resounding crash reverberated, and her body disintegrated into countless fragments beneath the relentless assault of sword energies. These shards continued to blaze with a resplendent golden-red flame until they were reduced to mere ashes, at which point the flames gradually extinguished. Silence. In that moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Amidst the chaotic scene and the grotesque cracks adorning the walls, everyone stood entranced, gazing upon Fei Luo, who stood resolute with his sword. With the demise of the crimson-robed fire specter, the voice of the system resonated within Fei Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on vanquishing the crimson-robed fire specter and receiving a mysterious reward. Chapter 110. Summoning the Een Envoy and releasing lost souls upon hearing the voice of the system. Fei Luo promptly commanded, "System, claim the rewards." Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the crimson-robed fire ghost and receiving the technique Ming Wang Jiu. Note: this technique is a body-tempering method. When cultivated to perfection, it can grant an indestructible body, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to water and fire, and able to dispel all forms of magic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the crimson-robed fire ghost and receiving 10 great yuan pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the crimson-robed fire ghost and receiving 10 celestial yuan soul-gathering pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the crimson-robed fire ghost and receiving 10 vitality nourishing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the crimson-robed fire ghost and receiving 3 bone refining pills. As Fei Luo absorbed the series of notifications from the system, his heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the crimson-robed fire ghost, a boss character in the script, yielded bountiful rewards. Without delving into the details of the system's offerings, Fei Luo turned his gaze towards the onlookers. What are you all staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Fei Luo observed the dazed expressions of the crowd, finding the situation both amusing and bewildering. At this moment, Aotianlong and the others were completely entranced, their throats bobbing as they swallowed nervously. They seemed unable to shake off the shock from the recent events, the image of Fei Luo effortlessly subduing the crimson-robed fire ghost replaying in their minds, sending tremors through their hearts. All right, stop gaping, Fei Luo said, rubbing his nose, fully aware of the astonishment evident in their eyes. Upon hearing Fei Luo's voice, the crowd snapped back to reality. Brother Fei Luo, have you experienced another breakthrough? How have you become so powerful? Ning Shuang's eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing at Fei Luo like a starstruck fan. Some insights gained, Fei Luo nodded modestly, speaking softly. Wow. Aotianlong gasped. Young Master Fei Luo, I am truly in awe of you. In comparison, my decades of cultivation feel utterly futile. Internally, Aotianlong was astonished beyond measure. Just 3 days prior, while Fei Luo had demonstrated considerable strength, he had been unable to dispel the ghostly aura surrounding the crimson-robed fire ghost in a single strike. Yet today, Fei Luo had managed to diminish that aura significantly with one blow. In ancient times, only those at the Golden Core stage were regarded as celestial masters, beings of immense magical prowess who could exorcise demons with the ease of eating and drinking. Only through the ultimate refinement of essence and qi could one attain the title of celestial master. Today, however, those at the foundation establishment stage were called Taoists. Those at the void dance stage referred to as earth masters, and those at the true dance stage as celestial masters. Nevertheless, Ao Tianlong understood that in the realm of the spirit world, Fei Luo was considered a half-step celestial master. Fei Luo had already reached the threshold of a celestial master at a half-step celestial master level. Only a celestial master could annihilate a ghost of the same realm in a single strike. Though the crimson-robed fire ghost was not the most formidable of spirits, it was indeed challenging to confront. Today, Ao Tianlong realized he had underestimated Fei Luo. The pace of his progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Everyone, the night has deepened. I shall now perform the rites for Su Wen. Fei Luo offered a faint smile as he surveyed the astonished crowd, and then spoke. Very well. Ao Tianlong nodded in approval. Su Wen, should you not express your gratitude to young Master Fei Luo? It is indeed a stroke of fortune for you that he personally seeks to guide you to the afterlife. Ming Ming and De Gui echoed in agreement. They had initially intended to assist Su Wen in her passage, yet as she was brought back by Fei Luo, they dared not overstep their bounds. Thank you, young master. Su Wen said, her voice trembling with emotion. Your kindness is immeasurable, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Clad in a flowing white gown, Su Wen was overwhelmed with gratitude upon hearing that Fei Luo would guide her spirit. She understood that without this intervention, she would remain a wandering soul, unseen and unacknowledged, forever deprived of the light of day. In this world, spirits deserve their rightful resting places. Lingering on Earth was not a viable existence. Soul capture technique, transcendence. A brilliant blue light shone in Fei Luo's eyes as a radiant beam struck Su Wen's form. To the astonishment of all present, Su Wen was enveloped in this azure glow, transforming into a vision of ethereal beauty. Typically, a practitioner would require an elaborate ritual to guide a spirit, yet Fei Luo's method was remarkably unusual. Previously, he had demonstrated a fiery ocular technique, and now he exhibited a capability to transcend souls with a gaze. This Fei Luo's mastery of the arcane art surpassed the understanding of all who beheld it. In messengers, he'd my call, swiftly escort Su Wen to the underworld for her reincarnation. Fei Luo's voice resonated with a haunting echo, seemingly summoning the spectral guides. As his words faded, a chilling wind swept through the paper offering shop, coalescing into the forms of two ethereal messengers. Who calls upon us? One inquired. Their voice tinged with familiarity. Let us investigate, for the ranks of cultivators have dwindled, and few possess the strength to summon us anymore. Outside, the murmurs of spirits reverberated, inaudible to ordinary ears. With a soft patter, the two messengers passed through the walls and entered the shop. Young Master Fei Luo? The leading messenger exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. It is indeed you who has summoned us. The visitors were none other than familiar figures Fei Luo had encountered in Rinjia town, one named Zhang Wu and the other Gong Sun Yang. Greetings, my friends. It is a pleasure to see you both, Fei Luo said with a warm smile, acknowledging their presence. The onlookers, including Ming Ming and De Gui, were left in awe as they observed Fei Luo engaging amicably with the two spectral messengers. Only Ao Tianlong remained unfazed, aware that summoning a messenger was within the capabilities of any celestial master. Yet he understood that he lacked the ease with which Fei Luo commanded their respect. For someone as talented as Fei Luo, even the messengers of the underworld treated him with utmost deference. Strength commands respect, regardless of the realm. Particularly notable was Fei Luo's youth. At merely 21 years of age, the prospects of his future were daunting. Who could fathom the heights he might reach in another decade or two? You have summoned us, young master, to guide this lady on her journey, I presume? After the Yin officials, Zhang Wu, exchanged pleasantries, his gaze swept over the crowd, settling on Su Wen. Upon encountering the two Yin officials, a wave of instinctive terror washed over Su Wen, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Fei Luo. The restless spirits, upon seeing the Yin officials, also felt an innate fear. I must trouble you both to escort her to the cycle of reincarnation, Fei Luo remarked with a smile, addressing the two. Very well. The Yin officials nodded in unison, expressing their goodwill towards Fei Luo. Let us proceed to the underworld. With that, the two Yin officials waved their hands, and a chilling wind enveloped Su Wen, gently lifting her into the air as she began to drift away. As she departed, Su Wen cast a lingering glance at Fei Luo, saying, Your kindness is beyond measure, and I have no way to repay you. In my next life, I shall surely express my gratitude. A fleeting glimmer illuminated the space, and her voice echoed in the void. Yet the figures of the three had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 111. The Royal King's secret. As matters reached a conclusion, Fei Luo quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. The distinction between humans and spirits was stark in this chaotic world where demons and monsters roamed freely. Leaving the populace in despair, there would come a day when he would restore clarity to this realm. At that moment, Ming Ming turned to Fei Luo and said, Young Master Fei Luo, it's quite late now. I have prepared a room for you to rest in. Yes, brother Fei Luo. You must take me out to play tomorrow. I have been thinking of you every day, Ning Shuang chimed in, pouting her lips towards Fei Luo. With Meng Meng's invitation, the others echoed their agreement, and their warm enthusiasm made it difficult for Fei Luo to decline. Very well, let us rest for now. I too feel a bit weary. Fei Luo replied with a smile and a nod. For the past 3 days, Fei Luo had immersed himself in cultivating the flame demon eye, neglecting proper rest. After resolving the issues with the red-robed fire demon and Su Wan, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. In silence, Fei Luo followed Meng Meng to a room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he surveyed the neatly arranged space and felt quite satisfied. Qing Miao flitted to the bedside, having grown accustomed to accompanying Fei Luo in his life. The royal king's secret? Fei Luo raised an eyebrow and directed his thoughts towards the system space. A brief glance at the introduction revealed that this was a method for body refinement. The technique was straightforward yet rather demanding. When cultivated to perfection, it could grant one an indestructible body, impervious to blades and poisons, able to vanquish evil and avert calamity. According to the method, his physical body had already reached the level of body refinement, equivalent to the 1st heaven, needing only the refinement of his bones. After a cursory examination, Fei Luo quickly deduced that his body, having been transformed by the Great Yuan Pill, had indeed entered the realm of body refinement. The 1st heaven of body refinement could rival an iron corpse, the 2nd heaven could compare to a bronze corpse, while the 3rd heaven was akin to a silver corpse. Correspondingly, bone refinement was also necessary. Mere superficial refinement was insufficient. Bone and blood refinement were both essential, as marrow could also produce blood. Only when bone refinement reached the same level could one be deemed complete in the 1st heaven. Then I shall give this bone refinement pill a try. Fei Luo's brow lifted as he retrieved a black pill, the rich aroma of the elixir immediately filling the room. This pill was indeed the bone refinement pill. Without hesitation, Fei Luo tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. In an instant, the pill dissolved within him, unleashing a potent medicinal force that coursed through his limbs and bones, enveloping him in a tingling sensation. Crack, crack, crack. Almost immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted from his body as his bones resonated. Gasp! Fei Luo's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pain was unbearable, a sensation akin to sharp blades slicing through his bones, inflicting excruciating agony. Young master, what is happening to you? Qing Miao exclaimed in alarm upon hearing the commotion from Fei Luo. She had never witnessed Fei Luo in such a state. The anguish etched upon his face sent tremors through her heart. Qinger, do not concern yourself with me. For the next few days, I wish to be undisturbed. Fei Luo gritted through his teeth, then closed his eyes, initiating the cultivation of his inner power according to the principles of the Ming Wang Ju, channeling it through his body to refine his bones. Despite the evident torment on Fei Luo's countenance, the continuous resounding blasts emanating from him left Qing Miao in a state of alarm. Is the young master practicing? She pondered, her eyes fixed upon him in concern, blinking occasionally. As the night elapsed, the echoes of explosions from Fei Luo's chamber reverberated through the air, alarming Aoshenlong and the others. With the dawn, the medicinal energy surrounding Fei Luo gradually dissipated. Not enough, he thought. Having undergone the transformation from 7 marrow-cleansing pills, my physique is already extraordinary. A single bone-tempering pill cannot alter my skeletal structure. With a determined grimace, he swallowed the remaining 2 pills. Just then, a knock echoed at his door. Brother Fei Luo, breakfast is ready. Shall we dine together? At the threshold stood Ning Shuang, who had risen early, meticulously preparing herself, eager for Fei Luo to take her out for a day of amusement. However, after a prolonged wait, she received no reply from him. Sister Ning Shuang, you may eat without me. The young master is in practice and will meet you once he concludes, came Qing Miao's melodious voice from within. Upon hearing it, Ning Shuang paused, taken aback. Practicing? The sounds throughout the night were akin to the crack of a whip. What kind of technique is Brother Fei Luo cultivating? Though perplexed, she understood that it was crucial not to disturb someone during their training, as it could jeopardize their progress and, in severe cases, lead to dire consequences. Very well. Sister Qinger, I shall take my leave for now, she murmured, pouting slightly before departing. In the back hall of the paper shop, Aoshenlong and the others were gathered around a table, Fei Luo's bowl and chopsticks still remaining. So, Xiaoshuang, how's the young master? Aoshenlong inquired upon her arrival. With Meng Meng and others casting curious glances, all aware of the cacophony that had echoed from Fei Luo's room the previous night. Dad, master, it seems Brother Fei Luo is indeed practicing and has requested we not disturb him for the next few days, Ning Shuang replied, taking a seat with a slight pout. Practicing? Aoshenlong's brow furrowed, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Truly, Young Master Fei Luo is a prodigious talent, rare in this age. Diligently honing his skills, what a source of shame for us all. Sighing, Ming Ming reflected, it seems there is reason behind young Master Fei Luo's strength. While talent is undoubtedly significant, personal effort is even more crucial. Without it, one risks stagnation in their cultivation. The group continued to exchange thoughts, each contributing to the discussion surrounding Fei Luo. They introspectively ponder, if any one of them possessed the remarkable abilities of Fei Luo, they would undoubtedly become complacent in their training. Over the next couple of days, the sounds of cracking bones continued to emanate from Fei Luo's chamber. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On a serene morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into Fei Luo's room, he sat cross-legged in meditation. Had Auto-Cultivation and the others been present, they would have been astonished to witness the significant transformation in Fei Luo. His aura seemed even more subdued, akin to a treasured sword sheath, poised to reveal its brilliance at any moment. With a crack, Fei Luo rotated his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans from within. The first level of cultivation was now perfected. A gentle smile graced Fei Luo's lips as he sensed the transformative changes within him, akin to a rejuvenating rebirth. And he chuckled softly. Chapter 112. Journey together with beauty, gifts after the tempering of his bones. Fei Luo not only fortified his external defenses but also felt as though his very being had been rejuvenated. At this moment, he sensed that even the most common of corpse toxins and ghostly miasma could not harm him, even in the absence of the protective charms of the coveted garment. As for the ordinary poisons that were readily available, they were utterly insignificant. My lord, you seem even more handsome than before, chirped the azure bird, gazing in awe at Fei Luo, whose aura had dramatically transformed. Is that so? Fei Luo replied with a gentle smile, lightly tapping the bird's beak. Come, let us take a stroll outside. Upon exiting the dwelling, Fei Luo immediately captured the attention of others around him. Brother Fei Luo, you have emerged from seclusion. Ning Shuang, who had been seated in the hall, turned her gaze to the open door on the 3rd floor. Indeed, Fei Luo acknowledged with a smile. Little Shuang, where is Senior Ao? My father has gone to the town with Uncle de Gui to perform a ritual. Don't forget your promise to me, Brother Fei Luo. Ning Shuang pouted, her lips forming a slight frown. Very well, I shall take you for a walk, Fei Luo grinned, descending the stairs. Young Master Fei Luo, you. At that moment, Meng Meng, who was busy in the front hall, caught sight of Fei Luo, and her eyes sparkled. She sensed a deeper profundity in his aura. Though she was unaware of the techniques Fei Luo had practiced over the past few days, she felt he was more formidable than 3 days prior. Just a slight improvement. Fei Luo replied with a smile, addressing Meng Meng. Master, I'm going out for a stroll with Brother Fei Luo. Please let me know when my father arrives, Ning Shuang said, tugging at Fei Luo's arm, her softness pressing against him as she spoke to Meng Meng. Go on, Meng Meng smiled, her satisfaction growing as she observed the charming pair of Fei Luo and Ning Shuang. After they departed, Meng Meng let out a slight sigh. My son Yun Gao has no inclination for cultivation and spends his days tinkering with peculiar inventions. If only he possessed half of Fei Luo's talent, our illusionary gate would surely flourish. Yun Gao was the son of Meng Meng and de Gui. In Meng Meng's generation, aside from Ao-Cultivation, there were no other talents to speak of. The couple's limited skills meant they had not taken on disciples, leaving the heavy responsibilities of the illusionary gate to fall upon Ao-Cultivation. Fortunately, Ning Shuang displayed considerable aptitude and was a natural prodigy for cultivation, which brought Meng Meng immense solace, as she was the daughter of the former leader of the illusionary gate. Today, Ning Shuang was in high spirits, chattering incessantly as they walked, while the little azure bird perched obediently on Fei Luo's shoulder. By the way, little Shuang, you have been traversing the world with Senior Ao, enduring the hardships of life on the road. Are you accustomed to it? Fei Luo inquired, his concern evident as he gazed at the affectionate Ning Shuang. Earlier, during their conversation, Ning Shuang had expressed that upon learning of the red-robed fire ghost's supposed demise, she had felt an urge to confront him, willing to risk everything. Hearing this warmed Fei Luo's heart. This young woman was indeed genuine, and her talent was remarkable, at least surpassing his own prior to his transformation, as well as that of Qiuxing's literary prowess. Ning Shuang raised her head to glance at Fei Luo, smiling as she replied. It's simply a matter of habit. What is there to be unaccustomed to? I have been without a mother since childhood, picked up by my father, and I have grown used to it. Upon hearing these words, Fei Luo could not help but sigh inwardly. The plight of this woman was tragic, yet she exhibited remarkable strength, finding joy amidst her suffering. Most importantly, Ning Shuang possessed a heart dedicated to vanquishing evil and protecting the righteous, a quality that Fei Luo greatly admired. In the ghostly lair of the happy house, this foolish girl, fully aware of the dangers, had still ventured forth with the 8 trigrams sword on her back, intent on subduing demons. By the way, what gift do you desire? I shall procure it for you. Fei Luo stated, observing the myriad of people bustling about the streets. Ning Shuang was still clad in her signature short mink skirt, albeit patched up after being torn by malevolent spirits. Although in later times, mink fur was considered a luxurious material, it was far from fashionable in this semi-civilized era. The affluent young ladies on the streets were all quite stylish, donning Western attire for their daily needs. Reflecting upon the considerable amount of silver dollars he had in his system, Fei Luo was inspired. He thought to buy this girl a gift and, in the process, present a few elixirs to her and her father, thus fostering a good relationship. Fei Luo was always willing to assist those who upheld righteousness. He understood that both Ning Shuang and Ao Tianlong had long roads ahead of them. Elixirs were abundant to him, and offering a few would be a small gesture of support. To transform this era, relying solely on his own capacity to combat demons was insufficient, after all. He was no deity and could not save everyone. The salvation of the people and the eradication of evil were tasks that necessitated the collective effort of virtuous individuals. When Ning Shuang heard Fei Luo mention a gift, her eyes sparkled, and she shyly replied, "Brother Fei Luo, your company is gift enough for me. Purchasing gifts is far too extravagant." Her inherent kindness shone through. She recognized Fei Luo's good intentions but did not wish for him to squander his wealth on her. For a master like Fei Luo, there were countless worthy causes for his resources. However, before she could finish her sentence, Fei Luo feigned displeasure and interrupted, "Do not decline. I, your brother Fei Luo, am not short of money." Indeed, he had reason to say so. In the past, Uncle Gio had given him nearly 200 silver dollars. And the day before he left, Ren Tingting, concerned for his well-being during his travels, had insisted on giving him several hundred more. All of this had been strongly urged by Ren Leoi. Thinking of Ren Tingting, Fei Luo's expression softened. It had been some time since he had set out. He had first vanquished the Royal Copper Corpse and dealt with the Red Robe Fire Ghost. He wondered how Ren Tingting and his master were faring now. After resolving this matter, it would be time to return and check on them. A fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Fei Luo's face, while Ning Shuang was captivated by his authoritative words. "Well, if that's the case, brother Fei Luo, you may choose as you see fit. I will appreciate any gift you bestow." A blush crept upon her delicate features, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then let us head to that shop and select a few fitting garments for you." Fei Luo glanced around and noticed a 3-story clothing store on the bustling commercial street of Zhangjiago, exquisitely adorned and lavishly decorated. He then spoke, "Very well." Following Fei Luo's gaze, Ning Shuang felt a surge of anxiety. Throughout her life, she had never donned garments purchased from such an opulent establishment. There was little to be done. Ao Tianlong was devoted to his path of enlightenment, severing ties with the mundane world. A rugged man accompanied by a young girl could hardly be compared to the daughters of affluent families. Before long, Fei Luo appeared on the street, laden with an array of bags. At that moment, Ning Shuang wore a flowing blue gown, complemented by a mink fur shawl, which, together with her slender figure and delicate features, transformed her entirely. "Brother Fei Luo, have you bought too much?" Ning Shuang felt utterly overwhelmed. Fei Luo had become the store's most valued patron on this outing, acquiring an assortment of garments for her, including training outfits, daily wear, nightwear, casual attire, and more, amounting to a considerable sum of dozens of silver dollars. Chapter 113, The Valley of Corpse Raising. This news delighted the proprietor immensely, who generously bestowed upon Philo several exquisite Western gowns. To his surprise, Philo presented these gifts to Ning Shuang. "It is merely a token of my appreciation. I shall take my leave once Elder Ao returns," Philo remarked with a gentle smile directed at Ning Shuang. At that moment, a pair of shadowy eyes fixated intently on Philo. "I must return to report to the Valley Master. The murderer of the Grand Elder is right here." A man clad in a black robe gazed at Philo, his expression laden with inscrutable intent. Suddenly, he averted his gaze and hurriedly departed. This man was one of those who had accompanied the Grand Elder of the Valley of Corpse Raising to Rinjia Town, yet he had left midway. Upon his return to Rinjia Town, he had fortuitously witnessed the massacre of the Grand Elder and his companions. As Philo walked alongside Ning Shuang, he suddenly felt a chill. Someone was watching him. Who could it be, harboring such palpable hostility? Philo turned to scan his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Curious, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "How strange. Just moments ago, he had indeed sensed an inexplicable coldness." "Brother Philo, what troubles you?" Ning Shuang inquired, glancing at him with a hint of confusion. "It is nothing, perhaps just a figment of my imagination. I felt a strong animosity just now, but it may have been a mere illusion," Philo replied with a smile as they continued on their way. "I see." Ning Shuang nodded thoughtfully, surveying the vicinity. In Zhangjiago town, apart from the passers-by, There was nothing particularly unusual. Few thankfully, I was not discovered by that man. I must return promptly to inform the Valley Master. The man in black had reached a residential area, glancing around and letting out a sigh of relief. Just a casual glance at Fei Luo nearly exposed him, which left him in a state of heightened suspicion. Meanwhile, a smile crept onto Fei Luo's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at the distant street. Turning to Ning Shuang, he said, "Little Shuang, you should return first. I have some matters to attend to. Let us go." "All right, young master." With that, Fei Luo disregarded Ning Shuang's puzzled expression and vanished into the crowd with Bird. "I am eager to discover your true identity," Fei Luo mused, hurrying toward the city gate in pursuit of the shadowy figure. It was not that Fei Luo had failed to notice. Rather, he feigned ignorance to obscure his intentions. The attire of the black-robed man was distinctly different from that of the townsfolk. Only a fool would overlook such a detail. Outside Zhangjiago town, the black-robed man was hastening along the official road when suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he came to an abrupt halt. A bluebird swooped down from the sky, landing directly before him. The bluebird flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. The black-robed man was taken aback, for he recognized Fei Luo standing with a poised demeanor upon the bluebird's back, rendered speechless by shock. Fleeing without a second thought, the black-robed man turned and dashed away. He is a man who would kill the elder as easily as one would slaughter a dog. How could he possibly dare to confront Fei Luo? Yet, Fei Luo's form was as elusive as a specter, his feet gliding with the grace of a celestial dance, and in an instant, he materialized before the man, inquiring, "From whence do you hail?" Clang. As Fei Luo's figure solidified, the snowfall sword in his hand was poised menacingly at the man's throat. Upon closer inspection, Fei Luo discerned the true visage beneath the black robe. It was a middle-aged man, nearing 50, with a dark tattoo encircling his neck. "You are from the corpse-raising valley?" Recognizing the familiar insignia, Fei Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. The black-robed man, alarmed by Fei Luo's words, exclaimed, "Indeed, I am of the corpse-raising valley. You have slain our esteemed elder and disrupted countless of our iron corpses. I know you well." Upon hearing this admission, Fei Luo smiled lightly. "Since you are from the corpse-raising valley, you must know its location. If you divulge it, I may spare your life." Fei Luo gazed intently at the man, his tone playful yet firm. "Not a chance." The black-robed man retorted with a sinister smile, dark energy erupting from him as he gathered it in his hands, launching an attack towards Fei Luo's chest. "Seeking death, are you?" Fei Luo's brow arched as he effortlessly waved the snowfall sword, severing the man's arm with a swift motion. "Ah!" The anguished cry accompanied the severed limb. The black-robed man's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, racked with pain. "My patience is limited," Fei Luo stated coldly, his sword poised threateningly. "Where's the corpse-raising valley? The Valley Master will avenge me." The black-robed man, despite enduring excruciating agony, managed a twisted smile, dark blood trickling from his lips. Before the words could fully fade, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Poison?" Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, astonished at the man's resolve. He had not anticipated such fortitude from one of the sinister ilk. The man, aware that surrendering would mean certain death, chose instead to embrace his demise through poison. This scene, however, elicited an unusual aura within Fei Luo. He conjured a burst of flames with a snap of his fingers, consuming the corpse in an instant and reducing it to ashes. "My lord, there must be some conspiracy within the corpse-raising valley," Yu remarked, having flown over. "Let it be. We shall return and inquire with Elder Ao if he possesses any knowledge of the corpse-raising valley," Fei Luo replied, surveying the ashes of the corpse. "Come, let us depart." Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Ao Tianlong had ventured with De Gui to a village outside Zhangjiago for a ritual, returning just as the sun began its descent. After resolving the encounter with the man from the corpse-raising valley, Fei Luo returned directly to the paper shop, awaiting the arrival of Ao Tianlong and De Gui. As Ao Tianlong traversed the martial world for years, Fei Luo believed he must have heard tales of the enigmatic corpse-raising valley. In the back hall of the paper shop, a lavish spread awaited, as Ming and Ning Shuang had prepared a feast in honor of Fei Luo. For 3 consecutive days, Fei Luo had been in seclusion, and today, upon his emergence, Ming was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. From any perspective, forging a connection with Fei Luo is undoubtedly a fortuitous affair. In this regard, Fei Luo did not decline, and the guests took their places around the round table. After the wine had circulated 3 times, Fei Luo spoke up. "Senior Ao, are you familiar with the Valley of Corpse Cultivation?" Fei Luo inquired, casting a curious gaze at Ao Tianlong. "The Valley of Corpse Cultivation?" Upon hearing those words, Ao Tianlong's brow furrowed deeply. "Young Master Fei Luo, do you perhaps harbor a grudge against the valley?" "Perhaps," Fei Luo acknowledged with a nod, neither confirming nor denying. Regardless of any personal enmity, Fei Luo was resolute in his intention to confront the malevolent sect comprised of sinister practitioners. They nurture the undead, and their methods of cultivation are steeped in the most nefarious of arts. The aura of malevolence surrounding their chief elder is palpably dense, rivaling that of the most fearsome specters. Chapter 114. Eradication of the Corpse-Raising Valley. Young Master Fei Luo. I am aware that the Corpse-Raising Valley is situated in the southern outskirts of Yun Province, yet I cannot pinpoint its exact location, Ao Tianlong pondered before solemnly stating. However, I can affirm that the Corpse-Raising Valley is far from being as simple as it appears. This sect boasts a long and storied history, having survived numerous purges throughout the ages, demonstrating considerable strength. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo appeared contemplative. The onlookers fixed their gazes upon him, and Ming Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. Young Master Fei Luo, I recall my father mentioning the Corpse-Raising Valley, describing its sect as shrouded in mystery. Could it be that you are? At this moment, everyone realized Fei Luo's intentions to eradicate the Corpse-Raising Valley. The mere suggestion sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Indeed, that sect previously targeted the residents of Rinjia town, seeking to slaughter an entire populace. Such a sect cannot be allowed to persist. Furthermore, I have already eliminated 3 elders from the Corpse-Raising Valley. To them, my demise is a matter of urgency. Fei Luo remarked with a faint smile, addressing the assembly. A collective gasp echoed around the dining table. I believe that with my prowess, the eradication of the Corpse-Raising Valley should pose no insurmountable challenge, Fei Luo proclaimed, astonishing everyone present. Upon hearing this audacious plan, the crowd was rendered speechless. Young Master Fei Luo, your profound abilities in the possession of several protective treasures are commendable. Might I accompany you on this venture? Ao Tianlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. The prospect of annihilating the Corpse-Raising Valley ignited a fervor within him. This is the mark of a true man. If we succeed in eradicating the Corpse-Raising Valley, it would be a monumental achievement. No, Fei Luo shook his head and replied, Elder Ao, I shall depart at dawn tomorrow, and this journey requires only my presence. As he spoke, Fei Luo produced 2 vials of elixirs with a flourish. Elder Ao, this is a token of my appreciation. I trust these potions will aid you in your future cultivation endeavors. The vials contain several soul-gathering pills, essence-cleansing pills, chi restoration pills, and great rejuvenation pills. These elixirs were specially prepared by Fei Luo for Ao Tianlong and his daughter. Without external assistance, Ao Tianlong's prospects were bleak. While Ning Shuang exhibited great potential, should she undergo a transformative refinement, her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Amazing. Ao Tianlong opened the vial and was immediately captivated by the intoxicating aroma of the elixirs. Young Master Fei Luo, this is far too precious. It is simply unacceptable, he exclaimed, taken aback. Even though he had inherited many cultivation resources from the fantastical gate, they paled in comparison to the offerings before him. Among the contents were the legendary essence-cleansing pills and chi restoration pills, as well as an unknown elixir. As Ao Tianlong was not affiliated with the Maoshan sect, he did not recognize the soul-gathering pills. In the realm of Dao, Maoshan is revered, and the field of elixirs is no exception. Ao Tianlong initially believed that these abundant elixirs were a provision from the Maoshan sect for Fei Luo, a notion he could scarcely fathom. Furthermore, Fei Luo first rescued Ning Shuang and then vanquished the red-robed fire demon, thereby bestowing great favors upon both the father and daughter as well as the Fantasia sect. How could Ao Tianlong dare to accept Fei Luo's generosity? Fei Luo waved his hand, interrupting Ao Tianlong's murmurs. Senior Ao, please accept it. I have a plethora of medicinal pills here, and I hope that in the future you can advance further and attain the true realm of a celestial master. He continued, these pills include essence-cleansing pills, chi recovery pills, great rejuvenation pills, and the heavenly source soul-gathering pills, which can enhance cultivation. As Fei Luo elucidated, Ao Tianlong and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the bottles of pills before them. Such a grand display, truly a remarkable generosity. Ao Tianlong could hardly fathom that Fei Luo could so casually present such legendary elixirs. And he claimed to have many more? Old Taoist, please accept them. My young master's strength far exceeds your imagination. At that moment, the azure bird perched on Fei Luo's shoulder spoke human words. Upon hearing this, Ao Tianlong was rendered speechless in astonishment. Chinger, Fei Luo turned, lightly tapping the bird's beak, and said, very well, if that is the case, I shall return to rest now. I will depart for the southern wilderness early tomorrow. Fei Luo, why not stay for a couple more days? We have yet to extend our hospitality fully. Ming Ming and De Gui exchanged glances and spoke up as Fei Luo began to rise. No. I have already overstayed my welcome. Here Fei Luo's words were cut short by Ning Shuang. Brother Fei Luo, are you really leaving tomorrow? Where am I supposed to find you afterward? At that moment, Ning Shuang's attention was completely diverted from the pills and the Corpse-Raising Valley, fixated solely on Fei Luo. despite their brief acquaintance. Upon hearing that Fei Luo would depart, she felt an emptiness in her heart, as though she had lost something significant. She realized that she had grown deeply fond of him. Yet, Fei Luo shone too brightly in her eyes. She understood she was perhaps unworthy of him, and could only bury her feelings deep within her heart. Little Shuang, focus on your cultivation, and remember to take the pills. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future, Fei Luo said with a gentle smile. After exchanging a few more words with the group, he turned to leave with the azure bird. Watching Fei Luo's retreating figure, Ning Shuang bit her silver teeth, yearning to follow him, yet lacking the courage to do so. Her cultivation was too low. As a mere 9th-layer Qi practitioner, she knew she would be nothing but a burden to Fei Luo. Seeing Ning Shuang's demeanor, Meng Meng, having experienced similar emotions herself, could not help but discern her feelings. She gently patted Ning Shuang's shoulder and said, "Silly girl, if you like young Master Fei Luo, then strive to cultivate diligently. One day, upon reaching the Celestial Master Realm, wouldn't it be wonderful to be a celestial couple with him?" Cough. Hearing Ming Ming's words, Ao Tianlong coughed slightly. As a father, he had long recognized his daughter's affections. However, he chose not to shatter this delicate veil, surprised instead by the boldness of his little junior sister. Upon hearing those words, Ning Shuang's face turned crimson in an instant. "Oh dear, Master Aunt, what are you saying? I would never." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, eventually fading to a mere whisper, almost inaudible. "Silly girl, as your Master Aunt, I have been through this myself. When you have feelings for someone, you must seize the opportunity lest you find yourself filled with regret later." In the midst of this conversation, Meng Meng cast a deliberate glance at Ao Tianlong, her heart quietly sighing. The one she had once cherished was indeed Ao Tianlong. Alas, the flowers may feel affection, but the waters remain indifferent. Ao Tianlong was solely devoted to his path of enlightenment, while Ming Ming found herself entwined with her pursuit of wealth and status. "Yes, Master Aunt, I will diligently cultivate my skills," Ning Shuang affirmed, lifting her head, her large, luminous eyes brimming with determination. Unbeknownst to them, Fei Luo remained oblivious to the commotion. "Qing Er, we shall set off at dawn tomorrow." Once inside the chamber, Fei Luo sat cross-legged, uttering a brief instruction to the Qing bird before closing his eyes in meditation. Understood, the Qing bird nodded obediently, settling on the bedside and entering a state of tranquility to begin its breathing exercises. Chapter 115. Zhuge the following day, before the sun had risen, Fei Luo and the bluebird set forth. With a powerful flap of its wings, the bluebird ascended into the sky, and Fei Luo, seated upon its back, gazed down at the diminishing Zhangjiago town, a smile gracing his lips. "Senior Ao, Ning Shuang, may fate bring us together once more. I am en route to the corpse-raising valley." Fei Luo's eyes sparkled like jade, clear and profound, as he looked towards the horizon, the direction of the southern frontier. "Master, shall we head southward?" The bluebird inquired after flying for a while, observing the dense forest below. "Indeed, we venture south to seek the corpse-raising valley," Fei Luo replied. Thus, the duo, a man and a bird, soared through the void, journeying southward. 2 days swiftly passed. After traversing the distance, Fei Luo and the bluebird had entered the southern region. This area, rich in tropical jungles, was marked by a humid climate, far removed from the refreshing dryness and distinct seasons of Rinjia town. In the distance, a town came into view. Heavenly vision. Fei Luo's eyes shimmered with golden light, revealing the faint traces of malevolent energy lurking within the town, mingled with a hint of deathly aura. "Qing Er, let us proceed to that town ahead," he commanded. "Understood, Master." With a swift motion, the bluebird dove downwards, heading straight for the small town. Before long, Fei Luo, riding the bluebird, soared above the town. "Wow, what a magnificent bird! Look, it seems there's a person atop it," exclaimed the townsfolk. "Indeed, there is someone. Could it be a reclusive master?" As Fei Luo entered the town, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted among the residents. In this world, tales abounded of hidden cultivators residing in the mountains, possessing incredible powers and abilities far beyond the ordinary. Even older legends spoke of great demons who had once been the disciples of these practitioners, tales that often circulated among the populace. Today, Fei Luo's appearance swiftly conjured these legends in the minds of the townsfolk. Amidst their astonished gazes, the bluebird descended with Fei Luo, who leaped gracefully to the ground. The bluebird then transformed mysteriously, shrinking to the size of a palm and settling upon Fei Luo's shoulder. "May I inquire about this place?" Fei Luo asked softly as he landed on a street, observing the peculiar attire of the locals. Not surprised by their garb, Fei Luo noted the distinctiveness of the clothing, reminiscent of the Miao people from his memories of a later era. The women adorned themselves with gold and silver, while the men wore flamboyant robes. Compared to the customs of the northern towns, such as Rinjia and Zhangjiago, the cultural practices here were markedly different. "Esteemed master, you are in Zhuge town. Might you be a practitioner of the Tao? A young man, emboldened by Fei Luo's approachable demeanor, stepped forward to inquire. One might say so. Fei Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the young man's face lit up with joy. Master, do you possess the art of subduing demons? Reclusive masters are known to vanquish evil. Like a wandering Taoist traversing the world, Fei Luo stands apart, embodying a transcendent aura in his pristine black attire and eyes as clear as water, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, the realm is rife with imposters, many deceitful individuals masquerading as Taoists, thus fostering a pervasive skepticism among the populace regarding these practitioners. Yet, Fei Luo is a rare exception. His entrance is nothing short of remarkable, as he rides upon a majestic flying beast, a feat unattainable by ordinary folk. The townspeople, having only heard tales of such beings, now witness this extraordinary figure for the first time. The adage rings true: seeing is believing. The townsfolk are undeniably stirred by the sight of such a lofty individual. Unbeknownst to the master, our town has recently been plagued by a series of ghostly occurrences. Several families have met untimely fates under peculiar circumstances. A young man, gazing intently at Fei Luo, spoke earnestly. Is it over there? Fei Luo inquired, gesturing towards another street where the sound of drums and gongs signified a funeral procession. Indeed, sir. Would you care to accompany me for a closer look? The young man's suggestion garnered immediate agreement from the surrounding crowd. Master, you must see for yourself. It is truly terrifying. Yes, their deaths were horrendous, their faces unrecognizable. As the words of the townspeople reached him, Fei Luo furrowed his brow and replied, "Lead the way." Following the young man, Fei Luo arrived at a street reminiscent of a slum. The wooden houses, elevated to ward off venomous creatures, lined the path. The south region, characterized by its humidity, is notorious for its plethora of poisonous insects. Before him lay a series of connected dwellings, much smaller and akin to a shanty town. 3 households displayed white paper flowers, with white couplets adorning their doors, as small clusters of individuals burned joss paper outside. Did they all perish on the same day? Fei Luo observed the 3 households engaged in mourning, with several coffins visible in their courtyards, his brow tightening in concern. Master, the first 2 families on this street died on the same day, while the third succumbed 2 or 3 days later. As you know, we must wait 7 days before a proper burial. Our town leader even summoned several Taoists to perform rituals, yet despite their efforts, this family still faced death. Indeed, those Taoists summoned by the leader seemed more like charlatans. They set up their altars, chanted for a time, and proclaimed the ghost vanquished, yet the deaths persisted, causing widespread panic. Even the town leader has vanished, absent for days. Yes, Master, we implore you to show mercy and subdue this malevolent spirit, otherwise our town, Juku, is doomed, as most of the wealthy have fled. Master, please have compassion. Before Fei Luo could enter the house to investigate, a growing crowd of citizens had gathered, some moved to tears, bowing before him in desperation. Descending from the heavens upon a magnificent bird, Fei Luo appeared to the common folk as a being of divine stature. The townspeople firmly believed that he possessed the power to vanquish malevolent spirits. Fellow villagers, rise and speak. I shall undoubtedly capture this phantom and provide you with an explanation, Fei Luo declared, surveying the anxious faces surrounding him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, Fei Luo was struck by the eerie desolation of the once bustling streets. Few pedestrians roamed, and the majority of shops stood resolutely shut. A stark contrast to the vibrant essence of a thriving town. Clearly, the specter haunting this place had instilled a profound sense of dread among the populace, prompting even the wealthiest to flee in fear. The most absurd of all was the mayor, who had absconded early with the embezzled funds of the townsfolk, igniting a fierce wrath within Fei Luo. Villagers, I wish to see the bodies, Fei Luo proclaimed, striding towards the nearby entrance. With a resounding thud, he gently pushed open the coffin, and his pupils constricted in horror. Before him lay a viciously mangled corpse. Frowning deeply, Fei Luo's heart raced as he beheld the lifeless body within the coffin. It was that of a young man, presumably the head of this household. The vitality had utterly drained from him, and his visage was a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, as if the very skin had been flayed from his face. What incited Fei Luo's fury further was the realization that this family of 6, irrespective of age or gender, had met with a similar fate. The youngest among them was a mere infant, still swaddled in its blankets. Chapter 116. The Gift of Charms and Ghostly Capture. As Fei Luo observed the lifeless corpse before him, a diminutive paper effigy hung from the distant beam, swaying gently in the breeze. In the customs of Juku Town, it is customary to bind several paper figures to the beams during funerary rites, symbolizing the soul's passage to paradise. However, one such paper figure fixated its gaze upon Fei Luo. its ink-painted eyes appearing to blink with an unsettling human quality. In that fleeting moment, Fei Luo felt an instinctive awareness, his eyes locking onto the beam with unwavering focus. The Heavenly Sovereign's mystic eye? A golden light coalesced in Fei Luo's eyes, and in an instant, he discerned the anomalous paper figure. With a flick of his azure finger, he summoned his magical energy, launching it like an arrow towards the effigy. Suddenly, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The paper figure, once merely suspended, enlarged to over a meter in height, its palms emanating a ghostly aura as it struck towards Fei Luo's magical force. Boom! The impact unleashed a chilling wind, startling the onlookers in the courtyard, who gasped at the sudden drop in temperature. A ghost! Run! They cried. Master, can you withstand this? Witnessing the paper figure's abrupt growth and its ability to shatter Fei Luo's magical attack, the spectators were seized with terror, retreating hastily from the courtyard. With a terrifying roar, the paper figure surged towards Fei Luo, its ghostly energy intensifying. Intriguing. Was this a vengeful spirit or a supernatural entity? Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, fingers deftly forming arcane seals. This paper figure, capable of dispelling his casual strike, possessed strength rivaling that of a fiery specter. It was evident that this ghost was comparable to a human master of the heavenly realm. Yet, Fei Luo had never encountered a ghost of such a form. Typically, spirits existed as ethereal entities, and he had never seen one manifesting as paper. Heavenly fire spell. Boom. Fei Luo exhaled softly, a wave of searing heat enveloping the small courtyard. Rushing towards the advancing paper figure, the heavenly fire spell is particularly effective against malevolent energies and the corporeal essence of undead beings. However, to Fei Luo's astonishment, the paper figure emitted a bizarre blue hue amidst its ghostly aura, rendering the flames utterly ineffective against it. What? Fei Luo was taken aback. Immune to fire? What a peculiar ghost. With seemingly limited intelligence, the paper figure, having brushed off the flames, hurled a punch at Fei Luo. Clang! The snowfall sword materialized in Fei Luo's hand, accompanied by a melodic chime and cascading snowflakes. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and the paper figure's head severed from its neck, rolling across the ground with a soft thud. As Fei Luo's snowfall sword penetrated the figure, the overwhelming sword energy annihilated the ghostly essence within. The once dense spirit energy began to dissipate slowly. Clang! With a decisive strike, the paper figure was rendered headless. However, as the paper effigy collapsed to the ground, the ominous black aura dissipated from its head, revealing a visage that resembled a human face. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed from the onlookers as they witnessed Fei Luo's swift and decisive execution of the paper figure. Truly, the master is formidable. How extraordinary. Is he truly a Taoist priest? Many in the crowd exhibited expressions of bewilderment, for Fei Luo's manner of exorcising spirits starkly contrasted with the traditional image of a Taoist. In the public's preconceived notions, such figures were typically clad in ceremonial robes, wielding ritual implements, setting up altars, and chanting incantations. Where was the dominance exhibited by Fei Luo, who simply dispatched his foe with a single stroke of his sword? This utterly redefined the public's perception of a Taoist priest. Isn't that Lao Zhang's face? How could this be? As the paper figure lay lifeless, someone stepped forward and gasped upon seeing the delicate, gossamer-like human face on the ground. Indeed, it is Lao Zhang. How could his face transform into that of a ghost? My goodness, this is terrifying. As more onlookers approached, a cacophony of voices arose, revealing the identity of the face in question. The Lao Zhang they spoke of was the male head of the family from the nearby coffin shop. What is happening? What could this mean? Fei Luo pondered internally, sensing an anomaly. Something is amiss. Why has the system not rewarded me? He realized that typically, the extermination of a spirit would yield some form of recompense. Yet this paper effigy had not. Could it be? A potential theory flickered in Fei Luo's mind as his gaze swept across the gathering crowd. The specter was not merely powerful. It was likely a mere doppelganger or a fragment of a greater entity. Activating his divine vision, Fei Luo scanned the assembly, yet he discerned no trace of malevolence or abnormalities in the vicinity, not even along the street. Had it not been for the paper figure's scrutiny of him, he would have remained oblivious to any irregularity. It was not that Fei Luo's divine vision had faltered. Rather, the capabilities of this malevolent spirit were exceedingly peculiar. Master Xie has vanquished the evil spirit. The locals, oblivious to the true nature of the situation, bowed respectfully to Fei Luo, believing the paper figure to be the source of their plight. Fellow villagers, the specter still lingers, Fei Luo addressed the earnest crowd. He understood that misleading them would only lead to further fatalities, something he was determined to prevent. What? Master, have you not already eliminated the spirit? What shall we do now? The villagers implored, panic etched across their faces. Yes, several families in Juka town have already perished. You must take action on our behalf. They pleaded, beseeching Fei Luo to intervene. Fetch talisman paper and vermilion. I shall inscribe protective charms for you to distribute among the townsfolk. I will not leave until this malevolent entity is eradicated, Fei Luo decided. Opting for a straightforward approach, he crouched down, contemplating his next steps. As long as this malevolent spirit continues its misdeeds, there remains a chance to unearth its identity. Very well, Master, please hold on for a moment. We shall procure what is needed. The Chundong coffin shop possesses exquisite vermilion, and I shall retrieve it. Upon hearing that Fei Luo was to bestow talismans, the villagers' faces instantly brightened, and they sprang into action. Soon, within the courtyard, a substantial stack of yellow paper was laid upon the table, accompanied by ample amounts of vermilion. Fei Luo began to move his brush with grace, skillfully crafting one talisman after another. The Jinzhai talisman, belonging to the Maoshan school, is designed to affix above the entrance to subdue malevolent spirits and wicked entities. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed. With a sigh of relief, Fei Luo set down his brush, even with his current level of cultivation. The exertion of continuously imbuing magical energy into talismans for several hours left him somewhat fatigued. Dear villagers, please distribute these talismans. Ensuring that each household affixes one at their entrance, Fei Luo said, smiling at those gathered. Chapter 117, the eerie book. At the very moment when Fei Luo vanquished the paper effigies, within the opulent confines of a grand estate in Jika town, the male proprietor reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a book with his legs crossed. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze lifting to peer through the window towards the distant street, where the squalor of the slums lay. In that instant, the atmosphere within the room grew inexplicably frigid. The dog in the courtyard, the female host preparing a meal, and even the young child slumbering in the bedroom all ceased their activities in an eerie silence. The room became suffused with an unnatural chill, and the very light seemed to vanish. Had anyone been present, they would have felt an icy dread creeping upon them, for in the bedroom lay 3 bodies. Arranged in neat repose, a family, their faces grotesquely disfigured, now mere bloodied visages. This unsettling tableau lasted but a fleeting moment, as the air within the room rippled like water, restoring the ambience to normalcy. The oppressive stillness dissipated, replaced by the warmth of sunlight streaming into every corner of the room, while the female host continued washing fruit, her smile radiant as she presented the freshly cleaned produce. Upon the pages of the book in the male proprietor's hands, there appeared miniaturized faces. Were anyone present, they would recognize several visages belonging to the deceased families. Ah, a celestial master, is it? The male proprietor murmured softly, observing a face on a particular page fade away. Once I have dealt with the people of this town, your little attempt at defiance will be of no consequence. Strangely, the voice echoing through the room belonged not to the man himself, but to the book he held. This scene unfolded in broad daylight, yet it bore an air of chilling eeriness and uncanny mystery. Though he was not a celestial master, his prowess was akin to that of one, his vitality seemingly enhanced. A ghostly voice resonated in the room. 3 hours later, a knock echoed upon the door. Woof, woof. The dog outside barked with a semblance of normalcy, as if alerting the inhabitants within. Everything appeared so ordinary, providing no hint of the underlying strangeness. Sister, brother-in-law, are you home? I have brought you some delightful gifts. A voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, both the male and female hosts mechanically turned their heads towards the door. The male proprietor offered a peculiar smile, closing the book and advancing toward the entrance. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a youth of 17 or 18 standing outside. Brother-in-law, so you are home. Where is my sister? The young man exclaimed, flashing a bright smile that revealed a row of pearly teeth. Your sister is inside. What delightful gifts do you speak of? The male proprietor replied, his expression unreadable. The youth appeared puzzled, sensing an unusual rigidity in his brother-in-law's demeanor, though he could not quite articulate what felt amiss. Today, a master arrived in the city, vanquishing a malevolent spirit with great prowess. He also inscribed numerous talismans meant to protect homes, suggesting that every household in our town should affix one. As he spoke, the young man produced 2 talismans from his pocket, offering one to the male head of the household while keeping the other for his own home. Upon receiving the talisman, the man's pupils contracted, and he momentarily trembled as if electrified, yet he naturally accepted the talisman afterward. At that moment, a book that had been closed on the coffee table emitted a chilling light, akin to a ghostly glow that flickered briefly before settling down. Under this eerie illumination, the protective talisman appeared to lose its potency, becoming utterly mundane. Though the talisman was indeed capable of suppressing malevolent entities, even the dreaded red-robed fire spirit would be affected. Fei Luo's approach, albeit rudimentary, was the best strategy. Any movement of the talisman would surely alert him. However, Fei Luo was unprepared for the encounter with an extraordinary type of spirit, known as a source spirit. This entity could manifest in any form, be it a piece of paper or a stick, existing in whatever vessel it chose. Moreover, source spirits possess unfathomable powers, transcending the control of the underworld, capable of consuming all matter, whether human or spectral. The source spirit in question was the very book itself. Exhibiting a formidable strength nearing the threshold of classification, its powers surpassing even those of the red-robed fire spirit. While the protective talisman was indeed mystical, the capabilities of this source spirit rendered it nearly ineffective, a truly terrifying realization. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the young man, causing him to shiver. How could it be so cold in the midst of summer? Was he perhaps afflicted by a sudden chill? Shaking his head, he addressed the man, brother-in-law. I shall take my leave now. Please remember to place the talisman at the entrance of your bedroom. With a smile, he turned to depart. The male head of the household remained at the door, his gaze fixated upon him. A sound akin to tearing paper echoed within the house as the book began to flip its pages autonomously. Abruptly, a small piece of paper shot forth, soaring swiftly through the air. In an instant, it caught up with the already departing young man, silently slipping into his pocket. The male head of the household wore a peculiar smile as he closed the door and returned to his room. That night, Fei Luo found lodging at an inn in town. Upon hearing of his reputation as a ghost hunter, the innkeeper was overjoyed. Waiving Fei Luo's accommodation fees and preparing an elaborate feast of the town's signature dishes for him to savor. To the innkeeper, hosting such a remarkable individual was a matter of pride. Fei Luo, however, was not one to take advantage of others and intended to pay for his stay upon his departure. The bright moon hangs like a silver disk in the heavens, and at this moment, Fei Luo is employing the divine eye of the celestial observer to scrutinize the surroundings. What a peculiar phenomenon! What manner of spirit is this? Why does it conceal itself so profoundly? Fei Luo furrows his brow and muses. If that paper effigy is but a manifestation of its true self, then the essence must surely be nearby. Why have I spent an entire day with no discoveries? At this juncture, Fei Luo has lost count of how many times he has surveyed the entirety of Juku town. Suddenly, as the night breeze sweeps across the sky, several nearly invisible pieces of paper drift through the air, wafting with the wind. Along the roadside, a small wild cat prowls the streets, akin to a nocturnal ranger stalking its prey. Abruptly, a small piece of paper flutters down before the feline, which is instinctively curious about such objects. With a natural reflex, it pounces and captures the paper in its mouth, darting towards a distant alleyway. Meow. Before long, a chilling cry of the cat echoes through the night sky. Chapter 118. Unveiling the culprit. As the wild cat emitted its anguished cries, fragments of paper danced through the air, slipping through doors and windows into various households. The cursed wild cat, in heat during the dead of night, its cries strangely unsettling. Indeed, the sounds of a cat in heat were markedly different from the usual. Within a nearby residence, a young couple murmured to one another. Unbeknownst to them, two pieces of paper fluttered in through their open window, landing abruptly upon them. With a jolt, the couple rose from their bed like puppets on strings, their eyes vacant and bloodshot, fangs protruding as they stared unblinkingly toward the inn where Fei Luo resided. At that moment, Fei Luo sensed a disturbance and opened his eyes. Paper? As his gaze sharpened, he beheld the lifeless form of the wild cat lying in the street. Likewise, he observed the townsfolk, many of whom appeared disoriented, like mere shadows of themselves. What a powerful method of soul control. No wonder I could not locate you. Your prowess lies within these seemingly innocuous scraps of paper. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just then, the entire town of Juku erupted into chaos. Within a lavish household, a book crafted from oiled paper flipped rapidly, the sound echoing through the air. As the pages turned, the majority of the townspeople emerged from their homes, shuffling toward Fei Luo's inn like soulless beings. With a thunderous crash, the door to Fei Luo's room was flung open, revealing the innkeeper and his companions, their fangs bared, eyes glinting with malevolence as they lunged at him. What a formidable trick! Though I did not seek you out. You have declared war upon me first, attempting to coerce me into submission through the lies of these mortals? Fei Luo observed the approaching horde with a sneer. It was evident that this was a provocation from the unseen entity behind the scenes. Soul capture technique. Stunned, Fei Luo's eyes glimmered with a cerulean light, aimed at the advancing figures. With a resounding boom, the force of his technique swept through the crowd, halting their advance and painting their faces with expressions of agony. In the distance, within the house, the pages continued to flutter wildly. Those before Fei Luo, now undergoing a sudden transformation, found the paper upon them glowing ominously, expanding as it sought to envelop them in a grotesque imitation of life. An icy chill permeated the air, laying an invisible frost upon the ground. Seeking death? Fei Luo moved swiftly, channeling his magical energy to his fingertips, and with a decisive jab, he pierced the paper affixed to the individuals. The sound of tearing echoed, and as the paper disintegrated, the victims collapsed to the ground, as though their souls had been severed from their bodies. It seems their weakness rendered them incapable of withstanding such malevolent energy. Observing their pallid faces and feeble breaths, a glint of cold determination flashed across Fei Luo's face. This scheme is truly insidious to the core. To threaten oneself with the frailty of a mortal body is to invite needless bloodshed, ultimately leading to a tainted heart of righteousness. Excessive killings will entangle one in the web of karmic retribution, and calamity shall inevitably ensue. This is far from auspicious. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Fei Luo summoned the divine gaze of the celestial lord. In mere moments, he discerned an anomaly. The townsfolk of Juku surged toward this location like a tidal wave. However, the malevolent aura enveloping them emanated from a singular source. It was a seemingly innocuous place, one that Fei Luo had overlooked, a grand mansion. Within its walls, a dog lay in an unperturbed state, while the male and female occupants sat languidly on the sofa. And a 3-year-old girl slept soundly in the bedroom. Yet, the rapidly flipping pages of books upon the table betrayed the extraordinary nature of this abode. In that instant, Fei Luo realized that the yellow dog in the yard, the couple inside, and the slumbering child were all mere illusions. What a formidable phantasm! Does it truly believe me to be so easily deceived? He flung open the window and leapt into the night. Let us depart. Use your abilities to shield the innocent populace. Upon hearing Fei Luo's command, the bluebird complied without hesitation, flapping her wings and soaring into the night sky. Roars echoed from the streets below as countless citizens, driven mad, craned their necks skyward, fixating on the silhouette darting across the rooftops. In an instant, throngs of mortals began to pursue Fei Luo like deranged specters. Observing the chaos below, Qing Yu swallowed hard. My lord, these people have lost their minds. If we do not rescue them, they shall surely perish. As Fei Luo dashed across the rooftops, he replied calmly, Qing, capture the leader first. If we do not vanquish this spirit, the townsfolk will succumb to its malevolence far quicker. Understanding his intent, Qing Yao nodded in agreement. I comprehend, my lord. On this night, the cries of madness erupted throughout Juku town, as all men, women, and children were seized by a frenzied pursuit of Fei Luo, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Within the mansion, the male occupant suddenly rose, peering out at the night sky. A strange smile crept across his lips. With a swift motion, a book from the table was now firmly grasped in his hand. The sound of tearing paper echoed through the room, revealing an uncanny scene. The male occupant, the female, and the little girl all emitted a sound akin to crumpling paper, their forms folding into one another. In an instant, 3 life-sized paper effigies emerged. As the spectral glow from the books intensified, these figures coalesced into 3 sheets of white paper, eerily fusing together. At this moment, the paper retained the likeness of the male occupant, yet his aura surged ominously, while the interior of the house transformed fluidly, a foul stench permeating the air. Outside, the large yellow dog disintegrated into a mass of shredded flesh, revealing that it had long since perished. The door swung open, revealing the bespectacled gentleman who clutched a tome, vanishing into the shroud of night. The changes occurring here did not escape Fei Luo's keen perception, his gaze fixated intently on every detail within the dwelling. What a remarkable specter you are. Do you truly believe you have the upper hand over me? Fei Luo mused inwardly as he leaped forward to confront the man descending from the night sky. Before him stood the suited gentleman, seemingly enveloped in a haze, dreamlike and ethereal, distorting the very fabric of the void around him. Human, you possess considerable merit, the bespectacled man remarked, his voice resonating with an alluring enchantment. Submit to me, and I shall spare the inhabitants of this town. What say you? His piercing gaze remained fixed on Fei Luo, the air thick with an ominous power. Chapter 119, The Realm of Spirits. With a resounding clang, the snowfall sword slipped from Fei Luo's grasp, its sharp radiance slicing through the air. Coldly, Fei Luo declared, do not worry, By slaying the townsfolk, you shall secure your own salvation. In a flash, he lunged forward, sword drawn, towards the bespectacled man before him. At this moment, Fei Luo remained oblivious to the fact that the man he faced was not the true entity. The true essence lay within the oilskin book clutched in the man's hands. Upon seeing Fei Luo charge, the bespectacled man revealed a sinister smile, and the pages of the book began to flutter ominously. A dark shadow descending to envelop a radius of 10 miles. With a thunderous boom, as the shadow fell, both Fei Luo and the azure bird in the sky felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, their movements hampered by an unseen force. The realm of spirits? Fei Luo faltered, astonished. He never anticipated that this spirit would possess such an extraordinary ability. The realm of spirits is typically a power reserved for the first-tier ghost kings, entities far surpassing the ghost sovereign level. It bears resemblance to the domain abilities acquired by humans upon entering the Golden Core stage. augmenting one's own power while restraining adversaries, providing a decisive advantage against weaker foes. When a spirit achieves a level comparable to the human golden core stage, it is classified into tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the ninth tier the highest. According to the records of the Maoshan sect, any first-tier Ghost King possesses capabilities that defy comprehension. Similarly, the Ghost Kings of the underworld are categorized in the same manner. As for the likes of Dong Xiaoyu, they merely self-proclaim their titles. In the presence of a first-tier Ghost King, they are rendered insignificant, whether they be the red-robed evil spirits or the azure sky ghost sovereigns. They are collectively referred to as Ghost Generals, a terminology employed by both the Maoshan sect and righteous cultivators across the realm. Ghost cultivators are distinctly different from human practitioners. Their abilities and transformations are multifaceted, and even the most formidable human cultivators can easily fall prey to their cunning. Didn't he expect you to have attained the realm of spirits? I underestimated you, Fei Luo remarked as he swung his sword, only to find it met with the resistance of an ethereal force, as if he were striking through water, the ghostly energy effortlessly thwarting his attack. The bespectacled man remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Fei Luo with the indifference of one observing a caged prey. Roars erupted from the townsfolk as they surged towards Fei Luo. Although he stood atop the rooftop, these citizens, empowered by the ghostly enchantments of the book, ascended with the grace of swallows, easily scaling the heights to pounce upon him. Witnessing this scene, the smile on the bespectacled man's face broadened. With the realm of spirits at his command, he could afford to wait. Should Fei Luo choose to confront him, he would also have to guard against the townsfolk behind him. In such a scenario, Fei Luo's defeat would be inevitable. If he refrained from aiding the townspeople, they would perish under the encroaching ghostly aura. If he chose to attack, the backing of the realm would render the bespectacled man invincible. Regardless of the circumstances, Fei Luo faced but a single defeat. Chinger, even the winds thwart the mortals. Out of the corner of his eye, Fei Luo noticed the throng of citizens surging forth like a tidal wave, and he called out to the azure bird soaring above. "Very well, my lord." The azure bird spoke with human articulation, and in an instant, its form enlarged dramatically, unfurling wings that exceeded 3 meters in span, summoning a tempest. The fierce winds whipped toward the advancing populace, most of whom found themselves unable to advance against the gale, while some were swept backward, causing the crowd to tumble into a heap, layer upon layer. Do not presume that the presence of a great demon can alter your fate. Your end remains inevitable defeat. The bespectacled man grinned, his hand rapidly flipping through the pages of a tome, from which 5 sheets of white paper suddenly fell, floating before his chest. Rip, rip. The sound of paper being torn echoed as the 5 sheets coalesced around the bespectacled man's limbs and torso. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a paper effigy clad in armor, wielding a spear. This effigy exuded a spectral aura, resonating with a formidable presence akin to bronze and iron. This was the combat form of the ghost book, merging with the paper figure to achieve a semblance of metamorphosis. Whoosh! Empowered by the ghostly domain, the bespectacled man moved as if teleporting, arriving before Fei Luo in an instant, thrusting his spear toward Fei Luo's throat. Void-breaking sword technique, chase the wind. Fei Luo acted the moment the paper effigy transformed, executing the void-breaking sword technique. He understood that the ghostly domain was disadvantageous. Thus, he resolved to be proactive. Having endured numerous fierce battles, Fei Luo's combat experience was vast. Although it was his first encounter with a Ghost King in the ghostly domain, he remained entirely vigilant, fully attuned to the situation. In this confrontation, Fei Luo summoned all his focus. Clang! With foresight and composure, Fei Luo parried the sudden thrust of the spear with his sword. Bang! In that fleeting moment, Fei Luo felt a tingling in his arm as a tremendous force surged through him. The ghostly domain indeed possessed boundless utility, enhancing both speed and strength significantly. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, pondering this revelation. At this juncture, it was the bespectacled man who was taken aback. He had not anticipated Fei Luo's reaction to be so swift. In the past, he had slain many Taoists, and under the influence of his ghostly domain, ordinary individuals were readily deceived by their own vision. Yet, by the time their eyes registered his presence, the spear had already pierced through their chest. The bespectacled man too felt a tremendous force emanating from the spear, accompanied by a fierce sword aura that sought to breach his ghostly defenses. Whoosh! Failing his initial strike, the bespectacled man pivoted the spear, launching a sweeping assault aimed at Fei Luo's midsection. Flame Demon Eye. However, as the bespectacled man moved, Fei Luo reacted even more swiftly. If your physical techniques are constrained by your ghostly domain, then what of spells? My Flame Demon Eye is an instantaneous ocular technique, a legacy from the heart-refining cauldron. Though not the pinnacle of divine arts, it is nonetheless a formidable skill renowned since ancient times. The heavenly fire spell and the earthly fire spell are both derived from the Supreme Clarity's great cavern scripture. It is not that these spells are feeble, rather. The potency of this infernal tome lies within the paper itself, which possesses immunity to ordinary fire-related divine arts. The flame demon eye, however, is distinct. While it may not rival the heavenly fire spell in terms of area damage, its single-point destructive power surpasses that of the heavenly fire spell. In an instant, a crimson glow emanated from Fei Luo's dual eyes, directed towards the bespectacled man. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of scarlet flames ignited upon him. Hiss! The bespectacled man, injured by the flame demon eye, retreated immediately, retracting his spear. Boom! A sound akin to the rustling of turning pages echoed through the void. As the flames enveloping the bespectacled man gradually diminished beneath the radiance of the ethereal light, extinguished in less than 3 breaths. Chapter 120. The dragon-taming elixir. As the bespectacled man extinguished the flames engulfing him, a sudden chill of dread coursed through his heart. This was. He incredulously raised his gaze to the heavens, and what he beheld shattered his very soul. Boom! In that moment, the night sky darkened, churning with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. In this fleeting interval, Fei Luo had already invoked his profound technique, the divine art of summoning thunder from the 9 heavens. With a deep breath, Fei Luo felt the overwhelming majesty of the heavens. He raised his snowfall sword high and delivered a horizontal strike downward. Boom! Just before the ominous thunder echoed through the sky, the azure bird summoned every ounce of strength to whip up a tempest, suddenly shrinking to the size of a sparrow and darting into the distance. The master is about to unleash that move. The azure bird understood the terrifying nature of this technique. Beneath the heavenly thunder, malevolent spirits had nowhere to hide. As a deafening crack split the air, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens. Crack! The speed of the divine art of summoning thunder was astonishing, and the awe-inspiring force struck the bespectacled man below. Flee! In that instant, the bespectacled man was engulfed by an overwhelming terror. He activated his ghost domain, instantaneously appearing 100 meters away, akin to teleportation. However, despite being a source spirit, his cultivation was still insufficient. Fei Luo's strike consumed a mere 30% of his magical energy. What a terrifying amount that was. A third of Fei Luo's power rivaled the full force of a true celestial master. Boom! The barrel-thick lightning cleaved through the sky, shattering the black ghost domain as if it were mere paper, obliterating countless specters and consuming the bespectacled man in a tempest of thunder. Roar! The bespectacled man let out a scream, his form disintegrating into ash upon contact with the lightning, his anguished wails echoing in the void. Splash! Following his demise, the oil paper book he had carried exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, fluttering in the wind. Fei Luo's pupils constricted as he beheld the book radiating a formidable ghostly energy. A ghostly object? It was Fei Luo's turn to be astonished. Source spirit. This ghost was indeed the source spirit recorded in the supreme Taoist scriptures, an exceptionally rare type of specter. Such a spirit, inherently flawed, could incessantly devour, unrestricted by the boundaries of humanity or ghosthood. Truly, a foe to both man and ghost, yet typically accompanied by formidable supernatural abilities. Good heavens, so this is your true form. Fei Luo sneered at the book struggling amidst the lightning. This spirit, in addition to its ghost domain, was also adept in the arts of manipulation and illusion. Fei Luo then comprehended why his divine eye could not discern the ghost's hiding place, not due to weakness on his part, but because the ghost's transformation techniques had reached an astonishing level of realism. What is true can also be false. What is false can also be true. When illusionary arts attain such profundity, this is indeed the result. Fei Luo recognized that while his supernatural powers were not lacking, his realm was still too weak. In this world, there were many beings stronger than the crimson-robed fire ghost at the same level, such as the source spirit before him. In discussions of divine abilities, strategies, and defenses, this specter, though sharing the same realm as the red-robed fire demon, possesses an unparalleled ferocity. It is astonishing that you could withstand divine thunder. I wonder how many more you can endure. Fei Luo uttered a cold scoff, reciting incantations while directing the snowflake sword towards the heavens. This time, he channeled the remaining half of his magical energy, fervently gathering it within his body according to the intricate path of the 9 heavens thunder summoning technique, channeling it into the snowflake sword. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of thunder, even more formidable than the previous, streaked across the night sky, illuminating it with an ethereal glow. The azure bird, hiding not far away, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing this second bolt of lightning. Although endowed with countless resources gifted by Fei Luo and having attained the status of a formidable demon, The azure bird trembled before this spell. Crack! With a sharp sound. The rapidly flipping pages of the book split in two, as if forcibly torn apart. The paper fluttered in the wind, disintegrating into fine ash amidst the roaring thunder. At this moment, the frenzied crowd in the distance broke free from the howling winds and surged toward Fei Luo. Yet, halfway there, as the ghostly book turned to dust, the figures of the townsfolk appeared frozen in time. The malevolent aura in their eyes vanished, and their protruding fangs slowly receded. With a sigh of relief, Fei Luo felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Fortunately, disaster had been averted. Had he been even a moment later, or if the spirit had been slightly stronger, the townspeople would have faced grave peril. Thud. The sound echoed as individuals collapsed onto rooftops, streets, and alleys, their bodies overtaken by a dark aura. Kneeling helplessly on the ground, under the control of the ghostly book, these people, having absorbed the ghostly energy, were left weakened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the Ghost King of Nine Curves Town, receiving a mysterious reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, a smile spread across Fei Luo's face. System. Claim the reward. This battle left Fei Luo somewhat apprehensive. After unleashing 2 bolts of divine thunder, he had depleted 70% of his magical energy, leaving only 30%. For the first time since departing from Ren Family Town, he felt an overwhelming emptiness, as if his very essence had been hollowed out. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Reward successfully claimed. 100 Great Restoration Pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Reward successfully claimed. 1 Premium Tunglong Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Reward successfully claimed. Divine Ability Void Sword Control Technique. Upon receiving these rewards, joy illuminated Fei Luo's countenance. With 100 Great Restoration Pills, alongside the 30 or so already in his system space, he would have ample resources to heal the townspeople. This initial reward was entirely dedicated to their recovery, and Fei Luo felt immense satisfaction, recognizing that the system had tailored this reward to his needs. The system would not bestow useless items. After all, they had merely been afflicted by ghostly energy, a sensation Fei Luo understood all too well, having once traversed into this realm under similar circumstances. In this instance, the malevolent spirit had seized control of the entire town, using the townsfolk as pawns in a nefarious scheme to annihilate itself. Knowing the peril that lay before him, Fei Luo realized that should his cultivation prove insufficient, he would inadvertently unleash boundless slaughter. Surrendering would lead to the demise of these innocents, while resisting would yield the same grim fate. Regardless of the path chosen, the consequences were irrevocably entwined. Subsequently, Fei Luo directed his thoughts towards the other 2 rewards. The Tunglong Pill. It promised to shatter the barriers of the True Dan realm, facilitating a breakthrough to the Golden Dan stage, with an enhanced probability of 80%. As he read the description of this elixir, his breath quickened. The Golden Dan stage was a transformation he had long anticipated. Chapter 121. Long live Master Fei Luo in the outside world. Countless individuals, having lingered in a moment of stupor, gradually regained their senses. At this moment, with the demise of the source spirit, a fierce storm continued to rage, blinding the eyes of those caught in its tumult. The dark clouds that had obscured the night sky began to dissipate slowly, with the occasional flash of lightning serving as a reminder of the ferocity of the recent battle. Among the robust, some had awoken a step earlier, gazing with reverent awe at the figure cloaked in black upon the distant rooftop, their faces alight with fervent admiration. Although the townsfolk of Juku were somewhat bewildered, they could vaguely recall the thunderous booms that had echoed in their ears moments ago. That sound, reminiscent of thunder, was something they typically only heard during the rainy season. A man, groggy and disoriented, blinked his eyes open, feeling the intense pain and weakness coursing through his body, leaving him perplexed. He remembered that he had been asleep with his wife when suddenly, the chilling cry of a wildcat pierced the night, rendering his mind blank, devoid of any recollection. "Wife, where are you?" he called out, searching the crowd around him. "Here I am, my dear," came a faint voice from the darkness. As a woman clad in a nightgown, her complexion pale and devoid of color, trembled as she leaned against the wall for support. "What has happened to me? Why am I on the rooftop in my undergarments?" "You still have your undergarments." "I have nothing." "Good sir, might I borrow your coat?" "What on earth transpired?" "I feel so dazed as if I were sleepwalking." "I feel the same. I am utterly weak and nauseous." "Oh dear, how embarrassing to be out here in my nightgown. Why did you follow me here, you ghost?" "Wait, who is that? Is that the master?" "It truly is the master." As more people awakened, the crowd began to notice the embarrassing scene unfolding. Some were scantily clad, others entirely nude, and many women wore only their undergarments, blushing profusely. As the clouds parted, panic ensued among the multitude. The sight of nearly 10,000 individuals running about in the nude striking a deeply resonant chord in their hearts. Some voices questioned the supernatural, as people often attributed such inexplicable occurrences to the whims of spirits. Centered around Fei Luo, the streets and alleys teemed with people, their discussions rising in fervor. With keen eyes, some, aided by the moonlight, recognized Fei Luo standing majestically atop a rooftop, akin to stars encircling the moon. Clutching his snowfall sword, his garments fluttering in the wind, he surveyed the gathered townsfolk with golden eyes that shone brightly in the night, exuding an almost divine presence. Some of the townspeople had seen Fei Luo during the day, while others, even if unacquainted with him, had received the protective talismans he had bestowed. However, the source of this malevolent spirit is indeed insidious. A mere piece of innocuous paper, devoid of any ghostly aura, can wield the power to manipulate the human soul. Fei Luo wished to ascertain whether any treachery lay hidden among the townsfolk. This night, Fei Luo succeeded in rescuing tens of thousands of innocent lives. Yet, despite the destruction of the malevolent spirit, he remained vigilant. This encounter humbled Fei Luo, who had previously harbored a touch of arrogance. After vanquishing the crimson-robed fire specter, he had deemed the ghostly entities of the core formation stage to be trivial, yet today's lesson served as a stark awakening. In the vast realm of ethereal illusions, phantoms and apparitions lurked everywhere. Fei Luo understood that some peculiar spirits possessed unfathomable abilities. Should he let his guard down again, it would surely lead to the demise of countless innocents. The consequences were far too grave. Fei Luo could not bear to witness the slaughter of the blameless. Cultivators contend with fate itself, endowed with powers that transcend the ordinary. Yet the plight of the innocent mortals is the most tragic. Among them are the elderly, the weak, women and children, scholars, those who are utterly defenseless against the enigmatic phantoms. How could they possibly escape unscathed? You have all been under the control of that demon king. But my young master acted in time to eliminate him. The thunderous sound you heard was the result of my master's martial arts. Surely you all heard it? At that moment, as the murmurs spread through the crowd, the azure bird gathered its magical energy and spoke in human tongue. Its voice was melodious, resonating in the ears of the multitude, echoing through the void. Did the great bird just speak? The master has saved us. Truly, the master has saved us. Indeed. No wonder I felt weak and achy. It was the ghostly energy controlling me. You cannot fathom how I was only half conscious when I heard that thunderous sound, as if the heavens themselves were thundering before me. Did you hear it? I heard it. Indeed. I too heard it. My grandfather once told me that if ghostly energy enters the body, it causes one to feel cold, achy, dizzy, and nauseous. It seems this is indeed true. Fellow villagers, should we not express our gratitude to the master? Amidst the crowd, various voices arose, yet none questioned the azure bird's words. Earlier in the day, many had looked up to see the azure bird descending from the sky, and knowing it was the steed of a mysterious figure like Fei Luo, a reclusive master surely capable of subduing malevolent spirits, many began to suggest expressing their thanks to him. As this sentiment spread, the entire populace of Jukatown united in a chorus, proclaiming, "We are eternally grateful for the master's life-saving grace." With a rustle, the townsfolk fell to their knees in droves, akin to wheat being harvested. The sight stirred emotions even within Fei Luo's heart. Supported by thousands, he felt that even should he perish today, saving these countless lives would be worth it. Dear villagers, please rise. Exorcising demons is the duty of us cultivators. How could Fei Luo merit such grand honors from you? Fei Luo's voice, imbued with the dual energies of the cosmos, resonated in the ears of every townsman. Is the proprietor of the Welai Tower present? The ethereal voice of Fei Luo resonated like heavenly music, echoing through the void, imbued with a comforting aura that warmed the hearts of all present. The Welai building was the very inn where Fei Luo resided. The innkeeper and the attendant were the first to rush into the room to confront the mutated beings attacking Fei Luo. "Master Fei Luo, I am here. I am here," exclaimed a pale-faced, middle-aged man with a protruding belly, rising in a panic as he gazed at Fei Luo with fervor. Upon seeing the innkeeper, Fei Luo broke into a gentle smile. Typically slow in his movements, the innkeeper surprisingly displayed agility, having been touched by the ghostly energy, and was now leading the charge at the forefront of the throng. "Innkeeper, I will prioritize the expulsion of the ghostly energy for you and your staff. Please arrange for 100 large cauldrons of boiling water to be prepared overnight, placed in front of the Welai building. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, all residents of Jukatown may come to receive the antidote. I assure you that within 3 days, they will all be healed." He continued, "If any villagers possess large cauldrons, they may also bring them to the Welai building. The more cauldrons, the better. I, Fei Luo, will not abandon a single soul." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. After 3 breaths, despite their weakened state, The collective spirit remained unyielding, akin to an overwhelming tide. Long live Master Fei Luo! Long live Master Fei Luo! Long live Master Fei Luo! The fervent calls, filled with deep reverence from the people of Juku Town, lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 122. The profound virtue of all paths that night. The innkeeper of Welai Tower and the staff were exceedingly busy, having heard of Fei Luo's intention to save all the townsfolk. A considerable number of citizens spontaneously volunteered to assist. Large pots were transported from the homes of the townspeople, and everyone was filled with joy. Despite the invasion of malevolent spirits within them, the able-bodied men persevered through their discomfort to lend a hand. The pots were neatly arranged before Welai Tower, and under the innkeeper's urging, many young men emerged carrying boiling water to fill each pot. The streets in the distance were already crowded with citizens lining a 10-mile stretch. On this night, everyone felt aches in their bodies and fatigue coursing through them, yet none chose to depart. They all wished to witness how Master Fei Luo would heal them. It was said that those who practiced the Tao possessed unfathomable powers, emerging in times of chaos and retreating in times of peace. Coupled with Fei Luo's mystery, he captivated the attention of the common people. Master Fei Luo, as per your instructions, all the pots have been filled with boiling water, the innkeeper said respectfully as he approached Fei Luo, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Excellent, Fei Luo nodded. To the astonishment of the innkeeper, with a flourish, he produced a myriad of elixirs from his hand, which flew into the pots like dumplings into boiling water. Each of over 100 pots received a great restoration pill, an elixir capable of curing corpse poison and dispelling malevolent energy, and also effective for treating flesh wounds. With a splash, as the great restoration pills entered the boiling water, the liquid began to bubble and froth, as if in a state of fervent boiling. Although these elixirs might seem but a drop in the ocean, Fei Luo had other methods at his disposal. Innkeeper, bring forth the prepared talismans, he instructed. Having thrown the numerous pills into the pots, at once, the innkeeper replied, signaling several young men, who approached with a table bearing cinnabar, talisman paper, and writing implements. Evil spirits wreak havoc, afflicting the people, with shackles and bindings, with captures and subduings. Fei Luo chanted incantations, his fingertips swirling with magical energy that danced onto the talisman paper laid upon the table. At that moment, the ordinary talismans transformed, glowing with brilliance, enhanced by his power. With swift strokes, he inscribed intricate patterns upon the talisman paper, each more arcane than the last. Half an hour later, Fei Luo set down the cinnabar brush and chuckled lightly. Innkeeper, these are dispelling talismans. Have the people burn them to ash and add the remains to the pots. Within 3 days, they shall be cured. The innkeeper beamed with joy, having witnessed such a miraculous scene, and he could hardly contain his smile. A group of young men stepped forward, each clutching a dispelling talisman, igniting them and carefully ensuring that the ashes were completely dissolved into the water of the large pots. By the time they completed their tasks, it was nearly dawn. Villagers, please form an orderly line and approach one by one to partake of a bowl of the purifying water. Within 3 days, the malevolent energies within your bodies shall be dispelled. For those among you who are unable to move, I implore you to assist one another, ensuring that each individual partakes of this sacred elixir. As Fei Luo observed the gathering, he concentrated his magical energies within his chest and proclaimed in a resonant voice. Empowered by his magic, Fei Luo's voice resonated throughout the entire Juku town, lingering in the air. Excellent. Let us proceed. Master Fei Luo will undoubtedly save us. Brother, wait for me. After we drink, let us bring a bowl back for grandmother. All right. No pushing, no shoving. As Fei Luo's words echoed, the townsfolk surged from both directions along the long street, each holding a small bowl that had been meticulously prepared. The proprietor of the Yulai building, alongside several strong young men, tended to a large cauldron, distributing the purifying water evenly. Witnessing this lively scene, a knowing smile graced Fei Luo's face. The combination of the great elixir and the purifying water, though still scant, was sufficient to purge the malevolent spirits from the villagers' bodies. Suddenly, Fei Luo noticed that some of the stronger individuals began to exude wisps of ghostly energy from their orifices the moment the purifying water entered their bodies. Weaker individuals exhibited similar signs. Although the purifying water was effective, its efficacy varied among individuals. In a fleeting moment, an unseen spectacle unfolded above the heads of the townsfolk. A golden light began to appear, drifting toward Fei Luo. The accumulation of these golden strands, though sparse, amounted to a staggering quantity, thousands of strands equating to thousands of merits. A truly formidable sum. In that instant, it felt as though a torrent had erupted within Fei Luo, filling him with a surge of magical power. Through the passive transformation of the great freedom primordial Tao, Fei Luo's reservoir of magical energy had multiplied several times over, An alarming abundance indeed. I have long since reached my previous limits. It seems I am on the verge of a breakthrough, Fei Luo thought. Excitement flickering across his face as he sensed the burgeoning magical power within him. Doing good deeds brings merit. Today, by saving the populace of Town, I have accrued immense merit. With the prestigious Great Freedom Primordial Tao as his foundation, the passive effects bestowed upon him were truly extraordinary. As the purifying water continued to be dispensed, transformations among those who partook became increasingly evident within the crowd. In mere moments, exclamations of joy erupted from the throng. I am healed. I am healed. Ha. So am I. I feel as light as a feather. My discomfort has lessened significantly, and my breathing has become much easier. Master Fei Luo is truly a celestial being. We must pay homage to him. As more individuals within the crowd experienced recovery, this miraculous spectacle ignited a fervor among the villagers. What constitutes a wondrous remedy? This is the essence of a miraculous elixir. With a mere wave of his hand, Fei Luo alleviated their suffering, and the simple folk immediately revered him as a divine entity. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, centered around Fei Luo, the distant populace knelt along the 10-mile-long street in a fervent display of reverence. In this instant, every individual was filled with genuine awe and adoration. Their eyes alight with a fervor reserved for the divine. Grateful for Master Fei Luo's healing grace, they chanted his praises for eternity. The common folk, uncertain of how to adequately convey their respect, opted to employ the age-old ceremonial customs reserved for venerating a sovereign to honor Fei Luo. Observing the throngs of kneeling citizens, their voices resounding like thunder, Fei Luo felt a tumult of emotions within. He recognized that fortune favored him today, had his prowess been slightly less formidable. A catastrophic tragedy might have unfolded in this very place. Please rise, dear villagers, do stand, Fei Luo urged repeatedly. Yet the people seemed as if they were glued to the earth, only rising after fervently bowing their heads. In this moment, Fei Luo stood revered as a deity in the hearts of the townsfolk of Juku. Chapter 123. The Tribulation of the Golden Elixir. As he was revered by the multitude, Fei Luo felt a peculiar sensation. He finally comprehended why emperors throughout history sought immortality. He was merely honored by the kneeling of a town's populace, while a sovereign would be venerated by millions upon millions. Such an experience is profoundly unique. However, Fei Luo also recognized that what he garnered was the genuine respect and admiration of the citizens of Juku Town, arising from their hearts. In this moment, Fei Luo recalled the adage, with great power comes great responsibility. In this world, there is no tranquility in time. It is merely that some bear the burdens on your behalf. Had another exorcist, lacking adequate power, taken his place today, Juku Town would have faced a most tragic fate. If the originating specter were to annihilate the townsfolk, they would find themselves utterly forsaken, with no one to call upon. My fellow villagers, I shall remain here for 3 days, and after that, I shall depart. Should any malevolent entities return to wreak havoc, I will not show mercy, Fei Luo declared, gazing at the throngs of citizens before him. The scene was truly magnificent, with thousands of people gathered, stretching beyond the horizon. The 10-mile-long street of Juku Town was filled to capacity. After a brief discourse, the townsfolk gradually dispersed, though there remained a surplus of talismanic water in the large cauldrons, which someone suggested be reserved for future emergencies. This notion received unanimous approval. This miraculous exorcism elixir not only repels evil, but also cures common ailments, deserving of the title Divine Water. It was destined that no one in Juku Town would find sleep that night. Fei Luo remained in the Yuelai Tower, now in room number 1. The Tunglong Dan, an elixir for ascending to the Golden Elixir stage, was in his hands. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to face the tribulation. Hoping to successfully transition into the Golden Elixir stage, he murmured, toying with the pill. Young master, are you about to advance to the Golden Elixir stage? Upon hearing Fei Luo's musings, Qing Shuang took on a human form and, without hesitation, seated herself beside him, her voice brimming with excitement. Qing Shuang could distinctly sense that, although Fei Luo had yet to break through to the Golden Elixir stage, the potent magic within him had multiplied several times over. This was indeed a staggering revelation. Yes, at dawn, I will ascend the mountain to confront the tribulation, and you shall safeguard me. Fei Luo smiled, gazing at the enchanting Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang nodded fervently, her excitement palpable. Fei Luo had not yet advanced to the Golden Elixir stage, yet he could already rival practitioners of that realm. Should he succeed in this breakthrough, how formidable would his power become? The Golden Elixir stage represents the pinnacle of refining essence into energy, and Fei Luo might well possess the strength of a transcendent being within that realm, be it the Corpse King of the Great Qing or the Valley of the Corpse Breeders. Once Fei Luo ascends to the Golden Elixir stage, these challenges would likely be trivial. Qinger, once I break through to the Golden Elixir stage, I will be able to soar through the skies on my sword and wield it to vanquish foes from 1,000 miles away, Fei Luo said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang nodded in agreement. In this final age of methods, the golden elixir stage signifies a transformative leap. Any zombie or specter reaching this level undergoes a fundamental shift. It is said that in ancient times, one could soar through the skies on a sword even during the foundational stage of cultivation. However, in the current age of decline, such aerial prowess has become a hallmark of the Golden Core stage. The Tai Su sword control technique is precisely the method for flying on a sword and manipulating the flying sword. Yet, upon further contemplation, Fei Luo concluded that aside from certain remarkable capabilities, the control of the flying sword pales in comparison to his own breaking void sword technique. In terms of lethality, the breaking void sword technique is undoubtedly the foremost sword art. While he was musing, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. After a day of diligent practice, your progress in the Tai Su sword control technique has reached 30. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and began to solidify the ever-increasing magical energy within him. At this moment, he had been compressing and condensing the magical energy derived from the countless merits he had converted today, coalescing it into a liquid-like essence within his spiritual platform. Without further delay, Fei Luo swallowed the Tunglong pill in one swift motion. Boom! The Tunglong pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into waves of energy that surged through Fei Luo's limbs and bones, as if reshaping his very form inch by inch. Suddenly, the magical energy within him, now compressed to its utmost limit, erupted forth. With a swish, Fei Luo opened his eyes. Sensing the rapid rotation of the solid core within him as it continually absorbed the liquid magical energy. Simultaneously, he felt a profoundly oppressive aura permeating the air. This oppressive atmosphere was familiar to him. He had sensed it when coalescing the virtual core. It was the aura of calamity. Now, Fei Luo had reached a pivotal moment of accumulation and explosive potential. The impending heavenly tribulation would arise automatically, unlike before when specific celestial and terrestrial conditions were necessary to provoke it. Furthermore, last time there were merely 3 bolts of tribulation lightning. This time, it was likely to be 6. Not good, Qing, or hurry. We must flee beyond Juka town. I sense the heavenly tribulation is imminent, Fei Luo urged as he swiftly rose, addressing the figure of Qing Shuang beside him. So soon? Qing Shuang responded with a hint of disbelief, yet without a moment's hesitation. She transformed into the form of a green bird in a flurry. With a rush, the duo emerged from the window, the green bird expanding to 3 zhang in size, carrying Fei Luo as they soared toward the outskirts of Juka town. At this moment, dawn was breaking, yet it was the darkest hour. As the forces of yin and yang converged, layers upon layers of dark clouds amassed above Juka town, the oppressive atmosphere palpable even to the ordinary folk below. The citizens, who had been too excited to sleep, now opened their windows, engaging in fervent discussions. What a strange occurrence. It isn't the rainy season. So why are there so many dark clouds? One remarked. Indeed, the rainy season has passed. This sensation is profoundly unsettling. It's stifling. It feels as though a storm is brewing. Look, what is that? My heavens. At this moment, the entire populace of Juku town froze in shock. In the sky, a deep blue bolt laced with purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged forth from the clouds, hurtling toward Juku town like a meteor descending to the earth. More precisely, it was aimed at a nearby mountain beyond the town. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended, cleaving the night sky and illuminating the entire town as if it were day. The citizens of Juku town beheld a figure atop the mountain. This silhouette, standing with a sword in hand, struck out, severing the menacing, thunderous roar. Good heavens, who is this person? How could one wield a sword against such formidable lightning? Could it be the legendary tribulation? Yes, I recall my grandfather recounting tales that, whether human, demon, or ghost, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one would be met with heavenly tribulations. Is it truly possible that someone is undergoing such a trial? The figure bears an uncanny resemblance to Master Fei Luo. The townsfolk of Juku were in an uproar, for the man in the night sky had already shattered 3 bolts of lightning. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere in the air was even more intense than before. Chapter 124, The Heart's Tribulation Indeed. The figure atop the mountain outside Juku town is none other than Fei Luo. The calamity of the Golden Core arrived with astonishing swiftness. Just as Fei Luo stepped out of the city, the thunder from the heavens descended, locking onto him. With no other choice, Fei Luo was compelled to confront the tribulation under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Originally, he had intended to distance himself. After all, this spectacle was rather extraordinary. Yet, at this moment, the arrow was already knocked. Very well, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, nothing more than this. Let me see what further tricks you possess, Fei Luo mused, wielding the snowfall sword and gazing at the ominous sky with a cold smile. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the dark clouds above, seemingly provoked by Fei Luo's disdainful words, as a brilliant, rainbow-like purple lightning bolt surged forth. Boom! Upon witnessing this bolt of lightning, Fei Luo's expression grew grim. The initial 3 bolts were mere ordinary tribulation lightning. However, from this 4th bolt onward, its power was evidently magnified. Swish! The lightning abruptly engulfed Fei Luo. He had intended to employ the 9 Heavens Thunder summoning technique to shatter it, yet he faltered. A buzzing resonated in his mind as this lightning sealed his 5 senses, overwhelming him with countless stings of pain. This lightning was the body-refining lightning. To ascend to the golden core, one must endure 3 tribulations: external, internal, and heart. Having passed the 3 external tribulations, the current lightning was directly acting upon his body. Fei Luo could only endure excruciating pain as electric serpents coursed through his myriad meridians. Good heavens, what is this? In the distance, the azure bird's eyes widened in disbelief. This tribulation lightning was indeed the pinnacle, the 9 tribulations lightning. How could Fei Luo, merely at the golden core stage, trigger the 9 tribulations lightning? Since its transformation, the azure bird had awakened ancestral memories left behind by its forebears. Logically, the weakest tribulation lightning at the golden core stage would be 3. Exceptionally talented individuals might provoke 4, or even 5 or 6 bolts. Yet this 4th bolt was the purple lightning, the legendary 9 tribulations lightning. To attain immortality, one must endure 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Fei Luo, however, was an anomaly. His path was one of the utmost excellence, thus his combat prowess far surpassed that of others at the same level. Such individuals are often envied by the heavens. Young master, you must hold on. Qing Shuo watched Fei Luo amidst the lightning with deep concern. Boom, boom, boom. The 4th, 5th, and 6th bolts of tribulation lightning fell thunderously before the azure bird and the citizens of Juka Town. At this moment, Fei Luo appeared as if sculpted from charred coal, his entire being enveloped in darkness. His features, bright as the stars, merged with the night, resembling a figure emerging from a coal heap. Swish! Suddenly, Fei Luo's body emitted a dazzling radiance, the blackened shell around him cracking and transforming into countless specks of dust. He opened his eyes, and his auspicious robes shimmered with brilliance. A golden aura enveloped him, while his muscles swelled like coiling dragons, emanating a terrifying power. Come forth. Let me experience what the so-called internal tribulations are, what the heart's tribulation truly entails. Fei Luo gazed skyward, letting out a long, resonant howl. At that moment, within him, the essence pill spun at a remarkable velocity, exhibiting signs of solidification. A sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Had it not been for his exquisite treasure robe and the art of body refinement, witnessing such a scene would have left him awestruck. The azure bird, startled, perceived the thunderbolts as harbingers of death, yet Fei Luo appeared unscathed. Heavenly deities. Truly, Master Fei Luo is a celestial being, impervious to the terrifying onslaught of thunder. Indeed, how formidable would Master Fei Luo's might be after transcending tribulations? Could it be that he is destined for immortality? My grandfather once spoke of 3 calamities and 9 tribulations as prerequisites for ascension. Who can fathom the realm in which Master Fei Luo resides? In my eyes, even if he is not a deity, he surpasses one. The townsfolk of Juku gathered on rooftops, with the bolder ones climbing the city walls for a better view. After all, the spectacle of a mortal undergoing tribulation was a tale only whispered in legends. Boom! As the ominous clouds crackled above, a nearly translucent bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved the sky and struck Fei Luo's head. In that instant, he was engulfed in a void. Losing all 5 senses, sight, taste, smell, and more vanished into nothingness. Within the vast emptiness, Fei Luo beheld flickering images from his past life. Hey kid, keep your distance from my girl. Thud, thud, thud. The first scene he witnessed was of his previous self, tormented by a group of bullies. He recalled this moment vividly. It was a source of great humiliation for him, as those thugs were notorious in his vicinity. An orphan, Fei Luo had once harbored feelings for a girl. She was the first he fancied upon entering society, capturing his heart at the tender age of 18. This girl was his first love. Yet, fate decreed that she was not meant for him. Thud, thud. A relentless barrage of fists rained upon Fei Luo, while behind the thugs stood a girl clad in a short skirt. At that moment, she wore a mocking smile, completely disregarding Fei Luo's plight. This scene filled him with indignation. If she held no affection for him, why toy with his emotions? Strike him, beat him to a pulp, commanded a tattooed youth. A cigarette dangling from his lips, orchestrating the assault on Fei Luo by the 3 thugs. These were mere echoes of the past. Why did they still incite my fury? As he felt the continuous blows raining down and heard the derisive laughter around him, Fei Luo found himself drifting into a daze. Boom. Suddenly, with a powerful strike, he shattered the illusory scene. This was all mere delusion. As Fei Luo's fist connected, the vision abruptly shifted, transporting him back to the orphanage. In that moment, he felt as if time had reversed, returning him to his childhood. The headmistress, a middle-aged woman, was the one closest to him. In Fei Luo's heart, the director was akin to a nurturing mother who showered him with affection. Yet, this benevolent figure met an untimely fate, succumbing to an incurable illness before Fei Luo reached adulthood. Xiao Luo, you have arrived. Today, I shall take you to savor some delectable treats. As she spoke, the director, embodying the essence of a loving mother, extended her delicate fingers towards Fei Luo. Aunt Wang. Instinctively, warmth enveloped Fei Luo's heart as he reached out his small hand toward hers. This moment, etched deeply in Fei Luo's mind, resonated profoundly within him. Suddenly, at the instant their hands connected, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The scene unfolded like a vortex, fiercely tugging at Fei Luo, as if attempting to draw him into an endless abyss. Chapter 125, Skyward Techniques, Riding the Clouds Come, Little Luo, we are family, are we not? The dean, resembling a nurturing mother, smiled warmly at Fei Luo. Boom. Under the force of this pull, Fei Luo suddenly awakened. No, this is an illusion as well. What a terrifying trial of the heart. Should I succumb once more, it may lead to my demise. My heart is like a sword, let it break through. Fei Luo roared inwardly, and immediately, the environment before him shattered into countless fragments, dissipating like bubbles. At this moment, within Fei Luo's Dao heart, a sharp sword aura was gradually taking form. Cultivators wrestle with fate, gaining formidable power while simultaneously contending with inner demons. The trial of the heart is the most fearsome tribulation one can face. A cultivator may rely on divine powers, magical abilities, and treasures to combat the bolts of tribulation. Yet the trial of the heart can only be confronted through one's own willpower. Huff, huff. In the external world, Fei Luo's vision and sense of smell returned, and all five senses were fully restored. Meanwhile, in the distance, the azure bird was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the illusory bolt of tribulation had descended, and now it seemed to be over. Was the trial of the heart supposed to be the most terrifying? Young master, are you all right? The azure bird blinked, gazing at the panting Fei Luo, utterly perplexed by what he had just endured. It is nothing, merely a trivial golden elixir tribulation. It cannot hinder me. Fei Luo replied with a smile, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Just as Fei Luo spoke, two illusory bolts of thunder erupted from the sky with a deep roar, howling towards him and re-entering his body. What? Two tribulations at once? The azure bird panicked, her confusion palpable. Even in her inherited memories, such an occurrence was unheard of. The convergence of two tribulations is not simply a matter of addition. Their power multiplies exponentially. Junior brother, save me. At that moment, the scene before Fei Luo shifted, and he felt an overwhelming emptiness within. Yes, Fei Luo sensed a void inside him, and he could not mobilize a single strand of his magical energy. The magical garments and the snowfall sword he wore had vanished entirely. In the vision, a powerful specter thrust its hand through Qiuxing's chest, who gazed at Fei Luo with despair in his eyes, his pupils gradually losing focus. Roar! The specter let out a deafening cry and charged towards the distant Jusu. Little Luo, flee quickly. I shall hold him off. Jusu's eyes widened in desperation as he spat out a mouthful of blood, smearing it on the blade, striking at the vengeful spirit. However, Jusu was already gravely injured, and within 3 moves, he met the same fate as Qiuxing and Wenkai, perishing on the spot. Ha ha ha, come and claim your life. The specter licked its lips, its ghastly face devoid of any color, rushing towards Fei Luo. This scene, whether it be the emptiness within or the fate of Qiuxing and Wenkai, mirrored reality in every way. Fei Luo smiled, with a heart like a sword. I shall sever all illusions. I shall cut through. Fei Luo rose, closed his eyes, and an intense sword aura surged forth, shattering the space before him, causing myriad illusions to dissipate like fleeting light. Futile. Everything you perceive is indeed real. Today, your demise is inevitable. Beneath the overwhelming sword energy, the fabric of space fractured. Yet the malevolent entity seemed undeterred, charging towards Fei Luo. With a swift motion, Fei Luo opened his eyes, gazing at the approaching specter, a faint smile gracing his lips. The apparition maintained its forward momentum, but as it passed Fei Luo, it was mercilessly torn apart by countless sword energies, transforming into ethereal sparks that vanished into nothingness. In this battle, Fei Luo's state of mind resembled a blade, severing all illusions. The phantasm conjured by the thunderous tribulation initially affected him slightly, yet thereafter had no impact whatsoever. Boom. As the visions faded, Fei Luo's internal energy surged uncontrollably. Within him, a solid elixir, refined by the tribulation's lightning, manifested as a dark golden orb, whirling within his body. Exhaling gently, Fei Luo savored the refreshing breeze against his face, his heart brimming with comfort. With his heart aligned with his aspirations, Fei Luo sensed that he had ascended to the golden core stage. Boom! With a flicker of thought, he closed his eyes once more, and a unique wave of energy erupted from within, radiating outward in all directions. This wave, akin to a forceful current, allowed Fei Luo to perceive every blade of grass and every tree within 100 miles of Juku Town, the astonished and fervent expressions on each face. The ants on the ground, the birds in the woods, everything vividly materialized in his mind like a three-dimensional tableau. Is this the divine consciousness? Fei Luo exclaimed in delight as he opened his eyes. Congratulations, young master, on entering the golden core stage and becoming a true celestial master. Qing Miao exclaimed with exuberance. She had just sensed Fei Luo's divine consciousness, akin to a fierce gust of wind that brushed past her form. A mere mortal would perceive it as nothing more than a flow of air. However, Qing Miao recognized this phenomenon as divine consciousness. Human cultivators attain it upon reaching the golden core stage, and even malevolent entities possess it after reaching a certain level, albeit referred to as the ghost domain. Fei Luo beamed, suddenly appearing before Qing Miao. Let us return and contemplate the sword control technique. I too can now traverse the skies. At his words, Qing Miao fluttered her wings and settled upon his shoulder. Meanwhile, Fei Luo was eager to test his newfound ability to soar through the air. The golden core stage marks a watershed moment. At this level, Fei Luo could sense the various elements present in nature. In the Taising de Dongjinjing, this phenomenon is referred to as the power of heaven and earth. Prior to reaching the golden core, cultivators merely sense the spiritual energy of the world. Upon ascending, it is termed the power of heaven and earth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fei Luo attuned himself to the flow of air and sensed a current of wind element. Rise. With a thought, he gathered a unique energy at the soles of his feet, and a tempest abruptly swirled upward. The gale compressed and coalesced beneath him. As the wind surged, mist began to arise. Within the body of Fei Luo, magical energy continuously surged forth, causing him to sway gently and float in the air. Though ghosts do not possess the ability to fly, they are innately adept at riding the winds, thus appearing as if they are soaring. Upon reaching the golden core stage, cultivators can sense the myriad forces of the universe and utilize their internal magical energy as a medium to harness the power of heaven and earth, enabling them to take flight. Is this the art of aerial mastery? Fei Luo chuckled heartily, stabilizing his form as he rode the winds and mist towards Juku Town. However, this spectacle left the townsfolk of Juku utterly astonished. My heavens! Master Fei Luo is truly a celestial being. He is flying. A celestial being, indeed, a veritable divine entity. Without a doubt, a living immortal, let us worship him. At that moment, the entirety of Juku Town erupted in fervor. Over 10,000 citizens bore witness to a person soaring amidst the clouds, an occurrence only spoken of in legends. Chapter 126, The Temple of the Law King in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, the Yulai building had transformed into a sanctuary for the people of Juku Town, as countless citizens yearned to catch a glimpse of the illustrious Fei Luo. However, the proprietor informed them that Master Fei Luo was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Indeed, Fei Luo had devoted these 3 days to his retreat, primarily to solidify his current realm and to cultivate the sword control technique. Ding! After a day of rigorous practice, you have achieved a perfect understanding of the sword control technique, reaching 100 proficiency. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Fei Luo opened his eyes with a smile. The 3 days had flown by, and the citizens of the town had fully recovered. It was time for him to depart. With golden light gathering in his eyes, he gazed upon the people of Juku Town and murmured softly. This scene did not surprise Fei Luo in the slightest. With the aid of his extraordinary elixir and the talismanic water derived from the exorcism talismans, 3 days represented the utmost limit. Even those citizens in poor health should have returned to their former selves. Observing the throngs gathered outside the door, Fei Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment. For the past 3 days, he had been the sole occupant of the Yulai building, a decision made collectively by the proprietor and the other guests. As the townsfolk had come to revere him as a celestial being, the people on the streets were eager to pay their respects to Fei Luo. Throughout history, humanity has held a profound reverence for supernatural powers. With a swift motion, Fei Luo rose and gently opened the window, sunlight cascading upon his face, illuminating his strikingly handsome features. With a thought, the snowfall sword emerged from the system space, transforming into a streak of light that appeared outside the window. In an instant, Fei Luo found himself standing atop the snowfall sword, seemingly rooted to its blade. while the azure bird flitted to rest upon his shoulder. "Dear townsfolk, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us part ways here." The snowfall sword emitted a soft glow as Fei Luo stood upon its blade, addressing the citizens of Juku town below with a resonant voice. He understood that each of these townsfolk held him in high esteem, and now that the 3-day period had concluded, it was time for him to take his leave. "Master Fei Luo, please stay for 2 more days. We are preparing to erect a statue in your honor." "Indeed, Master Fei Luo, you have saved countless lives in Juku town. Allow us to express our heartfelt gratitude." As they spoke, an elderly man with a white beard stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Master Fei Luo, I am 83 years old. I propose that we build a temple in your honor. You are our guardian deity. Master Fei Luo, please stay." In that moment, the townsfolk expressed their profound admiration. Upon hearing of the proposal to erect a statue in his honor, Fei Luo immediately shook his head. "Dear friends, there is no need for such a statue. I am merely a wandering cultivator, and my merits are still humble. I am unworthy of such honors." With those words, Fei Luo clasped his fists in salute to the citizens of Juku town. "Esteemed ones, we shall part ways here. May we meet again by fate." With that, Fei Luo offered a gentle smile to the crowd, his expression remaining serene and composed. Amidst the adoration of thousands, the snowfall sword beneath Fei Luo's feet emitted a melodious chime as it transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Although its speed was slightly inferior to that of the azure bird, it excelled in efficiency and ease. As the townsfolk of Juku gazed in astonishment at Fei Luo, who ascended like a celestial being upon his sword, their faces were alight with fervor. "Esteemed friends, heed my words," spoke a venerable elder with a gray beard, his profound gaze shimmering with insight as he addressed the gathered populace. "Master Fei Luo shall undoubtedly achieve renown across the world. Let us, therefore, contribute our wealth and strength to erect a temple in his honor." "I concur. A figure as divine as Master Fei Luo deserves our veneration," one voice chimed in. "Agreed. I too support this initiative," another added. "Esteemed friends, I shall donate 10 silver dollars. I will contribute 20. I pledge 100. As Fei Luo departed, the citizens of Juku erupted in excitement. In the days that followed, countless able-bodied individuals gathered by the Qing River on the eastern outskirts of Juku, where a red brick temple began to rise. Lacking knowledge of Fei Luo's true title, the townsfolk spontaneously named this edifice the Temple of the Law King. The tales of Fei Luo's gallant form amidst thunder and lightning, vanquishing the source of evil spirits, spread like wildfire among the populace. The title of Law King became a revered epithet. Within the temple, a golden effigy stood prominently at its center, while local customs dictated the worship of deities such as the Earth God and the spirit of the underworld. These minor gods stood guard at the side of the temple, akin to sentinels protecting a sovereign. Crafted by the finest artisans in Juku, Fei Luo's likeness was adorned in a black robe, his features resembling jade. Wearing a serene smile that conveyed an aura of authority without anger, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, with a magnificent azure bird perched upon his shoulder, truly reminiscent of a divine being. In the blink of an eye, it had been over half a month since Fei Luo departed from Juku. The Temple of the Law King was completed in this brief span and began to receive offerings. At that moment, Fei Luo found himself in the heart of the southern region, within a small town named Anha. On this particular day, Fei Luo walked through the town in his mortal guise, inquiring about the Valley of Corpse Raising. However, in an instant, he felt an inexplicable surge of faith energy within him. This energy transformed into pure magical power, filling his spiritual core. What is happening? Fei Luo pondered, furrowing his brow. Then, he recalled the simple-hearted citizens of Juku. After some reflection, a smile blossomed on his face. It seemed he truly had absorbed their faith, indeed. The passive ability of the Great Freedom Primordial Sutra allowed for the absorption of both tangible and intangible energies to enhance oneself. Fei Luo contemplated this revelation and came to understand. The people of Juku had undoubtedly regarded him as a deity, offering their devotion to him. Yet, this realization weighed heavily on his heart. He finally grasped the essence of receiving offerings. One must also consider the convenience of others. The inhabitants of Juku town have embraced their role as guardians, bearing an even heavier burden upon their shoulders. Glancing at the azure bird perched upon his shoulder, Fei Luo smiled and remarked, "Chinger, we shall continue our journey shortly. I have observed a presence of ominous energy in a town to the south. It is likely that something lurks there." No sooner had he spoken than Fei Luo's pupils dilated in alarm. Even from such a considerable distance, he could sense a terrifying disturbance, one that surpassed his own strength significantly. "Chinger, we must depart swiftly. 300 miles to the south, there is movement." With Fei Luo's command, the azure bird suddenly expanded into an enormous creature, soaring majestically through the sky. In a swift motion, Fei Luo ascended, riding upon the bird into the distance. Meanwhile, on the tea table was left a glimmering silver dollar, alongside a multitude of bewildered mortals. Chapter 127. The demon-slaying blade Zhang Feng. In a village located 300 miles from Fei Luo, a sinister aura enveloped the area, rendering it akin to a hellish realm. Amidst the broad daylight, chilling cries of the undead echoed throughout the village. Shadows darted through the air, swirling within the confines of the settlement. The anguished screams had dwindled to a mere whisper, leaving only the thick stench of blood and decay as a testament to the recent horrors that had unfolded. Suddenly, a streak of light shot in from the distance, revealing an elderly man with hair streaked in shades of black and white. Upon witnessing the devastation in the village, his pupils constricted in alarm. "Monsters, how dare you!" he exclaimed. The elder, having arrived on his sword, waved his hand, causing a blade of concentrated energy to materialize, which he unleashed to shatter one of the grotesque iron corpses that feasted on human flesh. However, in the next moment, it seemed as if the entire village had awakened to fury, erupting into a cacophony of roars as countless shadowy figures surged towards the elder. Among them were zombies clad in tattered blue robes and half-corpses that had arisen after being drained of their life essence. Their numbers swelled to a terrifying count of several hundred, the majority being iron corpses, with a dozen or so of copper grade. Beyond these, 3 formidable presences ascended from within the village, their energy surpassing that of mere copper corpses, reaching the level of silver corpses. Sensing these 3 formidable auras, the elder's pupils narrowed once more. He leapt down, a broadsword appearing in his grasp, emitting a soft yet menacing hum. With astonishing speed, 3 silver corpses vaulted into the air, appearing before the elder as if they had teleported. One of the silver corpses, tall and gaunt with sunken eyes and elongated fangs, stood at the forefront, exuding an air of command akin to that of a leader among the undead. "Maoshan Celestial Master? A third-rank Celestial Master?" the emaciated zombie inquired, its voice laced with disdain as it regarded the sword-wielding elder with keen interest. The Golden Core stage is referred to as the Celestial Master realm. A single Dan pattern signifies the first rank, while 9 patterns denote the 9th rank. The ranks of Celestial Masters are divided into 9 grades, corresponding to early, mid, and late stages of their power. Yet, the silver corpse before him regarded the 3rd-rank Celestial Master with nothing but contempt, for its own strength rivaled that of a 6th-rank Celestial Master. "I happened upon this place today, only to encounter you wretched remnants. You are the zombies from the corpse-raising valley, are you not?" The elder stood resolutely, his broadsword singing a clarion call of defiance. He understood that the resolution of this encounter would not be easy. "Your knowledge is rather extensive," the gaunt silver corpse replied ominously. "I have long heard tales of the hidden celestial masters of Maoshan. Pray tell, which elder do you represent?" "I am known as the demon-slaying blade Zhang Feng." "Remember that name," the elder declared. With a swift motion, he transformed into a blur, charging into the throng of corpses. Bolts of thunder erupted from his palm, coalescing upon his broadsword as he surged forth like a tempest into the heart of the undead horde. The demon-slaying blade wielder, Zhang Feng, now in his 50s, predominantly dedicates his days to secluded cultivation within the sacred grounds of Maoshan. This hallowed place, enriched with a spirit concentration array, serves as a transcendent haven for the elders of the Maoshan sect. However, this does not imply that the Taoist priests of Maoshan are solely preoccupied with their spiritual practices. The realm of spirits is teeming with malevolent entities, and the Taoist masters venture into the world after their meditative retreats. Without their vigilant presence, how could humanity hope to lead a tranquil existence amidst such a plethora of phantoms and fiends? They are the true heirs of Maoshan and the elite among its ranks, all holding esteemed titles as elders. Zhang Feng, known by his moniker, the Blade of Demon Slaying, earned this name through a lifetime of formidable achievements. Having vanquished countless malevolent beings, a title bestowed upon him by the very demons he defeated. With a resounding crash, despite his advancing years, Zhang Feng's physique remains remarkably robust, akin to that of a vigorous youth. Armed with a colossal blade imbued with thunderous magic, he dispatches iron corpses with the ease of slaughtering poultry, effortlessly sending even 3 copper corpses flying with a single stroke, leaving them no chance of resistance. The carnage continues. Witnessing Zhang Feng wield his great blade with grandiose vigor, relentlessly exterminating the horde of corpses, a gaunt silver corpse shrieked in fury. In an instant, 3 silver corpses leapt high into the air, soaring towards Zhang Feng as if taking flight. Boom, boom, boom. The trio of silver corpses, exuding a dense aura of decay, charged at him with immense force, their sharp claws aimed at 3 distinct directions. In response, Zhang Feng deftly swept his sword to fend off several approaching zombies, unleashing a fiery incantation in a heartbeat. With a tremendous roar, the blazing flames surged forth, sweeping across dozens of feet and pushing back countless zombies. However, it had no effect on the three silver corpses. A thunderous clash echoed as Zhang Feng merely managed to parry one strike from two of the silver corpses. But the claw of a lanky zombie struck fiercely against the back of his sword. This blow caused Zhang Feng to feel a sharp pang in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body recoiling like a kite caught in a tempest. How infuriating! The Valley of Corpse Raising has been concealed for over a century. How could such a formidable horde of zombies emerge? What schemes are they concocting? Zhang Feng, propelled by the force of the impact, felt a surge of dread within. At that moment, he was consumed by anxiety. In a one-on-one confrontation, his profound mastery of the Tao would allow him to subdue any single silver corpse with confidence. Yet, he faced three silver corpses, along with numerous iron and copper zombies. The scale of this threat was nothing short of catastrophic. Should they be allowed to wreak havoc, it would undoubtedly lead to a tide of corpses. Those bitten by a silver corpse would become akin to a copper corpse, equivalent to the lower tier of copper zombies. Similarly, those bitten by a copper corpse would resemble ordinary iron corpses. If left unchecked, the repercussions for humanity would be utterly unpredictable. Roar, roar, roar. As Zhang Feng retreated in haste, the three silver corpses howled in a frenzy, leaping towards him with unrelenting ferocity. Yet, despite being at a disadvantage, as a seasoned Taoist master, Zhang Feng's cultivation was not to be underestimated. It was forged through countless battles. With a sudden exhalation, he drew forth a mouthful of essence blood, his inner power igniting with fervor. 5 Thunder Burning Heart spell. Swift as the decree. Command. A thunderous boom resonated as the 5 Thunder Burning Heart spell, derived from the Supreme Clarity's Great Cave Scripture, manifested, proving effective against the malevolent zombies. As a seasoned celestial master, his casting speed was remarkably swift. By the time the 3 silver corpses lunged forward, the incantation had already concluded. A tremendous roar erupted. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by multiple brilliant bolts of lightning, empowered by Zhang Feng's surging vitality, their might unparalleled. Alarmed, the silver corpse with deeply sunken eyes witnessed this spectacle, its pupils constricting sharply. Within it, the corpse core spun rapidly, and an immensely dense aura of death transformed into a silver armor that adhered to its surface. An eerie sight indeed. The other 2 silver corpses mirrored this phenomenon, conjuring armor to shield their bodies. Thunder rolled, indiscriminately striking the horde of corpses below. Roars echoed as the weaker zombies were instantly reduced to ashes. Even the iron corpses lost consciousness in less than 3 breaths. It was only the bronze corpses, enduring the tempest of lightning, that managed to manifest bronze armor, barely surviving. The armor on the 3 silver corpses continually fractured. Yet the ferocious aura of death surged forth relentlessly, perpetually replenishing the damage to their armor. Chapter 128. The Poppy. How is this possible? What sort of malevolent arts have they mastered? At this moment, Zhang Feng gazed in astonishment as the 3 silver corpses effortlessly resisted his thunderous spells amidst the rampant lightning. The 5 Thunder Heart incantation, a legitimate technique of Mao Shan, though diminished in power due to being cast as an area attack, was met with alarming ease by these 3 silver corpses. Vile Taoist, perish. The silver corpse with sunken eyes revealed a fierce glint, sensing the waning potency of the 5 Thunder Heart incantation. Without hesitation, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Zhang Feng. Bang, bang, bang. As the silver corpse approached, Zhang Feng had no choice but to smear his vital blood onto the blade of his sword and engage the creature in fierce combat. Swish. Seizing an opportune moment, Zhang Feng aimed a decisive strike at the silver corpse's arm, only for his spiritual weapon to merely breach the corpse's protective armor before being halted by a green luminescence. You possess a protective treasure? Zhang Feng gasped, his pupils constricting in disbelief. The protective armor of a corpse is forged from the essence of corpse energy. A zombie can also harness this energy to wield treasures, most of which are supernatural artifacts, imbued with malevolence, used for defense or assault. The silver corpses boasted formidable defenses, and when combined with their treasures, they became virtually impervious to blades and immune to fire. In that instant, Zhang Feng comprehended that it was not his thunderous magic that had weakened, but rather the overwhelming strength of these silver corpses, each safeguarded by their own treasures. The corpse-raising valley had never been this formidable. What had transpired within this malevolent sect that had vanished for countless years? In stark contrast to Zhang Feng's shock, the silver corpse with sunken eyes appeared utterly satisfied. It grasped Zhang Feng's broad sword with one claw, while the other transformed into an illusion, aiming to seize Zhang Feng's other arm. With a ripping sound, Zhang Feng's garments were torn apart, and the creature's sharp claws left 3 deep gashes on his arm, revealing bone beneath. Boom! A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. compounded by the fact that the other two silver corpses had also broken free from the 5 Thunder Heart incantation and were now charging at Zhang Feng. A sense of despair began to rise within him. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the village. Hee. I have sought you little zombies of the corpse-raising valley with great difficulty. The voice, a melodious yet alluring female tone, resonated powerfully, causing a dull ache in the ears of those who heard it. With a whoosh, the winds intensified. A fierce gust of sinister wind surged through the village. Sensing this ominous force, Zhang Feng momentarily forgot the agony in his arm and exclaimed, "An entry-level Ghost King." Such overwhelming power could only belong to an entry-level Ghost King, whose might equated to that of a Corpse King. Entry-level Ghost Kings are further divided into 9 ranks. Yet they stand in stark contrast to the 9 ranks of Heavenly Masters. A 9th-rank Ghost King is comparable to the transcendental state of a Heavenly Master, and further advancement leads to the realm of Ghost Immortals. In essence, a 6th-rank Ghost King is equivalent to a 9th-rank Heavenly Master. Beyond the 6th rank, the path for Ghost Kings to ascend becomes arduous, yet their strength remains unfathomable. 9th-rank Ghost Kings signify calamity. According to the records of Mao Shan, a 9th-rank Ghost King can effortlessly decimate a kingdom, a statement that is no exaggeration. In the realm of the Nether, countless Ghost Kings exist, categorized in a similar manner. The Ghost King, though holding a position of limited authority in the realm of the underworld, possesses an enigmatic mastery and an array of formidable abilities. As the chilling winds howled, a woman clad in a flowing white gown appeared gracefully. With her flowing dark hair and delicate features, her bare feet glided through the air, her elegant white attire accentuating her enchanting figure. Yet, she disregarded Zhang Feng entirely, fixated instead on the multitude of corpses in the corpse-raising valley. Roar. The deep-set eyes of the zombie reflected a grave countenance as it spoke with a haunting resonance. Yumarin, our encounter is but a misunderstanding. My master harbors no intention of exterminating your entire clan. Why not transform our conflict into peace? In response, the woman in the air scoffed dismissively, spare me your platitudes. I swear to annihilate every last one of you from the corpse-raising valley. As her words echoed, countless whirlwinds surged forth, reducing all vegetation in their path to mere dust. Witnessing Yumarin's immediate intent to eradicate them, the leader of the silver zombies screeched in alarm and fled into the distance, while Yumarin swiftly pursued the fleeing trio. The whirlwinds, composed of gathered energies, obliterated the remaining zombies into fine powder. These two factions, the silver zombies of the corpse-raising valley, notorious for their heinous deeds, and the formidable Ghost King, were in stark opposition. Zhang Feng could sense that this ghost was a ruler among ghosts, with strength far surpassing his own. What calamities had unfolded in the world during these past few years? The encounter between the silver zombies and the Ghost King was swift and intense, leaving Zhang Feng in utter bewilderment. The commotion of their battle resonated for hundreds of miles. It was at this moment that Fei Luo first sensed the aura released by Zhang Feng as he invoked the Thunderfire Heart incantation. Hiss. Observing the Ghost King and the silver zombies in a frantic chase, Zhang Feng finally registered the excruciating pain radiating from his arm. The recent skirmishes had severely depleted his energy, and now, with the corpse poison invading his body, one of his arms was visibly turning black. This was dire. In this desolate wilderness, even with my acupoint sealed, I cannot halt the spread of the corpse poison. Its potency is overwhelming. Zhang Feng watched as the blackened veins crept closer to his shoulder blade, and, with resolve, he raised his sword, poised to strike his own left arm. He understood that if he did not act decisively, he would be beyond saving. Should the corpse poison reach his heart through the shoulder blade, death would be inevitable. In that event, he would become a wretched half-corpse, a mere shell to wreak havoc upon the world. With a swift motion, Zhang Feng's broadsword gleamed ominously as he prepared to sever his shoulder. Just then, a massive birdsword through the air at great speed. Fei Luo's pupils constricted as he witnessed Zhang Feng's desperate act. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a surge of magical energy. Whoosh! This force, merely a span in length, darted forward like an arrow, striking Zhang Feng's sword with a resounding clang, causing it to clatter to the ground with a dull thud. Who goes there? Zhang Feng exclaimed in shock, looking up to behold a sight that made his heart race. A colossal demon? Spotting the immense azure bird towering above him, Zhang Feng felt a tightening dread. He was already at his limit, and if a great demon were to attack, what could he possibly do? It was incorrect, rather. Zhang Feng rubbed his eyes and noticed a young man clad in black standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Good heavens, a celestial master? The moment Zhang Feng laid his eyes upon the youth in black, he was utterly astonished. A celestial master so young? Zhang Feng soon realized that the earlier surge of magical energy was indeed unleashed by Pharaoh. Moreover, with a mere glance, Zhang Feng discerned that Pharaoh's aura was unmistakably that of the Golden Course stage, within the realm of celestial masters. However, it was the youthfulness of this celestial master that left Zhang Feng in disbelief. A celestial master barely 20 years of age? How could this be? Gulping involuntarily, Zhang Feng stared in shock at the now approaching pharaoh. Chapter 129. The Tianshi of Maoshan. With a swift motion, Fei Luo landed steadily from the back of the Qingyao, his gaze falling upon Zhang Feng, whose complexion was ashen and whose forehead glistened with beads of sweat. A surge of respect welled up within him. This man, whom Fei Luo had discerned through the heavenly master's divine vision on their journey, was a figure of unwavering fortitude. Furthermore, he wielded the authentic Taoist arts of Maoshan. Although Fei Luo was astounded by the silver corpse and the enigmatic Yumarin, his curiosity about Zhang Feng only deepened. I am Zhang Feng, a Tianshi of the Maoshan sect, also known as the demon-slaying blade. May I inquire how you are addressed? Despite the excruciating pain he endured, Zhang Feng clasped his fists in greeting to Fei Luo. Esteemed elder, I am Fei Luo, a disciple of the 40th generation of the Maoshan sect, mentored by Lin Jiu. Observing Zhang Feng's intention to bow, Fei Luo hastily interrupted him. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, Zhang Feng's face was awash with confusion. What? A 40th generation disciple of Maoshan? Apprentice to Lin Jiu? Is he truly a descendant of my own lineage, the direct disciple of Zhang Zhenren? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. His finger trembling as he pointed at Fei Luo, rendered speechless. His mind buzzed with the implications of such a revelation. The Maoshan sect had birthed a prodigy of extraordinary caliber, nay, a genius of unparalleled brilliance. Why had Lin Jiu not reported this to the sect? Such a talent, if nurtured, might unveil the mysteries of this world. Zhang Feng's thoughts spiraled chaotically, momentarily eclipsing his awareness of his own perilous state, afflicted by the deadly poison of the corpse. In truth, Fei Luo was an anomaly himself, a transcender of realms, endowed with a system that served as a miraculous boon. Few could fathom the depth of his cultivation. Not even Jiu Shu, who remained oblivious to Fei Luo's ascent since his departure from Rinjia town, where his abilities had been far inferior to his current prowess. Had Fei Luo attained the Tianshi realm back then, Jiu Shu would undoubtedly have journeyed to Maoshan post-haste to acknowledge his prodigious disciple. Master, you are heavily afflicted by corpse poison. This elixir should aid in your recovery, Fei Luo stated, producing a large pill of Huandan. As a Tianshi of Maoshan, Zhang Feng was akin to his own master. While Fei Luo had previously possessed scant knowledge of Maoshan, understanding it merely as the foremost sect among cultivators, he now contemplated its true significance. Initially, he had wondered how Maoshan could rightfully claim the title of the world's preeminent Taoist sect if its highest cultivation was merely at the solidification stage, akin to Shijian. However, the reality had become evident. As they ventured further south, human habitation dwindled, while the presence of demons and malevolent spirits surged alarmingly. The silver corpse and the ghost king they had encountered were exceptionally formidable, far surpassing those from the north. Having met a Tianshi of Maoshan, Fei Luo sensed a deeper understanding of the situation. Maoshan was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Though Jiu Shu had seldom discussed matters pertaining to the sect, Fei Luo was aware that Maoshan maintained a tradition wherein disciples were required to engage with the world during their foundation establishment period. This practice not only honed their abilities early on but also proved vital in the current age of decline, as confronting demons and malevolent spirits in the mortal realm was the most effective path to progress. Whenever a disciple enters the realm of the half-stepped celestial master, they invariably return to Maoshan to receive a genuine inheritance. However, Fei Luo possessed only a superficial understanding of this. Initially, during his time in Juka town, his great rejuvenation pill had already been entirely consumed. Yet, over the course of the past half-month, he had vanquished several minor spirits, resulting in a considerable accumulation of this auxiliary consumable. Holding the elixir aloft, he noticed Zhang Feng, his mouth agape in astonishment, resembling a wooden figure. Master? Fei Luo waved the pill in front of him, but Zhang Feng seemed oblivious to his words, remaining in a state of stupor. Observing this, Fei Luo realized that he had indeed astonished the elderly master. With a resigned touch to his nose, he noticed the spreading corpse poison, his brow furrowing in concern. Bang! With a flick of his azure fingers, Fei Luo struck several vital points on Zhang Feng's chest, halting the flow of his blood. Master, I beg your pardon, he said with a slight nod, swiftly placing the great rejuvenation pill into Zhang Feng's mouth and gently tapping his forehead. Gulpy Zhang Feng, caught off guard by Fei Luo's actions, felt the pill dissolve instantly upon entering, releasing a faintly bitter essence into his body. Only then did he regain his senses. Sensing the changes within himself and the now contained corpse poison, prompting him to become petrified once more. The great rejuvenation pill, he exclaimed in disbelief. In recent years, the Maoshan sect had lost access to such elixirs. It wasn't that they were entirely absent, but with the advent of the end of Dharma era, the spiritual energy of the world had dwindled, rendering heavenly materials and earthly treasures scarce. Crafting pills had become a daunting task, akin to a skilled cook unable to find rice. Perhaps there remained some reserves in Mao Shan's treasury, but those were treasures of the sect, reserved for life-saving purposes. Disciples of their stature rarely ventured forth with superior pills, as there were alternative remedies for dealing with corpse poison, such as using inferior herbs or glutinous rice, which could gradually alleviate the affliction. However, given the remoteness of their current location, Zhang Feng realized that the nearest town lay hundreds of miles away, making it impossible to procure medicine or glutinous rice in time, leading to thoughts of drastic measures. Observing Zhang Feng's dazed expression, Fei Luo smiled and said, "Master, you should focus on healing. I will protect you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his internal energy. Yet, the energy had just been excessively depleted, and casting a large-scale Thunderheart incantation was no trivial matter for a celestial master of ordinary caliber. Sustaining such an extensive display of lightning magic would be challenging. Noticing this, Fei Luo produced 2 more energy-restoring pills. "Master, I see your energy is waning. These 2 pills will aid in replenishing your power. You should take them as well." As Zhang Feng watched Fei Luo conjure 2 more elixirs, as if by magic, he felt a dryness in his throat. His peripheral vision caught sight of a ring on Fei Luo's finger, emanating a faint aura of magical energy. And he suddenly understood, he possessed a spatial storage ring. Just who was this young man? At this moment, Zhang Feng firmly believes that Fei Luo is undoubtedly a person born under a fortunate star, whose rapid advancement in strength must be attributed to some extraordinary inheritance. Such individuals are often the favored children of destiny, encountering treasures effortlessly along their path. It is said that during times of great tribulation in the world, a child of fortune will emerge, as recorded in the texts of Mao Shan. Silently, Zhang Feng took a deep breath, gazing at the innocent visage of Fei Luo, and without hesitation accepted the elixir from his hand, swallowing it whole. He harbored no fears of poison. A person of such caliber would never resort to such vile acts. Moreover, he possessed little of value, save for a spiritual sword he held. Furthermore, Fei Luo, with his remarkable abilities, exhibited courtesy and reverence for his teachers, embodying the essence of a true disciple of Mao Shan. Zhang Feng could hardly fathom what this signified. He was now eager to discern the expressions of the other old-timers upon learning that such a prodigy as Fei Luo belonged to Mao Shan. Chapter 130. The Secret of the Corpse-Raising Valley. Zhang Feng dismissed all other thoughts, consuming 2 chi-replenishing pills, which instantly augmented his internal energy. He exerted all his might to enhance the medicinal power of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, endeavoring to cleanse the poisonous essence of the zombie. As the dark veins on his arm gradually receded, Fei Luo furrowed his brow. This Zhang Tianshi appeared to be an ordinary practitioner, reaching the status of Tianshi, especially attaining the 3rd rank, was indeed a formidable feat. However, it seemed he had not established a solid foundation from the outset, and coupled with the decline of spiritual energy in this era, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to transcend from the refining qi to the transforming spirit stage in this lifetime. In the Tianshi realm, one enjoys a relatively prolonged lifespan, yet death is inevitable. As one ages, the likelihood of breaking through to a higher level diminishes significantly. Sighing silently, Fei Luo pondered. "I wonder how many Tianshi exist within our Mao Shan sect, and how many will advance further." After a considerable time, Zhang Feng opened his eyes, elated to see that much of the zombie poison had dissipated from his body. "Fei Luo, thank you," he said, rising and clasping his fist in gratitude. At that moment, Zhang Feng felt an increasing admiration for Fei Luo. A talent of such caliber, being a disciple of the Mao Shan lineage, filled him with joy that had yet to subside. Furthermore, Fei Luo's generous demeanor and effortless mastery of alchemy led Zhang Feng to believe that he was indeed the child of fortune in this era. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's expression shifted. "Xiao Luo, do you wish to accompany me to investigate the matters of the Corpse-Raising Valley and the Yumerin?" Upon hearing the names of the Corpse-Raising Valley and Yumerin, Fei Luo nodded subtly. "Master, I have precisely that intention. My purpose in this outing is to eradicate the Corpse-Raising Valley." Zhang Feng inhaled sharply at this declaration. Eradicate the Corpse-Raising Valley? Good heavens! This youth is far from ordinary. At such a young age, he possessed such audacity and vision. One could only wonder what heights he would reach in the future. Zhang Feng regarded Fei Luo with even greater esteem. "Ah, Fei Luo, you may simply address me as the 6th elder. I rank 6th among my peers in Mao Shan. You are indeed bold. Do you know why the Corpse-Raising Valley has repeatedly evaded extermination?" With a smile as he stroked his beard, Zhang Feng, a man of generosity and spirit, felt an immediate kinship with such a young talent as Fei Luo. experiencing a sense of camaraderie that transcended age. In response, Fei Luo gently shook his head. Sixth Elder, I am unaware. I have only heard my master mention that the corpse-raising valley is a remnant from a century ago, long absent from the world. However, recently, he then succinctly recounted the circumstances he encountered upon his arrival in Rinjia town. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Feng shook his head, pondering the true nature of the corpse raising. Indeed, this sect emerged from the reign of an unparalleled corpse emperor. The so-called elder you vanquished was merely a wandering elder from the valley of corpse cultivation, while the silver corpse I encountered today represents the very backbone of this valley. The wandering elders are the lower echelon, tasked with executing menial duties. It is said that a century ago, the valley of corpse cultivation wreaked havoc in the region. During that era, there existed the heart-refining Taoist, the corpse emperor, alongside several renowned ghost kings. However, for reasons unknown, these formidable beings mysteriously vanished. The corpse emperor within their ranks exuded an awe-inspiring dominance, yet it is rumored that he ultimately failed in his tribulation and disappeared without a trace. With the disappearance of the corpse emperor, the valley of corpse cultivation gradually receded into obscurity. Nevertheless, the absence of the corpse emperor does not imply that his treasures have vanished. The body of the corpse emperor is a veritable treasure trove for the undead. His corpse elixir is a divine artifact for ordinary zombies. When nurtured with corpse energy, it enables rapid advancement. The defenses of the corpse emperor are said to be impervious to all methods. Only the most advanced thunder techniques can inflict harm. The valley of corpse cultivation harbors numerous secrets, many of which remain enigmas to this day. Now that it has resurfaced, Zhang Feng is filled with trepidation. The malevolent sect that once eluded capture by righteous cultivators a century ago is re-emerging, signifying profound implications. The most immediate concern is the increasing prevalence of demons and monsters. Today, upon encountering Fei Luo again, Zhang Feng's heart grew heavy. This world is descending into chaos, and with the emergence of the fated child of destiny, what calamities lie ahead? Upon hearing Zhang Feng recount the hidden truths of the past, Fei Luo felt as if a massive stone had fallen upon his heart. Fortunately, he had encountered the sixth elder and learned of these secrets. Had he foolishly sought out the lair of the valley of corpse cultivation, he might have met a grim fate. It is no wonder that after slaying 3 elders in Rinjia town, the valley of corpse cultivation remained unfazed. The wandering elders are, in essence, the dogs of the valley. This valley possesses not only powerful zombies, but also a plethora of inherited malevolent practices. Otherwise, how could the Grand Elder emanate such an intense aura of yin? The art of yin absorption to supplement yang is indeed a dark technique, passed down since ancient times. As the saying goes, under the allure of great rewards, brave souls emerge. Those with ulterior motives in their pursuit of power would naturally be inclined to join the valley of corpse cultivation as lackeys. Sixth Elder, time is of the essence. We must hasten to investigate. Fei Luo recognized the gravity of the situation, clearly indicating that the task of extermination could not rest solely on his shoulders. In contrast, learning that there were several powerful heavenly masters within the Maoshan sect brought him considerable relief. With such a formidable backing, he would at least not have to bear the burden alone in the future. Just days prior, after stepping into the Golden Core stage, Fei Luo had begun to doubt whether he was the only one at this level in the world. It now appeared that he had been somewhat short-sighted. Excellent. Observing Fei Luo's understanding, Zhang Feng formed a single-handed seal, causing the broadsword in his grip to levitate gracefully into the air, after which Zhang Feng leaped onto it. Fei Luo, are you capable of? Zhang Feng intended to inquire whether Fei Luo possessed sword control skills. However, upon turning his head, he swallowed his words. For at that moment, Fei Luo stood atop the flying snow sword, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Feng, upon witnessing the smile on Fei Luo's face, was instantly enveloped in profound embarrassment. Such a genius, capable of subduing a formidable demon as a mount, how could he possibly lack mastery in sword control? After all, in ancient times, sword control was not a precious secret technique, but rather a commonplace skill. It is only due to the rarity of masters in the current era that it seems so extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh. The two soared through the air, each standing upon their respective flying swords, heading southward. By now, after a period of healing and conversation, approximately the length of a stick of incense had passed, while the 3 silver corpses fled through the dense forests. Haha, can you truly escape? The 3 silver corpses leapt to a height of 100 zhang, soaring amidst the trees, while Yamarin pursued them relentlessly, exhibiting an unwavering determination to not cease until her goal was achieved. Chapter 131. The Corpse King of the Great Qing Boom. In the sky, the enchanting figure of Yamarin waved her sleeve, summoning countless blades of wind imbued with ghostly energy, hurling them down towards the dense forest below. Bang, bang, bang. These wind blades were extraordinarily sharp, reducing trees stout enough for several strong men to embrace into mere dust with a single strike. Amidst the arising clouds of dust, the leader of the silver corpses bellowed. Yumerin, our valley's master, is currently in seclusion, striving to break through in his cultivation. You have labored hard. Do not ruin your own future. At the sound of the silver corpse's booming voice, Yumerin hesitated momentarily. The master of the corpse-nurturing valley was a remarkable individual. Why had the valley languished for centuries? It was said that after the death of the corpse emperor a century ago, the then-master had also failed in his tribulation, transforming the corpse emperor's essence into a divine object for the valley, while refining the emperor's skeletal remains into a formidable sword. This sword was known as the Butcher of Men. As its name implies, it was a malevolent artifact. Within the corpse-nurturing valley, apart from the master, the upper echelons consisted of high-ranking zombies, forming the core of the valley. Those from the outer sect, like the elder slain by Fei Luo, as well as the lower-tier iron corpses, were mere pawns of the valley. The current master not only refined that divine object, resulting in the emergence of numerous high-level zombies, but also forged the Butcher of Men. The Butcher of Men, a fearsome demonic weapon, was crafted from the bones of the corpse emperor, infused with his malevolent and corpse energy. Any wielder of this weapon was doomed to perish within a century. Thus, the valley had suffered a decline over the years. However, the present master was a prodigy. He broke through the shackles, refined two sacred artifacts of the valley, and secretly fostered its growth. Yumerin's mind raced with these thoughts, but she hesitated only for a fleeting moment. Her entire clan had been annihilated by the corpse-nurturing valley. They were a peaceful village in the southern frontier, living a tranquil life until they caught the valley's attention. Her father, her sisters, her kin, all perished at the hands of the valley. Yumerin was destined to become a zombie, but her profound hatred transformed her into a vengeful spirit, propelling her on a path of retribution against the valley. Humph. With a cold snort, Yumerin remarked, "It has been ages since I last laid eyes on your master. Who knows if he has become ensnared in his own cultivation." Boom. A chilling smile crossed her lips as she showed no mercy, unleashing another barrage of wind blades. Roar. The leading silver corpse let out a deafening roar, its corpse energy coalescing into a protective armor. Kill. With this command, the other two silver corpses also howled in unison, leaping 100 feet high, charging towards Yumerin. Yumerin was a third-rank ghost king, her cultivation equivalent to a sixth-rank celestial master among humans. Yet, she possessed a renowned divine ability known as Yin Thunder. When unleashed, even silver corpses of the same rank would find themselves in dire straits. This was precisely why the silver corpse leader was reluctant to engage in battle with her. Yumerin was adept at riding the winds and was naturally gifted in the art of Yin Thunder, making her an exceptionally formidable ghost king. As the three silver corpses approached menacingly, Yumerin raised an eyebrow, pondering their audacity. With a sudden roar, dark blue serpentine lightning flickered in her eyes. With a graceful wave of her slender hand, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted in the air. Crack, crack. Several bolts of shadowy thunder, as thick as water barrels, surged forth, aiming for the three silver corpses. Yet, to her astonishment, the corpses retreated mid-air, a strange smile curling at their lips. Witnessing this scene, a profound sense of danger surged within Yumerin's heart. Whoosh. At that moment, a pitch-black, menacing sword aura sliced through the air, with a resounding crash. This sword beam shattered Yumerin's lightning strike with ease. It was where the sword aura passed, a dense miasma of decay caused the flora to wither, exuding a foul, black stench. Yumerin's expression changed drastically, prompting her to retreat rapidly. As the sword aura dissipated, a hoarse voice echoed through the void. "Yumerin, our valley master commands you. Should you dare to trespass upon my corpse-raising valley again, you shall find yourself inescapably trapped between life and death." This voice lingered above the dense forest. The three silver corpses gazed upward, their eyes gleaming with respect and admiration, utterly elated. The one who had struck was none other than the foremost figure of their corpse-raising valley, the Prince of Silence, the Corpse King. The Prince of Silence was a golden corpse, a formidable undead being personally nurtured by the master of the corpse-raising valley. Whoosh, whoosh. With the voice's emergence, a figure descended with astonishing speed, leaping hundreds of feet with each bound. The Corpse King, clad in a majestic robe, wielded a blade forged entirely of dark gold, emitting a resonant sword cry. "Greetings, your highness." The three silver corpses bowed in unison. If any noble from the former dynasty were present, they would recognize this Prince of Silence as one of the last nobles from the late Qing dynasty, the Aizenjaro clan Eshuanchi, one of the 12 Iron Hat Kings. Yet now, this long-deceased noble had inexplicably resurrected, appearing in the corpse-raising valley. Golden corpses, known as Corpse Kings, are formidable entities. with even the weakest among them comparable to a ninth-grade celestial master, a master of breaking the Dan and forming an infant. The might of a powerful corpse king rivals that of an 8th-grade ghost king. This particular corpse king instilled profound dread in Yumerin. In the distance, an elderly man and a young one soared through the skies, brandishing their swords. Suddenly, Zhang Feng sensed an utterly wicked aura that made his heart tremble. Fei Luo discreetly activated the Heavenly Sovereign's eye, revealing the corpse king, who had shed its stiffness and now moved with the swiftness of a living being, causing his pupils to constrict. A corpse king. Clad in noble attire, this being was undoubtedly a corpse emperor, with golden patterns dimly emerging on its surface, indicating its ascension to the realm of golden corpses. Fei Luo, here, take this invisibility talisman. Let us stealthily investigate further, Zhang Feng suggested. Lacking the divine power of the Heavenly Sovereign's eye, he nonetheless relied on his instinct for danger, retrieving 2 talisman papers from his pocket, handing one to Fei Luo. Very well. Fei Luo nodded, not one to be overly formal, as he activated the talisman, causing both of their auras to fade from existence. To an outsider, it would appear as though no one had traversed this place, as if concealed within the void itself. The Maoshan sect stands as the legitimate lineage of Taoism, reigning supreme among all Taoist schools. Such talismans, though familiar to Phelan by hearsay, he now beheld for the very first time. While Phelan possessed knowledge of the methods of concealing one's presence, he could not achieve such an extraordinary effect. Before long, the two approached the battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Feng caught sight of the swiftly advancing corpse king and gasped in horror. The human slayer sword, the great corpse king of Qing. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's exclamation, Phelan's gaze shifted to the long sword held by the corpse king. The mere aura emanating from its blade filled Phelan with trepidation. This was no ordinary treasure. It was undoubtedly an exquisite artifact among demonic weapons, though Phelan was unaware of how demonic artifacts were classified by rank. The sword's presence alone surpassed any demonic entity he had previously encountered. Chapter 132. Tens of thousands of zombies upon the appearance of Prince Su. The air was filled with a disdainful snort from Yumerin, who questioned the audacity of the corpse-raising valley and its defiance of the righteous. Did they not fear the righteous sect's wrath? Clenching her teeth in frustration, Yumerin wished to eliminate the prince before her. However, she was acutely aware of her own inadequacy and strength. Moreover, the corpse king wielded the infamous slaughtering sword of the valley's master, instilling in him an air of invincibility. Engaging in prolonged combat might very well lead to her demise. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within her. She yearned to annihilate the corpse-raising valley and avenge her kin, yet her individual power felt minuscule. The valley loomed like a colossal entity, sending shivers down the spines of even the most formidable ghost lords, who dared not provoke it. The laughter of Prince Su echoed through the air as he dismissed the notion of righteous extermination. Who among the righteous could hope to eradicate the corpse-raising valley? The Maoshan sect and those elusive sects had failed a century ago and remain impotent even now. Allow me to enlighten you. My elder brother has begun to unite the remnants of our Qing dynasty, and soon this world shall belong to the corpse-raising valley. Those insignificant righteous sects are but mere trifles. With a pause, he regarded Yumerin with contempt, advising her to heed his warning. Should they cross paths again, he would not spare her. Urgently, he gestured for his 3 silver corpses to depart alongside him. My lord, is the master not on the verge of a breakthrough? Why spare Yumerin? She has slain many of my subordinates today. She must not be allowed to live, protested the leader of the silver corpses as they walked away. Indeed, the master is nearing a critical juncture. If he succeeds, our ambitions will come to fruition, and the glory of our Qing dynasty will be restored. Perhaps the entire world shall be ours. By the way, have you gathered sufficient offerings? Yes, my lord. The entire southern frontier has become a desolate wasteland. Finding suitable offerings is becoming increasingly difficult. As the prince and his 3 silver corpses vanished like phantoms, Yumerin clenched her silver teeth. Fury etched across her exquisite features. In the distance, Fei Luo and Zhang Feng remained silent, profoundly shaken by the prince's words. What a formidable corpse-raising valley. What a fearsome corpse king. What a newly appointed master aiming to seize the world. Zhang Feng murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Fei Luo felt a buzzing in his mind. During the extermination of the border royalty's corpses, he had learned of this unsettling reality. He had initially believed it to be the delusions of a few remnants of the past, unaware of the vast hand orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. The presence of the corpse king, silver corpses, and the master of the corpse-raising valley deeply stirred Fei Luo's heart, leaving him with a chilling sense of foreboding. Thankfully, he had not rashly charged into the lair of the corpse-raising valley. The mere presence of the Duke of Suqin proves to be exceptionally troublesome, exuding an aura of danger, not to mention the enigmatic master of the gate. Suddenly, Fei Luo gazes at the ethereal figure of the beautiful Yu. Draped in a flowing white gown, her face painted with anger and resentment. He speaks up, Elder Six, perhaps we should inquire of this ghost king. After all, the enemy of our enemy may indeed be our ally. Furthermore, I observe no malevolent energy surrounding her. She does not appear to be an evil spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng nods thoughtfully and responds, indeed, it is a possibility. However, the emotions of ghosts can be unpredictable, so we must exercise caution. The beautiful Yu, a third-tier ghost king wielding the power of Yin Thunder, effortlessly subdued the 3 silver corpses earlier, which filled Zhang Feng with trepidation. With a swift motion, Fei Luo dispels his invisibility charm, causing ripples to undulate through the surrounding space. Zhang Feng follows suit, also removing his concealment. The beautiful Yu senses a change and turns her keen almond-shaped eyes toward Fei Luo. Upon seeing him, her expression brightens. What a handsome youth. Fei Luo's otherworldly demeanor captivates her, and she marvels at his youth and extraordinary cultivation. Such talent must be rare in this world. Wasn't he one of the 2 who had been in that village? In her prior focus on vanquishing the zombies, she had overlooked them, but now she recognizes that both are practitioners at the level of celestial masters. With her raven hair dancing in the wind, she inquires, what is the meaning of your following this king? Although she is taken aback by Fei Luo's striking appearance and youthfulness, she remains unfazed. While celestial masters can capture spirits, she is no ordinary ghost. Should they intend her harm, she could easily escape using her supernatural abilities. Greetings. I am Fei Luo, and this is my esteemed master. We are disciples of the Maoshan sect, seeking information regarding the master of the corpse-raising valley. Upon hearing their purpose, the beautiful Yu's eyes sparkle. The Maoshan sect? The most formidable Taoist faction in the realm today? Although Buddhism and Taoism have waned in this era of decline, formidable individuals still exist. The Taoist sect, particularly Maoshan, stands in high regard. The beautiful Yu had been troubled in her search for someone to confront the master of the corpse-raising valley, and now, it seems she has stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Despite being a third-tier ghost king, she does not dare underestimate the Maoshan sect. The more powerful one is, the greater their reverence for this world. Even Fei Luo embodies this principle. Ah, so you are celestial masters from Maoshan. This king extends her respects to you. The beautiful Yu gracefully sways her waist and offers a courteous bow to Fei Luo and Zhang Feng, acknowledging their presence. If you from the Maoshan sect could rally the righteous practitioners, we might stand a chance to eradicate the corpse-raising valley. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Fei Luo exchange glances, and Fei Luo, perplexed, queries, may I ask why that is? The corpse-raising valley, even with its 2 corpse kings, should not pose such a formidable challenge, should it? The beautiful Yu raises an eyebrow, intrigued. How does the young master know that the corpse-raising valley possesses 2 corpse kings? She remains courteous towards Fei Luo, for he is still quite youthful. Even she, within certain ghost king circles, had never encountered such an exceptional talent among the human race. At merely in their 20s, one can attain the esteemed rank of celestial master, a figure so formidable that even the alluring Yumarin would hesitate to provoke. Not long ago, I vanquished a copper corpse of the frontier royal lineage, who divulged to me that a certain prince of the great Qing had been resurrected, residing within the capital. Given my encounter today with the iron-hatted king, it became evident to Fei Luo that the aforementioned prince must be the cousin of this iron-hatted king. Young master, I advise you to muster a greater force, for the whereabouts of the Necromancer's Valley remain unclear to me. However, it is certain that in the vicinity of the frontier, no living souls remain. My kin have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the denizens of the Necromancer's Valley. It is feared that there are tens of thousands of zombies within. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo and Zhang Feng exchanged a glance, their breath caught in their throats. Chapter 133. The message of the wild goose. Zhang Feng was engulfed in a wave of terror. Tens of thousands of zombies. What a staggering scale. Even if they were merely iron corpses, they could indeed lay siege to city after city. Did the Valley of Corpse Raising truly intend to transform the realm of humanity into a domain of the dead? In contrast to Zhang Feng's dread, Fei Luo felt a surge of astonishment mixed with excitement. How many copper and silver corpses lay among those tens of thousands? These were undeniably tangible rewards. With Fei Luo's current prowess, if he fully unleashed the Nine Heavens Thunder Calling technique, he was confident he could confront that silver corpse that had nearly cornered Zhang Feng. Moreover, Fei Luo possessed an inexhaustible supply of energy. As long as he continued to vanquish the malevolent entities, he would continuously replenish his vitality with restorative pills. To Fei Luo, this Valley of Corpse Raising had transformed into a veritable treasure trove. Alas, Yumarin let out a soft sigh, observing the astonished duo with an expression that suggested she was far from surprised. Not only Fei Luo and Zhang Feng, but even she herself felt a profound sense of powerlessness. The Valley of Corpse Raising appeared to be an indomitable force. They had created an overwhelming number of zombies, and she was oblivious to the secrets that lay hidden beneath. Even the enigmatic Valley Master was merely a figure she had heard spoken of, with no knowledge of her true nature. Young Master, this is my token. Should you endeavor to eradicate the Valley of Corpse Raising, count me in. Yumarin delicately withdrew a small item resembling a goldfish from the lining of her white dress. Fei Luo accepted the jade pendant and nodded at Yumarin. In that case, we shall take our leave for now. We will certainly inform you when the time comes. Very well, Yumarin replied, nodding. Until we meet again. With that, a chilling wind swept through, and she transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing from sight. The existence of ghosts differs from that of zombies. They can coalesce and disperse, traversing walls and mountains alike. Fei Luo, let us find a place to rest. I shall return to summon my comrades from Maoshan and our fellow Taoists to discuss this pressing matter. Zhang Feng glanced at Fei Luo, his brow furrowed. His heart felt heavy. Though it was merely a few fragmented words, he sensed the immense power of the Valley of Corpse Raising. They had slaughtered countless individuals, most of whom resided in secluded mountain villages akin to those he had previously encountered. This made them inconspicuous while secretly amassing strength. What a ruthless Valley of Corpse Raising! Fei Luo said little, merely affirming with a grunt as he and Zhang Feng soared away on their swords. Along the journey, both Fei Luo and Zhang Feng discreetly surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, within these mountain enclaves, there were no survivors to be found. The nearest small town was Ana Town, located 800 miles away. Elder 6, had it not been for the Valley of Corpse Raising's desire to remain hidden, Anha Town would likely have met with a similar fate, Fei Luo remarked, observing the blood-stained and vengeful villages with a somber tone. At that moment, Fei Luo's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing immense discomfort. Each of these villages was home to kind and simple villagers. They either subsisted through tea cultivation, fishing, or journeyed great distances to work in the city. Yet now, these once thriving villages had transformed into ghost towns. Throughout this journey, Fei Luo frequently employed the soul requiem technique to guide the departed souls. He began to comprehend why the further south they ventured, the more formidable the spirits encountered. The source spirit met in Juka Town was particularly enigmatic in its powers. It became evident that the southern regions, characterized by vast lands and sparse populations, had become a haven for supernatural entities, especially since most exorcists concentrated in the densely populated northern areas. Initially, Zhang Feng was astounded by this rare form of soul-guiding technique, but he soon grew numb to it. For whenever Fei Luo felt fatigued, he would simply consume a qi-gathering pill, suggesting an inexhaustible supply of elixirs in his possession. Indeed, they all had families, daughters, and loved ones. Their innocence was palpable. At that moment, Zhang Feng found himself at a loss for words. Even he, known as the Demon Slayer, who had vanquished countless spirits throughout his life, had never encountered such a spectacle. Before long, the two, equipped with invisibility talismans, arrived at Ana Town. It was customary for the celestial masters of Maoshan to carry invisibility talismans during their travels. Their purpose was to eliminate malevolent beings rather than pursue worldly fame or display their powers before the common folk. The philosophy of Maoshan has always been to retreat during prosperous times and emerge during chaos, which is the reason for its enduring legacy and its status as the orthodox sect of the Taoist tradition. With a swift motion, their corporeal forms descended onto a deserted street as they removed their invisibility talismans and made their way to an inn. Innkeeper, provide us with a secluded courtyard, preferably one that is quiet, Fei Luo requested. Upon entering the inn, he casually tossed a few silver coins, leaving the innkeeper, who had never encountered such a wealthy young master, grinning broadly as he ushered Fei Luo and Zhang Feng to a private courtyard in the back. Anha Town, located in the south, rarely welcomed prominent figures. Even itinerant merchants were reluctant to visit. The region was plagued by miasma and dense forests, and as one traveled further south, the journey became increasingly arduous, rife with tigers, leopards, and wolves, leading to a generally desolate atmosphere in the southern towns. Fei Luo, clearly a young master of privilege, was unmistakable. The innkeeper, now unable to contain his joy, respectfully remarked, "Young master, this is the finest courtyard in our humble establishment, featuring 2 separate courtyards that can accommodate up to 8 guests. Are you satisfied?" Fei Luo nodded and waved his hand, instructing, "You may leave now. Do not allow anyone in without our permission." Understood, the innkeeper replied, bowing respectfully before retreating, leaving Fei Luo and Zhang Feng standing in the courtyard. "Elder Lu, how can we summon the esteemed predecessors of our sect and the righteous individuals across the land?" Fei Luo inquired, looking at Zhang Feng with confusion. In this age, communication was not widespread. Automobiles were a luxury only found in affluent cities and among warlords, while the lives of common folk remained quite primitive. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and whispered, Fei Luo, are you not aware that our Maoshan sect possesses the Wild Goose Messaging Talisman? At this, Fei Luo shook his head in bewilderment. Wild Goose Messaging Talisman? Having perused a simplified version of the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scripture under the tutelage of the Venerable Master Jiao, I have encountered a myriad of talismans, including those for exorcising evil spirits, ensuring peace, subduing corpses, dispelling misfortune, and protecting homes. Yet, I cannot recall ever coming across the Wild Goose Communication Talisman. Upon observing Fei Luo's demeanor, Zhang Feng stroked his beard and chuckled, proclaiming that this talisman is a secret transmission of the Maoshan lineage. While there exist various methods for communication, such as the wild goose's message, the brother's word, the fish's letter, and the kite's note, none surpass the swiftness of our Maoshan Wild Goose Communication Talisman. This talisman can transform into a wild goose, traversing 3,000 miles by day and another 3,000 by night. At that moment, Zhang Feng resembled an elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation, displaying a hint of pride as he had been greatly astonished by Fei Luo's various capabilities. Now, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his skills before Fei Luo. It is no wonder that Master Jiao has stipulated that only those disciples of Maoshan who have reached the threshold of half-step Celestial Master, or the Reality Elixir Realm, can return to the sect to receive the sacred teachings. Chapter 134. The Maoshan Conference. There are two primary advantages to this approach. Firstly, each sect emphasizes that the teachings of the Tao must not be disseminated lightly. The character and innate qualities of disciples are of utmost importance. If a young initiate were to be entrusted with the core mysteries of the sect prematurely, what if they were to encounter someone with ulterior motives? Should a young disciple venture out into the world, and these teachings fall into the hands of those with malign intentions, the consequences would be dire. To preserve the authenticity of the tradition, disciples must undergo rigorous training, and only upon reaching the realm of true alchemy can they access the genuine core teachings. The second point is rather straightforward. The core secrets are of little use to those whose cultivation is insufficient. For instance, would a disciple at the foundational stage be capable of grasping powerful Taoist techniques? The path of cultivation demands a gradual progression, necessitating exposure to different methods at various stages. And Maoshan's practices reflect great wisdom in this regard. As Zhang Feng spoke, he produced a piece of talisman paper, which he gently folded into the likeness of a swallow. With a swift motion, he single-handedly lifted the talisman, muttering a few incantations under his breath, then lightly tapping his forehead with his finger, channeling his celestial master's power into the folded paper swallow. As he cast the spell, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the talisman, and with a resounding crack, it transformed into a wild goose, soaring rapidly into the sky. This technique is indeed effective. I shall learn it myself. Fei Luo mused, contemplating a visit to the Maoshan sect once this journey concluded. After all, he was now a celestial master, and it was only fitting that he should return. As if perceiving Fei Luo's thoughts, Zhang Feng chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, and remarked, Young Luo, your return is sure to astonish those old-timers. However, the Grand Elder has been in seclusion for quite some time. I wonder how he is. His voice trailed off at the end, startled by this revelation. Fei Luo gasped. The Grand Elder was indeed a being of the combined stage? This revelation left him utterly astounded. In the Maoshan sect, such a formidable ancient figure still existed? In the realm of cultivation, the golden core represents the pinnacle of refining essence into qi. Above the golden core lies the nascent soul in the out-of-body stage, signifying the transformation of qi into spirit, akin to the 7th and 8th grade ghost kings. The combined stage, however, is even more fearsome, equating to the 9th grade ghost king. Beyond the combined stage lies the tribulation of ascension and the shattering of the void, concepts documented in the Supreme Clarity Great Tao Scripture and widely acknowledged. Yet, in this age of decline, celestial masters are rare. Like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, Fei Luo had never encountered another celestial master until today. Zhang Feng sighed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Grand Elder is a legend of our Maoshan sect. It has been over a century since anyone has seen him, and we old fellows have no knowledge of his whereabouts in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo began to understand. Over 100 years ago, the Grand Elder proclaimed his intention to break the shackles of existence and sought the method for transcending the tribulation and shattering the void, thereafter entering seclusion without a trace. Whether he now resides within Maoshan or elsewhere remains a mystery unknown to all. According to Zhang Feng, were the Grand Elder present, the meager corpse-raising valley would pose no threat. Even in the face of the former corpse king and the previous sect leader, Maoshan would remain unyielding. This revelation stirred a tempest within Fei Luo's heart, unveiling a world far more enigmatic than he had ever imagined. He had thought that advancing to the realm of heavenly masters would render him invincible, yet it became apparent that he was gravely mistaken. Thus, Fei Luo and Zhang Feng took temporary residence in Ana Town. Jiangsu City, a picturesque locale, vastly exceeds the dimensions of an ordinary town. Boasting a population that numbers in the millions. Nestled amid mountains, it is a realm of towering peaks and verdant slopes. The Maoshan sect resides within the city limits of Jiangsu. Perched upon a steep mountain, a series of red brick temples adorned with glazed tiles stand proudly, shrouded in mist. Reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Birds occasionally flit through the air, their melodious calls resonating in the tranquil atmosphere. Master! Master! The sixth elder has sent word. At this moment, a tall Taoist priest with a square face grasped a flying goose and made his way towards the secluded chamber of the Maoshan sect's leader. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with graying temples. This man, with thick brows and large eyes, was the current leader of the Maoshan sect, the tranquil Taoist. Sun Xianfeng. Let us see what intriguing matters our demon-slaying heavenly master has encountered, Sun Xianfeng remarked as he took the talisman-transformed goose. With a swift gesture, he touched the goose's forehead, and it instantly dissolved into a beam of white light. Zhang Feng's voice echoed through the void. What? The master of corpse-raising valley, the corpse king, and tens of thousands of zombies? And my esteemed disciple? Sun Xianfeng's demeanor turned icy, his expression betraying a profound shock that even caused the nearby Taoist boy to nearly faint at the news. The revelation was too explosive. Even the sect leader found himself deeply unsettled. Child, summon the elders to the Wanning Palace for a council, Sun Xianfeng instructed the young acolyte. Rising to head towards the palace. Before long, 8 figures arrived at Wanning Palace. Master, what has transpired that necessitated our gathering? One inquired. Not long ago. Junior brother Zhang Feng ventured out. Could it be that he has encountered difficulties? Indeed, there were 8 individuals present, making a total of 9 when including Sun Xianfeng. These individuals represented the backbone of Maoshan, comprising the 10 heavenly masters of the sect. Among them, the leader Sun Xianfeng held the highest cultivation level, being an 8th rank heavenly master. The 8 below him included several whose auras were not inferior to that of Sun Xianfeng himself. Gentlemen, I bring tidings of both good and ill. Which shall you hear first? Sun Xianfeng's countenance remained as placid as a deep well as he gazed upon the assembly. Ah? An elder spoke up, his long white eyebrows particularly prominent. Master, when did you take to such theatrics? Let us hear the good news first. The others nodded in agreement. They believed that even if the spirit and illusion realm bore ill tidings, they would likely pertain to mischievous spirits or the oppressive actions of warlords against the common folk. In this tumultuous era, is there any news more disheartening than what we already face? Habitually, the crowd first yearns to hear what the so-called good news might be. Observing their eager gazes, Sui Xianfeng offered a faint smile and turned towards an elderly man, stating that this news pertains to Master Xiang. And I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Brother Xiang. Master Xiang appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason for such joy while seated in his own abode. However, in the next moment, Sui Xianfeng's words rendered the crowd speechless, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment. Brother Xiang, your disciple Lin Jiao has acquired a prodigious talent. Having entered the realm of celestial masters at the tender age of just 21. This is indeed a moment of great celebration. As this declaration echoed, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Master Xiang, in a sudden burst of energy, leaped from his seat, showing no signs of aging, and urgently inquired, Master, is this statement truly accurate? Chapter 135, The Shackles of Heaven and Earth? The Chosen One? This revelation was so sensational that most individuals were momentarily rendered speechless. Master, are you speaking nonsense? Or is that rascal Zhang Feng trying to mock us? A discordant voice emerged from the crowd. This individual, known as Guang, was the master of Shijian and held the title of Julei Celestial Master. Previously, he had held the highest status among the assembly. Not only was his own spiritual practice commendable, but his true disciple, Shijian, was also a prodigy. What constitutes a prodigy? At a mere 20 years of age, he had already reached the threshold of a half-step celestial master, and after receiving the true teachings of Maoshan, he had created his own lightning strike technique based on the Maoshan thunder laws. Thus, Guang harbored ambitions of ascending to the position of Maoshan's leader. Shijian was the most gifted among Maoshan disciples, far surpassing the likes of Si Mu and Lin Jiao. But now he found himself unable to accept the existence of such an illogical disciple under the purview of the Xiang Celestial Master. Within the Maoshan sect, harmony was not the prevailing sentiment. At least for the moment, the Julei Celestial Master and the Xiang Celestial Master were at odds. Upon hearing this, several voices arose in agreement, echoing doubts. Indeed, Brother Julei has a point. Could it be that Zhang Feng is deceiving us? Achieving foundation establishment at the age of 20 is considered genius, and even Shi Jin reached foundation establishment at that age, marking him as the most talented disciple of our sect in a century. Indeed, how can such absurdity be uttered in broad daylight? I suspect this disciple Zhang Feng has become ensnared in his own practice. It seems he is the one who has lost his way. Laughter followed. A 20-year-old celestial master? Surely, he must be delusional. Yes, such nonsense violates the rules of our Maoshan sect. I believe he should be punished. The speakers were 4 individuals seated beside the Jiulei celestial master. Judging by their posture, they belonged to his faction. Hearing the words of his supporters, Jiulei celestial master's expression grew increasingly pleased. He was becoming more convinced that Zhang Feng had indeed lost his mind, uttering such lunacy. In a vast sect, the presence of factions was a common occurrence. After all, where there are people, there exists rivalry, especially in this age of declining spiritual resources. Even celestial masters of Maoshan find it challenging to obtain the sect's endowments. For instance, the spirit drawing pool, where the celestial masters cultivate, is not a place where everyone can freely practice indefinitely. To gain time for cultivation, one must contribute. This was a rule established by the ancestors in this current age of decline. The gathering formations of Maoshan also require resources and cannot sustain endless cultivation by all. Upon hearing these remarks, the sect leader, Sui Xiefeng, immediately wore a displeased expression and admonished them to be silent. Such a significant matter. How could junior brother Zhang Feng treat it lightly? Has he not vanquished countless demons in his lifetime to avoid such a fundamental error? At this moment, the Ziyang celestial master's countenance darkened as he spoke. Master, where is Zhang Feng now? I must go confirm this personally. The Ziyang celestial master was anxious. He understood the implications of such a prodigy. As the words fell, before Sukshin could utter a sound, an elderly man behind the Ziyang celestial master spoke with a booming voice. Sect leader, do you recall the words spoken by our esteemed ancestor from the previous generation? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Sukshin nodded and sighed. It is precisely for this reason that I believe Zhang Feng would not speak frivolously, for he would not jest about such matters. The ancestor of the Maoshan sect, the leader during the Song dynasty, existed in an era deemed to be the end of the Dharma. Although this ancestor was not particularly powerful in terms of combat prowess, he was unparalleled when it came to divining the heavens. He once proclaimed that the world was shackled by the 5 elements. And in order to break free from these restraints, a child of destiny must arise, one who would appear within 500 to 700 years. Only then could the shackles of this world be lifted. Even in that age of decline, many celestial masters still practice the path. For instance, the Buddhist sect produced the formidable Fahai, who achieved sanctity in the flesh and possessed the ability to move mountains and fill seas, instilling fear in the spirits and phantoms of the time, ultimately shattering the void and vanishing from the realm of the ethereal. Yet, even a prodigy like Fahai was not recognized by the ancestor as a child of destiny. Now, however, the spiritual energy is far more depleted than it was then, making cultivation exponentially more arduous. A 21-year-old celestial master, who would have been regarded as a genius in the age before the decline, is now considered an extraordinary talent, perhaps even a divine being in this era. With the emergence of Fei Luo, both his remarkable qualities and the timing align with what the ancestor foretold. Could this be mere coincidence? The Nine Thunder celestial master's expression shifted between light and shadow, and he secretly scoffed. What nonsense about a child of destiny. I see that Shi Jin is truly the child of destiny. This lad, regardless of his authenticity, must have stumbled upon some ancient legacy through sheer luck. A child of destiny. Who would believe such ghostly tales? Fahai, upon achieving sanctity in the flesh and shattering the void, took away a multitude of spiritual energy, hastening the depletion of the already waning ethereal realm. How could there possibly be a child of destiny to unshackle the world? The Nine Thunder celestial master pondered and darkly remarked, Sect leader, perhaps it is wiser to speak of unfavorable matters. The veracity of this lad's circumstances is uncertain. Even for a celestial master, breaking through to the 9th rank is no simple feat as for the ancestors' words. They were spoken centuries ago. Who can ascertain whether this so-called child of destiny is genuine? After all, there have been many fallen geniuses. Following this, the Nine Thunder celestial master cast a glance at the Ziyang celestial master, whose expression was unmistakably one of derision. You foolish Ziyang, do you truly believe you can contend with me through this child? Are you worthy? How dare you slander our ancestor? The Ziyang celestial master retorted, his anger palpable as he pointed at the Nine Thunder celestial master. He was aware of Nine Thunder's ambitions, particularly as he had mentored the talented disciple Shi Jin. Regardless of the truth of this news, it belonged to their lineage in the Maoshan sect. The Nine Thunder was indeed deserving of condemnation. Oh, the Nine Thunder celestial master said, feigning indifference as he cleaned his ears. Did any of you hear me slandering the ancestor? I did not comment on the Master's abilities, did I? I merely stated that it is no simple task for this destined child to advance to the 9th rank Celestial Master. How many fallen Celestial Masters from Maoshan have there been? Enough. At this moment, Sui Xianfeng, observing the escalating tension between the two, interjected with a reprimand. Both the Xiang Celestial Master and the Jiu Lei Celestial Master fell silent. My friends, whether this individual is indeed the destined child is a matter for another time. What lies ahead is of far greater significance. With that, Sui Xianfeng raised his voice slightly, proclaiming, the corpse-raising valley has resurfaced. What? The corpse-raising valley? Upon hearing those 3 words, everyone was taken aback. Even the recently embattled Jiu Lei Celestial Master furrowed his brow. When it comes to confronting malevolent forces, the Jiu Lei Celestial Master is equally resolute. Chapter 136. The Demon-Slaying Order of Maoshan. Esteemed colleagues, I am poised to dispatch 3 Celestial Masters to confront the King of Corpses in the Valley of Corpse Cultivation. Additionally, I will summon formidable allies from Longhu Mountain, Gazao Mountain, and Lingjiu Temple to join this endeavor. What are your thoughts? Maoshan, Longhu Mountain, and Gazao Mountain are collectively known as the 3 mountains of Zhengyi. In the annals of the Xia Kingdom, the 2 most prominent sects of Taoism are the Zhengyi school and the Chuanjin school. With the advent of the end of Dharma era, the Chuanjin lineage has gradually waned through the passage of time, while the Zhengyi school has flourished. The name Longhu Mountain is derived from the legendary Zhang Daoling, who is said to have established the Zhengyi sect here. It is rumored that while refining elixirs, he successfully conjured dragons and tigers, hence the name Longhu Mountain. Throughout history, the Zhengyi sect has further divided into 3 branches. The Maoshan sect specializes in talismans, focusing on descent and exorcism, primarily cultivating the art of talismanic spells. In contrast, the Longhu Mountain lineage emphasizes martial prowess, particularly in alchemy. Nevertheless, all 3 mountains belong to the Zhengyi sect, adept at drawing talismans, reciting incantations, exorcising spirits, and invoking blessings with ease. As Sui Xianfeng's words resonated, the Ziyang Celestial Master was the first to speak, expressing his willingness to travel to Anha Town to join forces with his junior, Zhang Feng, to combat the malevolent forces. Upon hearing this, Sui Xianfeng smiled and nodded, saying, Very well, Ziyang, you shall go along with Celestial Masters Zhang Chun and Huang Yun. Zhang Chun and Huang Yun, being of a neutral faction, do not lean towards either Ziyang or the lineage of the 9 Thunder Celestial Master. The advantage of this arrangement is self-evident, as it minimizes potential discord. However, no sooner had Sui Xianfeng concluded his statement than the 9 Thunder Celestial Master interjected with a derisive laugh, saying, Master, while Ziyang is a 6th rank Celestial Master, both Zhang Chun and Huang Yun are merely 5th rank. Even with the support of experts from Longhu and Gazao, should we not also send another 6th rank Celestial Master? After all, the Valley of Corpse Cultivation harbors a King of Corpses. The King of Corpses is a being surpassing the realm of Celestial Masters. Yet, despite their brute strength, zombies can be subdued with caution against their poisonous essence. At this moment, the Celestial Master known as Zhang Chun spoke up, suggesting, in that case, why not have Brother 9 Thunder go personally? Zhang Chun and his companions harbored little fondness for the domineering 9 Thunder Celestial Master. However, among cultivators, who would constantly concern themselves with others. Although the 9 Thunder Celestial Master was indeed overbearing, he had no significant conflicts with Zhang Chun and the others. Hearing the mocking words from 9 Thunder only stirred Zhang Chun's irritation. You were silent while the Master spoke, yet now you choose to prattle on. How utterly distasteful. With a chuckle, the 9 Thunder Celestial Master stroked his beard, displaying no embarrassment, and suggested, in my view, let the tiger-subduing Celestial Master go. At this, a bald man beside the 9 Thunder Celestial Master rose and said, Master, the tiger-subduing Celestial Master is willing to accompany Ziyang to subdue the Valley of Corpse Cultivation. The tiger-subduing Celestial Master, renowned for his physical prowess, earned his name for his ability to subdue tigers with his bare hands before attaining the Celestial Master realm. Seeing this, Sui Xianfeng nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, then, tiger-subduing, Ziyang, and Zhang Chun, you 3 shall embark on this journey. I will issue the Demon-Slaying Order of Maoshan, summoning experts from Longhu Mountain and Gazao Mountain. Even the King of Corpses shall find it difficult to withstand our Celestial Master's might. As his words concluded, the assembly nodded in unison, save for Ziyang, whose heart was fraught with anxiety. Regardless of the veracity of Zhang Feng's claims, he was fervently eager to ascertain the true nature of his disciple, a prodigious talent. If indeed this individual was a 21-year-old Celestial Master, he would undoubtedly bring him back to the sect to inherit the authentic teachings of Maoshan. Additionally, he had not seen his disciple Lin Jiao for many years and was curious about how he had encountered this prodigy. The celestial master of Xiang was named Lin Xian, and Lin Jiao derived his surname from Lin Xian. The celestial master of Xiang vaguely recalled his descent from the mountain years ago when he encountered a frail and helpless orphan, whom he took back to Maoshan. Little did he expect that his disciple would bring such immense fortune to himself and to Maoshan in return. Today, several messages were dispatched from the Maoshan headquarters. Soaring to various locations. Longhu Mountain, situated in Yingtan City, lay over 1,000 miles from Maoshan. At the celestial master's abode in Longhu Mountain, numerous celestial masters convened for a meeting. Meanwhile, in Gazao Mountain, another assembly of celestial masters gathered, all gravely attentive to the message sent by Sui Xianfeng. Farther afield, at the Lingjiu Temple on Songshan, several esteemed monks and the abbot convened, their expressions marked by utmost seriousness. Before half a day had passed, the messages from various locations reached the Maoshan headquarters. Upon receiving the letters, Sui Xianfeng's countenance brightened with joy. Longhu Mountain had 3 celestial masters, 1 of the 7th rank and 2 of the 5th rank, while Gazao Mountain boasted 2 6th-rank celestial masters. To Sui Xianfeng's astonishment, Lingjiu Temple had even dispatched the head of the Demo Academy, which was splendid news indeed. As Sui Xianfeng reviewed the influx of messages, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. In total, Maoshan would be represented by 4 celestial masters, including the prodigious Fei Luo. The number swelled to 5. When combined with the numerous high-ranking monks from Longhu Mountain and Gazao Mountain, the assembly of celestial masters exceeded a dozen. A single corpse king could be adequately dealt with by 3 celestial masters, even considering the mysterious lord of the corpse-raising valley. A coalition of more than 10 celestial masters would suffice to vanquish the malevolent force. After all, Maoshan, Longhu Mountain, and Gazao Mountain would all be armed with formidable talismans for this endeavor. The talismans varied in rank, with the most basic being yellow talismans capable of unleashing only rudimentary spells. Above the yellow talisman were blue, purple, silver, and gold talismans, the latter requiring the strength of a celestial master to activate. The higher the rank of the talisman, the greater its lethality and the more spiritual energy it demanded. For this venture, Sui Xianfeng had prepared 3 golden talismans, 10 silver talismans, and several purple talismans. With the support of the other 2 sects, no matter how many zombies they faced, they would not withstand the onslaught of high-level talismans. Sui Xianfeng had indeed invested significantly in this endeavor. Soon, he issued orders for the 3 celestial masters of Xiang to retrieve the medicinal pills and talismans from the treasure pavilion before their departure. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, the expression of real person Jiao Lei was exceedingly grim. Fu-hu, that scoundrel Sui Xianfeng has indeed put forth a considerable investment. Your mission to exterminate the demons is one aspect, but do keep an eye on that lad named Fei Luo. Even if he has entered the realm of celestial masters, he remains merely a first-rank celestial master. Should an opportunity arise, with a darkened expression, real person Jiao Lei made a gesture across his throat. Very well. I understand. The heavenly master of the tiger nodded in acknowledgement, a knowing smile gracing his lips. A genius, after all, is only a genius while alive. A deceased genius holds no worth. Proceed with caution. We cannot ascertain whether that young lad, Shi Jian, has successfully transcended to the heavenly master level. Since he accepted the inheritance, he has descended the mountain and has yet to return with any word. The 9 Thunder Heavenly Master gestured for the Heavenly Master of the Tiger to depart. The latter offered no further words, merely nodding as he slowly withdrew. At the forefront of Maoshan, Sun Xianfeng regarded the trio preparing for their journey, his expression turning solemn. You must exercise utmost caution. Our sect's reserves of the Golden Divine Thunder Talismans are dwindling. They should not be deployed unless absolutely necessary. After imparting this counsel, Sun Xianfeng added with grave sincerity. The ordinary corpses can be easily vanquished with the purple talismans, yet I remain deeply concerned about the master of the corpse-raising valley. Chapter 137, The Call of Maoshan. Upon hearing the words of Sui Xianfeng, the 3 masters of Xiang felt a heavy weight in their hearts. According to the gathered intelligence, the master of the corpse-raising valley was presently in seclusion, endeavoring to break through the constraints of his malevolent cultivation. Such a scenario only heightened the unease among them. What level of mastery could such an individual possibly achieve? Yet, the 4, including Sui Xianfeng, refrained from delving too deeply into speculation. Although a malevolent practitioner may progress swiftly, such advancement is not easily attained. Especially upon reaching the realm of a heavenly master, the pace of growth becomes exceedingly slow. The Maoshan sect, possessing its own blessed grounds, has only 10 heavenly masters to date, which is already a considerable number. Some smaller sects do not even have a single heavenly master. For instance, The Jiwan sect has only this generation's Ao Tianlong who is hopeful of breaking through to that level. Go forth. I have summoned the disciples from the world to assist. Exercise caution and act with prudence. Sui Xianfeng gestured for them to depart. Understood. The three masters of Xiang clasped their fists in respect, conjuring their spiritual artifacts and employing sword control techniques to soar into the skies outside the mountain. Simultaneously, their invisibility talismans activated, rendering them imperceptible to outsiders. It is customary for powerful practitioners of the Heavenly Master Realm to maintain a low profile. Should they fly brazenly, it would inevitably stir unrest among the populace. As the three masters of Xiang set forth, the Heavenly Masters of Longhu Mountain and Gaizhou Mountain also embarked on their journeys. Meanwhile, the eminent monks of Lingzhou Temple swiftly traversed the dense woods. Although the monks hold a status akin to Heavenly Masters, they predominantly cultivate external techniques, focusing on the sanctity of the physical body, which renders their existence less leisurely than that of the Heavenly Masters. Today, with the issuance of the Maoshan demon-slaying order, a series of secret directives from various sects were dispatched via carrier pigeons. In Rinjia town, Rintingting donned a pair of blue jeans, her long, slender legs perfectly accentuated, complemented by the remarkable curve of her backside, drawing the attention of passers-by. Within Rinjia town, who does not know of the relationship between Miss Rin and Master Fei Luo? Following the assault on Rinjia town by the corpse-raising valley, both Uncle Gio and Rintingting have garnered extraordinary respect. The name of Rinjia town has a long-standing history. Rintingting's father, a descendant of nobility, had officials in the court during ancient times, while the Rin family branched out extensively. Rintingting's family has resided here since her great-grandfather's time, designating this area as Rinjia town. Previously, it was known as Rin County. Even now, the Rin family remains a prominent clan, though many direct and collateral descendants have declined over the years. Alas, where could Fei Luo have gone? It has been so long since he last appeared, and I have already broken through to the foundation building stage. Rintingting lamented as she strolled in her low-heeled shoes, unknowingly arriving at the entrance of Fei Luo's courtyard. Observing the immaculate entrance, she let out a soft sigh. Fei Luo was a well-known figure in Rinjia town. Each day, townsfolk would come uninvited to seek his counsel, leaving the place spotless even after his prolonged absence. Gazing at Fei Luo's residence, Rintingting was reminded of that fateful night. On the bed of moderate size, I found myself thoroughly scrutinized by Fei Luo. Humph, once you arrive, I shall not allow you to depart again. Rintingting pouted and stomped her foot in indignation. Shifting her gaze, she spotted the ancestral hall where Uncle Gio was. I wonder how Uncle Gio and the others are faring. I shall go take a look. As she spoke, Rintingting strolled towards the ancestral hall. Inside, Uncle Gio sat together with Qiuxing and Wentai. Qiuxing, this is for you. Wentai, this is for you. Setting aside the expenses for equipment and meals, Uncle Gio handed over a portion of the silver dollars he had earned recently while performing rites with his two apprentices. Ever since the wave of corpses in Rinjia town, Uncle Gio's business had flourished immensely. The funds were a result of his recent endeavors with his disciples, for even cultivators require sustenance, and when the opportunity arises, Uncle Gio would judiciously accept a bit of remuneration. For affluent families, inviting a master to bestow blessings, exorcise malevolent spirits, or assess feng shui often comes with generous offerings. Such gestures not only foster goodwill, but also provide peace of mind. After all, in this world, there are indeed many charlatans who are far more despicable, taking money without delivering services. Thank you, Master, Qiuxing and Wentai said, receiving the silver dollars with delight. In recent days, both had nearly reached a breakthrough in their foundational cultivation. However, with their pockets now lined with coins, they found themselves more inclined to indulge in leisurely pursuits, particularly Qiuxing, who frequented Fenglai Tower. As for Wentai, being in the company of such an irresponsible companion, he too succumbed to temptation. You two ought to focus on your cultivation, Uncle Gio remarked, arching an eyebrow as he chided Qiuxing and Wentai. Not long ago, I observed that Rintingting has already broken through to the foundational stage. Both of you have consumed spiritual elixirs. How can you be outpaced by a mere girl? Upon receiving Uncle Gio's reprimand, Qiuxing and Wentai merely pouted, their eyes darting, too intimidated to respond. Observing their demeanor, Uncle Gio let out a slight sigh. In the days to come, do not let the allure of the world blind you. Your disciple Fei Luo, upon returning from this outing, may very well ascend to an extraordinary realm. I fear he may achieve the title of Celestial Master before the year concludes. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing and Wentai nodded vigorously. They had grown accustomed to such scenes. It was not that they lacked diligence, rather, Fei Luo was exceptionally gifted. As for Rintingting, they could not fathom how she cultivated so rapidly, earning even Uncle Gio's praise. Suddenly, The sound of a wild goose's call echoed. Uncle Jio's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly rose to peer outside. With a swoosh, a wild goose flew into the room, landing deftly in Uncle Jio's hand. A message from the Maoshan wild goose? Upon recognizing the bird, Uncle Jio realized it bore a communication from Maoshan. With a swift motion, Uncle Jio activated a spell, and the wild goose transformed into a talisman amidst a wisp of white smoke. Disciples of Maoshan, heed my command. All disciples at the Earth Master level are to converge upon Anha Town to jointly vanquish the demons. The brevity of the message caused Uncle Jio's countenance to change drastically. The summons of the Maoshan disciples was a rare occurrence, one that the venerable Jusu had never encountered before. He had only heard tales that such events transpired in the presence of great demonic forces. Qiuxing and Wakai, equally astonished, gazed at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Jusu, are you there? Just as Jusu was receiving the message talisman, a melodious voice floated in from the courtyard. Rintingting? Upon hearing that voice, Jusu instantly recognized the visitor. Master, my junior disciple's wife has arrived. I shall go to greet her. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing eagerly pulled Wenkai along to extend their welcome. They were well aware of the relationship between Rin Tingting and Fei Luo. After all, it was common knowledge that Rin Tingting had spent the night at Fei Luo's residence, a fact not lost on Qiuxing and the others. Moreover, during the onslaught of the corpse tide, Rin Tingting had displayed remarkable bravery in battle, earning their admiration for her tenacity. Chapter 138, The Astonished Master Xiang. Meanwhile, not far from Rinjia Town, the Master Xiang and his two companions were swiftly traversing the skies on their swords. Zhangchun, my disciple Linjiao is in Rinjia Town. He must have received the call from Maoshan. I shall go to retrieve him. You may proceed ahead. Master Xiang announced as he gazed at the distant outline of Rinjia Town. In response, Zhangchun nodded. Very well. I shall also take this opportunity to see if I can encounter my disciples, Four-Eyed and Xinhe. This summons from Maoshan will undoubtedly attract many practitioners. The terms Ren Master and Earth Master correspond to the Foundation Establishment and Void Dance stages, respectively. At such levels, they could easily contend with iron and bronze corpses. Typically, Maoshan disciples descend the mountain to hone their skills upon reaching the Ren Master stage, returning to the sect to receive teachings upon nearing the half-step Celestial Master stage. To ascend directly to the Celestial Master level is akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Alas, many disciples find themselves perpetually trapped at this juncture, unable to advance to the Celestial Master tier. This is one of the tragedies of the end of Dharma era, where the number of those who can attain the rank of Celestial Master is exceedingly scarce. Very well, then. Until we meet again at Anha Town, Master Xiang declared, turning his body toward Rinjia Town and departing. Whoosh! A wave of energy sliced through the air, inaudible to ordinary ears. Within the ancestral hall, Rin Tingting, resembling a blossoming lotus since her advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage, appeared utterly transformed. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her features exquisitely delicate, and her hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding an ethereal charm. At this moment, compared to her former self, she seemed like an entirely different person. Upon seeing Rin Tingting enter, Uncle Jio's face lit up with joy. Miss Rin, Fei Luo has yet to return. You come by every few days, yet you cannot expect him to be back so soon. Uncle Jio sighed internally, aware that Rin Tingting's frequent visits to the vicinity of the ancestral hall were merely to check on Fei Luo's return. It was evident that she missed him dearly. Having experienced similar feelings in the past, Uncle Jio seemed to understand the situation all too well. Uncle Jio, Rin Tingting pouted, I merely came out of boredom to see. Fei Luo has been gone for quite a while now, and I am genuinely worried about him. Beside them, Qiuxing and Wentai cast envious glances. Internally, they couldn't help but criticize Fei Luo for leaving such a beautiful woman alone in an empty house. Was it truly wise to be so oblivious to romance? However, outwardly, they dared not voice their opinions. Rin Tingting was known for her fierce temperament. The last time Qiuxing had made a careless remark, he had been sent flying with a kick, a lesson etched in their memories that deterred them from speaking out. Just as Rin Tingting finished her sentence, a sharp sound pierced the air from the courtyard, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. In the realm of celestial masters, one's consciousness can extend beyond the physical body, and such an aura is referred to as pressure. Upon hearing the piercing sound and feeling the formidable presence, everyone's hearts raced as they looked outward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon witnessing the scene, Rin Tingting and Qiuxing gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. In their line of sight stood a gaunt elder with white hair and a Taoist robe, exuding an air of transcendence as he hovered atop a flying sword. The sword emitted both a sound of slicing through the air and a resonant chime. Upon the removal of his invisibility, Master Xiang swiftly sensed the presence of Jusu in Rinjia Town. However, He was taken aback to find that Jusu had already reached the pinnacle of Earth Master, nearly a step away from breaking into the semi-heaven Master realm. In just a few years, such remarkable progress stirred great excitement within Master Ziyang. Additionally, he sensed the aura of Qiuxin and Wantai, who appeared on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, which further delighted Master Ziyang. Most astonishing was Ren Tingting, whose unmistakable aura indicated she had already reached the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 20, profoundly stirring Master Ziyang's heart. Master. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jusu's eyes turned red with emotion as he hurriedly made his way to the courtyard. In just a blink, he crossed the distance to the front yard, gazing at Master Ziyang with immense excitement. Disciple Lin Jiu pays respect to Master. Having followed Master Ziyang in his cultivation since childhood, Jusu regarded him with a fatherly affection. Now, after several years apart, the reunion was understandably overwhelming. Rintingting and Qiuxin when I looked on with wide eyes. Jusu's master? They murmured in awe. We pay our respects to the Grandmaster, Qiuxin and when I said, bowing deeply. Although Rintingting was not a disciple of Mao Shan, witnessing a powerful figure capable of flying with a sword for the first time inspired her to offer a polite bow as well. It is essential to show basic respect to those of great strength. Lin Jiu, you have done remarkably well to attain the pinnacle of Earth Master. You must have received the summons from Mao Shan? Master Ziyang remarked as he dismounted from his flying sword, performing a hand gesture that caused the sword to shrink and return to its sheath upon his back. Master, may I ask what has transpired? Why have you also come forth and issued a summons to the disciples of Mao Shan? Jusu inquired, puzzled yet curious. Master Ziyang smiled but did not answer, instead casting a satisfied glance towards Qiuxin and Wentai, acknowledging their achievements. He could discern that both Qiuxin and Wentai were in their 20s. Although they had not reached the same level as Jusu, achieving the foundation establishment stage at such a young age was commendable. The disciples of Mao Shan have another crucial mission when entering the world, to recruit students for their sect. The selection of students is based first on their character and then on their talent. The ability of the Mao Shan lineage to thrive during the decline of the Dharma is closely tied to adhering to these principles. Then, Master Ziyang turned his gaze towards Rintingting, his eyes brightening. Lin Jiu, who is this young lady? He noted that Rintingting appeared to be around 20 years old, and to reach the foundation establishment stage at such an age was quite remarkable. After all, Shi Jian, hailed as the most talented disciple of contemporary Mao Shan, had also achieved the foundation establishment stage just past his 20th birthday. Upon hearing Master Ziyang's inquiry, Jusu chuckled lightly. Master, she is the daughter of the wealthiest man in this town, named Ren Tingting. She is the close confidant of my disciple Fei Luo. Jusu initially intended to refer to her as Fei Luo's girlfriend, but noticed the subtlety in their relationship and chose to express it more delicately. Ren Tingting, upon hearing Jusu's words, was not surprised and smiled at Master Ziyang, nodding in acknowledgement. However, the transformation of Master Ziyang left everyone astounded. The radiant eyes of Master Ziyang gleamed with fervor as he firmly grasped Jiu Shu's shoulder. Lin Jiu, he urged, swiftly recount to me every detail concerning Fei Luo. Leave not a single word unspoken. Taken aback by Master Ziyang's evident agitation, Jiu Shu and Rintingting exchanged startled glances. What could possibly be amiss? Master, let us converse indoors. Do restrain your excitement. A wave of unease washed over Jiu Shu, for he could not fathom what had transpired with Fei Luo that could incite such fervor in his revered master. Typically, their mentors engaged in secluded cultivation, and it was customary for a celestial master to descend from the mountains only every few years. By the timeline, it seemed it was not yet Master Ziyang's turn to venture forth. Very well, Master Ziyang acquiesced with a nod, proceeding into the inner chamber. You must convey to me all that you know, ensuring that not even the minutest detail escapes your recounting. Chapter 139. The Demon-Slaying Order of Mao Shan. After a considerable time had passed, upon hearing the recounting of Fei Luo's past from Uncle Jiu, Master Zhang was left utterly astounded, his jaw agape in disbelief. What? You mean to say that before departing from Rinjia town, he was already capable of effortlessly vanquishing a ghost king at the core formation stage? Moreover, he had attained the pinnacle of the Earth Master realm? At that moment, Master Ziyang sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. After listening to Uncle Jiu's narrative, all doubts in his heart dissipated. 20 years ago, he was unremarkable, having followed Uncle Jiu for 3 years, and yet, after being invaded by malevolent energy, he underwent a transformation as if reborn. From that point on, slaying zombies and exterminating ghost kings became as effortless as eating and drinking. Surely, it must be the master realm. In just a few months, he had progressed from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, and subsequently rocketed to the pinnacle of the Earth Master realm. This was no longer mere talent. It was sheer genius, a prodigy. Compared to him, What was Shi Jian but a triviality? Master Zhang's gaze was fervent, filled with zeal as he exclaimed, Lin Jiao, quickly, come forth with me. I must witness this Fei Luo with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiao did not hesitate. With his master capable of flying on a sword, the journey was undoubtedly a trivial matter. He swiftly gathered a few magical artifacts. Donning the treasured Luoyuan sword gifted by Fei Luo at his waist, and turned to Qiuxing and Wakai, saying, Your master and I are heading to Anha Town to meet with your junior brother and discuss significant matters. You two must not neglect your cultivation during this time, understood? Yes, master, Qiuxing and Wakai responded in unison, their mischievous demeanor replaced with earnestness, as they sensed the impending peril. Maoshan is the orthodox sect of the Taoist world. What kind of person could invoke a demon-slaying order from Maoshan? Ren Tingting, observing the departure of the two, couldn't contain her anxiety and implored, Uncle Jiao, Senior, may I accompany you? At this moment, Ren Tingting felt an inexplicable unease, as the tales recounted by Master Zhang stirred within her a sense of foreboding. The mere thought of Fei Luo being part of this journey left her no room for hesitation as she looked towards the two. Master Zhang frowned, casting a deep gaze upon Ren Tingting, internally remarking, What a remarkable young lady. She is indeed worthy of my disciple. Having encountered countless individuals, Master Zhang disowned her feelings of affection and concern for her beloved. Furthermore, though she was merely at the foundation establishment stage, she exhibited no fear of danger. As a woman of the new era, Ren Tingting was indeed ahead of her time, possessing a fierce spirit. She did not fear death. Just as she had fought alongside Uncle Jiao and the others during the assault on Rinjia Town, she displayed no sign of trepidation whatsoever. Such an event would have terrified ordinary women long ago. Cultivators fearlessly confront life and death, and Ren Tingting was no different. If one cannot carve a path through life and death, how can one ascend to greater heights? However, Jiao Shu hesitated, gazing earnestly at Ren Tingting and saying, Miss Ren, this journey is fraught with peril. You have only recently ascended to the rank of a master, and I believe it would be prudent to. Before Jiao Shu could finish, Ren Tingting stepped forward with an air of pride and declared, Jiao Shu, you two are a practitioner of the way. If you can vanquish demons and uphold righteousness, why can I not? Even if this expedition is dangerous, I fear it not. At this moment, the turmoil in Ren Tingting's heart intensified. Her longing to meet Fei Luo was genuine, and the inexplicable unease within her was equally real. Jiao Shu intended to persuade her further, but Taoist Xiang intervened, saying, Enough. Since you are Fei Luo's confidant, I shall accompany you. Do you have any belongings to prepare? We shall depart in a quarter of an hour. Very well, thank you, esteemed elder. Ren Tingting responded with delight, turning to harness her magical energy, which coalesced beneath her feet, transforming into a fragrant wind as she departed. Within her home, Ren Tingting found that Ren Fei was absent, so she simply left a note and took the treasured artifacts gifted to her by Fei Luo before swiftly departing. Inside the ancestral hall, Taoist Xiang observed Ren Tingting, adorned with a treasured sword at her waist, and his eyes brightened. The more he looked, the more he felt that she was a fitting match for his talented disciple. Though he had yet to meet Wu Luo, such a woman seemed well-suited to Fei Luo in his eyes. In the world, there were many female cultivators. Yet those who successfully established their foundation at such a young age were exceedingly rare. Clang! Taoist Zhang summoned the sword from behind him, rapidly forming hand seals. And the sword instantly elongated to about 10 feet, sufficient for 3 to stand upon. You two, channel your energy and stand firmly, he instructed, imparting the techniques for sword control. Seeing Ren Tingting and Jiao Shu stabilize themselves atop the sword, it emitted a resonant cry and ascended skyward. Whoosh! The invisibility talisman activated, rendering the 3 figures concealed within the void as they sped southward. Within the ancestral hall, only the envious expressions of Qiuxing and Wakai remained. Brother, when do you think we will reach the realm of the master? Flying on a sword looks so impressive, Wakai blurted out, his face filled with admiration. Fool! Focus on your cultivation. Did you not hear the elder say that our junior brother has already advanced to the master level? Qiuxing replied, his playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. Today, witnessing the might of Taoist Xiang filled both Qiuxing and Wakai with boundless aspirations. Without becoming a master, one remains insignificant. Only by attaining the title of master can one truly become a formidable figure. Even ordinary ghost kings tremble at the mere mention of a master's name. Apart from the Silver Corpse and the Corpse King, regular zombies are but ants before a master, easily vanquished with a single strike. Junior brother, shall we compete to see who can establish their foundation first? Qiuxing proposed, turning to Wakai. Absolutely, let us compete. The loser shall treat the winner to drinks. Agreed. The doors of the ancestral hall closed, and for the first time, Qiuxing and Wakai earnestly devoted themselves to cultivation. Meanwhile, in a desolate wilderness. The sound of bells chimed as Taoist Simu escorted his client, continuously casting spells while chanting incantations. Suddenly, the zombies fell back, entering the prepared tombs with a thunderous crash. As the zombies were laid to rest, the coffins gradually closed. Thankfully, the mission had been accomplished. Taoist Simu wiped the sweat from his brow when suddenly, a message talisman soared towards him. The Maoshan demon-slaying order? Anha Town? Without a moment's hesitation, Taoist Simu activated his swift talisman and sped away. Meanwhile, within his own temple, Master Ishio was in the midst of receiving Master Zhang Chuntian, accompanied by Taoist Qinhe. Master, when shall we set forth? Taoist Qinhe inquired. His aura significantly more robust than before, having reached the realm of Earth Master. Master Ishio was similarly transformed. Having received a message from Lingjiao Temple to convene in Anha Town for important discussions. Time is of the essence. We shall depart immediately. Simu will arrive on his own, Master Zhang Chuntian declared, producing a flying sword and soaring skyward with Master Ishio and Taoist Qinhe. A similar scene unfolded in various locations. Chapter 140. The Conspiracy of the Corpse Valley. A middle-aged woman, having just completed a ritual in the wilderness, received an urgent summons and swiftly activated her talisman, racing away. Simultaneously, a gone ascetic, clad in coarse robes, traversed the mountains, and upon receiving the same message, accelerated dramatically, dashing southward with a sound that pierced the air. In the world, some individuals received the summons without response, while others, bound by prior commitments, opted to send a reply instead. However, the majority hastened towards Anha Town at the first opportunity. With the issuance of the Maoshan demon-slaying order, righteous warriors from across the land set forth, converging upon Anha Town in a magnificent display, led by the Celestial Master. Numerous earth and human masters ventured into the southern frontier. Within the vast, untamed forests of the south lies a region deemed a no-man's land by the locals, teeming with venomous creatures and saturated with noxious miasma, an ever-present fixture. Deep within the dense thicket, the echoes of anguished cries could occasionally be heard, marking the heart of the Corpse Valley. Having operated for countless years, the lair of the Corpse Valley thrived in this toxic environment, repeatedly evading the pursuit of virtuous practitioners. The Corpse Valley itself resided within a secluded gorge, where the concentration of corpse and yin energy reached alarming levels, yet the surrounding formations expertly concealed these ominous auras. A figure clad in black, adorned with dark markings upon his neck, sprinted into the gorge, kneeling before a grand hall. Your Highness, I report that a multitude of righteous cultivators have entered the southern territory. Should we? This black-clad individual was akin to the deceased elder, both being outer sect elders. However, following the elder's demise, the Corpse Valley showed little regard for the death of a myriad. As the current elder and his successors had risen to power, this place served as a haven for wicked cultivators, offering strength, renown, women, and wealth, everything one could desire. Even though these nefarious practitioners understood the peril of aligning with the tiger, many succumbed to temptation, continually flocking to the Corpse Valley. Do not worry. The Valley Master possesses foresight. This time, they will ensure that these righteous cultivators do not return, inflicting significant losses upon the righteous sect of the Spirit Illusion realm. You shall continue to monitor them closely. At the right moment, reveal the headquarters to lure them in, rasped the voice of the Corpse King from within the hall. This voice sent shivers down the spine of the man at the entrance. The black-clad man nodded in utmost respect. Yes, Your Highness. I take my leave. Before the Corpse King, the black-clad man displayed profound deference, fully aware that a single moment of ire could lead to his demise. Before long, the valley echoed with the harrowing screams of men, women, and children. This scene seemingly brought the black-clad man a sense of delight as he vanished into the thick, toxic mist. Strangely, this miasma, which instilled terror in ordinary cultivators, appeared to have no effect on him, an enigma indeed. Before long, the grand doors of the hall where Prince Su resided swung open, revealing him at the threshold, his lips stained with fresh blood still emanating warmth. This group is truly inept. Out of 100, only 3 silver corpses emerged. Ha ha ha. The prince chuckled ominously, exhibiting no characteristics of a corpse, save for a slight, unnatural stiffness. Even silver corpses tend to be rather mechanical. However, at the level of Prince Su, the corpse elixir had been refined to the realm of the Corpse King, and his skeletal and muscular structure had undergone a transformation, allowing him to walk as a human would. Even those who fell victim to a Corpse King merely approached the nature of silver corpses. Similarly, those bitten by a copper corpse, upon resurrection, become half-corpses, only approximating iron corpses. The challenge of transcending silver corpses is significantly greater than that of iron or copper corpses, necessitating continuous consumption. The prince's task is to ceaselessly nurture and seek out offerings to create silver corpses. With each feast, he can gradually enhance his power. Whoosh, 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 With a series of leaps, Prince Su arrived before a closed stone wall. Upon this wall stood a pitch-black door, towering at 9 zhong, marking the retreat of the Valley Master of the Corpse-Nurturing Valley. Master of the Valley, everything is as you anticipated. The Maoshan has issued a demon-slaying decree, and numerous celestial masters, accompanied by earth and human masters, have entered the southern territories. The prince stood at the door, his expression a blend of fervent zeal and profound respect. The current master of the Corpse-Nurturing Valley not only refined the sacred artifacts of the valley but also mastered the human slaughter sword, breaking the century-old curse of guaranteed death for its wielder. Furthermore, he had acquired the valley's supreme scripture, the Corpse Emperor Canon. The Corpse Emperor Canon represents the most formidable technique for nurturing corpses within the valley. Prince Su's revival owes its entirety to the master of the valley. Only through the Corpse Emperor Canon can one rapidly create corpse kings, especially when combined with the valley's sacred artifacts, rendering it a divine instrument for crafting corpse kings. Both Prince Su and his cousin held a genuine reverence for the master of the Corpse-Nurturing Valley. As the prince finished speaking, a voice emanated from beyond the door. Indistinguishable in gender, yet imbued with a commanding authority. Very well, Prince Su, proceed as planned. Upon hearing this, Prince Su bowed deeply. Yes, Master of the Valley. Whoosh. A sinister smile crept across the prince's lips as he leapt and vanished from sight. The tranquility of the hall returned. Inside, a figure shrouded in ominous energy sat poised, a golden elixir slowly floating before him. This elixir bore ghastly patterns swirling upon its surface. It is the sacred artifact of the Corpse-Nurturing Valley. The corpse elixir of the previous Corpse Emperor, the foundation of his ability to swiftly create 2 corpse kings. Soon, once my Corpse Emperor canon advances further, I shall be able to forge a Corpse Emperor, and at that time, the world shall be mine. The androgynous voice reverberated as the figure concealed within the dark energy continued to refine the orb before him, exuding an eerie aura. In Anha Town, within the Tongfu Inn, a notification chimed. Ding. Your blood sword technique has progressed after a day of arduous training. The 4th form, Blood Rain, has reached 30 completion. Holding the snowfall sword, Fei Luo was in the midst of a graceful swing when a voice from the system unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Indeed, after reaching the realm of Celestial Master, the 4th form had begun to unlock. However, as I am currently merely a first-grade Celestial Master, I am uncertain whether I can master the first 6 forms before attaining the 9th grade. Fei Luo sheathed the snowfall sword and murmured softly, My lord, your garments have been washed. At that moment, Qing Shuang emerged with a basin of water, within which lay Fei Luo's undergarments. Qing Shuang was exceedingly obedient, typically handling the menial tasks of washing clothes and serving tea. Though she could only transform for a few hours each day, it sufficed. If Qing Shuang were to break through to the Golden Core stage, her transformation duration would significantly increase. Beyond the Golden Core, after transcending the tribulation, she would be entirely free from the constraints of transformation time. Qinger, come, massage my legs, Fei Luo called, reclining on the grand chair in the courtyard upon seeing the compliant Qing Shuang. All right, she replied, gently leaning beside him, her soft hands pressing against his legs as she skillfully kneaded them. Overcome by the sensation of her touch, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Chapter 141. Seeking Fame and Reputation? In the ensuing period, a multitude of masters and practitioners from distant lands flocked to Anha Town. This ordinarily tranquil town suddenly burgeoned with visitors, transforming its atmosphere into one of vibrant liveliness. Within the largest courtyard of the Tongfu Inn, laughter erupted as Master Zhang exclaimed, Ah, Master Yuan Kong, it has been over a decade since we last met, and your cultivation has become unfathomably profound. Master Yuan Kong chuckled in response. Ah, Master, your aura has also grown significantly stronger since our last encounter. Come, they have long since arrived. Let us proceed together. At this moment, Master Zhang, accompanied by Uncle Jiao and Rintingting, encountered Master Yuan Kong of Lingjiao Temple. Master Yuan Kong, the current abbot of the Dharma Institute at Lingjiao Temple, had cultivated his physical form to an astonishing degree, reputedly impervious even to the most formidable of assaults. The 72 ultimate techniques of Lingjiao Temple were renowned as the epitome of martial prowess, echoing throughout the realm. After a round of mutual flattery, Master Zhang and Master Yuan Kong advanced toward the courtyard ahead. Behind Master Yuan Kong stood the 18 Arhats, a formidable group of the temple's young talents, whose combined techniques struck terror into the hearts of demons and monsters alike. It is worth mentioning that the 18 Arhats are not limited to merely 18 individuals. Each generation of Lingjiao Temple produces its own unique set of 18 copper-skinned Arhats. When their Zen mastery reaches profound depths, these Arhats typically retreat to become the heads of various temples. Uncle Jiao and Rin Tingting trailed behind Master Zhang as they entered the courtyard. curiously observing her surroundings. Rintinting whispered, "Uncle Gio, I sense over a dozen formidable auras ahead. Are they all experts of the Master Realm?" Uncle Gio nodded in acknowledgement, replying quietly, "Indeed. They're the pillars of our Li Huan realm. However, there is no need for concern. Fei Luo has also attained the Master Realm now, and his future accomplishments will rival theirs." Rintinting nodded, choosing to remain silent, aware of the many experts present and recognizing the wisdom in minimizing conversation. As they walked, Rintinting scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of Fei Luo, but to no avail. "Master Ziyang, you have finally arrived. Master Fuhu and Master Zhang Chuntian have been here for quite some time." Master Zhang Feng greeted as he rose to welcome them. At this moment, a dozen figures occupied the courtyard, comprising masters from the Maoshan, Longhushan, and Gazaishan sections. "Greetings, Ziyang," Master Ziyang acknowledged, slightly bowing his head in greeting to the assembled company. Most were familiar faces. The longevity of those in the Master Realm far exceeded that of ordinary mortals, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. "Ah, Daoist Simu, Daoist Qianhe." Uncle Gio and Rin Tingting also recognized Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe seated among the masters. In the courtyard, aside from the masters, there were dozens of formidable practitioners. Some were known to Uncle Gio, while others were not. Brother, Daoist Simu and Qianhe rose to greet Uncle Gio and Rin Tingting. "Zhang Feng, now that Master Ziyang has arrived, what of the disciple you mentioned from the Master Realm? Why not summon him for us to observe?" At this moment, the voice of Master Fuhu resonated with an indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, all present fell silent. It was well known that the disciple of Master Ziyang, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, had entered the realm of heavenly masters at merely 20 years of age. The assembled heavenly masters had been present for some time and had heard Zhang Feng speak of Fei Luo's circumstances, yet some still harbored doubts. Upon hearing the inquiry, Master Ziyang turned his gaze towards Zhang Feng and asked, "Junior brother, is Fei Luo present here?" Zhang Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Senior brother, Fei Luo has expressed a distaste for crowds and left to practice swordsmanship in the mountains outside the city before your arrival." A sigh escaped Zhang Feng's lips. He was acutely aware that Master Fuhu and Master Jiulei were allies and possessed formidable strength, making them not to be trifled with. Fei Luo, preferring to avoid the limelight, had departed the inn for the back mountains to hone his skills after the arrival of several heavenly masters. "Zhang Feng, my friend, I suspect you are merely fabricating tales. Since he has attained the status of a heavenly master, he ought to be considered our peer. Why does he not dare to present himself before us?" Questioned a heavenly master from Longhu Mountain. This man was evidently aligned with Master Fuhu and had voiced his skepticism more than once. "I believe this young man is no true genius. Perhaps he has merely leveraged certain means to exhibit the strength of a heavenly master. Your cultivation is not profound enough to discern this, but I perceive him to be a pretender, seeking to gain fame without merit." Another heavenly master from Longhu Mountain chimed in. 3 heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain had come on this journey. Apart from the 2 who spoke, a third remained aloof, seemingly disinterested in the ongoing discourse. As these doubts echoed, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Indeed, this lad must be fearful of revealing his true self. Avoiding us to prevent exposure," one voice murmured. "Even a genius should understand the importance of respecting their teachers. It is baffling how Master Ziyang could have produced such a pretender," another added. "It is simply impossible for someone to reach the level of a heavenly master by the age of 20, unless they have been training since birth." These murmurs deepened the frown on Master Ziyang's face. Even Uncle Gio and the others bore expressions of indignation. Those who had interacted with Fei Luo, be it Uncle Gio, Daoist Simu, or Daoist Qianhe, were convinced of his potential to break through to the heavenly master realm. Fei Luo had already been on the cusp of becoming a heavenly master. They believed it entirely possible for him to achieve this in a matter of months. "Why do you refuse to believe? Fei Luo saved me. How can you be so harsh?" Master Zhang Feng interjected, displeased. He understood Fei Luo's true capabilities. His power was not only formidable, but shrouded in mystery. Fei Luo was not someone to be judged by ordinary standards. Upon hearing these words, Master Ziyang spoke up, asserting that there are indeed individuals who, unable to attain what they desire, dismiss it as sour grapes. "My disciple, Lin Jiao, has now reached the Earth Master Realm at the age of 30. I ask you, how many of your disciples can claim to have achieved the Earth Master Realm by that age?" Master Ziyang's heart was filled with discontent. Although he had never witnessed Fei Luo personally, he trusted the words of Uncle Gio, believing the matter to be true. Furthermore, Zhang Feng did not appear to be speaking recklessly. It was evident that these individuals were consumed by envy. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. These old-timers, despite their seemingly dignified demeanor, are often petty and cannot bear to see others prosper. Master Ziyang understood this truth all too well. Chapter 142, Old Dog. Do you dare? However, these words not only failed to have the desired effect, but also provoked a series of derisive smiles from the Tianshi of Longhushan and Fuhu. They regarded him as a mere pretender to fame. Even if he was a Tianshi, with so many elders present, why did he not come to pay his respects? Did he believe himself invincible in this world? Fu Tianshi scoffed, his voice laden with provocation and disdain. You speak nonsense. My esteemed Fei Luo is a great hero. How could he be a mere pretender? I believe it is you who are the true pretenders. Upon hearing Fu Tianshi's words, Ren Tingting could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, pointing at Fu Tianshi and rebuking him sternly. Initially, Ren Tingting had thought that these Tianshi would be as benevolent as Ziyang Tianshi and as passionate as Fei Luo, worrying for the world before themselves. However, she now realized how mistaken she was, and indeed, how gravely so. These individuals were the epitome of pretentiousness. With a modicum of cultivation, they strutted about, looking down upon others. In their eyes, achieving foundational cultivation by the age of 20 was a sign of genius, while becoming a Tianshi at that age was considered laughable. Mere folly. This situation was exacerbated by Fu Tianshi, who acted as a meddler among them. Longhushan, Gazao Mountain, and Maoshan are all branches of the Xingyi sect. Yet they are also rivals. Furthermore, Fu Tianshi and Zhulei Tianshi represent one of the more formidable factions within the Maoshan sect, leading others to delight in the ensuing discord. Your own kin are embroiled in internal strife. How can we not voice our opinions? Regardless of whether this so-called genius was legitimate or not, being outside their own sect. Out of jealousy, most chose to side with Fu Tianshi's allegations. Disrespecting one's elders is a grave taboo in any school of thought, a violation of the sect's rules. In a matter of moments, a heavy accusation was cast upon Fei Luo. Ren Tingting's outburst caused a significant stir among those present. The younger generation sat quietly to the side, with no place to speak. Who is this wild girl, and does she not understand the rules? Fu Tianshi raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes at Ren Tingting. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, aimed directly at her. Whoosh! This force was swift, catching everyone off guard. Ren Tingting stood tall. Although fear gripped her heart, she met Fu Tianshi's gaze without flinching. Fu, you have gone too far. Ziyang Tianshi's expression darkened, resembling a ghost as he swiftly appeared before Ren Tingting, dispersing Fu Tianshi's attack with a mere flick of his fingers. This young lady is Fei Luo's beloved. She is also one of our own from Maoshan. How dare you bully her? At this moment, all eyes turned to Ren Tingting. Foundational stage? The aura of foundational cultivation emanating from her immediately caught everyone's attention. Oh, this girl possesses quite remarkable talent. My dear, would you be willing to come to Longhushan? We assure you that you will break through to Tianshi within 30 years. The Tianshi of Longhushan, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, looked at Ren Tingting with an expression of admiration and spoke. Zhou Fan, my junior, how can you tolerate such a disrespectful wild girl? Are you not concerned she might tarnish the reputation of Longhu Mountain? I have encountered many who, despite possessing a modicum of talent, are utterly self-important. A girl who lacks understanding of decorum is indeed untamed. Such individuals likely hail from a flawed lineage, where the foundation is as crooked as the eaves. The other two heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain, without a moment's thought, scoffed derisively. They appeared to be allies of the tiger-suppressing master. Alas, the master named Zhou Fan cast a disdainful glance at his two senior brothers and at the tiger-suppressing master of the Maoshan sect. Although the girl may have erred, her sentiments ran deep, and her reprimand was earnest. What fault did she truly possess? Zhou Fan, my companion, do not entertain any thoughts regarding such disrespectful individuals. I will categorically refuse their entrance to Longhu Mountain, for they would disrupt our established traditions. I believe the headmaster would likewise reject such a disciple, declared the heavenly master from Longhu Mountain with a cold smirk. At this moment, the tiger-suppressing master revealed a knowing expression. Ziyang, you truly are becoming more muddled as time passes. Do you comprehend the gravity of disrespecting one's elders according to our Maoshan regulations? Rage surged within the Ziyang master, who rebuked, tiger-suppressing, do not presume I am ignorant of your dealings with Jiolei. What schemes do you think I am oblivious to? You dare to collude with Longhu Mountain. It appears you are the one betraying your master and ancestors. Upon hearing Ziyang's words, the tiger-suppressing master merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, like attracts like, a crooked beam begets a crooked pillar. The tiger-suppressing master appeared to ignore Ziyang's comments entirely. In an instant, the tiger-suppressing master transformed into a blur, charging toward Jiuyang. It seems you have grown senile. Today, I shall cleanse the sect on behalf of our revered ancestor. This young lady has spoken impertinently and must learn her lesson. Ziyang master was taken aback, unable to believe that the tiger-suppressing master would resort to violence so readily. disrespecting one's elders? Today's events are evident to any discerning observer. Yet, at that moment, Ziyang Master could not afford to ponder further and launched a punch toward the tiger's suppressing master. Boom. As their fists collided, a shockwave rippled through the courtyard. Ziyang was forced back several paces before regaining his footing, while the tiger's suppressing master remained steadfast, not even swaying. The disparity between a 7th grade and a 6th grade master was starkly apparent. "Young lady, today I shall teach you the meaning of honoring one's teacher and respecting the way," declared the tiger's suppressing master, as he aimed a palm strike at Rin Tingting's chest. "Quick, stop him!" Ziyang Master shouted in alarm. As Ziyang and the tiger's suppressing master clashed for the first time, Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng sprang into action, charging toward the tiger's suppressing master in succession. Zhang Feng was a 3rd grade master, while Zhang Chun, his brother, was a 5th grade master. Upon witnessing the tiger's suppressing master's sudden aggression, Rin Tingting immediately summoned her powers to retreat. Boom, boom. The tiger's suppressing master, exhibiting immense strength, brushed aside the two brothers, lunging toward Rin Tingting. "Miss Rin, step back," Uncle Gio interjected, realizing the unexpected turn of events as he positioned himself in front of her. "Ziyang, is your precious disciple truly this rebellious?" The venerable Master Fu Hu observed 9th uncle stepping forward and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. A mere Earth Master dares to challenge him? At that moment, the celestial Master Ziyang arrived. As the Zhang brothers, Chun and Feng, were momentarily cast aside, he unsheathed the treasured sword from his back and declared coldly, "Fu Hu, prepare to face my strike." In the face of this sword attack, Master Fu Hu remained unfazed, his palm emanating a bronze hue as formidable magical energy coalesced, indicating his intent to catch the blade with bare hands. With a swift motion, Master Fu Hu deflected the sword of Master Ziyang, his agility reaching its zenith as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking 9th uncle aside and advancing towards Rin Tingting. Just then, a resounding cry echoed through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of a sword. "Old dog, do you dare?" Chapter 143, the transforming attitude of the venerable tiger just as the ancient bronze hands, imbued with formidable magical energy, were about to grasp Rin Tingting. A brilliant flash of sword light surged forth. Whoosh! The sword light, infused with overwhelming magical essence, struck with unerring precision against the immense palm of the venerable tiger. Bang! Initially, the venerable tiger displayed a scornful expression, but soon, his countenance shifted dramatically. Beneath his palm, the sword light erupted explosively, causing the venerable tiger to stagger back several steps, leaving behind deep impressions on the ground before finally halting his retreat. At that moment, a slight tremor was evident in the venerable tiger's right hand, as a visible streak of blood appeared on his palm. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of the other masters present, who turned their gazes skyward. There stood Fei Luo, clad in black, wielding his sword and radiating a murderous intent directed at the venerable tiger. "Fei Luo." Rin Tingting's eyes reddened as she choked on her words upon seeing the figure that had haunted her dreams. Just moments ago, she had been engulfed in fear not of death, but of the humiliation she might bring upon Fei Luo before his arrival. "Little Luo." Uncle Gio's face also drained of color as he rose from the ground, his expression brightening at the sight of Fei Luo in the air. The venerable tiger's realm was indeed that of a master. The Ziyang Master's eyes lit up upon seeing Fei Luo. With his discerning eye, he immediately recognized Fei Luo's cultivation as genuinely that of a master. Moreover, Fei Luo had managed to force the venerable tiger back just after entering the master realm. The other masters present gaped in astonishment. Seeing is believing. Witnessing Fei Luo in person left them gasping in disbelief. It was indeed true. Someone had achieved the master realm at just over 20 years of age. Furthermore, this young man possessed extraordinary combat prowess, having repelled the venerable tiger with a single strike. Previously, the venerable tiger had held the upper hand against 3 other masters. Swish! Fei Luo swiftly descended, first offering a pill to Uncle Gio, then turning his gaze, soft as water, towards Rin Tingting. "I'm sorry, Tingting, I've arrived late." Hearing Fei Luo's words, Rin Tingting shook her head and replied, "Fool, what are you saying? I was only afraid that if you didn't come soon, some people might underestimate you." Fei Luo smiled gently, playfully brushing Rin Tingting's delicate nose, before turning to face the Ziyang Master. He had encountered his Grandmaster before. Just moments ago, Fei Luo had expanded his consciousness to observe everything happening in the courtyard. Elders Zhang Feng and Zhang Chun, along with the Ziyang Master, had engaged in battle with the venerable tiger, who seemed to be bullying them due to Rin Tingting's mocking words. Fei Luo's heart seethed with indignation. He bowed respectfully to the Ziyang Master, maintaining an outward calm, yet only Uncle Gio and Rin Tingting understood the depths of his fury. Uncle Gio did not hesitate. He consumed the elixir Fei Luo had provided, feeling his injuries rapidly heal. Anxiously, he cautioned, "Little Luo, do not act recklessly." Uncle Jiu knew that today's events could not be entirely blamed on them. It was truly those individuals who had provoked Fei Luo that had pushed him and Rintingting to their limits. Disrespect towards one's elders is indeed a violation of the rules of Maoshan. However, Uncle Jiu is well aware that such a narrow-minded elder is clearly incompatible with his own master. In matters such as these, who can truly ascertain the truth? In this world, it ultimately boils down to whose fist is more formidable. Very well, very well. The master of Ziyang observed the polite and refined Fei Luo, his visage radiating satisfaction. He promptly approached to assist Fei Luo, eager for his master to take a closer look. At this moment, the master of Ziyang was overwhelmed with excitement. He could scarcely believe that all of this was real. Moreover, Fei Luo, in his eyes, exuded righteousness, embodying a demeanor that was both humble and dignified, devoid of any flaws. Did this not align perfectly with the prophecy of the ancestral master? The child of destiny. Indeed, he was the child of destiny. Congratulations, Brother Ziyang, on finding an exceptional disciple, Master Zhang Chuntian expressed, equally filled with emotion as he congratulated the master of Ziyang. Master, we shall reminisce later. There are pressing matters to attend to, Fei Luo remarked, lifting his gaze to the visibly excited master of Ziyang. The master of Ziyang was momentarily taken aback, quickly discerning Fei Luo's underlying intentions. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to incite its wrath. Today, beneath the seemingly calm expression of his young disciple lay a tempest of fury. Fei Luo turned to face the astonished master of Fuhu and spoke coolly. "You are Master Fuhu, are you not? Your blatant disrespect and utter lack of reverence for your superiors, are you aware of your transgressions?" His voice grew increasingly frigid. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had he arrived even a moment later. That strike upon Rintingting could have resulted in dire repercussions, undoubtedly crippling her cultivation. Furthermore, Fei Luo recognized that this man was at odds with his master, suggesting that not all individuals within the vast Maoshan sect embody righteousness, particularly this hypocritical master of Fuhu. In the face of Fei Luo's formidable presence, the two masters from Longhu Mountain exchanged furtive glances, both choosing to remain silent. Even a fool could discern that speaking out now would be a foolhardy decision. However, Master Fuhu's reaction left Fei Luo and the others astounded. "Ah, dear me," Master Fuhu exclaimed, his aged face adorned with smiles. "I am truly blind to the truth. How could I have been misled by the words of others? Young nephew Fei Luo, do not take this to heart. This is all a misunderstanding." Observing Master Fuhu's demeanor, the master of Ziyang and his companions were utterly bewildered. Master Fuhu's attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Just moments ago, he had been harsh and severe, yet now he appeared before Fei Luo as if they were long-lost friends, showering him with flattering words. His beaming visage bore a sincere expression, devoid of any semblance of deceit. "A misunderstanding? You claim it is a misunderstanding? I see everything quite clearly. You accused me of seeking fame and recognition. Just moments ago, I referred to you as an old dog. Why did you not admonish me for my disrespect towards my elders?" Fei Luo stood resolutely, gazing at the master of Fuhu, who spoke with such insincerity. Upon hearing this, Master Fuhu smiled with increased reverence and spoke, "Dear nephew Fei Luo, I am indeed muddled. On my journey here, I encountered a series of events, and compounded by your prolonged absence, I find myself in a state of confusion, dear nephew Fei Luo." At this moment, Master Fuhu exhibited none of the arrogance one might expect, repeatedly offering explanations. "Ziyang, as we are meeting for the first time, I have a soft armor here, which I would like to give to the confidant of dear friend Fei Luo as a token of goodwill." As he spoke, Master Fuhu produced a soft armor of a watery blue hue. This treasured item was undeniably a defensive artifact, and notably, designed for women. Master Fuhu's demeanor left not only Ziyang and the others in a state of bewilderment, but even the high monks of Longhushan, Gazaishan, and Lingjiu Temple were equally perplexed. What was happening? Could it be that all his previous actions were mere facades? Was he resorting to such desperate measures out of fear that Fei Luo would not appear? Witnessing this scene, Ziyang also felt a tinge of awkwardness and turned his gaze towards Fei Luo, offering an inquiring glance. Chapter 144. The Jade Maiden's Ice Heart Technique. Observing the current demeanor of the formidable Master Fuwa, Fei Luo's lips curled into a knowing smile. Although this man appeared to be a brutish figure, he was, in truth, exceedingly treacherous. Nevertheless, it is customary not to strike at those who extend a hand in goodwill. All present were purportedly virtuous individuals, and Fei Luo was disinclined to prolong the dispute. As an elder of the sect, Master Fuhua had adopted an unexpectedly humble stance, and to persist in confrontation would only serve to undermine Fei Luo's position. Moreover, the aquamarine armor was perfectly suited to protect Rintingting. A treasure offered so conveniently should not be declined. Very well, since Elder Fu Hua claims this to be a misunderstanding, let us consider it as such. However, I am a proponent of the principle of courtesy preceding conflict. I trust this will not become a precedent, Fei Luo asserted, taking the armor from Elder Fu Hua's grasp and presenting it to Rin Tingting without any hesitation. Indeed, Master Fu Hua replied, his face alight with contrived smiles, betraying no hint of insincerity. Yet, within the depths of his gaze, a barely perceptible glint of malice flickered. This entire episode had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Prior to his arrival, the Master of Nine Thunder had devised several strategies with Fu Hua, one of which involved the elimination of Fei Luo should the opportunity arise. Clearly, amidst this public assembly, such an opportunity had now evaporated, and his recent scheme to seize Fei Luo's enchanting companion had also faltered. The armor, a fortuitous acquisition from a previous endeavor, now stung Fu Hua's heart to part with. Most significantly, Fei Luo was a veritable treasure trove, and the medicinal elixirs he had casually bestowed upon Uncle Gio had left Fu Hua utterly astounded. He now resembled a venomous serpent, harboring an intense fascination for Fei Luo. Master Fu Hua understood that Fei Luo's extraordinary prowess must stem from some form of inheritance, possibly from the fabled abodes of ancient immortals. During the Primordial era, numerous such beings roamed the earth. Upon reaching the tribulation phase and successfully overcoming their heavenly trials, they ascended to immortality. Often, these immortals would leave behind legacies for those deemed worthy before departing this realm. Master, Grandmaster, Tingting, let us take our seats over there, Fei Luo addressed the assembly, gesturing to the others present. Very well, Master Ziyang nodded in agreement, settling down beside Fei Luo. The more he observed Fei Luo, the more he was impressed. A true man, capable of both yielding and standing firm, unflinching even in the face of calamity. This young man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Today was meant for deliberating a joint initiative to eradicate the corpse-raising valley, yet it had devolved into this unforeseen spectacle. The other masters cast appreciative glances toward Fei Luo. While youthful exuberance is often criticized, Fei Luo's actions today compelled these masters to reconsider their perceptions. Youthful audacity must be tempered with discernment, lest it devolve into mindless arrogance, which often leads to a swift demise. Fei Luo, thank you, Rin Tingting murmured, stroking the armor in her hands, savoring its gentle warmth. What is there to thank? That old dog clearly came prepared today. I am eager to see what he intends to do, Fei Luo whispered back to Rin Tingting, his lips barely moving. Having lived 2 lives, Fei Luo's resolve was unwavering. He discerned the shifts in the atmosphere and the true nature of Master Fu Hua's guise with remarkable clarity. Only Fei Luo remains unaware that he is both a treasured gem of the Maoshan sect and a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Not everyone harbors noble intentions. Brother Ziyang, given Fei Luo's remarkable qualities, might you consider presenting a token of goodwill? After settling into their seats, Master Zhang Feng turned to Master Ziyang and spoke. If all goes as expected, Fei Luo's return will undoubtedly see him ascend to the position of elder within Maoshan. Though Fei Luo is a disciple of the 40th generation, upon his elevation, he will stand on equal footing with him in terms of status. In the realm of the ethereal, those who comprehend the path are held in high esteem, and this principle holds true here as well. Upon hearing this, Master Ziyang nodded and, with a smile, addressed Fei Luo. Young Luo, do share what treasures you desire. Whatever Master has, do not hesitate to ask. However, Master Ziyang was aware that the sword in Fei Luo's possession was a spiritual artifact. Moreover, he discerned that Fei Luo was impeccably clean, his outer garment reaching the level of a spiritual treasure, capable of retracting and conforming to his will. Such treasures are exceedingly rare within the entire Maoshan sect. Master Ziyang genuinely could not fathom what he could bestow upon Fei Luo. Just moments ago, Fei Luo had casually gifted Uncle Gio a top-tier healing elixir, which had restored Uncle Gio's complexion to a healthy glow in mere breaths. All of this left Master Ziyang profoundly astonished. Contemplating, Fei Luo glanced at Rin Tingting and devised a plan. He perceived that even the masters were not particularly affluent, especially in this era of waning spiritual power. Furthermore, he had heard from Uncle Gio that his master was an exceptional individual. When it came to treasures, he felt no lack. As long as he vanquished demons, he would continually acquire them. Of course, at this moment, Fei Luo did indeed have a desire. Master, Fei Luo addressed Master Ziyang, I seek a cultivation method suitable for women, preferably one of higher profundity. Upon hearing this, 2 blushes instantly adorned Rin Tingting's cheeks. She understood that Fei Luo was considering her needs. Although Rin Tingting had consumed a marrow-cleansing pill and practiced the most fundamental technique of guiding qi, she had yet to cultivate an orthodox method. The Supreme Clarity Great Tao Scripture encompasses myriad aspects, integrating techniques of both spiritual and physical cultivation, including talismans. However, This secret method belongs to the Maoshan school, and despite her relationship with Fei Luo, he understood that even the third-rate methods he possessed were simplified versions, which he could not share lightly. Haha, Master Ziyang chuckled, stroking his beard. Is this all you desire? He had initially worried that he lacked worthy treasures. If Fei Luo were to make a request and he was unable to provide, it would have been quite awkward. However, it now seemed that Fei Luo was aware of his circumstances and sought to obtain a cultivation method for his beloved. This made things significantly easier. The primary method of the Maoshan sect is the Supreme Clarity Great Tao Scripture, yet there are other methods available, including those specifically for female practitioners. Throughout Maoshan's history, there have been many female masters. Fei Luo nodded. Master, do you have any suitable cultivation methods? Indeed, came the response. The Master Ziyang, with a gentle smile, nodded as a flicker of ethereal light emanated from his hand, revealing a bound volume that materialized from his storage pouch. Fei Luo, this technique is known as the Jade Maiden Ice Heart Sutra, a treasure of the Maoshan tradition. Though this copy is not the original, its contents are identical. As he spoke, Master Ziyang handed the Jade Maiden Ice Heart Sutra to Fei Luo. Ting, take this. You shall commence your cultivation with it. Fei Luo accepted the tome and promptly passed it to Ting, who responded with a soft acknowledgement, tucking the precious text away, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to honey. Meanwhile, the conversation continued, and one of the masters present spoke up. Esteemed colleagues, now that we have gathered, let us deliberate on how to confront the corpse-raising valley. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo turned his attention towards the speaker, who was none other than the master of Gazao Mountain, one of the previously silent masters. Chapter 145, Conspiracy Umatba. Master Yuan Kong sighed, reciting a Buddhist chant. We have all gathered here to vanquish evil together. I hope everyone can set aside their biases and unite in purpose. Indeed, the wicked must be eradicated. As Master Yuan Kong has aptly stated, spoke the silent Tianshi from Longhu Mountain. When the topic of exterminating evil arose, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. In the Valley of Corpse Raising, the current intelligence indicates the presence of a corpse king, a mysterious valley master, and several zombies. Aside from the silver corpse and the corpse king, the other zombies are deemed insignificant by the crowd. In the face of a Tianshi, ordinary iron and copper corpses, no matter how numerous, hold little value. Conversely, the Corpse King is a formidable adversary, requiring the combined efforts of at least 3 Tianshi to subdue. Moreover, the enigmatic Valley Master poses a significant threat to all. I propose that we elect a leader to unify our efforts in this endeavor against evil. What do you all think? The Tianshi who had boasted earlier from Longhu Mountain now spoke, addressing the assembly. These 2 individuals, both robust and imposing, bore high temples and were twin brothers, following the same path of physical cultivation as the boisterous Tianshi, starkly contrasting the silent Tianshi. Subsequently, the assembly began to nominate a leader for this expedition. After much deliberation, the mantle ultimately fell upon Master Ziyang. Surprisingly, neither the Tianshi from Fuhu nor the twin brothers from Longhu Mountain had any objections to this decision. This outcome had, in fact, been anticipated since Fei Luo had demonstrated his prowess. Everyone understood that Fei Luo was no ordinary being. Nominating Master Ziyang served not only to establish leadership, but also to honor Fei Luo, fostering goodwill. At this moment, a temporary alliance was formed, led by Master Ziyang, with the other Tianshi in supporting roles. Master Ziyang, being astute, recognized the underlying reasons for this decision. Moreover, the Maoshan sect currently held the foremost position in power, boasting 5 Tianshi, making it the most esteemed sect in the realm of Taoism. With the addition of the extraordinary Fei Luo, the choice of Master Ziyang was entirely logical. Without Fei Luo, the likely choice for leadership would have been the Tianshi from Fuhu. Subsequently, a series of commands were issued. The disciples from the 4 sects were paired into teams of 2, dispatching 20 advanced squads to scout the great wilderness forest for information, to mitigate potential risks. Each squad was endowed with blue and purple talismans. Notably, the purple talismans could ensure survival even in encounters with silver corpses, even for the task of gathering intelligence. The squad members did not hesitate, and soon a large-scale search involving dozens of participants commenced. After reminiscing with Uncle Gio, Fei Luo returned to his courtyard. Ting, let me see how your cultivation has progressed. Just as Fei Luo was about to assess Rin Tingting's cultivation, a sudden flash caught his eye. Rin Tingting transformed into a fragrant breeze and leaped into Fei Luo's embrace, her delicate lips pressing against his. Unconsciously, Fei Luo's hands began to move in synchrony, akin to a roller coaster in motion. Rin Tingting yearned for Fei Luo, and in this moment, her profound longing transformed into a fervent kiss, conveying her deep affection. Within the room, 2 figures embraced, shrouded in a mystery not meant for outsiders. After a while, Fei Luo, breathless, said, "All right, if you continue like this, I might." "Might what? I am already yours. How could you possibly consume me?" Rin Tingting teased, wrapping her arms around Fei Luo. In this era, women as fiery as Rin Tingting were indeed rare. After all, not everyone had received a Western education, and most remained quite traditional. Fei Luo smacked his lips, savoring the remarkable elasticity in his grasp, and sighed, "Let us save this for our wedding. It would be inappropriate otherwise." Ultimately, Fei Luo's rationality prevailed, refraining from crossing that threshold. Rin Tingting pouted, gazing at Fei Luo. "Hee, I knew you would say that, but you mustn't go back on your word. My father speaks of us every day." At her words, Fei Luo envisioned Rin's father and nodded. "Well, we are still young. A couple of years will not hurt." Changing the subject, he continued, "By the way, Tingting, you should focus on cultivating the Jade Maiden Ice Heart technique these days. Taking these 3 elixirs should elevate your strength to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but breaking through to the Master Realm will require your own efforts." As Rin Tingting accepted the 3 heavenly origin-gathering soul pills from Fei Luo, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Their enchanting journey was fleeting. Yet Fei Luo prioritized their present circumstances. The notion that a Tinder haven could become a hero's grave lingered in his mind. Moreover, given their current undefined relationship, even though Rin Tingting was open and a product of the new age, Fei Luo chose to tread carefully. Rin Tingting took out the Jade Maiden Ice Heart technique and entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Tiger Tamer Master was secretly meeting with the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. "Brothers, that Fei Luo wielded an extraordinarily powerful sword today. I suspect his strength rivals that of Xiang, and I was unable to fully suppress him," the Tiger Tamer Master remarked, observing the pair of twin brothers before him. "Indeed," one of them replied, "the sword he wields is a spiritual artifact, yet the situation is quite complex. I demand triple the reward upon completion." Upon hearing this, the Tiger Tamer Master's expression shifted slightly. "My friend, how can you raise the price so drastically? Triple is excessive." "Humph," the other Heavenly Master from Longhu Mountain scoffed. "You have seen for yourself. Who knows what other secret techniques he possesses? If we are not careful, we might even sustain injuries. The Nine Thunder Master has amassed considerable wealth over the years. This compensation is quite reasonable." The Tiger Tamer Master pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. "Double is my final offer. Otherwise, I cannot justify it. 2 spiritual artifacts should suffice, no?" Upon hearing this, the Longhu Mountain brothers exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles of satisfaction. "Very well, then, upon completion, we shall agree to 4 spiritual artifacts. I hope you shall not go back on your word." The elder of the 2 Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters stated, his stature robust among the duo. "Indeed, brother, this plan is acceptable. But the treasures possessed by that young man must also be shared among us," echoed the diminutive Celestial Master. "Very well, let us resolve to proceed accordingly. We shall act upon the designated command." The Tiger Subduing Celestial Master nodded, rising to his feet. "This place is rife with onlookers, and I shall take my leave for now. Once we ascertain the location of the corpse-raising valley's lair, we will strike there." "Agreed." The 2 Celestial Masters from Longhu Mountain exchanged knowing smiles. Eliminating a prodigy would not only deal a blow to Mao Shan, but also yield substantial rewards, a prospect they relished. After the Tiger Subduing Celestial Master departed, the shorter Celestial Master remarked, "Brother, the internal competition within Mao Shan is indeed severe. Such a talent dares to act with haste. It appears that the ambition of that scoundrel, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, is growing ever greater. Let it be. If we at Longhu Mountain possess such a genius, we too might provoke envy in certain individuals." Within the room, the 2 brothers seemed engaged in a discussion of trivial matters. Chapter 146. The Emergence of the Corpse-Raising Valley in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. During this time, Fei Luo diligently engaged in secluded cultivation within his small courtyard, occasionally offering guidance to Rin Tingting. Rin Tingting, displaying commendable effort, had already grasped the fundamentals of the Jade Maiden Ice Heart technique within just 3 days. Furthermore, she successfully refined a heavenly origin-gathering soul pill, advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Outside, the search teams dispatched to the southern wilderness were meticulously scouring the area for information. Suddenly, from the depths of the vast forest, a palpable aura of death began to emanate. "Look over there. That dense aura of corpses, could it be the heart of the corpse-raising valley? Indeed, we must return to report to the Celestial Masters immediately." The 2 observers, perched upon a branch, signaled upon witnessing the commotion. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 signal flares shot up from the trees, erupting with a resounding blast in the sky. In that instant, the Earth and human masters scattered throughout the area took notice of the flares. As the signals were released, a knowing smile spread across the faces of all present, and they hastened towards Ana Town. "Report to the esteemed Celestial Master Xiang. The external search team has located the corpse-raising valley and is converging towards Ana town. At this moment, Celestial Master Xiang and others had gathered, and a disciple hurried over to relay the external situation. Upon hearing the news, Celestial Master Xiang and his associates rejoiced. Before long, the advance team returned, sharing the intelligence gathered in the vast forest and providing approximate coordinates. Esteemed ones, we have discovered the location of the corpse-raising valley. Let us conserve our strength today and set out at dawn tomorrow to launch our assault. What are your thoughts? Upon receiving the report, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Celestial Master Xiang's eyes as he surveyed the afternoon sky. It would be ill-advised to depart at this hour, as the enemy would be prepared while they would be fatigued. Though the Celestial Masters were invigorated, the other disciples from the four sects might struggle to keep pace. The peak disciples of the Earth Master Realm were adequately prepared, but those at the Human Master Realm and Foundation Establishment stage would likely be weary. Very well. The Celestial Masters unanimously expressed their agreement. Meanwhile, Jiao Shu arrived at Fei Luo's courtyard. Sha Luo, Sha Luo. Upon entering, he called out, hearing his voice. Fei Luo opened the door, his eyes brightening. Master, I thought you were in seclusion. What brings you here? 3 days prior, Fei Luo had provided Jiao Shu with a batch of pills, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation, propelling him into the late stage of the True Dan realm. According to Fei Luo's calculations, if he could procure a Tinglong pill that would lead to a breakthrough into the Golden Dan realm, it would assist Jiao Shu in transcending to the Celestial Master realm. In the original narrative, Jiao Shu did not reach the Celestial Master realm until he was nearly 50, gaining the ability to communicate with the underworld's emissaries and possessing formidable magical power. Celestial Masters in the human realm are blessed by fate, commanding great respect even from the emissaries of the underworld. Upon seeing Jiao Shu, Fei Luo discerned the improvement in his cultivation. After the transformation brought about by the cleansing marrow pill, Jiao Shu had indeed become significantly more formidable than his counterpart in the original tale. Merely due to his own traversal, the strength of the malevolent spirits has significantly increased, overshadowing the once revered ninth uncle, who should have been renowned across this era. With a gentle smile, ninth uncle remarked, Sha Luo. My master and the others have convened and decided to depart for the corpse-raising valley at the 5th watch tomorrow morning. Fei Luo raised an eyebrow. Have you located the corpse-raising valley? This valley is exceedingly well concealed, and despite Fei Luo's diligent search over the past few days, he had found naught. Naturally, Fei Luo was more concerned about the rewards to be reaped from the extermination of this substantial horde of zombies. Now that Fei Luo had entered the Celestial Master Realm, his progress had begun to decelerate. Elixirs such as the Heavenly Yuan Soul Gathering Pill had become almost negligible in their effect on his cultivation. The Heavenly Yuan Soul Gathering Pill was most effective during the Foundation Establishment stage, capable of elevating 1's level with just a single pill. It also held efficacy in the illusory and substantial pill realms, though its benefits diminished significantly in the later stages. On one occasion, Fei Luo had consumed dozens of them as if they were mere beans. Indeed, Fei Luo possessed an extraordinary capacity for such indulgence, a privilege not afforded to any other sect. Yes, it has been found, ninth uncle affirmed with a nod. Once this matter is resolved, I shall make my way to Mount Mao to receive the inheritance. Would you accompany me? Upon hearing this, Fei Luo nodded. Yes. I would like to see what the Mount Mao sect is like. Ninth uncle's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he recounted. Mount Mao is reputed as the foremost Taoist sect in the world, harboring a blessed cave filled with a formation that has gathered abundant spiritual energy over countless years, where celestial masters have long engaged in their cultivation. After hearing ninth uncle unveil the secrets of Mount Mao, Fei Luo felt a sense of realization wash over him. No wonder, he thought, that these sects often dispatched formidable elders. They were all high-ranking celestial masters. It seemed that this sect was far more complex than he had previously imagined. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, ninth uncle's thought shifted. Sha Luo, upon your return, you may very well find yourself as an elder of Mount Mao, the youngest elder our sect has ever had. Allow me to extend my congratulations. Master is too kind. Without you, Master, there would be no disciple today. Fei Luo replied with a smile, as the master and disciple sat in the courtyard, engaging in heartfelt conversation. It had been several months since their last parting, and Fei Luo had not had the chance to converse with ninth uncle properly. A little zombie? Master, you've been nurturing a little zombie in the righteous estate? Curiosity sparked within Fei Luo upon hearing ninth uncle mention amusing anecdotes from his absence, his eyes lighting up in delight. Wasn't that the little fellow from the musical zombie tale? That little zombie, endearing and comical, was indeed a lively spirit. Zombies, of course, vary in nature. However, most are burdened by resentment and act on instinct. Indeed, during my last outing, I unexpectedly encountered this little creature. Noticing he bore no trace of malevolence, I brought him back with me. However, I fear that he might miss me during my absence. With Qiao Xing Kai to care for him, I am at ease. As the master and disciple continued their conversation, they unknowingly finished an entire pot of tea. Rin Tingting had concluded her cultivation as well and, upon hearing Ninth Uncle and Fei Luo chatting in the courtyard, instinctively approached to refill their cups. Uncle Gio cast a glance at the obedient Rin Tingting, then at Fei Luo, and softly remarked, "Little Luo, it is getting late. I shall retire for the night. We shall embark promptly at dawn." With that, Uncle Gio exchanged a knowing look with Fei Luo, as if to convey, "Well done, lad. Do put in the effort." Fei Luo rose to see him off, seemingly understanding the unspoken message, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Rin Tingting, familiar with Uncle Gio's expressive gaze, found herself blushing profusely. At that moment, a sudden wave of unease washed over Fei Luo, stirring his heart. The celestial eye. As golden light converged in his eyes, he turned to gaze at Uncle Gio's retreating figure and noticed an imperceptible aura of fortune hovering above him. How strange. Everything appears normal, yet why do I feel this inexplicable disquiet? Fei Luo pondered, filled with uncertainty. Chapter 147. The Final Assault. At night, Fei Luo sat upon his bed, channeling his formidable magical energy as it coursed through his body. Having achieved a breakthrough in his Ming Wang Ju, he ascended to the second realm, where his physical strength rivaled that of a bronze corpse. Meanwhile, through a brief confrontation with the Heavenly Master, Fei Luo gained clarity regarding his own power. During their discourse, he learned that the golden core within a Heavenly Master's body is a pale gold hue, while his own, having begun as a dark golden color in the Void Dan realm, was one of the reasons he could dominate mid-stage Heavenly Masters upon entering their ranks. The quality of his magical energy greatly surpassed that of an ordinary Heavenly Master. Rin Tingting was also meditating beside Fei Luo, her chest gently rising and falling as she practiced the techniques of the Jade Maiden Ice Heart Ju. In the distance, the bluebird remained quietly perched at the window. Ever since Rin Tingting's arrival, it had refrained from taking human form, seemingly understanding not to intrude upon the intimate moments shared between Fei Luo and Rin Tingting. As a demonic beast, the bluebird was generally amiable towards humans, but it reserved its warmth exclusively for Fei Luo. In the presence of Rin Tingting, the bluebird displayed a lively demeanor, yet it remained aloof with others. Except for close acquaintances like Uncle Gio and Rin Tingting, the bluebird typically bore an expression that discouraged strangers. Suddenly, Fei Luo opened his eyes. Within his storage ring, a jade pendant was emitting a faint signal. "Young Master Fei Luo, please come out to meet me." Upon retrieving the pendant, Fei Luo sensed the message it conveyed. Without hesitation, he rose and leaped out of the window, vanishing into the night. The message was from Yumarin. A multitude of Heavenly Masters had gathered in the area, and Yumarin was acutely aware that her presence would be unwelcome. Even as a third-tier Ghost King, she could be besieged by the assembled Heavenly Masters, while a single Heavenly Master posed little threat. The presence of over a dozen was a considerable risk, prompting her to choose this clandestine method to rendezvous with Fei Luo. Following the guidance of the Jade Talisman, Fei Luo soared through the air on his sword and soon arrived at the summit of a mountain. There, clad in white robes and as beautiful as a painting, stood Yumarin, her hair cascading like silk behind her as her feet touched the ground. "What brings you to summon me at such a late hour?" Fei Luo inquired, his tone calm as he regarded Yumarin. He bore no animosity towards this Ghost King. She too was a tragic figure, her entire clan slaughtered by the corpse-raising valley, bearing a deep-seated vendetta, yet she had not succumbed to malevolence, earning his respect. "Young Master Fei Luo." Yumarin gracefully swayed her slender waist and bowed slightly in greeting before continuing. "I noticed that the search teams you dispatched have returned. Have they discovered the location of the corpse-raising valley?" Fei Luo nodded in silence. Observing his response, Yumarin's voice grew serious. "The corpse-raising valley is shrouded in mystery. It is said that its heart lies within the great wilderness valley. I have a request to make of you." Upon hearing this, Fei Luo remained composed. "Feel free to speak." Upon hearing Fei Luo's resonant words, the beautiful Yumarin smiled radiantly. She expressed her desire for the opportunity to take vengeance herself, or to receive the heads of either the Corpse King or the Master of the Corpse Valley, to honor her fallen kin. Yumarin was acutely aware that many within the esteemed sects were rather pedantic. It would be impossible to gain their approval for any endeavor alongside them. Yet, understanding the difficulty of her request, she articulated a second plea for Fei Luo to procure the heads of the true leaders of the Corpse Valley. Fei Luo nodded thoughtfully and gently replied, "I shall do my utmost, but you must also exercise caution. Indeed, there are many rigid individuals within the righteous path who believe that any spirit should be swiftly eradicated." He was well aware of this fact. For instance, both Dream and Degui from the fantastical sect adhered strictly to the teachings of their ancestors, embodying a certain inflexibility. They would not hesitate to slay even a benign spirit like Suwen. This was undeniably inhumane, a notion that Fei Luo himself disdained. However, Fei Luo was no saint. Practitioners of the Tao inherently contend against fate itself. Some cultivators may fall victim to malevolent entities, yet countless spirits also meet their demise at the hands of these practitioners. The complexities of right and wrong, of justice and malevolence, are not easily discerned. Well, with your words, noble Fei Luo, I find contentment. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Yumerin said, her smile sweet and enchanting, as if flowers were blooming in the void. She then gracefully departed, melding into the night. Just then, a deep horn sounded from Anha town, signaling their departure. Fei Luo glanced at the night sky before turning and soaring away on his sword. As the horn echoed, silhouettes emerged from the shadows of Anha town. More than 10 celestial masters flew through the air, while numerous terrestrial masters employed their swift talismans to traverse the woods below. Fei Luo, accompanied by Ren Tingting and Uncle Jiao, sped through the sky. When will I be able to fly on a sword? It looks so exhilarating, Ren Tingting exclaimed, observing the fleeting night scenery beneath her. Having traveled abroad, she had experienced trains and airplanes. Yet none could compare to the thrill of soaring through the skies on a sword. Uncle Jiao chuckled softly and replied, Miss Ren, your innate talent is unparalleled in my lifetime, second only to little Luo. It is only a matter of time before you reach this level. Indeed, Ren Tingting nodded, smiling sweetly at Uncle Jiao. Fei Luo's formidable magical power enveloped the snowy sword, forming a protective barrier against the fierce winds of the night. With the shield, no tempest could disrupt the sword rider, making it the most common means of travel. In the distance, Taoists like Four-Eyed Taoist and Qianhe Taoist also soared with their masters. While on the ground, hundreds of terrestrial masters hastened forward. With the issuance of the Maoshan demon-slaying order, over a dozen celestial masters and hundreds of terrestrial masters rallied, representing nearly a third of the strength of the spirit world. However, some notable figures, such as Shijian, the disciple of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, were notably absent, likely due to prior commitments that hindered their presence. Before long, the dim sky grew even darker. As dawn approached, at the moment when Yin and Yang converged, the oppressive aura of the atmosphere intensified, deepening the gloom above. Everyone took note that ahead lay the Valley of Corpse Raising. Our celestial master took the lead, urging all to follow closely as we entered, and advising not to be sparing with the corpse-controlling and corpse-pacifying talismans. At this moment, as we drew nearer, a gorge nestled within a dense thicket came into view, exuding a faint but palpable aura of death that rendered all present solemn. The Master of Purple Yang channeled his formidable power to his chest, his voice resonating like the tolling of a great bell, echoing through the void. Kill, kill, kill. With his words, countless individuals were ignited with fervor, their battle cries reverberating through the air. At that instant, the morale of everyone reached its zenith. Chapter 148, The Great Formation of 10,000 Corpses. As the words of the Purple Sun Celestial Master echoed, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd. With a swift motion, Fei Luo maneuvered his flying sword, plunging downward towards the ground. He turned to Jioshu and Ren Tingting, saying, Master, Tingting, please follow the main force inside. I intend to join the other celestial masters to pave the way. All right, Fei Luo, do take care, Jioshu and Ren Tingting responded, understanding that Fei Luo, as a high-tier combatant, could not remain with them for long. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Luo reiterated, I sense an unsettling feeling here. You must exercise extreme caution. The few purple talismans I crafted are imbued with my techniques and can aid in escaping, combating, or restraining enemies. Please, be vigilant. After imparting his final words of caution, Fei Luo made his way forward to reunite with the Purple Sun Celestial Master and the others. The purple talismans he had created ranked just below the golden talismans and represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. It was not that he could not forge golden talismans. Rather, only high-ranking celestial masters possessed the ability to refine them, and the mana required to activate such talismans was considerable. Nevertheless, Fei Luo was confident that his talismans contained his most sophisticated techniques, rivaling the legendary golden talismans in efficacy. He was correct in his assessment. His strength had already approached that of a late-stage celestial master. The talismans he produced were even more potent and esoteric, surpassing the typical golden talismans. Xiao Luo, the Purple Sun Celestial Master greeted Fei Luo with a pleased expression, let us proceed. Indeed, Fei Luo nodded, and the others also drew forth their respective spiritual treasures, their auras reaching a state of perfection. In the distance, over 100 Earth Masters stood amidst the trees, observing the assembly with reverence. They understood that once the Celestial Masters entered the gorge, it would be their moment to charge forth. In this battle, the number of casualties remained uncertain. Yet there was no trace of fear on anyone's face, only the resolute determination to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Kill. The celestial masters erupted in a unified roar, soaring into the depths of the corpse-raising valley. Roar. Roar. Countless chilling cries of the undead reverberated, invoking a sense of dread. The instant the celestial masters crossed into the chamber, a gentle voice resonated in their minds, slightly disorienting them. Welcome to the kingdom of zombies. Boom. In that moment, an unprecedented transformation unfolded. An endless expanse of black mist enveloped a 1,000-mile radius, and beyond this ominous shroud, countless zombies emerged, exhaling miasma as they manipulated the formation. At the center of the gorge, a shell of black mist materialized out of thin air, causing all to perceive a sudden darkness. What is happening? Is this a barrier? Be cautious. Something approaches. No. The outside world was swiftly engulfed by the black mist, and as it spread, zombies swarmed forth like locusts, leading to immediate chaos as some individuals fell victim to their bites, emitting piercing cries of agony. Roar. Roar. As the horrid sounds of the undead echoed, pandemonium ensued. A young Earth Master, bitten by a zombie, remained calm despite his foundational cultivation level. He swiftly retrieved a corpse-controlling talisman and affixed it to the forehead of the undead creature. The ravenous zombie halted momentarily, its eyes ablaze with crimson light, and the control talisman suddenly transformed into flames, vanishing without a trace. What? The young practitioner gasped in shock, immediately suppressing the excruciating pain as a blue talisman materialized in his hand. Mount Thunder Method, command. With a resounding boom, the blue talisman proved significantly more potent than the yellow one, unleashing a bolt of lightning that obliterated the zombie's head, causing it to collapse to the ground. Yet, the corpse continued to tremble, its claws flailing wildly. Deprived of its cranial control, the zombie posed little threat in its present state. Without a moment's hesitation, the practitioner retrieved a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket and pressed it against his wound, a surge of agonizing pain coursing through him, eliciting a piercing scream. At that instant, 2 more zombies lunged forward. Be careful, junior brother. Boom. Boom. A middle-aged master charged in wielding a sword, repelling the advancing zombies with swift strikes. What is happening? Why are the control talismans ineffective against these zombies? Could it be due to this strange black mist? Meanwhile, Rin Tingting, Uncle Jiao, Daoist Simu, Daoist Qianhe, and Master Ishio had gathered, resembling a small whirlwind as they fought valiantly, dispatching one zombie after another. Brother, this black mist is peculiar. It seems to incite the ferocity within the zombies, igniting their corpse fire and incinerating the control talismans. After slaying several zombies with his treasured weapon, Daoist Qianhe turned to Uncle Jiao. Bang! Uncle Jiao wielded the flowing cloud sword, which gleamed silver, effortlessly slicing through iron like mud, having already dispatched numerous copper corpses. This formation is conjured by a malevolent entity, and it has severed our connection to spiritual energy. These zombies are impervious to control talismans. And I fear for Fei Luo and the others. Uncle Jiao exclaimed anxiously, as they all grasped the gravity of the situation. It was dire, indeed. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, seemingly endless. The control talismans had lost their efficacy. Even the iron corpses could not be subdued, drastically diminishing their combat prowess. Boom. Boom. Flashes of fire, lightning, and wind blades erupted on the battlefield, as some began to employ blue talismans. On this expedition, blue and yellow talismans were the most abundant, with a fair share of purple ones, though they were scarce when divided among the practitioners. However, Uncle Jiao and Ren Tingting possessed several purple talismans crafted by Fei Luo, along with potent elixirs, which eased their concerns. The sudden upheaval in the external world transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment Fei Luo and his companions entered the ravine, the great corpse formation was activated. Moreover, a denser black barrier appeared above the gorge, seemingly shielding the interior from the outside, preventing the masters from perceiving external events with their spiritual senses. Yet, the echoes of the initial screams from the cultivators resonated deeply, agitating their nerves. Roar as the battle raged on, chilling, soul-stirring roars emanated from within the gorge. Upon hearing these sounds, the practitioners' faces paled. Silver corpses, at least silver corpses, were among them, and in overwhelming numbers. As Fei Luo's expression shifted, he invoked the heavenly sovereign's eye to gaze into the distance. This single glance sent a shiver down his spine. Soon, one after another, silver corpses emerged from the caves scattered throughout the canyon, their bodies cloaked in a ghastly aura. Encased in a skeletal armor, their eyes glowing red as if in a frenzied state, fixating on the celestial masters. At this moment, beyond the battlefield, two figures stood observantly, their gazes piercing through the canyon. One of them was the pallid-faced Prince Su, his fangs protruding ominously. The other was a cloaked figure, before whom floated a dark pearl, emanating an endless stream of black energy. This dark essence, after being inhaled and exhaled by countless zombies, formed a barrier in a specific configuration, known as the Great Formation of 10,000 Corpses. Chapter 149, The Blood Battle in the Great Wilderness Forest as one silver corpse after another emerged. The swords wielded by the celestial masters of Xiang resonated with a melodious clang. At this moment, Fei Luo's expression turned serious. Over 100 silver corpses were no trifling matter. Kill, kill, kill. The celestial masters advanced with their swords drawn, charging towards the shrieking silver corpses. Fei Luo, be cautious, cautioned the celestial master of Xiang before swiftly darting away. His fingertips gliding along the sword's edge, causing his weapon to emit a brilliant light as it sliced through the air towards the silver corpses. Thunderous spells, fiery incantations, talismans. In an instant, the valley erupted into chaos as the ferocious silver corpses, seemingly fearless of death, surged forward. Their corpses, fortified by the Great Corpses Formation, exuded an indomitable aura. At that moment, the Fuhu Celestial Master inadvertently drew closer to two other Celestial Masters from Longhu Mountain. They faced a dozen zombies, and as practitioners of body refinement, they engaged the silver corpses with equal fervor. Roar! One silver corpse let out a ghastly shriek, black mist seeping from its 7 orifices as it lunged at Fei Luo. With a smirk, Fei Luo brandished his frost blade, transforming it into a streak of light aimed at the silver corpse. Void-breaking sword technique, Moon's Embrace. Swish! The strike resembled the purest moonlight, swiftly severing the silver corpse's neck and piercing its armor. Yet, the frost blade became lodged 3 inches deep, unable to penetrate further. Fei Luo furrowed his brow, sensing the peculiar strength of the zombie bolstered by the formation. Explode! Fei Luo's brow arched as he channeled his inner energy through the sword's edge, compressing it until it detonated like a bomb at the silver corpse's neck. With a thunderous boom, the head of the silver corpse flew off. A look of disbelief etched upon its features, unable to fathom the overwhelming power Fei Luo wielded. Even celestial masters would not recklessly expend their energy, for excessive depletion signified death. Without energy, one could not invoke spells or divine powers. Even the celestial masters were still human. If faced with a modern army amidst a torrent of steel, their survival would be tenuous at best. This particular silver corpse was evidently not the pinnacle of its kind. Yet Fei Luo could discern that even the second form of the void-breaking sword technique was a struggle against this adversary. Roar! 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 After Fei Luo felled one silver corpse, 3 more surged forth, each step towering over 100 feet. Whoosh! Confronted with these 3 zombies, Fei Luo raised an eyebrow. Void-breaking sword technique, Flying Blossoms. Flash! Like countless streaks of light flitting through the void, one of the 3 zombies was obliterated, while the formidable sword energy severed the arms of the remaining 2 silver corpses. Roar! The 2 disarmed silver corpses flashed expressions of terror. With agonized shrieks, they hastily retreated. Having reached the level of silver corpses, their minds remained intact, far surpassing the intelligence of copper corpses. Well done, Fei Luo. At this moment, Master Xiang conjured a violet talisman, which detonated against a nearby silver corpse. His peripheral vision caught sight of Fei Luo's movements, and he exclaimed with delight, "This lad is formidable. Indeed, he has just stepped into the realm of the Celestial Master, yet possesses the combat prowess of one in the latter stages." Astonished, he thought, "We old fellows must step up our game. We cannot allow ourselves to be outshone by the younger generation." Haha, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. The heavens are changing. In the distance, the assembled celestial masters also noted the situation surrounding Fei Luo. In merely 3 breaths, he had effortlessly dispatched 2 silver corpses, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor akin to a leisurely stroll, as if he were simply felling chickens. As more silver corpses surged forth, a dozen celestial masters were swiftly divided into several groups. Vajra Buddha Demon Fist. The 3 esteemed monks from Lingjiu Temple, along with Master Yuan Kong, stood united, their bodies radiating a golden light reminiscent of golden-bodied arhats. Each of their punches met the silver corpses with sheer force, engaging in a brutal melee. Observing the valiant efforts of the celestial masters, Fei Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Truly, these are the venerable figures of the spirit realm. At least in the pursuit of demon eradication, there is no hint of discord among them. Where there are people, there are schemes and rivalries, however. It is commendable that they gathered here with a commitment to justice. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside. A certain human master had exhausted all his talismans and, besieged by several zombies, was instantly riddled with gaping wounds. Junior brother! Junior brother! Not far away, 2 cultivators witnessed this horrifying scene, their eyes filled with anguish. They hastily formed seals with their hands, summoning a copper coin sword that sped toward an iron corpse, piercing its back. Boom! The iron corpse exploded upon the sword's entry. The human master, his body marred by numerous ghastly holes, turned pale and desperately raised his treasured sword to strike at the iron corpse before him. Whoosh! Whoosh! His two elder brothers rushed to his side, but alas, he had already succumbed to the poison coursing through his veins, his fate sealed. Elder brother, be careful. The human master, sensing a powerful copper corpse approaching from behind, charged forward with a suicidal resolve, clinging tightly to the copper corpse's arm. Elder brother, quickly use a talisman to slay it. He understood his demise was inevitable. With thousands of zombies surrounding them, survival was no longer an option. With gritted teeth, the two elder brothers withdrew a blue talisman from their waists, engulfing themselves in a fierce blaze. Kill. Avenge our junior brother. Their eyes glowed with fury as they bit their fingertips, smearing their blood onto the blade, and surged toward the horde of corpses. Of course, some harbored futile hopes of escape, but before they could flee a few steps, they were overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. The anguished cries of fellow cultivators echoed through the canyon, deeply unsettling the nerves of the celestial masters present. Uncle Gio and others gathered in one place. While Rintinting and Uncle Gio had already consumed their first batch of energy-restoring pills, overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies, suddenly, Rintinting witnessed a young Taoist fall lifeless in the distance, while two others were engulfed by a horde of corpses, igniting a fierce rage within her. Damn those zombies. Perish. In response to this harrowing scene, she drew a purple talisman from her waist, skillfully forming a hand gesture before casting it forth. Boom. In an instant, the darkened space transformed into a blazing inferno. Celestial fire spell. The purple talisman crafted by Fei Luo unleashed a towering flame, stretching over 100 feet, and consuming countless zombies in its wake. Roar. 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 The zombies emitted heart-rending cries, and under the onslaught of the celestial fire spell, none were spared. The ferocity of Fei Luo's celestial fire spell, invoked at her current level of cultivation, was truly formidable, infinitely more powerful than that of the initial dance stage. Within the canyon, the sound of thunderous explosions reverberated, as the anguished cries from the outside world left the assembled celestial masters on edge, prompting each of them to activate their own purple talismans. Chapter 150. The Emergence of the Corpse King. The celestial master is alarmed. Master of the Corpse Valley. It seems the children can no longer hold on. Should I eradicate this group of celestial masters? In the distance, at the mouth of a gorge, the master of the Corpse Valley stood alongside Prince Su. At this moment, Prince Su observed the silver corpses falling one after another within the gorge, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. The low-level zombies did not concern him, nor did they trouble the master. As long as there were living people, these lowly zombies could be produced in endless supply. However, the silver corpses posed a greater challenge. From 100 copper corpses, only a few would yield silver ones. According to their original plan, once the great formation of 10,000 demons was activated, all zombies would go berserk, immune to the control talismans, allowing them to exhaust several celestial masters before the Corpse King made its appearance. The Corpse King was akin to a formidable entity at the nascent soul stage, its physical form reaching an astonishing realm. While it lacked the myriad capabilities of a human cultivator, it was exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Aside from top-tier lightning and fire spells, the Corpse King was virtually invincible in terms of physical resilience. One Corpse King could only be confronted by 3 or more celestial masters, and they had to be of high rank. This was merely to deal with it. To annihilate the Corpse King, a coalition of 6 or more celestial masters was required. To this point, an entire 13 celestial masters had yet to suffer a single casualty. Among them, a young celestial master had drawn the attention of the Corpse King. This individual was Fei Luo. Thus far, most of the powerful celestial masters from both the Taoist and Buddhist sects had unleashed their spells and talismans. However, Fei Luo had yet to cast a single spell, relying solely on the 3-foot azure blade in his hand, which had already claimed the lives of 15 silver corpses. This tally nearly matched the combined total of the other celestial masters. In the span of a tea ceremony, the remaining 12 celestial masters managed to slay only 20 silver corpses, while Fei Luo alone had dispatched 15, a truly terrifying figure. Moreover, outside the gorge, Rintinting and her team had also incited the Corpse King's wrath. They seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of medicinal pills and an abundance of purple talismans. To date, Rintinting and her companions had already vanquished over 1,000 low-level zombies, all thanks to Fei Luo's purple talismans. For the celestial masters, low-level zombies were akin to mere children, with only silver corpses comparable to celestial masters, posing a real challenge. The figure in the black robe trembled slightly upon hearing the Corpse King's words. Go, take the blade of massacre, and first deal with the other ants. That person, I want alive. The voice from beneath the black robe was indistinguishable in gender, with a pair of obscured eyes fixed intently upon Fei Luo. As these words were spoken, a dark red sword floated before the figure, forged from the rib of the previous corpse emperor. He, little king will now go to slay these rats. Prince Su extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips, eagerly accepting the blade of massacre. Meanwhile, the celestial masters in the gorge began to sense something amiss as the battle progressed. Here, they were entirely cut off from the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. This is bad. How shall we proceed? The Corpse King has yet to reveal itself, and it seems they intend to exhaust us, forcing us into a desperate struggle. The celestial master of Mount Gazao, startled, discerned the terror concealed beneath the immense array of corpses. This formation perpetually augmented the capabilities of the zombies, allowing them to move instinctively even when their heads were severed. The iron and copper corpses were manageable, though not truly dead, they merely flailed about in place. However, the silver corpses required the destruction of their internal corpse cores to be subdued. Under the influence of this grand array, the zombies exhibited a ferocity akin to immunity against the corpse-controlling talismans, presenting a chaotic spectacle. As the situation escalated, an ominous sense of crisis enveloped the onlookers. Ahmedbah, everyone. We must break through. First, lead the disciples away from this perilous place, urged a venerable monk from Lingzhou Temple. His countenance exuding an aura of solemnity as he hurled a fist imbued with Buddha's light, sending one silver corpse flying. Hurry, push forward. There are still many of these silver corpses remaining. Despite their prolonged efforts, more than half of the 100 silver corpses still persisted. If this continued, they would surely exhaust themselves before the arrival of the Corpse King. As for employing golden talismans against the silver corpses, that thought had never crossed their minds. The golden talismans were exceedingly rare. The few available were reserved for confronting the master of the corpse-raising valley and the Corpse King. Suddenly, a terrifying roar, reminiscent of a prehistoric behemoth, erupted. Upon hearing it, the faces of all present turned pale. The silver corpses, though frenzied, displayed a fervor in their eyes upon hearing the sound. With a swift motion, the Corpse King, clad in a python robe, traversed the chasm with a distance that seemed to defy reality, akin to teleportation. This is dire. Master, retreat. A foul wind assaulted their senses, and the celestial master of Mount Gazao, closest to the Corpse King, unleashed several talismans while urgently warning a monk from Lingzhou Temple. In an instant, the monk retreated, his heart racing as an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed him. Meanwhile, Fei Luo, having just dispatched 2 silver corpses with a blood-breaking sword technique, instinctively glanced back. However, the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror. With a ghastly sound, the Corpse King's human-slaying sword, radiating a chilling malevolence, cleaved through the body of the high monk from Lingzhou Temple. The monk's eyes widened in shock, his form enveloped in Buddha's light. Yet now his gaze was one of disbelief as a crimson line appeared atop his head. His body swiftly withered, as though all vitality had been drained. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the celestial master of Mount Gazao activated several talismans, fire spells, wind spells, and thunder spells. Alas, the Corpse King moved with spectral swiftness, evading the range of the talismans in a mere instant. Children, attack! The Corpse King commanded, raising the human-slaying sword and directing the silver corpses. This sudden turn of events unfolded with such rapidity that even the celestial masters were caught off guard. Junior brother, Master Yuan Kong of Lingzhou Temple cried out in anguish, his eyes ablaze with disbelief at the harrowing scene before him. As the Corpse King issued his command, the speed of the silver corpses surged alarmingly, lunging towards the gathered crowd. The Corpse King grinned broadly, lunging towards the 2 celestial masters of Gazao Mountain. Not good. Quickly use the golden talisman. The Xiang celestial master exclaimed in alarm, hastily retrieving a 3-inch-long golden talisman and beginning to chant its incantation. However, the speed of the Corpse King was alarmingly swift, and with his bloodthirsty sword, he possessed the ability to siphon lifeblood. In a mere instant, he was poised to strike one of the celestial masters atop Gazao Mountain. At this moment, Fei Luo fixated intently on the Corpse King, disregarding the silver corpses advancing from behind. A crimson beam of light swept from his eyes, akin to a laser, striking down 5 silver corpses. The Fire Demon Eye. This fierce scarlet flame, even more potent than the heavenly fire spell, engulfed the 5 silver corpses. Fei Luo's form moved like a specter, channeling the celestial mastery of the star-snatching step, tearing through the void and producing a sound akin to an explosive shockwave. Blood-breaking sword technique, meteor. With a clang, it was as if a meteor had descended, a stunningly beautiful sword light that caused everyone to momentarily freeze. Even the Corpse King, the silver corpses, and the cloaked figure at the distant pass stood in stunned silence. Chapter 151. A Grand Farce Boom. A flash of sword light surged forth, reaching an astonishing velocity akin to a meteor streaking across the firmament. The sword of Fei Luo collided with the blade of the Corpse King, creating a resonant impact. The master of Gazao Mountain felt a deafening buzz in his mind, as if he had momentarily lost his sight. As Fei Luo's blade struck the blade of the Corpse King, the latter was forced to retreat from the unexpected assault. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the point of their clash, leaving the onlookers in awe. This strike astonished all present. The master of Gazao Mountain swallowed hard, gazing at the figure cloaked in black, overwhelmed by a mix of fear and gratitude. This blow was not only an attempt to save a life but also the fourth form of the Void Sword technique, named Meteor. In the realm of spiritual illusions, masters are the pillars of strength. Their survival is paramount. Each additional master bolsters the righteous forces of the spiritual realm. Fei Luo had locked onto the Corpse King the moment he manifested. Roared the Corpse King sensed the fierce sword aura emanating from the blade of the Corpse King and was taken aback. Such a powerful strike. He was the Corpse King, wielding a weapon of malevolence. Yet, this overly youthful individual had managed to thwart his attack? No master would dare claim the ability to face the Corpse King alone. Thank you, young Master Fei Luo. The master of Gazao Mountain, amidst fear and astonishment, quickly retreated, expressing his gratitude. Fei Luo, too, felt a tinge of shock. He had not anticipated that the meteor strike would fail to breach the Corpse King's defenses. Moreover, he sensed a minute fissure forming on the blade of the floating snow. The scene grew eerily silent. The Corpse King and Fei Luo locked eyes, each harboring their own thoughts. Fei Luo, retreat, came the voice of Master Lian. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo activated the star-plucking step, instantly retreating. Whoosh! A streak of golden light, mere inches long, grazed past Fei Luo before striking the Corpse King. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated, unleashing a whirlwind centered around the Corpse King, sending dust and debris swirling in every direction. Crack! Crack! Countless blue bolts of lightning ravaged the canyon, and wherever the lightning struck, over 10 silver corpses trembled violently, exploding into a fine powder. Roar yet, in the next moment, an enraged roar erupted from the storm of lightning. Whoosh! The Corpse King soared into the sky, his body in tatters. His serpent robe had disintegrated, revealing a corpse of gray interspersed with faint gold. You shall all perish! The Corpse King bellowed, immediately locking onto the nearest master, Zhang Chentian. Witnessing this, Master Zhang dared not confront him directly, summoning a golden talisman and retreating at once. How is this possible? Why can even the golden talisman not penetrate his defenses? Master Zhang exclaimed in shock. However, those with keen eyes discerned an anomaly. The Corpse Emperor Pearl. Upon hearing this, Fei Luo and the others gazed upward, realizing that the Corpse Emperor Pearl was hovering above the Corpse King's head. This pearl, along with the blade of the Corpse King, was the emblem of the master of the Valley of Corpse Cultivation. At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through everyone's hearts. You all are quite impressive, alas. Today you must meet your demise. A voice, ethereal and indistinguishable between male and female, echoed as a figure cloaked in black hovered above, abruptly entering the sight of the onlookers. With the empowerment of the Corpse Emperor Pearl, this Prince of Silence's defense surged, moving like a wraith towards Master Zhang Chentian. At that moment, the golden talismans in the hands of Master Zhang Chentian and his companions were unleashed. 3 golden talismans activated, transforming the valley into the epicenter of a tempest where countless whirlwinds and thunderbolts converged, engulfing the Corpse King. The might of the 3 golden talismans was terrifying, reducing the remaining silver corpses to mere dust. It is crucial to note that crafting a single golden talisman requires an advanced master to tirelessly infuse it with their magical essence, representing an immense expenditure of both human and material resources. In the air, the master of the corpse-raising valley conjured a bone sword, which transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Fei Luo. Come on, Fei Luo exclaimed as he saw the master approaching, positioning his snowfall sword and unleashing a blue beam from his eyes. The soul-capturing technique. In an instant, the blue beam struck the master of the corpse-raising valley. Regrettably, the master merely faltered for a moment before resuming his charge toward Fei Luo. With a crash, the bone sword collided with the snowfall sword, causing Fei Luo to stagger back several steps. The master stood at the pinnacle of the celestial master realm. In that single clash, Fei Luo instantly sensed the strength of the master, realizing he was indeed of equal stature. In the distance, Master Zhang and his companions were engaged in battle with the Corpse King. Fei Luo, be cautious, Master Zhang warned, noticing the commotion. Aside from the deceased monk of Lingzhou Temple, 11 celestial masters still remained. After the assault of the 3 golden talismans, the aura of the Corpse Emperor Pearl dimmed slightly. It was clear to all that the outcome of today's battle hinged upon Fei Luo and the master of the corpse-raising valley. Given Fei Luo's previous strength, he could contend with the Corpse King. However, the master of the corpse-raising valley was an equally formidable opponent. The Corpse King, though a mere zombie, possessed brute strength and toxic essence, Without the Corpse Emperor Pearl and the Human Slayer Sword, the dozen Celestial Masters could easily handle him. Yet now, with both treasures to shield him, the Corpse King was akin to a hedgehog, rendering the Celestial Masters rather passive. Moreover, this was the Corpse King. Any wound inflicted by his sharp claws would rapidly lead to lethal poisoning. Following the clash, Fei Luo regarded the master of the corpse-raising valley with utmost caution. This enigmatic figure, shrouded in a black robe and indistinguishable in gender, invoked both trepidation and a surge of fighting spirit within Fei Luo. This was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. Compared to the Corpse King, this individual was even more challenging to confront. After all, the dark arts they wielded remained unknown to Fei Luo. While his magical attire could withstand the Corpse King's assaults, this foe was different. For they were not a mere corpse, but a living being. You are quite remarkable. I now present you with a choice. Should you surrender to me, I shall seize the world and share the dominion with you. What say you? The master of the Valley of Corpse Raising stood silently, his dark robe billowing in the wind, his voice laced with temptation. Such a promise would surely stir the heart of anyone. Fei Luo responded with a gentle smile. Speaking softly, "Oh, seize the world? With this band of demons and monsters at your command?" The Valley Master paused, seemingly expecting Fei Luo to acquiesce. He continued, "Indeed. If you surrender today and eliminate everyone here, I will command an army of countless zombies and completely take over this realm." Upon hearing this, Fei Luo shook his head, gracefully raising his snowfall sword, signaling that should there be a battle, let it commence without further words. Fei Luo had come to understand that the master of the Valley of Corpse Raising was not only exceedingly malevolent but also possessed grand ambitions. In the southern frontier, tens of thousands of innocent lives had perished, all turned into zombies by his hand. Now, this audacious figure dared to aspire to conquer the world. It was truly preposterous. Chapter 152. The Master of the Corpse Raising Valley System claimed the rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying 28 silver corpses and receiving the spirit treasure. The Hongguang Sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying 28 silver corpses and receiving the elixir, Spirit Ascension Pill. Note, this pill can unconditionally elevate one's cultivation in the Celestial Master realm by 1 tier. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying 28 silver corpses and receiving 10 Great Yuan pills. Upon hearing the system's voice, a smile graced Fei Luo's face. Gulp. In the curious gaze of the master of the Corpse Raising Valley, a dark elixir abruptly appeared in Fei Luo's hand, which he swallowed in one swift motion. Just moments ago, when he continuously dispatched the silver corpses, the system's notifications had already sounded. Yet, Fei Luo refrained from claiming his rewards, wishing instead to ascertain the limits of his current capabilities. In the fierce confrontation with the Corpse King, the deep gash on his Piaoxua sword served as a stark reminder that it was not his techniques lacking in ferocity, but rather that his treasures had not kept pace with his cultivation level. Just as Fei Luo suspected, the rewards from the system corresponded to the realm one had attained. Boom. The mana emanating from Fei Luo surged into the air, his aura now even more formidable than before. The Piaoxua sword vanished from his grasp, replaced by a sword crafted as if from glazed glass. The Hongguang Sword is a spirit treasure. Although there is but a single character's difference between spirit treasures and spirit artifacts, their powers are worlds apart. For instance, the Ren-Tu sword has reached the level of a spirit treasure, possessing a unique effect that siphons vitality from its foes. The Hongguang Sword, too, bears a special effect, the purifying light, which lends its name. Spirit artifacts possess a kind of sentience, allowing for effortless manipulation during the execution of sword techniques, enabling them to change at will. In contrast, spirit treasures come with innate functions. Currently, spirit treasures in the Linghuan realm are exceedingly rare, as evidenced by the Fuhu Celestial Master, who promised that the treasures of Longhu Mountain were merely spirit artifacts, not spirit treasures. Spirit treasures are treasures imbued with spirit, to be encountered but not sought. The distant battle raged on, with the Corpse King wielding the Ren-Tu sword and empowered by the Corpse Emperor Pill, managing to hold its ground. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the area where Fei Luo and the master of the Corpse Raising Valley stood. Observing the rising aura around Fei Luo and the Hongguang sword, the master of the Corpse Raising Valley was momentarily astonished. A spirit treasure? To think you possess one as well? His intrigue towards Fei Luo had escalated to unprecedented heights. This youth not only managed to elevate his realm by consuming an unknown pill, but also had a spirit treasure to protect him. He must be subdued, for there lies a secret within him that merits examination. Perhaps the key to transcending from chi refinement to spirit transformation and entering the nascent soul stage can be discovered through this individual. Boom. The dark energy surrounding the master of the Corpse Raising Valley surged skyward, a manifestation of the perfected Yin energy he had cultivated. The technique he practiced was one of the utmost Yin and malevolent nature, drawing upon the essence of Yin energy. This was also the reason he had swiftly ascended to the 9th layer of the Celestial Master Realm. However, the rapid progression of his methods came with evident drawbacks, resulting in his transformation into a being that was neither human nor ghost. Swish! The master of the corpse-raising valley began to move. In his grasp, the bone sword stood alongside the infamous butcher's sword, the former forged from the spine of the corpse emperor, while the latter was crafted from its rib. The corpse emperor's most precious possessions, aside from the corpse stand, were its bones. With a thunderous roar, Fei Luo moved, wielding the radiant sword that sliced through the air, emanating a warm glow as it clashed with the bone sword. A chilling aura surged from the bone sword, causing frost to gather beneath the feet of the leader of the corpse valley, transforming into a sinister frost. This chilling effect was an innate ability of the bone sword. Any foe touched by its frost would find their insides frozen, ensnared in an icy grip, unable to escape life or death. In contrast, the radiant sword radiated pure light, piercing through the dark miasma of the canyon and dispelling the bone-chilling aura of the bone sword. In that fleeting moment, the leader of the corpse valley sensed the malevolent energy within him meeting its nemesis, akin to snow melting under the warmth of the sun. What? Such power exists? The leader was taken aback as he felt the dark energy within him being consumed by the holy light, forcing him to retreat swiftly. The might of the radiant sword revealed its sharp edge. With a single strike, Fei Luo had pushed back the leader of the corpse valley, a stark contrast to moments before when he had been forced back several steps himself. This shift was not only due to Fei Luo's enhanced abilities but also to the formidable power of the radiant sword. Blood-breaking sword technique, wind chase. Seizing the moment of the leader's retreat, Fei Luo unleashed the sword technique, unleashing a storm of holy sword light akin to a torrential downpour upon the leader of the corpse valley. Capitalizing on his adversary's weakness, Fei Luo recognized that had it not been for his treasure's ability to counteract the dark energy, he would have struggled to subdue the leader. On the other side, the assembled masters of the heavens witnessed the reversal of fortunes in Fei Luo's battle, their spirits soaring. They had just witnessed Fei Luo's earlier predicament. They were both astonished by the existence of such a treasure in Fei Luo's possession and the overwhelming power it wielded. However, at that moment, both the Tiger Conqueror and the twin brothers from Longhu Mountain displayed glimmers of greed in their eyes. This was a divine artifact. Within their sect, only the leader possessed such a treasure. The others had never laid eyes on anything of its caliber. Since the end of the Dharma Age, treasures beyond divine artifacts had vanished from existence. Divine artifacts stood as the pinnacle of power in the present age. The three exchanged knowing glances, swiftly coming to an understanding. With a roar, the corpse king brandished the butcher sword, relentlessly attacking, forcing the heavenly masters to defend themselves desperately. The blade of the butcher sword cleaved through the air, leaving a glaring crack on the sword held by the purple sun master. Take this. Taking advantage of the opening, the heavenly master rescued by Fei Luo earlier thrust his spiritual weapon towards the corpse king's body. Sparks flew as the attack met the corpse king's armor, the dark light from the corpse emperor's pearl flaring brightly. Though the strike broke through the armor, it could penetrate no further. Everyone, hold him back. Use the golden talismans. The dark energy within the corpse emperor's pearl is finite, and it cannot shield him indefinitely. The Ziyang Celestial Master's treasured sword was damaged, causing a sudden retreat as he exclaimed with a thunderous voice. 5 golden talismans still remained in the hands of the crowd. Their instincts proved correct. Both treasures and divine abilities possess inherent weaknesses. Though the corpse emperor pill was formidable, the master of the corpse-raising valley had yet to transcend to the realm of chi transformation into spirit, indicating that the power it harbored was undoubtedly limited and could not perpetually shield the corpse king. The battle on this front had escalated to a fervent intensity from the very beginning, mirroring the situation on Fei Luo's side. With a single flourish, one sword struck forth as though 10 were unleashed. In the void, 10 dazzling sword lights converged upon the master of the corpse-raising valley. Bang, bang, bang. The master of the valley struggled to fend off each onslaught, each beam of sword light draining his reserves of Yin energy exponentially. At that moment, the calm and composure he once possessed evaporated, replaced by an expression of palpable fear. Chapter 153, The Talisman Against Fei Luo Impossible. The lord of the corpse-raising valley was taken aback, for while spiritual treasures were indeed formidable, channeling their inherent powers required a tremendous expenditure of mana. How could Fei Luo's strikes be so powerful yet show no sign of fatigue? Did he possess an inexhaustible reservoir of mana? The lord of the corpse-raising valley felt despondent. Upon glancing towards the corpse king, his heart sank further. Today he had miscalculated. Outside the valley, a contingent mirrored Fei Luo's capabilities, seemingly endowed with an endless supply of elixirs. And that purple talisman had already dispatched thousands of zombies. Only a single celestial master had perished thus far. Crucially, he had anticipated easily subduing Fei Luo, then joining forces with the Corpse King to eradicate these celestial masters before advancing on Anha Town. There, thousands of citizens resided, and by conquering Anha Town along with several surrounding areas, he would command a legion of tens of thousands of zombies. At that point, he could transcend to the realm of chi refining and spirit transformation, claiming the world as his own. Yet, Fei Luo was an unpredictable variable. The Hongguang sword seemed to be his nemesis, and coupled with Fei Luo's seemingly bottomless mana, it led the Lord of the Corpse-Raising Valley to question his very existence. Clang! Fei Luo wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, the Hongguang sword glimmering like silver light. The Lord of the Corpse-Raising Valley's mind was in disarray. In a moment of distraction, he narrowly evaded a strike, but Fei Luo's blade grazed his black robe. Rip! The edge of the Hongguang sword flicked, tearing the Lord's dark attire into countless strips that scattered through the air, carried away by the currents. In that instant, Fei Luo beheld the true form beneath the black robe, his pupils constricting. Beneath the cloak stood a woman, clad in a sheer gown, revealing glimpses of breathtaking beauty. Her figure was alluring, and her visage left Fei Luo utterly astonished. What manner of being was she? A beauty akin to a celestial being. Were it not for the swirling dark energy surrounding her, Fei Luo would scarcely believe that such an ethereal woman could be the infamous fiend. Moreover, a pink tail adorned her posterior. A fox demon? I find myself intrigued as to why previous lords of the Corpse-Raising Valley perished upon refining the sword of the butcher. While you have not only succeeded but have also significantly augmented your power, it seems you are not human. Fei Luo pivoted the Hongguang sword, aiming it at the fox demon, and scoffed. Though her beauty astonished him, Fei Luo's heart was resolute and unwavering. He remained unmoved by her enchanting form and would not show mercy beneath the edge of his blade. Previously, when encountering the four-eyed Taoist, the fox spirit had attempted to steal corpses, for demonkind inherently absorbed various essences to cultivate, including the essence of the dead. The Corpse Emperor's elixir harbored powerful resentment, which explained why this lord had not suffered backlash. Humans, however, could not withstand the corrosive force of corpse energy and would perish instantly. Demonkind harbored no compassion for humanity. As a fox demon, the Lord of the Corpse-Raising Valley was no stranger to bloodshed, indifferent to the lives of humans. Regarding the pursuit of dominion over the world, it is evident that the Vixen's ambition has reached unprecedented heights since she took control of the Corpse-Raising Valley. By nature, the Vixen is licentious. Her desires extend beyond mere power to a yearning for domination over all living beings. Once her Fade was shed, she smiled enchanting, her allure palpable. Now that you have witnessed my true form, I cannot let you go. You are the first to behold my body, she teased. As for those Taoist priests, they are even more deserving of death. This voice, no longer ambiguous in its gender, was soft and delicate, brimming with an intoxicating femininity that stirred the primal instincts of men. With a swift motion, the master of the Corpse-Raising Valley brandished a skeletal sword, lunging towards Fei Luo. A cold smile graced Fei Luo's lips as he unleashed the radiance of his radiant sword. Blood-breaking sword technique, Flying Blossom. This maneuver, the third form of the void-breaking sword technique, was significantly enhanced by the radiant sword, making its first and second forms exponentially more formidable than before. With a resounding clash, a single strike pierced through the dark energy enveloping the master of the Corpse-Raising Valley, tearing through her flowing white gown, revealing a scene that would cause any onlooker to blush profusely. A crimson mark appeared on her flawless, jade-like arm. A piercing scream erupted from the master, as the terrifying sword energy of the radiant sword wreaked havoc within her being. The might of the radiant sword, even at its third form, was sufficient to wound her. Embrace your demise. Fei Luo pivoted his sword, targeting the master's bosom without an ounce of compassion. Just as his blade was about to pierce through, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In that instant, the Vixen's curvaceous form swayed, her pink tail flickering, releasing a fragrant allure. This was her innate divine power, enchantment. Previously, even the four-eyed Taoist had nearly succumbed to her charm, though her skill was far inferior to that of the current master of the Corpse-Raising Valley. In a sudden explosion of sensation, Fei Luo found the scene before him dissolving into nothingness. A myriad of intoxicating images flooded his mind, revealing the master of the Corpse-Raising Valley, barely concealed in vital areas, entwined around him. My lord, you are so handsome and gifted, the most formidable man I have ever encountered. Allow me to seize this world and crown you as king, so we may revel together as divine beings. Her voice, laced with seduction, echoed in his ears. This phenomenon unfolded in the blink of an eye. Outside, a bizarre spectacle captivated the onlookers. Just as Fei Luo unleashed his sword technique, the Vixen's delicate form stirred, and a wave of pink light enveloped him, causing a fleeting moment of distraction. It is worth noting that the master of the Corpse-Raising Valley was a formidable creature, teetering on the brink of transcending into the realm of spirit refinement. Such enchantment was not to be trifled with. Even an 8th-rank Celestial Master would fall prey to its allure. At this moment, the Celestial Masters engaged in battle with the Corpse King unleashed their golden talismans. It was an opportune moment. Forward, the tiger subduing Celestial Master and others. Witnessing the fierce clash between the Corpse Valley's leader and Fei Luo, noted that Fei Luo had severely wounded the leader of the Corpse Valley. Yet, at this instant, Fei Luo exhibited a momentary lapse of focus. The Corpse King, too, began to falter under the relentless assault of these seasoned Celestial Masters wielding a multitude of spells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several golden talismans struck the Corpse King with precision. Boom. The valley erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Fierce winds howled, and dust and debris swirled chaotically. The Celestial Masters swiftly retreated. However, one golden talisman veered towards the location of Fei Luo and the leader of the Corpse Valley. No. The Purple Sun Celestial Master immediately sensed this anomaly and cried out in alarm. Chapter 154, The Supreme Divine Ability. The Thunder God technique of the 9 heavens at this moment, the Tiger Subduing Master and his companions feigned nonchalance. Yet their faces betrayed a semblance of fear and bewilderment. Roar, roar, the anguished cries of the Corpse King echoed from the heart of the chaos. This strike was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, eliciting a unique and harrowing wail from the Corpse King. Amidst the relentless bombardment, the countenance of the Purple Sun Master was etched with sheer terror. How could this be? How could anyone dare to undertake such an act at this critical juncture? Launching an assault on Fei Luo? All the masters stood in stunned silence. This is dire. Just as the master of the Corpse Raising Valley was about to further bewitch Fei Luo, her heart raced, overwhelmed by an intense sense of danger, prompting her to retreat instantaneously. The bewitchment was but a fleeting moment. In less than 2 breaths, Fei Luo's consciousness was restored to clarity, yet the golden talisman arrived simultaneously, coinciding with Fei Luo's momentary lapse. As Fei Luo opened his eyes, he beheld the golden talisman hovering before his chest. This talisman shimmered with tendrils of electric serpents. The Maoshan Thunder Talisman? Fei Luo's pupils contracted as he recognized the nature of the talisman. It hailed from the Maoshan sect. Clearly, someone intended to bring about his demise. Such a ruthless heart. Such a merciless individual. Boom. At the instant Fei Luo identified the talisman, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Countless blue bolts of lightning engulfed Fei Luo. Aha. You wretched Taoists are indeed nauseating, resorting to such lethal measures against a fellow practitioner. It truly opens my eyes, remarked the master of the Corpse Raising Valley, who, although affected by the thunder, was swift enough to narrowly evade the blast radius of the golden talisman, albeit at the cost of her own vitality. No, no. The Purple Sun Master cried out in despair, frantically rummaging through his collection of ineffective talismans in search of a remedy, only to discover that nothing could aid him. This was a golden talisman. How could a mortal body withstand such a ferocious onslaught? This is the Maoshan Thunder Talisman. Upon seeing the talisman, the Purple Sun Master's expression darkened to its utmost depths as he turned to the Tiger Subduing Master. Tiger, I have exhausted the Maoshan Thunder Talisman. This is yours, is it not? At this juncture, the aura of the assembled masters had significantly waned. The series of battles had drained their strength considerably. The Tiger Subduing Master let forth a sinister smile. Indeed, I inadvertently trembled at the wrong moment. I intended to slay that demoness. Yet who could have imagined that you would falter so pathetically and fall prey to her enchantments? In this moment, the Tiger Subduing Master spoke his implausible justification with an unperturbed demeanor. Now, the Corpse King was at death's door, and the master of the Corpse Raising Valley had been gravely injured by Fei Luo. The Tiger Subduing Master remained unfazed. What of the talisman he unleashed? He had aimed to eradicate the master of the Corpse Raising Valley. He felt no shame in this, even if it were reported to the sect. Truly, he had struck 2 birds with 1 stone, ridding himself of the calamity that was Fei Luo while also acquiring a trove of treasures. Most importantly, he coveted the treasures that Fei Luo possessed. The elder brother of the twin siblings from Longhu Mountain remarked, exorcising demons and vanquishing evil, one must not be careless. His own inadequate cultivation led him to fall victim to the demoness' spell. Who can be blamed? Boom, boom. In the realm where the Corpse King resides, the power of talismans continues to unleash devastation. However, in the vicinity of Fei Luo, the thunder has dimmed significantly. How intriguing. I never imagined that despite my earnest desire to assist you, there exist such wretched beings in this world. A chilling voice echoed through the thunder. Upon hearing it, not only did the countenance of Master Xiang and his companions change dramatically, but even the leader of the Corpse Raising Valley stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. From the midst of the thunder, Fei Luo emerged. His robe, adorned with auspicious patterns, emanated a faint glow, while his skin radiated an ancient bronze sheen. The raging thunder failed to inflict any harm upon him. Fei Luo appeared as a divine entity, descended from the storm, striking a profound chord within the hearts of all present. "Fei Luo, splendid. You are alive," Master Lian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement as tears transformed into laughter, inwardly invoking the name of the infinite celestial lord. Both Master Zhang Chuntian and Master Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. "You, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible," Master Fu Hu stammered, pointing at Fei Luo with trembling fingers, his face a mask of horror. Heavens! His garments are not mere spiritual artifacts, but rather spiritual treasures. Even as spiritual treasures, they should not be capable of shielding his facial features. Yet the bronze glow enveloping Fei Luo's form suggested that his physical body was on par with the esteemed monks of Lingqiu Temple. In fact, his physical prowess surpassed that of the monks. How else could one explain the scene before them? With a clang, the tip of Fei Luo's sword, the Hongguang sword, glinted as it pointed skyward. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended from the heavens, imbued with divine authority. Feeling the shift, both the leader of the corpse-raising valley and the assembled masters instinctively raised their heads. The sight that greeted them sent shivers down their spines. In the void, a serpentine bolt of purple lightning writhed ominously. At that moment, Fei Luo's magical energy surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the Hongguang sword. Channeling the Nine Heavens Thunder summoning technique, he poured 90% of his magical power into this singular strike. At this juncture, both the Corpse King and the leader of the corpse-raising valley were gravely wounded, and Fei Luo was confident that this attack would leave no chance for survival. Had he unleashed such power from the very beginning, he would not only have failed to vanquish the serpent, but also risked his own peril. Flee! Flee! In that instant, both Master Fu Hu and the leader of the corpse-raising valley turned to escape. Before this impending assault, they felt the chilling grip of death. In the distance, the three talismans that had been assailing the Corpse King lost their potency, and his voice, filled with resentment, echoed, "Damn Taoists, you shall all perish." Yet, as he spoke, the words caught in his throat. He beheld the terrifying purple lightning in the sky, a force more formidable than the golden talismans. Simultaneously, the sight of the leader of the corpse-raising valley, fleeing, snapped the Corpse King back to reality. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, the Corpse King turned to escape. Should the energy within the Corpse Emperor pill have been sufficient, he might have felt confident enough to withstand this attack. But now, with the energy nearly depleted, he knew he could not endure it. The cadaverous aura surrounding him had been significantly depleted during the relentless battles with the human-slaying sword. Should he overextend himself? These celestial masters possess a myriad of methods to bring about his demise. Do you think you can escape? Fei Luo pointed his sword towards the heavens, disdain evident in his tone. Boom! Several bolts of purple lightning, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, swiftly engulfed the three. Fei Luo, the celestial master of Xiang, had intended to intervene and prevent Fei Luo from slaying the master of the tiger, but halfway through his words, the master of Zhangfeng placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head in silent admonition against such a futile effort. If the master of the tiger were not harboring treacherous intentions, why would he flee? Observing this, the celestial master of Xiang fell into contemplative silence. Chapter 155, The Blood Sacrifice Technique. Indeed, the heavenly master of the tiger has repeatedly targeted Fei Luo, and this time, he audaciously sought to eliminate Fei Luo with a golden talisman designed for vanquishing demons. Such a person, regardless of their status as a heavenly master, is deserving of condemnation. There are grievances within the realm of cultivators, and Fei Luo has no intention of sparing such an adversary. Even if he is a heavenly master, even if he has rendered services to the human race, Fei Luo has not reached the level of benevolence that would allow him to let his enemies live. Boom! A thunderous purple lightning, imbued with celestial might, struck the heavenly master of the tiger, as well as the master of the corpse-raising valley and the Corpse King. Three piercing screams echoed together. The voice of the heavenly master of the tiger was the first to fade away, his body disintegrating into minute fragments amidst the thunder, releasing a pungent scent of cooked flesh. At that moment, the master of the corpse-raising valley felt the energy within her being and her spiritual core being relentlessly consumed by the lightning, realizing that if this continued, her demise was inevitable. Whoosh! The Corpse Emperor Pearl, which had been hovering above the Corpse King's head, was suddenly summoned back by the master of the corpse-raising valley, along with the human slayer sword. In this life and death moment, the master of the corpse-raising valley lost all semblance of calm. Without the Corpse King, she could still devise a plan, but her own death would be final. Master! Save me! As the Corpse Emperor Pill and the human slayer sword were retrieved, the already weakened Corpse King could not withstand the divine lightning as assault. Visible cracks marred his flesh, and his cries for help abruptly ceased, transforming into countless fragments that exploded apart. Had the Corpse King been in his prime, Fei Luo's strike would undoubtedly have failed to claim his life. Yet at this moment, the Corpse King was but a shadow of his former self, and the lightning was the final straw that shattered him to ashes. Thus, a Generation-S Corpse King, the Prince of Silence, met his end beneath Fei Luo's blade. Crack, crack. Fei Luo pointed his sword at the heavens, the power within him ebbing away like a receding tide. As he observed the master of the corpse-raising valley with a furrowed brow, despite wielding the human slayer sword, the white-bone twin swords, and the protection of the corpse emperor pill, she struggled to withstand the divine lightning. Yet, her vitality waned, and the radiance of the corpse emperor pill dimmed further. The white gown of the master of the corpse-raising valley had already been reduced to ash by the lightning, exposing a flawless form that incited bloodlust. Under normal circumstances, she would have been infuriated, yet now she was beyond such concerns. Faced with death, she sensed that thousands of ordinary zombies still survived above the gorge, and a powerful instinct for survival sparked a cunning plan within her. However, Fei Luo felt not a shred of sympathy, nor did he harbor any interest in her plight. Boom. As he witnessed the impending dissolution of the lightning, Fei Luo raised an eyebrow, swallowing several energy-restoring pills, and summoned another bolt of divine lightning from the heavens. At that moment, as the glow of the corpse emperor pill waned, the oppressive black mist enveloping the gorge began to dissipate. A glimmer of dawn pierced through the heavy darkness, casting its light within the gorge. Since embarking at the break of dawn, after a series of fierce battles, daybreak had finally arrived. With a red sun slowly rising in the east, feeling yet another surge of thunder locking onto her, the master of the corpse-raising valley gritted her teeth and spat forth a mouthful of essence blood, splattering it upon the corpse emperor pill. The blood ritual technique. These three spiritual treasures were originally refined by the master of the corpse-raising valley, intimately connected to her heart's pulse, allowing for effortless summoning. At this moment, the secret art she was invoking was also a profound method from the corpse emperor scripture. As her essence blood cascaded, her aura rapidly diminished. The blood ritual technique operates in reverse, lightly causing regression in cultivation, and severely, rendering one incapable of advancement for a lifetime, with irreversible hidden ailments emerging. Boom. At this instant, the remaining thousands of zombies outside the canyon abruptly halted. Rin Tingting raised an eyebrow. She was in the midst of a fervent slaughter, while the nearby azure bird wielded its blade-like wings, decimating countless iron corpses. Behind them, disciples from various sects gathered, all astonished, as Rin Tingting, Uncle Gio, and azure bird appeared invincible. Indeed, not only did they possess pills to replenish their magical energy, but they also had over 100 purple talismans crafted by Fei Luo. Even now, they still had a small portion of those talismans remaining in hand. The lowly zombies could hardly approach them before being obliterated by the various talismans. At this moment, the black mist emanating from the 7 orifices of the thousands of zombies surged forth like a tangible force, rising into the sky. The corpse cores within their bodies were visibly dimming, shattering into fragments. In this moment, the lives of the thousands of zombies were stripped away. Poor zombies. None had anticipated that after having died once, they would meet such a fate again, and this time, it would be a complete demise. Boom. The thunder of Fei Luo struck. The human slayer and the bone sword were struck by the lightning, their brilliance dimming to an extreme. Yet at this moment, the dawn that had originally poured into the canyon was overshadowed by the colossal black mist surging upward. Whoosh. This black mist, akin to a towering wave, swept forward. The corpse energy of the thousands of zombies converged into one, surpassing the energy contained within a single corpse king. As the black mist approached, Fei Luo felt an ominous premonition rising within him. The Purple Sun Heavenly Masters and others were equally astonished at this scene. The Corpse Emperor Pearl seemed to possess an inexhaustible allure for the corpse energy, as the black mist entered the Corpse Emperor Pill at an astonishing speed. Was upon the Corpse Emperor Pill, brilliance erupted, as if returning to its zenith. The master of the corpse-raising valley was now filled with immense joy. Burst. The corpse energy of the Corpse Emperor Pill surged violently, and the human slayer and bone sword radiated with renewed brilliance, unleashing thunder. In the instant the thunder broke forth, the master of the corpse-raising valley was enveloped by the black mist, soaring skyward. Humph. Do you think you can escape? Fei Luo, witnessing this, was filled with shock but immediately expanded his consciousness, locking onto the master of the corpse-raising valley. Clang. Fei Luo summoned the snowfall sword, ascending upon it. Purple Sun Master, you handle the aftermath here. This one is mine. With that, Fei Luo shot into the sky. Casting a meaningful glance at the twin brothers of Longhu Mountain, his eyes imbued with a tantalizing depth. This glance made the two heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain shudder, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Be cautious, Fei Luo, the master of Xiang warned, observing as Fei Luo soared into the sky. That individual wields formidable secret arts, and her seductive ways are insidious. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fei Luo vanished beyond the canyon, pursuing the direction of the master of the corpse-raising valley. Fei Luo, young master. At his ascension, both Qing Miao and Rin Tingting voiced their delight, fully aware that the tides of battle had undoubtedly shifted in Fei Luo's favor. Moreover, the sudden demise of the thousands of zombies and the subsequent escape of the master of the valley in a swirl of darkness were also consequences of Fei Luo's actions. Return and await my signal. Master, if you find the weight unbearable, please accompany the Grandmaster back to the sect, Fei Luo instructed before vanishing into the void. Understanding the inexplicable sudden demise of the undead, Fei Luo grasped the source of the master of the corpse-raising valley's formidable powers. With a swift motion, Fei Luo took flight on his sword, leaving the onlookers in the canyon to ponder their thoughts. Chapter 156, The Pursuit Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a corpse king and receiving a mysterious reward. At this moment, Fei Luo raced through the skies, tracing the faint aura of the Yin energy emanating from the leader of the corpse-raising valley. The voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. With a mere thought, Fei Luo commanded the system, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 2 spirit elevation pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 10 great origin pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 3 ascending dragon pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the reward, receiving 1 ghost capturing bamboo. Upon hearing the rewards, a smile crept across Fei Luo's lips as 2 dark-hued pills appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he tilted his head and swallowed the 2 spirit elevation pills. Boom. The immense medicinal power surged within Fei Luo's spiritual platform, transforming into an incredibly rich spiritual energy, causing his realm to rise significantly under the influence of the 2 pills. 4th rank Celestial Master. Fei Luo felt a surge of joy, sensing his realm elevate 3 ranks in this brief moment. As a 4th rank Celestial Master, the amount of magical power contained within him had doubled compared to before. Furthermore, the range of his divine consciousness had increased considerably. The quantity of magical power determined Fei Luo's ability to wield formidable spells more effectively. For instance, the 9 Heavens Thunder Summoning Technique, which he had previously unleashed repeatedly, had flooded his body with magical energy like a tidal wave. Strange, why did the leader of the corpse-raising valley escape so swiftly? Could it be that he possesses some secret technique for evasion? Soon after, Fei Luo furrowed his brow, whispering to himself. He realized that, despite following the faint Yin energy, he had lost track of the valley's leader. Observing the scattered remnants of white gauzy skirts on the ground, Fei Luo instantly comprehended that he had fallen into the creature's cunning trap. I am still not astute enough. I failed to detect this trickery in advance. Fei Luo looked at the fluttering fragments of garments in the wind, feeling a bitter smile forming within. Boom. At that moment, a powerful disturbance emanated from the north. Golden light concentrated in Fei Luo's eyes as he discerned the source of the tremor, revealing 2 figures engaged in battle. Yumerin? She dares to assassinate the leader of the corpse-raising valley? Fei Luo's brows lifted, sensing the impending danger. He unleashed his magical power, propelling himself northward with great haste. In Fei Luo's line of sight, Yumerin wielded a 3-foot green blade, already locked in combat with the valley's leader. Aware of the commotion within the valley, Yumerin knew she could not shed blood with her enemies and had intended to wait in ambush. However, she unexpectedly encountered the swiftly approaching leader of the corpse-raising valley. In an instant, Fei Luo's expression changed drastically. This was dire. Yumerin was no match for him. Boom. The speed of the flying sword beneath Fei Luo's feet quickened even further. Now a 4th rank Celestial Master, Fei Luo's velocity had markedly increased. Meanwhile, Yumerin's face turned pale, a trickle of blood seeping down her arm. A mere ghost king dares to challenge me? The master of the corpse-raising valley is strikingly alluring. Her enchanting figure partially revealed beneath the tattered remnants of her garments. However, at this moment, her complexion pales. The forced gathering of the corpse energy from thousands of zombies renders it highly unstable within the corpse Emperor Pearl. A single misstep could result in a backlash, plunging her into madness. In her left hand, she wields the human slayer's sword, while the bone sword rests in her right. The corpse Emperor Pill hovers above her head as she regards Yumerin with a cold smirk. Humph. Yumerin retorts sharply, you are but a spent force. The corpse Emperor Pill cannot sustain you for long. Even if it leads to your demise today, I shall ensure you remain. As a 3rd-tier Ghost King, Yumerin's prowess rivals that of a 5th to 6th-tier Celestial Master. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not stand a chance against the master of the corpse-raising valley. Yet, at this moment, the valley's master is at her wit's end. Yumerin recognizes that today presents the most opportune moment for her vengeance, should she let this chance slip away. She fears she may never be able to avenge herself. The master of the corpse-raising valley is on the brink of transcending to the realm of chi refinement and spirit transformation, equivalent to a Yuaning stage elder. Within the canyon, the master's fierce combat stirs profound emotions within Yumerin. For a ghost king to ascend beyond their rank is an arduous endeavor. Of course, this does not apply to the malevolent ghost kings. Those wicked beings who incessantly harm living souls through sinister methods can rapidly enhance their cultivation. Were it not for the Corpse Emperor Sutra and other treasures, it remains uncertain whether the master of the corpse-raising valley could achieve her current level of strength. In a flash, Yumerin transforms into an afterimage, charging towards the master of the corpse-raising valley. At that moment, the valley's master coolly smiles, merging her dual swords into one as a blinding light emanates from the Corpse Emperor Pearl. The dual swords unite, strike. The master senses the oncoming threat of Yumerin and, disregarding her internal injuries, unleashes her ultimate technique, a combination of the human slayer and bone sword. With a swift thrust, Yumerin aims for the master, yet an overwhelming sense of peril washes over her as the master's blade radiates an intense aura of death. Retreat? To retreat is to invite death. She cannot withdraw. If she flees now, she may never have another chance for vengeance. Steeled by the prospect of death, Yumerin surges forward, braving the master's lethal sword light. Her ghostly form is eroded under the brilliance of the blade, a chilling sensation coursing through her, momentarily halting her thoughts. Die. The master of the corpse-raising valley, her captivating visage now twisted with ferocity, deftly deflects Yumerin's sword and strikes towards her head. Just then, a roaring flame hurtles forth, resembling a laser formed of two fiery waves, colliding with the human slayer and bone sword. Nevertheless, a shard of sword light still manages to strike Yumerin, rendering her form momentarily ethereal. Ah, she cries out in agony, her body akin to drifting reeds as it plummets toward the ground. This human celestial master proves to be a nuisance. We shall meet again. The lord of the corpse-raising valley, upon witnessing the divine prowess of Fei Luo, was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The Corpse Emperor Pearl surged with a formidable aura, compelling him to retreat hastily. Casting a glance at the severely injured Yumerin, the lord of the corpse-raising valley gritted his teeth, abandoning the intention to annihilate Yumerin, and chose to withdraw swiftly. In a mere moment, he vanished into the air, leaving behind a dense aura of malevolence. With a flourish, Fei Luo arrived on his sword, deftly catching the descending Yumerin, whose complexion was as pale as death, her breath alarmingly faint. As she sensed herself enveloped in a warm embrace, Yumerin slightly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of watery orbs beneath her long lashes. Young master. Thank you. Chapter 157. Has Fei Luo committed a grave sin? Before Yumerin could finish her sentence, she fainted. The sword energy from the dual swords of slaughter and bones ravaged her body, leaving her in a dire state. In merely a few exchanges, she nearly faced annihilation. Her once proud wind-based divine abilities proved utterly ineffective against the master of the corpse-raising valley. Sigh. Fei Luo exhaled softly, his gaze fixed on the exquisite Yumerin in his embrace, his thoughts tangled. This woman, too, was a tragic figure. Her singular obsession, the only thread tethering her to life, was the desire to slay the master of the corpse-raising valley. With a flick of his wrist, Fei Luo produced a small green bamboo tube, the recently acquired spirit-capturing bamboo, an artifact of spiritual significance. Most cultivators possess unique treasures for capturing spirits, and among these, some serve as sanctuaries for the spirits, akin to mobile abodes. This spirit-capturing bamboo could alter its internal space at the will of its wielder, transforming into realms of icy hell or blazing inferno to punish malevolent spirits. Conversely, it could also serve as a haven for rest, resembling a paradise for demons. Fei Luo gently removed the stopper from the bamboo tube, and Yumerin's form was enveloped in radiant light, drawn within. Rest well, I shall avenge your great grievance, he murmured as he observed the bamboo tube, now seemingly heavier, before stowing it away and soaring into the sky. At this moment, the sun had risen, its warm rays cascading across every corner of the earth, while birds in the trees basked in the morning glow. With a whoosh, Fei Luo sped through the air, startling countless birds into flight, yet in the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, after Fei Luo's departure, the celestial and earthly masters in the valley where the fierce battle had taken place busied themselves with the remains of the thousands of zombies. Before long, all the corpses had been gathered into the gorge. Boom. With the incantations of several celestial masters, a towering inferno erupted, engulfing the corpses of the zombies. Cremation was the most effective measure. Leaving these bodies behind could potentially lead to further chaos, especially those thousands of zombies slain through sacrificial rites. their faces contorted in resentment and unwillingness even in death. A faint aura of death lingered on these corpses, and should it contaminate passing animals or humans, it would spell considerable trouble. Lingio, where will you go next? Why not return to the sect with me? The Purple Sun Celestial Master, observing the ascending flames, turned to the side to address Jiu Shu. Now at the True Dan realm, Jiu Shu had become a formidable figure in the Earthmaster realm and was due for a return to the sect to receive further teachings. Jiu Shu nodded. Master, I also wish to return to the sect, but Fei Luo. As he spoke, a flicker of unease crossed his face as he glanced in the direction Fei Luo had departed, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Beside him, Ren Tingting voiced her concerns, her expression filled with worry. After all, that was the master of the corpse-raising valley. One could only hope Fei Luo would succeed and remain unharmed. The day's battle had profoundly shaken the hearts of Jiu Shu, Ren Tingting, and the others. They possess a multitude of purple talismans crafted by Fei Luo, rendering them as lethal as a butcher with poultry. However, they all recognize that the true architect of today's victory is Fei Luo. The formidable Nine Heavens Thunder God technique he unleashed instilled a profound trepidation among the onlookers. The sheer potency of calligraphy, surpassing that of golden talismans, is a notion that seems almost unfathomable. Even a high-ranking celestial master would expend a considerable amount of time and energy to produce a single golden talisman, which is tantamount to the strongest strike of such an adept. Yet, Fei Luo's divine prowess evidently transcends these limits. With a hearty laugh, Master Ziyang stroked his beard, assuring the others, do not concern yourselves. Though the master of the corpse-raising valley is formidable, he is but a spent force. As you can observe, we old-timers have nearly exhausted our magical energy, while Fei Luo is brimming with vitality. One wonders just how much power he possesses and the nature of his training. Upon hearing this, the other celestial masters turned their gaze toward him, echoing his sentiments. Fei Luo's actions today left even these long-established masters feeling a sense of shame. Coupled with the seemingly inexhaustible supply of elixirs at his disposal, he exuded an air of mystery. Jusu and Ren Tingting exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile of understanding. They were well aware that Fei Luo's collection of elixirs was vast and varied. In the past, Fei Luo had mentioned acquiring them from a temple, a claim Jusu found hard to believe. The dilapidated city god temple, having endured numerous wars, seemed an unlikely source for such treasures. It was likely that Fei Luo had encountered other fortuitous opportunities. However, such matters remained Fei Luo's secret. He would not divulge them, and Jusu would not pry. At the very least, Fei Luo, despite his formidable cultivation, treated him with the respect of a teacher or father, generously bestowing elixirs and treasures upon him. Jusu understood that individuals of Fei Luo's character were exceedingly rare in the spirit realm, even within the ranks of the Maoshan sect, which was rife with intrigue and scheming. Master Ziyang paused, addressing the assembly of celestial masters. My friends, today, the master of the tiger-subduing temple has brought about his own downfall. I feel deep sorrow for the disgrace that has befallen our Maoshan lineage due to such a rogue. I implore you to spread the word far and wide, so that Fei Luo does not suffer from unfounded accusations. Master Ziyang's sincerity resonated as he spoke each word. Regardless of sect, infighting among brethren is a grave taboo. Even when seeking to punish a guilty party, they should face judgment within their own sect. Fei Luo's decisive execution of the tiger-subduing master constitutes a grave transgression. However, at this moment, Master Ziyang could afford no such concerns. He vowed to assist Fei Luo, even at the cost of his own frail body. From any perspective, Fei Luo is of paramount importance to Maoshan and the entire spirit realm. Ba intoned a venerable monk from Lingzhou Temple with a sigh. Today, I shall stand firmly in support of my young friend Fei Luo. Rest assured, Master Ziyang. Ba echoed Master Yuankong from the Demo Institute. What my junior has said is entirely true. Were it not for young friend Fei Luo today, we would likely have faced utter annihilation. In these extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. I, too, shall wholeheartedly support young friend Fei Luo. Brother Ziyang, rest assured, my life was indeed saved by Fei Luo. I cannot fathom what has befallen that scoundrel Wuhu. Perhaps he has been blinded by greed and dared to commit such an act that defies the heavens. And thus he has met his rightful end. The master of Gazao Mountain also spoke, casting a glance towards Master Ziyang. This master is the very one whom Fei Luo rescued from the hands of the Corpse King. At this moment, their hearts were not only filled with immense admiration for Fei Luo, but also a tinge of envy towards the Maoshan lineage. Maoshan, Gazao Mountain, and Longhu Mountain all stem from the same ancestral line. Why, then, should such an extraordinary talent fall into the hands of Maoshan? Yes, we shall not speak frivolously. The twin brother master from Longhu Mountain quavered under the piercing gaze of Master Ziyang. They both recalled the profound look in Fei Luo's eyes after he had slain Master Vu. Chapter 158. Indiscriminate Bombardment. Annihilation of the Corpse-Raising Valley? On one side of the canyon, the cleanup operations were underway, while on the other, Fei Luo raced through the void. Having momentarily delayed to rescue Yumerin, Fei Luo maintained the Tenzin's divine sight, attuned to the faintest trace of malevolence. Suddenly, in the distance, the master of the corpse-raising valley sped into a gorge, the true stronghold of her domain. Sensing the insidious presence trailing her like a relentless parasite, she felt a surge of desperation. A mouthful of essence erupted from her lips. With the expulsion of her vital blood, her face contorted in excruciating agony as her corporeal form began to fragment. In an instant, a perfect doppelganger materialized before her, while another, noticeably diminished, revealed the true form of the fox spirit. Even more astonishingly, the twin swords of the bone butcher seemed to have separated as well. Little did I anticipate that this insignificant Tianshi would force me into such a dire predicament, employing the technique of the golden cicada to shed its shell. It would be a long while before I could regain my vitality. The master of the corpse-raising valley furrowed her brow. Devoid of any trace of malevolent aura, and transformed into a streak of light, hastily retreating. As long as the green hills remain, I need not worry about firewood. Though her valley faced imminent destruction, another corpse king persisted, and with the 3 paramount treasures of the valley in her possession, as long as she drew breath, the corpse-raising valley would surely rise again. This technique, acquired by the fox spirit after mastering the corpse emperor scripture, was another formidable power. Allowing her to bifurcate her essence, the agony was akin to the tearing of one's soul. Fei Luo's formidable strength deeply provoked the master of the corpse-raising valley. She was now at her wit's end and chose to sever her own fate. In a flash, the doppelganger, exuding an aura of wickedness, surged into the western gorge without a moment's hesitation. Moments later, a streak of light descended. Fei Luo observed the vanishing aura of the fox spirit within the valley and wore an expression of understanding. This valley was exceedingly concealed, littered with grim bones. Unmistakably the stronghold of the corpse-raising valley. Moreover, numerous humans moved about within, primarily the outer disciples of the valley, relegated to the roles of errand runners. Yet, these individuals deserved their fate. Boom. Fei Luo expanded her consciousness, instantly unveiling the entire situation within the valley, including the master of the corpse-raising valley, who bore a countenance of trepidation. Thunderous. Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Luo directed the radiant sword skyward. Dark clouds rapidly gathered, enveloping the surroundings, and an overwhelming, oppressive aura permeated the corpse-raising valley. What is that? This is bad. Quickly report to the master. A formidable enemy approaches. Tianshi. It's Tianshi. Fei Luo's commotion above drew the attention of those below. Numerous malevolent cultivators from the corpse-raising valley recognized Fei Luo's silhouette. Upon witnessing her, these wicked practitioners, who regularly tormented the common folk, were instantly paralyzed with fear. Those capable of flight were undoubtedly masters of the Tianshi realm. Though they were aware of their master's return, they remained oblivious to the valley's catastrophic defeat, unaware that even their master had cast them aside as pawns. Crack! A torrent of robust purple lightning surged forth in an instant, unleashing indiscriminate devastation upon the valley. The air was soon filled with anguished cries mingled with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Boom, boom, boom. With his ascension to the 4th tier of Celestial Master, Fei Luo found the reach of the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique had broadened, manifesting countless electric serpents wreaking havoc throughout the gorge. Within Fei Luo's perception, the malevolent cultivators in the valley were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ashes, their spirits extinguished. These individuals, who consorted with demons and harmed the innocent, truly deserved their fate. In but a moment, under the thunderous onslaught, the rampaging lightning annihilated every last one of the wicked beings in the gorge. At that moment, ethereal strands of golden light began to coalesce in the void, entering Fei Luo's being. Each of these malevolent cultivators bore the stain of fresh blood upon their hands. Thus, by vanquishing these scourges, Fei Luo naturally accrued merit that flowed into him. Emerging in the heart of the corpse-nurturing valley, Fei Luo gazed upon the charred remnants of humanity strewn about, his heart unperturbed. The repugnant scent of charred flesh held no sway over him. With measured steps, he ventured deeper into the valley. Soon, he arrived before a towering, sealed gate, intricately adorned with strange bas-reliefs, marking the dwelling of the valley's master. As sensed by Fei Luo, with a resounding clang, he wielded the radiant sword, its brilliance illuminating the air as he cleaved downward, leaving a gaping, menacing gash in the gate, which then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Within the cavernous abode, an aura of dread permeated the atmosphere, where ancient lanterns crafted from bones flickered with faint flames. As he delved deeper, Fei Luo beheld the valley's master, seated upon a pink bed, her modesty forsaken. Gasping for breath. Human, you have arrived. The Valley Master's presence was gravely diminished, the recent tempest having depleted her dark energy to near nothingness. Even her formidable weapons, the dual bone-cutting swords and the corpse emperor pill, lay impotently aside, stripped of their former might. With a beguiling smile, she proposed, "What do you think of my suggestion? If you engage in dual cultivation with me, all that I possess shall be yours, and in the future." Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Luo raised his sword and struck. The radiant sword blazed with intensity as the Valley Master's head was severed from her body. Faced with the Valley Master's intoxicating beauty, many a man might have succumbed to temptation. However, Fei Luo remained impervious. Surrounded as he was by exquisite women such as Rintingting, Ning Shuang, Qing Shuang, and Yumarin, each a paragon of beauty, how could such enchantment sway his righteous heart? Yet, as her head floated away, a peculiar smile emerged upon her lips. Fei Luo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why did this vixen not shed a single drop of blood? Suddenly, the Valley Master's form began to shift like flowing water, transforming into wisps of azure smoke before dissipating into the ether, taking with her the three great treasures. Human, wait for it. Today, I shall repay this enmity tenfold. The voice of the Master of the corpse-raising valley echoed through the void, filled with unwillingness. The Master had executed a flawless scheme to escape, perfectly deceiving Fei Luo's perception. In that moment, Fei Luo furrowed his brow deeply. A technique of duplication? No, this is not an ordinary duplication technique. It has managed to evade my spiritual awareness while mirroring the essence of the original. Fei Luo gazed at the now-vanished Master of the corpse-raising valley, murmuring to himself, the so-called duplication techniques are mere illusions. To truly manifest a genuine duplicate, one must reach the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, only upon attaining the spirit-severing stage can one's primordial spirit exit the body and freely transform into a duplicate. In the refining essence to chi stage, such exquisite techniques of duplication are utterly unattainable. This method is a first for Fei Luo, and he silently lamented his own lack of experience. At the same time, Fei Luo recognized that although the Master of the corpse-raising valley, as a cunning fox spirit, possessed formidable cultivation, he remained within the golden core stage, having yet to break through the barrier of the ninth layer of the celestial master realm. This must surely be some form of innate divine ability or dark sorcery. Chapter 159. Capturing the third-rank Ghost King as a servant, I still lack sufficient cultivation to see through his cunning schemes. It seems this time the reward is beyond my reach. Fei Luo shook his head, feeling a sense of loss after having slain over 100 evil cultivators, yet only receiving a handful of ordinary pills in return. With the elevation of his realm, the system's rewards had diminished significantly, and only by vanquishing formidable adversaries of the same level could he obtain substantial rewards. Most of the malevolent cultivators within the valley were at the human master stage, with a considerable number at the earth master stage, which would have yielded plentiful rewards in the past. Yet this time, he had merely uncovered a few vials of ordinary pills. At this moment, pursuing further would likely yield no opportunity. In this vast world, by the time he exerted himself, that vixen would have long since eluded him. Sighing, Fei Luo sheathed the Hongguang sword and surveyed the surroundings of the headquarters of the corpse-raising valley. He murmured to himself, having eliminated one corpse king today, yet another remained hidden, its whereabouts unknown. He should have inquired more thoroughly with that royal copper corpse back then. With a swift motion, Fei Luo stepped onto the snowfall sword and soared into the air, unleashing several heavenly fire spells. Boom. In an instant, the canyon was engulfed in roaring flames, the fierce blaze consuming everything within. The corpses of the evil cultivators and the structures of the corpse-raising valley were all reduced to ashes by the inferno conjured by the heavenly fire spells. Suddenly, Fei Luo's thoughts stirred, and he retrieved a small bamboo tube. With a soft click, he removed the lid and crushed a rejuvenating pill into powder, pouring it into the tube. Before long, a faint, condensed aura began to emerge from within, gradually oscillating. As the essence of the pill radiated forth, the figure of the Yumarin within the bamboo tube slowly began to awaken. With a flash, the ethereal figure of Yumarin, clad in a flowing white dress, materialized before Fei Luo. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Young Master Fei Luo, did you save me?" Fei Luo nodded, though he lamented that his delay in rescuing her had allowed the Master of the corpse-raising valley to escape. Upon hearing this, Yumarin's gaze fell upon the towering flames behind him. This was indeed the heart of the corpse-raising valley. Her expression turned awkward as she slightly bowed to Fei Luo. "It is entirely my fault. Yu Ji underestimated her own capabilities. I humbly thank you, young master, for saving my life." At this moment, Yumarin's tone was gentle, her demeanor humble, devoid of any arrogance. She understood that the victory in today's battle between righteousness and evil was entirely due to the extraordinary man before her. Furthermore, Fei Luo had slain a corpse king, severely wounding the master of the corpse-raising valley, who had abandoned his stronghold cultivated over a century. Most notably, Yumerin discovered that Fei Luo's aura, once that of a first-rank celestial master, had inexplicably transformed into that of a fourth-rank celestial master. This rapid ascent was profoundly stirring to her heart. She realized that this man before her defied conventional understanding, and that having slain a corpse king and saved her life was a tremendous favor for which she felt utterly indebted. Do not blame yourself. That vixen's sorcery is truly enigmatic. Even I failed to detect her miraculous escape technique, Fei Luo interjected, waving his hand to halt Yumerin's gratitude. By the way, with a shift in tone, Fei Luo spoke. Now that the corpse king has perished, the master of the corpse-raising valley has fled, though I am unaware of their whereabouts. Do you have any plans? Upon hearing this, Yumerin's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. She too was uncertain of her next destination. Given her current strength, avenging herself against that seductress seemed a daunting task. Suddenly, a flush of shyness crossed Yumerin's face as she gracefully inclined her waist and offered a slight bow to Fei Luo. Young master, my family has met its demise at the hands of that vixen. You have shown me immense kindness on several occasions. If you do not reject me, I wish to follow you and serve you. Yumerin was indeed a third-rank ghost king, a formidable presence. Yet at this moment, she had firmly resolved to align herself with Fei Luo. She was convinced that someone of his extraordinary talent was no ordinary individual. By accompanying him, even in the capacity of a servant, she believed that her deep-seated grievances could be avenged. Moreover, Yumerin was genuinely intrigued by Fei Luo. Such a remarkable man was truly a rarity in the world. Who in the spirit illusion realm could claim to have a third-rank ghost king as a servant? Noticing the sincerity in Yumerin's expression, Fei Luo nodded. If that is the case, you may accompany me for now. Once I have resolved your profound enmity and fulfilled your wishes, you may choose your own path. Should I have need of your abilities, I will gladly release you. For the time being, you may reside within this small bamboo tube. Are you agreeable to this? As he spoke, he gestured with the ghost capturing bamboo in his hand. He already had a delicate Qing Shuang by his side, who typically presented herself in the form of a blue bird, which was somewhat acceptable. After all, some celestial masters might keep a great demon as a pet. However, having a third-rank ghost king accompanying him would certainly raise eyebrows. Setting aside the potential objections from other celestial masters, the chilling aura that Yumerin exuded could profoundly affect mortals. He could not spend his days consorting with a female ghost. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, Yumerin's face lit up with joy. I am willing. I beseech you to accept me. She understood that following Fei Luo was undoubtedly a wise decision, and she could personally exact her revenge. Most importantly, Fei Luo's formidable combat prowess was a boon. She had never been fond of conflict, and having such a powerful and promising celestial master as her protector was indeed a blessing. As for any actions Fei Luo might take, a blush crept onto her cheeks at the thought. Despite being a ghost king, she had had little interaction with men. Now that she had acknowledged Fei Luo as her master, what was there to fear? He did not strike her as the type to cause trouble. Seeing the elation on Yumerin's face, Fei Luo nodded. With a thought, Yumerin transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into the bamboo tube. Feeling the temperature inside the tube drop, Fei Luo stored it within his storage ring and turned towards Anha town. After a day filled with pursuits and resolving matters concerning the corpse-raising valley and Yumerin, much of the day had already passed. When Fei Luo returned to Anha town, he encountered only Master Xiang, Uncle Jiao, and Rentingding. The others had long since departed. Master Xiang and Uncle Jiao, being the closest companions of Fei Luo, chose to remain and await his arrival. Upon returning to the inn, Fei Luo conveyed the outcomes of his journey, intentionally omitting the matters concerning Yumerin, to which Master Xiang and Uncle Jiao expressed profound regret. By the way, Xiao Luo, would you accompany me to the Maoshan sect? Master Xiang inquired, gazing at Fei Luo. This time, Lin Jiao is to return with me to the sect to receive a certain inheritance. What do you think? Chapter 160. The murderous intent of Fei Luo upon hearing about the inheritance of the Maoshan sect. Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he inquired, I wonder if Tingting might accompany me. Fei Luo was acutely aware that the distance to Rinjiao town was considerable, and he could not allow Tingting to return alone. Although she had reached the foundational realm, her cultivation was still insufficient. The journey was fraught with numerous dangers, including monstrous insects, bandits, and malevolent spirits. While he was genuinely interested in the sect's legacy, Tingting's safety was paramount. Indeed, Master Xiang nodded, stroking his beard with a smile. Xiao Luo, upon your return, those old fellows will surely be astonished. No, it will be Brother Zhengchun who will leave them in shock upon his return. At this remark, Fei Luo sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied, Master, if that is the case, let us rest today and set off tomorrow morning. Excellent. Master Ziyang chuckled, clearly pleased with Fei Luo's demeanor. He understood that Fei Luo was destined to become the youngest elder of the Maoshan sect. Any celestial master could ascend to the status of elder, which brought with it numerous privileges, such as access to the sect's abundant cultivation resources and the use of blessed domains. Before long, the master and his disciples gathered at a table adorned with a modest array of hot and cold dishes. The recent victory had been substantial. Despite the fall of a high monk from Lingjiu Temple and the demise of the fierce tiger master at Fei Luo's hands, the righteous side had ultimately triumphed. Thus, this simple celebratory feast was held with minimal fanfare. This Anha town is truly lacking. They don't even have bear paws. I yearn for braised bear paw. Ting pouted, clinging to Fei Luo's arm. Enough now. Today, with Master and my Grandmaster present, they are both men of restraint. We cannot indulge like you, and I usually do, Fei Luo laughed, playfully pinching Ting's delicate nose. Upon our return to the Maoshan sect, I shall take you out for a stroll. What do you say? Fei Luo had come to realize that Ting, the daughter of a wealthy family, was unyielding in her appetite despite her ability to fast. She always sought the most exquisite delicacies, abalone, fish maw, bear paws, and camel humps, favoring only the finest of culinary treasures. This small and remote Anha town, far from bustling markets, could hardly provide such rare delicacies. Upon hearing Fei Luo's proposal, Ting's eyes lit up. All right, it's a promise. As the two entered the private room, Uncle Jiao and Master Ziyang were already seated within. After exchanging pleasantries upon Fei Luo and Ting's arrival, they began to eat. Even celestial masters, despite their formidable power, were still human and had their own appetites. Abstaining from food and drink would be to transcend humanity itself. It is through such acts that one truly embodies the essence of being human. After several rounds of toasting, Master Ziyang turned to Fei Luo and cautioned, Xiao Luo, upon your return, the Nine Thunder Master will undoubtedly exploit your slaying of the fierce tiger master for his own ends. You must exercise restraint. I shall handle everything on your behalf. Nodding solemnly at Master Ziyang's earnest expression, Fei Luo replied, Understood. He had heard much about the Nine Thunder Master from Master Ziyang. The heavenly Master Fu who has persistently targeted me, seemingly intertwined with the enigmatic Master Jiolei. However, while Fei Luo outwardly appears humble, a tempest of murderous intent has already surged within him. The heavenly Master Fu who is, at best, merely a pawn. It is the true mastermind behind the scenes, Master Jiolei, who is the real culprit. Should one remain oblivious to this reality, I would not hesitate to spill blood. The legacy of Maoshan and the regulations of the sect are indeed significant, but when one is cornered and faced with deadly intent, can one still endure such indignities? Absolutely not. Even if I were to forego the Maoshan legacy, it matters not. For I possess a system as an external aid. What is there to fear in attaining profound realms? Before long, the crowd dispersed, and after giving Ren Tingting a few instructions, Fei Luo quietly made his way to Uncle Jiao's quarters. Just as Uncle Jiao intended to have a heartfelt conversation with Fei Luo, hoping to counsel him on the importance of maintaining composure during his journey to Maoshan, he was taken aback by Fei Luo's subsequent actions. Master, here are 10 Tianyuan gathering soul pills. They should assist you in reaching the pinnacle of the solid pill realm, Fei Luo declared, producing a vial of elixirs. Without waiting for Uncle Jiao to respond, Fei Luo revealed another pill radiating a formidable aura. Master, this pill is known as the Soaring Dragon Pill, a divine elixir that aids individuals in ascending to the heavenly master realm, boasting a 70% success rate. Before he could finish, Uncle Jiao stood dumbfounded. He was aware of Fei Luo's wealth and the plethora of elixirs at his disposal. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer abundance of such potent remedies. Moreover, he had never even heard of the Soaring Dragon Pill. With the arrival of the end of the Dharma Age, the spiritual energy of the world has dwindled, and rare treasures have become increasingly scarce. Throughout the history of the Maoshan sect, there have been divine pills that assist in ascending to the heavenly master realm, but none have boasted such an impressive success rate. Unbeknownst to Uncle Jiao, this pill is indeed the foremost elixir for ascending to the heavenly master realm, and the 70% success rate is merely Fei Luo's conservative estimation. Stunned into silence, Uncle Jiao gazed at Fei Luo, as if a lump were lodged in his throat. Observing his master's expression, Fei Luo chuckled softly, Master, there is no need for such concern. I possess my own fortunes, though it is inconvenient to disclose them at present. This is my filial impiety. I hope you will not hold it against me. Upon hearing Fei Luo's heartfelt words, Uncle Jiao's eyes glistened with emotion. Foolish child, having grown up in the alley. Do you think I do not understand your character? He began, but Fei Luo interjected, Master, please allow me to speak. The Jiolei Heavenly Master seeks to eliminate me swiftly, Had I not possessed a protective spiritual treasure, I would have long since perished. This is why I am so eager for you to break through to the Heavenly Master realm. It would grant us greater influence within the Maoshan sect. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio nodded. He understood that Fei Luo was harboring a deep-seated grievance. Anyone faced with such a life-threatening situation would be consumed with rage. While cultivators must uphold righteousness, they must also seek retribution for grievances. To leave a vendetta unavenged would lead to obsession and potentially manifest into inner demons. Uncle Gio was well aware of the Jiolei Heavenly Master's notorious tyranny. Very well, Master, hasten to refine the elixirs. I shall guard you. Fei Luo said with a smile, fully aware that this act would further strengthen his bargaining position. Do not presume, esteemed disciples of the Maoshan sect, that without your presence I shall be unable to ascend to the rank of Heavenly Master. According to the conventional narrative, even the venerable Jiao Shu attained the status of Heavenly Master only in his 40s. I remain in my early 30s, with ample time ahead of me. Within the sacred realms of the Maoshan sect lies the most advantageous sanctuary for cultivation, where the probability of advancing to the Heavenly Master stage reaches 30%. This is precisely why disciples of Maoshan return to their roots once they reach the pinnacle of Earth Master, to receive the esteemed teachings. I, Fei Luo, wish to convey to the esteemed leaders of our sect that whether or not you stand by my side, I shall soar to great heights. Even within the Heavenly Master realm, I possess the capability to assist others in their ascension. Chapter 161. Master Jiao faces the thunder tribulation after Fei Luo's words. A flicker of brilliance danced in Master Jiao's eyes. The Celestial Master Realm was a coveted stage that countless cultivators aspired to attain. Master Jiao was acutely aware that his disciple, due to the recent actions of the Fuhu Celestial Master, harbored a profound distrust towards their sect. In truth, Fei Luo had spent the most time with him. Even the revered Xiang Celestial Master did not evoke strong feelings in Fei Luo, let alone the other Celestial Masters within the sect. Moreover, all of Fei Luo's cultivation thus far had been derived from the system. Apart from Master Jiao, who treated him as his own, Fei Luo held little regard for the sect itself. It was only out of respect for Master Jiao that he was willing to accompany him to the sect. After all, Master Jiao had raised him with great care. In accordance with filial piety, even if Fei Luo harbored anger, he would still consider Master Jiao as feelings. Should he display arrogance, it would not only burden Master Jiao but also inadvertently damage the relationship between Master Jiao and the Xiang Celestial Master. Little Luo, shall we venture outside the city? Now that I have reached the pinnacle of the Earth Master stage, I can strive to ascend to the Celestial Master realm, Master Jiao remarked, gazing at the elixir in his hand before glancing up at the starry night sky. Fei Luo nodded in agreement. That would be best. When Master ascends to the Celestial Master stage, there is likely to be a tribulation. Please wear the protective armor I prepared. It will ensure greater safety. Within the confines of the Maoshan sect, there not only existed celestial realms conducive to cultivation, but also formidable formations capable of mitigating thunder tribulations. However, these coveted resources that elicited envy from many were of little concern to Fei Luo. He lacked nothing in terms of treasures, and elixirs flowed to him as if they were mere snacks. As for secret arts and techniques, he was abundantly supplied. Fei Luo merely needed to know where he could encounter demons and monsters to reap rewards. Without a trace of hesitation, the master and disciple rose to their feet. Fei Luo summoned his sword, carrying Master Jiao as they soared into the night sky outside the city. The sound of their departure caught the attention of the Xiang Celestial Master. What could they be up to at this late hour? The Xiang Celestial Master, immersed in meditation, sensed the disturbance in the night and furrowed his brow in confusion. However, he soon dismissed his distracting thoughts. Even the Xiang Celestial Master, following a fierce battle, had yet to replenish the mana he had lost and would require several days to fully recover. Within the Maoshan sect, however, he could restore himself in less than half a day. To prepare for any formidable demons or monsters they might encounter, the Xiang Celestial Master continued to meditate, drawing energy into his body. Whoosh! Fei Luo, standing on his soaring snow-white sword, swiftly transported Master Jiao to a secluded valley beyond the city. Master, this shall be the place, Fei Luo declared, surveying the surroundings, which were nestled against the mountains and by the waters, a perfect spot for a breakthrough. With a flick of his fingers, Fei Luo chanted incantations, summoning a talisman that ignited spontaneously, the ashes of which eerily drifted in all directions. It was a simple mosquito-repelling talisman, designed to ward off insects and serpents that might disrupt their tranquility. For cultivators in meditation, the presence of pests could prove to be quite troublesome. Seeing Fei Luo's meticulousness warmed Master Jiao's heart, prompting him to swallow several Tianyuan gathering soul pills. Boom! As these elixirs entered his body, the power within Jioshu surged exponentially. Jioshu's constitution had been transformed by the supreme, cleansing elixir. And should he ascend to the realm of the Celestial Master, his mastery of both the quality and quantity of power would far surpass that of an ordinary Celestial Master. This underscores the significance of a solid foundation. The groundwork laid in the early stages is crucial as it determines the breadth and longevity of one's future path. Fei Luo was acutely aware that according to the original narrative, Jiao Shu would reach the realm of the Celestial Master in his middle age. Approaching the age of destiny, a truly remarkable feat, however, his own presence overshadowed Jiao Shu's brilliance. Now, he had managed to shorten Jiao Shu's path to advancement by a staggering decade. An astonishing occurrence indeed. In a flash, Jiao Shu felt a surge of dark, golden energy manifest within him, immensely powerful, coursing through his limbs and aiding him in refining the potency of the elixirs. This energy stemmed from Fei Luo. A warmth enveloped Jiao Shu's heart as he focused intently on refining the essence of the soul-gathering elixirs. Shortly thereafter, Jiao Shu opened his mouth and consumed 3 more soul-gathering elixirs. An hour passed, then 2 hours. After 3 hours, the sky began to show the faintest signs of dawn, and Jiao Shu had successfully refined all the soul-gathering elixirs, his aura now reaching the pinnacle of the Earth Master realm. Notably, Fei Luo had initially anticipated that Jiao Shu would require 10 soul-gathering elixirs to reach this peak, yet he had astonishingly refined 15. This quantity exceeded Fei Luo's expectations, bringing him immense joy. The quantity of power within him was 5 times that of a practitioner of the same tier, and his combat prowess, even at the first tier of the Celestial Master, rivaled that of an ordinary 6th-tier Celestial Master. With the combination of techniques, such as the Heavenly Thunder Invocation and the Void-Breaking Sword technique, he could slay a 7th-tier Celestial Master. This combat strength represented a 5 to 6-fold augmentation. Prior to this advancement, Jiao Shu already possessed double the power of practitioners of the same level, which, although slightly inferior to Fei Luo, was still remarkable. Compared to the Jiao Shu of the original narrative, the current Jiao Shu was indeed a figure of transformation. With Fei Luo's assistance in refining, Jiao Shu's speed in consuming the 15 elixirs had also increased several-fold. Master, after consuming the Ascending Dragon Pill, stabilize the elixir, and your disciple will assist you in solidifying the golden core. Upon witnessing Jiao Shu ingest the Ascending Dragon Pill, Fei Luo immediately offered this reminder. Having successfully solidified a golden core himself once before, he was now familiar with the process and offered his guidance. Jiao Shu closed his eyes, nodding gently, and directed all his attention to the solid elixir of the spirit. Boom! Suddenly, Jiao Shu's hair danced wildly above his head, and a blend of azure and blue hues flickered across his body, a normal phenomenon during the process of solidifying the golden core. Fei Luo recalled that when he himself ascended to the golden core, it had triggered a celestial phenomenon, attracting the 9-fold calamity thunder. One could only wonder what kind of tribulation Jiao Shu would face during his ascension, as cultivators contend with the heavens for their lives. The leap in their realm also signifies an evolution in their life's essence, a circumstance that inevitably invites divine jealousy. If one were to endure the tribulation, they would become favored by the heavens. As seconds ticked by, the solid elixir within Jiao Shu spun rapidly, beginning to manifest strands of gold. Just then, a tempest erupted. Dark clouds gathered above Jiao Shu, and the ominous rumble of thunder resonated. Far away in Anha town, the Celestial Master Xing opened his eyes in astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "The aura of tribulation thunder? Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here?" Suddenly, the Celestial Master recalled Fei Luo and Jiao Shu, who had quietly departed at dusk. A look of shock crossing his visage. Could it be? As a certain possibility dawned upon him, the Celestial Master's complexion flushed, and he rose to mount his sword and set forth. Boom! From afar, the Celestial Master felt an overwhelming celestial power descending alongside the tribulation thunder. The deep rumbling sound of the thunder sending a chill of dread through his heart. Following the arrival of the first tribulation thunder, the second one soon followed. As the Celestial Master drew closer, a third bolt of tribulation thunder descended from the ominous clouds. Upon witnessing the 2 figures within the valley, the Celestial Master felt his mind buzz with disbelief, his thoughts consumed by the extraordinary sight before him. Chapter 162, Uncle Nine achieves the Celestial Master realm. Uncle Nine, enveloped in thunder, stood before the astonished gaze of Master Ziyang, who was stricken with disbelief. It was unfathomable. Just moments ago, Uncle Nine was merely at the Earth Master stage, yet now he had transcended to face the heavenly tribulations. How could he have achieved such a remarkable transformation in just a few short hours? This extraordinary scene ignited a tempest within Master Ziyang's heart. How could Uncle Nine's mastery of power have accumulated so swiftly? And what was the nature of his condition, standing unscathed amidst the thunder? It was understood that disciples at the pinnacle of the Earth Master stage were summoned back to Maoshan to receive their inheritance precisely because it was the most suitable place for becoming a celestial master. Maoshan boasted not only a gathering array of spiritual energy, but also a formation that mitigated the effects of heavenly tribulations. Yet even so, the number of individuals from Maoshan who ascended to the celestial master realm remained incredibly scarce. But what was happening with Uncle Nine today? How could he attain the peak of the Earth Master stage and commence his tribulation in mere hours? This bewildering reality disrupted Master Xiang's understanding and profoundly unsettled him. Suddenly, Master Xiang's gaze fixed upon Fei Luo, and a moment of clarity washed over him. Of course, everything must be connected to Fei Luo. Could it be that Fei Luo possessed the ability to assist others in overcoming heavenly tribulations, thus enabling them to reach the celestial master realm? Moreover, Fei Luo, at just over 20 years of age, had already achieved the celestial master stage, and following his battle in the canyon, he had ascended to the rank of a fourth-rank celestial master. All of this was reshaping Master Xiang's comprehension. With a gulp, Master Xiang swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. The notion that Fei Luo could help others attain the celestial master status was an alarming revelation. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the world of spiritual beings. Countless sects would vie to honor Fei Luo as their esteemed guest, and if he so desired, he could easily become a revered elder in any number of sections. In that moment, Master Xiang's pupils reflected the phantom of the fourth heavenly tribulation. He gasped, akin to an onlooker captivated by a spectacle as he beheld the fourth lightning bolt. Fourfold tribulation, indeed, it was fourfold. Master Xiang was overwhelmed with excitement. For aside from the current leaders of Maoshan, including the headmaster and the heavenly master of Nine Thunder, all others had only faced threefold tribulation. The greater the number of tribulations one endured, the greater their potential. An anomaly like Fei Luo surely had a baseline of at least sevenfold tribulation. Sevenfold, eightfold, and even ninefold tribulations were formidable thresholds. Historical records of Maoshan indicated that any individual surpassing sixfold tribulation was almost guaranteed to break through to the realm of celestial master in the future. Similarly, the more tribulations one experienced, the more challenging it would be to advance to the refining chi and transforming spirit stage. This upper limit determined the foundational potential from the outset. While it was indeed possible for someone with threefold tribulation to ascend to the refining chi and transforming spirit stage, the current state of spiritual energies rendered such breakthroughs a distant aspiration. Countless individuals spent their entire lives languishing within the celestial master realm, unable to reach even the higher echelons of mastery. Most of these individuals had experienced fewer than threefold tribulations. Some individuals have only endured one or two tribulations for them. There is little room for further development in this lifetime. Only those who have faced 3 tribulations possess a glimmer of hope for breakthrough. As for 4, the prospect of transcending is even greater. With 5 tribulations, hope is nearly assured through relentless effort. Beyond 6 tribulations, survival becomes a certainty. However, those who have withstood 6 tribulations are but legends, their existence recorded only in tales of yore, and none can be found in the present day. Boom. As the 4th tribulation concluded, the thunderclouds roared, heralding the descent of the 5th tribulation. At this moment, Jiao Shu was filled with vigor, his golden core having coalesced significantly under the refining influence of the thunder. He was acutely aware that all of this was due to Fei Luo's benevolence. Without Fei Luo's efforts, how could he have arrived at this juncture? In the original narrative, Jiao Shu had only experienced 4 tribulations, yet now he was facing the 5th. In the distance, Fei Luo smiled as he observed Jiao Shu's tribulation, his heart brimming with pride. Why were Jiao Shu's tribulations so much less formidable than those he had faced? Fei Luo pondered, recalling that his own trials had been as thick as a barrel. Indeed, while Jiao Shu's tribulations were fierce, they paled in comparison to his own. Little did he know that had the heavenly Tao intended to unleash 9 tribulations from the very beginning, the quality and quantity of the thunder would have far exceeded the ordinary. What Jiao Shu invoked was, astonishingly, 6 tribulations. Jiao Shu, a natural prodigy, had fully realized his potential with Fei Luo's assistance, reaching the limits of his abilities. Even the renowned Xiang, celestial master, had never encountered 6 tribulations, nor had he recognized them. Boom. With the aid of his magical armor, Jiao Shu effortlessly navigated through the 5th tribulation. Yet, in the next moment, the thunderclouds did not dissipate. Instead, an even mightier bolt of lightning arced toward Jiao Shu's head. This, Xiang's celestial master was astonished, trembling as he pointed at the thunder in the sky, rendered speechless by shock. 6 tribulations? Good heavens! While Lin Jiao appeared remarkably gifted, Mastering the arts far beyond the average, Ziyang had believed that if Jiao Shu were to succeed in transcending tribulations, it would merely be at the level of 4. As a master who had endured 3 tribulations, he considered it a commendable achievement to teach a disciple capable of 4. Yet today, what had he witnessed? Fei Luo was an anomaly, a genius born once in a millennia, capable of withstanding at least 7 tribulations. But when had Jiao Shu also become so defiant against fate? With 6 tribulations, Ziyang Celestial Master realized the implications of his advancement. The Maoshan lineage was destined for greatness. With such 2 extraordinary disciples, he could boast for a lifetime. At this moment, Ziyang felt a sense of elation, akin to a mortal who had won the grand prize, his heart overflowing with excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The 6th tribulation continued unabated, as Jiao Shu bathed in the thunder, his robes billowing without wind, and his golden core gradually solidifying. An aura of celestial mastery emanated from within him. As the practitioner undergoes the tribulation, the tempestuous lightning not only tests him, but also transforms his very essence. With each trial surmounted, a unique energy, known as the essence of creation, is generated. It is through the infusion of this essence that the practitioner can reconstruct his genetic makeup, alter the very fabric of his life, and even attain the extraordinary abilities to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth with ease. After a considerable interval, the storm subsides. With a deep inhalation of the fresh air, Jiao Shu perceives an entity, referred to as divine consciousness, emanating from his being. In that moment, he beholds every leaf and blade of grass within a 100-mile radius, observes the ants concealed within the underbrush, the birds flitting through the trees, and the astonished yet smiling countenance of Fei Luo. To reach the celestial master realm so swiftly, who could have anticipated that I, Lian Shu, would achieve such a milestone? Jiao Shu muses aloud as he opens his eyes. Chapter 163. The unremarkable Fei Luo in the distance. Master Zhang rubbed his eyes, fully aware that he was not dreaming. His disciple, Lian Shu, whom he had nurtured since childhood, had truly become the second youngest master of Maoshan in his early 30s. Master Zhang understood that had it not been for Fei Luo, Jiao Shu would undoubtedly have held the title of the youngest master in the history of the Maoshan sect for centuries. However, with Fei Luo's presence, that brilliance was somewhat overshadowed. Yet, this did not diminish Jiao Shu's own radiance. With a swift motion, Master Ziyang suppressed his excitement and flew forth on his sword. Lian Shu, congratulations. I may not possess much to offer, but upon our return to the sect, I shall present you with a grand gift. After landing, he smiled at Fei Luo and then extended his congratulations to Jiao Shu. In the Maoshan lineage, whenever a descendant reaches the status of master, it is customary for the elders to bestow gifts in celebration. At that moment, Fei Luo required nothing for himself. He had only requested a method from Rintingting, which was in accordance with sect rules and thus deemed appropriate. Now, however, Master Ziyang found himself in a somewhat awkward position, possessing nothing suitable to present aside from a spiritual sword. Master, my advancement to master within a single day is entirely due to Fei Luo's assistance. How could I dare to shamelessly ask for a gift? Jiao Shu bowed to Master Ziyang before stepping forward to present the auspicious garment to Fei Luo. Their eyes met, and both master and disciple recognized the genuine joy reflected in each other's gaze. Among men, excessive words are unnecessary. A mere glance can convey profound emotions. Ha! Master Ziyang chuckled, stroking his beard as he looked at Fei Luo with a hint of respect in his tone. Little Luo, you possess a method to assist others in attaining the status of master. If this were to spread, it would surely terrify a host of old-timers. Within his words, Master Ziyang subtly expressed his curiosity and desire. He knew that if Fei Luo possessed such a method, it could greatly enhance the sect's power. Yet, Master Ziyang was also aware that, at this juncture, the sect had not only failed to support Fei Luo, but had also been embroiled in matters concerning Jiao Lei and Fu Hu. Regarding Fei Luo, Master Zing merely hinted at his thoughts, cautious not to voice them outright. To provoke Fei Luo could lead to dire consequences for Maoshan should he choose to establish his own path. At this moment, Jiao Shu felt an escalating sense of unease. He understood that Master Ziyang was considering the sect's interests. As a creature of nearly a century, Master Ziyang held deep affection for the sect, recognizing that their current standing was inextricably linked to it. However, Fei Luo was different. Jiao Shu knew that Fei Luo had received little aid from the sect, primarily extending his assistance to those closest to him, such as himself, Qiuxing, Wentai, and Rin Tingting. These individuals could be considered Fei Luo's inner circle, and thus, his support for them was entirely justifiable. Yet, the fact that Master Ziyang sought the method for advancement to master on behalf of the sect left Jiao Shu feeling alarmed. Unbeknownst to Master Ziyang, Fei Luo firmly believed that those he recognized as friends were worthy of his loyalty. while those he did not acknowledge could be met with lethal force without a second thought. Fei Luo is neither a saint nor an altruistic savior. He is merely a 21-year-old youth. Upon hearing this, a cryptic smile curled at the corners of Fei Luo's mouth as he remarked, "Master, I must apologize. This technique is not a profound secret, but merely 2 ancient elixirs I stumbled upon. Regrettably, those elixirs are now gone." Fei Luo could easily discern the intention of the purple young heavenly master. To offer assistance to the sect without recompense? Regrettably, his feelings towards this sect are rather lukewarm at present. His very life was almost extinguished by a master within the sect. He had never sought conflict, only wishing to eradicate evil and demons. Yet calamity struck unexpectedly, drawing unwanted attention. Fei Luo understood that had he not possessed the protective spiritual treasure, the moment he was struck by the golden talisman, his demise would have been inevitable. All aspirations for fame, fortune, and beauty would have dissipated like smoke. The golden talisman could even harm a corpse king. How could his current King Ming technique, yet to reach its pinnacle, withstand such an assault? In times past, Fei Luo might have been inclined to offer assistance, but now he realized he had been overly naive. The cycle of karma is intricate. Every action has its consequences. If the sect desires his aid, they must demonstrate sincerity. Otherwise, why should he remain subservient? When a person turns malevolent, they can be as terrible as the most sinister of demons. While demons may still harbor benevolence, a corrupted human heart is no different from that of a fiend. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, the purple young heavenly master displayed a look of sudden understanding. If ancient divine elixirs were involved, everything would then make sense. However, the slight hint of displeasure in Fei Luo's tone did not escape the master's notice. "Haha, in that case, let us return and prepare for departure." The matter concerning the tiger subduing heavenly master was merely an exception. Dear Luo, do not take it to heart. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, the purple young heavenly master chuckled lightly. Subsequently, Fei Luo refrained from further discussion. A night had already passed, and the eastern horizon began to brighten. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 flying swords soared into the sky, as Fei Luo, accompanied by Uncle Jiao and the purple young heavenly master, returned to the inn in Anha town. The night had been filled with thunder and lightning, and the howling winds left the townspeople bewildered, questioning what had transpired to cause the once clear sky to suddenly darken. Upon returning to the inn, Fei Luo headed straight to his room. As he approached the door, he overheard the laughter of 2 young women. "Sister Qing, I never imagined you could be so beautiful. Tell me honestly, has your husband done anything to you?" "How absurd. Of course not. My lord is a dignified man. I wish he would, but alas, he seems unresponsive. You were naked, and he showed no reaction. It seems Uncle Jiao's tribulation should be concluding soon. And my lord should be." Creak. Just then, Fei Luo opened the door with a stern expression, his tone displeased as he interjected, "Qing Shuang. Who did you say is unresponsive?" The sudden appearance of Fei Luo left the 2 young women visibly embarrassed. Qing Shuang immediately rose, blushing as she said, "My lord, please forgive me. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Indeed, dear husband, I perceive that you are lacking in vigor. If I were in your position, with Sister Qing being such a delicate beauty, I would have made my move long ago." Rin Tingting, with her hands on her hips, seemed to be teasing Fei Luo. "You two are so audacious. It appears that I must teach you a lesson today." With malicious intent, Fei Luo began to undress, causing both Rin Tingting and Qing Shuang to turn crimson. In a swift motion, Fei Luo appeared before the 2 women, casting 2 binding talismans. "Let us see how I shall deal with you, daring to claim I am impotent." Inside the room, both Qing Shuang and Rin Tingting found themselves unable to move, their embarrassment intensifying as they witnessed Fei Luo's lewd intentions. Chapter 164, The Maoshan Conference with a Swift Motion. Fei Luo discarded his outer garment and gently placed both women upon the bed. He then removed Rin Tingting's elegant high heels, followed by a flick of his finger that liberated Qing Shuang from her magically conjured traditional heels. Both women's faces flushed crimson, their breaths quickened, the blush creeping down to their necks. Oh my, how utterly mortifying. Could it be that Fei Luo was in a particularly audacious mood today, intent on indulging in a rather risky escapade? While neither Rin Tingting nor Qing Shuang had first-hand experience, they were certainly aware of the nuances between men and women. To their astonishment, Fei Luo departed the room, leaving the 2 women momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the embarrassment mirrored in the other's eyes. Did Fei Luo intend to fetch something? My goodness, who would have thought he was this playful, seeking to procure items to heighten the amusement? Before long, the door creaked open, revealing Fei Luo holding something in his hand, causing their expressions to darken. He had somehow procured 2 colorful feathers, unmistakably plucked from the tail of a rooster. "I shall show you that I am not impotent," he declared, With grand gestures, he wielded the feathers, creating whimsical patterns on the soles of the women's feet. Ah, ha ha ha. My lord, I cannot bear it any longer. Ah, please. My lord, stop, cried one. Young master, spare me, I cannot endure this any longer. Ah ha ha ha. Ah. Their laughter echoed throughout the inn. A cacophony that even reached the ears of Uncle Gio and Master Ziyang, who exchanged knowing sighs, acknowledging the youthful exuberance of the current generation. Traditionally, the Maoshan sect discouraged its disciples from mingling too closely with the mundane world, even forbidding marriage and procreation. However, as the era of decline progressed, and cultivation became increasingly arduous, it was observed that the offspring of accomplished practitioners exhibited a greater propensity for cultivation. Thus, these stringent rules gradually fell into disuse. Although the Maoshan sect was not particularly strict nowadays, both Uncle Gio and Master Ziyang quietly lamented the audacity of Fei Luo's public display. The raucous laughter persisted for some time, until the two women, breathless, lay upon the bed, their eyes pleading. Will you dare to claim I am impotent again? Fei Luo taunted, brandishing the feathers. I shall not, my husband, I swear it. They implored in unison. Observing their desperate pleas, Fei Luo smirked and lifted the immobilization talisman. A mischievous thought crossed his mind as he regarded the talisman in his hand. Indeed, it was a most remarkable item, brimming with potential for amusement. After a series of tumultuous events, the dawn soon broke, and Fei Luo, having tidied his attire, found that Qin Shuang had transformed into the form of a bluebird. A transformation that had persisted for several hours and was now coming to an end. Shortly thereafter, Fei Luo and Ren Tingding appeared at the door. At this moment, however, Ziyang Tianshi and Jusa stood outside, gazing at Fei Luo and Ren Tingding with a profound significance. Young man, take care of your health. Ziyang Tianshi chuckled while stroking his beard, a smile that was laden with intriguing implications. Indeed, Fei Luo, you must be mindful of your well-being, or else. At this, both Fei Luo and Ren Tingding felt their cheeks flush. Even the most oblivious could discern the meaning behind their words. Ahem, Fei Luo cleared his throat awkwardly. Master, Grandmaster, it is getting late. We should set off. With a whoosh, two sounds of sword flight ascended into the air, enhanced by invisibility talismans. Ordinary people could not perceive Fei Luo and his companions. Ziyang Tianshi carried Jusu, while Fei Luo bore Ren Tingting. The four transformed into two streaks of light, heading towards Maoshan and Jiurong City. Jiurong City lay 2,000 miles distant, and based on the speed at which Ziyang Tianshi and Fei Luo rode their swords, they would arrive at Maoshan by sunset, having set out at dawn. From afar, as they gazed upon the majestic peaks, where the Maoshan sect was nestled halfway up the mountainside, a sense of reverie washed over Fei Luo. The saying of emerging from the mountains in chaotic times and returning in prosperous times was indeed true. Such perilous terrain was utterly inaccessible to ordinary folk. If one sought enlightenment, they would struggle to even locate the Maoshan sect, let alone find a master to instruct them. Among the mundane world, there were numerous Taoist temples, and within those, some Taoists. However, the majority of these priests lacked true magical prowess and did not comprehend profound spells. For instance, Jusu, as a disciple of Maoshan, resided in a charitable establishment with his apprentice while also running a medicinal shop. Likewise, Daoist Simu and Master Ishio had chosen to live in secluded, desolate areas, seeking tranquility. With a whoosh, the two streaks of light entered through the gates of Maoshan, where the interior was brightly lit. And a meeting concerning Fei Luo was currently in session. The subject of this assembly was evidently related to Fei Luo's slaying of the tiger-subduing Tianshi. Zhangfeng Tianshi, please clarify how your junior brother, the tiger-subduing Tianshi, met his demise, demanded Jiolei Tianshi, his expression extremely grim. The other Tianshi, led by Jiolei, fixed their gazes on Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng like ravenous wolves. Did not my junior brother already explain? That tiger-subduing Tianshi overestimated his capabilities and refused to cooperate, leading to his death at the hands of the Corpse King. If it were not for Fei Luo's heroic intervention, most of us would have perished in the southern wilderness. Zhang Feng retorted. Indeed, do you think my senior brothers are speaking without truth? Humph. Jiolei Tianshi looked at them and stated, if you dare to swear upon the Taoist heart, I shall believe you. Otherwise, enough. I believe we should wait for Zhang to return with Fei Luo before reaching a conclusion, remarked the headmaster Tianshi, Sui Xianfeng, as he regarded Jiolei and the others with a measured tone. This meeting had been ongoing for quite some time since the return of Tianshi, Zhang Chun, and Zhang Feng. The Tiger Tamer, a 7th-rank celestial master, met an untimely demise, which seems rather illogical, especially considering that Zhang Feng, a 3rd-rank celestial master, still breathes. At this moment, the various sects unite to besiege the corpse-raising valley. and there are numerous golden talismans in play, complemented by the collaboration of esteemed celestial masters. Thus, the death of the tiger tamer is all the more unfathomable. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master smirks repeatedly, for just yesterday, he received a secret missive from two celestial masters of Longhu Mountain. This missive recounted the events surrounding the expedition to the corpse-raising valley. The revelation that the tiger tamer was slain by the young upstart Fei Luo struck a deep chord in the heart of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. How could a mere fledgling, freshly ascended to the ranks of celestial masters, wield such formidable spells and unparalleled swordsmanship, rivaling even the might of a late-stage celestial master? Chapter 165. Anomalies and challenges. The information that flooded and stirred the heart of the Nine Thunder Master. Initially, his desire to eliminate Fei Luo stemmed solely from personal ambition. However, now it was intertwined with more complex considerations. The old adage, a common man is innocent, yet the possession of treasure brings suspicion, rang true. This young man, named Fei Luo, undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary ancient legacy, at the very least a heritage befitting an ancient immortal. The originator of such a legacy would be as formidable as the founding patriarch of the Zhengyi sect. In ancient lore, many powerful beings ascended to the realm of transcendence, achieving the state of fusion with the Tao. The legacies they left behind were bound to be immensely potent. If Fei Luo had not acquired such a formidable inheritance, how could he exhibit such strength? The Nine Thunder Master chuckled coldly. Master, I urge you not to act with bias. I hope you conduct a thorough investigation to clear the name of the Fei Luo Master. He may not have claimed credit, but surely he has endured hardships. The untimely demise of a dignified 7th-rank master is a significant loss for our Mao Shan. As he spoke, the Nine Thunder Master cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng. His gaze carried an inscrutable depth. The two brothers, however, remained unfazed, their expressions calm as they focused on their own thoughts. Yet, the more indifferent they appeared, the more pronounced the cold smirk on the Nine Thunder Master's face became. Sui Xianfeng nodded, sighing, I understand. Nine Thunder, your bond with Fei Luo runs deep. His passing weighs heavily on you, but at that moment, two piercing sounds sliced through the air above Mao Shan. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of swords slicing through the wind immediately captured the attention of the gathered masters. Sui Xianfeng, being the headmaster, halted momentarily. In his perception, he sensed three distinct auras of masters approaching. One belonged to the Xiang master. Another resonated with the essence of a 4th-rank master, and the last emanated from a 1st-rank master. The others also recognized these three presences, along with the aura of a woman. Swiftly, everyone rose and filed out. Xiang has returned. Sui Xianfeng led the assembly of masters to the courtyard, greeting the weary Xiang master with a smile. However, as his gaze passed over the figure behind Xiang, it narrowed in surprise. Lin Jiao? More than a decade ago, Lin Jiao had departed Mao Shan at a tender age for training and had now remarkably ascended to the rank of master. Gasped. The brothers Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng, standing behind Sui Xianfeng, were equally astonished, drawing in a sharp breath. How could it be that in just one day, Lin Jiao had become a master? If Lin Jiao's transformation left everyone stunned, Fei Luo's advancement instilled sheer horror. A 4th-rank master. In merely 2 days, Fei Luo had risen to the rank of a 4th-rank master? Unbelievable. The two masters rubbed their eyes, staring at Fei Luo as if they had seen a ghost. Master. The Xiang master inclined his head slightly towards Sui Xianfeng, then acknowledged the others with a nod of courtesy. Fei Luo, Lin Jiao, come forth and greet the esteemed elders. The esteemed Master Xiang enthusiastically introduced to Fei Luo the various celestial masters of the Mao Shan sect. Though Jiao Shu was familiar with them, Fei Luo was not. Nevertheless, Fei Luo remained courteous, slightly bowing in respect to Masters Sui Xianfeng and others. Without a doubt, these masters held considerable renown in the realm of the spiritual and the mystical, and Fei Luo harbored no ill feelings toward these upright figures. Suddenly, as Master Xiang continued his introductions, Fei Luo sensed several waves of malevolence directed at him. The source of this hostility was unmistakably the ominous Master Jiao Lei, whose presence radiated the aura of an 8th-tier celestial master. At that moment, Master Xiang had just begun to speak of Master Jiao Lei and his companions, and a fleeting expression of disdain crossed Xiang's face. Ah, Fei Luo interjected, a cold smile gracing his lips, you must be Master Jiao Lei. I observe a suffocating malice coalescing above your head. It seems you have committed many nefarious deeds, have you not? As the saying goes, misfortune befalls those who dwell in darkness. I wonder, Master Jiao Lei, have you been sleeping soundly of late? With these astonishing words, Fei Luo raised his head defiantly, casting a scornful gaze upon Master Jiao Lei, showing no trace of the reverence expected of a young disciple before a prominent figure. He had no intentions of sparing this wretch who sought to bring about his demise. At this pronouncement, The faces of Jiu Shu, Master Ziyang, and the sect leader Sui Xianfeng changed dramatically. They were all aware of Fei Luo's prodigious talent, yet they were taken aback by his audacity. Particularly, Jiu Shu and Master Ziyang exchanged worried glances, recalling their counsel to Fei Luo on the journey to exercise restraint and avoid directly confronting Master Jiulei, who had extensive connections. They had advised him to bide his time, for there would be ample opportunities for vengeance in the future. Indeed, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. However, Fei Luo valued swift retribution. A gentleman does not let grievances linger, and revenge should not be postponed until the morrow. Initially, Fei Luo had considered feigning deference to grant Master Ziyang some face. Yet, upon his arrival at the Maoshan sect, Master Jiulei had made his malevolent intentions abundantly clear, igniting Fei Luo's fury instantly. Impudent! Master Jiulei's face turned a shade of deep crimson as he thundered. You insolent child, do you not comprehend your crimes? Your slaying of Master Fu, who is a capital offense, and now you dare to defy an elder, further breaching the sect's regulations. Do you realize you cannot escape the consequences of your actions? What? Fei Luo had killed Master Fu? The expressions of Master Ziyang and Jiu Shu shifted dramatically. They instantly recognized that some disgraceful individual from Longhu Mountain had leaked this information. The sect leader, Sui Xianfeng, gazed at Fei Luo in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Maoshan sect had strict regulations prohibiting private duels. Any grievances were to be resolved in the Grand Assembly at the main sect. The unauthorized killing of a fellow disciple was a death sentence. Although Fei Luo was already a celestial master, he had yet to undergo the coronation ceremony, and thus his current status remained that of a 40th generation disciple. The accusation of defying a superior, though seemingly fabricated, was wielded by Master Jiulei with precise accuracy. Indeed, I implore you, esteemed master, to discern the minutiae with utmost clarity. It is a well-known fact that Fei Luo acted with impunity in slaying the revered master of the tiger, Ziyang, Zhangchun, Zhangfeng. Do you dare to swear upon your convictions that you did not witness this scene? Master, surely you would not shield this young prodigy, would you? Such a nefarious individual, who has squandered the sect's nurturing, has committed acts of treachery against both his mentors and his ancestors, truly descending to a level beneath that of swine and dogs. Surely, all present have witnessed his blatant arrogance. If he were to attain significant cultivation in the future, who knows how he might turn against us. At this moment, several of the disciples loyal to the Nine Thunder Master echoed these sentiments. These individuals, with their words, have audaciously cast the blame squarely upon Fei Luo, revealing their insidious nature. Chapter 166. The dirty countenance are you all. The expression of Master Ziyang turned ashen as he shouted furiously, Jiulei, do not speak recklessly. If it were not for the golden talismans wielded by Master Fu against Fei Luo, how could Fei Luo have committed such an error? Indeed, you are being utterly unreasonable. My husband is not a bloodthirsty person. That enigmatic Master Fu targeted him from the very beginning. He is the one who deserves to perish. At this moment, Ren Tingting could no longer contain her indignation. She stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Jiulei and his associates. Impudent! What business do you, a mere woman, have speaking here? One of the attendants behind Master Jiulei stepped forward, angrily pointing at Ren Tingting. And what of it? You, with your filthy mouth and unkempt beard, are truly nauseating. You dare call yourself a master? I see you as nothing more than a charlatan. Unfazed, Ren Tingting stood resolutely beside Fei Luo, fiercely confronting the master. In Ren Tingting's heart, Fei Luo was a divine being. The demons and foes he had vanquished were all deserving of their fate. Such a man, with a clear moral compass, could not tolerate slander. Moreover, Fei Luo was the man she had chosen to be with, in her eyes. She would marry no one but him. How could she endure anyone insulting her husband? Silence. At that moment, the Supreme Master Sui Xianfeng spoke, casting a stern gaze over the assembly. The formidable aura emanating from Master Sui Xianfeng sent a shiver through everyone present. As the foremost expert of Maoshan, his appointment as the leader was not merely due to his cultivation, but also because his character and intellect were recognized by the previous elders who elected him. What on earth is going on? Ziyang, explain everything to me in detail. Master Sui Xianfeng cast a deep glance at Fei Luo, suppressing his impulsive desire to question him directly and instead turning his attention to Master Ziyang. At this moment, Master Sui Xianfeng held a tentative hypothesis in his mind. He was quite fond of Fei Luo, yet the latter's assertive demeanor sparked a flicker of dissatisfaction within him. If there were to be any punishment, it would have to wait until their return to Maoshan. This was an undeniable principle. Each master was a precious asset of Maoshan. Master Sui Xianfeng was astonished by Fei Luo's rapid advancement and equally surprised by Jiu Shu's elevation to master. Yet he understood that every nation has its laws and every family its rules. The trouble Fei Luo had stirred was not trivial. Observing the performance of the crowd, Fei Luo had remained silent throughout. At this moment, he merely patted Ren Tingting's shoulder, casting her a warm glance. Though it is often said that women are less wise, this was evidently a fallacy. Ren Tingting's bravery in standing up for herself against numerous masters warmed Fei Luo's heart. Fei Luo was merely curious to see how this spectacle would conclude. If the Maoshan sect could not provide him with a satisfactory resolution, he would have no qualms about departing. While Jiao Shu had shown him kindness, Fei Luo, as an audacious traveler of another realm, was not bound by the archaic ideologies of this era, nor did he concern himself with such trivialities. As the adage goes, excessive words yield no fruit. Justice resides within the hearts of the people, and the merits and demerits of right and wrong will be judged by future generations. With his own formidable abilities, Fei Luo could easily lead a life of adventure, slaying demons and reveling in freedom, untroubled by the antiquated constraints of society. Why should he not resist when faced with threats to his life? As the master spoke, the Ziyang celestial master clasped his fists and replied, "Master brother, this is how it happened. On that day, we engaged in a fierce battle with the Corpse King." He then recounted the circumstances of the event. When he described how Fei Luo unleashed a vast expanse of divine lightning to obliterate the Corpse King, Sui Xianfeng gasped, casting a look of disbelief at Fei Luo. Was it truly possible to wield such extensive lightning magic? Furthermore, the magnitude of Fei Luo's internal power was extraordinary, enabling him to summon thunder continuously. However, when they heard about the golden talisman soaring amidst the chaos towards Fei Luo, ultimately engulfing him, the expressions of Sui Xianfeng and the others fell to a dismal low. They were both astonished and enraged. Enraged at the audacity of the tiger-subduing celestial master, and astonished at the multitude of secrets Fei Luo harbored. How could he remain unscathed amidst the bombardment of the golden talisman? Instinctively, they glanced at the immaculate black leisure attire adorning Fei Luo, suspecting that it was indeed a spiritual treasure. Such immense fortune. This young man was undoubtedly favored by destiny, achieving a breakthrough to celestial master status so swiftly, likely due to the inheritance from an ancient immortal. Spiritual treasures possess incredible abilities, capable of transforming at will, and defensive treasures can even take the form of garments, making them truly wondrous. Even the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions gazed at Fei Luo with fervent eyes, an imperceptible glimmer of greed flashing within them. The Maoshan sect originally had 10 Celestial Masters, including the Master himself. Now, with the absence of the tiger-subduing Celestial Master, 4 Celestial Masters remained allied with the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. This meant that aside from Ziyang's Celestial Master and the neutral Zhang Feng and Zhang Chun, only Master Sui Xianfeng and a spirited elder remained. Within the Maoshan sect, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master represented a formidable faction. However, unlike the astonished expressions of the others, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his associates remained impassive, smirking coldly. They had already devised a strategy to confront the situation. After listening to Ziyang's Celestial Master's account, Sui Xianfeng cast a grim look towards the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. Nine Thunder, it was you who recommended the tiger-subduing Celestial Master. How could he resort to using a golden talisman against Fei Luo during the battle? In response, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master remained unfazed, retrieving a letter from his waist. "Master, this letter is from our comrades at Longhu Mountain. It clearly states that the Corpse King was exceptionally formidable at the time, and the tiger-subduing Celestial Master was compelled to use the talisman in desperation. Unfortunately, he was struck by the Corpse King's attack, causing the talisman to veer off course. Moreover, the tiger-subduing Celestial Master later apologized to Fei Luo. But who could have anticipated that Fei Luo, in his ruthless manner, would execute the tiger-subduing Celestial Master without a second thought? The letter articulately detailed these events, leaving no room for embellishment. "Master brother, please take a look." The Nine Thunder Celestial Master, with a sardonic smile, handed the letter to Sui Xianfeng. Upon seeing this correspondence from Longhu Mountain, Jiao Shu and Ziyang Celestial Master instantly sensed trouble. Cursed be the Celestial Masters of Longhu Mountain. They indeed conspired alongside the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. Previously, no matter how Ziyang's Celestial Master argued, even with the testimonies of the Zhang brothers, it was merely words. Now, with the endorsement of Longhu Mountain's letter, it served as a substantial leverage aimed at Fei Luo's demise. Sui Xianfeng took the letter and began to read it swiftly. However, as he continued, his expression shifted from one of concentration to one of deepening turmoil. Soon thereafter, the letter had also passed through the hands of esteemed figures such as the Purple Sun Master, Zhang Chuntian, and Zhang Feng. "Master, this letter indeed reflects the circumstances of that time with remarkable accuracy, but The Purple Sun Master, noticing Sui Xianfeng's changing demeanor, was about to offer an explanation. Yet, Sui Xianfeng preemptively interrupted him, turning his gaze towards Fei Luo. Fei Luo, pray tell, since Master Fuhu has already pleaded for mercy, why do you still seek to take his life? Chapter 167. The decision of the Maoshan sect leader. Upon hearing these words, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and others displayed expressions of cold amusement. Xian Celestial Master and Uncle Jiao were particularly astonished, while Rin Tingting anxiously clutched Fei Luo's arm. Hey! Fei Luo let out a derisive laugh, directing his gaze at Sui Xianfeng. As the sect leader, I abide by the principle, if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, but should one wrong me, I shall retaliate. The intention of Fu Hu to kill me is genuine, for he deserves it. Fei Luo did not elaborate further, for he understood that had he perished that day, would these individuals have sought retribution against Fu Hu Celestial Master for his demise? The answer was unequivocally negative. Ha ha. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master burst into laughter, addressing the sect leader. Look at his arrogance. Fu Hu merely acted out of misfortune. Yet he seeks to end Fu Hu's life. He demands his very existence be extinguished. Silence. Sui Xianfeng's visage was etched with frost as he rebuked the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master felt as though he had swallowed a fly, stifling his words and forcing them back down. Shortly thereafter, Sui Xianfeng's anger dissipated like melting ice, and he regarded Fei Luo with a smile. Fei Luo, I understand your discomfort. I also recognize that you did not grow up in Maoshan and are unfamiliar with our sect's regulations. Therefore, let this matter rest. Master! 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 Today, Sui Xianfeng was acutely aware that Fei Luo had committed a grave transgression, yet he was not an inflexible man. Recognizing Fei Luo's extraordinary talent, he contemplated leveraging his authority as sect leader to provide Fei Luo with a leniency. He believed that neglecting to nurture such a prodigy would be a loss for the Maoshan sect and the entire realm of spiritual illusions. However, Sui Xianfeng was far from anticipating the determination of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and others to swiftly eliminate Fei Luo. Before he could finish his statement, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions interjected. Sui Xianfeng cast an irritated glance at the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his cohort. What do you wish to convey? Stepping forward, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master sneered. Sect leader, do you intend to disregard the rules set forth by our ancestors? Indeed. Sect leader, talent is always in abundance. While this lad may have encountered some fortuitous events, he remains merely a fortuitous occurrence. His ruthless demeanor and disregard for his elders cannot be overlooked merely because he possesses talent. Yes, if Fei Luo can break the rules today, then tomorrow we may see Zhang Luo, Li Luo, and Wang Luo emerge. Will you then choose to overlook the regulations, Master? At this moment, the heart-piercing words of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his allies caused Sui Xianfeng's countenance to darken profoundly. There are certain matters we are all aware of without needing to voice them. Fei Luo is a blessing for our Maoshan sect. Should you not prioritize tranquility and the pursuit of the Tao? Endless fury surged within Sui Xianfeng's heart. He had initially believed these individuals would grant him some measure of respect, only to find their intentions insidiously malicious. In the past, when the esteemed Zhang Daoling established the Zhengyi sect and designated the title of Celestial Master, he intended for the sect to uphold the principle, to drive away evil with righteousness, to unify all under one. The righteous shall not be malevolent, the singular shall not be mixed, safeguarding the righteous path of the world. However, in the present day, these elderly individuals have stagnated in their cultivation and have shifted their focus to worldly gains and losses, thereby straying from the original intent of their path. Suddenly, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master produced an object from his hand, a jade token that gleamed with significance. Etched upon the token were images of a flying dragon and phoenix, with the words Zheng Yi inscribed at the center. Master, surely you must recognize this artifact? The elder had once proclaimed that seeing this symbol was akin to encountering the ancestral master. Now, as Fei Luo had transgressed the sect's regulations, we ought to administer justice according to the law. Do you intend to engage in favoritism before our ancestor? This is the Maoshan token. This token was entrusted to the second strongest, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, by the previous sect leader and current elder on the day of Sui Xianfeng's appointment. To behold the Maoshan token is to behold the ancestral master. In times of indecision, the Maoshan token can be used to resolve matters through a voting process. The sect leader's vote is excluded to prevent unilateral power and tyranny. Upon seeing the Maoshan token, Sui Xianfeng's heart sank. Likewise, the Purple Sun Celestial Master felt a deep despondence. Presently, Maoshan is left with only 9 Celestial Masters. Aside from the sect leader, there are 8 others. And regardless of the voting outcome, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master retains 4 decisive votes. The matter concerning Fei Luo cannot simply be resolved amicably. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, and Fei Luo smiled as he clapped, directing his gaze toward the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and the others. Remarkable! Today, I have witnessed the so-called leaders of the world's Taoist sects, and they are but a pack of rodents. At this remark, the faces of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions flushed with anger. Young man, should you continue to speak insolently? We shall strip you of your cultivation according to the rules of our ancestor, allowing you ample time for reflection. Impudence. The sacred grounds of Maoshan cannot be subjected to your reckless words. Surrender the inheritance you possess to benefit the sect. You betray your master and harm the elders of the sect. I see. Just then, Fei Luo revealed the sword of radiance in his hand and struck towards the celestial masters who were gossiping behind the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. Enraged, Fei Luo realized that these individuals were brazenly trying to nullify his cultivation and demand the surrender of his inheritance, revealing their truly despicable nature. It appeared that their desire to eliminate him stemmed from jealousy of his prodigious talents and envy of his treasures. Since you wish to wield your age as a weapon, I shall teach you a lesson today. With a swift motion, before the Purple Sun Celestial Master and Ninth Uncle could react, Fei Luo unleashed a strike aimed at the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions. Blood-breaking sword technique, flying flowers. The sword energy, imbued with the sacred brilliance of the Sword of Radiance, resembled a celestial swordsman as it cleaved through the air, sending forth a series of sword energies accompanied by a howling sound. What audacity! The Nine Thunder Celestial Master, witnessing Fei Luo's furious attack, sneered coldly, producing a long sword that transformed into a blur to counter the incoming sword light. The clash rang out. Fei Luo's strike, combined with the radiance of the Sword of Radiance, manifested as countless shimmering sword shadows. Yet, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, a seasoned Celestial Master, felt no fear as he engaged the sword light head-on. However, after several exchanges, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master sensed the terrifying penetrating power within the sword energy. Suddenly, the sword energy emitted by Fei Luo erupted, causing the Nine Thunder Celestial Master to feel as though the spiritual weapon in his grasp was on the verge of slipping away. He staggered back several steps, barely managing to dissipate the terrifying sword aura. Fei Luo, a 4th-grade Celestial Master, exhibited no fear towards the 8th-grade Celestial Master. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master. A mere strike was sufficient to reveal the disparity in their power. With a flash, Fei Luo, fueled by anger, could not be so easily deterred, and he swiftly unleashed his second strike. Enough! With the sound of Sui Xianfeng's voice echoing, he transformed into a phantom, appearing before Fei Luo like a wraith, his hand delicately resting on Fei Luo's sword-bearing arm as light as a floating leaf. Chapter 168. Has Fei Luo become a disciple abandoned by Maoshan? The esteemed leader Sui Xianfeng, the foremost expert of Maoshan, possesses unparalleled combat experience and cultivation, with a deftness akin to that of a pair of pliers. His two seemingly weightless fingers elegantly pinched Fei Luo's arm. Invisible to ordinary eyes, a small ring from Sui Xianfeng's hand slipped into his sleeve, and his lips moved subtly as he conveyed a few words to Fei Luo through the medium of thought. Fei Luo's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden approach of Sui Xianfeng. Truly, the Maoshan leader is formidable. He is indeed on an entirely different level compared to those mediocre celestial masters. Boom. At that moment, the sword energy of Fei Luo's sword, Hongguang, surged into the void, exploding into a cascade of particles. Sui Xianfeng acted swiftly, completing his subtle maneuvers just as Fei Luo's sword energy erupted, an event that transpired in the blink of an eye. Those present, including the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, breathed a sigh of relief, acutely aware of the danger they had narrowly escaped. They had not faced Fei Luo directly and were oblivious to the extent of his power. Sui Xianfeng's effortless thwarting of Fei Luo's attack allowed the hearts of Ziyang Celestial Master and others to ease somewhat. Thankfully, no greater tragedy had befallen them. Rin Tingting, standing behind Fei Luo, beamed with admiration. He is so handsome. Such a shameful display from these old dogs. As Rin Tingting delved into the path of cultivation, her mindset began to shift gradually. She understood that in this serene realm of spirits, only the strong held any authority. The malevolent intent of these individuals towards Fei Luo was reprehensible. The line between life and death is often a mere thought away. Had Fei Luo's cultivation been lacking, he would have perished during the incident in the corpse-raising valley. Upon hearing Sui Xianfeng's transmission, Fei Luo's pupils constricted, and for the first time, he felt a sense of affinity for this elder radiating an aura of celestial grace. Master, senior brother, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, feeling the tingling in his arm, hurriedly spoke up. Swish. Sui Xianfeng raised his hand, silencing the Nine Thunder Celestial Master's words. He then offered Fei Luo a bittersweet smile and stated, Fei Luo, you have violated the sect's rules, but considering the chaotic nature of the battle at the time, I hereby declare that, in accordance with Maoshan regulations, you are to be expelled from the sect. At these words, Ziyang Celestial Master, Uncle Jiao, and Rintingting were instantly taken aback. Master, you mustn't. Uncle Master, Little Luo. Before they could finish their protests, Fei Luo interjected, Master, Grandmaster. I am truly happy to have met you. Now that I have breached the sect's rules, it is only fitting that I accept the consequences. With that, Fei Luo winked at Uncle Jiao and Ziyang Celestial Master. This gesture left them bewildered, as if they were monks unable to comprehend their surroundings. Should we not be concerned? What does this mean? Could it be? Uncle Jiao and Ziyang Celestial Master were perplexed, but chose to remain silent. They exchanged glances filled with understanding towards Sui Xianfeng and Fei Luo, quickly grasping the implications of the prior exchange. Master, this cannot be. He should have his cultivation revoked. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master, feeling a mix of delight and urgency, voiced his desire to see Fei Luo brought to ruin. His envy was palpable. Not only were they envious, but the Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain also harbored jealousy. Fei Luo possessed not only spiritual treasures but also miraculous elixirs that could facilitate remarkable advancements. It is important to note that they had been stagnating at the Celestial Master realm for decades. If they could obtain even a fraction of what Fei Luo had, they might finally break free from the shackles of their stagnation and step into the realm of spiritual cultivation. Enough. Do not presume that your actions are without flaws. This is all you shall ever achieve in this lifetime. Should you continue to speak, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sui Xianfeng cast a cold glance at the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions, speaking with a stern tone. Upon hearing this, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and the others immediately fell silent. The mere thought of expelling Fei Luo filled the Nine Thunder Celestial Master with joy. He did not even hope to diminish Fei Luo's cultivation today. Without Fei Luo, he could still strive for the position of the next head of Maoshan. His disciple remained a prodigy of Maoshan. However, although the Ziyang Celestial Master had caught Fei Luo's gaze, his heart felt as if it had lost its essence, wearing a look of profound dejection. As for Zhang Feng and the others, they dared not voice their anger. There are laws of the nation and rules of the family. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions held significant power, and with the Maoshan decree invoked today, they knew it would be difficult to assist Fei Luo. Master, you should stay at Maoshan and accept your inheritance well. I will come to Rinjia Town to find you, Fei Luo said gently to Uncle Jiao, feeling a sense of relief. Regardless of Maoshan's circumstances, Uncle Jiao remained his mentor. Had it not been for Uncle Jiao's desperate efforts to save him, his life would have long since perished, making any thoughts of traversing realms moot. One must understand the importance of gratitude. Indeed, Uncle Jiao nodded, his heart heavy with regret as he looked at Fei Luo. He was aware that Fei Luo had gained an extraordinary opportunity, yet the actions of Maoshan today left him feeling profoundly powerless. He had not yet become an elder of Maoshan. Even if he did, how could he contend with the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his cohorts? After patting Uncle Jiao's shoulder, Fei Luo showed no hesitation, taking hold of Rintingting as they soared skyward on their swords, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. At this moment, Fei Luo felt no affection for Maoshan. At the very least, those few individuals deserved punishment. Fei Luo understood that today was not the right moment for vengeance, as Sui Xianfeng had just imparted certain insights to him. In just a few brief words, she had concealed within him a chilling intent for retribution. Destiny is indeed wondrous. Even Fei Luo had not anticipated that after vanquishing demons and monsters, he would become an outcast of Maoshan, simply because of the malevolent inclinations of the human heart. It was laughably absurd. The members of Maoshan watched as Fei Luo departed, apart from the evident delight on the faces of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his allies. The others were engulfed in melancholy. What a remarkable genius! It was a pity that they had driven him away. Some among them were the true sinners of Maoshan. With a heavy heart, Zhang Feng remarked, casting a deep glance at the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his companions before approaching the Ziyang Celestial Master. The two brothers knew that the most distressed among them was the Ziyang Celestial Master. They prepared to offer him some comfort. To encounter such an outstanding disciple only to have him forcefully expelled by the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and his ilk was indeed a tragic fate. Nine Thunder. Are you now satisfied? All for your petty intrigues? The esteemed Master Sui Xianfeng seethed with a tempest of fury as he cast a cold glance at the Nine Thunder Celestial Master and others before turning away. Ziyang, send Lin Jiao to the Tongtian blessed land to receive his inheritance. In 7 days, he shall be crowned as elder. Sui Xianfeng's voice echoed through the void as he departed. The Ziyang Celestial Master nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Uncle Jiao's shoulder. Come, my disciple, This course is irreversible. I shall lead you to the cave heaven. Meanwhile, Fei Luo and Ren Tingting, reminiscent of celestial lovers, had departed from Maoshan, soaring through the skies above Zhurong City alongside the Azure Bird. Husband, why did you leave so abruptly? Ren Tingting inquired, still perplexed by Fei Luo's unusual restraint in swallowing such indignation today. This is an unmerited disaster, an unjust grievance, is it not? Chapter 169. Departing from Maoshan, Fei Luogan smiled gently, playfully tapping Ren Tingting's nose, and softly said, Fool, I am merely showing respect to Sui Xianfeng. At this moment, Fei Luogan did not conceal the recent events from Ren Tingting. Within the Maoshan lineage, two esteemed elders have mysteriously vanished. They may be secluded somewhere in the world, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs, or they may have tragically failed in their ascension and become mere dust. These two venerable elders are formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, one of them is the master of Sui Xianfeng, while the other is the master of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master. Initially, Sui Xianfeng's master was the sect leader, and the master of the Nine Thunder Celestial Master held the position of the second elder of Maoshan. However, fate often unfolds in peculiar ways, and this generation of disciples remains no different. The Nine Thunder Celestial Master, known for his vindictiveness and pettiness, lacks the integrity of his master. While his master is certainly narrow-minded, he is overtly malevolent, resembling a true villain. In contrast, the Nine Thunder Celestial Master presents a facade of grandeur while being a hypocrite in secret. Sui Xianfeng had just briefly mentioned that this was a temporary measure, advising Fei Luogan not to take it to heart, assuring him that when the first elder returns, justice will be served. An essential point to consider is that if Sui Xianfeng's master were to fail in his advancement, with the second elder still present, Fei Luogan's reckless actions today could lead him to an irreversible abyss. The notion of striking down the minor adversaries only to face the major ones loomed large. Sui Xianfeng had no communication with his master, and Fei Luogan had no knowledge of whether the Nine Thunder Celestial Master could contact the second elder. Should Fei Luogan take it upon himself to cleanse the sect, and the second elder were to learn of it, who in heaven or earth could save him then? This realization jolted Fei Luogan into awareness, prompting him to choose patience. To confront foes several times stronger than oneself without prudence would be the folly of a fool. Furthermore, Sui Xianfeng had bestowed upon Fei Luogan a ring containing the complete Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scripture, which included secrets on crafting golden talismans, a hidden treasure of Maoshan. Among the three major branches of the Zhenyi sect, the Maoshan school excels in the art of talismans. Of course, upon a slight inspection, Fei Luogan also discovered a spiritual treasure within the ring. This treasure evidently surpassed the usual limits of gifts Sui Xianfeng would bestow. The entire Maoshan sect has very few spiritual treasures. For Sui Xianfeng to exceptionally gift one to Fei Luogan is a significant favor. This spiritual treasure was a protective gauze robe, endowed with boundless utility. Though it is a lower-grade treasure, it remains exceedingly rare, even compared to the upper-grade treasures Fei Luogan possessed. In the Maoshan sect, even those who attain the position of elder typically receive only a spiritual instrument from the sect, while a true spiritual treasure requires substantial contributions to acquire. Sui Xianfeng's actions rendered Fei Luogan's acceptance of the inheritance inconsequential, as he had already gained ample benefits. In truth, Sui Xianfeng implied that if Fei Luogan could break through to the nascent soul stage, he would be free to cleanse the sect at will. By then, Fei Luogan would become the new esteemed elder of the sect. This realization dawned upon Fei Luogan in an instant. However, whether or not to become the supreme elder matters little to Fei Luo. What he cherishes is a life of freedom and unrestrained enjoyment. Yet, a gentleman must not let grievances go unavenged. Since revenge seems unattainable at present, he shall bide his time. Here, try this gauzy garment. It can change its appearance at will. This treasure is of no use to me, so I bestow it upon you. As he spoke, Fei Luo retrieved the ethereal garment from the storage ring and handed it to Ren Tingting. Upon hearing his words, a look of realization washed over her face. In that moment, as Ren Tingting beheld Fei Luo's generous offer of a magical artifact, she felt an exuberance akin to that of a child receiving candy. My dear husband, I knew you were the best to me. Without hesitation, she accepted the garment, aware of Fei Luo's disposition. Their bond as lovers meant that any reluctance on her part would only displease him. Following Fei Luo's guidance, she pricked her fingertip to draw a drop of blood, allowing it to fall upon the fabric. Instantly, the garment resonated with a sense of bloodline connection. With a mere thought, the gauzy attire transformed into a flowing blue gown, enveloping Ren Tingting and accentuating her graceful silhouette. Subsequently, she delightedly experimented with various forms of the dress, akin to a child reveling in a new toy. Such a wondrous artifact proved immensely practical, alleviating the hassle of constant wardrobe changes. Well, you certainly know how to have fun, Fei Luo remarked, observing Rintinting's joyous antics. In a fleeting moment, an unnameable thought flickered in Fei Luo's mind. If this treasure could change so dramatically, could it also? With a deep breath, he buried this mischievous notion deep within his heart. In due time, he would certainly explore the possibility of transforming Rintinting into an array of silken attires, black, white, or flesh-toned, as such curiosities were not yet commonplace in this era. A myriad of images danced in Fei Luo's imagination. As a traveler from another time, how could he not possess an aesthetic sense befitting contemporary youth? At his words, Rintinting cast a suspicious glance at Fei Luo, noticing the sly expression upon his face, which instantly made her blush. "My dear husband, what are you thinking? Could it be?" She glanced at the newly transformed garment adorning her and, combined with Fei Luo's suggestive gaze, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade. "Oh, how embarrassing," she exclaimed. Fei Luo must be harboring some untoward thoughts. Having received a Western education, Rintinting was well aware of the proclivities of the elite, uniforms, stockings, and the like. Fei Luo, always well-informed, surely understood this as well. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Fei Luo tossed the small blue ring lightly into the air. "Ting-ting, I simply believe you look splendid in anything. Here, take this storage ring. It recognizes its master through blood as well. Though this ring had a modest capacity of only 3 cubic units, it was sufficient for carrying everyday essentials." "Hee, thank you, my husband." As Rintinting gazed at the azure ring in her hand, a wave of joy swept over her, prompting her to gently peck Fei Luo's cheek before she began to examine the storage ring. Alas, observing the enchanting figure beside her, Fei Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This beguiling little sprite, if not for his formidable resolve, might have easily ensnared his heart. Whoosh! With the blessing of an invisibility talisman, Fei Luo soared through the skies on his sword with unparalleled speed, soon departing from the confines of Maoshan and entering the vibrant city of Jumong. "My dear husband, I recall that on the western side of the Yangtze River lies a town named Rinjia, where my sister resides. Shall we pay her a visit?" At that moment, Rintinting, captivated by the fleeting scenery below, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 170. Rinjia Town in Jiangxi. Another Rinjia town? Upon hearing this, Fei Luo raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Your Rin family is quite remarkable, spreading its branches far and wide." Amused by Fei Luo's jest, Rintinting covered her mouth with a smile, explaining, "My ancestors made their fortune through commerce. In the old society, merchants held a low status, yet they managed to accumulate some wealth. My second uncle established a Rinjia town in Jiangxi alongside his grandfather, while our family moved to Hubei." "Goodness!" Fei Luo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he listened to Rintinting recount her family's history. Indeed, they were a prosperous clan. Just Rintinting's lineage alone was affluent. And it was surprising to learn that her second uncle's branch was equally thriving. Wealthy individuals are distinct. The adage that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations holds truth, as only families that endure beyond 3 generations can truly withstand a test of time. As Fei Luo absorbed her words, Rintinting smiled sweetly and added, "It's not as grand as you imagine. While my ancestors did establish a significant fortune, some branches of our family have gradually declined with the passage of time. Currently, my father's and my second uncle's branches are the most prosperous." "Indeed," Fei Luo nodded, responding, "the truth stands. Your father is a commercial genius. Or else he wouldn't have amassed such a vast enterprise. The Rin family has diversified interests in Hubei, encompassing textiles, shipping, and banking, with Mr. Rin involved in numerous sectors, holding shares in various foreign firms, truly embodying the essence of a local magnate." At this moment, Rintinting linked her arm with Fei Luo's and gently said, "Since I embraced the path of cultivation, I have come to realize that the pursuits of fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds. My true aspiration lies in seeking longevity and freedom." Pausing briefly, she continued, "However, my father's enterprises will eventually be yours. I have no inclination towards business. I wish to become a celestial master, soaring through the heavens." Fei Luo couldn't help but feel a wave of irony wash over him at Rintingting's lofty sentiments. It seemed she was unaware of her fortune. Even those on the path of cultivation still require finances. Yet, for someone in Rintingting's position, money is merely a figure. As for her assertion that the vast wealth of the Rin family would belong to her, Fei Luo harbored no particular thoughts. Was this akin to aligning himself with a young and beautiful heiress? Had he not chosen the path of cultivation, such a notion might have thrilled him. After all, a phrase had circulated in his previous life, "Auntie, I no longer wish to strive," especially considering that this auntie was a young and exquisite beauty. However, as he delved deeper into his cultivation, Fei Luo found himself increasingly indifferent to these worldly possessions. His true goal was to refine himself to the point of transcending reality, shattering the void. Ultimately, this world was not his true home. as a young man who had often immersed himself in novels and xinxia dramas in his previous life. The ability to transcend the void and traverse myriad realms was Fei Luo's greatest ambition. In contemporary times, the realization of dreams appears increasingly feasible. How could Fei Luo simply languish in this world? The realm inhabited by Uncle Nine might be perceived by Fei Luo as a parallel universe or perhaps merely a dimension within the vast cosmos, yet such distinctions are inconsequential. Once he attains mastery in his cultivation, he will undoubtedly unravel the secrets of this world. Subsequently, amidst laughter and merriment, the two journeyed towards the banks of the Yangtze River. A day later, in the town of Rinjia, Jiangxi, Fei Luo and Rin Tingting made their appearance. Whoosh! On an empty street, Fei Luo and Rin Tingting soared through the air on their swords, at which point Fei Luo finally dispelled his invisibility charm. To avoid a recurrence of the circumstances in Juka Town, Fei Luo chose to travel discreetly, much like the celestial masters of Maoshan. After all, flying on swords is a rarity that draws attention wherever one goes, often leading the common folk to revere them as deities. Fei Luo's confidence had swelled after ascending to the rank of celestial master. However, following the incidents involving the master of the Corpse Valley and the king of corpses, he came to understand that this world was far more complex than he had initially assumed. Within the lineage of Maoshan alone, there were paradisiacal realms for cultivation, and the malevolent techniques employed by the ghost kings surpassed Fei Luo's wildest imaginings. Recently, two figures appeared on the bustling streets of Rinjia, Jiangxi. One was a graceful maiden, exuding elegance in a blue qipao, reminiscent of a beauty from a painting. The other was a man of ethereal demeanor, his striking features as luminous as the stars, drawing the gaze of passers-by. These two were none other than Rin Tingting and Fei Luo, resembling celestial lovers, gracing the streets of Rinjia with their captivating presence, akin to a vibrant scene that captured everyone's attention. By the way, you mentioned your sister? What is her name? Fei Luo suddenly recalled a question. Throughout their journey, engrossed in the beauty of nature with Rin Tingting, he had completely forgotten to inquire about her sister's name. As they approached her second uncle's residence, the thought finally crossed his mind. Rin Tingting smiled radiantly, her large, expressive eyes gazing at Fei Luo. My sister's name is Rin Zhuzhu. Her nickname is Zhuzhu, and she was born a few months after me. Upon hearing the name Rin Zhuzhu, Fei Luo immediately recalled that in the original narrative, there was indeed a character named Rin Zhuzhu associated with the plot of the musical Zombie. The town where Mama lived was none other than the Rinjia town in Jiangxi where he currently resided. Based on the timeline, Rin Zhuzhu should now be around 20 years old. It became apparent that Fei Luo's presence had caused a slight deviation in the original timeline, albeit not excessively so. For instance, in the original storyline surrounding the musical Zombie, Uncle Nine had yet to reach the Celestial Master realm. However, due to Fei Luo's role as a time traveler, Uncle Nine had attained that status 20 years earlier. Noticing Fei Luo's expression of realization, Rin Tingting inquired curiously, "Husband, do you know my sister?" Rin Tingting was astute, and Fei Luo's outward demeanor had not escaped her notice. "No, I am merely curious," Fei Luo replied with a smile, attempting to deflect her inquiry with a light-hearted chuckle. In jest, one cannot merely claim to have known you long before, to be aware of your sister, or even to know that Rinjushu's grandfather is named Nintendo. Such revelations, if uttered, would surely terrify Rin Tingting. Very well. Rin Tingting nodded, walking alongside Fei Luo down the bustling street. Before long, the pair beheld a magnificent villa, reminiscent of an independent manor, standing proudly at the end of the thoroughfare. This was indeed the home of Rin Zhuzhu. "My dear, we have arrived," Rin Tingting announced, gesturing towards the grand estate before them. Following her indication, Fei Luo observed a manor that was no less impressive than Rin Tingting's own residence. At that moment, several servants within the estate were tending to the flowers and weeding the garden, creating an atmosphere of harmony and tranquility. Chapter 171. The enigmatic young woman with a mysterious pregnancy. As Fei Luo and Rin Tingting arrived outside the estate, the grand entrance of the villa swung open. A tall woman, adorned with fashionable cascading waves and clad in a white short dress, stepped out, her gaze falling upon Rin Tingting and Fei Luo. This woman was Rin Zhuzhu, who bore a striking resemblance to Rin Tingting, particularly in the prominent features of their chests, as if it were an inherited trait, manifesting distinctly. "Sister?" Upon seeing Rin Tingting, Rin Zhuzhu's eyes sparkled, and with a flutter of her dark lashes, she gracefully glided towards the entrance. "Zhuzhu." Rin Tingting smiled warmly at her sister and approached. While Fei Luo appraised Rin Zhuzhu, her gaze shifted towards him, and she gasped softly, "Wow, he's so handsome." Having studied abroad, Rin Zhuzhu was well acquainted with the world, and at that moment, she was taken aback, her heart racing wildly. Fei Luo, with his polite demeanor and an innate charm that radiated from him, combined with his chiseled features, left even the seasoned Rin Zhuzhu breathless. Sister, is this the Fei Luo brother-in-law you mentioned? Rinjuju playfully stuck out her tongue at Fei Luo before turning back to Rintingting. The two sisters frequently conversed over the phone, and their relationship was remarkably close. Rintingting had shared stories about Fei Luo with Rinjuju multiple times. However, during their conversations, Rintingting had described Fei Luo as almost otherworldly, prompting Rinjuju to scoff, doubting such a man could exist. Yet, upon witnessing him in the flesh, she realized her sister had not exaggerated. Indeed, she had understated his allure. With just one glance, even the proud Rinjuju felt herself teetering on the edge of infatuation. Rintingting's fortune in encountering such an extraordinary man was truly remarkable. Hello, I am Fei Luo, he greeted her with a warm smile, nodding politely. At the sound of Fei Luo's slightly magnetic, gentle voice, Rinjuju's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, brother-in-law, hello. You chatterbox, aren't you usually the most talkative one? Why are you stuttering now? Rintingting teased, aren't you going to invite us in? Oh, yes, please come in, brother-in-law. At that moment, Rinjuju's mind felt like a whirlwind. She couldn't resist stealing another glance at Fei Luo. However, every time their gazes met, her heart raced even faster. She had never encountered a man whose eyes were so calm, serene, and clear, reminiscent of a reclusive sage. Coupled with Fei Luo's unique demeanor, she dared not hold his gaze for long, quickly averting her eyes. You silly girl. Rintingting chuckled, playfully patting Rinjuju's shoulder. As Rintingting's cultivation deepened, her resolve grew stronger, yet she remained perpetually captivated by Fei Luo. When she first met him, her reaction had been no less intense than that of Rinjuju, albeit at a time when Fei Luo's abilities were nowhere near as formidable as they were now. Nevertheless, a person's essence remains unchanged. The most captivating aspects of Fei Luo for Rintingting, aside from his broad shoulders that evoke a sense of security akin to mountains, are his unique aura and those clear, penetrating eyes. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul, whether in tranquility or fury. His gaze is so formidable that even the most fearsome specters would hesitate to meet it. Within the villa, the servants of the Rin family served freshly brewed coffee along with an array of delicacies and fruits. Even amidst turbulent times, the lives of the affluent remained undisturbed, seemingly untouched by the chaos of the world. Where is Juju? Rintingting inquired, seated on the sofa alongside Fei Luo, her gaze directed at Rinjuju. My father has gone out to negotiate a significant business deal and will not return for a few days, Rinjuju replied with a grin. Her eyes drifting over to Rintingting's exposed, fair thigh beneath her chi-pao, filled with envy. Sister, where did you buy this dress? The quality is exquisite. And what have you been eating lately? Your skin is so fair, it seems as if it could shatter at a mere touch. As she spoke, Rinjuju stole a glance at Fei Luo, her cheeks flushing deeper. Rintingting, radiating an ethereal beauty, possessed skin as flawless as snow, while her brother-in-law appeared as immaculate as jade, devoid of any blemish. What an extraordinary situation this is. Due to her cultivation practices and the transformative effects of the cleansing elixir, Rintingting underwent a profound metamorphosis, both in demeanor and physique, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. As her training deepened, she approached a state of natural perfection, untouched by the myriad ailments that plague the common folk. The legendary immortals, who are said to be untainted by worldly affairs, possess skin as pure and unblemished as that of an infant. Rintingting glanced at Fei Luo, then turned to Rinjuju. Do not forget, your brother-in-law is a practitioner of the Tao. Naturally, I have learned some techniques, which is why my skin appears so radiant. Really? Rinjuju's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Fei Luo. Brother-in-law, can you teach me the ways of cultivation? I wish to become like my sister. Fei Luo took a sip of his coffee and replied softly. Cultivation is no trifling matter. If your heart is restless, you cannot embark on this path. He was aware that encountering Rinjuju now meant the narrative involving the music zombie would likely unfold following the return of Uncle Gio. It was evidently not the right time for Rinjuju to pursue cultivation. Moreover, the journey of cultivation demands a resolute heart. Rintingting had firmly resolved to embrace this path, while Rinjuju seemed to desire cultivation merely for superficial beauty, a misguided rationale indeed. Fine, if you want to teach me, just say so without being so mysterious. What a stingy person. Rinjuju pouted, her lips forming a small frown. Subsequently, the two women engaged in conversation beside Fei Luo. After a short while, Rinjuju suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, something strange has occurred in town recently. The daughter of the tailor, Li, is only 18, yet inexplicably, her belly has grown large. I only heard about this yesterday, and it has caused quite a scandal. HM? Upon hearing Rinjuju's words, Fei Luo's interest was piqued. An 18-year-old maiden, yet to be wed, and hailing from a family steeped in traditional values, suddenly finds herself with an unmistakable swelling of her abdomen, as though she were in the late stages of pregnancy. Upon hearing Renjuju's words, Rintinting exchanged a glance with Fei Luo, each discerning the unspoken thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. There must be some malevolent force at play. This peculiar incident has recently unfolded in the town of Rinjia, Jiangxi, where the close-knit community is now engulfed in a cloud of anxiety, particularly affecting the family of Taylor Li, who find themselves ensnared in a state of utter trepidation. At this moment, the Li family tailor shop in the eastern part of the city stands resolutely closed, with the family enveloped in a pall of despair. Chapter 172. The Li Family Tailor Shop. The Li Family Tailor Shop has been a venerable establishment for over a decade. Li, the tailor, and his wife were blessed with a daughter. However, due to complications during childbirth, his wife has since been unable to conceive again. In this era, despite the existence of polygamy, such practices have historically been the privilege of affluent families, leaving the impoverished and common folk devoid of such indulgences. To entertain the notion of multiple wives, one must possess considerable means. Throughout history, the financially disadvantaged have constituted the vast majority of society, with most merely grateful to secure a single spouse, leaving little room for frivolities. The Li family exemplifies this reality, surviving on their ancestral craft. Their living conditions are modest, yet they enjoy a semblance of comfort. The Li family tailor shop comprises a compound, with the front serving as the shop and the rear housing the family's living quarters. Father, mother, it hurts so much. At this moment, within the spacious courtyard of the Li residence, a young girl, drenched in sweat and garbed in a yellow gauze skirt, was writhing in agony, her belly prominently distended. The girl's complexion was pallid, her lips devoid of color, and veins bulged at her temples, while beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, reflecting her torment. The most alarming sight was her abdomen, marred by grotesque, darkened veins that had become starkly visible beneath her skin. It seemed as though something within her swollen belly was writhing, reminiscent of a woman in the throes of pregnancy, instilling a deep sense of dread. Beside her, a middle-aged couple sat by the bedside. The man, behind thick spectacles, bore a countenance of worry, while the woman, with a face etched in pain, grasped her daughter's hand, offering continuous reassurances. Mother, it hurts so much. It's moving again. The girl, her hair soaked with perspiration, managed to open her eyes. Fear etched across her features as she stared at her pronounced abdomen, crying out in despair. At that moment, something within her belly was visibly rolling beneath her skin, a horrifying sight that sent shockwaves through the room. Witnessing this scene, the occupants were struck with alarm. Just a couple of days prior, although the girl's belly had been large, the contents had not yet stirred. Now, the unsettling movement within was enough to terrify all who beheld it. Dr. Huang, could it be that my daughter is truly beyond saving? She hasn't even been wed yet. How could this have happened? The bespectacled man exclaimed, casting a desperate glance at the elder seated nearby, who was examining their daughter's pulse. Dr. Huang was renowned as the finest physician within the vicinity of Rinjia town in Jiangxi, reputed to hail from a lineage of imperial physicians who had once treated emperors. However, with the passage of dynasties, this noble lineage had dwindled, leaving him as a wandering healer. 3 days prior, Liu had returned home from an outing, suddenly complaining of dizziness and seeking rest, having eaten nothing before collapsing onto her bed. By the following morning, her abdomen began to swell, her cries of anguish echoing throughout the neighborhood. This sudden and alarming transformation had left the Li couple in shock, prompting them to summon numerous physicians. Today marked the 3rd day, coinciding with Dr. Huang's arrival. In an unexpected turn of events, a young maiden, previously untouched, found her abdomen inexplicably expanding, leading to tumultuous whispers throughout the neighborhood. In this era, which teeters between modernity and lingering feudal beliefs, the impact on a young girl is nothing short of catastrophic. The Li couple had already succumbed to despair after receiving disheartening news from various physicians, but upon witnessing the renowned healer, famed across hundreds of miles, express regret and helplessness. They felt as though the ground had vanished beneath them, threatening to plunge them into darkness. Alas, an elderly man with graying hair and spectacles sighed, "Mr. Li, I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist. This affliction cannot be treated with ordinary remedies. I fear." What could he possibly mean? The Li couple exclaimed in unison, as if they had glimpsed a lifeline amidst their drowning despair. The previous physicians had hastily departed, panic evident in their countenances, having never encountered such a peculiar ailment. Anyone witnessing this bizarre scene would be filled with trepidation. The old physician, though not as frantic as his predecessors, conveyed an underlying message. Adjusting his spectacles, he stated gravely, "Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, in my humble opinion, your daughter's pulse appears normal and her vital energy steady. Yet the chill within her abdomen is most peculiar. Such a condition is unlikely to afflict an ordinary person unless it be the work of an evil spirit." What? The work of an evil spirit? Both Mr. and Mrs. Li gasped in astonishment. In recent days, they had overheard the neighborhood gossip, including wild conjectures linking their daughter to supernatural forces, claiming she had been possessed by a ghost, resulting in her condition. Such notions were utterly absurd. The Li couple firmly rejected these ideas, as their daughter remained virtuous and unblemished, and they had never encountered any specters themselves. The world is vast, even if ghosts existed. Not everyone would have witnessed them. Tales of the supernatural often blend truth and fiction, with the majority being mere urban legends, exaggerated through the whispers of the curious. It was only when this misfortune befell their own family that the Li couple grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing the couple's uncertain expressions, the old physician continued earnestly. Indeed, while your daughter's vital signs are stable, the frigid presence within her abdomen is most alarming. Such an affliction is not typical among mortals unless influenced by malevolent spirits. Pausing for a moment, he added, to be candid, in my family's history, during the time we served the Qianlong Emperor in the palace, we encountered a similar incident. It was during the emperor's selection of a consort when a woman, not yet favored by him, mysteriously developed an abdominal swelling one fateful night. This was deemed a disgrace to the court, leading to the dismissal of several royal physicians. It became apparent that this old physician's ancestors were among those dismissed during that scandalous episode. The court, shaken by such occurrences, reacted with great alarm. Even though the woman was merely a concubine and not an official consort, yet the incident reverberated throughout the inner sanctum, resulting in the sacking of several esteemed physicians who failed to comprehend the enigma. This matter, fortuitously inscribed in the annals of this venerable physician's family history, might have remained obscure had he not recalled the account of such a peculiar ailment. And what of the esteemed Dr. Huang? What transpired subsequently? What became of that individual? Taylor Li seized upon the crux of the matter, grasping the elder physician's hand with an urgent fervor. At that moment, upon hearing the elder's recounting of a similar past, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had envisioned a path to remedy his daughter's affliction. Even the young lady reclining upon the bed, momentarily liberated from her agonizing pain, turned her gaze toward them. This seasoned physician, indeed, possessed remarkable skill. With merely a few deftly placed silver needles, he alleviated Li Yu's excruciating torment. Chapter 173. Even the divine physician cannot save? The art of traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a national treasure. However, with the advancement of Western technology and medical practices, this precious heritage has gradually declined. It is well known that skilled practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine can cure ailments with remarkable efficacy, leaving no lingering effects, a feat that Western medicine often fails to achieve, as it invariably entails some degree of side effects and does not address the root causes of illness. In later developments, the old physician's murky gaze was tinged with nostalgia. Upon the recommendation of a cabinet minister, Emperor Jiaqing summoned an extraordinary individual from the capital, who claimed to be a legitimate practitioner of Maoshan. This person employed spells and elixirs to forcibly eliminate the malignant entity that had long resided within. However, as you might imagine, such events brought shame upon the imperial family, leading the Empress Dowager to grant the so-called malignant entity a merciful death, with its remains subsequently cremated as a harbinger of ill fortune. Conversely, the repercussions of the abominable feudal system also came to bear. The family of the disgraced individual, once a respected local authority, fell into disrepute and poverty due to these events, leading to a steady decline in their fortunes. At this moment, Li the tailor felt as if his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. Maoshan? Longhushan? Gazao Mountain? These renowned Taoist mountains were familiar only through legend. Indeed, there were some who claimed to be itinerant priests from the three mountains, but such individuals were as elusive as phantoms. In town, there was a coffin maker who, during funerals, pretended to chant incantations, but Li knew all too well that this man was merely making a living, devoid of any genuine spiritual prowess. Moreover, it was said that true practitioners of the Tao resided in secluded mountains, making them impossible to locate. Father, you must save me. I am truly terrified. Li choked back tears, her eyes filled with anguish as she gazed at her father. In response, Li the tailor nodded solemnly, saying, Daughter, I will exhaust every means, even if it means selling everything I have, to hire a master to save your life. There were numerous tales in the community of masters who exorcised spirits, as well as those who performed miraculous feats, including the legend of a life-saving bowl of floating water. With that, Li the tailor turned to the old physician and asked, Dr. Huang, do you know of any master with profound Taoist skills? Li understood that those truly capable individuals would not flaunt their abilities like charlatans. Furthermore, such extraordinary talents were not easily accessible to common folk like him. As a mere tailor, he typically made a modest living by crafting garments and mending clothes, lacking the connections to such esteemed individuals. His shop was not one of those grand establishments that catered to the wealthy, rather. It was a traditional small shop in the truest sense. Forgive me, but while I have indeed met many skilled physicians, I must confess that I am unaware of any practitioners of the Tao, the old physician replied. As he spoke, the old doctor rose, picked up his suitcase, and withdrew the silver needles from Li Yu's body. He said, Mr. Li, I am truly at a loss. All I can do is prescribe 2 remedies to temporarily alleviate your beloved's pain. You must urgently seek a master who specializes in exorcism. In my estimation, within 3 days, this malevolent spirit will show signs of emerging from within her, and when that time comes, the old doctor shook his head in despair, unable to continue. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Li couple turned ashen. The thought of the spirit emerging from their daughter was nothing short of terrifying. Would it not spell doom for her? Would the townsfolk also suffer? In such a scenario, not only would they be unable to save their daughter's life, but the malevolent spirit could also lead to the injury or death of many others, a grave sin indeed. Although their neighbors might whisper and speculate, the kind-hearted couple could only focus on the horrific consequences of the spirit's emergence. Such events, though rare, were the subject of much discussion over tea, even among those who were not directly involved. In this semi-feudal society, where education was limited and information was not widely disseminated, it was easy to let one's imagination run wild. Seeing the couple's pallid faces, the old doctor nodded in agreement. Indeed, I hope you will make preparations soon to prevent an even greater tragedy. He then began to write a prescription in elegant script on rice paper, crafting a remedy to calm the spirit and alleviate pain, and handed it to the tailor. Mr. Li, please prepare the medicine according to this prescription. 3 times daily with warm water. I must take my leave. With that, a look of profound sorrow etched on his face, the old doctor turned to depart. A true healer possesses a compassionate heart, and it is rare for him to be rendered helpless by a malady. Furthermore, Li Yu's anguished expression deeply affected the old doctor's heart. In old age, one often becomes more benevolent. Witnessing the 18-year-old Li Yu endure such agony stirred his empathy. Dr. Huang, wait, exclaimed the tailor, rushing to produce $5 silver from his pocket. This sum represented a month's wages for him. But the fact that the old doctor could diagnose the illness and point them in the right direction moved him immensely. Without Dr. Huang's guidance, he would still be floundering like a headless fly, utterly lost. No, the old doctor interjected before the tailor could finish his thought, waving his hand dismissively. I am ashamed. Rather than accept payment, it would be better to purchase some comforts for your daughter during these trying days. With a sigh, he stifled his own sorrow and took his leave. This family was already struggling, and now they faced the potential loss of their child. Even the seasoned old doctor, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, felt a tightness in his heart. Such calamities were truly unwarranted. This young girl should not have to endure such misfortune. Silently, the old doctor departed with his suitcase in hand. Outside the Li tailor shop, several neighbors stood anxiously, their eyes fixed on the closed door. Moments later, the elderly doctor appeared outside, his hair as white as snow. Observing the dejected countenance of the old physician, the neighbors began to engage in hushed whispers. What could be the matter? Is it possible that even the esteemed Dr. Huang is unable to heal her? I mentioned that the daughter of the Li family had fallen victim to some vile affliction. Look, even the miracle worker is at a loss. Hush. Let us speak quietly, for we are all from the same village, and this matter should remain discreet. Honestly, it is simply a matter of misfortune for the Li girl. Who can she blame? Pray, could you refrain from your incessant chatter? Has not the tailor Li provided you with favorable discounts on garments during festive seasons? Why speak thus? I merely expressed concern. Who knows what sort of abomination that girl might bring forth? At that moment, clutching a prescription and wearing a troubled expression, the tailor Li appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing him, someone inquired, Old Li, what news? What affliction has befallen your daughter? Chapter 174, A Wise Man? Old Li, why not take your daughter to the temple for a visit? I've heard that some Taoists can cure certain ailments. Or perhaps we could seek out a deity or a shaman indeed. One cannot help but ponder the fate of a young girl facing such dire circumstances. As Li the tailor listened to the murmurs of the townsfolk, his expression grew increasingly somber. Among them, some offered kind words, while others spoke with a tone of detached amusement, relishing the drama unfolding before them. Such is the nature of society. When misfortune befalls another, it seems that 8 out of 10 become mere spectators. The few who extended their sympathies were overshadowed by the majority who seemed to thrive on the chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, Li said, the esteemed Dr. Huang has indicated that my daughter's illness is a result of malevolent energies. If any of you happen to know a capable individual who could assist, I would be immensely grateful for your recommendations. With that, Li clutched the prescription tightly and bowed deeply to his neighbors. He refrained from mentioning the old doctor's ominous words regarding vengeful spirits. choosing instead to frame it as a mere affliction of evil. Should he utter those words, countless rumors would surely spawn by the next day. The human tongue can be a most fearsome instrument. A simple tale can morph into something grotesque when passed from mouth to mouth. And many tragedies have arisen from careless speech. Li understood that his daughter might indeed be facing a grave fate. As the old doctor had suggested, perhaps she would not survive beyond 3 days. In that case, if a vengeful spirit were to emerge, would there be any hope left? Oh. Li the tailor, you must hurry to procure the medicine. Did not Dr. Huang provide you with a prescription? I know a shaman. I can help you get in touch with her. A middle-aged woman, who had earlier expressed her concern, interjected upon seeing the prescription in Li's hand. Thank you. Thank you, Li replied, casting a grateful glance toward this neighbor. She was Ms. Wang, the tofu seller across the street, one of the few kind souls in the area. As for the others, Li had grown accustomed to their indifference. Amidst the exchange of words, 3 striking figures approached the gathering. Miss Rin has arrived, a voice exclaimed, instantly capturing the crowd's attention. Who among them was unaware that the Rin family was among the most affluent in the town? The very name of Rin had become synonymous with wealth and influence, for they had contributed significantly to the community. From the expansive roads outside the town to many thriving businesses within, the newcomers were none other than Ren Zhuzhu, Ren Tingting, and Fei Luo. Ren Zhuzhu and Ren Tingting, as daughters of a wealthy family, were always a sight to behold, and their presence, flanking Fei Luo, whose ethereal demeanor was unmistakable, made their distinguished status clear to all. As they approached, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for the trio. Li the tailor, I've heard of your daughter's unusual illness. It just so happens that my brother-in-law is a recluse with exceptional abilities. Perhaps he could take a look at her, Ren Zhuzhu offered. Ren Zhuzhu gazed at the tailor. Li, standing before his shop, and spoke aloud. Upon her utterance, the crowd of onlookers erupted in astonishment. Oh, this young man possesses delicate and tender features. Is he truly a master? To me, he appears more like a scion of a wealthy family. Can he truly be a master? Lower your voice. Did you not hear? He is the brother-in-law of Miss Ren Zhuzhu. How can someone like you, who knows nothing beyond cultivating potatoes, dare to speculate on such a prominent figure? At that moment, however, Li the tailor seemed to have heard celestial music. He bowed respectfully to Ren Zhuzhu before turning his gaze towards Fei Luo. Upon this glance, he happened to overhear the villager's words of skepticism and was immediately filled with doubt. Might the gentleman be able to save my daughter? Of course, Fei Luo replied with a smile, gesturing for him to lead the way. Let me see, and I shall know. Witnessing Fei Luo's confident smile, the murmurs of the crowd began to wane. Even Li the tailor, upon seeing Fei Luo's serene demeanor, found himself momentarily taken aback. The composure and aura he exuded resembled that of a true master. Far removed from the flamboyance typically associated with one in their 20s, it was as if Fei Luo were a sage of many decades. Such an essence was unattainable for the youth. Hope ignited within Li the tailor's heart. Sir, Miss Rin, please follow me. With that, he turned and opened the door to his shop, and Fei Luo along with the sisters, Rin and Tingting, entered in single file. All right, everyone disperse. Do not linger here. If this esteemed gentleman cannot assist, then it seems there is no hope left. Indeed, who knows what strange ailment afflicts Li the tailor's daughter? You all are quite amusing. If this were to happen to you, I wonder if you would still find it humorous. Oh, so why is it that my daughter's belly is not swollen? Is it only Li the tailor's daughter who is so afflicted? Be quiet. All you do is watch others' misfortunes, doing nothing productive. As Fei Luo and the others entered Li's tailor shop, the crowd resumed their chatter. However, it wasn't long before they returned to their own affairs. In their minds, this young gentleman likely had little to offer. If the renowned Huang, the divine physician, could not succeed, what could a lad just past 20 accomplish? Outside the tailor shop, Li's couple were utterly astounded. For upon Fei Luo's entrance, without so much as a glance, he remarked, such heavy energy. You two bear the marks of calamity. It seems you are on the brink of a great misfortune. By tomorrow, you shall surely face a bloodbath. Just moments prior, as Li the tailor welcomed Fei Luo and his companions into the shop, Li's wife had fallen into a slumber after her pain had subsided due to her daughter's condition. Unbeknownst to her, Fei Luo's eyes flashed with golden light as he turned to address Li's couple. Upon hearing his words, they were struck with shock. Had not the divine physician just proclaimed that within 3 days, the malevolent spirit within their daughter would break forth? This was a matter known only to the two of them. Yet here was Fei Luo, speaking with uncanny precision, unraveling everything at once. The tailor and his wife were momentarily astonished. Young master, we implore you to save our daughter, our daughter. Just as the tailor was about to finish his plea, a chilling scream pierced the air, one far more harrowing than before. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions changed dramatically. The anguished wail was exponentially more tormenting than the cries of a woman in labor. causing both Rintingting and Rinjuju to involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouths. Initially, Rinjuju was merely curious to witness how her brother-in-law would handle this supernatural occurrence, yet she found herself gripped by fear at the mere sound. Quickly, lead the way, Fei Luo said, furrowing his brow. Chapter 175, Another Source of Spirits? Very well, replied the tailor, Mr. Li, hastily following the Li family as they led Fei Luo into the inner chamber. The Li household, while not opulent, enjoyed a modest prosperity. The furnishings within, although lacking the splendor of the Ren estate, surpassed those found in Fei Luo's modest abode. The group hurried to the inner chamber, entering the boudoir of Li Yu. Upon crossing the threshold, Rin Tingting frowned, for as a practitioner of the Tao, she sensed a heavy aura of Yin permeating the room. Rin Juju instinctively shivered. How could the weather in June feel so frigid? In this era, air conditioning was a luxury exclusive to major cities like Magic City, and certainly absent in the homes of common folk. Yet, Li Yu's boudoir felt as though chilled by an unseen breeze, as if it were air-conditioned. Fei Luo, witnessing Li Yu's anguished cries as she clutched the bed linens with white-knuckle desperation, glided to her side with an ethereal grace, startling Mr. and Mrs. Li. Fear not, Mr. and Mrs. Li, Rintingting reassured them with a sweet smile. My husband is no ordinary man. You shall soon grow accustomed to his presence. This scene intrigued Rinjuju. How had her brother-in-law appeared at Li Yu's bedside in an instant, despite the 5 or 6 meters separating them? Indeed, Mr. Li murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow as he exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, both silently acknowledging the extraordinary nature of the situation. We have encountered a living deity. Yaya is saved. The couple was profoundly impressed by Fei Luo's earlier words and his current display of prowess. The crowd gathered closely around the bed, Mr. and Mrs. Li gazing curiously at Fei Luo. Gurgle. At this moment, the writhing entity within Li Yu's abdomen intensified, prompting her screams to crescendo in despair. Despite having received treatment from the old healer, which had alleviated some of her pain, the ghostly presence within her seemed to sense an impending calamity. Restlessly thrashing about as if attempting to escape. In a swift motion, Fei Luo summoned radiant energy at his fingertips, deftly pressing against several vital points on Li Yu's body. Instantly, her expression softened, and the unsettling movements within her abdomen ceased. Yet, Fei Luo's brow furrowed deeply as his gaze fell upon Li Yu's midsection. Within her womb, a ghostly infant writhed, its umbilical cord continuously siphoning her life force. Even more troubling was the alarming degree of their connection. The end of the cord was directly linked to her internal organs. The ghostly child bore a pallid complexion, its lips revealing 2 sharp fangs as it exhibited a sinister smile. It can be said that if Fei Luo were to forcibly eradicate the malevolent spirit within Li Yu, she would inevitably meet her demise. Had he been able to eliminate it from the outset, Li Yu could have been spared. However, 3 days have passed, and the ghostly infant has already taken form. Now, Fei Luo is confronted with a dilemma. How can he save this unfortunate woman? Furthermore, he perceives an aura surrounding the ghostly infant that is strikingly reminiscent of the source spirit he encountered in Juka Town. This ghostly infant is neither a complete specter nor a typical vengeful spirit born of resentment. Rather, it resembles a seed from a maternal entity, designed to inhabit a human vessel, take root, and eventually return to its origin once it matures. Such a malevolent practice and cruel method of cultivation. At this moment, a surge of murderous intent rises within Fei Luo. Behind this ghostly infant lurks a peculiar source spirit. My lord, the aura of this malevolent spirit is truly exceptional. Rin Tingting observes, her voice breaking the tension after a moment of contemplation. As it is a branch of the source spirit, it embodies an unfathomable wickedness. Fei Luo slowly articulates its identity. A source spirit? Rin Tingting exclaims in astonishment, her eyes reflecting her shock. Throughout their journey, Fei Luo has shared tales of his solitary adventures, including the terrifying source spirit of Juka Town. Who would have imagined that a mere book could harbor such a spirit? Moreover, with just a single blank page, it could claim countless lives and enslave many as ghostly servants, rendering it utterly terrifying. At this moment, Rinjuju's large, luminous eyes are filled with astonishment. She has never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon before. The grotesque black patterns on Li Yu's abdomen, resembling blood vessels against her pallid skin, evoke both fear and awe within Rinjuju. Suddenly, she realizes that the path of cultivation may not be as playful as it seems, and capturing spirits is far from simple. My lord, what shall we do? Li Kaifeng inquires, noting the grave expressions on Fei Luo and Rin Tingting's faces. Surely this gentleman is a true master, yet even such a figure appears troubled. Is there truly no solution? In response, Fei Luo does not provide a direct answer. Instead, he closes his eyes and begins to calculate. Following the ghostly energy within Li Yu's abdomen, he seeks to discern the moment of the apparition's birth. Could it be at the stroke of midnight tonight? A glimmer of understanding flashes within him. He has just observed the fortunes of the Li couple and discovered that their impending calamity is set for tomorrow. Unbeknownst to him, tonight marks the moment when this malevolent spirit will break free from its confines. Yet, should he attempt to exorcise the spirit, it would also spell the end for Li Yu. Not even a great elixir could preserve her life. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in Fei Luo's eyes as he instinctively reaches for the bamboo tube within his storage space. My lord, did you call for me? In the bamboo of ghost capture, Yu Marin is currently in deep meditation. The space here is quite expansive, suffused with ample energy, making it an ideal environment for her cultivation. Yu Marin, in this predicament, do you possess any means to address it? Just moments ago, Fei Luo conceived a potential solution: to use a ghost to combat another ghost. Is that not the most effective approach? Uncertain in his own decisions and having never encountered such a peculiar specter, he turned to Yu Marin, a third-tier ghost king, who would undoubtedly possess some knowledge of the situation. Suddenly, her voice resonated within Fei Luo's mind. My lord, I do have a method to confront him, but it requires some preparation on your part. Upon hearing her words, Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with hope. In the external world, this exchange transpired in an instant. I have it, Fei Luo exclaimed, directing his gaze towards Mr. Li, the tailor. Sir, I have already sealed your daughter's acupoint. She shall remain in slumber for 12 hours. Please grind this medicine into a fine powder and have her take it with warm water. Tonight, at 1/4 the hour of the rat, regardless of what transpires. Do not enter her chamber. Once the time has passed, the peril threatening her will naturally dissipate. Chapter 176, at 1/4 noon. Exterminating the malevolent spirit. Upon hearing Fei Luo's unwavering assurance, the Li couple was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply to him. Thank you, young master, for your life-saving grace. They understood that someone of his stature would not speak lightly. If he claimed he could save their daughter, he certainly could. However, within Li Yu's womb, the ghostly infant revealed a trace of disdainful laughter. It had already developed sentience and firmly believed that this human would not dare to directly harm it. Possessing a secret technique that allowed it to merge with its vessel, it knew that should anyone attempt to forcibly eliminate it before birth, the vessel would perish alongside it. The ghostly infant chuckled ominously, exuding an unsettling aura. Meanwhile, Fei Luo produced a large healing pill as if by magic and handed it to the Li couple. This pill will assist your daughter in restoring her vitality. Remember to administer it with warm water, in 3 separate doses. He reiterated his instructions, observing the couple intently. While an ordinary physician would deem Li Yu's vital signs stable, Fei Luo perceived that her essence had already been compromised. When the ghostly infant emerged, that essence would vanish entirely, leaving Li Yu utterly depleted. Thank you, young master, thank you, Li the tailor said as he accepted the healing pill. Just the scent of it invigorated him, and he carefully entrusted it to his wife, as if it were a precious treasure. Fei Luo smiled and nodded, turning his attention to Rin Tingting and Rin Zhuzhu. Shall we depart? Just then, Li the tailor called out, approaching them eagerly. Wait, young master. Yes? Fei Luo replied, surprised. Does Mr. Li have further inquiries? Li the tailor produced a pouch from his pocket, from which a melodious jingle emerged, indicating it contained coins. Young master, you have shown such great kindness to my family. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. He held the pouch reverently, gazing earnestly at Fei Luo. The couple was offering their entire savings, wishing to repay Fei Luo's generosity. Though the pouch contained only 11 silver dollars, it represented their heartfelt appreciation. They recognized the principle of reciprocity, understanding that such a remarkable individual should not leave empty-handed. At that moment, Fei Luo smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Li, our paths are intertwined. Wealth is but a trivial matter. I cannot accept this. Moreover, your daughter will require considerable funds for her recovery, and I must decline. Glancing at their modest home, Fei Luo recognized the couple's integrity. He had sensed the disturbances in their lives on his way there, and despite the mockery from their neighbors, Li the tailor had responded with virtue, which was commendable. Some money could be earned, but there were times when earning it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Furthermore, Fei Luo himself was not in want of riches, with Rin Tingting, a woman of means, by his side. He had no concerns regarding finances. Li the tailor and his wife exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. The sincerity in Fei Luo's eyes was undeniable. This man was truly noble, acting in righteousness, treating wealth with disdain. Such a person epitomized greatness. Do not forget my instructions. Regardless of what transpires tonight, do not venture out. With a mysterious smile, Fei Luo departed alongside the sisters, Rin Tingting and Rin Zhuzhu. Hearing the commotion, Master Li regained his composure and bowed deeply once more to Fei Luo with his wife. Upon returning to Rin Zhuzhu's residence, Rin Tingting inquired with curiosity, "My husband. How do you intend to rescue her? Isn't it rather precarious?" Fei Luo glanced at Rin Tingting and replied slowly, "The mountain man has his own clever stratagem. I merely hope that the malevolent spirit lurking behind can reveal itself. It has been a few days since I last exercised my skills, and I find myself quite eager. Brother-in-law, I believe the hour is getting late. Shall we indulge in hot pot?" Rin Zhuzhu suggested, looking at Fei Luo and Rin Tingting. Hot pot. Fei Luo's eyes brightened. Indeed, that is a splendid choice. Before his journey through time, Fei Luo had a love-hate relationship with such indulgent fare, often remarking that it would inflame the lips and disturb the bowels. However, at his current level of mastery, such concerns were trivial. Eating was merely a means for Fei Luo to feel more human, rather than the deity capable of soaring through the skies in the eyes of others. Soon, the cooks in Rin Zhuzhu's household busied themselves. In this era, hot pot lacked the myriad additives of later times. Everything was purely natural. The three of them shared laughter and joy as night descended. That night, Fei Luo sat in the Rin residence's bedroom, observing the clock on the wall ticking away. He retrieved a small bamboo tube. At this moment, it was already the hour of the rat, with a little time remaining until the quarter passed. With a soft click, Fei Luo opened the bamboo tube, and a figure draped in a flowing white gown, with hair cascading to her waist, appeared before him in a shimmering light. Gazing upon Fei Luo, who bore an expression of quiet authority, the enchanting Yumarin gracefully inclined her waist and greeted, "I have come to pay my respects, young master." "Yumarin, is your method viable?" Fei Luo inquired calmly. "Young master, I possess an 80% certainty that I can subdue the ghostly entity just as it seeks to rupture its belly." Yumarin replied with a smile. "Very well, proceed at once, but do so at Li's tailor shop during daylight to avoid alarming the townsfolk." Fei Luo gestured for her to commence her task. "Yes, I take my leave." Yumarin acknowledged him with a nod and, without a trace upon the ground, glided through the walls, merging with the night breeze as she soared into the distance. Inside Li's tailor shop, the tailor and his wife anxiously awaited in the front hall, their hands tightly clasped as they were consumed by worry. With the hour of the rat nearing, why was there no sign of activity? "Ah, mother. I am in great pain." Suddenly, as the time approached, Liu awakened from her afternoon slumber, letting out a pitiful wail. Upon hearing her cries, Mrs. Li tightened her grip on her husband's hand, her anxiety palpable. Should I go check on Yaya?" The tailor felt a surge of concern. How could he remain untroubled upon hearing his daughter's anguished screams? Yet, he recalled Fei Luo's warning, "No matter what occurs tonight, do not enter the back room." This is both a command and the key to saving her daughter. Tailor Li, in deep anguish, shook his head, asserting, "No, we cannot go. A minor indiscretion could jeopardize the grand scheme. Let us not forget the young master's admonition." Sighing, Madame Li's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching profoundly as she instinctively clutched her husband tightly. They understood that this was a critical moment. Although they were unaware of the means by which the young master intended to exorcise the malevolent spirit from Liu's body, they could only place their trust in Fei Luo. Little did they know that Fei Luo had barred their entry out of concern that witnessing the malevolent spirit might disrupt the unfolding of events. Furthermore, encountering such a spirit could terrify them. Chapter 177, The Eerie Little Ghost with a Swift Motion. Yumarin merged with the night breeze and entered the back room of Li's tailoring shop. She glided through several walls and materialized beside Liu's bed. At this moment, Liu's forehead was lined with bulging veins, her eyes vacant and lost, while the black patterns on her abdomen had transformed into a horrifying crimson hue. Liu had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet the intense pain compelled her to emit a harrowing scream, her body drenched in sweat, which soaked the sheets and left behind an imprint of her figure. Yumarin stood silently at the bedside, her presence undetected even by the ghostly infant within Liu's womb. As a third-grade ghost king, she found it effortless to conceal her aura. Her eyes flickered as she extended her slender, jade-like fingers, tracing an eerie pattern upon the increasingly red surface of Liu's abdomen. The design resembled an orchid flourishing in the wind. As this image materialized, Liu's cries gradually subsided. The ghostly infant within her seemed to sense an invisible constraint, a terrifying chill enveloping him, severing his connection with his host. This icy sensation, akin to a wildfire spreading, emanated from Liu's internal organs and rapidly extended to the umbilical cord. In that moment, the ghostly infant panicked, writhing desperately in an attempt to escape. He understood that if this frost were to touch him, he would be rendered utterly powerless. The idea of using ghosts to capture ghosts was a brilliant strategy conceived by Fei Luo, and indeed, it proved to be immensely effective. Yumarin's ghostly energy silently infiltrated Liu's internal organs, undetected by the infant. Had it been Fei Luo, the moment his potent human magic entered Liu's body, the ghostly infant would have instinctively attempted a forceful escape, sealing Liu's fate. Furthermore, the orchid pattern etched on Liu's abdomen served to dull the infant's awareness. Why was Yumerin so certain of her success at this moment? It was because the ghostly infant, on the verge of birth, was in a state of heightened excitement. To ensure its demise, one must first incite its frenzy. This step was precisely Yumerin's intention. As a ghost king, she possessed an innate understanding of a ghost's emotions. Just like humans, ghosts experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Yet in moments of excitement, their rationality pales in comparison to that of humans. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall was 10 seconds away from noon, yet at that moment, Yumerin gently struck Li Yu's abdomen. Boom. A surge of formidable ghostly energy penetrated Li Yu's abdomen, as a great hand emerged within her womb, swiftly severing the frozen umbilical cord. With a splashing sound, fluid gushed from Li Yu's abdomen as the ghostly infant was forcibly extracted from the ruptured cord. As the infant left the body, the unconscious Li Yu's abdomen visibly deflated, the dark red patterns gradually fading away. A ghostly infant with a green face and hair standing upright like steel needles was suddenly enveloped by a gigantic hand. Appearing from the depths of the corporeal realm, the ghostly child let out a furious wail, for he was on the brink of completing his 99th emergence from the womb. Poised to cultivate the ghostly elixir and bestow upon his mother a significant enhancement in her spiritual prowess. Yet, all of this was thwarted by the female specter before him. At the moment of her arrival, a torrent of sinister energy flooded the room, solidifying the ghostly infant's form and causing his power to surge exponentially. In an instant, the infant's small, lotus-like feet stepped forth, breaking free from the grasp of the ghostly hand conjured by the specter named Yumerin. How intriguing, Yumerin mused, her voice reflecting a hint of surprise. This little one possesses such remarkable abilities? Through her eyes, the ghostly infant, having absorbed the malevolent energy, had transformed to the size of a typical 2-year-old human child, yet he had managed to penetrate the very hand that sought to restrain him. The ability to pass through barriers was a common trait among spirits, akin to how they could effortlessly glide through walls, disregarding the confines of physical structures. Thus, it enabled them to execute their deeds in silence while mortals slumbered. However, this little specter could traverse Yumerin's ghostly grasp. It was crucial to note that for a ghost, the constructs of ghostly energy were as impenetrable as walls to a mortal. In a flash, the little ghost reappeared at the rear of the dwelling, glaring defiantly at Yumerin. In that moment, a wave of dread washed over him. The exquisite female specter was indeed a formidable ghost king, her aura barely a hair's breadth less potent than that of his own mother. The young specter now understood why she had eluded his perception and disrupted his plans. Dear child, do tell your sister where your mother resides, and I shall grant you mercy, Yumerin said with a delicate smile, observing the ghostly infant who had escaped her clutches. With a peculiar grin, the little ghost attempted to phase through the wall, seeking escape. He realized that he was no match for her, and that she had jeopardized his aspirations. His mother would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. With a thunderous crash, just as the little ghost turned to flee, Yumerin's thoughts coalesced into action, and a shadow enveloped the entire house. The realm of ghosts. Within this domain, Yumerin's speed and strength would be amplified. The oppressive force of the ghost realm upon both humans and spirits was immense. Only those of equal standing or the powerful lightning techniques of celestial masters could breach it. In the presence of an entry-level ghost king's domain, lesser spirits and practitioners were rendered utterly insignificant. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Yumerin was astounded. The little ghost seemed to disregard her ghost realm entirely, continuing to phase through the walls. How is this possible? Yumerin's beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief as she took a step forward to pursue. How amusing, but should I let you escape? How would I explain it to my lord? In a whisper, she vanished from sight. This little ghost not only could penetrate her ghostly energy, but also her ghost realm. Though his power was feeble, his ability to transcend barriers made him capable of venturing wherever he desired. The commotion in the courtyard caused the Li couple in the front yard to be filled with deep concern. They were only able to hear a few eerie roars accompanied by a faint, ethereal voice of a woman, after which the backyard fell into an unsettling silence. The strange sounds caused the couple to hold their breath, daring not to utter a word. They firmly believed that the ghastly, piercing cries were the calls of spirits. Oldly, has the hour passed the noon? Li's wife, regaining her focus, glanced at the clock on the counter and spoke instinctively. Indeed. Has the time not come for us to check on the moon? The tailor, now alert, peered at the clock illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming into the room, exclaiming with delight, "Yes, let us hurry and see how the moon is faring." With expressions brimming with anticipation, the couple made their way toward the backyard. In the inner chamber, apart from Li Yu, who lay on the bed, her breath still weak, the only other presence was the luminous moonlight. Chapter 178, The Enigmatic Maternal Source Moon. As Li Shi gazed upon her daughter's abdomen, which had returned to its original state, reminiscent of the slumbering Li Yu, Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Li the tailor, observing the sweat-drenched sheets, felt a twinge of alarm in his heart. What truly transpired just moments ago? Mother, father, I'm unscathed. Li Yu, hearing the commotion, faintly discerned her mother's weeping and her father's sighs. With great effort, she opened her weary eyes. It must be known that the malevolent infant was incessantly devouring Li Yu's vitality every passing moment. Even with the restorative properties of the great rejuvenation pill, she remained frail. Without that potent remedy, even the intervention of a ghostly monarch like Yumarin would not have sufficed to save her, and she would have suffered grievous losses, perhaps not even surviving past 50 years. Mother, I am. Li Yu's breath was feeble, and she vaguely recalled the many individuals who had entered the room. Most had declared her beyond salvation. She often heard her mother's voice, perpetually washed in tears, and her father's silent lamentations. Ever since her abdomen began to swell, her consciousness had been intermittent, enduring excruciating pain far beyond what any ordinary being could bear. This 18-year-old girl persevered through sheer force of will. This torment would have driven others to despair long ago. Even the malevolent infant was taken aback by her resilience. Those women it had previously encountered succumbed to unconsciousness by the third day, beyond even divine rescue. Yet, Li Yu stood firm against the onslaught. Should she falter and succumb to unconsciousness, even the arrival of Fei Luo would be futile. Her survival could be attributed in part to her indomitable spirit. Li Yu understood that she could not perish. Her parents could no longer bear children. She had only just come of age and had yet to fulfill her filial duties. How could she leave her parents behind? Moon, do not speak. I shall fetch you some soup, Li Shu said, rising as she wiped the tears from her eyes and headed towards the kitchen, knowing her daughter would improve that night. She had early on slaughtered the last hen from their backyard to prepare nourishing soup for her daughter. In recent days, the few chickens they had were all sacrificed. Yet her daughter showed no signs of recovery, having consumed nothing. The pots of chicken soup she had prepared had spoiled under the heat. Father, I apologize. It is all my fault. Watching her mother depart, Li Yu turned her gaze to her father, whose beard had grown unkempt, and whose temples bore traces of gray, and spoke weakly. Silly child, you are blessed and fortunate. Do not speak such foolishness. Li the tailor grasped his daughter's hand, offering comfort. Once you regain your strength in the coming days, we shall visit our benefactor together to express our gratitude. Had it not been for the young master's intervention, I fear. Young master? Is he the one who saved me? Though weak, Li Yu held a faint recollection. She remembered a man accompanied by two women visiting during the day. However, the details of their conversation escaped her. At that moment, Fei Luo had struck several vital points, and she had already succumbed to deep slumber, leaving her unaware of subsequent events. Indeed, my daughter, that young man is a celestial being, a great benefactor to our Li family. As the father and daughter conversed, Madame Li entered with a bowl of chicken soup, casting a disapproving glance at the tailor Li. I have already instructed you to let Yuer speak less. She has barely ingested a drop of water in days. Why do you not heed my advice? Ha ha. The tailor stroked his beard and chuckled. I could not contain my joy. Come, daughter, drink your soup. At that moment, the family's worries dissipated, replaced by the sound of laughter. In this instant, the three of them realized that as long as they were alive, healthy, safe, and together, nothing else mattered. If their daughter were to be gone, what would be the purpose of their efforts as a couple? Meanwhile, Yumarin followed the ghost child out, manifesting in the skies above Rinjia town in Jiangxi. At the moment the ghost infant was born, far away in the Rin family villa, Fei Luo opened his eyes, smiling as he gazed upon the scene. This Yumarin possesses some capability. It seems that capturing ghosts is not solely the domain of the celestial masters. This ghost catching is executed with remarkable efficiency. With a swift motion, Fei Luo leaped out of the window, riding his sword at great speed. He had perceived the uniqueness of the little ghost and was increasingly intrigued. For 100 miles away in Huagong town, however, it resembled a hellish landscape. Recently, over 10 women in Huagong town had become mysteriously pregnant, their abdomens swelling overnight, and tonight, these women's bellies would give birth to ghostly infants. The eerie laughter of vengeful spirits echoed through the air above Huagong town. Huagong town, situated at the northern end of Jiangxi, primarily sustains itself through farming. Yet tonight, a sudden cacophony of barking dogs erupted throughout the town, followed by the chilling voices of ghost children. Upon their appearance, they were accompanied by the demise of their vessels. Run, flee. There are ghosts. A night watchman, upon witnessing a ghost infant drifting through the night sky, struck his gong to alert the townsfolk, only to have his neck bitten off by the ghost child. Hissed the ghost infant drained the watchman's essence, and then floated towards a house by the street. Delicious. Following this, amidst further carnage, more and more ghost infants manifested in the town. They were remnants of their mother, At the moment of rebirth, they would engage in widespread slaughter, then return to their progenitor, transforming into a mass of flesh in search of a host. Their parasitic growth pattern represented the cultivation path of the source ghost. Suddenly, a creature, half human and half insect, appeared in the sky. From the neck down, it bore the form of a flawless female body. Yet its abdomen was adorned with clusters of yellow patterns resembling a beehive. Atop this monster's head was a writhing insect's cranium, emitting a nauseating odor and a viscous slime. Its pale whiteness reminiscent of a parasite's sharp head. Abruptly, this insect mother let out a roar, her gaze directed into the distance. "My child, how could you have perished?" In her eyes, akin to sesame seeds, a fierce light flared. With a thunderous roar, she gazed skyward. The one who had perished was her most cherished child, a being that had endured 99 parasitic experiences, and now only required the success of the 100th to coalesce the ghostly essence, elevating her power to unprecedented heights. In this moment, her child was equivalent to a multitude of over 10 children from Huangyang Town. To maintain a facade of modesty, she had deliberately placed her eldest son at a distance, allowing for a discreet development. Little did she know, the fruits of her labor over the years had come to naught this day. Aware of the presence of formidable celestial masters among humanity, she had meticulously nurtured her offspring. Yet, tragically, her own child had still succumbed. "Kill them all," she commanded. "Exterminate every soul in this town." Chapter 179. A powerful decimation of the matriarch. The matriarch bug emitted a subtle tremor, issuing commands to the spirits of the town. Ordinarily, when its offspring emerged, there would be a brief revelry, yet they would retreat after claiming a few lives. However, now, fueled by rage, the matriarch sought to annihilate the entire Huangyang town to vent its fury. Kill, kill, kill. With the matriarch's decree, the spirits of the town descended into madness. In an instant, the air was filled with the mournful wails and anguished cries of Huangyang town. Meanwhile, in Rinjia town, Jiangxi, Fei Luo arrived on his sword. Observing the small ghost that had been slain by Yumarin's wind blade, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Why did this ghost's demise provoke no response? "Yumarin, can you sense any concealed ghostly energy in the vicinity?" Fei Luo inquired, turning to her. Upon hearing this, Yumarin shook her head. "My lord, my ghostly domain extends only 300 miles. Within that range, I sense no ghostly presence." Realizing the implications, Fei Luo understood that as a 4th-grade celestial master, his spiritual awareness reached only 200 miles, while Yumarin, a 3rd-grade ghost king, was indeed capable of extending her domain to 300 miles. Yet, the absence of any reaction from the matriarch upon the death of its offspring was perplexing. He activated the celestial eye of law. In the next moment, golden light gathered in his eyes, resembling that of a deity, as he began to survey the surroundings. The celestial eye of law allowed him to see farther. Suddenly, Fei Luo's pupils narrowed. He discerned a sinister and formidable ghostly energy lurking 400 miles away. This aura was stronger than that of Yumarin. Though she was a ghost king and bore no malevolence, the energy Fei Luo now perceived was terrifying. "Let us depart," Fei Luo exclaimed without hesitation, seizing Yumarin and hastily heading eastward. The overwhelming ghostly energy must belong to the matriarch of the slain spirit. For Fei Luo, a 4th-grade celestial master, traversing 400 miles would require the span of half a joss stick. Whoosh! Fei Luo, carrying Yumarin, summoned his internal energy as he executed the sword control technique, achieving remarkable speed. In Huangyang town, thousands of citizens awoke in alarm. Dozens of small spirits, resembling reapers of life, wreaked havoc, and the ensuing screams roused the entire town. "Flee! There are ghosts! There are ghosts! Ah! Woe is me! Father! Father! Daughter! Let go of me! Daughter! I shall fight you!" As more and more citizens awakened, chaos erupted in Huangyang town. Some lamented, while others fled in a frenzy, barely clothed. Among them, a young girl was separated from the crowd, sobbing as she searched for her father, yet she became the target of a small ghost. The father, witnessing the ghost reach for his daughter, was consumed by rage as he lunged at the specter. Such scenes unfolded throughout Huangyang town. However, soon all were gripped by a terrifying realization. They could not escape the town. It was as if an invisible wall loomed in the air. They all ran, ultimately converging upon the main street. The phenomenon known as ghost wall ensnared individuals, causing them to lose their sense of direction, disoriented and confused. As the crowd swelled in the street, someone finally spotted the ghostly figure hovering above. "Look, what is that? Ugh, what a revolting specter. What should we do? Who will save us?" Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha, the god of the West, the primordial heavenly sovereign, the supreme old lord. "Look, those ghosts are coming. It's over. We are truly doomed." The congregation on the main street, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned the spectral form suspended in the air. Yet, atop that enchanting feminine figure rested a grotesque head resembling that of a worm. causing many to stifle their fear and retch. Others, in their despair, fervently invoked the names of deities they held dear. The dozen or so small spirits, like frogs, perched ominously on the rooftops, watching the crowd with sinister intent. A wave of panic spread among the people. Just as the hovering ghost was about to issue a command, she abruptly turned her worm-like head towards the inky sky. "Ghost, do not be arrogant. Your life is forfeit." A voice, thunderous and resounding, echoed through the night, followed by a brilliant flash of sword light slicing through the darkness, hurtling towards the ghost. In an instant, the ghost emitted a piercing scream. As the sound faded, the small spirits transformed into streaks of black light, entering the honeycomb-like patterns on the ghost's abdomen, which served as their confinement. With a mighty swing of her hand, the ghost struck forth, dissipating the oncoming sword light. "Human exorcist, I shall see you dead." The harsh voice, laced with boundless fury and hatred, directed its gaze towards the source of the sword's approach. A tempest of ghostly energy erupted from her form, generating a whirlwind that lifted her towards the distant night sky. "Are we saved? The ghost has departed. We are truly saved. How wonderful. The exorcist has arrived. Surely we are rescued. Splendid news. With the exorcist's appearance, the ghost is surely finished." The townspeople, overwhelmed by the sudden disappearance of the ghost, were filled with tears of joy. The earlier thunderous proclamation resonated in every villager's ears. They understood the ghost was doomed. The title of exorcist was synonymous with the master of ghost catching, and even those who had never encountered an exorcist had heard the legends. The elusive Jingyi sect, established centuries ago by the renowned exorcist Zhang Daoling, had made the title famous. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the citizens of Huangyang town felt the reverberations from the night sky beyond their town, occasionally accompanied by the ghost's terrified and enraged screams. The entire populace of Huangyang town stood in a daze, gazing at the heavens. There, flames raged, illuminating a vast expanse of the sky, while flashes of lightning crackled, as if heralding a thunderous proclamation. In but a fleeting moment, the voice of the female specter, filled with both terror and fury, resonated through the heavens, addressing the celestial masters of humanity. "You shall pay for this." Alas, before her words could fully escape her lips, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, cleaved through the firmament, its reflection captured in the eyes of countless onlookers. With a deafening roar, that formidable lightning unleashed a tempest, causing the malevolent spirits to dissipate like snow under the sun. In that instant, the female specter erupted, accompanied by a chilling wail of anguish. Suddenly, a transcendent voice echoed through the night sky, proclaiming, "You are safe now. This menace has been vanquished by my hand." Those words reverberated in the minds of every citizen, lingering long after they were spoken. Chapter 180. The return of Uncle Gio let us depart. Under the night sky, Fei Luo gazed at the shattered female ghost, uttering these words with a calm demeanor. "Yes, my lord." Yumarin swallowed hard, still haunted by the encounter. As she gracefully followed Fei Luo with a swaying waist. Time passed swiftly, and a month had flown by. In Rinjia town, Fei Luo returned alongside Rin Tingting, whose father, Rin Fa, was understandably thrilled, laying out a lavish banquet to welcome his prospective son-in-law. Astute as ever, Rin Fa noticed the remarkable transformation in his daughter's demeanor since she began her studies under Fei Luo's guidance. This was evident even to the untrained eye, for Rin Tingting had undergone significant changes. Fei Luo, during this period, experienced a life of unparalleled ease. Ah, yes, just like this, how delightful. Within the Rin residence, Fei Luo reclined on the sofa like a lord, while Rin Tingting, adorned in a flowing blue gown, and Qing Shuang, clad in a verdant qipao, nestled beside him, gently massaging his legs. Such days seemed to bring Fei Luo great pleasure. A shared glance between Rin Tingting and Qing Shuang revealed a blush adorning their cheeks. They complied with Fei Luo's requests without question, having become notably more obedient since their last encounter with the binding talisman. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months had elapsed since Fei Luo's departure and subsequent return, yet his prowess had evolved dramatically, rendering him nearly unrecognizable compared to the individual who had once left. Suddenly, Fei Luo's eyes widened as he perceived something beyond the confines of the Rin estate, his gaze piercing through the layers of the house. "Is the master back?" Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he commanded the two ladies to pause and stood up. "Stay here. I shall visit the charity house." With that, Fei Luo dashed forth, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he appeared at the entrance of the Rin estate in the blink of an eye. At the charity house, Uncle Gio arrived with his sword, having completed the Maoshan inheritance. Rather than remain at Maoshan, he chose to return to Rinjia town to check on his 2 underachieving disciples. "Alas, my junior brother Fei Luo is now immensely powerful. Just the other day, a vengeful spirit was causing havoc, and Fei Luo dispatched it with a mere gesture. Indeed, I wonder if the Master has ascended to the realm of celestial masters. It's hard to believe that we too are disciples of a celestial master. Haha. Don't get ahead of yourself. We have merely begun our foundational training, and even Rintinting surpasses us. Let us focus on our cultivation and not disappoint the Master. Within the charity house, Qiuxing and Wenkai lounged on recliners in the courtyard, engaging in aimless conversation. Beside them, the zombie baby diligently fed them grapes. This scene was witnessed by Uncle Gio, who had yet to retract his invisibility talisman, rendering Qiuxing and Wenkai oblivious to his presence. Qiuxing, Wenkai. Suddenly, the familiar voice of Uncle Gio resonated in their ears. Master? Upon hearing the voice, Qiuxing and Wenkai sprang upright from their recliners. Astonishment etched on their faces as they beheld Uncle Gio's ghostly appearance. Master, are you always a celestial master? The astute Qiuxing swallowed hard, sensing the distinctly different aura emanating from Jusu, and spoke up. Beside him, Wenkai was equally astonished. Having spent countless days and nights with Jusu, they were all too familiar with his presence. This aura bore a resemblance to that of Fei Luo, but lacked the latter's restraint and overwhelming power. As celestial masters, their differing ranks resulted in a stark contrast in their respective energies. The little zombie, upon seeing Jusu after a month's absence, immediately began to babble, bouncing towards him with a bunch of grapes in hand. Jusu pinched the little zombie's cheek, but his expression changed suddenly as he turned to the two boys. You two have been slacking off every day. I shall punish you. Just as Jusu was about to reprimand them, Fei Luo's figure appeared at the entrance. Master, you have returned, Fei Luo said, stepping into the courtyard with a gentle smile directed at Jusu. Jusu had undeniably reached the realm of a celestial master. Fei Luo realized that Jusu had attained this level over 20 years earlier than in the original narrative. Moreover, the presence of the little zombie suggested that the storyline involving Taoist Ime, who appeared when Jusu was in his 50s, was now unfolding. Fei Luo had always been curious as to why the little zombie had manifested and why the original story had yet to progress. After much contemplation, he discerned a vital truth. The pivotal character, Jusu, must be present to trigger the narrative. It seemed as though the events of the future were predetermined. Without Jusu, the story remained stagnant. Xiao Luo, come quickly, let us talk inside. Upon seeing Fei Luo, Jusu's expression brightened with joy, and he eagerly pulled Fei Luo towards the inner hall. Qiuxing and Wenkai exchanged a knowing glance, grateful for Fei Luo's timely appearance, which had spared them from a scolding. However, Jusu seemed to have not forgotten about them. You two will stand in horse stance until I am satisfied. Let us see if you dare to slack off in the future, he commanded. With that, Jusu disregarded the bewildered expressions of Qiuxing and Wenkai and led Fei Luo into the inner hall. Exchanging glances, Qiuxing and Wenkai grimaced as they began to hold their horse stance under the sun, although they were now at the foundation establishment stage. Enduring hours of this exercise in the glaring sunlight was no easy feat inside. As Fei Luo and Jusu took their seats, Jusu could not help but say, Xiao Luo, Master Xiang has already explained the situation to me. You are no longer angry, are you? On that day, Jusu was worried that Fei Luo's vengeful nature might lead him to act in an earth-shattering manner. The actions taken by the sect leader, Sui Xianfeng, were later revealed to the distraught Xiang, who rejoiced upon learning that Fei Luo had accepted the Maoshan heritage. Jusu, upon emerging from his seclusion, was also made aware of these developments. However, he remained anxious and hurried back to Rinjia town, recalling that Fei Luo had told him to wait there. Filled with concern for his beloved disciple, Jusu immediately voiced his lingering doubts upon arrival. Fei Luo smiled gently, saying, Master, you need not worry. Regardless of whether I am a disciple of the Maoshan sect, I am still your disciple, and that is an unalterable truth. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio gradually exhaled, sensing a slight relief. He could discern that although Fei Luo appeared calm on the surface, he had not truly relinquished the hatred within. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Fei Luo recognized that the time for vengeance had not yet arrived and chose to endure. Yet he had not abandoned the thought of retribution. Not only did he hold animosity towards the disciples of the Jiule Master, but also towards the twin brothers from Long Hushan, who remained his adversaries. Uncle Gio understood Fei Luo well, yet at this moment, he could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Chapter 181. Intriguing past the disciple has indeed matured. The current Fei Luo, possessing less of an ostentatious brilliance and more of a composed intensity, has become even more formidable. This transformation brings great satisfaction to Master Gio. Indeed, it is preferable that when you attain immense strength, no one shall hinder your quest for vengeance. My only concern is that your fervor does not lead you to act impulsively, resulting in irreparable consequences. Having spoken thus, Master Gio shifted his tone with evident curiosity. Fei Luo, your reputation has soared. Since the incident at the corpse-raising valley, Practitioners across the realm have come to know your illustrious name. You have become quite the celebrity. Fei Luo waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master, you speak the truth. Just a few days ago, I encountered someone impersonating me elsewhere. Oh? Master Jiao raised an eyebrow, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Is that so? Indeed, Master. Fei Luo nodded, recounting his whereabouts over the past month. Following the episode at the corpse-raising valley, Fei Luo's name resonated throughout the realm. In the spirit illusion world, aside from the 3 sects of Zhengyi and Lingqiu Temple, there exists a multitude of lesser sects and schools, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Many small sects, such as the Enigmatic Gate, have spread Fei Luo's name through conversations among the celestial masters of the 3 sects and the temple. Within the circle of celestial masters, Fei Luo's renown has reached extraordinary heights. And even among non-celestial circles, like those of Taoist Simu, Taoist Qianhe, and Master Ishio, discussions surrounding Fei Luo have become commonplace. His name has taken on a mysterious and enchanting quality. He is hailed as the youngest celestial master, the most powerful 3rd-tier celestial master in history. A prodigious and extraordinary figure, with rumors suggesting he is the reincarnation of a celestial deity. In summation, Fei Luo now bears numerous titles. Yet most individuals have never laid eyes upon him, allowing the legend of his persona to flourish. Some claim Fei Luo possesses a visage as radiant as jade and resembles the handsome Panin, while others depict him as a cold-blooded deity of death, exhibiting no hesitation in slaying either humans or spirits. There are even outlandish tales that portray him as a malevolent overlord, mercilessly eliminating anyone who offends him. Consequently, the myriad representations of Fei Luo circulate within the circles of practitioners in the spirit illusion world, rendering the name Fei Luo a taboo among certain malevolent spirits, and transforming him into a dream for many young practitioners, even countless maidens. Regardless of how the tales are spun, one truth remains: Fei Luo is a powerful and youthful genius celestial master. This burgeoning fame has, however, ignited the envy of those with ulterior motives. Last month, after vanquishing a female ghost in Rinjia town, Jiangxi, Fei Luo bid farewell to Rin Tingting and Rin Zhuzhu on the 3rd day, embarking on a path of cultivation. His aim for this journey is to eradicate demons and assist those in distress. However, upon passing through a small town, Fei Luo encountered a wandering Taoist. This Taoist appeared to be a charlatan, yet his incantations and talisman drawing were indistinguishable from those of legitimate Taoists, perhaps learned through dubious means. Nonetheless, his cultivation level was woefully inadequate, barely reaching the 7th stage of Qi refinement, lacking even the foundational building core stage. On that day, Fei Luo fortuitously passed through a small town and learned that a wealthy nobleman was offering a handsome reward for someone capable of exorcising evil spirits from his home. Upon his arrival, he overheard in a tea house that a highly skilled Taoist master had come to town, claiming to be the one who vanquished the King of Corpses, and went by the name of Fei Luo. This news brought immense joy to the nobleman, who not only provided a substantial deposit to the impostor, but also inquired bluntly whether this false Fei Luo was married, offering his afflicted young daughter as a bride in hopes of bringing him into the family. Having already married 3 wives, each of whom bore a daughter, the nobleman was increasingly anxious for a son. He had heard rumors of malevolent forces surrounding his household and poor feng shui, prompting him to summon a spiritual medium to perform rituals in his home. Unbeknownst to him, these ceremonies, rather than alleviating his troubles, had attracted truly unclean spirits. His youngest daughter inexplicably screamed in terror during the night, and by morning she lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber, which terrified the nobleman. Despite his efforts to seek help from numerous individuals, no one could assist him. Thus, upon hearing of a Taoist master passing through, he was filled with elation. The impostor Fei Luo, being a cunning charlatan, employed a few tricks, having his young assistant collaborate with him. During the ritual, he chanted incantations that summoned winds, produced smoke, and created a thunderous sound, leaving the unsuspecting nobleman and his family in awe. Furthermore, his impressive demeanor and articulate speech led him to accurately predict the presence of a crooked tree by the well in the nobleman's backyard, which only heightened the nobleman's admiration for him. In reality, the impostor had already scouted the area and memorized the layout of the backyard prior to the performance. The winds, smoke, and thunder were all orchestrated by mechanisms he had cleverly set up beneath the ceremonial platform to deceive the gullible townsfolk. As a result, the nobleman was overjoyed and rewarded the impostor handsomely. On that very day, the genuine Fei Luo arrived, leaving him and Rentingding in a state of bemusement. They could hardly believe they had stumbled upon a situation akin to that of Li Kuei and Li Gui. Unbeknownst to them, the impostor had amassed a significant fortune under the guise of Fei Luo, and the nobleman's household was a veritable cash cow. The impostor intended to seize both wealth and pleasure, fully prepared to flee once his scheme succeeded. Although the young girl was possessed, it posed no hindrance to his desires. Using the pretext of needing to perform a private ritual for the young lady, the impostor dismissed the nobleman's family and entered the girl's chamber. His countenance gleaming with predatory excitement. Possessed or not, he thought, it mattered little. Moreover, the nobleman's 3 daughters each possessed unique charms. And had the impostor been more adept, he would have gladly taken them all. However, at a crucial moment, Fei Luo, with a mere thought, released the genuine spirit of the poppy. This true third-grade ghost king appeared, instantly instilling terror in the impostor, causing him to flee in panic. Before the esteemed Wang family, the impostor Fei Luo, under the imposing presence of the beautiful Yu Meiren, swiftly divulged all secrets in a desperate bid to preserve his life. As for the bewitched young daughter, she had inadvertently fallen victim to malevolent influences during her outdoor escapades, resulting in an affliction of the spirit that rendered her gravely ill. These minor troubles, with the assistance of Yu Meiren, were promptly resolved. Ultimately, the false Fei Luo faced justice, and all ill-gotten gains were returned to the populace. Throughout this ordeal, the true Fei Luo never made an appearance, leaving the townsfolk with an indelible memory of his name, as well as the knowledge of his formidable ghostly servant. Chapter 182. The Mysterious Female Ghost Master. It was indeed as you said. Subsequently, I encountered several supernatural events. However, I have become a celestial master. And many of these minor demons and spirits have been effortlessly dealt with by my subordinates without requiring my intervention. How intriguing. I never anticipated that you would experience so many fascinating occurrences along your journey. The origin of that maternal ghost was indeed formidable. Yet you managed to vanquish it with such ease, remarked Uncle Gio, raising an eyebrow in admiration. Listening to Fei Luo's grand and tumultuous experiences, Uncle Gio felt a swell of emotions within him. Just months ago, Fei Luo was an ordinary man afflicted by dark toxins, and yet, in a mere few months, he has risen to become a celestial master renowned across the land. As the two conversed, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached Rinjia town, his expression betraying a sense of grave terror, immediately revealing something was amiss. May I inquire where Master Lian Shu's righteous establishment is located? The middle-aged man asked, stopping a group of passers-by in his anxious state. Master Lian Shu? One of the travelers scrutinized the man's flustered demeanor and replied, Master Lian Shu is a master ghost catcher, and his disciple, Master Fei Luo, is truly remarkable. You appear to be a local villager? The middle-aged man nodded in affirmation. You have indeed come to the right place. If you find yourself beset by malevolent occurrences, seeking out Master Lian Shu and Master Fei Luo is your best course of action. The traveler gestured eastward in Rinjia town, saying, follow this street straight to the end, then turn right. The second alley will lead you to Master Lian Shu's establishment. Thank you very much. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude and promptly headed in the direction indicated. This individual has certainly encountered something sinister, but with Master Fei Luo around, there is nothing to fear, the traveler murmured with a smile, blending back into the bustling street. Fei Luo had returned several days prior, much to the delight of the townsfolk in Rinjia. It was widely known that this town was home to 2 exceptionally skilled ghost-catching masters, Lian Shu and his disciple, Fei Luo. When zombies invaded Rinjia town, the reputations of Fei Luo and Uncle Gio had firmly embedded themselves in the hearts of the people. Even Xiaoxing, Wenkai, and Rentingting were held in high esteem by the townsfolk. Following the zombie invasion, the town enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility, further endearing Fei Luo and his companions to the grateful citizens. Before long, the middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the righteous establishment, following the directions provided. Xiaoxing noticed someone lurking apprehensively at the entrance and immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Wenkai. Both were currently practicing martial stances in the courtyard, and upon encountering such a situation, they understood it was a matter of urgency. During Uncle Gio and Fei Luo's absence, there had been occasional visitors, and emboldened by their foundational strength, Xiaoxing and Wenkai had managed to resolve several simpler issues. Seeing the man's distressed appearance, they both recognized he must have come seeking assistance. Uncle Gio's establishment required funds to operate. After all, most individuals who sought them out during mundane times generally had the means to pay, albeit the question remained of how much they would earn. To acquire magical artifacts requires wealth, sustenance, and basic needs demand funds as well. In essence, even a celestial master cannot afford to be without money. Resorting to theft is out of the question. However, Fei Luo need not concern himself with financial matters, for he is accompanied by a wealthy benefactor. Wenkai, understanding the situation, cleared his throat and inquired, who approaches? Please, step forth and speak. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man at the doorway, observing the poised figures of Xiaoxing and Wenkai, swallowed hard and cautiously crossed the threshold. Upon beholding the simple and unpretentious courtyard, as well as the 2 men standing resolutely like javelins, the middle-aged man realized he had arrived at the right place. Good day. May I ask if this is Master Lian Shu's dojo? The middle-aged man queried, offering a tentative smile towards Xiaoxing and Wenkai. Indeed it is. What brings you here? Wen Kai replied, feigning seriousness. Greetings. The matter is as follows. Our village is called Niu Jiazhuang, and recently we have encountered a peculiar situation. It turned out that this man was a villager from Niu Jiazhuang, located over 100 miles from Rinjia town. Recently, for reasons unknown, several robust men from their village had gone missing. When these individuals were eventually discovered, they were found pallid and lifeless, having succumbed to death. After much observation, it was concluded that these occurrences were linked to the nearby banana grove, as the bodies were found in proximity to it. Furthermore, some villagers reported hearing the voice of a female ghost at midnight, a sound both alluring and terrifying in the dead of night. The middle-aged man, also a villager, had initially thought that the deaths of two individuals would quell the unrest, but to his dismay, his brother had vanished just the day before. As before, he had mysteriously disappeared from their home in the dead of night, with the front door securely shut, leaving no trace of how he had vanished. Thus, the number of deceased youths in the village had reached over 20. This prompted the villagers to suspect the presence of a malevolent spirit, and a voice arose calling for the assistance of a ghost-catching master. Being part of Rinjia town, it was suggested that two highly skilled ghost hunters resided there. Hence, this scenario unfolded before us. Within the main hall of the ancestral hall, Shu and Fei Luo exchanged glances, both perceiving the mutual understanding reflected in each other's eyes. There indeed was a ghost at play, one of considerable power. The middle-aged man's account from outside the courtyard did not escape the keen senses of Shu and Fei Luo. Upon hearing mention of the banana grove and the ghostly laughter, Fei Luo's heart stirred. As he had surmised, this was a plot reminiscent of the tales told by Taoist Mei, and the banana grove bore an uncanny resemblance to that in the original narrative. The vicinity of Niu Jiazhuang was abundant with banana groves, as the farmers primarily engaged in fruit cultivation, thus validating his thoughts. While the two narratives diverged significantly across the years, they had converged prematurely due to Fei Luo's involvement. In the original tale, Shu was already of an age to comprehend the mysteries of fate, considerably older than the events surrounding the Mr. Vampire storyline. However, these details were of little consequence to Fei Luo, for he understood that any supernatural entity derived from the original narrative would yield rewards far exceeding those of ordinary spirits. As with the previously vanquished maternal specter, being a primary source ghost, and at the pinnacle of the third-tier ghostly monarchs, it merely bestowed a singular spiritual treasure. Yet, this artifact bore little significance for Fei Luo, who promptly gifted it to Rin Tingting. Fei Luo is indeed generous to those around him. Shortly thereafter, Master Jiao and Fei Luo rose and proceeded to the outer courtyard. This is my master, Master Lian Shu, and this is my junior brother, Master Fei Luo. There is no need for alarm. With my master and junior brother present, all phantoms are but fleeting illusions. Wen Kai reassured the middle-aged man while patting him on the shoulder. Upon the arrival of the two, the middle-aged man was filled with joy and immediately knelt before them, imploring, I beseech both masters to take action on behalf of a humble citizen. My younger brother was also taken by that specter 2 days ago. Chapter 183, Niu Family Village, Banana Grove. Unexpectedly, in a moment of overwhelming excitement, the man knelt and accidentally bumped into a nearby flower stand, causing a pot of pristine clivia to crash down with a resounding thud upon the forehead of the middle-aged gentleman. He felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and he promptly fainted. This unforeseen spectacle elicited barely concealed laughter from the onlookers. Fei Luo marveled at the peculiarity of the incident, never anticipating that such a trivial detail would come into play. Though the timing seemed slightly askew, it mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Master, if that is the case, let us proceed to Niu Family Village, Fei Luo suggested, glancing at the anxious, now unconscious middle-aged man. Very well, nodded Uncle Jiao. Turning to Qiuxing and Wen Kai, you two, prepare the talismans and join us in our quest to capture the malevolent spirit. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing and Wen Kai were overjoyed, eagerly nodding in agreement as they scampered off to gather their tools. Uncle Jiao, even as a celestial master, adhered to tradition, favoring the use of commonplace talismans and donning his Taoist robes. It could be said that this was the norm for most celestial masters. Only Fei Luo stood out as an anomaly. Who had ever witnessed someone like him, confronting specters with a commanding shout and charging forward with a sword drawn? However, such an approach had its drawbacks. Often, it was challenging to capture elusive malevolent spirits, necessitating methods to lure them forth, not one to idly stand by. Fei Luo approached the middle-aged man and gently tapped several points on his body, soon awakening him from his stupor. Thank you, Master Fei Luo, the man expressed, wincing at the lingering pain on his forehead and glancing apologetically at the shattered flower pot beside him. Not at all. Let us proceed together to discover what wicked spirit is at play, Fei Luo replied, assisting the middle-aged man to his feet. Yes, all right, the man stammered, taken aback by the youthful visage of the gentleman before him, whose countenance was as radiant as jade and whose eyes sparkled like the stars. He found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the presence of someone who, despite appearing to be just in his early 20s, commanded respect akin to that of a sovereign. As Fei Luo's cultivation advanced, so too did his formidable aura, an invisible pressure that could instill awe in the hearts of common folk. Before long, Qiuxing and Wenkai had readied a few simple talismans, prepared for their departure. They understood that with the mastery of Uncle Jiu and Fei Luo, a single talisman could unleash myriad spells, rendering previous complexities unnecessary. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, they ascended into the air. Indeed, they soared aloft. Uncle Jiu and Fei Luo levitated, carrying the three of them. And after casting an invisibility charm, they swiftly arrived at Niu family village. Especially for Qiuxing and Wenkai, having experienced the exhilarating sensation of traversing the void. They were left in a daze, utterly captivated by the prowess of the celestial masters. The middle-aged man gazed at Fei Luo and Uncle Jiu with growing reverence, as though beholding celestial beings. The ability to fly transcended the realm of mortals. Soon, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, they reached the fabled banana grove said to be haunted. 100 meters away from the grove of banana trees, Fei Luo invoked the heavenly vision of the celestial master and perceived the ominous aura hovering above the treetops. The Ghost King, indeed, what a heavy aura, Fei Luo mused. Intrigued, Uncle Jiu nodded in agreement, noting that although the ghostly presence was palpable, the female specter remained unseen, indicating her formidable capabilities. In the original narrative, Uncle Jiu had already attained the status of a celestial master during the storyline involving Taoist Yimei. Thus, if this female specter were too feeble, it would be illogical. Moreover, the ghost's arcane powers were cunningly concealed, a fact that did not surprise Fei Luo. Suddenly, amidst their journey, a shadow appeared, landing behind the group, fortuitously beside Qiuxing. A ghost. Startled by the abrupt commotion, Qiuxing leaped as if startled by a predator, swiftly turning to cast a spell with frantic hand gestures. His reaction drew the attention of Uncle Jiu and Fei Luo, who turned to investigate. There is no ghost. That's clearly a person, Uncle Jiu admonished, glaring at Qiuxing, who resembled a frightened rabbit. Upon closer inspection, they indeed discerned a human form, prompting Qiuxing to exhale in relief. However, the individual was clad entirely in white pajamas. Lying face down, showing no signs of abnormality. Summoning his courage, Qiuxing crouched down and turned the person over. In that moment, a face emerged, appearing to be around 28 or 29 years old, pale and devoid of color. The body had long since turned cold and rigid, indicating that death had claimed it some time ago. Brother, what has happened to you? A middle-aged man, upon seeing the figure, was overtaken by shock and rushed forward, cradling the lifeless youth and weeping inconsolably. After 3 days of searching, he had finally found his missing brother, yet the icy body brought him profound sorrow. Master Fei Luo, Master Jiu, my brother, can he still be saved? The middle-aged man choked out, his eyes pleading as he gazed at Fei Luo and Uncle Jiu. Witnessing the man's tearful desperation, Fei Luo sighed softly, offering condolences. Please accept my sympathies. He can no longer be saved. His life force has completely dissipated, and he has been dead for at least 6 hours. At that moment, Fei Luo realized that despite having sensed the vicinity with his spiritual awareness in previous days, the female specter must indeed require specific conditions to manifest. Had he detected her presence beforehand, the outcome would have been entirely different. Hearing Fei Luo's words, the middle-aged man slumped to the ground, his gaze filled with yearning as he implored, Masters, I beseech you, have mercy and save our village. If this continues, all our able-bodied men will perish. With a gentle touch on the man's shoulder, Fei Luo reassured him, do not worry, now that we are here, the female specter shall surely meet her end. Pausing for a moment, Fei Luo continued, you wish for your brother to rest in peace, do you not? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. With only a few of them present and unarmed, how could they possibly lay his brother to rest? In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer horror. He beheld Fei Luo, whose fingers danced in intricate gestures. A faint golden light emanating from his fingertips as he began to cast a spell. Earth-shaking incantation. Boom. As Fei Luo pointed into the void, the ground before them trembled violently, the earth splitting open spontaneously to reveal a deep pit. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. The spectacle not only left the middle-aged man in a state of shock, but also elicited admiration from Uncle Jiu and the others. Such a remarkable spell. Uncle Jiu recognized that this was not a technique from the Maoshan school. It must be a spell derived from the legacy that Fei Luo had acquired. Chapter 184. The appearance of the banana leaf woman. Upon witnessing the scene, the middle-aged man hastily ran to a distant village, procuring a mat and a blanket to wrap his brother, ensuring a peaceful burial. During this time, as the middle-aged man returned to the village, numerous villagers gathered, eager to witness the legendary ghost-catching master in action, transforming the area before the banana grove into a lively spectacle. According to the ancient saying, the greatest filial piety is to have no descendants. The middle-aged man's brother had yet to marry, thus could not be interred in the ancestral tomb, leaving no choice but to conduct such a simple burial. As time passed, the sun began its descent, yet the banana grove behind the crowd remained shrouded in silence. Master, why not utilize my secret technique from Maoshan to lure it out? Fei Luo suggested, noticing the encroaching dusk. Uncle Zhou's eyes brightened. Fei Luo, splendid idea. The pair engaged in a cryptic dialogue, leaving Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai bewildered. Soon after, Fei Luo cast a mischievous glance at the two, inquiring which of them would willingly volunteer to attract the female ghost. This technique, known as the flower and tree technique, was devised to entice the female ghost, who was known for her allure and charm. Thus, both Fei Luo and Uncle Zhou simultaneously conceived of this method. In the original tale, the banana leaf woman was also drawn out by this very approach. Fei Luo, how do we go about enticing her? Wen Kai gulped, instinctively feeling uneasy at the mention of luring a female ghost. The task, it seemed, was far from pleasant. With a smile, Fei Luo addressed the pair, explaining that the technique required one to masquerade as a groom on his wedding night, as the ghost would undoubtedly be drawn to an inexperienced suitor, lured by his innocence. At this, Wen Kai shook his head vigorously, confessing, to speak honestly, I am no longer a virgin. I have already surrendered my innocence to Hong Jie at Feng Lai Lu. This duty should fall to Qiu Sheng. Qiu Sheng shot Wen Kai an incredulous glare, resembling a dejected rooster. Having had his share of encounters with female ghosts, Qiu Sheng was reluctant to engage again, yet it appeared that the task would inevitably fall to him. In contrast, Qiu Sheng was quite handsome and in the prime of his youth, making him the most suitable candidate to entice the ghost. Very well, then, Qiu Sheng, you shall be the one to lure the ghost. My master and I possess formidable energies that might alarm her, so this task is entrusted to you, Fei Luo declared, patting Qiu Sheng on the shoulder. Although Fei Luo was the third disciple, his words were not to be questioned by Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. Why must I endure such misfortune? Consistently entangled with female ghosts, Qiu Sheng lamented, feeling despondent. While female ghosts might possess allure, they were not entities that could be easily managed. Recalling the haunting visage of Dong Xiaoyu, whose stunning beauty concealed a grotesque reality, with maggots writhing in her wounds, sent a chill down Qiu Sheng's spine. Oh, you are simply fortunate. Who can blame the female ghost for favoring handsome young men? Fei Luo chuckled, offering a comforting pat on Qiu Sheng's shoulder. In truth, this is precisely as depicted in the original work. If one were to declare who enjoys the most lavish fortune, it would undoubtedly be Qiu Sheng. Soon after, Fei Luo briefed Jiu Shu and the others before taking to the skies towards Rinjia town, where he needed to gather certain items essential for his incantations. Although he had prepared a few simple talismans for his journey, he lacked the red candles and red thread. This particular spell necessitated the use of both. Initially, Fei Luo had thought that capturing the banana tree ghost would be a trivial matter, yet he soon discovered that this ghost was well concealed, eluding even his own probing efforts. In utter helplessness, the course of history reverted to the narrative of the original text. Upon arriving in town, Fei Luo exchanged a few words with Rin Tingting, informing her of his intent to venture forth to capture the ghost. After procuring the red candles and red thread, he opted to return to Niu Jiazhuang. Upon reaching the vicinity of the banana grove, the middle-aged man and the multitude of villagers who had come to observe had already dispersed. For the task of capturing a demon was no trifling matter. Both Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai possessed certain magical abilities, and the presence of the villagers might only serve to exacerbate the chaos. Before long, the sun set and the moon ascended, enveloping the night. At this moment, not far from the banana grove, Fei Luo tied 2 red candles together with the red thread, using the thread to symbolize the bride. One end was secured to Qiu Sheng's wrist, while the other end was cast directly into the banana grove. That night, Qiu Sheng lay anxiously within the wooden cabin, swallowing nervously as the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow around him. Beneath the bed, Wen Kai lay sprawled, holding a copper mirror, dozing off. Hey, Wen Kai, are you asleep? Qiu Sheng uttered, listening to the faint sounds of Wen Cai's snoring, his anxiety prompting him to speak up. Regrettably, his words received no response. Rather, Wen Cai's snores grew louder. Hey, Wen Kai, how can you possibly sleep? Qiu Sheng exclaimed in a fit of impatience, calling out repeatedly. This banana tree ghost was far more formidable than Dong Xiaoyu, and Qiu Sheng was genuinely frightened. Hearing the commotion, Wen Kai groggily opened his eyes. Ah, no, I just dozed off for a moment. Qiu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. albeit still tense. Master and Fei Luo are hiding not far from here. You cannot fall asleep. What will we do if the ghost arrives? What to do? Wen Kai mused. A mischievous glint in his eye. What else? It is said that the ghost is extraordinarily beautiful. Don't you understand the saying about seizing opportunities when they present themselves? In the midst of his words, Wen Kai imagined a rather vivid scene of Qiuxin and a ghost. As far as ghosts go, Qiuxin was indeed unique. Was it not Dong Xiaoyu who had bewitched him to the point of distraction, compelling him to contemplate abandoning his cultivation? Qiuxin was momentarily at a loss for words. Was the ghost truly such a whimsical affair? Could an ordinary person hope to control such a spirit? While the two conversed, suddenly, the red thread binding Qiuxin's arm began to stir, emitting a faint tremor. This red thread was imbued with a fragment of Fei Luo's magical essence. It would automatically sound an alert should any ghostly presence approach. They're coming. In that instant, both Qiuxin and Wen Kai sealed their lips in tense anticipation, fearful of betraying even the slightest hint of their presence. A sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the room, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Abruptly, a ghostly figure clad in crimson appeared, partially concealed, yet strikingly vivid within the chamber. Her flowing red gown cascaded gracefully, revealing a pair of delicate legs, while her ample bosom accentuated a pronounced cleavage. This ethereal specter possessed a perfectly balanced physique, her shoulders sculpted with precision, and her slender waist appeared almost fragile. What a handsome groom! The ghost emitted a bewitching laugh, her form materializing atop the bed, as her delicate hands caressed Qiuxin's face, licking her lips in anticipation. Chapter 185, Fei Luo, the King of the Spirit Realm. The grand finale, with an audacious shout, "Reveal your true form," reverberated as the banana woman ensnared Qiuxin. A booming voice erupted from afar. Celestial Master. The banana woman, wrapped in crimson silk, rose with a perplexed expression, gazing toward the outside world. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a red beam, whisking Qiuxin through the shattered window, intent on fleeing to the banana forest. At that very instant, Fei Luo formed a seal with his fingers, and a brilliant bolt of lightning illuminated the void, striking the banana woman. The Nine Heavens Thunder God technique had long been mastered by Fei Luo, and under the tremendous wrath of the thunder, the banana woman let out a harrowing scream, disintegrating into dust. This divine lightning also perfectly spared Qiuxin. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qiuxin cast a grateful glance toward Fei Luo. "Xiao Luo, your lightning technique has grown even stronger." Jiushu observed Fei Luo with a look of pride. "Master, let us proceed to the church in the west. I sense a malevolent aura emanating from that direction." Having vanquished the banana woman, Fei Luo immediately turned his gaze westward, where a church awaited. According to the script, the banana woman was expected to appear there as well. Jiushu expressed his confusion but soon followed Fei Luo, while Qiuxin and Wen Kai returned to the ancestral hall. 3 days later, Fei Luo gazed upon the utterly vanquished Western vampire, a faint smile gracing his lips. During these 3 days, he indeed encountered some challenges. As depicted in the original tale, the Western zombies were notoriously difficult to eliminate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the banana woman and the Western zombie, earning a mysterious reward. System, claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward, the exquisite spiritual treasure, the Qi Gang Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward, the exquisite spiritual treasure, the Eye Silk Armor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward, the exquisite spiritual treasure, the Demon-Breaking Spear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the reward, 3 Ascension Pills. Upon hearing that he had received 3 exquisite spiritual treasures all at once, a smile illuminated Fei Luo's eyes. "Master, this Hongguang sword is a superior spiritual treasure. I wish to present it to you." Fei Luo raised the Hongguang sword in his hand, addressing Jiushu. "This?" Jiushu was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be? Such treasures are rare even in Maoshan. Keep it for yourself." He repeatedly gestured in refusal. "Master, please do not decline." Fei Luo, with a flourish akin to magic, produced a sword of mixed crimson and azure hues. "Look, I have another spiritual treasure. Accept it." With this matter concluded, Fei Luo prepared to depart. In the near future, he intended to take Rintingting and Qingshuang out for an excursion. Rinjia town was too small. The vast world beyond was yet to be explored by Fei Luo. Once Fei Luo expressed his desire to leave, Jiushu felt a twinge of reluctance. Accepting the Hongguang sword, Jiushu sensed the terrifying aura contained within, secretly astonished. This sword has once felled the Corpse King. Its murderous aura is far from ordinary. Soon after, Jiushu and Fei Luo chatted and laughed as they made their way to Rinjia town. Upon returning to the Ren residence, Fei Luo refined 3 spirit elevation pills. instantly advancing to the later stage of Celestial Master, achieving the rank of 7th grade Celestial Master. The following day, Fei Luo departed. From that moment onward, the name of Fei Luo resonated throughout the spirit illusion realm, and the title of divine couple with his celestial partner became renowned across the land. A year later, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first layer of the Great Freedom Tao scripture. The host has entered the realm of spirit refinement. 3 years later, Fei Luo's strength had reached the stage of harmonizing void and Tao. At that moment, a significant event transpired in the spirit illusion realm. Fei Luo, having attained great mastery, led Ren Tingting, who had reached the celestial master realm, along with Qing Shuang, who had transformed into a nascent soul, to confront Longhu Mountain. In this battle, Fei Luo decimated the twin celestial masters of Longhu Mountain, alarming the elder of the mountain. Even the elder, who was merely at the nascent soul stage, trembled in fear before Fei Luo, repeatedly offering apologies. Meanwhile, the members of the Maoshan sect, including the Nine Thunder Celestial Master, were agitated upon hearing the news, beginning preparations to defect from Maoshan. Following the battle at Longhu Mountain, Fei Luo's sword astonishingly rent the void itself, instilling terror among all cultivators in the spirit illusion realm. A sword that can tear through the void signifies the attainment of great mastery, implying that Fei Luo could transcend the 9 heavens and ascend to the realm of immortals at any moment. After harmonizing void and Tao, the next step is to become a terrestrial immortal. However, at that moment, Fei Luo's divine consciousness could extend to cover thousands of miles. In this small world, there was no stopping the demon king Fei Luo. Undoubtedly, the 9 Thunder Celestial Master and others, including the future troubles, Shi Jian and Shi Shaojian, would face their demise at his hands. With the death of the 9 Thunder Celestial Master, the long-absent elder of Maoshan pleaded for Fei Luo's return. During that year, Jiu Shu also became the next leader of the Maoshan sect. In the same year, in Rinjia Town, Fei Luo wed. The celestial couple, Fei Luo and Ren Tingting, finally stepped into the sanctum of marriage. The entire direct and collateral lines of the Ren family, totaling in the thousands, gathered for the occasion. Of course, some harbored regrets, such as Ren Zhuzhu and Aoning Shuang. As for Qing Shuang, despite her formidable strength, she had always been Fei Luo's maid, which was quite reasonable. The world's strongest, Fei Luo, at just 25 years of age, held his wedding, and the streets of Rinjia Town were filled with onlookers. Meanwhile, the brother of the Su Prince and the master of the corpse-raising valley had already been eradicated before Fei Luo reached great mastery. As Fei Luo's wedding drew guests from all corners, Ren Fa beamed with joy. Jiu Shu, representing the elder, took on the role of a father, witnessing this grand union. 3 years later, within the Ren family villa, Fei Luo reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, flanked by 2 beautiful women, one on each side, who caressed his legs, providing him with a massage. Nearby, a classical beauty in a flowing white dress, with a graceful figure, was none other than Yumarin. With Fei Luo's assistance, Yumarin had reshaped her physical form using a creation divine pill and was now a living, breathing person. Her strength rivaled that of Ren Tingting, second only to Qing Shuang. As the enchanting Yumarin gently kneaded her shoulders, the graceful Tingting and Qing Shuang busily attended to her legs, while Fei Luo reveled in the warm embrace of sunlight. Just then, a little girl with ruby red lips and pearly white teeth dashed toward him. Fei Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. Fei Luo, come here to your father. In an instant, he felt the compelling force of destiny calling him. His gaze swept over the gathered individuals, and with tender affection, he caressed his daughter's small face, his eyes brimming with a softness akin to flowing water. Tingting, Shuanger. Yu, the pull of this force grows ever stronger. I must take my leave. At his words, the hands of the women trembled instinctively. Fei Luo, her eyes glistening with tears, cried out, Father, are you leaving this world? Will you leave me and mother, along with second and third mothers? Fei Luo nodded, gently stroking Fei Luo's delicate face. Your father has long since transcended the tribulation of heaven. This world harbors no malevolent spirits, and it has regained its vitality. My strength has reached the realm of the true immortal. If I do not depart now, the force of this world will inevitably compel my exit. Boom. Just as Fei Luo's words faded, a beam of golden light enveloped him from the clouds. In an instant, he was whisked away by the radiant glow, soaring toward the horizon. The irresistible power of the world gently lifted him into the sky. As he gazed upon the flourishing, ethereal realm brimming with spiritual energy, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Rower, my dear ladies, I shall await you in the new world. On that day, all the mighty masters of the heavenly master realm bowed respectfully toward the sky. Fei Luo was the sovereign of this world, the divine being who unshackled its chains. A terrestrial immortal, with the formidable Qing Shuang safeguarding them, he had no worries for his wife and children. As they watched Fei Luo gradually fade from view, his handsome visage etched in their hearts. Ting-Ting, Qing Shuang, Yu Ji, and the others wept bitterly. Husband, we shall strive diligently in our cultivation, and we will seek you in the new world. The women spoke in unison, their hearts aching as if pierced by a knife. Thus, the journey of Fei Luo in the realm of illusions drew to a close. The end of the tale.